Chapter 1. Rebirth. Xiaoying, be careful. A middle-aged man lunged forward, hurling a young woman from the second floor. As she fell outside, a deafening explosion erupted from the upper level, followed by a series of blasts and flames. In the aftermath, several young and middle-aged individuals searched for days, yet failed to locate any remains of the Muchun. To protect your homeland and serve with valor, you have shed blood and risked your life. It is decreed that you may be reborn. Awakened by a resonant voice, Muchun gradually regained his senses as he gazed around, met with an unfamiliar environment. Attempting to raise his hand to touch his clothing, he prepared to retrieve a cigarette. However, a peculiar softness greeted his fingertips. He pinched it. Such delightful texture. Wait, Muchun suddenly realized that he had transformed into an infant cradled in swaddling. Turning his head, he found himself amidst a grassy expanse. With a bitter smile, he mused, "Am I an abandoned child? Could that voice belong to the king of hell?" As a practitioner of martial arts, Muchun sensed that this place was far from Earth. Where exactly he was, he could not ascertain. The current predicament was dire. If he remained undiscovered for even 2 days, he would either succumb to starvation or fall prey to wild beasts. Damn it. All my skills are rendered useless in this state. Am I destined to perish here? Muchun gazed hopelessly at the sky. Yet, who was Muchun? He was the instructor of the Flame Dragon Special Forces. Quickly reorienting his mindset, he regulated his breathing. He commenced his training. While it would not grant him mobility, it might extend his survival for a while longer. Thus, 3 days passed. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that no beast had approached. The bad news was that he was still on the brink of death. Chen's vision had blurred to a degree surpassing severe myopia. Yet he knew he could not sleep. Closing his eyes would surely lead to his demise. That I refuse to accept this. I have unfulfilled wishes. I cannot die. With defiance, Muchun shouted, extracting the last vestiges of energy from his body, hoping to endure a little longer, waiting for someone to discover and rescue him. Alas, reality was unforgiving. Muchun could no longer hold on his eyelids. No longer under his control, began to droop. Suddenly, a voice echoed, reminiscent of an AI assistant. Ding! The host has completed the transformation. My heart remains unyielding. The system will commence energy expenditure for healing. The voice resonated. Muchun's body was enveloped in glimmers of golden light. The golden radiance not only nourished him, but also refined his physique and repaired his organs. Chirp! Chirp! Muchun noticed a small bird, reminiscent of a sparrow, perched upon his forehead, tilting its tiny head and gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. Is this heaven? Or have I failed to endure? What a pity, he mused, smiling up at the azure sky. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing him to shudder. The little bird took flight from his forehead. The voice addressed Muchun, stating, "Host's vital functions have been fully restored. The system has only 2 units of energy remaining to IT, can only provide tasks and rewards for their completion." Upon hearing this notification, Muchun realized he had been salvaged by a system. Though he was not an avid reader of web novels, he had certainly heard whispers of such phenomena. Thus, he understood that this was not a dream. For even if it were, the time to awaken had yet to arrive. Muchun turned over and propped himself up with his hands. To his astonishment, he discovered that his body had grown to resemble that of a 2-year-old, capable of walking. Joy surged within him, and he felt immense gratitude towards the system. He swiftly crossed his legs and began to cultivate. This world, though different from Earth, still possessed spiritual energy, and it was hundreds of times more abundant than that on Earth. Before long, Muchun reached the pinnacle of his previous life, dark energy. However, just as he was poised to advance further, he suddenly realized that an unseen barrier was constraining his evolution. All he could do was compress the spiritual energy to make it more dense, yet he could not ascend to new heights. That a bottleneck. The term resonated in Muchun's mind. He understood that this world might impose certain laws that limited him, so he chose not to press the issue. Once his spiritual energy had consolidated to a certain point, Muchun decided to leave this place. Struggling to rise from the grassy expanse, he beheld an endless sea of greenery. Feeling somewhat lost, he pondered which direction to take. After a moment's contemplation, Muchun resolved to head north. Thus, he embarked on his journey. Fortuitously, he was not far from a human village, approximately 3 miles away. As he approached the outskirts of the village, he refrained from venturing deeper, aware that he was currently an orphan with limited combat prowess. It would be unwise to draw attention to himself before fully understanding the fighting capabilities of the inhabitants of this world. After listening to various conversations among passers-by, Muchun confirmed an absurd reality. The world he had entered was none other than the realm of the classic fantasy novel Douluo, authored by the renowned San Xiao, and it aligned with the timeline of the first season of Douluo. The Spirit Hall, the female pope. Muchun also comprehended why an insurmountable bottleneck existed. Soul rings. He realized that he had reached level 10 of soul power, necessitating a soul ring. However, a pivotal question struck Muchun. He was not yet of age to awaken his martial soul. Suddenly, the voice of the system resounded once more. The host embarks on a journey. The first task is activated, to familiarize oneself with the world. The task takes the form of a questionnaire, and upon completion, rewards will be granted based on the score achieved. Muchun was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy within. After all, he had thoroughly immersed himself in the complete series of Douluo. Swiftly, he completed the questionnaire with a perfect score of 100. Ding. The host has flawlessly completed the task and received the highest reward, one soul spirit. Elated, Muchun immediately inquired of the system, how does one utilize the soul spirit? Commencing the soul spirit awakening ceremony. Detection indicates that the host has lived 2 lives, possessing 2 souls, and thus has acquired a dual soul spirit due to the experiences of life and death. 1. The departed 2. The reincarnation emperor, Chen. Chen's heart swelled with joy. He was indeed a dual soul spirit. He promptly turned to venture into the forest in search of soul beasts. At that moment, an ominous voice echoed. Big brother, look, there's a little lad here who seems quite clever. Muchun realized they were likely human traffickers. Without further hesitation, he took off running. Hey, smart move. He can actually understand us. Capture him. Got it. Point. 2 lecherous men in their 30s pursued Muchun from behind, their 10-year soul rings shimmering. Rather than feeling frightened, a bold idea began to blossom in Muchun's mind. Detection of emotional fluctuations in the host has been noted. A task has been issued. Incapacitate these 2 individuals. Rewards will be granted based on the time taken to complete the task. Timing will commence upon the host's first attack. After running for a while, Muchun found a dark alley to slip into. Second brother, this child seems quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. He's walked right into a dead end, saving us some effort, remarked the one addressed as second brother. Third brother, do not underestimate him, replied second brother. Third brother chuckled. We are both grand soul masters. Why should we fear a mere child? Second brother nodded, evidently in agreement with third brother's assertion. The 2 then entered the pitch-black alley, away from the gaze of the one who had given them orders. Chapter 2. The First Soul Ring. Little lad, we are not bad people. Come with us, and we will help you find your mother, third brother said with a foolish grin as he approached Muchun. Muchun felt a wave of disgust wash over him, his expression darkening to an extreme. Unfortunately, the dim lighting prevented the 2 brothers from noticing. As they advanced, Muchun retreated until his back collided with the wall. Little friend, there's no need to worry. Just come with us, second brother, intending to strike first, lunged toward Muchun. Startled, Muchun did not flinch out of fear, but rather because he realized that although these 2 were grand soul masters, their strength. Without further ado, Muchun assumed the stance of the 8 extremes fist. He sought to swiftly conclude the confrontation, for Tai Chi was not particularly suitable. In a flash, Muchun struck with remarkable speed. What is 8 extremes? 8 extremes fist is a short-range combat technique characterized by its pursuit of power, simplicity, and explosive force. Its techniques emphasize close-range strikes and robust exchanges, truly embodying the traits of push, lean, collide, and shake. The power emanates from the heels, flows through the waist, and culminates in the fingertips, resulting in tremendous explosive force and a distinctive martial character, akin to shaking the heavens and stomping the earth. In a mere moment. And unexpectedly, Muchun toppled the 2 burly men before vaulting over the wall to escape. The entire ordeal took less time than it took for their leader to reach the scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a perfect reward, flow acceleration, which increases your speed by 100 for 3 seconds. Each use requires a 5-second cooldown, during which time continues. This means it can be activated every 2 seconds. Muchun promptly activated flow acceleration, propelling himself forward over 300 meters before coming to a halt. This feeling is exhilarating, he thought, glancing back at the village that was now a distance away. Feeling a sense of relief, he then made his way towards the great forest of Tiando at a leisurely pace. Currently, Muchun was far from Tangsan, yet quite close to Shrek Academy. He arrived at the outskirts of the great forest of Tiando. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. The host requires a first spirit ring. Recommended first martial spirit, the departed. The system has located various old beasts with a compatibility exceeding 95 for absorption. Muchun blinked, his vision momentarily hazy, and soon he perceived the outlines of numerous soul beasts emerging, some white, some yellow, and some purple. He understood that these colors represented their age. However, was not the limit for the first spirit ring below 500 years. Yet, the system indicated these were absorbable, suggesting that he could attempt to absorb the 1,000-year soul beasts. Determined, Muchun dashed towards a purple silhouette. As for whether he could defeat it, he did not ponder. He felt inflated with confidence. What awaited him next was the harsh reality of society. The soul beast he had set his sights on was a 1,000-year-old transforming lizard. It resembled a large, mutated chameleon, wielding its tongue as a weapon. Its camouflage was remarkably potent, allowing it to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. Fortunately, Muchun was no novice in his previous life, otherwise, he would surely have perished here. After a battle of wits and courage, Muchun managed to slay this formidable soul beast with a single lethal strike, utilizing his keen senses. This soul beast was fortunate not to be a primary combat type, or else Muchun would have met his demise. Nonetheless, he bore numerous injuries, with his left leg severely broken. After a rudimentary bandaging, Muchun began the absorption process. One must admit, ignorance breeds courage, for he boldly commenced the absorption. Indeed, it was remarkable that it is also possible that due to his trust in the system, he felt that absorbing such a soul ring would not be a cumbersome task. As a result, after enduring 14 waves of despairing assaults, he successfully absorbed the soul ring. Fortunately, no soul beasts attacked him, as it was just noon. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins. Muchun accepted this with a sense of satisfaction, for 1,000 gold soul coins was no trifling sum. He then immersed himself in the system, examining his soul ring and soul skills. First soul ring. The 1,000-year metamorphic lizard, the invisible departed. It allows the user to switch between the attributes of the departed, enabling them to launch attacks. Using various attributes. Currently, it provides the basic 5 elemental attributes along with light and darkness. Upon seeing this description, Muchun could not help but give a thumbs up to the system selection. Perhaps other martial souls would not exhibit such extraordinary soul skills. However, who could deny the uniqueness of his own martial soul? Subsequently, after a series of adjustments and experiments, Muchun successfully summoned his martial soul. The departed appeared as a skeletal figure clad in a white half-cape, wielding a pristine 7-foot bone sword. Only its chin and teeth were visible, occasionally revealing its eye sockets, which glowed with small but vibrant crimson dots. In essence, it exuded an ethereal mystique, neither terrifying nor daunting, but rather reminiscent of the remains of a formidable being. Content: Muchun departed from the great forest. Instead of returning to the village he had initially come from, he set his sights on Soto City. Upon arriving in Soto City, he could not simply appear on the streets, for a child under 3 years old wandering about could easily attract trouble. Thus, Muchun needed to exercise patience. Chapter 3. Meeting Dai Mubai. Time passed swiftly. This moment. Muchun had lived in this world for 12 years. With the initial capital and the system's assistance, coupled with knowledge that surpassed the era, he established a non-combat organization, Muchun Bank and Muchun Foods. Muchun Foods primarily focused on medicinal cuisine, which, using simple ingredients and some herbs, could yield the effects of century-old medicinal materials through modern techniques, garnering widespread acclaim. Moreover, with advanced financial strategies, a membership system, and limited-time offers, Muchun's coffers overflowed. The bank, in turn, was a place for investment and profit. Countless affluent individuals chose to deposit their wealth here due to its security. Indeed, it was secure as the system's storage space was boundlessly vast, and who would suspect an ordinary child of being a mobile ATM? In public, he referred to himself as young Master Chen, with only 2 confidants having seen his true visage. Point 1 was the girlfriend of a soul sage from the former spirit hall. With Muchun's assistance, successfully became a soul king, no longer needing to rely on others to fulfill her dreams. She vowed to follow Muchun. Point 1 is the enigmatic title Douluo, the flame line Douluo. After engaging in a wager with Muchun, he surpassed his limits through Muchun's medicinal cuisine, achieving the rank of Super Douluo, and subsequently vowed to follow him. The flourishing of his 2 commercial alliances owes 70% of its success to this Super Douluo. The revelation that an individual previously shrouded in obscurity is, in fact, a Super Douluo suggests the immense power of the enterprises behind him. At this moment, Muchun donned a form-fitting black outfit made of a uniquely special material, so intricate that even BB Dong would struggle to discern its nature. Over this, he wore a blue and white trench coat, the sleeves rolled up, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, and on his feet, he sported a pair of military boots. His visage was nothing short of flawless, with skin rendered immaculate due to the system's 3 purifications, causing even women to feel a twinge of envy. He was now en route to Shrek Academy. At this juncture, he had already registered as a soul master within the Spirit Hall. Naturally, the Spirit Hall sought to court him, however. Muchun politely declined, citing the presence of a master. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a peculiar hotel, a slight smile gracing his lips. The Rose Hotel. I wonder if at this moment Tang San and Xiao were engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dai Mubai. Driven by curiosity, Muchun approached the Rose Hotel. Inside the grand lobby, 2 figures were locked in combat, their movements intertwining in the air, weaving an intricate web that rendered the atmosphere palpably tense and frigid. "Go, third brother," a girl in a pink outfit shouted exuberantly from beside the counter, though the worry in her eyes betrayed her inner anxiety. Before long, it appeared that the battle had reached its conclusion. One of the men found himself ensnared by countless resilient strands of deep green-blue-silver grass, resembling a rice dumpling, rendering him immobile. This man, tall with striking golden hair and deep blue eyes, despite being bound and unable to move, maintained a subtle smile. "As a rank 29 spirit master with the blue-silver grass as my martial soul, I must admit, you possess remarkable prowess. However, had I been your equal in rank, I would have undoubtedly faced defeat today." Upon hearing this, the other man, who stood opposite him and bore an unremarkable appearance, furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "What are you trying to say?" This man stood approximately 1.70 meters, clad in a blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 gemstones at his waist. His physique was well proportioned. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable charm akin to a gentle spring breeze. Such a pity, the handsome man, who introduced himself as Dai Mubai, chuckled. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly. "White tiger transformation." A chilling voice emerged from Dai Mubai's lips. And in tandem, a purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. Almost instantly, his entire body began to swell slightly, his aura becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Even the other guests, hiding at a distance, could sense the surging force, akin to a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. With a gentle shake of his arms, he shattered all the blue-silver grass, enveloping him into a fine powder. The explosive remnants scattered throughout the lobby, shrouding it in a hazy mist. Witnessing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu, from afar, stood frozen in shock. Is this the soul skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? Tang San inhaled sharply. In this moment, with his martial soul manifested, Dai Mubai's physique had visibly expanded, presenting an intimidating figure. "The absolute strength and perception of rank cannot be compensated for by your blue-silver grass," Dai Mubai stated calmly. "The white tiger transformation allows me to double my power and speed for half an hour. Under such augmentation, the toxins within your blue-silver grass will have no effect on me. You cannot defeat me." Tang San remained silent, merely sighing inwardly. He thought to himself, indeed, there are always those more skilled beyond the horizon. No wonder the teacher insisted we come to Soto City and attend Shrek Academy. The world is brimming with extraordinary talents. 5 years of cultivation have certainly led to significant growth, granting me a second martial soul and elevating my rank to 29. At Notting College, one was almost in a league of their own. However, upon arriving in Soto City, it was surprising to encounter individuals of astonishing strength at every turn. "What are you so proud of?" Xiao grumbled with mild discontent. Muchun realized that his moment to make an entrance had arrived. Clearing his throat, he inquired about the peculiar situation. Dai Mubai and Tang San turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing him, they were momentarily taken aback. How strikingly handsome. Dai Mubai was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Young brother, I presume you were here to check into the hotel as well? I must apologize, but the last available room has already been reserved by this young brother and his sister." Upon hearing this, Tang San was about to interject, but Dai Mubai swiftly continued, "I am older than you. Had we been the same age, I would have conceded. Therefore, that room rightfully belongs to you." After hearing this, Tang San's gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted noticeably. At that moment, Muchun spoke up. "I merely came to see what was happening. Dai, are you from Shrek?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Tang San were once again taken aback. Dai Mubai nodded thoughtfully. "Young brother, what brings you here?" Muchun smiled. "It seems I have not mistaken. Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy, a 37th rank soul master, is but 15 years of age. His identity is indeed noteworthy. At this point, Muchun chose to refrain from further commentary, having noticed a change in the expression of Dai Mubai. Muchun waved his hand and said, "Do not misunderstand. I, Muchun, have come to join Shrek as well, so I merely conducted some prior investigation about you. Do not overthink it. I am a good person." Dai Mubai replied with a cold smile. Those who proclaim themselves to be good people are often not good at all. Muchun was taken aback, especially since Xiaowu surprisingly nodded in agreement. Muchun smiled and remarked, "It appears that today, we must let our strength do the talking." In response, Dai Mubai, brimming with fighting spirit, declared, "Very well, then let us begin." Muchun shook his head, stating that it was not the right time. "I do not wish to rely on the strength of others. We will have ample opportunities to learn together at the academy. Today is not urgent, after all. A day or two will not make a difference, will it, Dai Xiao?" After listening to Muchun, Dai Mubai's perception of him shifted, though he retained his vigilance. He nodded and turned to depart, while Muchun smiled and watched him leave. In a true battle, Dai Mubai would struggle to withstand even 2 exchanges at Muchun's hands. Although Muchun's 33rd level of soul power may not appear formidable, it is crucial to understand that this represents the culmination of each phase's ultimate essence. His total soul power is undoubtedly no less than that of a 42nd level soul master. Examining his soul ring configuration reveals an astonishing array: purple, black, black. The first soul ring, the millennial metamorphic lizard, grants the ability to switch the attributes of the deceased, enabling diverse attribute attacks. Currently, it provides the foundational 5 elemental attributes along with light and darkness. The second soul ring, the 10,000-year soul resonance of the spirit ape, initiates with a bone sword, emitting a melancholic melody akin to a soul call, siphoning 5 points from the opponent's attributes for an hour, applicable to a single target, and can only be reused once the effect concludes. The higher one's spiritual power exceeds the opponent's, the more potent the effect diminishes by 1 for every 5 levels. The third soul ring, the 70,000-year Shadow Hunter Leopard's puppet, allows the summoning of a replica puppet of a soul master whose soul power differs by no more than 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on one's behalf, retaining all the original soul power and skills, albeit at only 65% of their strength. Furthermore, it can replicate 2 avatars of the original, keeping 90% of their strength and enhancing the original with any supportive soul skills. The third soul skill is an extraordinary enhancement to the first 2, as summoning 2 puppets means Muchun can resonate with 3 souls or resonate with a single soul 3 times consecutively. The disparity in strength is evident. While the opponent can exert only 78% of their power, Muchun can unleash 112% of his. Challenging those beyond one's level is no longer a mere dream. Moreover, regarding spiritual power, Muchun, who possessed a martial soul since the age of 2, boasts a mental acuity comparable to that of a 65th level soul emperor. Subsequently, Muchun smiled at Tang San and waved goodbye. He paid little mind to how Xiaowu and Tang San perceived him. Chapter 4. A chance encounter with Ning Rongrong. Muchun also needed to find a hotel suitable for accommodation, so he arrived at the Fengwei Hotel. Upon reaching the reception, he glanced at the bill and booked a moderately upscale room, characterized by its pristine white decor. Just as he accepted the key and prepared to ascend the stairs, a charming girl clad in white appeared before him. Muchun was momentarily taken aback, not due to the girl's beauty, but rather because she resembled the girl described by San Xiao. He hoped it was not her. He detested troublesome matters. With a wry smile, Muchun prepared to make his escape, yet it was too late. As anticipated, this girl sought a room of pure white innocence, but alas, his was the last one available. When called out, he found it awkward to flee directly. Turning around, he greeted the girl with a sunny smile and said, "Beautiful lady, is there something you need?" The girl in the white dress turned her gaze towards Wang Feng. Upon seeing his appearance, her eyes brightened slightly. In a gentle tone, she asked, "Would you be so kind as to let me have this room?" She wore a flowing white gown, her short hair framing her delicate features. Her figure was harmonious, exuding the youthful charm of a girl, her skin pale as snow. Yet, hidden within her brow was an air of pride, imperceptible to most. Her voice was extraordinarily soft, her beauty exquisite, and her demeanor sweet and pure. Any ordinary man would find it hard to refuse her. Wang Feng scrutinized the girl for a few moments before replying, "I'm afraid I do not have the habit of relinquishing my room. Perhaps you might consider choosing another?" Taken aback by the rejection, the girl in the white dress paused, seemingly astonished that she had been denied. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at the exceptionally handsome youth before her. The fondness she felt quelled the discomfort of rejection, prompting her to continue. Then how about this? I will offer you 50 gold soul coins if you allow me to have this room. Surely that would suffice? This time. While her tone remained gentle, a hint of pride crept into her voice. As she spoke, the girl produced a heavy pouch from her pocket. Muchun's expression darkened abruptly. It is essential to note that a substantial portion of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's assets resides under his stewardship. At this moment, Ning Rongrong dares to flaunt her wealth before him? Does she not comprehend Muchun's esteemed position, one that yields a fortune daily? Indeed. This young lady is none other than the enchanting Ning Rongrong of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and even now, Muchun recognizes her without fail. Muchun chuckled coldly twice, remarking, "It appears you harbor a certain disdain for me." Subsequently, he casually tossed out a card. The purple card of Muchun Bank allows for the withdrawal of 1,000 soul coins. My dear lady, please accept this money, on one hand. It serves to purchase your peace from my presence, and on the other, it provides you with funds to seek accommodation elsewhere. As Muchun finished speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, prompting him to turn again. Are you a soul master? The girl took a deep breath, suppressing the rising tumult in her chest. With such a substantial amount of gold soul coins, you must indeed be a soul master, correct? The Spirit Hall provides subsidies for soul masters. A rank 21 soul master receives 10 gold soul coins each month. For many soul masters below rank 40, this subsidy is a significant source of income. The young man before me appears to be around 15 years of age, likely at a level exceeding 20. His attire is modest yet appropriate. The ability to present such a sum of soul coins is unlikely to stem from family connections, but rather from the Spirit Hall's financial support. There is no need for you to expend 10 months' worth of your subsidy to prove a point to me. The girl furrowed her brow, still struggling to contain her frustration, and spoke gently. If you are indeed a soul master, we could become friends. By the way, I am an auxiliary soul master. Muchun's patience was rapidly wearing thin. He suppressed his fury and declared, let me reiterate one final time. The money I provided you is to ensure your non-interference. If you continue this unreasonable harassment, I will take action. This room rightfully belongs to me, and I possess the authority to allocate it. Yet you persist in your incessant disturbances. I warn you, I am nearing my breaking point. Upon hearing these nearly shouted words, Ning Rongrong, who had yet to experience the harsh realities of life, turned pale. With tears welling in her eyes, she exclaimed, You actually yelled at me. What is your name? Muchun coldly remarked, Wu Baba. Ning Rongrong, seemingly caught off guard, echoed Wu Baba. What a peculiar name. I shall remember it, and you should be prepared. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly noticed Muchun's barely concealed laughter. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, What is it? What is so amusing? Upon hearing her words, Muchun could no longer contain himself and replied with a smile, Oh, it's nothing. I just find that your pronunciation of the name is quite delightful. Haha. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong still seemed flustered and, with a hint of shyness, responded, So? You enjoy hearing me say your name, Wu Baba? Upon hearing Muchun's words, any lingering anger dissipated, and he burst into laughter, clutching his belly. This left Ning Rongrong in a state of bewilderment amid the swirling winds. After a while, as Muchun's laughter subsided, Ning Rongrong appeared to connect the dots, her expression transforming into one of indignation as she exclaimed, You actually deceived me. You scoundrel. With her face flushed crimson, she turned on her heel to leave, not forgetting to deliver a fierce parting remark, Just you wait. I shall remember your face. Muchun pondered for a moment before shaking his head and retreating to his room. Lying on the soft bed, he reflected on the encounter with that headstrong young lady. Sighing, he took a brief rest, then indulged in a refreshing bath to wash away the day's weariness. Before long, he gradually slipped into slumber. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky. As usual, Muchun ventured out for a leisurely stroll. While meandering, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He could pay a visit to the soul-fighting arena, where he might just encounter a quest. Reflecting on the system's task notifications, Muchun discerned a recurring theme, exploration. The first attempt at any undertaking invariably led to a quest, along with tasks centered around breakthroughs. In any case, it promised to be an intriguing endeavor. Muchun approached the vicinity of the Soto arena, where the bustling sounds of the crowd filled the air. Little girl, do not cause a ruckus. This gold soul coin was discovered by my brother and me. Just because you claim it is yours, does that make it so? How can you prove it? Muchun gazed into the distance, where a throng of people had gathered. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. In the forefront, a beautiful young girl clad in a white dress was glaring furiously at two young men. The two men, with playful grins adorning their faces and a palpable aura of soul power emanating from them, appeared exceptionally robust and brawny. At that moment, they held several bags of golden soul coins in their hands. Could this be the spirited Ning Rongrong? Muchun approached and cast a few glances. Whispers surrounded him, expressing sympathy for the unfortunate girl entangled with the notorious Zhang Si and Wang Wu. These two were frequent visitors to the fighting soul arena. It appeared that the girl had inadvertently dropped her money while shopping, and upon realizing it, found it had been picked up, likely never to be returned. How could two soul masters stoop so low as to deceive a mere young girl? Listening to the murmurs around him, Muchun couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the scene from a distance. Ning Rongrong, this young lady, had ventured out alone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lacking in worldly finesse, her demeanor seemed gentle, yet her pride ran deep. Faced with such ruffians, she was likely to become an easy target for their antics. However, Muchun had no intention of intervening. A lady of her stature would undoubtedly have followers from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School discreetly watching over her, ensuring her safety. With this thought, Muchun decided to turn away. Just then, a waft of fragrance suddenly enveloped him, and a figure clad in white appeared before him. "Brother, what brings you here?" the newcomer exclaimed with a hint of surprise. It was none other than Ning Rongrong herself. Muchun was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Ning Rongrong seized his shoulder, turned her head, and with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at the two men. "You scoundrels, daring to snatch my money. My elder brother is on his way. He is a formidable assault-type soul master, exceedingly powerful, and soon he shall bring both of you to your knees." With that, Ning Rongrong lifted her alabaster chin, coldly regarding the two men. "Muchun, this little girl possesses quite the spirit. She certainly holds a grudge, doesn't she? How unfortunate that I suddenly felt compelled to come here." Just then, Ning Rongrong, having caught a glimpse of Muchun from the corner of her eye, seized the opportunity to rush over before he could depart. "Ha ha ha, an auxiliary spirit master? My dear young lady, your elder brother is merely a spirit master. And you believe he could bring us two battle spirit masters to their knees?" One of the men chuckled. "Do you truly believe that I could not easily subdue him with just a few punches? His name is Wang Wu, 22 years of age. A level 23 battle spirit master with a martial spirit of a mantis. The other, named Zhang Si, is also 22, a level 24 battle spirit master, wielding a unique plant martial spirit known as the Flying Trust. Together, they are known in the battle arena as the Flying Mantis Duo." "I do not believe it." A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she proudly declared, "If you possess the skill, then prove it by bringing my elder brother to his knees." Muchun, laughter erupted all around, resonating like thunder. "You must be her elder brother, right? Come here. If you can defeat either of my two brothers today, I shall return your money," Wang Wu said with a grin. He was indeed handsome, but with one punch from me, your face would surely swell. Muchun gazed at the two individuals and remarked, "I am not acquainted with her. If you wish to strike someone, direct your blows towards her. It wouldn't even require several punches. A single one would suffice to reduce her to tears." With that, he forcefully shook off Ning Rongrong's hand, declaring, "Step away. Do not touch me. I do not know you." Ning Rongrong retorted, "This scoundrel, after toying with me at the Rose Hotel, now attempts to withdraw? I shall make it my mission to drag you into this. You shall face a beating shortly. Brother, I assure you, I will never again disobey your commands." She feigned a sense of victimhood, whispering, "They are bullying me, and you would simply stand by and watch. That fellow, you truly lack resolve, don't you?" Even Wang Wu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Your own sister is being mistreated, and you remain so cowardly? Are you even a man? Step forward. Endure 3 punches from me, and I shall return your money." Chapter 5. Rectification. Muchun's lips twitched slightly, and he mused to himself, "Indeed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deceit. That girl Ning Rongrong must have concluded that I am no match for 2 opponents, clearly intent on making me look foolish. However, this behavior is to be expected." Wang Feng recalled that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong initially presented herself as a seemingly gentle and amiable young lady, but in reality, she was quite willful, arrogant, and haughty, a typical pampered heiress. It was only after entering Shrek Academy that her demeanor began to improve. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures engaged in hushed conversation. Hiss. "I wonder when our young lady took on an elder brother? This must be her first venture beyond the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? I'm uncertain. But she is quite astute. Although she can be rather proud at times, in my experience, that lad probably has some past grievances with her. And she likely acted with intention. So, shall we intervene?" What intervention? If there are past grievances, he is her adversary. It would do him good to receive a lesson. We shall bide our time, for we must not reveal ourselves too soon. At that moment, as Ning Rongrong's words echoed, the surrounding crowd began to point and murmur about Muchun. Very well, let them come, he remarked with a grin, taking a few steps forward to face the two. Since trouble had come knocking, how could he possibly shy away? Even if escape were not an option, he would confront it head-on. That was his style. Ning Rongrong took a few steps back, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes, and silently thought, "Ha! This scoundrel bullied me at the Fengwei Hotel. Now he deserves it." However, she quickly reconsidered. If this rogue were to be beaten, she could not simply walk away. Regardless, seeing him get thrashed would bring her great satisfaction. At worst, she could later hire someone to tend to his injuries, and that would settle the score. When has Ning Rongrong ever been one to suffer losses? As Muchun's words resonated, a space was promptly cleared around him. We have agreed that this is merely a sparring session for mutual exchange, not an exhibition of my superiority over the weak, he stated. With a grin, Wang Wu interjected. You desire these bags of golden soul coins, which is why you are engaging in this contest with us. Enough of the idle chatter, let us commence. Muchun waved his hand towards the two individuals. He had little interest in engaging with these soul masters, who were merely at the 20th level. They were too weak. What a cocky lad, Wang Wu chuckled, and without further ado, he unveiled his martial soul. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, gradually ascended from beneath his feet. A green mantis materialized above his head. Mantis, manifest, Wang Wu exclaimed. His body began to undergo a transformation, and with a powerful push, he launched himself forward, aiming a punch directly at Wang Feng. Instantly, the surrounding crowd scattered once more, some gazing enviously at Wang Wu's martial soul. After all, true soul masters were a rarity among the common folk. As the punch approached, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. She feared that this blow would indeed injure that scoundrel. Humph. Let him suffer the consequences, she thought, turning her head away to avoid witnessing the impending scene. After all, it was he who had toyed with her. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted. Ning Rongrong quickly turned her gaze back, astonished. To her disbelief, Wang Wu had been sent flying, landing on the ground at a distance, his hand limp and trembling. What just happened? A question mark formed in her mind. She glanced around and saw the crowd, all wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. At that moment, Muchun stood in place, patting his chest, before striding towards the two. Well then, my young friends, he said, looking at the other, Jiangxi. Do not come any closer. Jiangxi stammered, retreating 2 steps, fear etched across his face as he regarded the remarkably handsome youth. Just moments ago, Wang Wu had delivered a solid punch to this boy's chest, yet the anticipated outcome had not transpired. The youth merely puffed out his chest, causing Wang Wu to recoil as if he were a bent spring, collapsing to the ground after a single exchange. It was utterly bizarre. However, as someone who had faced countless defeats in the battle arena, Jiangxi was quite experienced. It was clear that this youth possessed an extraordinary strength. That little girl was deceiving us, he thought. Here, take the money. Jiangxi tossed several bags of gold soul coins to Wang Feng, cautiously helping Wang Wu up as they hastily departed. Observing this, the crowd dispersed as well, silently acknowledging that this youth was no ordinary soul master. After all, how could a support-type soul master exhibit such formidable physical prowess? Muchun turned around and walked towards Ning Rongrong, a faint smile gracing his lips. This smile sent shivers down Ning Rongrong's spine, evoking the sensation of a predator surveying its prey. What do you intend to do? She queried, retreating several steps. Her head held high as she regarded Muchun with a fearless gaze. The arrogance instilled by her privileged upbringing was not so easily extinguished. I intend to do nothing. Muchun tossed the golden soul coin in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Thank you. Quite unexpectedly, I have earned a few hundred golden soul coins. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by his words and hurriedly replied, That belongs to me. Return it. Return it to you? Muchun tucked the golden coins into his bosom and suddenly scrutinized Ning Rongrong with a playful gaze, chuckling, All right then, did you not just call me big brother? How about you utter a few sweet words of good brother for me to hear? I might just return it to you. He was not one to be easily swayed. That girl, Ning Rongrong, had intentionally sought to provoke him. If he did not teach her a lesson, what kind of man would he be? You. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she shot an indignant glare at Wang Feng. Her earlier address of Big Brother was merely a ruse to drag this scoundrel into a game. An act of pretense. How could she, the esteemed young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, call a stranger good brother? Such an ambiguous term was utterly out of the question. It was akin to a frog dreaming of feasting on swan meat. I see you are rather short on funds at the moment. Muchun shrugged, feigning regret as he continued. If you lack golden soul coins tonight, you might find yourself sleeping rough on the streets, keeping company with the beggars outside the city. Muchun chuckled softly and continued. I have heard that the beggars outside the city go without bathing for months on end. Surely, accompanying them and feasting on scraps salvaged from refuse is a novel experience. Wouldn't you agree? After speaking, Muchun turned to depart. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's exquisitely delicate face turned as pale as a ghost. The realization struck her that she had ventured out alone. All her gold soul coins were currently in the hands of this scoundrel. If he refused to return them, she would be left utterly destitute. The very thought of such a scenario filled Ning Rongrong with dread. No, absolutely not. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly took a few steps forward, her face flushed with urgency. You must return my gold soul coins, or I shall scream. Muchun halted his steps, gazing at Ning Rongrong with an expression reminiscent of one anticipating a performance. Ning Rongrong parted her lips, a profound sense of humiliation surging within her. Despite calling out the word good for what felt like an eternity, no subsequent words followed. The more she pondered, the more unjust she felt, tears welling in her eyes. Good. In the next instant, it seemed she might truly shout it out. Just then, a bag of gold soul coins was suddenly tossed upon her. Accompanied by a languid voice, it echoed, Enough, cease your shouting. You are somewhat young, and I hold no particular interest in you. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Take your gold soul coins and depart. With that, Muchun turned and walked away, leaving Ning Rongrong standing alone, dazed. After quite some time, Ning Rongrong let out a soft laugh, her tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, two individuals who had been poised to intervene paused, intrigued. This fellow is rather interesting, isn't he? Daring to bully our young lady. Boss, shall we intervene? No. The sect leader instructed us that, as long as there is no danger, it is beneficial for the young lady to experience the outside world. Besides, I believe this lad might suit her well and could keep her in line. I've never seen anything like this before. Chapter 6. Do not waste wealth. After Muchun departed, Ning Rongrong's tears transformed into laughter. This scoundrel only knows how to tease me. How annoying. Gradually, she slipped out of the crowd's sight. On her way, she pondered a particular question. What did that scoundrel mean by calling her young? I am at most 1 or 2 years younger than him. Why is he not interested? Naturally, Ning Rongrong interpreted young as a matter of age. At that moment, she noticed a couple nearby embroiled in a quarrel. No, I don't want to break up. Tell me what's wrong with me. I can change. You can't change. If you don't say, how will I know if you can change? All right, if that's what you want to hear. I'll tell you. You're too young, and I have no interest in you. So let us break up. I'm not young. You're only 2 or 3 years older than me. We were just fine. Please, I'm not saying you're young in age. I'm saying I have no interest in girls with small chests. Can you change that? You cannot. So, let us break up. Who says I can't change? Ning Rongrong observed the couple, appearing around 15 or 16 years old, their faces flushed from the argument. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something profound. In an instant, her fair complexion reddened visibly, her head feeling as if it were ablaze. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in frustration, both embarrassed and enraged. Scoundrel. Rogue. What do you mean I'm small? You're just playing with me. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, straightened her waist, barely able to see her toes, and indignantly exclaimed, I am not small at all. This is infuriating. Scoundrel. Muchun hurriedly departed. However, he abruptly halted, not due to a reluctance to hear the affectionate call of good brother, but rather because he sensed himself ensnared by 2 penetrating gazes. Undoubtedly, these must belong to the guardians covertly shielding Ning Rongrong. The 7 treasure glazed tile school boasts 2 titled Douluos, while I do not harbor much fear. Attracting their attention could prove troublesome. Muchun shook his head at this thought. Moreover, he merely wished to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. She was quite young, and Muchun held little interest in her. Although she was undeniably beautiful, surpassing many stars from his previous life by several degrees, it ultimately bore no significance. After all, her youth was a considerable hindrance. Muchun returned to the hotel as the sky darkened. Muchun rested his chin on his hand, contemplating his visit to Shrek Academy the following day. He then settled into a meditative posture on his bed, engaging in his customary practice of meditation and cultivation. The next morning, a beam of sunlight gently illuminated Muchun's face. Muchun slowly opened his eyes, gazing outwards. He beamed at the rising sun with a smile that radiated a brilliance far surpassing its own. After stretching leisurely, he engaged in some physical exercises, including abdominal and back workouts, as well as chest expansions. Dressed and ready, he stepped outside, preparing to make his way to Shrek Academy. Exiting Soto City and heading south, he was met with vast fields of golden crops, evoking memories of his childhood in the countryside during autumn, where expansive rice paddies flourished. In the original narrative, the master had stated, "Upon leaving through the southern gate, continue along the official road, and you will soon behold Shrek Academy." Muchun gazed at the distant fields, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him as he spoke. He pondered, what could the Shrek Academy be like? How could it possibly be situated beyond the city? Muchun, filled with curiosity, plucked a nearly ripened stalk of rice and absent-mindedly sifted through the grains. Perhaps it was due to his impoverished circumstances, he mused inwardly. Muchun traveled approximately 2 miles and arrived at a quaint village. To put it nicely, it was simple. To put it less kindly, it was dilapidated. Before he could draw near, a lengthy queue stretched from the entrance, extending all the way to Muchun's location. Indeed, it was quite derelict. Muchun was rendered speechless. He was determined to enter Shrek Academy, and waiting was an inevitability. At the entrance, there was a table where an elderly man sat, seemingly verifying the registrations of incoming students. Behind the old man was the entrance itself, adorned with a sign that bore the word Shrek Academy in a somewhat haphazard carving. Beside it was an emblem depicting the legendary Shrek monster. It resembles a slime, Muchun thought to himself, unable to suppress his inner critique. The creature had a humanoid head, green in hue, and appeared somewhat endearing. Slimes were often regarded as the most trivial of monsters in numerous fantasy novels. As for Shrek, it was reputed to be an esteemed academy for soul masters, offering a title of Viscount upon graduation. Nearby, a woman led a child, voicing her complaints. Upon hearing these words, Muchun could not help but inwardly acknowledge the truth. It was indeed reminiscent of the narratives found in novels. However, such a promise seemed little more than a mere gimmick, intended to entice outsiders to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it was likely that few would be drawn to this institution. It was evident that the claims held some validity. Shrek Academy bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed young talent classes from his previous life. A thought struck Muchun. These classes had gathered exceptionally brilliant children from across the nation, endowed with extraordinary abilities, whose mere existence elicited exclamations of disbelief from the average populace. Most of them achieved remarkable success in adulthood, yet such programs had dwindled in modern times, reserved for those truly considered genius. Reflecting on this, Muchun realized that Shrek Academy was not so different from those young talent classes of his past, after all. While some children could read 2,000 characters by the age of 3, he himself was merely playing in the mud at that age. Others solved the Pythagorean theorem at 7 or graduated from university at 10, and the notion of attaining a doctorate at 12 seemed akin to the fantastical notion of rebirth. Muchun silently complained to himself. He had learned quite a bit about such information, and upon reflection, he deeply felt that the intellectual prowess of humanity was likely elevated by individuals of this caliber. However, if he were to return to the modern era, would he not also be considered a genius? Muchun mused. Suddenly, fleeting images of several figures crossed Muchun's mind. He wondered if those little ones had made any mistakes during their tasks, and if they were thinking of him. Muchun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. In his heart, he harbored a singular ambition, to ascend to divinity and roam the world in search of the opportunity to return there and reunite with them. Muchun pondered within his heart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. I advise all of you to inquire thoroughly about our Shrek Academy before coming here. Do not be misled by the allure of acquiring a title of Viscount upon graduation. This will only result in a futile waste of your registration fees. The elder rose, his expression tinged with impatience as he gazed at the long line behind him. Shrek is a realm of anomalies. Among the spirit beasts, it is also home to the most peculiar of creatures. Thus, we only accept those who are extraordinary. Ordinary spirit masters, those lacking in aptitude, under the age of 12, and failing to reach the 20th rank, may leave immediately. Do not squander your time, nor your funds. Upon concluding his words, the elder seemed to assert his authority, his body quaking as 6 soul rings ignited beneath him, white, yellow, purple, purple, and black, revealing him to be a soul emperor of 6 rings. Muchun let out a helpless smile and murmured softly, Shrek, you remain as audacious as ever. Chapter 7. Muchun, a formidable werewolf. As anticipated, under the imposing presence of the soul emperor, many who recognized their inadequacy began to depart. At this point, Muchun felt a flicker of satisfaction and stepped forward. Soon, He came upon two familiar figures, a man and a woman. Xiaowu, Tang San. Muchun slowly approached. Tang San and Xiaowu happened to turn around at that moment. With a smile, Xiaowu remarked, "You actually came?" They said no one above 12 is allowed. Muchun smiled and said, "Do I appear to be old? In truth, I am merely 12 years of age." Not only was Xiaowu taken aback, but even Tang San exhibited a hint of surprise. Xiaowu scrutinized him from head to toe, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. This fellow is quite mischievous and jesting. Muchun, however, one cannot really blame Xiaowu. It is hard for anyone to believe that a boy, who is already 182 centimeters tall, is merely 12 years of age. It is important to recognize that the growth spurt for boys typically occurs after the age of 12. Tang San, on the other hand, chose not to elaborate further. Muchun walked alongside Tang San and the others, gradually making his way forward. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice reached Muchun's ears. "Excuse me. May I pass through?" Muchun expressed, alas, this nemesis. Although he had long been aware, the sight of her at this moment evoked a peculiar sensation within him. "Brother, look at how beautiful that girl is," Xiaowu exclaimed, shaking Tang San's arm upon seeing the girl in person. Tang San nodded in agreement, remarking, "She is indeed quite lovely, not inferior to you, Xiaowu." He spoke the truth. The girl was undeniably beautiful, hence his endorsement of Xiaowu's admiration. However, upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically, and she stepped on Tang San's foot with a huff. Tang San's desire for self-preservation seemed rather lackluster. Muchun chuckled at this scene. What do we call a man like Tang San, who immerses himself in cultivation and never engages in romantic entanglements? A concrete-hearted straight man. Yes, that's it. Oh, Tang San, to be more perceptive. After a moment, Xiaowu suddenly glanced back and tugged at Tang San, urging him to look behind. "Brother San, there are so many beautiful girls. There's another one behind us." Behind them stood a girl, slightly younger than Xiaowu, with an icy demeanor. Her skin was remarkably fair, her features exquisite, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. However, her figure was strikingly mature, surpassing that of many 18 or 19-year-olds, leaving an overwhelming impression. Muchun was equally astonished. The person before him was the girl he had awaited for many years. In his previous life, he remained indifferent to women. As he was a military instructor with little time for romance, he had to undertake numerous perilous missions and did not wish to let that young lady down. However, in this lifetime, his true nature had emerged. Muchun discreetly cast 3 or 4 glances, yet Tang San remained oblivious, let alone anyone else. Muchun thought to himself, "This is truly magnificent. Mother, I find it difficult to restrain myself. One must not indulge in improper sights." Resolutely, Muchun decided to calm his mind and refrain from further observation. Undoubtedly, this girl is Zhu Shiqing. Indeed, she is quite something. Ahem. At that moment, a venerable voice jolted Tang San and the others back to reality. "Excuse me, are you 3 here to register?" Tang San turned to Muchun and said, "Let us go together." Muchun nodded gently. Subsequently, Xiaowu took the lead. "Given your bone age, please release your martial spirit." Xiaowu unleashed her martial spirit. The soft bone rabbit and 2 yellow soul rings materialized. The Soul Emperor's face instantly lit up with joy. Remarkable! A soul power of level 29, an extraordinary talent. Such a prodigy deserves a place in Shrek Academy. Then it was Tang San's turn, and he proceeded with the familiar ritual of revealing his leg rings. He then showcased his martial spirit along with the classic line, "Teacher, would someone like me be considered a monster?" Muchun secretly scoffed. "Truly, he is the master of pretense. I admire him. The journey of ostentation is long, and I shall tread carefully and learn along the way." Subsequently, Muchun stepped forward. The elder, still feeling with his hands, remarked, "The bone age is suitable. Proceed to unleash your martial soul." Muchun nodded slightly. He then gathered his energy, and the spirit of the deceased manifested behind him. The appearance of the spirit immediately caused the surrounding temperature to plummet by 10 degrees Celsius, drawing the attention of those nearby. Even the Soul Emperor gasped in astonishment. A 3-ring Soul Master. Moreover, the combination of purple and black was unprecedented. Zhu Shiqing gazed at the man before her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and astonishment. Tang San, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression, as for the first time, he began to question the master's 10 core competencies of martial souls. Muchun gently cleared his throat and said, "Teacher, may I pass now?" The Soul Emperor finally reacted, nodding vigorously in agreement. This time, Shrek Academy was in for quite the spectacle. He then turned to greet Daimubai. Descending from the tree, Mubai regarded Muchun with a watchful expression. Muchun smiled and said, "Let's spar when we have the time." Mubai quickly shook his head and replied, "No, you are the true monster." Joking aside, one should not dismiss the fact that this individual, at the tender age of 12, is already a 33rd rank soul master, indicating an extraordinary background. Moreover, the terrifying configuration of his soul rings is truly remarkable. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also glanced over, and upon doing so, she was left utterly astonished. Muchun was unaware that at this moment, a young girl clad in white stood at the village entrance, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized him. Her expression was a tapestry of emotions, astonishment, embarrassment, and anger, though all were ultimately supplanted by calmness. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals approached the grand entrance. Ning Rongrong stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here? Are you of sufficient age?" Muchun chuckled softly, "From now on, we shall be classmates. Let us not hold grudges. Look over there. A vendor is selling sausages. I shall treat you to some, and we can put this behind us." This statement was laden with ambiguity, prompting the crowd to turn their attention towards Muchun. Muchun smiled awkwardly, clarifying that it was all a misunderstanding. There was merely a minor grievance between him and her. Mubai, with a knowing expression akin to that of an experienced driver, inquired, "Oh, are you certain it's just a minor grievance?" Muchun's expression remained eerily calm. "Trust me." With just those two simple words, he silenced Mubai's myriad of thoughts. Such a straightforward declaration, yet it carried an undeniable aura of trustworthiness. Once again, Mubai was struck by the formidable nature of this individual. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, "All right. Since I already know your name, Muchun, if you treat me to some grilled sausages, I shall forgive you." At that moment, Mubai suddenly realized he was about to speak, only to find that his pressure points had been sealed. He glanced at Muchun, who mischievously shook his head. Mubai once more recognized the extraordinary prowess of this person. After Tang San and the others had finished their Uncle Oscar's grilled sausages, Mubai uttered a sentence that resonated profoundly. "Oscar, perform for us." Immediately, a philosophical aura enveloped the atmosphere, leaving even Tang San feeling somewhat queasy. Zhu Zhuqing, having abstained from eating, felt little impact, but Ning Rongrong was seething with rage. "Muchun, did you know all along?" Upon hearing this, Muchun appeared unfazed, taking another bite of the grilled sausage and remarking, "I am aware. I specifically targeted Mubai's pressure points to render him momentarily speechless." At this point, even Tang San's veins bulged slightly, as he was tempted to take action. However, Muchun continued, "Do not entertain the thought of striking me. First, you cannot overpower me. And second, my actions are justified." Upon hearing his words, the group refrained from any further aggression. To be candid, how could the little monsters of Shrek harbor any fear of tyranny? Their primary intention was to win others over with virtue. Indeed, to win others over with virtue. Oscar, as a member of Shrek Academy, is destined to become our ally. At the very least, I, Muchun, have already considered him a comrade. What is paramount among comrades? It is the bond and trust. You have already tasted these grilled sausages, correct? Setting aside the actions and the flavor, I must inquire about the healing properties of these sausages. Can they save your life in a critical moment? Those who aspire to achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trivial matters. If you choose to forsake life-saving sustenance due to its appearance, I can only describe your choice as profoundly foolish. Muchun spoke with a fluid grace, leaving everyone deep in contemplation. Tang San pondered the most, and his gaze towards Muchun gradually grew fervent. Muchun then shook his hand and declared, "If you do not eat, I shall. Come, Xiaoyao. Bring me 2 more." Oscar was so moved that he nearly recognized Muchun as a brother on the spot. Mubai once again became acutely aware of this person's formidable strength. Chapter 8. Facing Zhao Wujing subsequently. Mubai led Tang San and the others past the second and third trials, arriving directly at the fourth. A rugged, robust middle-aged man reclined on a lounge chair. Upon seeing them, he smiled faintly and remarked, "This year is quite remarkable. We have 5 soul masters with a soul power exceeding 25 levels arriving here." Mubai, "I am here to assess you today. Just observe," he continued. Mubai awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Teacher Zhao, you see, they are merely..." "Enough," Zhao interrupted. "I certainly need to exert myself fully. Using just 2 soul skills will suffice. Then it's settled. When you have the time, do share my strengths and weaknesses with them." With that, the middle-aged man returned to his languid repose on the chair. Muchun pondered to himself, "Is this Zhao Wuji, the immovable king? Intriguing." Over the past 12 years, the system had assigned him a considerable number of tasks. Among these, there existed a particularly unique reward known as the energy crystal, which could repair the system. Currently, the system's repair progress stood at 9. Once it reached 10, new possibilities would be unlocked. Just moments ago, the system issued a new task to Muchun to strike a decisive blow against Zhao Wuji. With a reward of 2 energy crystals, Muchun realized that he had no choice but to deliver a thorough beating to teacher Zhao. Damubai, understanding the futility of resistance, walked directly to the front, ready to flatter Zhao Wuji in every possible way. All right, no need for further discussion, Muchun quickly stated. Tang San hastened to devise a battle strategy for them. Oh, of course, Tang San nodded earnestly. Damubai, feeling somewhat disoriented, stepped aside quietly, sensing that this battle might prove to be quite intriguing. Before long, Tang San had formulated the battle plan. Xiao would lead the assault, he would control the situation, while Zhu Zhuqing and Muchun would provide auxiliary support and distraction, with Ning Rongrong positioned at the rear to assist. The plan was simple yet direct. However, its success would ultimately depend on practical execution. At that moment, the incense stick had nearly burned down. All right, children, prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wuji's booming voice resonated. With that, he retrieved another incense stick and firmly planted it in the ground. It was at this juncture that Ning Rongrong began to turn gracefully, her soft and melodious voice accompanying the swaying of her white skirt. 7 treasures emerged with brilliance. As her words fell, a cascade of vibrant colors emanated from Ning Rongrong, illuminating her figure as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. At the center of her palm, a resplendent 7-treasure pagoda materialized, while 2 yellow soul rings gradually ascended from her feet, swirling and radiating a gentle luminescence. 7 treasures have a name. The first is strength. Ning Rongrong uttered her incantation softly, and the first soul ring blazed with light. She then lightly tapped the pagoda with her fingertips, and 3 beams of light descended upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing. 7 treasures have a name. The second is speed. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong unleashed the second soul ring's brilliance, and again, 3 beams of light floated from the pagoda, enveloping the trio. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their bodies, as if they had consumed ice cream on a sweltering summer day, a sensation of unparalleled comfort and delight. Let's go, Ning Rongrong exclaimed encouragingly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Well, I never expected the 7-treasure glaze tile school to have arrived this year. How amusing. I wonder how ecstatic Flinder the old ghost will be upon seeing them. Come forth. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Wuji charged towards Ning Rongrong, denying the trio any opportunity for a proactive assault. Observing this, Tang San thought it was a dire situation, but thankfully, Zhao Wuji's speed was not exceedingly rapid. Just as he was about to reach Ning Rongrong, Tang San activated his blue-silver grass, causing dark tendrils to erupt from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong, binding her and swiftly pulling her in another direction. Haha, got you, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, seemingly delighted as he pivoted and charged towards Muchun, thinking to himself, this lad is undoubtedly up to something. I must eliminate him first. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, Zhao Wuji, a formidable soul sage of over 70 levels, exemplified an acute battlefield instinct, heightened by Dai Mubai's prior counsel, which bestowed upon him unparalleled vigilance. Be cautious, Muchun. In an instant, 2 exclamations echoed, those of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San could only manage one target and chose to rescue Ning Rongrong, primarily due to the master's prior admonition that soul masters from the 7-treasure glaze tile sect should be addressed immediately upon confrontation. Thus, he presumed that Zhao Wuji aimed to neutralize Ning Rongrong first. If Ning Rongrong were to be incapacitated, the supportive effects bestowed upon the trio would be severed. However, little did they realize that Zhao Wuji employed a cunning ruse, diverting attention while slyly targeting Muchun. The situation was most peculiar. Even Muchun found himself momentarily bewildered. Wait, why is Zhao Wuji attacking me right away? This defies logic. I have done nothing, nor have I made any declarations about my spirit rings. Surely he cannot have discerned that I am the most formidable among them. Logically, Zhao Wuji should possess little knowledge about their quintet. Otherwise, he would not have recognized Ning Rongrong as a member of the 7-treasure glaze tile sect only after she unleashed her spirit abilities. Why then has he fixated on me? At this moment, Muchun found himself enveloped in a shroud of confusion. In the face of impending peril, despite his uncertainties, he chose not to confront Zhao Wuji directly. Instead, with a sudden surge of energy, he summoned his martial spirit. A specter-like entity materialized behind him, and a stream of ethereal white light erupted from his bone sword, cascading towards Zhao Wuji. "Receive my strike." Muchun uttered a low exclamation. Muchun employed his second soul skill, Soul Resonance, to directly siphon all attributes from Zhao Wuji's third level. What a thrill! Muchun's voice resonated powerfully. Truly. As a soul sage, the sensation of 3 souls amalgamated within a soul sovereign was exhilarating. Muchun, quickly evade. Ning Rongrong's urgent cry jolted Muchun back to reality. He turned to see Zhao Wuji's iron fist hurtling towards him. Yet, in the next instant, they were all taken aback. The deceased had suddenly transformed. The once white half-cloak morphed into a deep purple black, and the pristine white bone sword in his hand had turned pitch black. Muchun smiled and declared, "Departed ones." Shadow form, surge of darkness. The departed ones spread their arms wide, and a swirling black vortex suddenly emerged from beneath their ribs. Zhao Wuji struck fiercely. Yet the sensation was akin to striking cotton, devoid of any tangible reality. Furthermore, he realized that his arm seemed ensnared in a quagmire, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. Muchun exclaimed, "Brothers, now is the time. Focus your attacks on Teacher Zhao." Subsequently, his 3 spirit rings emerged, startling Zhao Wuji profoundly. He thought to himself, "I've been ambushed." Suddenly, Muchun split into 3, with the other 2 appearing pristine and translucent, resembling phantoms. Nevertheless, they were capable of launching an assault. The others did not hesitate, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Zhao Wuji. Left with no choice, Zhao Wuji resorted to his immovable body technique to endure the onslaught. It wasn't until a minute later that he withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "What a clever lad! Your soul ability is quite extraordinary. It can actually siphon my soul power." Muchun waved his hand dismissively, embodying humility. One must remain humble. Zhao Wuji let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I must let you experience the care we at Shrek extend to our students." With that, he charged towards Muchun. However, having divided his essence into 3, Muchun, possessing the 12 attributes, far outpaced Zhao Wuji. A swift series of movements left Zhao Wuji enduring numerous injuries. With a dark expression, Zhao Wuji gazed at the young boy. A vague sense that perhaps a mere incense stick's duration might not suffice. Chapter 9. The Battle of Strength. Noticing Zhao Wuji lost in thought, Muchun shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" This exclamation jolted everyone back to reality. As the primary attacker, Xiao was the first to charge towards Zhao Wuji. She deftly tapped her feet on the ground, propelling herself into the air. Simultaneously, a vine appeared perfectly beneath her landing point, providing her with leverage. It was none other than Tang San's blue silver grass, a testament to their seamless cooperation. As she landed on the vine, Xiao compressed it like a bowstring drawn taut, launching herself towards Zhao Wuji with incredible speed. Muchun had skillfully evaded Zhao Wuji, and now, regaining his composure, they were determined to launch an all-out assault. However, when Zhao Wuji saw Xiao charging towards him, a subtle smile graced his lips. He neither retreated nor evaded, standing still like a wooden post, awaiting her approach. Although Xiao found this peculiar, she did not let the opportunity slip away. Well-versed in wielding her martial soul, she positioned her feet in a scissor stance, completing the manifestation of her martial soul mid-air, aiming for Zhao Wuji's neck. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds resonated as Xiao delivered a fierce strike. The power in her legs was almost capable of snapping a small tree in half. Yet it failed to inflict any harm upon Zhao Wuji. In fact, he remained utterly unfazed. "You performed quite well, leveraging the resilience of the blue-silver grass to amplify your power from above. However, my dear girl, being a female, your strength is inherently limited," Zhao Wuji remarked with a calm smile. Xiao Wu remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, a series of vines sprouted from beneath Zhao Wuji, lifting him into the air. The toxins within the vines instantly rendered his feet numb. Just as swiftly, the vines vanished, leaving Zhao Wuji suspended in midair, where even the heaviest weight would prove futile. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's feet remained firmly clasped on his shoulders. With her waist bent, Xiao Wu slightly spread her arms, and 2 vines appeared instantaneously, grasping her hands and bending her body into an extreme arc. Down you go. With a twist of her feet, she seized the opportunity while Zhao Wuji was airborne, utilizing the strength of her legs combined with the vine's assistance to hurl him downwards. What a remarkable synergy! The events unfolded in an instant, leaving Zhao Wuji thoroughly astonished. Such coordination was unattainable without years of practice. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San and Xiao Wu had fought together countless times. Over the past 5 years, they had rarely fought against each other. Most of their encounters had been in unison. their rapport far exceeding Zhao Wuji's imagination. As he was about to hit the ground, Zhao Wuji attempted to brace himself with his hands, fearing that a direct impact with the earth would not bode well for him. However, just as his hands began to spread out, a ghostly figure appeared behind him, seemingly materializing from nowhere. Silent as a whisper, it was Zhu Zhuqing. Clang, clang. A flurry of strikes ensued, forcing Zhao Wuji to use both hands to defend against the onslaught while simultaneously unleashing his soul power. 7 soul rings illuminated around him in an instant to counter Zhu Zhuqing's assault from behind. Unable to support himself with his hands, Zhao Wuji unleashed his soul power but still crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion. Zhu Zhuqing, with a flicker of ethereal light, gracefully leaped away before Zhao Wuji could retaliate, showcasing impeccable timing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to coordinate with Tang San and Xiao Wu to execute this attack. A tremendous sound erupted suddenly. One could only wonder about the weight of Zhao Wuji's body as it crashed to the ground, causing violent tremors and a cloud of dust arise. For a moment, the three of them stared intently at the spot where Zhao Wuji had fallen. Brother San, did we strike too hard? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Tang San shook his head. It's not that simple. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, standing at a distance, had undergone a slight transformation after her martial spirit possessed her. Her eyes were one dark green and one clear blue, her claws sharp as blades, radiating a cold light, her gaze piercing. Next, you will face Zhao Wuji's formidable assault, Muchun thought to himself. He had no intention of intervening further. Muchun understood that if he joined in, the battle would become far too effortless, and the three would scarcely sustain any injuries. Besides, the incense stick had barely burned a third of the way. At that moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Wuji pushed himself off the ground, extracting his head from the earth as if pulling a radish. He shook himself off, appearing as if he had fully revived before the eyes of Tang San and his companions. Instantly, their pupils constricted in shock. They finally comprehended what Dai Mubai had mentioned earlier. Even if Teacher Zhao stood still and allowed them to strike, it would be exceedingly difficult to inflict any harm. A soul sage of over level 70, facing off against mere soul masters below level 30, it was nearly impossible to cause him any injury, especially now. Zhao Wuji's 7 soul rings illuminated around him, his physique appearing even more formidable, towering over 2.5 meters, cloaked in a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his explosive muscles resembled a mighty golden bear, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that approached them. This is bad. Teacher Zhao intends to unleash his soul power, Dai Mubai thought ominously. Just now, it was merely a moment of carelessness on Teacher Zhao's part, combined with the seamless cooperation of Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement, that allowed the three to gain an upper hand. Yet, even then, it was improbable to inflict any genuine damage upon Teacher Zhao. Rather, at this moment, Zhao Wuji's soul power surged forth, emanating a fierce and domineering aura, evidently preparing to engage Tang San and the others more seriously. Come on, the sun is just right today, and my drowsiness has dissipated somewhat, Zhao Wuji stated earnestly, clearly seeking an excuse to ease himself into the fight. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh beside him. With my drowsiness gone, it's perfect to engage with you all a bit more seriously, Zhao Wuji bellowed. Let us continue. With that, he took deliberate steps toward Tang San. He had recognized that the coordination between these two was exceedingly harmonious, particularly this lad wielding the blue-silver grass, whose control posed a significant challenge. He decided to eliminate this threat first, after which the trio's offensive would swiftly collapse. Xiao Wu. As Zhao Wuji approached, Tang San let out a low murmur, allowing his shoulders to sink. Xiao Wu gracefully leaped, stepping onto Tang San's shoulder before soaring high into the air. Another attempt? Zhao Wu just scoffed. Such tactics are futile against me. With that, he too ascended, intending to capture the agile little rabbit mid-air. Just then, several tendrils ensnared Xiao Wu. And at the very moment Zhao Wuji's fist was aimed at her, the tendrils redirected her trajectory. Simultaneously, they assisted Xiao Wu in delivering a side kick towards Zhao Wuji. From a distance, it appeared as if a hammer was bound to the tip of a vine, curiously altering its arc as it swung towards Zhao Wuji. This was the meteor hammer technique, a combination move of Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, against Zhao Wuji's formidable defense, this technique proved to be of limited efficacy. Unless, of course, the tendril bound to her was herself. A single stroke could inflict harm upon Zhao Wuji. Xiao Wu was too light, her strength too feeble, rendering her attack rather negligible. As expected, upon kicking Zhao Wuji, he merely faltered for a moment, remaining unfazed in the air. Meanwhile, another shadow, cold and ethereal, surged toward Zhao Wujie. Two soul rings radiated from this figure, the swift Zhu Shiqing, launching an assault from the flank with unparalleled speed. As she neared Zhao Wujie, her body spun, creating an array of afterimages, flashing with chilling brilliance. This luminescence emanated from her second soul skill, the Netherworld White Claw. Reminiscent of the 9-in White Bone Claw, in an extraordinarily brief span, she could unleash hundreds of strikes upon her adversary, all aimed at the same vulnerable point. This time, she targeted the rear of Zhao Wujie with relentless precision. The two assaults caused a flicker of golden light in Zhao Wujie's eyes. In the next moment, his first yellow soul ring surged forth. A roar erupted from Zhao Wujie's mouth. Golden radiance exploded. At that instant, Zhu Zhuqing let out a pained cry. Flung back by the force of the roar, blood spattering from her mouth as her consciousness wavered. Similarly, Xiao Wu fared worse, having just kicked Zhao Wujie. The backlash caused her to spout blood instantaneously. The tendrils binding her shattered, sending her plummeting from the sky. Even Tang San, observing from afar, felt the blood surge within him as the tendrils were violently torn apart. Yet, he quickly reactivated his blue-silver grasp to catch Xiao Wu, cradling her in his arms. Though it was merely Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, it effectively dismantled the trio's offensive in an instant. This was the true prowess of a soul sage at level 76. Immediately, Zhao Wujie emitted a cold snort and, from a distance, struck towards Tang San, who held a fan-like object in hand. At this critical moment, the remnants of Xiao Wu's consciousness flickered to life. Her eyes opened, revealing a flash of crimson as she gazed at Zhao Wujie. A charm-type soul skill? Zhao Wujie paused, but instead of fear, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. He quickly locked his gaze with Xiao Wu's. In an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Tang San deftly employed Ghost Shadow Displacement to evade Zhao Wujie's strike. Zhao Wujie did not pursue further, choosing instead to remain stationary. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously. However, Xiao Wu had already lost consciousness, rendering his calls futile. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression was notably somber. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had also fainted. Do not worry, she is unharmed. It was merely a backlash. The disparity in our soul power, combined with my martial soul. The powerful Golden Bear is particularly effective against such charm skills. Let her rest for the night. She should recover by tomorrow, Zhao Wujie remarked with a smile. I trust my intervention will not be necessary, as even with that little girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you cannot endure my presence for even a single incense stick's duration. However, just as Zhao Wujie was about to finish his sentence, 3 beams of white light suddenly descended from afar, landing precisely upon Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. The radiant glow enveloped the trio, momentarily stunning all onlookers. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, clear and lively. Third brother, you're holding me a bit too tightly. I'm fine now. I felt so warm and comfortable just a moment ago. The clearing fell silent in that instant. Chapter 10. I am mercifully satisfying your wish. Zhu Zhuqing, too, was fully revived. Upon realizing she lay in Dai Mubai's embrace, she displayed no sign of embarrassment, but rather an expression of anger as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Put me down." With that, she made a move to extricate herself from his hold. Dai Mubai, at this moment, could only think, seriously? I haven't even held you for long. At this juncture, everyone turned their gaze towards the distant Muchun. Muchun smiled and utilized Teacher Zhao's soul power to heal you all. How does it feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Zhao Wujie, you little rascal. You ought to be dealt with first. Zhao Wujie noticed that his doppelganger had dissipated and assumed that the duration of his soul skill had come to an end. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Muchun bellowed, enough of your flirtations. Come and save me. The departed, in their fiery form, are formless flames. As the first soul ring illuminated, Muchun seemed to transform into a blazing inferno. Zhao Wujie's fist unexpectedly passed through his form, as if it had not made contact at all. To be frank, Zhao Wujie did not even feel the impact, as though he had truly struck nothing. Had Muchun not been sent flying, he might have begun to question whether this young man was indeed invincible. Muchun returned to his normal state, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. His fiery form, unlike the dark form that absorbs and transforms, can only immunize against control and mitigate certain injuries. Thus, enduring a punch still left him wounded. However, the corners of Muchun's mouth lifted slightly. Teacher Zhao, everything has only just begun. Xiao Wu addressed Zhao Wujie, saying, Teacher Zhao, we are already aware of your first soul skill. This time, You shall not so easily ensnare us. Moreover, that incense stick is already 2/3 burnt. Come on, teacher Zhao, shall we continue? Xiao Wu echoed Zhao Wujia's earlier words, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. Zhao Wujia turned stiffly to glance at Muchun. This little rascal, upon learning that the opponent merely possessed healing abilities, coupled with their peculiar effect on himself, he had neglected to pay attention to him. Unexpectedly, this little imp is indeed the most troublesome. This monstrous healing ability is akin to granting the three a near full revival. If Tang San and his companions can endure through the final third of the incense stick, it would be astonishingly easy. Furthermore, judging by the relaxed demeanor of this little rascal, it seems his soul power has not been significantly depleted. This implies that unless he truly incapacitates the three, they shall forever be reborn in full vitality. Yet, it is impossible for him to genuinely bring harm to them. Inflicting severe injuries upon two of them previously would likely earn him a reprimand from the Dean. Indeed, I underestimated you, little rascal. Zhao Wujia shook his head as he regarded Muchun. Very well, let us proceed. If we can fight until the last moment, then this match shall be counted as your victory. It is evident that one incense stick is wholly insufficient. Had I known, I would have heeded Mubai's counsel and brought several more. At this moment, Muchun cast a meaningful glance at Tang San. Wait a moment, teacher. Tang San's expression darkened. What is it? Zhao Wujia inquired, looking at Tang San. If possible, I would like to challenge you to another match. This time, I shall fight alone. If I can endure for the duration of an incense stick, then we shall consider it a pass in the examination. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, everyone, save for Muchun, fell into a stunned silence. Muchun shook his head and said, the king of pressure has descended once more. I shall observe as events unfold. Brother, how can you manage alone? Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. Tang San responded with a shake of his head. Xiao Wu. Although Brother Chen possesses remarkable healing abilities, I cannot bear to witness you get hurt again. Due to Muchun S.A. to Xiao Wu. Tang San's address for him shifted to Brother Chen. Each time he saw Xiao Wu injured, it filled Tang San with profound distress. Stemming from his own failure to protect her, he could not permit such occurrences to happen again. Upon hearing this, Muchun couldn't help but reflect, this fellow Xiao San is indeed a devoted husband, unable to tolerate even the slightest harm befalling Xiao Wu. I, on the other hand, possess a prophetic understanding that injuries are an inevitable part of battle. Only through suffering can one gain profound insights and enhance their combat experience. Over these 12 years, I have fought countless soul beasts, enduring innumerable wounds and shedding copious blood. Xiao San's obsessive protectiveness towards his wife surpasses my comprehension. After all, I am merely a solitary soul and cannot fully grasp such sentiments at this time. Muchun gazed silently. Are you certain? Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San. His courage commendable indeed. Do you truly think I, Zhao Wujia, have grown old? Tang San, we are comrades in arms. It would be unwise to leave you to fight alone, wouldn't it? Ning Rongrong stepped forward, frowning as she spoke. Thus, I will trouble you later to enhance my abilities. Tang San smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if I were to lose, you would still pass the examination. This is merely my battle. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, then remarked. My father once said that a team must embody the essence of teamwork. If you lose, none of us can claim to have succeeded in the examination. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia burst into hearty laughter. The young lady speaks wisely. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained silent. Understanding that Tang San's determination stemmed from his feelings for Xiao Wu, they felt it was not their place to comment. Ning Rongrong's words held truth as well. Muchun found her character intriguing, sensing the underlying pride she was currently concealing, yet the persona she exhibited was indeed remarkable. Having made a decision, Tang San once again joined Zhao Wujia on the plaza. Muchun, feeling a sense of ennui, wandered to the side, fully aware of the inevitable outcome, which would not deviate significantly unless he were to bestow Tang San with divine soul abilities. However, this would not alter the final result. It would merely facilitate Tang San's attacks. The disparity in soul power between him and Zhao Wujia was colossal. Even a doubling of various attributes would prove futile. This was under the condition that Zhao Wujia was not employing his full strength. Almost instantaneously, as Tang San initiated his assault, the expressions of those present, with the exception of Muchun and Xiao Wu, shifted dramatically. The square erupted in a cacophony. Tang San's hidden weapons emerged in a relentless cascade, seemingly boundless, striking fiercely from every conceivable angle towards Zhao Wujia. Despite Zhao Wujia's deployment of 5 soul abilities in quick succession, he could not fully subdue Tang San. the bone-piercing nails. Floral crossbow, crane control and dragon capture, ghostly shadows, and myriad toxins, all mastered by Tang San to perfection, were unleashed with devastating precision. The onlookers, including Daimubai, were left in awe. Ultimately, as Tang San summoned his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, he delivered a staggering blow that left Zhao Wujie dazed. However, Zhao Wujie retaliated, sending Tang San sprawling with a powerful palm strike. The arena fell into an immediate silence. In that moment, a full incense stick had burned away. Zhao Wujie's face bore an expression of embarrassment as he rose, blood streaming from his nose. He felt utterly humiliated in this battle. On one hand, he was constrained from unleashing his full power, having to temper his strength to avoid inadvertently injuring Tang San. On the other hand, he was not adept at raw power. And Tang San's ingenious calculations and rapid-fire hidden weapons, culminating in that enigmatic hammer, had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Conversely, Tang San had exerted himself to the utmost, revealing all his hidden cards. Nevertheless, achieving such a performance against someone like Zhao Wujie was no small feat. Sighing, Zhao Wujie found his frustration with nowhere to go. Tang San too felt the toll of the battle. His complexion pale, blood trickling from his mouth, he leaned against Dai Mubai for support, barely managing to stand. Meanwhile, the spectators engaged in fervent discussion. What kind of attack did Tang San employ? I have never witnessed anything like it, Ning Rongrong remarked in astonishment. Xiao Wu, with a touch of pride, replied that as called hidden weapons, it's Sangu's unique skill. It's incredibly formidable, thus far. I have yet to see anyone evade Sangu's hidden weapons. It was Zhao Laosher's first encounter with such speed. For Sangu, he was merely a living target. She added, hidden weapons? Daimubai murmured. I didn't even catch a glimpse of their trajectories. They were too swift. If it were me, I doubt I could last long at all. Wang Feng smiled at the group, remaining silent as he waved his hand, casting two beams of light upon Tang San and Zhao Wujie. Though they appeared gravely wounded, their injuries were, in truth, relatively minor and could be mended with a modicum of soul power. Before long, both were on the path to recovery. Tang San also removed the dragon whisker needle from Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie, filled with intense frustration, rubbed his face. His recovery was not swift, as several large welts still marked his features, remnants of the lingering toxins. However, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, for his body bore no injuries. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable healing abilities of this young lad. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile crept across Zhao Wujie's face as he turned his gaze toward Muchun, his expression taking on an enigmatic quality. Tang San, you and your companions have all passed, but this lad here, he does not count. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms and rubbed them together, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. You, young man, come and spar with me. Zhao Wujie's eyes, ablaze with fervor, locked onto Muchun. You were quite formidable. Just moments ago, I was unsatisfied with my performance. So come and give me a chance to relish the thrill. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence, each person astonished at Zhao Wujie's words. Muchun, Teacher Zhao, you are being rather unreasonable. Damubai murmured. Although Muchun is formidable, he is but a single individual. Furthermore, if you're going to strike him, why not take to the stage yourself? I could assist in loosening your bones. Damubai instantly fell silent. Teacher Zhao, we are indeed a team, Ning Rongrong hastily interjected. How can you bully Muchun alone? This is utterly excessive. Oh, you are so concerned about him. Do you harbor feelings for this young man? You speak nonsense. I shall not concern myself with this any longer. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze wavering, as she dared not meet Muchun's eyes, falling silent. Zhao Wujie retorted sharply at both of them, leaving them speechless. Teacher. If Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, intending to speak, Zhao Wujie abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. You too, cease your prattle. Do not think that just because you managed to endure a mere incense stick of time with me, you are truly capable. Tang San, for heaven's sake. Can I finish my words? Muchun, I can no longer bear to witness the ostentatious path of the so-called king. Teacher, may I join him? After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. You little kitten, do you really think you can exchange a few moves with me? Go wait over there. At that moment, Zhao Wujie resembled a powder keg, ready to ignite with the slightest provocation. It was evident how stifled he felt after the previous battle. Without someone to vent his frustrations upon, achieving tranquility seemed an arduous task. The onlookers were in a state of anxious turmoil. Just then, Muchun suddenly spoke. Very well. Since you have sincerely requested it, I shall graciously grant your wish. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Chapter 11. The Technique of the Wooden Man. Zhao Wujie, filled with rage, was like a volatile powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, rendering the others unable to dissuade him. Clearly, Zhao Wujie's intention to challenge Muchun was merely a means to release his pin-up anger. However, no one anticipated that Muchun would genuinely accept the challenge. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether this was a display of confidence or folly. The outcome would reveal the truth. Brother Chen, this is my fault. Tang San sighed ruefully. Had he not acted impulsively in a bid to impress Xiaowu, exhausting his trump cards and leaving Zhao Laoshi feeling frustrated? Zhao Laoshi would not now be seeking trouble with Feng Ge. He realized he had indeed acted recklessly. After all, Zhao Laoshi was a teacher, not a true adversary. Muchun patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "If you call me big brother, I shall impart a lesson to you." Upon hearing this, Tang San looked at Muchun with a face full of confusion. Muchun gazed at Zhao Wujie and calmly remarked, "Whatever abilities one possesses, one must act accordingly. The mere fact that I dare to accept this challenge attests to my capabilities. Moreover, there is no fault to be found with you. You have acted rightly." With a smile, Muchun continued, "Indeed, I am eager to spar with Teacher Zhao. Even if I were to endure a good thrashing, I would not be dismayed. For my martial soul possesses healing abilities." He genuinely felt no fear. After all, Zhao Wujie would not strike with lethal intent, and he himself was not so easily subdued. "Muchun, are you truly planning to confront Teacher Zhao alone?" Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head, the flush on her cheeks receding somewhat. "Please do not overestimate your strength. Even if you are indeed the most formidable among us, that does not guarantee your ability to evade Teacher Zhao's attacks." Muchun said lightly, "Rongrong, one must possess confidence in oneself." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by his words, and her delicate face flushed slightly. "What did you just call me?" Muchun cleared his throat and said, "If you are unwilling, then so be it." Ning Rongrong quickly replied, "I would never." However, upon noticing the beaming smile on Muchun's face, she exclaimed, "Ah, you rascal. Remember, one must possess confidence in themselves." Rongrong eliminated any possibility of doubt. Ning Rongrong, momentarily taken aback, only comprehended the situation with Tang San's gentle reminder. "Ah, you rascal, I hope you get what you deserve." Muchun cast a glance at her, inwardly reflecting on the unexpected concern exhibited by Ning Rongrong. "Enough," Zhao Wujie interjected, gesturing dismissively at Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, who seemed poised to speak further. "If they are unafraid of receiving a thrashing from me, what are you all chattering about? Dai Mubai, please escort them to arrange their accommodations." "Muchun, I can't believe it. Teacher Zhao, how unfair of you. When Tang San shows off, everyone gathers around to watch, but when it's my turn to shine, you send everyone away." Muchun silently complained to himself. "I cannot leave." Muchun hurriedly cleared his throat. "Teacher Zhao, let us finish watching," Tang San interjected. "In case you lose control later and an accident occurs, we should be ready to intervene." "Indeed, I must ensure Muchun is in the right state." Ning Rongrong chimed in hastily. Zhao Wujie pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall allow you to proceed. My intention was solely to prevent you from carrying any psychological burdens." The crowd responded. As Muchun and his companion arrived at the square, they found it in a state of disarray. "Muchun, wait a moment. Allow me to enhance your status," Ning Rongrong called out hurriedly. However, Muchun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Thank you, but I do not require it at the moment." Irritated, Ning Rongrong thought to herself, "Does he look down upon my seven treasures glazed tower?" Sensing her discontent, Wang Feng interjected, "I merely wish to engage in a fair match with Teacher Zhao. There is no other intention." Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Rongrong's irritation lessened somewhat, yet she still huffed and remarked, "Then be cautious." "All right, young man, tell me. Where would you like me to hit you?" Zhao Wujie stood boldly, his demeanor relaxed, having nearly recovered from his earlier injuries and invigorated by the recent skirmish. He was in excellent form. "I wish to strike you." Muchun let out a resounding shout, and his martial spirit manifested forth, the third soul skill shimmering with a faint glow. Three figures of Muchun surged forth towards Zhao Wujie with astonishing speed, a tempest of energy erupting from his position. Though Muchun's movements lacked intricate finesse, the essence of any technique lies in pure velocity. With the most unadulterated swiftness, any elaborate maneuver becomes mere illusion. Tang San inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with purple light as he activated the purple extreme demon eye, barely catching glimpses of Feng Gue's shadow. which appeared as fleeting afterimages. Tang San realized that his hidden weapons would be ineffective against Muchun, for capturing his figure was an impossible feat, making it futile to aim. This lad excels in speed, Zhao Wujie pondered silently, his body steadfast as a mountain, remaining firmly rooted in place. Generally, those who possess great speed lack considerable striking power, merely serving as an annoyance. All I need to do is wait for him to exhaust himself. And then I shall deliver a decisive blow, Zhao Wujie calculated with such thoughts. Alas, fortune favors the swift. In the blink of an eye, Muchun dashed before Zhao Wujie, his formidable momentum generating a gust akin to a tempest. With simplicity and directness, he unleashed a straightforward punch towards Zhao Wujie's abdomen. Child. Just moments ago, the three of them exerted their utmost efforts yet failed to harm me. Do you truly believe a single punch from you can strike me? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhao Wujie's eyes. I am eager to witness just how much strength your flamboyant techniques possess. Muchun couldn't help but scoff inwardly, feeling utterly underestimated. Just as the strike was about to land, the deceased suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, as if transformed into pure gold. It was indeed the golden spirit form. Muchun's fist transformed into a substance harder than diamond, forged from exquisite gold. Muchun smiled as he delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Wujie's abdomen. In the next moment, a dull thud resonated through the air. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujie was sent hurtling away, his body contorted in midair like a bent steel pipe, forming a U-shape. Blood vessels in his eyes appeared to burst, as if they might leap from their sockets. He was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing into the dust and stirring up a cloud of debris, creating a scene of astonishing impact. Muchun held nothing back. He channeled his soul power and summoned all his strength. There was no other intention behind it. He intended to strike. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape, as it seemed he was not boasting after all. One by one, the onlookers nodded in a daze. Daimu Bai appeared to recall something, shuddering involuntarily. Was this fellow seeking to spar with me? To potentially endanger my life? Zhu Zhuqing's expression mirrored shock and frustration. As an agile assault-type battle soul master, her greatest asset was speed. Yet she had been unable to perceive Muchun's velocity just moments ago. And the strength, what an astonishingly pure force. Tang San murmured. Earlier, the four of them had exerted themselves to the utmost, utilizing every advantage from the air. It was only through their combined efforts that they could inflict minimal damage upon Teacher Zhao. Yet now, Brother Chen had effortlessly reduced Zhao Wujie to such a state. It was astounding. At that moment, from the distant haze, a figure surged forth with a roar. Well done, lad. As the words echoed, Zhao Wujie emerged from the dust. 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, shimmering brilliantly in the air, and at that instant, the first soul ring erupted with resplendent light. Clearly, it was Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, immovable king body. Young man, your strength is formidable, but it ends here. Zhao Wujie gazed at Wang Feng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That previous punch had indeed inflicted pain upon him, a testament to the raw power behind it. Yet, as long as he utilized his soul power to activate his first soul skill, the immovable king body, should this young man dare to strike again, he would not only evade harm, but would instead leave the lad grievously injured. Is that so? Muchun stood in place, gazing at Zhao Wujie, and languidly remarked, Since you have also employed soul techniques, I shall do the same. Subsequently, 2 avatars emerged behind Muchun, collectively invoking their second soul skill. Zhao Wujie found himself experiencing a sudden depletion of 1/10 of his strength. Originally possessing 70% of his power, he now found himself reduced to 50%. Good lad. That's not quite enough, Zhao Wujie began, but his voice trailed off abruptly. Before him loomed a colossal wooden figure, atop which stood a strikingly handsome man, reminiscent of a celestial being. However, Muchun's complexion appeared somewhat pale at that moment. Harnessing the form of the Wood Emperor, he summoned a wooden figure akin to the legendary Hashirama Senju, which had nearly drained him of his energy. It is worth noting that this was with the addition of Zhao Wujie's 12th level of soul power. Nonetheless, I hope you enjoy using it, Teacher Zhao. Muchun thought with a cold smile. Chapter 12, Acquisition of the External Soul Bone. Surrounded by 3 soul rings, Muchun elicits admiration from Zhao Wujie. Even upon their second encounter, this young child is truly a prodigy. The first soul ring is a millennium old, accompanied by 2 10,000-year rings. How is such a feat achievable? Zhao Wujie, unwilling to take any chances, promptly unleashed his 5th soul skill. Daimu Bai was taken aback. This was indeed the 5th soul skill from Teacher Zhao. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Muchun, filled with concern for him. Ning Rongrong's small hands clenched slightly. It would be impossible to claim she felt no worry. Even with Muchun mounted atop the 3-meter-tall wooden man, Zhao Wujie executed a combination technique aimed at capturing him. However, Muchun remained unfazed. Closing his eyes to replenish his soul power, Zhao Wujie, significantly smaller than the wooden man, could not perceive Muchun's current state. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. After a prolonged struggle with the wooden man, the outcome was clear. Any movement from the wooden man resulted in Zhao Wujie's injury. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Without further hesitation, Zhao Wujie bellowed, "Martial soul, true body." He transformed into an enormous bear-like figure, charging directly at the wooden man. Muchun smiled slightly, anticipating this very moment. Subsequently, the wooden figure transformed into a wooden dragon that coiled tightly around Zhao Wujie. No matter how fiercely Zhao Wujie struggled, it proved futile. The wooden dragon constricted its grip with increasing intensity, forcing Zhao Wujie to relinquish his martial spirit form in a desperate bid for survival. From its elevated position, the wooden dragon gazed down at the now human Zhao Wujie. Muchun, seated atop the dragon's head, pointed a bone sword at Zhao Wujie and declared, "Teacher Zhao, embrace my baptism." Immediately thereafter, Zhao Wujie found himself utterly battered, to the extent that even his own mother would scarcely recognize him. With the completion of the task, rewards were bestowed. Energy crystals X2, and the first phase of system repair was accomplished, yielding an additional reward of a soul ring X1. A soul bone derived from a 100,000-year soul beast X1, and the unlocking of further task rewards. As the system announced the next phase, which involved the repair of 50, Muchun was taken aback by the lavishness of these rewards. He couldn't help but cast a grateful glance toward Zhao Wujie, who, alarmed, instinctively stepped back 2 paces. There was no choice. The man was simply terrifying. He had no regard for sentiment. Having directly subjected Zhao Wujie to the agony of being hurled from a height of 1,000 meters and crashing down to the ground, the experience left a lasting impression. Daimubai and the others were equally astonished. Ning Rongrong and Daimubai, who had once entertained thoughts of reprimanding Muchun, felt their backs grow damp with trepidation. Muchun smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for anxiety. This is merely to appease Teacher Zhao, nothing more. I shall compensate for and repair any damage to the venue. So fret not. Why the apprehensive expressions? There is no need to be afraid. We shall be classmates henceforth, all in the same boat. The stronger I become, the more exhilarating it will be for you. One tea it?" At that moment, Oscar approached, exclaiming, "What do you mean by the stronger the better?" Ning Rongrong and her companions flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, the indignation they felt was somewhat alleviated by his words. Oscar stepped up to Zhao Wujie, saying, "You are searching for a teacher, aren't you? The commotion from your earlier scuffle with Chen Gu startled me. I did not realize you cared for the tender shoots so much that you would willingly endure a beating from Chen Gu, truly a model for our generation." He even gave Zhao Wujie a thumbs up. Instantly, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened. "You little brat, do you wish to endure military training?" At these words, Oscar shivered and swiftly dashed behind Muchun, seemingly seeking refuge. Zhao Wujie's face was a picture of stormy discontent. Upon witnessing this, Muchun smiled and remarked, "Xiao Ao, this is indeed your opportune moment to excel in the sale of grilled sausages." Oscar, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, Chen Gu, your insight is remarkable." Subsequently, various promotional efforts ensued. With the assistance of the grilled sausages and Muchun, Zhao Wujie managed to recover a mere 20%. With a cold snort, he turned and departed from this sorrowful place. After Zhao Wujie's exit, Daimubai approached with a hearty laugh, saying, "Brother Chen, you are truly formidable. Even Teacher Zhao could be bested by you. You are, without a doubt, unparalleled in this era." Muchun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed. One must possess confidence. Wouldn't you agree, Dai Xiao?" Upon hearing the name Dai Xiao, Daimubai's expression darkened momentarily. Muchun continued, "All right. Let us regard the past as bygone. One must not dwell in the shadows of yesteryears. Do you not concur?" Recognizing this as a chance to ascend, Daimubai quickly responded, "Absolutely. We cannot remain tethered to the past." Subsequently, Muchun engaged in light-hearted banter with the others for a while. Upon returning to their accommodation, he shared a room with Oscar, the third wheel. At that moment, they had yet to arrive, providing him the perfect opportunity to integrate the external soul bones. Muchun's body and mind were immersed in the essence of the soul bone within the system's realm. Subsequently, the external soul bone, the soul robe, affixed itself to 8 ribs. Upon summoning, it could transform into any robe-like garment. When manifested, it endowed the wearer with 3 extraordinary attributes. 1. Soul aura, enhancing the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal tango, graceful and intangible, increasing the evasion rate by 90, though it cannot evade locked attacks. 3. Hellish robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. Muchun's mind returned to reality, and he recognized the remarkable power of this soul bone, feeling its auxiliary capabilities rival those of the 8 spider lances. However, he resolved to wait until he reached level 40 to utilize the soul ring bestowed by the system. A prompt indicated that the system hoped the host would accumulate strength. The soul ring granted by the system far exceeded that of divine origins. As long as the host possessed sufficient ability, it was possible to materialize a soul ring of millions of years. Wow! Muchun exclaimed, astonished. A million-year soul ring, also known as a divine ring. The system was truly formidable, even bestowing upon him artifacts from the divine realm. All right, I shall wait until level 70 to employ it. He believed that by level 70, he would undoubtedly possess the ability to condense a million-year soul ring, his confidence unwavering. Moreover, he was certain that he would have the opportunity to acquire a second soul ring granted by the system in the future. Subsequently, Tang San and Oscar returned, and the group engaged in conversation before preparing for slumber. As Muchun lay down to rest, he noticed several changes. For instance, Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong had become rather ordinary. Ah, what a bother, he sighed, choosing to dismiss it for the moment. With that, Muchun turned and drifted into sleep. Chapter 13. Appealing yet ineffectual. The next morning, as the sunlight streamed in, Muchun awoke. After a day of physical activity yesterday, he felt invigorated and could not resist the temptation to indulge in a few extra moments of slumber. Stretching lazily, he glanced around, realizing that there was no sign of his roommates. Muchun scratched his head and sighed. I've slept for too long. Alas, I wonder if I have missed the appearance of that little chubby fellow, Ma Hongjun. Muchun briefly refreshed himself before stepping out, intending to take a leisurely stroll. Muchun had a light meal before making his way through the golden fields. Who dares to call someone a plump rustic chicken? Upon hearing the furious shout, Muchun instinctively glanced at the sky. The narrative had shifted unexpectedly. It was astonishing how late it had grown. Nevertheless, he decided to observe. Muchun traversed the fields and beheld a scene ahead where Xiao Wu was engaged in a scuffle with a chubby boy. This lad was slightly shorter than Xiao Wu, standing at around 1.60 meters and bore an endearing appearance. In his current state of agitation, his hair stood on end, resembling a rooster's comb, and with his martial spirit manifesting, he exhibited tufts of feathers sprouting from his arms, indeed resembling a rustic chicken. He was adorned with 2 yellow soul rings, indicating that his soul power level was likely comparable to that of Tang San, the evil fire phoenix, a premier beast martial spirit, though it appeared to be in an incomplete form at this moment. Muchun observed from the side, uncertain whether his flames could be harnessed by my fiery form. Muchun's fiery form possesses the ability to manipulate fire elements, even allowing him to transform his own body into a blazing inferno. The thought of harnessing this unquenchable malevolence brings a sense of comfort. Before long, the plump figure of Ma Hongjun was felled to the ground by Xiao Wu's waist-bow soul skill, though he swiftly regained his footing. Xiao Wu, having removed her shoes adorned with purple flames, gazed at Ma Hongjun with a hint of surprise. The two appeared evenly matched in their confrontation. Muchun pondered that Tang San's blue-silver grass was countered by Ma Hongjun's purple flames, rendering him only a bystander unless he resorted to hidden weapons, and even then, engaging in a 2-on-1 scenario would prove challenging. At that moment, in the distance, Xiao Wu seemed to catch sight of Muchun, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Big brother Chen, over here. This little chubby fellow is brazenly bullying innocent women. Come and assist us." Muchun, does Xiao Wu possess eyes that inherently provide perspective and navigation? I am, after all, standing amidst the wheat fields. Muchun slowly emerged from the wheat field. At this moment, a subtle smile adorned Muchun's face. Ma Hongjun did not turn to look, yet he beheld a tall and handsome youth approaching with a smile. Goodness! What an injustice! Who is this fellow? He appears even more dashing than Big Brother Dai. Ma Hongjun felt a mixture of jealousy and wariness as he observed Muchun. In his eyes, there should be no one more attractive than himself. Should such a person exist, he must be rendered less appealing. Of course, if he couldn't win the fight, that was another matter. After all, strength is revered. Thus, an involuntary hint of hostility emerged in his gaze. The more handsome someone is, the more they become the nemesis of those like him. Please, stop this. I suspect there has been a misunderstanding. Muchun approached with a smile, his demeanor devoid of any intention to escalate the situation. Xiaowu, he remarked, when you struck down this young man earlier with your waist bow. I noticed a flicker of compassion in that girl's eyes. They must be in a romantic relationship, perhaps on the brink of a breakup. It's quite disheartening that their personal matters have escalated to the point of physical confrontation. He sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. Having just arrived, they initially assumed that the chubby boy was merely teasing the girl. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Ma Hongjuan's appearance was rather unremarkable. Had it been Muchun in his place, no one would have assumed he was harassing the maiden, perhaps a flirtation at most. Let us not fight anymore. Let us resolve this amicably, Wang Feng interjected. He had no desire to engage in a brawl with Ma Hongjun, especially since Dai Mubai would be arriving soon for a reconciliation. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their gaze towards the girl named Sohua, and indeed, they discerned a hint of reluctance in her eyes, leading them to a greater understanding of the situation. Yes, please stop fighting. The issues between Hongjun and me are ours alone, Sui Hua gently approached. Brushing the dust off Ma Hongjun's clothes, her expression filled with concern. Upon hearing her words, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. It seemed they had truly misunderstood the situation. Reconcile? You think after you've struck me, we can just make amends? Step aside, Ma Hongjun retorted, his frustration simmering. Having been knocked down by the girl, his temper flared, and he was not ready to let it go. Moreover, the pent-up frustration from recent events had left him on edge. If you wish to reconcile, you must first contend with me. Ma Hongjun pushed Sui Hua aside, glaring defiantly at Muchun. Wow, you chubby little fellow. Even if you are in a relationship, you cannot bully her. I was prepared to apologize, but you refused to relent. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her temper flaring. Chen Gu, teach him a lesson. If we don't give him a good thrashing, he won't behave. Muchun wore an expression of helplessness as he gazed at Xiao Wu, who appeared to be effortlessly affectionate. Muchun could not help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration, pondering whether his allure to the fairer sex was 100-fold that of an ordinary man. Alas, life seemed rather tedious. It was as if Ma Hongjun had seen through Muchun's thoughts, exclaiming, stop with the self-absorption. If we are to fight, let us engage. No more dawdling. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in Muchun's mind, reprimanding the naive little chubby one, and granting an impressive enhancement of 20,000 years to the years of the soul rings as a reward. Muchun felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that this was indeed the new reward in the updated prize pool, capable of extending the lifespan of the soul rings. Muchun couldn't help but envision himself adorned with a myriad of soul rings spanning millennia. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought, devoid of practicality. As Muchun's mind raced with fantasies, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. Phoenix possessed. Boy, just now I held back because I saw she was a girl. But you, being a man, shall receive no mercy from me. Ma Hongjun bellowed, invoking his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. A yellow soul ring ignited around him, engulfing his entire being in a layer of violet flames, forming a rather rotund phoenix figure that appeared somewhat comical. Feng, be cautious. This little chubby one's flames are quite troublesome. Once they latch on, they are exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Tang San hastily warned, recalling how Ma Hongjun had previously restrained himself, allowing Xiao Wu the opportunity to approach. Otherwise, that flame alone was formidable. However, Muchun stood still, unperturbed. So calm. Do you look down upon me, Ma Hongjun? Ma Hongjun seethed with anger. As one of the 3 esteemed students of the Shrek Academy, personally accepted as a disciple by the headmaster, he naturally harbored a sense of pride. When he had just battled with Xiao Wu, he had shown some tenderness, holding back to avoid harming her. But now it was different. This young man, with his strikingly handsome visage, dared to play peacemaker? Who did he think he was? Ma Hongjun would not let him off simply for his good looks. Fueled by rage, Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of intense violet flames toward Wang Feng. In an instant, without any means of evasion, Muchun found himself completely enveloped by the violet flames. I'll make you scream. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the young man to succumb so easily. He mused. That little beauty referred to him as Chen Gu. His strength should be commendable, right? Could it be that he was all show and no substance? Chapter 14. The Evil Fire Phoenix as Muchun was engulfed in flames. Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively gasped in shock. Yet, at that moment, from within the violet flames, A voice resonated. The temperature of these flames is commendable. But if you wish to make me scream, you still have a ways to go. The group was momentarily stunned at the sound. They soon witnessed an astonishing sight. Amidst the flames that encircled him, Wang Feng, resembling a being of fire, suddenly extended a hand. Following this, a transformation occurred, his form igniting in flames. Just as Muchun had previously considered, he could indeed manipulate these flames. I am truly becoming invincible, Muchun thought, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Muchun cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and said with a hint of indifference, I initially had no intention of involving myself in this matter, yet just now I discovered an undeniable reason to bring you down. Thus, prepare to embrace my benevolence. Enveloped in violet flames, Muchun accelerated with fluidity, swiftly appearing before Ma Hongjun, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Before Ma Hongjun could be propelled away, Muchun seized his ankle, and then, akin to the Hulk-smashing Loki, he commenced a brutal punishment. Ma Hongjun, already in considerable discomfort, found himself utterly bereft of tears upon hearing Muchun's words. Muchun, chubby, Muchun, have always believed in winning people over with virtue. You must have just been overwhelmed with anger when you spoke out against me and arrogantly challenged me. So I forgive you. However, since you are on fire, as a good-hearted person, I must assist you in extinguishing the flames. Do not refuse. Accept my help. Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, just as Muchun had stated, the seemingly unquenchable malevolent flames were indeed doused by his intervention. Ma Hongjun found himself in dire straits, barely clinging to life, feeling as though he was on the brink of demise. Then, Muchun smiled gently and remarked, my apologies for the delay in extinguishing the flames. I regret that you had to suffer. Muchun gazed sorrowfully at Ma Hongjun, as if genuinely consumed by remorse. Those around him were momentarily taken aback. In the vernacular of Earth, one might exclaim, damn it, I owe you a little golden statuette. Muchun, after exchanging words, feigning a cough, and expressing concern for Ma Hongjun, chose to employ his soul power to heal him. Following the treatment, Ma Hongjun had managed to escape the perilous phase, yet he remained in a state of profound melancholy. With slurred speech, Ma Hongjun uttered, I have endured, indeed. Muchun waved his hand and said, no worries, from now on we are all a loving family. When there's time, I would love to hear you boast. The crowd watched as Ma Hongjun, supported by Cui Hua, departed. One could feel the tension in the air, fearing an abrupt silence. It was Xiao Wu who first shattered the stillness, exclaiming, Chen, you are truly impressive. How did you accomplish that just now? Tang San, upon hearing this, also leaned in with a curious expression. Muchun smiled and replied, it is nothing. My first soul skill allows me to manipulate various attributes of my departed. Though the evil fire is powerful, it is ultimately still fire, and can thus be harnessed for my use. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, does that mean, Chen, you are invincible against soul masters of the fire attribute? Muchun nodded and then shook his head. Noticing Xiao Wu's look of confusion, he remarked, there can be no true invincibility. At most, there exists an absolute advantage. Moreover, I am uncertain whether my martial soul can control flames from soul masters who are vastly superior to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the disparity in soul power is not easily bridged. Hey, Tang San, Muchun, what are you doing here? From a distance, Dai Mubai approached, impeccably dressed, his golden hair slightly tousled by the breeze, exuding an air of elegance. As he surveyed the remnants of battle around them, his gaze fell upon Muchun. Dai Mubai. Just now a chubby fellow was bullying my girlfriend. Can you believe it? Brother Chen stepped in to mediate. Yet he remained unconvinced and was subsequently taught a lesson by Chen, Muchun recounted. Dai Mubai uttered a sound of acknowledgement, seemingly piecing together the events, and shook his head, saying, actually, you have misunderstood. Let me clarify directly. Dai Mubai explained, that chubby fellow is named Ma Hongjun, a student from our Shrek Academy. Tang San, do you recall what I mentioned yesterday? There are only 3 of us from Shrek Academy, right? Could he be one of them? Tang San was taken aback. Dai Mubai nodded and continued, the incident earlier was indeed caused by Ma Hongjun's rather peculiar martial soul, the Phoenix martial soul. To be precise, it is known as the Evil Fire Phoenix, a variant martial soul. Variant? Both Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Variant martial souls are exceedingly rare. Moreover, while some variant martial souls evolve towards strength, others regress towards weakness. Clearly, this chubby fellow possesses a variant martial soul that has evolved into a more formidable form. The phoenix martial soul, in particular, is extraordinarily rare. Muchun, knowing the circumstances, was not particularly surprised, although it was a mutated beast martial soul of immense power. The term evil in the name of the fiery phoenix indicated that this martial soul could incite a surge of malevolent flames within the soul master. These flames would heighten male desires to an extreme degree, and if not properly channeled or released, could lead to dire consequences. Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation, understanding that Cui Hua likely could not tolerate Ma Hongjuan's excessive behavior, which prompted their separation. After hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances. It was important to comprehend that if the plump one did not address these malevolent flames, he might be unable to cultivate throughout his life, a rather mild outcome. In severe cases, it could pose a threat to his life. Thus, Dai Mubai offered an awkward smile. Xiao Wu huffed, feeling that the Shrek Academy truly harbored all manner of peculiar beings. Muchun pondered for a moment before unable to suppress a chuckle. That fellow Ma Hongjun, if placed in a past life, would undoubtedly have grown up to become the king of ducks, adored by wealthy women. However, as he progressed in his cultivation, the characteristics of the evil fire phoenix gradually diminished. One wonders if he would ever regret it. At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, nevertheless, if Cui Hua wishes to leave, it is ultimately due to Ma Hongjuan's own transgressions, is it not? Muchun chuckled. Indeed, can you girls ever be apart from us boys? This remark rendered Xiao Wu speechless. Dai Mubai continued, Muchun's words hold some truth. In fact, Ma Hongjun has committed no fault. However, being with Ma Hongjun, who demands affection 3 to 4 times a day, is simply unbearable for anyone. Consequently, he finds himself ending relationships several times a year, as no girl can endure such a burden. Dai Mubai cast a pointed glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt her face flush with embarrassment, while Tang San silently acknowledged the awkwardness. Muchun broke the awkward silence, saying, all right, after some exercise, I find myself a bit hungry. Let us go and dine together. Xiao Wu and Tang San appeared to have been granted a reprieve, both exhaling in relief as they agreed. The trio then strolled side by side towards the cafeteria. Chapter 15. A knife in the dark. The Shrek cafeteria was rather modest, constructed of earthen bricks, reminiscent of rural scenes etched in Muchun's memory. The villagers employed here utilized traditional clay stoves, and the large iron pots produced meals that were satisfactory and generously portioned. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were present in the cafeteria. Upon noticing Tang San and his companion's arrival, Ning Rongrong cheerfully waved at Xiao Wu, as the two shared a room and had grown quite close. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement to the group. The party swiftly consumed their meal before hastening towards the academy. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai, who walked ahead, took the opportunity to introduce them. This is Ma Hongjun, he pointed out, the last of our Shrek students. And here we have Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and of course, Muchun. One could not help but admire the resilience of life. Although Ma Hongjun was still in a rather unfortunate state, he was, remarkably, able to walk. Muchun suddenly seemed to recall something, and he began to treat Ma Hongjun once more. Ma Hongjun, bewildered, could only gaze at Muchun with a look of profound gratitude. Muchun nodded in acceptance. In truth, his decision to save Ma Hongjun was a sudden recollection of his background. The direct disciple of the miserly soul sage. If I were to be discovered, it would herald a period of hardship. Although I am not afraid, the complications would be too burdensome, Muchun contemplated within. Notably, with the enhancement of all soul rings by 20,000 years, Muchun's first soul ring transformed into black, enabling him to wield control over 2 additional attributes, one being lightning and the other wind. Muchun intended to designate these 2 forms as the Thunder Dragon form and the Wind Wolf form. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, however. It was unfortunate that during their meal, it seemed Xiao Wu had exchanged words with Ning Rongrong. One exuded an icy arrogance while the other didn't even spare Ma Hongjun a glance, leaving him with a wry smile of resignation. When Dai Mubai pointed towards Zhu Zhuqing, she quickened her pace and strode forward. Oh, Dai, it appears that our charming lady killer has met his match. She doesn't even acknowledge your presence, Ma Hongjun remarked, his spirits lifting slightly as he spoke. Dai Mubai's expression grew somewhat awkward, but he merely chuckled softly without offering any further comment. Both Muchun and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances at Zhu Zhuqing's behavior. It is worth noting that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had been betrothed since childhood, truly a pair of engaged partners. And it was not within anyone's right to meddle in their affairs. After a brief journey, the group arrived at the Academy Square. standing in a line as they awaited further instructions. At that moment, Oscar, freshly shaven, approached with leisurely steps. It must be said that without his beard, Oscar did possess a certain charm. Yet, the girls seemed disinterested, for he was awkwardly munching on a sausage, which did little to enhance his appeal. Moreover, the appearance of a middle-aged man at the forefront captured the attention of several onlookers. Muchun focused his gaze. The individual before him was none other than Flinder, the four-eyed cat eagle and the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy. This man was the architect of the Academy's various avant-garde and transcendent philosophies. Flinder, in his 50s, possessed a robust physique, moving with a steady and powerful gait. He was strikingly unique, adorned with square black crystal glasses, a slightly protruding chin, and deep-set eyes that imparted a shrewd demeanor. A shrewd merchant? Xiao exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean by shrewd merchant? This is our headmaster, Flinder. A soul sage of rank 78, even more formidable than teacher Xiao. Lower your voice. If he hears you, you will be in trouble, Oscar cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu surprisingly exhaled in relief and murmured, Fortunately, he's just a soul sage of 78. At that moment, Flinder approached the group of 8, casting a sweeping glance over them before slowly speaking. Indeed, I did not anticipate that this year would bring 5 new little prodigies. I shall not speak much. You all fought alongside teacher Zhao yesterday, and I assume you have yet to fully recover. Mu Bai. You will explain the Academy's rules to them shortly and ensure they rest well. Today's first class will commence in the evening. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two, come with me. Dai Mu Bai promptly stepped forward and acknowledged the instruction, preparing to brief Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others on the Academy's regulations. Oscar emerged with a rueful smile. Having a sense of what was to come, Muchun was indeed intrigued. What was Flander up to? To be frank, Muchun's arrival at Shrek Academy was largely driven by curiosity. It was the presence of the main characters that drew him here. When it came to actual learning, one had to rely on oneself. Flander gazed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong and remarked, Auxiliary Soul Masters are often the most vulnerable on the battlefield, requiring the protection of their teammates. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize their lives. Now, tell me, what is the most crucial aspect for an Auxiliary Soul Master during combat? With that, Flander turned his attention to Oscar first. Oscar pondered for a moment and replied, It should be to stay as much as possible behind one's teammates, trusting in their defense, while utilizing the terrain and architecture to avoid danger and steer clear of perilous zones. Flander nodded in acknowledgement, a conventional response, covering all bases, yet lacking in novelty. He then shifted his gaze to Ning Rongrong. The most important thing, of course, is to enhance the status of your teammates, and then find a safe place to conceal oneself. Ning Rongrong replied gently, speaking with unreserved honesty. Upon hearing her words, Flander couldn't help but chuckle, and Oscar joined in the laughter. Muchun secretly thought to himself that this was the distinct nature of Ning Rongrong. Having been pampered since childhood, she seldom considered her teammates. After all, in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, others naturally gravitated around her, and she had never needed to rely on any companions. In fact, she had grown accustomed to this reality. Then, Flinder chuckled and remarked, It appears that both of you have a clear understanding of the role of an Auxiliary Soul Master and your own positions. So, what do you believe an Auxiliary Soul Master must possess? Oscar, having discerned the underlying implication, replied with a sigh, When it's time to fight, we fight. When it's time to flee, we flee. Flinder, with a look of satisfaction, said, Very well, little Oscar. You have finally matured. Being capable of attacking, defending, and retreating indeed qualifies you as a competent Auxiliary Soul Master. Among these abilities, the capacity to escape is of utmost importance. Therefore, today, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two shall run 20 laps around the village. If you do not complete this by noon, you will forego lunch. Muchun, you are responsible for overseeing their training. Flinder added, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Muchun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that history might not align as it once did. He pondered, could it be that the course of history is destined to change because of me? Muchun nodded thoughtfully, contemplating why Flander had entrusted him with the supervision of these 2 individuals. It was then that he discerned a troubling realization. Goodness, this old silver coin is indeed orchestrating a treacherous scheme. Muchun comprehended Flander's intentions. It was merely a way to handle Ning Rongrong without getting his own hands dirty, while simultaneously putting Muchun in a difficult position. Muchun once again witnessed the formidable power of the old silver coin. What a cunning old fox. Look at that, Hurry up, run. Muchun cast an annoyed glance at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, speaking without any courtesy. Meanwhile, after conversing with Tang San, Flinder returned to the office, where Zhao Wuji happened to be present as well. Flinder, why did you send Muchun to monitor those two? What scheme are you concocting? Zhao Wuji inquired with curiosity, having witnessed the earlier events in the office. Guess what? Flinder replied. I guessed your grandmother's leg. Hurry up and tell me. Zhao Wuji jokingly scolded, their camaraderie evident. However, Zhao Wuji remained unaware of the cunning intentions of the wily old fox before him. Ning Rongrong, the pampered young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, was unaccustomed to hardship and would surely struggle with the training. Flinder glanced at the sky and chuckled. If she fails to complete it, I'll have to discipline her tonight. Given her temperament, it will undoubtedly deal her a significant blow. Yet it is a necessary measure, otherwise she will never shed the arrogance instilled in her by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Are you worried about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect causing us trouble? Zhao Wuji seemed to understand a bit. Flinder shook his head and retrieved a letter from his pocket. Not quite. This is a letter from Ning Fingxi, instructing us to properly discipline this girl. What are you afraid of then? Zhao Wuji asked, eyeing the letter. This is a decree from a high authority. What do you know? Flinder shot a glare at Zhao Wuji. Although Ning Fengji has asked us to discipline her and won't interfere, don't forget that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has two titled Douluos. One of them, the sword Douluo, dotes on her. If he learns that we have severely punished Ning Rongrong, he might not cause us trouble in the name of Ning Fengji. But what if he decides to target me personally? Have you forgotten how the Haotian Douluo dealt with you? Therefore, I cannot take matters into my own hands. At this point, a characteristic sly smile emerged on Flinder's face. Zhao Wuji felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling how many times he had been duped by this man. However, upon reflection, he could empathize, having recently endured a beating himself. Good luck to you, Muchun. Achoo. That beauty must be missing me. Muchun suddenly sneezed, unwittingly conjuring thoughts of an entirely different nature. Chapter 18. Preparing to begin the soul battle. Feeling the astonished gazes around her, Ning Rongrong's confidence swelled further, her head held high and chest puffed out. Well done. Truly worthy of being the pride of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. You have brought no shame to your father or your sect. Flinder laughed heartily, his gaze subtly falling upon Muchun. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of emotion. Such praise, if received within the sect, would have left her entirely unmoved. At this moment, however, she was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of happiness and fulfillment. Beside her, Muchun watched the scene unfold, letting out a soft sigh within his heart. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong had been utterly humiliated by Flinder, losing all semblance of dignity. Muchun initially had no particular thoughts, but unexpectedly, a change from Flinder subtly altered the original trajectory, compelling Muchun to make adjustments as well. Now, I shall take you to our first lesson. Rongrong and Oscar, you two have exhausted your energy. Just observe for now. This will be your formal class. And should you fail to adhere to my instructions, do not blame me for being ruthless. Follow me. Flinder cast a sweeping glance over the group before leading them towards Soto City. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Although the night had fully descended upon Soto City, the night market was still vibrant and bustling, with various street vendors flowing through the avenues, and the shops dazzled the eyes of onlookers. The group surveyed their surroundings with varied expressions, particularly Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were filled with curiosity. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, closely trailing Flinder's footsteps with unwavering focus. Suddenly, Flinder halted, gazing at the distant architecture. Director, you are not intending to take them to that place, are you? Daimu Bai's expression changed slightly. Upon hearing this, the group immediately retracted their gazes and turned their attention to follow Flinder's line of sight. Before them stood an exceptionally grand edifice, soaring over 100 meters high, gleaming with a brilliant radiance against the night sky. Naturally, if they are not to visit here, where else would they go? Flinder remarked coolly. Monsters must possess a monster's cultivation method. If one were to proceed methodically, why would they come to Shrek Academy? The words piqued the curiosity of Tang San and the others, but Muchun seemed to have anticipated this moment, gazing at the distant structure, murmuring, could this be the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City? Flinder turned to the group and explained, such structures typically exist only in certain major cities. Inside, one experiences the purest form of combat. It represents the value of soul masters on the battlefield and serves as a symbol of a nation's strength. It can even determine the rise and fall of a nation. For soul masters are the foundation of a country. If soul masters are strong, the nation thrives. If they are weak, the nation falters. This holds true for both the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Pointing towards the distant building, Flanders spoke solemnly. Its name is the Grand Soul Arena. Soul Masters contend against heaven, earth, and one another. To become strong, one must indeed fight. Here, you will experience countless Soul Masters. Various combat styles, and the myriad battles between Soul Masters. This place is where a Soul Master can truly manifest their value and strength. There is no exception. Now, I shall refrain from further explanations for the time being. Dai Mubai, please introduce them. With that, Flander fell silent. Dai Mubai nodded, stating, the Grand Soul Arena features 3 types of battles: individual combat, duo combat, and team battles. We will not require the latter for now, as the soul power varies significantly among you. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, each Soul Master must enhance their soul ranking through combat, thereby earning various levels of soul badges, which are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, blue crystal, ruby, and diamond. At this juncture, Dai Mubai paused momentarily. Suddenly, Flinder interjected, stating, the task I assign to you is to attain the Silver Soul Badge before graduation. Upon hearing this, Tang San and his companions silently mused that this seemed rather simplistic, as it merely represented the second tier of soul badges. Perceiving the expressions of the group, Dai Mubai spoke. The Silver Soul Badge is not so easily acquired. Looking at everyone, he sighed and elucidated. I currently possess a soul power level of 37 and have engaged in 56 battles, with a record of 29 victories, 27 defeats, resulting in a mere 2 points. The revelation left Tang San and the others astounded. They were well aware of Dai Mubai's prowess, so how could his points be so meager? The rules of the arena dictate that one requires 100 points to progress from iron to copper, earning 1 point for each victory and losing 1 point for each defeat. However, the actual distribution of opponents is based on the relative strength of the Soul Masters. When I was at level 29, I achieved consecutive victories, yet upon reaching level 30, I faced adversaries ranked between 36 and 37, proving exceedingly difficult to overcome, resulting in a series of defeats. In simple terms, this distribution mechanism is quite detrimental. Even Ma Hongjun has a higher score than I do. With a record of 33 battles, 21 wins, 12 losses, and 9 points. Dai Mubai shook his head, wearing a bitter smile. The others fell into silence, realizing the existence of such an inequitable distribution system. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Muchun, the sole individual among them at level 30, signifying that he would confront a diverse array of opponents at levels 38 and 39. Muchun smiled faintly, secretly thinking, what kind of pit is this? Isn't it merely an increase in soul power by a few levels? You have yet to witness the ranking mechanism of a game called League of Legends. That is the true pitfall, especially during the promotion matches. Those who have not endured the agony of 1 against 9 are unworthy of uttering the word pit. Well then, let us proceed and not waste any more time, Flander said in a low voice. Subsequently, Flander led the group inside. In Muchun's eyes, this place resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, bustling with a cacophony of voices and capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, complete with various VIP seating. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, inscribed with a multitude of names of the deceased. The registration process was remarkably simple. The group swiftly completed it and was assigned to the 14th Soul Arena. I suggest that aside from individual matches, you should strive to form 2v2 teams, as this would yield more points. Since you can only participate in 1 competitive event per day, Dai Mubai remarked to the 3. Brother, let us form a team. Shall we? Chimed in with a cheerful smile. I've even thought of a name for us. Let us call ourselves the Trio of Dance. Tang San understood he could not refuse and merely nodded silently. Oscar and Ningrongrong, you are merely support-type Soul Masters. Generally speaking, you can just observe, as support-type Soul Masters seldom participate in the arena. The activity area here is quite limited, presenting numerous disadvantages for support-type Soul Masters. Therefore, it would be more beneficial for you to watch and understand the strengths and weaknesses of the opponents. Dai Mubai addressed Ningrongrong and Oscar. Chapter 21. What a trio of techniques. Talents are not scarce among the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall. The 2 great empires, numerous kingdoms, various sects, and the Spirit Hall all harbor their share of extraordinary prodigies. Thus, it is wise not to underestimate the competition. However, how could Brother Chen be matched against Soul Masters with such a remarkable streak of 10 consecutive victories in his first participation? Xiao Wu felt puzzled. As the opponent she encountered, Qingbao had a rather mediocre record. Tang Sen also harbored some doubts. This is indicative of your lack of understanding regarding the Soul Arena. Damubai replied, shaking his head. The Great Soul Arena was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious Soul Master families across the continent and does not belong to any particular faction. In other words, any talented Soul Master from any force could potentially appear in this Great Soul Arena. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena is relatively fair. Here, we will encounter formidable Soul Masters from all corners of the world, and with the unique matching mechanism. It is impossible to predict what kind of Soul Master one might face. It is entirely normal to encounter opponents of the same level. Daimobai's explanation left Tang Sen and Xiao somewhat enlightened. However, upon hearing this, Tang Sen felt a flicker of excitement. The Great Soul Arena truly was an exceptional venue. Moreover, one could even engage in betting fights here, should you possess ample gold soul coins. The Blood Duel Sword has garnered immense popularity. Even in this gambling zone, the spectators are plentiful. As Ma Hongjun contemplated this, a mischievous grin spread across his face, and he sauntered towards another area. The disparity in strength for this contest is quite pronounced. Muchun's odds should be exceptionally high. I shall wager on his victory. Perhaps I shall reap a handsome profit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting her to hastily follow Ma Hongjun to the adjacent betting counter. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Muchun in the Soul Arena below, before she too decided to join him at the betting counter. Tang San, however, shook his head, displaying a lack of interest in the gamble at hand. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed intently from the side, eager to glean knowledge from the unfolding events. Within the Soul Arena, the circular seating was filled with countless spectators, fervently cheering in unison. Although the audience in the 14th competition zone was not particularly large, their numbers swelled rapidly following the emergence of the Blood Duel Sword. As Muchun stepped down from the Soul Fighting Arena, the multitude of vacant seats surrounding him was swiftly filled with spectators. This powerful swordsman, Li Jian, is likely a prominent figure in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. With a mask adorning his visage, Muchun gradually entered the arena of combat. Radiance cascaded from the surrounding lights, illuminating the entire venue as if it were midday. As he surveyed his surroundings, Muchun discerned the fervent and frenzied expressions upon the faces of numerous spectators, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. It was reminiscent of the expressions he had witnessed during the finals of the S8 World Championship, where many in the audience bore similarly impassioned countenances. Muchun let out a gentle sigh. Although he had arrived in this world of Douluo, many aspects of it evoked memories of his past life. Your Highness, this must be the simplest battle that Li Jian has ever encountered, remarked Bishop Jekko with a smile. He had not anticipated meeting a Soul Master of the 34th rank, which he considered a fortunate turn for Li Jian. I shall arrange another match shortly, allowing you to witness Li Jian's true prowess. The young man furrowed his brow in silence, his gaze fixed upon the masked youth below. There was an inexplicable familiarity about the boy's figure. Is it you, James Guangda? He pondered quietly, his eyes reflecting contemplation and composure. I estimate that within 3 moves, Li Jian should be able to defeat this support-type Soul Master, the bishop confidently asserted. The young man smiled and replied, Your confidence and trust in this youth are commendable. However, I advise against underestimating anyone. I believe this soul battle will become increasingly intriguing. At that moment, the arena fell into an unexpected silence, and both individuals turned their attention to the unfolding scene, astonished. A 34th rank Soul Master? On the opposing side, the boy named Li Jian spoke with a piercing gaze, his tone cool and composed. You might as well concede. You are no match for me. Though this is merely the arena of competition, my blade will draw blood. His demeanor was remarkable, and he exuded an air of refinement. Clad in a striking crimson robe, with his long hair braided, he possessed an aura reminiscent of an ancient, noble youth. Muchun let out a faint sigh. In this era, it seems that everyone is engaged in pretentiousness, yet someone dares to display it before him. Well, I must apologize, for I possess a multitude of talents, particularly in the art of delivering a slap to the face. The referee issued the command, and the battle of souls commenced. Li Jian had merely just placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Muchun has vanished, as if he has simply disappeared. The flow of time accelerates. Muchun abruptly vanished from his position. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Boom. Swift. Exceedingly swift. It seemed as though the ground itself could not withstand the force generated by Muchun's leap, fracturing into countless fissures. The once boisterous arena was instantly hushed. Li Jian's reflexes were indeed commendable. Although he exuded arrogance, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was quite astute. His earlier bravado was merely a tactic to disorient his adversary. Thus, he promptly activated his spirit ring, preparing to unleash his third spirit skill. Yet, he still underestimated the prowess of the individual before him. Muchun's velocity, having been accelerated by the flow, approached the speed of sound, leaving no time for reaction. The sound that erupted from his punch, akin to the detonation of a building, reverberated through the air. Li Jian felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer weighing thousands of pounds, sent hurtling like a streak of crimson light. Upon his descent to the ground, he carved a long indentation, only to crash against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to lift his head for one last glance at the enigmatic masked youth, he managed to raise it slightly, but the movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood and succumb to unconsciousness. In an instant, the arena fell into hushed silence. The atmosphere was utterly still. The battle had concluded. Even the referee remained in a state of shock for an extended period. What just transpired? Countless spectators perceived a fleeting blur as the ground beneath the masked youth cracked open, releasing a surge of air, and in the following moment, the once undefeated Li Jian was sent flying. Remarkably, Li Jian had not even had the chance to summon his martial soul. His soul ring had only just begun to manifest. The referee rubbed his eyes and then noticed the masked youth standing triumphantly where Li Jian had been. Promptly raising Muchun's hand and declaring in a trembling voice, "I announce that Soul Master Soul is the victor. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. Li Jian, record, 10 wins, 1 loss." As the words echoed, the Soul Arena was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. In the VIP section, a young man squinted at Bishop Jack, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, 3 moves? What a splendid 3 moves. Beads of sweat began to bead on Bishop Jack's forehead. He was taken aback by how swiftly the tide of the battle had turned, resulting in an outcome he had never anticipated. Bishop Jack found himself at a loss for words, only daring to steal glances at the masked youth in the arena. The young man coldly stated, "You erred by underestimating others while overestimating yourself." After a brief pause, he added, "What a disgrace." These words seemed to haunt Bishop Jack, causing him to tremble both physically and mentally, ultimately leading him to kneel. The young man snorted disdainfully, once on the arena. One should act decisively and strike for a swift victory. Yet here was Li Jian, attempting to persuade his opponent to concede. Was he truly so desperate for attention? Observing the reaction, the masked youth wasted no words and swiftly dispatched Li Jian with a single strike. This epitomized the demeanor of a true warrior. Regardless of his identity as a soul master, such a combat attitude was something Li Jian ought to learn from. What kind of genius had he truly found? After finishing his words, the young man abruptly flicked his robe and turned to leave, leaving the bishop alone, kneeling on the ground with vacant eyes, disheveled by the wind. Chapter 22. Victory over 3-5. After a moment of stunned silence, the bishop slowly rose, contemplating whether he should investigate this young man. He then turned to see someone gazing at him with a rather ambiguous smile. "Excuse me, do you have any further matters to discuss?" The figure was none other than the young man who had previously exited the room, mysteriously returning midway. "Relax, there is no need for such tension. You might want to look into this soul. He possesses an intriguing essence. His strength likely surpasses that of Li Jian and is not to be underestimated. If he returns to the Soul Arena tomorrow, arrange for me to face him in the next match. I wish to engage him personally." The young man spoke slowly, still facing away from Bishop Jekko. Upon hearing this, Bishop Jekko was taken aback. "Your Highness, with your esteemed status, how could you possibly enter the Soul Arena? Moreover, your strength far exceeds level 30. I shall merely suppress my rank. Enough of this idle chatter. I must take my leave," the young man replied, not turning back, and once again departed. Bishop Jekko's complexion fluctuated between red and white, and he could only sigh and nod. Is this happening too swiftly? In the resting area, Daimobai and the others stared in astonishment at the scene. This Li Jian is exceedingly reckless, even attempting to persuade others to concede. Such pretense. If he had the strength to back it up, it would be acceptable. Without strength, what is he pretending for? Daimobai shook his head. Even if one's opponent is a soul master 5 levels below, one should exert their utmost effort. How did he secure these 10 victories? It seems he is a prodigy of some faction, with each match specially arranged for him. Alas, he encountered Muchun, an anomaly. I had expected at least one fierce battle. As he spoke, Daimobai addressed the others. "Do you see? This Li Jian serves as a stark example. Remember, in the Soul Arena, one must never feign strength, for we can never be certain of the hidden capabilities of our opponents. We must always give our all." Tang Sin nodded emphatically. In contrast, Muchun's actions were marked by decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. Dai Mubai could not help but praise, in truth. He disregarded his opponent's provocations. This embodies the essence of a competent soul master in the grand soul arena. Frankly, even I struggle to match his level of decisiveness. When one possesses overwhelming strength over an adversary, one must remain vigilant, never yielding to complacency. A decisive strike must be delivered to the enemy. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed. The third tenet of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states, ascertain that the opponent is an enemy if they possess the means to bring about your demise. Show no mercy, for leniency will only bring further troubles upon oneself. Brother Chen's approach of directly overwhelming his opponent, leaving no opportunity for retaliation, is simple, direct, and brutal. It aligns perfectly with this principle. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen has indeed triumphed. Brother, I have won 1,000 gold soul coins. Little Wu bounced back joyfully, evidently elated by her winnings. As she hopped towards us, her face radiated like a blossoming flower. Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming smile, clearly having received a generous reward as well. Goodness, Muchun is truly remarkable, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, clutching a bag of gold soul coins. I just placed my bet, and it hasn't even been a minute. Truly, he is a monster capable of besting Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun was already aware of the duel between Tang San and Muchun against Teacher Zhao during his journey here. Before long, Muchun strolled over, yawning, and remarked, "That kid is just too full of himself. I couldn't hold back any longer. I initially intended to play with him a bit longer." The crowd responded in amusement. Tang San, momentarily speechless, commented, "Brother Chun is indeed Brother Chun, displaying his prowess with such flair, impressive indeed." Dai Mubai cleared his throat and announced, "Well, since everyone has completed their 1v1 matches, let us prepare for the 2v2 arena." "Well, there seem to be even more people here," Little Wu exclaimed, gazing at the stands filled with spectators. The 2v2 format allows for various combinations, making the battles all the more thrilling. Oscar, seemingly famished, munched on a grilled sausage while stating, "Even support-type soul masters have their chances to participate, though they are rare. Most are still battle soul masters or control type." Hee. Doesn't that mean that our pairing is the ideal combination? Little San can control, and I can deliver the punches. What a delightful synergy. Little Wu quipped playfully. At that moment, an announcement echoed. The San-Wu combination faces off against the Zhu-Chen combination. Tang San's expression darkened instantly. Muchun also smiled awkwardly. Dai Mubai remarked, "I never anticipated that it would be a civil war. However, it is indeed intriguing, considering both sides comprise formidable opponents." Xiao Wu, in a somewhat playful manner, said, "Brother Chen, look, you are so powerful. Why not grant us a little favor? When the time comes, you need not employ your soul skills. Simply assist Zhu Zhuqing in her recovery, and then engage us with your soul power. How does that sound?" Tang San shielded his face with his hand, signifying that he did not recognize this girl. Muchun merely smiled and remarked, "It is indeed quite peculiar. Having reached over level 30, how is it that I encounter you all? Quite interesting, indeed. However, Xiao Wu, I must graciously decline your proposal. I have always believed in giving my utmost in battle, both out of respect for my opponents and in recognition of my own capabilities." With that, Muchun's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he stated, "The 3-5 Alliance hopes to engage in mutual checks and balances with you." Xiao Wu expressed some dissatisfaction. Yet Tang San's fighting spirit surged fervently. As a traverser, he naturally wished not to be underestimated, even by one as formidable as Muchun. Tang San extended his hand to Muchun and declared, "We too shall give our all." Muchun smiled and nodded, then led Zhu Zhuqing to another waiting area. Along the way, Zhu Zhuqing released Muchun's hand. Muchun smiled awkwardly. "I meant no offense, it's just..." But Zhu Zhuqing interjected, "I wish to win." Muchun was momentarily taken aback, then turned away from Zhu Zhuqing and declared, "I too do not wish to lose." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, announcing, "Defeat the protagonist of this world to obtain rewards. A third martial soul and one chance for a lottery." Muchun, is this a veiled praise for Tang San's immense strength? To defeat Tang San and directly grant another martial soul. My heavens! At this moment, Muchun understood clearly that he must not falter. Muchun declared with renewed conviction, "We shall prevail." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. For Muchun exuded an aura of unwavering confidence, a fierce determination to conquer all. He reminded her of the former Dai Mubai, a figure she once admired, yet felt a twinge of regret. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Zhu Qing chose to focus on the present. Upon taking the stage, Xiao Wu shed her earlier despondency, embracing a sense of exhilaration as she prepared to challenge the formidable and gain a deeper understanding of herself. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang San felt an ominous premonition as he observed Xiao Wu's fervent enthusiasm. Muchun did not hold back in the slightest, as a dark soul ring illuminated from his body. Upon witnessing this black soul ring, many spectators gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this young man possesses a 10,000-year soul ring? Zhu Juqing was equally taken aback. Had he directly activated his third soul skill? Tang San and Xiao Wu also revealed their soul rings. The intensity of this battle was undeniably formidable. Once Muchun activated his fiery form, Tang San was rendered powerless, and it was utterly impossible for Xiao Wu to contend against two opponents. The odds appeared insurmountable. Tang San bellowed, "Entwine." Xiao Wu advanced. Drawing in a deep breath, he thrust his hands toward the ground, causing countless vines to surge skyward, forming an inverted bowl shape that swiftly enveloped Zhu Qing. "Zhu Qing, I am coming." Xiao Wu leaped high, deftly navigating the vines of blue-silver grass that surrounded her. As she swiftly approached Zhu Qing, however, Zhu Qing stood frozen, sensing an unexpected transformation within her body. She turned to gaze at Muchun, only to find him looking back at her. Muchun's lips curled into a slight smile as he proclaimed, "The first soul skill. The departed are formless." The apparition of the departed was accompanied by a resounding clash of swords, severing the blue-silver grass, and forcing Xiao Wu to be pushed back by the ensuing shockwave. The expedition had not commenced favorably. Tang San, unbeknownst to when it began, felt beads of sweat form upon his forehead. The pressure he experienced stemmed from the formidable might of a soul sage with explosive power. Yet, what astonished Tang San even more lay ahead. The departed had actually possessed Zhu Qing. To be precise, it had taken over the body of the nether cat. Zhu Qing witnessed her form gradually ascending in height, transforming into that of a fully grown woman. Subsequently, yellow lightning crackled around her. A sword, resembling a bolt of lightning, manifested upon her forehead. Unable to contain herself, Zhu Qing let out a cry, one that resonated with sheer exhilaration. Her entire being brimmed with strength, surpassing her capabilities by several folds. Muchun addressed Zhu Qing. "Now is your moment. You possess the capability to vanquish them." Zhu Qing comprehended that Muchun was once again granting her an opportunity, a chance to prove herself. Even if this demonstration relied heavily on Muchun's power, Zhu Qing nodded slightly, then exerted herself, and in an instant, she vanished. At that moment, she seemed to transform into a beam of light, with only a streak of yellow lightning visible darting across the arena. Tang San, with all his might, employed the purple extreme magic to track Zhu Qing's movements while simultaneously tugging at Xiao Wu with his vines, resulting in a stalemate for the time being. However, Xiao San's mental strength was limited. He was now panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Muchun did not falter despite the loss of his martial soul. He approached Tang San and his companion step by step, forming a pincer movement with Zhu Qing. At that moment, Tang San suddenly yanked the vine crafted from blue-silver grass. "Brother Chen, you have grown careless." It turned out that Tang San had laid a trap, and upon realizing it, Muchun found himself ensnared by the blue-silver grass. "Xiao Wu, now is your chance." Xiao Wu, understanding the urgency without needing Tang San's prompt, charged forward. Although Zhu Qing intended to rush to his aid, Tang San's slight restraint caused her to lag just behind Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu reached Muchun, she seemed to exhale in relief, her entire being relaxing. This moment of ease created a gap in what had initially been an unbroken series of attacks, weakening the confinement of the blue-silver grass. As Muchun freed one of his arms from the blue-silver grass, he exclaimed, "On what grounds do you lower your guard?" Xiao Wu, startled, Xiao Wu realized that Muchun's punch was delivered with considerable force, potent enough to incapacitate her. Although she employed her agility to mitigate some of the impact, Muchun executed an unusual technique, twisting his body and shifting his footing, thereby amplifying the released force and delivering another blow. Tai Chi. What Muchun employed was one of the martial arts from his previous life, Tai Chi. Xiao Wu directly bore the brunt of this punch, being violently propelled backward. After being caught by Tang San with his blue-silver grass, she remarked, "Xiao San, Brother Chen aims to incapacitate me. I am uninjured, yet I feel inexplicably fatigued." With that, she promptly closed her eyes. Tang San noticed as well that Xiao Wu appeared unhurt, as if she had been struck at a vital point, her entire soul power seemingly immobilized. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Zhu Qing halted her hand near Tang San's neck, poised to strike. Tang San lifted Xiaowu, offering a wry smile as he conceded. All right, I admit defeat. With Tang San's surrender, the square erupted in a cacophony of cheers. After Muchun and Tang San shook hands, the two teams departed from either side. Inside the VIP room. So, you managed to conceal your soul skills? It seems I should have had you face a soul master. Chapter 23. Release, let him strike. With Tang San's admission of defeat, a wave of cheers erupted from the plaza. Is this really a victory? Ma Hongjun gazed in disbelief, wondering how the win was achieved. It seemed that Xiaowu had only exchanged a few moves with Muchun before losing all combat capability. It must be a unique soul skill, Ning Rongrong speculated. I suspected imparts a paralyzing effect on the enemy, and that previous martial soul could actually merge with another. From what had just transpired, Zhu Zhuqing's speed and strength had seen a remarkable enhancement. As a support-type soul master, she was particularly attuned to amplification effects. Moreover, it appeared that Zhu Zhuqing was immune to the toxins within Tang San's blue-silver grass. Oscar chimed in. I can't help but wonder if Zhu Zhuqing had consumed my sausage in advance to avoid the toxins. Ning Rongrong shook her head, asserting. The little sausage wouldn't instantly negate the toxins. Judging by Zhu Zhuqing's various displays, not only has she grown larger, but her abilities have also significantly advanced. She is enveloped by a layer of lightning protection. The effectiveness is simply extraordinary. Upon recalling Zhu Zhuqing as in large form, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and a hint of resentment. She thought to herself, if only I could grow as well. No. I must form a duo with Muchun. Her words inadvertently reached Muchun, who had just returned. What a delightful sentiment. Wasn't he just a moment ago that you disregarded me? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. How did you arrive so quickly? Muchun smiled and said, I believe I am not fast at all. However, Ning Rongrong retorted loudly. You are talking nonsense. It is evident that you are exceedingly swift. Muchun was taken aback by the abysmal lines. Glancing at Oscar and the others, he found that their beady eyes were indeed imbued with a philosophical aura. Muchun, at this moment, Tang San and Xiaowu have returned as well. Xiaowu wore a face of distress, resembling one who had just tasted bitter melon. She appeared listless, her expression utterly despondent. Tang San also felt a bit awkward. The others wished to laugh, yet found themselves unable to do so. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said to Muchun. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing had returned to her usual demeanor. Muchun shook his head and declared, I have said it before. Victory is assured, and defeat is not an option. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the man before her, instinctively smiled and nodded in affirmation. This reaction left everyone in the lounge wide-eyed in astonishment. Dai Mubai's expression turned particularly peculiar. Suddenly, Xiaowu seemed to recall something and exclaimed, Brother Chen, speak honestly. Are you truly a formidable attack-type soul master or an auxiliary-type soul master? Your supportive abilities are utterly extraordinary. With this, the floodgates of conversation opened among the group. Oscar chimed in, you possess innate paralysis attack capabilities, along with defensive attributes, immunity to toxins, and an impressively extended duration. What's more, it appears you enhance strength, speed, and various physical qualities by at least double. He then added, Brother Chen, you might as well identify yourself as an auxiliary-type soul master from now on. Muchun awkwardly scratched his head, acknowledging that, at present, none of his soul abilities were primarily focused on combat. A fade of overwhelming strength? Alas. Life often alters its course due to a mere choice. Muchun smiled and said, since everyone has expressed their opinions, I shall change my profession to support. Ning Rongrong, clearly displeased, retorted, Are you jesting with me? I just mentioned wanting to form a team with you, and now you choose to switch roles? Is this a deliberate act? Muchun was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? More importantly, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly donned a look of understanding and said, You wish to form a duo with Zhu Zhuqing, don't you? Muchun, what? Subsequently, Muchun turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who unexpectedly lowered her head shyly and said, I have no objections. Muchun, my dear child, do you find yourself filled with an abundance of question marks? This connection is utterly perplexing. I must admit that such thought processes are truly difficult to comprehend. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ma Hongjun suddenly suggested, since it's over, let us venture out for some amusement. As the teachers have already departed, Dai Mubai cleared his throat a few times and remarked, let us reflect on today's battle once we return. The group exited the arena of souls. Cough, cough, Mubai, I need to pay a visit to the teacher, he said. At that moment, Ma Hongjun spoke mysteriously. Are you going? After uttering this, he pointed with his chin. Dai Mubai's expression changed. Ordinarily, he would have gone without hesitation, but now he certainly would not. Scram, scram, scram. Dai Mubai quickly waved his hand dismissively. Hey, boss Dai, why have you suddenly become so reserved and innocent? Ma Hongjun mused, casting a knowing glance at Zhu Zhuqing, and whispered, What, are you planning to take it seriously? Nonsense. Do you think my taste is as low as yours? Do I just approach anyone? Dai Mubai couldn't help but retort. Ma Hongjun shook his head dismissively. He had no other options. Otherwise, he wouldn't contemplate visiting such establishments for fleeting pleasures. However, observing the flicker of mischief in Dai Mubai's eyes, Ma Hongjun smirked and, after bidding farewell to the others, departed ahead. Where did Dai Laohu and Fatty go? Xiao inquired curiously. Cough, cough, he possesses a surging wicked fire within him, so naturally he must go suppress it, Dai Mubai replied with a smile. In Suodo City, there exists a place known as the Gulen, a venue of indulgence, he added. Muchun silently mused. Fatty is off to seek his great sword. Gulen? To such a place? Tang San was taken aback. He had certainly heard of it. Dai Mubai shrugged and explained, this is an unavoidable issue. Ma Hongjun must release his wicked fire, otherwise he cannot cultivate. Ordinary women cannot endure him, thus he must resort to such places, lest he face a catastrophic explosion. Filthy, Zhu Zhuqing muttered softly. I too find it filthy, Ning Rongrong concurred. Muchun merely smiled. Matters between men and women should not be deemed sordid. In a previous life, many couples found themselves in situations where, upon the wife's pregnancy, the husband had to restrain himself, leading to detrimental effects on his health. Consequently, they sought alternative means to fulfill their desires, which is a natural human inclination. However, one who clings excessively to such amorous establishments lacks self-respect. Ma Hongjun is an exception. Hee, Dai Laohu, just now Ma Fatty pulled you in. Do you frequent those places often? Xiao Wu inquired with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Dai Mubai's countenance shifted. Although he did not visit such places regularly, it was merely a matter of differing tastes, as he tended to accompany partners of higher standing. In Muchun's words, he was an elite patron. Contemplating this, Muchun shook his head, realizing he had ventured into a realm beyond his understanding. He had been a straightforward young man in his previous life and had never frequented such venues. How could I go there often? Dai Mubai hastily refuted. My tastes are far superior to Ma Fatty's. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had overheard, appeared to be stirred. Her gaze turned frosty as she retorted. Your taste is better than his? How ridiculous. It is merely a difference of 1 gold coin and 100 silver coins. What distinction is there? This bizarre analogy left Muchun bewildered. What was this? A peculiar metaphor reminiscent of JoJo? Dai Mubai paused, realizing he had misspoken. In essence, there was no real difference, only a distinction in nature. Dai Mubai, you truly disgust me. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gleamed with contempt and disdain before she turned to leave. The air around them thickened as her words hung heavy. Tang San and the others were oblivious to the nature of their relationship. Yet Muchun understood that the two were bound by a marriage contract. Upon hearing her words, Dai Mubai felt a surge of blood rush to his head, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him. Coupled with Zhu Zhuqing's previous interactions with Muchun, he found himself stepping in front of her, unable to restrain himself. Stop right there, he commanded, his palm emanating an intimidating glow as he aimed it towards Zhu Zhuqing. The onlookers were taken aback by this display, astonished at the uncharacteristic behavior of Dai Laohu from Shrek Academy. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Dai Mubai, grasping his descending hand. A low voice resonated. Dai Mubai, I do not wish to meddle in your personal affairs, but this is in public. Do not act recklessly. Do you wish to disgrace Shrek Academy? To bring shame upon us? The crowd looked on, recognizing that it was Muchun who had intervened just in time. Dai Mubai turned to Muchun, the flames of his anger beginning to subside as he contemplated the situation with a clearer mind. Indeed, Muchun was not one to act frivolously, and Zhu Zhuqing was merely exhibiting the typical demeanor of a woman whose desires had been fulfilled. His own feelings were merely a product of jealousy. As the crowd turned their gaze, it was none other than Muchun who promptly seized Dai Mubai's hand. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. For a true confrontation would indeed be rather embarrassing. Startled by Muchun's words, Dai Mubai was on the verge of retracting his hand. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing pivoted, slightly lifting her chin, and coldly declared, Muchun, release him. Let him strike. Muchun, these girls are truly obstinate. Reflecting on Ning Rongrong, Muchun couldn't help but feel that, at their core, girls seemed to share a fundamental similarity. Muchun pondered for a moment before reluctantly releasing Dai Mubai's hand. You. Dai Mubai glared at Zhu Zhuqing, ultimately letting out a despondent sigh as he withdrew his hand. Now that he had regained his composure, it was clear that a confrontation was out of the question. Fortunately, Muchun had intervened just in time. Otherwise, a conflict might have truly erupted. Zhu Zhuqing snorted disdainfully and turned away, this time not looking back. Dai Mu Bai's expression was exceedingly grim as he too turned to leave. The two of them walking in opposite directions, as if they were drifting further apart with each step. Observing this, the onlookers were filled with confusion. While Muchun shook his head repeatedly, it had changed again. It shouldn't be so foreign and hostile. As night deepened, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving one to wonder when dawn would arrive. Chapter 24. I wish to see myself become beautiful. Upon returning to the academy, the group fell into a contemplative silence, each retreating to their respective rooms, overwhelmed by the events of the day. Rong, why do I feel like you've undergone some transformation today? In their dormitory, Xiaowu remarked while removing her outer garment, addressing Ning Rong. Earlier, both Gu and I thought you wouldn't be able to complete even 20 laps. Ning Rong, casually draping her outerwear over a hanger, stiffened slightly at the remark. Gu and I mentioned that you are the eldest daughter of your prominent family, a bit spoiled, and perhaps wouldn't be able to endure it. Xiaowu approached her, wrapping her arms around Ning Rong's waist, playfully tickling her. Yet you actually finished the laps. Gu and I were quite astonished. By the way, didn't Chen Gu come to find you? He said you stumbled while running and cried. So he came to help you heal. Does the place where you fell still hurt? A stumble? Ning Rong was taken aback, her heart swelling with indignation. Clearly, it was you rascal, who kicked me. It was the first time she had ever experienced such humiliation. How could he claim she had tripped on her own accord? How infuriating. It's all better now. Ning Rong forced a smile, deciding she would ignore Muchun tomorrow. If she acknowledged him, it would feel like being a lapdog. It was simply too exasperating. That's good. Let us take a shower. After 2 matches tonight, I'm all sweaty and reeking. Xiaowu released her hold on Ning Rong, lifted her own arm, and sniffed, her expression immediately shifting. I am going too. Upon returning to his dormitory, Muchun reflected on the day's battle, finding it quite intriguing. Subsequently, he pondered the matter of his martial soul and inquired with the system. The third martial soul, an unknown hybrid of an angelic spirit. Detailed information will be gradually revealed as the host upgrades the system. Muchun exclaimed in frustration. Following that, he drew another prize, earning 10 energy crystals. The current system repair value stood at 30. Initially feeling quite bored, Muchun was suddenly taken aback and quickly inquired as to why the system's repair value had risen to 30. The system had acquired a self-repair function, which bestowed repair rewards based on the tasks completed by its master. With this in mind, reaching 50 no longer seemed such a daunting task. Contemplating this, Muchun resolved to continue his training, eager to receive the task of hunting soul beasts at level 40. He then reflected on an alternative utilization of his first soul skill after its mutation, which he had previously granted to Zhu Zhuqing. In a direct confrontation, she could not even match Tang San. However, with the addition of the skill the unseen of the departed, she was capable of continuously defeating the combination of Xiao Wu and Tang San, even in an unfavorable terrain where she was outnumbered 1-2. The enhancement of her power in such a situation was immeasurable. Moreover, with the immunity to toxins that she gained, her capabilities were further amplified. What I require now is a powerful offensive soul skill. Otherwise, my strength would merely be an illusion. Muchun pondered thoughtfully. According to the narrative, Zhao Wuji should lead the team into the Star Dough Forest either tomorrow or the day after to assist Oscar in acquiring his soul ring. Muchun reminisced that the original storyline unfolded in such a manner. Meanwhile, he could take the opportunity to observe and complete some tasks. Perhaps he could even absorb the soul ring of 100,000-year soul beast. After all, his third soul ring had already reached 90,000 years. He would consider it further at that time. As Muchun contemplated this, he gradually succumbed to meditation and drifted into slumber. The following morning, early in the morning, Muchun arrived at the Grand Square, where Ning Rong stood gracefully in place. But where was Oscar? Muchun inquired with curiosity. Ning Rong and Oscar's daily regimen consisted of running 20 laps around the village. His role as a supervisor was primarily to keep an eye on Ning Rong. Ning Rong turned her head away, uttering not a single word. Upon noticing Muchun's arrival, she immediately commenced her run. Muchun gazed at Ning Rong's silhouette, a question mark gradually emerging in his mind. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Could it be that she was experiencing a relapse today? However, the reality unfolded differently from what Muchun had envisioned. With gritted teeth, Ning Rongrong dutifully completed 20 laps, her body radiating heat upon finishing. The circumference of this village was no trifling matter, measuring at least 2,000 meters. Thus, 20 laps amounted to nearly 40 kilometers. This distance was akin to a marathon. After nearly 4 hours of relentless running, her progress was undeniably remarkable compared to the sporadic attempts of the previous day that had stretched into the evening. Indeed, her condition was vastly improved. Indeed, substantial progress, Muchun sincerely remarked, observing the force behind her stride, which exceeded his own expectations. Humph. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, choosing to rest, seemingly uninterested in conversing with Muchun. Was her anger still unresolved? Muchun thought to himself, when a girl becomes angry, it seems that her favorite tactic is to engage in a silent treatment, refusing to speak to you. She expects you to coax her. Am I really supposed to appease her? To what end? Muchun was not in the mood to console Miss Ning and simply stood in place, awaiting the arrival of the other students. However, after a short while, Ning Rongrong seemed unable to contain herself any longer. She looked at Muchun and finally spoke. Muchun, please demonstrate that soul skill of yours. Muchun glanced at her and asked, what is the matter? Are you planning to fight someone? No. Ning Rongrong replied, surveying her surroundings. Hurry up. Stop asking so many questions. Just perform your technique. And I promise I won't be angry with you for the time being. If you don't reveal its purpose, I shall refrain from using it. Muchun shook his head. You. Ning Rongrong stamped her foot. I'm telling you this. I simply wish to see myself become more beautiful. Muchun's lips twitched inexplicably. Is she truly considering my soul technique as a beauty filter? What on earth is the thought process of these girls? You request me to use my remarkable soul technique merely to enhance your appearance? Very well, if you agree to listen to me, I will perform it for you. Muchun replied with an expressionless nod. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Ning Rongrong's face. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. I, Ning Rongrong, cannot converse with this insufferable person. I am still angry with him. Why on earth would I smile? With that thought, Ning Rongrong's expression hardened, and she turned her head away with a huff. At this moment, Muchun was truly bewildered. Chapter 25. The Course of Savoring Sausages. After a moment of speechlessness, Muchun chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others had also arrived. Fatty, are you going out tonight? It was Dai Mubai who spoke. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Wasn't the boss acting all virtuous yesterday? Why the sudden change today? Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai with confusion, only to suddenly realize that Dai Mubai was casting a somewhat provocative glance at Zhu Zhiqing. Ma Hongjun quickly understood and grinned, saying, Boss, I'll stay tonight. Dai Mubai nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhiqing. However, there was no change in her expression. She remained cold and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Dai Mubai's intentions. Muchun sighed softly, murmuring, is this what is referred to as a Cold War? Alas, today's lesson was to be conducted by Flander. Yet it took a full half-hour before he leisurely arrived. Flander cast a sweeping glance around the room and, upon noticing something, his expression darkened. In a frosty tone, he remarked, this is already the second period of today's class. Where's Oscar? Is he indulging in slothful slumber once again? Muchun remarked, no, Dean. This morning I saw Xiao Ao still immersed in his cultivation. I believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Hence, I refrained from disturbing him. Upon hearing this, Flander initially felt a surge of joy, but it was quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. Ahem, that is good, but if he fails to break through, he may as well run laps, Flander added, pausing momentarily before continuing. The protagonist of this lesson is Oscar. Let us wait a moment. Before long, Oscar approached with a beaming smile. Flander, upon seeing his expression, understood the situation but feigned discontent, addressing Oscar with a faux frown. Oscar, do you intend to run laps? Oscar hastily shook his head, exclaiming, no, Dean. I was late because I felt I was about to break through. Look, I have successfully done so. Flander's heart swelled with joy, though he restrained his outward display of emotion. Well done, but do not let pride cloud your efforts. However, apart from Flander and Muchun, the others were not as composed. In truth, Flander was also unsettled, but he was adept at concealing it. Oscar was merely a year younger than Dai Mubai. Now 14 years old, a rare sight indeed. A food system soul master at such a tender age. Tang San pondered deeply. Soon after, the group congratulated Oscar. Once the celebration subsided, Flander spoke again. All right, that is enough for now. Let us commence the class. We shall assist you with your third soul ring when time permits. And to him, congratulations. Oscar was genuinely touched that the stingy Flander had offered him congratulations. Flander seemed to sense Oscar's thoughts and quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I meant to say congratulations on not having to run laps. Originally, your tardiness would have warranted that." Oscar retorted, "You owe me my moment of gratitude." Flander cleared his throat and declared, "Well then, today's lesson can officially begin. It is relatively straightforward. Oscar, you are the star of today's class. The task is for everyone, except Muchun, to consume at least 2 sausages made from your soul power." "What? Dean, you cannot be serious," Xiao exclaimed, visibly agitated. The thought of Oscar's philosophically infused sausages was quite unsettling. Yet, Flander remained unfazed. "Have you all forgotten Muchun's words? You are a team. You cannot refuse the life-saving remedy simply because it is unpleasant. This is also a test of your mentality if you cannot endure this. How will you achieve great success in the future?" With an air of authority, Flander commanded, "Who will step forward first?" His expression was as cold as an impartial judge. Oscar, elated in his heart, showered praises upon Flander in his thoughts, celebrating the momentous occasion. Subsequently, Muchun took the lead and approached with a smile, requesting 10 sausages from Oscar. As always, Oscar was deeply moved. He immediately struck a philosophical pose, reciting a whimsical soul incantation. "Oscar possesses a grand sausage. Oscar possesses a petite sausage." Thereafter, Muchun savored the 10 sausages of varying lengths and thickness before descending. Flander nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the crowd. Suddenly, a dark figure sprang onto the stage, none other than Zhu Chen. "I shall take my turn," she declared, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai, brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Muchun, having just stepped down to rejoin his team, paused, perplexed by the voice proclaiming, "I shall take my turn." Following Muchun's lead, many others ascended the stage to complete their task. Though numerous faces displayed disdain, they persevered and finished. Notably, Ning Rongrong, after being chastened by Muchun the day before and learning of Oscar's innate full soul power, became quite motivated, harboring little prejudice towards Oscar. Of course, while Ning Rongrong appeared calm, her eyes betrayed her emotions. Was it reluctance, disdain, or a fighting spirit? Ultimately, it was difficult to articulate. However, one thing was certain: Oscar's breakthrough had ignited a fire within Ning Rongrong. She resolved not to be left behind. She yearned to remain with the group. Once everyone had concluded their meal, Flander nodded in approval. "Excellent. You have all performed admirably in this exercise. I hope you remember that you are a team, and Oscar is your steadfast logistical support. Do not concern yourselves with the peculiar soul incantations. Simply remember that on the battlefield, his food will enhance your strength and ensure your survival. That is all that matters." After addressing Oscar to return to the team, Flander continued, "You may take your rest now. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Wujie will personally lead you to assist Oscar in obtaining his 3rd soul ring. Of course, do not overlook the significance of this opportunity for each of you. It will serve as excellent training. Before encountering the 1,000-year soul beast, Teacher Zhao will merely observe and will not intervene. Everything will depend on you. Now, you are dismissed." After 3 days of this lifestyle, Tang Xin found himself deep in contemplation. The educational approach of Shrek Academy was indeed unique. They did not impose rigid rules nor conduct classes daily. Instead, they employed special methods to foster self-discovery and mutual understanding. This undoubtedly impacted both individual and team strength, and in comparison to traditional soul master education, this method proved to be superior. Muchun gazed at Tang San, intuitively aware that he was indulging in reflection and summation once more. However, Muchun did not dwell on it. He merely found this way of life quite delightful and comfortable. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar eagerly inquired about Muchun and Tang San. "Hey, we are to hunt soul beasts tomorrow. What do you think my 3rd soul ring should be like?" Tang San chuckled and replied, "That depends on fate. After all, soul beasts are diverse and peculiar. Who can say what kind we might encounter?" After a brief pause, Tang San continued, "If I were to make a recommendation, I believe your first 2 soul rings provide recovery and detoxification. It would be best if your 3rd soul ring offers a new auxiliary effect or enhances the effects of your previous 2 abilities." Oscar, having nodded in agreement, was about to speak when Muchun interjected, eager to share his thoughts. Chapter 26. I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my true intentions. Muchun spoke first, stating that the Star Do Great Forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to the territory of the Barak Kingdom, straddling the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. of its total area. 2/5 lies within the Heavendo Empire, while the remaining 3/5 is situated in the Douluo Empire. It is an immense, untamed forest characterized by its intricate terrain, which includes wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts residing there are exceedingly formidable. The closer one ventures to the heart of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts become. Among them are even soul beasts that have lived for 100,000 years. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of good fortune, can discover the most suitable soul ring for themselves within its depths. It stands as one of the forbidden zones for humanity. Upon hearing this, Oscar was left utterly stunned, while Tang Sen also exhibited profound astonishment, his mouth agape in rare surprise. Muchun shook his head and remarked, "In the past, I often ventured to various soul beast hunting grounds, and during hardships and trials, I have gathered a fair amount of knowledge." Oscar quickly regained his composure, holding Muchun in high regard as an elder brother, and refrained from inquiring further about his past experiences. Oscar asked, "Brother Chen, you mentioned that the Douluo forest is one of the 3 major habitats for soul beasts. What are the other 2? Hearing this, Tang San also returned to his senses, casting a curious glance at Muchun. Muchun humorously remarked, "Having lived for so long, you remain unaware of this? Well, allow me to enlighten you today. Beyond the starry forest, there exist 2 additional habitats for soul beasts. One such place is known as the extreme north, where the weather is notoriously harsh, and temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees are considered mild. This realm is shrouded in mystery. Only a handful of soul masters have managed to hunt soul beasts in the extreme north, and even then, many have failed to return. However, it is worth noting that the overall strength of the soul beast in the extreme north is quite formidable. If you ever get the chance, you might want to venture there." Oscar promptly shook his head, resembling a rattle drum. "No way." Just from Chun Ji's description, it's clear the place is not easy to navigate. Muchun seemed to comprehend the concerns that weighed on Oscar's mind and reassured him, saying, "There is no need to worry. Those with a high level of soul power can still emerge from that place. Additionally, there are specialized adventure teams available. Once we have gained sufficient strength, we can explore it." He then continued, "As for the final destination, it undoubtedly lies within the ocean." In unison, Oscar and Tang Sen exclaimed, "The ocean?" Muchun spoke softly, "It is the ocean. The soul beasts within it are far more mysterious and formidable compared to those in the extreme north. The ocean predates the land and is vast. So one could assert that soul beasts, particularly those of 100,000 years, are abundant throughout its depths." Oscar chuckled, "Brother Chen, that seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" "Abundant throughout," Muchun stated earnestly, "I would never jest about such matters. The ocean remains the least explored domain by humanity, not only because most soul masters are ill-suited for naval combat, but more critically, due to mankind's trepidation in venturing into the sunless depths of the sea." With that, Muchun paused, leaving a sliver of contemplation for the 2 of them. Muchun contemplated thus. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. The host imparts knowledge to the protagonist, resulting in a 100-point increase in the protagonist's fondness towards you. Current fondness level, 700. Muchun was momentarily taken aback. "You added 100, and the total is 700? What on earth is happening?" The system clarified, "Previously, your 2 prior acts of kindness towards Xiao Wu resulted in a total increase of 600 in affection." Muchun, the vile brother complex. Muchun shook his hand and remarked, "It's best to rest early. Who knows how early we must rise tomorrow? I'll be turning in now." Oscar and Tang San echoed his sentiment and proceeded to attend to their pre-sleep rituals. The following day, after everyone had finished breakfast and was preparing to gather on the playground, they found Zhao Wujia already awaiting their arrival. The sight of Zhao Wujia left them all in a state of bewilderment. The reason for their astonishment lay in his rather comical appearance. His face bore at least 7 bruises, and notably, his cheek was swollen. This sight was undeniably amusing to the onlookers. However, Tang Sen pondered a bit deeper, wondering if their teacher had truly failed to recover even after 3 days of rest. Muchun was well aware of the underlying truth. "It was all due to your overprotective father. Although I was uncertain about my actions, it was indeed my punch that struck your cheek. Yet I still felt a surge of indignation. Why should you be fortunate enough to have such a protective father?" Zhao Wujia, despite his slightly flushed complexion, bellowed, "You little rascals, what are you staring at? Are you itching for a beating?" Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu felt discontented and murmured, "Why not call us little bears?" Zhao Wujia's senses were exceptionally sharp. He immediately glared and retorted, "Xiao Wu, what did you just say?" Tang San instinctively stepped forward. positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, his intentions of guardianship unmistakably evident. Muchun inwardly cursed, "Damn those who dote on their sisters." Upon seeing Tang San, Zhao Wuji was reminded of this and couldn't help but display a hint of embarrassment. He chose not to pursue the matter further and directly addressed Dai Mubai, saying, "Enough of the trivialities. Dai Mubai, you shall lead the team. Let us commence our journey." At this, Dai Mubai's expression turned serious as he faced his fellow classmates, stating, "Everyone, the Stardo Forest is not a place for mere amusement. Do not take it lightly. It is teeming with soul beasts, all of which are wild and possess formidable aggression. Therefore, I urge you all to exercise utmost caution. Muchun, you and I shall forge ahead, while Tang San remains in the center for defense. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you will follow closely behind Tang San. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhiqing take positions on either side. Always on guard. Let us set forth." Muchun felt rather indifferent. After all, at the tender age of 15, he had already established himself as an unrivaled warrior. Such commonplace arrangements struck him as entirely ordinary. However, Tang San held a different perspective, quietly admiring Dai Mubai, the eldest in the academy. Dai Mubai's meticulous planning effectively safeguarded the support-type soul masters, positioning the formidable Chan Gu at the forefront, flanked by Zhu Zhiqing, who possessed both ranged and agile offensive capabilities, while he, as a control type, occupied a central position to provide assistance as needed. The strategy was, indeed, impeccable. As for Zhao Wujing, being a soul sage, he remained an observer, detached from the unfolding events. Subsequently, the group set forth on their journey, following a lesson imparted by Dean Flinder the previous day. Everyone grasped the significance of Oscar's sausages, leading them to begrudgingly acknowledge their value despite their distaste for Oscar himself. Nevertheless, Oscar adapted, willing to consume the unpalatable sausages when necessary. Thanks to the sustenance provided by these less-than-appealing delicacies, Muchun and his companions maintained a swift pace. Intriguingly, Muchun appeared enigmatic, seemingly impervious to fatigue, sustaining his rapid speed without any visible replenishment of soul power. Unbeknownst to them, as a possessor of 3 10,000-year soul rings and having undergone 3 rigorous refinements through the system, Muchun's soul power was extraordinarily robust. Coupled with the profound cultivation techniques from his past life, his soul power was vast and enduring, granting him remarkable recovery abilities. Thus, he did not require the sausages for sustenance, although he would not mind indulging in a morsel if hunger struck. At this moment, Muchun's mind was solely preoccupied with one matter: should I acquire a 100,000-year soul ring? Although I could summon a flame lion Douluo, the fact remains that he is merely a level 96 super Douluo. Doesn't that seem somewhat precarious? Fortunately, Tang San and the others are oblivious to my thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely be astounded. Due to the expansion of the Muchun group, they often jest that Muchun might very well be the heir to the Muchun group. If they were to overhear such conversations, it would undoubtedly be difficult for me to justify myself. Therefore, when Muchun seeks to obtain his soul ring, he must do so in solitude. Muchun felt it was imperative to seize this opportunity to establish a goal, utilizing the system to market, so that he could retrieve it upon reaching level 40. Soon, night fell. Unable to reach the great forest and having arrived at a small town, Zhao Wujia promptly decided to allow Tang San and the others to rest here for a day before embarking on their journey to the Stardo Forest the following day. Zhao Wujia found a hotel and stated, "We shall stay here for the night, departing early tomorrow. Accommodation and meals will be at our own expense." The Shrek Academy was not affluent, and both Zhao Wujia and Flander upheld noble principles, lacking any income and relying solely on meager tuition fees to sustain the Academy's expenses. Additionally, Tang San and his companions received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, so these costs would indeed need to be borne by themselves. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong sprang forth from the group, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she gazed at Muchun. Then, with utmost gentleness, she said, "Brother Chen, you casually bestowed upon me a purple card from Muchun Bank. You must be quite wealthy, as classmates, shouldn't you?" Muchun gazed at Ning Rongrong, helplessly reflecting, how vengeful this is. "Oh heavens, have mercy on me." Muchun awkwardly remarked, "Rongrong, did you not previously mention that those funds might have been supplemented by my spirit hall, merely to maintain appearances? I can no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. I am but a pauper, having expended nearly all my savings on you." Therefore, Muchun suddenly turned the tables. "You should bear all the expenses." He then cast a mischievous grin at Ning Rongrong. "Have you not heard the saying, a person without shame is invincible? Ning Rongrong was left speechless, her anger rendering her unable to articulate a response, only able to stammer, You. Daimubai waved his hand dismissively, never mind. I shall cover this meal. At that moment, Tang San inquired, should we call Teacher Zhao? Daimubai shook his head, replying, no need. The Academy's policy dictates that teachers do not pay for our expenses, nor do they accept any favors from us. The plump one chimed in, isn't that rather nice? Everyone is clear on their roles. I appreciate this straightforward approach. Daimubai retorted with irritation, stop talking so much. Isn't it better to just enjoy life? He then proceeded to order the dishes. Muchun gazed at a group of individuals preparing to enter the establishment in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It would be best to assign me a task. Otherwise, it would be rather difficult to feign a cough and showcase the formidable prowess of Shrek, he mused inwardly. Chapter 27. The NMSL organization Daimubai ordered some dishes, and shortly thereafter, the food began to arrive. With a smile, Daimubai remarked, this establishment is authorized by Muchun Foods and offers medicinal cuisine. I have ordered a dish for everyone to sample. The plump one exclaimed with excitement. Boss Dai truly is generous. A single medicinal dish costs 50 gold soul coins. Today, we are indeed indulging. Muchun chuckled inwardly, pondering how they would react if they knew the cost was merely 3 golden soul coins. Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, what is medicinal cuisine? Upon hearing this, Xiao San immediately covered his face, signaling his unfamiliarity with this girl. Daimubai also felt a tinge of embarrassment, which rendered him momentarily silent. Muchun medicinal cuisine is crafted from the flesh of domesticated soul beasts, aged between 10 to 100 years, combined with select low-year herbs, culminating in a culinary creation that resembles a pseudo-legendary treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, though her expression betrayed a hint of discontent. Muchun was well aware that despite the emphasis on being domesticated, it was ultimately a soul beast, and Xiao could not bear to see it suffer. What a kind-hearted and innocent young lady she was, Muchun mused. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the restaurant, led by a middle-aged man around 40 years of age, whose appearance was quite presentable, with his hair meticulously styled to shine and gleam. His light moon-colored soul master robe was exquisitely crafted, adorned with silver thread patterns that shimmered with a silvery glow as he moved. Following the middle-aged man were 7 teenagers. 6 boys and 1 girl, all approximately 15 or 16 years old, donned in similar moon-colored soul master robes, though lacking the silver embroidery of their leader. However, on the left shoulder of both the middle-aged man and the accompanying youth was an emblem, Sanghui. Their attire clearly indicated that they were a team of soul masters. Consequently, the owner personally approached to attend to them, for in this era, soul masters were treated with the utmost reverence. At this juncture, the voice of the plump one broke the silence. Boss, look, that girl is quite attractive. However, she appears to be from Sanghui Academy. Although the girls at the academy are all quite lovely and will undoubtedly grow into enchanting temptresses, they are still quite young, with only Zhu Qing being slightly older. Thus, in comparison, this more mature figure is particularly appealing to him. Muchun expressed, Admi. Muchun's faith has remained unwavering. Greatness equates to truth. No matter how beautiful one may appear, if they lack greatness, it is ultimately devoid of significance. At that moment, Daimubai remarked, isn't it just a pile of worthless trash? What is there to be concerned about? The volume of the conversation between the portly individual and Daimubai was not tempered, resulting in an abrupt and eerie silence enveloping the restaurant. Muchun smiled inwardly, his face beaming with joy. Daimubai, I bestow upon you 100 praises. Just then, a disdainful gaze from the Sanghui Academy swept over. The system issued a task to chastise the Sanghui Academy for their contempt towards the host. The reward includes an enhancement of 2,000 years to the soul ring's duration and a chance for a lottery draw. Upon hearing this, Muchun was instantly invigorated. My 100,000-year soul ring is imminent. A faint smile crept upon Muchun's lips, growing more audacious by the moment. For I cannot contain myself. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, leaned in and whispered, San, prepare for an exhilarating spectacle. Tang San, slightly puzzled, inquired, what kind of spectacle? Muchun remarked that the comparison among soul masters can only be discerned through combat with other soul masters. Thus, it is permissible for them to provoke one another and seek conflict. However, one must also bear the corresponding consequences. Therefore, we find ourselves in this very situation, where a confrontation may soon ensue. Muchun's voice was lowered slightly, audible only to a select few around him, while the members of Sanghui Academy remained oblivious. Tang San. Upon hearing this, managed a wry smile and nodded. At that moment, a waiter arrived to serve their meal. Suddenly, a male student from Hui Academy accelerated, colliding with the waiter amidst his startled exclamations. The dishes in the waiter's hands flew forth, aimed directly at Daimubai's head. In a flash, Tang San intervened, catching the food with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Let us not waste food." He stabilized the waiter's body beside him using his control technique. The Hui student was momentarily taken aback, yet unable to discern Tang San's actions. He continued his brazen provocation. "Ah, my sincerest apologies," he enunciated slowly, as he prepared to kick Daimubai's chair. However, at the very instant the student moved, Daimubai also sprang into action. Would a tiger disregard the provocations of a mere shrimp? The answer was unequivocally negative. With a resounding thud, the student's leg collided with Daimubai's, only for him to discover with astonishment that his leg was broken. It felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, leaving him utterly disoriented. Subsequently, Daimubai delivered a sharp slap to the student's face. Reacting instinctively, the student attempted to catch the blow, only to be repelled by Daimubai's soul power, sent flying backward. A middle-aged man then made an effort to catch the foul Muchun side. "They are all formidable contenders. I am still too young." The restaurant, once enveloped in tranquility, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of noise. Many patrons opted to depart, seeking refuge from the tumult. However, a portion of the audience, rather delighted, settled in to witness the unfolding drama. Battles among soul masters are a rarity, and tickets to the soul arena are exorbitantly priced. Thus, the prospect of witnessing a complimentary duel between soul masters was simply irresistible. The members of Hui Academy, incensed, rose to their feet, eager to display their soul rings. Yet, they were halted by a middle-aged man, whose countenance was dark and whose words were harsh. "Which academy do you youngsters belong to?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Muchun swiftly replied, "We hail from an organization known as NMSL." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback and repeated, "NMSL? I've never heard of it." Not only was the middle-aged man bewildered, but even the Shrek 7 devils were equally perplexed, wearing expressions of confusion. Taking advantage of the moment, Muchun declared, "Are you curious? Let strength speak for itself." The middle-aged man from Hui Academy turned pale with fury, bellowing, "Teach these arrogant youngsters a proper lesson." At that instant, the members of Shrek Academy rose in unison, having anticipated this provocation. A fight? How delightful! Xiaowu leapt forward, heading straight for Hui Academy. The atmosphere crackled with impending conflict. Chapter 28. Do you even deserve it? Neither side had yet summoned their martial souls. Xiaowu, though youthful, stood at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. With her charming, large eyes, she approached Hui Academy. The 5 young men on the opposing side found their momentum waning upon encountering such a graceful and sweet young lady. Oscar turned to Tang San and urged, "Aren't you going to make a move? If you don't, Xiao will be at a disadvantage." Muchun spoke before Tang San, asserting, "There will be no weaklings in Shrek." Oscar and Tang San exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Muchun's declaration. Muchun spoke softly, "It is instinct, a sense of combat. I believe Xiao Wu's fighting prowess is on par with Daimubai." Oscar's mouth fell agape in surprise, while Tang San scratched his head in embarrassment. Yet, their expressions conveyed entirely different sentiments. Oscar was skeptical, while Tang San was perplexed. Aware of Xiao Wu's capabilities, Tang San felt reassured. However, he pondered the implications of Muchun's assertion. If it were indeed a matter of combat instinct, then Muchun's prowess was quite formidable. Tang San's purple extreme magic eye had evolved, granting him the ability to discern the soul power levels of those weaker than himself. Thus, he recognized that, aside from the middle-aged man and the woman, none of the others exceeded the 25th level. Xiao Wu had also approached the students of Hui Academy. With her large, bright eyes, she greeted, "Hello, brothers." The 5 young men were momentarily taken aback. Facing such an adorable girl, they found it difficult to act with aggression. They exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a moment of indecision. Just as they stood bewildered, Xiao Wu suddenly seemed to slip, her body tumbling forward toward one of the young men. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, only to be met by a swift lash of her hair, resembling a scorpion's tail. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared, and Xiao Wu, with her back to him, sprang upwards. Having one's neck entangled naturally induces panic. And as Xiao Wu's feet propelled toward him, the young man hurriedly shielded himself with his arms. Alas, Xiao Wu's attack was merely a feint. Her true intention was to establish a pivot. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying in a forward somersault alongside her. In mere moments, All 5 students from Tsanghui Academy had sustained injuries. Xiao Wu returned, brushing off her hands. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy, astonished, exclaimed, "Fool! Quickly, use your martial spirits." Meanwhile, Oscar couldn't help but remark, "This truly rivals Boss Dai. Muchun, your combat instinct is somewhat unbelievable." With a smile gracing his face, Muchun inwardly mused, "Silly child. This is not merely somewhat false, it is indeed utterly fictitious." Subsequently, Dai Mu Bai was poised to take action, yet Muchun, intent on fulfilling his task, chose to step forward first. "All right, Xiao Wu, let us return. Such arduous labor is best left to men." After Xiao Wu departed, Muchun found himself exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. The young woman from Tsanghui Academy was taken aback. How striking! So handsome that he could easily sway the affections of an ordinary man. The 5 young men, already feeling ill at ease, were further unsettled by the sight of such an extraordinarily handsome man, prompting them to draw forth their martial spirits in readiness to confront him. These 5 individuals were all battle spirit masters, comprising 2 weapon spirit masters and 3 beast spirit masters, each adorned in a combination of white and yellow. As Muchun refrained from unleashing his martial spirit, the Tsanghui student scornfully exclaimed, "What is the matter? Are you not going to release your martial spirit?" Muchun shook his head. A young man from Tsanghui Academy inquired, "Why do you lack a martial soul?" Muchun continued to shake his head. The members of the Tsanghui Academy wore expressions of confusion, surprisingly refraining from launching an immediate attack. Muchun seized the opportunity and swiftly advanced. In the blink of an eye, a young man from Tsanghui Academy was sent flying. Soon after, Muchun's cold voice echoed, "My shaking of the head signifies that you are unworthy of me employing my martial soul against you. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would squander your chance due to such folly. You truly embody a level of incompetence that is astonishing." At that moment, the Shrek 7 devils voiced their agreement. "Indeed, given your utter lack of merit, we had not intended to reveal our martial souls. However, now that we have reached this juncture, comrades, let us unveil our martial souls." Led by Dai Mu Bai, they each displayed their martial souls. Dai Mu Bai, Evil Eye White Tiger. Yellow, yellow, purple, Tang San. Blue Silver Grass, yellow, yellow, Xiao Wu. Softbone Rabbit, yellow, yellow, Ma Hongjun. Evil Fire Phoenix, yellow, yellow, Oscar. Sausage, yellow, yellow. Zhu Zhuqing. Nether Cat, yellow, yellow, Ning Rongrong. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, yellow, yellow. As for Muchun, he still refrained from revealing his martial soul. This left the members of Tsanghui Academy in shock. A middle-aged man promptly summoned the others, realizing that none of the students before him were anything less than prodigies. Especially the golden-haired youth, who, at merely 16 or 17 years of age, had already attained the 3rd spirit ring, achieving the rank of Spirit Elder. This revelation left him profoundly astounded. "I am Yujichio, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" As Yujichio approached the trio, standing firm against the pressure of Muchun's released spirit power without resorting to his martial soul, Dai Mu Bai felt a deep sense of respect. In this precarious situation, he was certain that the middle-aged man's spirit power far exceeded his own. Muchun coughed lightly and said, "I am not deceiving you. It is indeed the NMCL organization." How could Yujichio believe that these few individuals were from an obscure group? "I harbor no ill intentions, Muchun waved his hand to interrupt, asserting that strength speaks for itself, challenging the old man with a coarse beard to come and test his mettle. Dai Mu Bai and the others let out deep breaths, realizing that Muchun was indeed a formidable opponent. Yujichio's expression darkened, although he was taken aback by the opponent's prowess. He could not afford to retreat in front of so many diners, as it would bring disgrace to the Tsanghui Academy. Even if the students faltered, he felt compelled to restore some dignity to the academy. With this thought, Yujichio cast aside his hesitation, a spark igniting in his eyes as he unleashed his martial soul, the Xin Gui, taking its form. The beast martial soul, the Xin Gui, emanated a wave of black ripples from his being, forcefully suppressing the momentum of Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the hefty companion. His limbs contracted by 1/3, while a massive armored shell protruded from his back. A shimmering black light enveloped him as 5 soul rings ascended from his feet, swirling above his frame. Among these rings, 1 was white, 2 were yellow, and 2 were purple, indicating that the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy was indeed a soul king of level 50 or above. As Yujichio released his martial soul, Dai Mu Bai and the others felt the weight of pressure. Yet suddenly, A refreshing breeze swept through, and they realized that the oppressive force had seemingly dissipated. Muchun unleashed his martial soul, and in an instant, the temperature around him plummeted. Yushichio gazed at Muchun in utter astonishment. Not solely due to the black soul rings that adorned his form, rings that he himself had never possessed, but also because the most terrifying aspect was that his third soul ring had already manifested a crimson hue. A soul ring of 90,000 years. Muchun refrained from engaging in unnecessary discourse, simply uttering a few words. Will you proceed or not? How imposing and majestic his presence was. Daimu Bai and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. So what if you are a soul king? We have Brother Chen. Trust in Brother Chen is unfounded. Although Yushichio felt a slight astonishment within, she nonetheless offered words of consolation, stating, he is merely a soul master. Even if his soul rings are of considerable age, victory is not guaranteed. Reflecting on this, Yushichio admonished, you youngsters lack understanding. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Summon your academy's instructor. Muchun let out a cold snort. You dare. Ma Hongjin echoed, with your old tortoise-like demeanor. Do you think you can meet our teacher? We are more than capable of dealing with you. Dear esteemed soul masters, I implore you. Refrain from engaging in conflict within this humble establishment. This modest business cannot withstand such turmoil, the shopkeeper interjected, compelled to intervene, for if he did not act swiftly, the entire shop would soon be engulfed in chaos. Yushichio, possessing the tortoise martial spirit, held a lifelong aversion to the term tortoise. Initially, he merely intended to instill a sense of fear in these young individuals, for he did not wish to bear the stigma of bullying the weak, especially given his uncertainty regarding the strength of the academies behind them. However, the rotund youth had transgressed his taboo, igniting a furious ire within Yushichio. With a sardonic smile born of his rage, he declared, very well, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on your teacher's behalf. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit, the motion of his dark tortoise shell swaying amusingly, yet the soul power emanating from him was undeniably formidable. Muchun was filled with joy as he stepped outside, laughing as if he felt no pressure whatsoever. Chapter 29. The Illusion of a Strong Assault. Following Yushichio, he emerged, and with an air of arrogance, Yushichio remarked, you have but a moment to prepare. Call for me when you are ready. Then, seemingly unfazed, he waited patiently nearby. What should we do, Tang-san? Xiao inquired habitually. Tang-san replied, first, we must analyze Yushichio's martial spirit, identify his weaknesses, and devise a strategy to defeat him. Muchun and the others nodded in agreement with this assertion. Subsequently, Tang-san began his analysis. Firstly, Yushichio's martial soul is the Xian Gui, which undoubtedly possesses formidable defensive capabilities. However, it is likely that his offensive techniques are either minimal or altogether absent. Furthermore, with our group comprising 8 individuals, and with Chen Gu as our steadfast pillar, we still stand a chance of emerging victorious. Daimubai and the others were momentarily taken aback, raising their thumbs in admiration towards Xiao-san. Nevertheless, Tang-san did not continue his discourse. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Muchun. Muchun, little San, do you believe that humans are alive or dead? Tang-san, taken aback by the question, eventually responded, alive. Muchun nodded thoughtfully and continued, Xiao-san, your understanding of martial souls is commendable. Your teacher must be a theoretical master. Nevertheless, he is still quite young. Or perhaps his abilities are insufficient. A soul master is a living entity, and he is undoubtedly aware of the shortcomings you have analyzed. Thus, he will certainly seek to remedy these flaws, just as you, Xiao-san, are constantly striving to overcome the limitations of the blue silver grass. Upon hearing this, Tang-san experienced a profound realization. Indeed, why would one not endeavor to rectify their deficiencies? It seems foolish to remain complacent in the face of one's known shortcomings. Muchun then remarked, thus, it is highly probable that the adversary possesses long-range offensive capabilities. However, they should not be overly formidable. A little caution will suffice. With that said, we should be entirely secure. The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Muchun spoke again. I would prefer that you all engage in the battle yourselves. I shall intervene only if I observe you faltering. Otherwise, it would seem too effortless, and you would miss the opportunity for growth. Muchun spoke, his expression one of helplessness. Even Tang-san couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, everyone understood that if Brother Chen truly engaged, it would likely hold no significance, just as he had stated. Consequently, the group acquiesced, and for the first time, the Shrek 7 monsters formed a team and advanced towards their opponents. As Muchun observed the silhouettes of the 7 individuals, His thoughts inevitably drifted to Xiao Ying and the other two. A similar sentiment stirred within the depths of his heart. Yi Zhiqiu, noticing their approach, spoke in a grave tone. I offer you one more chance. It is not too late to admit your mistakes. Dai Mubai, however, responded with an arrogant chuckle. Mistake? What defines right or wrong? The one with the might is always right. Defeat us first, and then we shall talk. Yi Zhiqiu, unwilling to underestimate the situation, promptly activated his martial soul. He then glanced at Muchun, only to find that the strongest among them chose not to engage. Are you so dismissive as to refrain from action? He taunted. Tang San and his companions regarded Yi Zhiqiu with disdain, as if pitying a fool. The rotund one boldly declared, You old turtle, you aren't worthy of our brother Chen's efforts. We are sufficient on our own. Upon hearing this, the previously quelled fury within Yi Zhiqiu ignited anew. I am truly being generous with you, little fatty. Come at me together, and I shall teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourselves. The stout one grinned and replied, Remember, we are not mere mortals. We are monsters. Before Yi Zhiqiu could make a move, Dai Mubai surged forward, his second spirit ring radiating brilliantly. A brilliant sphere of white light coalesced and erupted from his mouth, unleashing the second soul skill of the evil eye white tiger, the white tiger's radiant wave. At the same moment, Zhu Shiqing darted to the side, accelerating towards Yi Zhiqiu's flank, while Tang San charged from another direction. The stout one's mohawk quivered as his first soul ring glowed fiercely, releasing a jet of purplish-red phoenix flames. The four acted almost in unison, undeterred by the fact that their adversary was a soul king of 50 levels or higher. In response to their simultaneous assault, Yi Zhiqiu's body was enveloped in a surge of dark light, a low growl escaping his lips. His first and second soul rings flared to life as he spun swiftly, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Simultaneously, a stream of black light, imbued with an icy chill, unfurled from him. As the battle commenced, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed both of his soul skills, the profound turtle's protection and the profound water's frozen seal. His objective was straightforward, to swiftly subdue these youths, imparting a profound lesson that not only vented his frustrations but also showcased the might of Tsanghui Academy. Although the students of Shrek Academy possessed remarkable abilities, they were still quite young, and their soul power significantly lagged behind his. Yi Zhiqiu believed that with his 53rd level soul power, he could effectively encase them all in his ice ceiling of mysterious water. The white tiger's radiant light wave erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's back, and just as Tang San had surmised, the defensive prowess of the black tortoise ranked among the best of beast martial souls. His soul power exceeded Dai Mubai's by a considerable margin, rendering the attack ineffective. Yi Zhiqiu's body didn't even flinch. At that moment, Tang San had closed the distance to Yi Zhiqiu, acutely sensing a frigid aura enveloping him, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. With a sense of urgency, he activated his Xiantian skill, seeking to counter the icy chill, and his forward momentum abruptly halted. Yet, the blue-silver grass martial soul swiftly unfurled, wrapping around Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Whether cold or searing, they exert a restraining effect on plant-based martial souls. The advance of the blue-silver grass noticeably slowed under the influence of the ice ceiling of mysterious water. Just then, the rotund figure S Phoenix fire line reached Yi Zhiqiu's tortoiseshell, although the heat of the phoenix flames was somewhat mitigated by the ice ceiling. The arrival of the flames also diminished the coldness of the ice ceiling significantly. The purplish-red flames clung to the tortoise shell, refusing to extinguish, as if possessing an adhesive quality. Ma Hongjun's martial soul was altered, and thus could not be judged by ordinary flames. Yi Zhiqiu felt a sudden surge of heat on his back, startling him. Seizing this fleeting moment, the blue-silver grass wrapped tightly around him, while Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal figure silently emerged from behind, in a blind spot, executing her first soul ring skill, Phantom Piercing, aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu's neck. In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his neck, and a bizarre scene unfolded. His entire head seemingly vanished into his chest, perfectly evading Zhu Zhuqing's lethal claws. His third soul ring illuminated, and a mist of water burst forth from his mouth, enveloping the phoenix flames on his back. Despite the intense combustibility of the phoenix flames, Yi Zhiqiu's mysterious water was formidable, and his soul power far surpassed that of the rotund one, leading to the extinguishing of the purplish-red flames. A powerful chill surged once more, prompting Tang San to swiftly retract his blue-silver grass. Otherwise, should it become frozen, it would also adversely affect him. Zhu Zhuqing's cat paw struck the tortoise shell, using the momentum to leap upward. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, her right hand had already succumbed to the cold. Just then, Dai Mubai arrived, unhesitatingly activating his white tiger guardian barrier. Amidst the radiant glow of his first spirit ring, a pair of massive tiger claws emerged, directly aiming at Yujicho's back. Daimubai possessed the strongest spirit power among the Shrek Academy students. The disparity in attack potency between his 37th level spirit power and that of a 20-something level opponent was substantial. With two dull thuds, Yujicho staggered, stumbling forward for 2 steps, but he quickly half-turned, his head emerging from his chest cavity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a jet of black, icy energy towards Daimubai. This was the third spirit ring technique, Xianshui Ji Dong. However, Daimubai was prepared, utilizing his spirit power combined with the white tiger guardian barrier to fend off the attack. While it mitigated some of the chill, it was insufficient to completely withstand the assault, given that his opponent's spirit power exceeded his by over 10 levels. At that moment, a second wave of purplish-red flames appeared, perfectly positioned in front of Daimubai, colliding with the black water. Thick steam erupted, although the flames were subdued by the Xianshui. Daimubai seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly. This brief skirmish led Tang San to reflect silently that they were fortunate to have Brother Chen's support. Otherwise, they would have certainly faced considerable losses. Unbeknownst to them, while Tang San and his companions were astonished, Yujicho's surprise was even greater. Although the combined attack of the 4 youths had not inflicted harm upon him, it had nonetheless created significant trouble. Particularly, the phoenix fire line spat out by Ma Hongjin made Yujicho acutely aware that this flame seemed to be his nemesis. Had it not been for the low spirit power of that chubby boy, his Xianshui would have been utterly incapable of countering such an extraordinary flame. Muchun observed the battle from the rear, fully aware that these 7 individuals had reached their utmost limit, for the disparity in soul power was evident. With this realization, he took a decisive step forward and addressed Daimubai, saying, "Mubai, unleash your third soul skill. I shall assist you in breaching this old turtle's defenses." Upon hearing this, Daimubai hesitated not for a moment. He activated the White Tiger King transformation and charged once more into the fray. Yujicho, however, scoffed. "You think you can break my defenses? How naive." Muchun unleashed his martial spirit, subsequently employing the ethereal presence of the departed to inhabit Daimubai's form. The once imposing white tiger seemed to be cloaked in a layer of gold, radiating an even more resplendent and majestic aura. With all his might, Daimubai struck a powerful punch, causing Yujicho to spew blood, as his protective shell was unexpectedly concave by the force. Following this, Daimubai delivered a swift kick, sending Yujicho flying. The singular sensation that coursed through Daimubai was one of sheer exhilaration. His strength had more than doubled, his speed had surged, and both his defensive and offensive capabilities had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. It was no wonder that Zhu Qing held Muchun in such high regard. This feeling was truly transcendent. As Yujicho withdrew from the state of martial spirit possession, he spat blood once more, his face a canvas of disbelief. At that moment, Muchun approached, calmly stating, "You see, once I make my move, you stand no chance." However, Yujicho, in a misguided attempt at cleverness, retorted, "The mistake lies in my assumption that you were a battle soul master. I never anticipated you to be an auxiliary type." Upon hearing this, the members of the Shrek 7 Devils exchanged perplexed glances. Muchun cursed, "Damn it, a false show of strength." At this moment, Muchun became even more resolute in his determination to acquire only upright skills for each soul ring in the future. Otherwise, Muchun approached Yujicho with a grim expression. "My auxiliary abilities are merely supplementary. My true identity, as you initially surmised, is that of a formidable assault-type soul master." With that declaration, he delivered a punch directly to Yujicho's abdomen. Although he exerted only 50% of his strength and refrained from using soul power, Yujicho, lacking his martial spirit at that moment, was sent flying, crashing pitifully before the students of Songhui Academy. Muchun and the others exited with great elegance. Chapter 30, My Own Summary. As Muchun and his companions prepared to return to their hotel for rest, they encountered Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia inquired of Muchun and the others, "Where have you little rascals been wandering off to this time?" Little Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. Tang San chuckled softly, ruffling Little Wu's hair before turning to Teacher Zhao and saying, "Teacher Zhao, we just had a battle with Songhui Academy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "By the looks of you, it seems you emerged victorious. How does it feel?" Ma Hongjun chimed in, "Teacher Zhao, it was exhilarating. We even managed to defeat a Soul King." Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Defeated a Soul King? However, as he pondered, he realized that with Muchun present, Vanquishing a Soul King might not be as remarkable as it seemed. Yet, Muchun appeared to discern Zhao Wuji's thoughts and calmly stated, "The truth is, I merely provided a slight enhancement to Dai Mu Bai. The strategy and actual combat were executed by Tang San and the others. I did not directly participate." Tang San and the others cast grateful glances at Muchun. People inherently desire recognition, and by saying this, Muchun clarified his own contributions, thereby elevating Tang San and the others. Such humility was indeed commendable. Dai Mu Bai, understanding this sentiment, candidly added, "Teacher Zhao, without Muchun's assistance, we truly could not have won." His enhancement was quite significant. Zhao Wuji observed the increasingly cohesive team of Shrek and felt a sense of pride. However, he quickly masked it and playfully admonished, "Having basked in victory, hurry back to bed. Don't think that winning one battle is sufficient to make Shrek renowned throughout the world. Do not grow too complacent." In unison, the group responded, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." The following day, before the sun had even risen, Zhao Wuji awakened Muchun and the others with his resounding voice. Muchun and Tang San felt little impact, as both had replaced sleep with cultivation, rendering the disruption minimal. However, the same could not be said for the others. Observing Oscar and his companions, who were breakfasting with their eyes closed, revealed much about their state. Eventually, the sun, at long last, consented to rise, gradually ascending from the eastern horizon. The light of day slowly unfurled. Muchun admired the breathtaking scenery before him. In his previous life, he lacked the time to appreciate such enchanting vistas that could cleanse one's mind of all worries. Now, as he beheld it, he found it profoundly refreshing. When the sun's radiant light pierced through the darkness, the shadows retreated swiftly like defeated soldiers, gradually dispersing. This symbolized the dawn of a new day. Shortly thereafter, the group prepared their gear and set off towards the Douluo forest. This quaint town was in close proximity to the forest, and everyone hastened their pace, particularly Oscar, who was most excited about acquiring his third spirit ring. He eagerly anticipated the soul skill that his third ring would bestow upon him. The Douluo forest lay directly south of the Heaven Do Empire, straddling the borders of two nations. Due to the abundance of soul beasts, the region was intricately entwined within the boundaries of both countries. Although the map indicated that 3/5 belonged to the Douluo Empire, the Heaven Do Empire vehemently refused to acknowledge this. As one of the three major habitats for soul beasts, this area was undoubtedly a paradise for soul masters, and it was the ultimate destination they longed to reach. The sheer number of soul beasts eliminated any concern about finding a suitable spirit ring, signifying that their arrival here heralded their advancement. From afar, the fresh air, enhanced by the towering trees, enveloped Muchun, and he reveled in the sheer bliss of relaxation and rejuvenation. At last, he and his companions stood before the Douluo forest. The trees loomed majestically, soaring at least 20 meters high, each one thick enough to require the embrace of 20 people. This was merely the periphery. At this moment, Zhao Wuji spoke up. "Everyone, halt." Well aware of the dangers lurking within, Zhao advised his students to rest and replenish their energy, aiming to enter the Douluo forest in peak condition. Oscar, understanding the cue, began to craft sausages through an array of philosophical dances and mystical soul incantations. The group, with mild disdain, consumed the sausages one by one. With a serious expression, Zhao Wuji continued, "Listen closely. The Douluo forest ahead is not only home to aggressive and volatile soul beasts, but due to its position at the border of two nations, the presence of soul masters is equally complex and dangerous. You will face threats from both soul masters and soul beasts at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, you must remain closely by my side, especially you." Oscar and Ning Rongro, "Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison. Afterward, Oscar prepared several more sausages and cured sausages, distributing one of each to everyone. "My sausages and cured sausages can sustain vitality for 12 hours. The sausages will restore your condition, while the cured sausages will alleviate negative effects, primarily detoxification. Keep these with you for emergencies." The crowd nodded in agreement, subsequently donning the sausages and cured meats with great care. Observing that they were prepared, Zhao Wuji waved his hand decisively and commanded their departure. This time, Zhao Wuji allowed Muchun and Dai Mu Bai to lead the way, while he took on the responsibility of guarding the rear. However, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, for he noticed that Xiao Wu was merrily bounding along, as if she were at home, radiating an inexplicable joy. Yet, he chose not to admonish her. The Douluo forest, with its intricate and convoluted terrain, possessed no discernible paths. Thus, The task of clearing a route naturally fell to Dai Mu Bai and Muchun. Muchun wielded his sword, while Mu Bai's claws tore at the air. In the center, Tang San diligently heightened his vision and perception, cautiously alert to his surroundings. As a disciple of the master, Tang San was well versed in the knowledge of soul beasts. Wild soul beasts were terrifyingly aggressive and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Upon sighting a human, they would invariably launch an attack. Thus, the most daunting aspect of the Douluo forest was encountering a group of soul beasts whose strength surpassed one's own. In such circumstances, unless a soul master possessed exceptional individual prowess or operated within a well-coordinated team, it could only be said that one was bound for disaster. Heeding the master's teachings, Tang San remained acutely vigilant upon entering the forest, aware that negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. According to the master, a soul master of level 30 should ideally confront soul beasts that were at least a millennium old. However, it was rare to find domesticated soul beasts of such age, and those suitable for oneself were even scarcer, prompting their venture here for hunting. The master's guidance resembled modern education, emphasizing not merely the techniques of cultivation but also imparting an understanding of the world and the dissemination of knowledge. Before long, Tang San and his companions encountered a group of soul beasts. Zhao Wuji commanded them to halt. However, Muchun and Tang San discerned that this group of weasel-like creatures was relatively small, undoubtedly lacking in strength, likely not even a century old. Before Tang San could formulate a plan, Muchun shook his head at Dai Mu Bai, gesturing towards the side. Although surprised, Tang San quickly understood, through countless battles. He presumed that Chen had gleaned insights into the age of these soul beasts. Dai Mu Bai, however, struggled to comprehend and inquired of Muchun. The strength of those soul beasts is not formidable. Why not simply charge in and eliminate them? Muchun gently remarked, they hold no interest for us. Their demise would bear no significance. Soul beasts kill to survive, while soul masters slay soul beasts. If everyone harbored thoughts akin to yours, it would be utterly futile. Moreover, without the evolution of lower-tier soul beasts, how could higher-tier ones come into existence? You are essentially cutting off our retreat, extinguishing any hope for survival. Furthermore, should a conflict arise that lingers unresolved, and a soul beast aged between 80 to 90,000 years, or even one nearing 100,000 years, emerges, our entire team would be doomed. Dai Mu Bai, his expression awkward yet filled with admiration, replied, Muchun, your mentor must indeed be an extraordinary individual. Muchun replied calmly, this knowledge is my own, distilled from my life experiences. Upon hearing this, Tang San was profoundly astonished. If indeed this were true, then Brother Chen must be a sage whose wisdom rivaled that of the greatest masters. Muchun consoled himself, reflecting that the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life was indeed his own. With newfound confidence, he boldly expounded on concepts such as the food chain and food web, which captivated the audience, even prompting Zhao Wuji to ponder deeply. Tang San, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, this knowledge is something even my teacher has yet to discover. Brother Chen, my teacher will surely admire you and eagerly anticipate a discussion with you. Muchun also responded, expressing his eagerness to meet a teacher capable of nurturing someone as exceptional as Xiao San. However, the Douluo forest is indeed vast, and despite their extensive search, they have yet to encounter a formidable soul beast. Approximately an hour later, it was now midday. Although they had come across numerous soul beasts, none had reached the 1,000-year mark. Noticing that everyone was somewhat fatigued, Zhao Wuji suggested, all right, let us take a moment to rest. Subsequently, Muchun and Dai Mu Bai cleared an area of about 100 square meters, allowing everyone to lean against the trees and indulge in a rare moment of relaxation. Chapter 31. Do you still need a brother? Oscar once again contributed his sausages for the group's rejuvenation. To everyone's surprise, they were able to consume them without hesitation, which filled Oscar with quiet delight. Afterward, they enjoyed water and sausages, feeling at ease. Since they were still on the periphery of the Douluo forest, where high-ranking soul beasts were scarce, the area was relatively safe. Their purpose was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable high-level soul beast, specifically one that was 1,000-year-old, thus necessitating their deeper venture into the forest. Therefore, it was essential to replenish their strength in a relatively secure location. Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu was not in good spirits, prompting him to inquire multiple times. However, Xiao Wu consistently reassured him that she was fine. Soon after, Muchun approached. In a tone audible only to the two of them, he remarked, do you still doubt Xiao San? I believe that even if he were to find out, it would not concern him in the slightest. This double entendre took Xiao Wu by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned as she gazed at Muchun. Muchun spoke as if reminiscing. I once encountered a shape-shifting soul beast who was remarkably kind. It sheltered me for a time, aided me in hunting soul beasts, and imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me. I regarded him as a father figure, and under his influence, I formed friendships with many soul beasts. However, on a dark night, the spirit hall shattered this tranquility. At this point, Muchun paused, his gaze softening as he looked at Xiaowu. Seeing you reminds me of my father. Therefore, do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions. I share this merely to bridge any gaps between us and to encourage you to trust Xiao-san. I believe he is a wonderful brother. Also, do you still need a brother? Muchun's manager is not a fabrication. He is merely a child. What justifies his possession of a 10,000-year soul ring? Even if the system shields him from soul disturbances, allowing him to absorb soul rings effortlessly, his physical condition and combat capabilities inevitably render him incapable of defeating a 10,000-year soul beast. However, fate smiled upon him when he encountered a benefactor at the tender age of 3. This benefactor, his one and only father in this life, was Fu Qing's, a transformed 85-level soul beast. Fu Qing, a rare moon dragon, possessed a gentle disposition and an empathetic nature. After taking Muchun under his wing, he revealed his true identity when Muchun turned 10, only to meet his demise shortly thereafter. Thus, Muchun's desire to protect Xiao is genuine, akin to that of an older brother, unlike Tang San, who harbored ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt tears welling in her eyes, nodding as she leaned against Muchun's shoulder. Observing this tender moment, Tang San approached, a vague feeling stirring within him, and in a light-hearted manner remarked, "Thank you, Brother Chen." Muchun shook his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I merely find Xiao Wu quite pleasing to the eye." Xiao Wu shot him a glare, questioning what he meant by finding a younger sister appealing. However, after this moment of comfort, Xiao Wu felt significantly more at ease and spirited. After everyone rested for half an hour, suddenly Muchun, Tang San, and Dai Mubai cast their gazes toward a singular direction. At the same moment, Zhao Wujing bellowed, "Everyone, rise." Tang San and Dai Mubai were the first to respond, rising to a state of alertness, while Muchun remained seated. Zhao Wujing, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Muchun, why are you still sitting?" Muchun spoke lightly. "Just now, I was sensing the tremors of the ground, judging by the frequency. It appears to be a serpent. Zhu Qing, could you ascend to the treetops and ascertain the identity of the spirit beast? If my conjecture is correct, Oscar's spirit ring is about to arrive." Upon hearing this, Oscar was instantly filled with joy. After climbing the tree, Zhu Qing reported, "It resembles a serpent that seems capable of flight, though it occasionally descends to the ground. It possesses a fleshy crown atop its head, which appears larger than its own head, a vivid crimson akin to blood. Its tail is quite unique, being fan-shaped." Muchun smiled and remarked, as I anticipated, "It is indeed a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Judging by the duration of its contact with the ground, it must be a millennium-old specimen." Zhu Qing, take another look at its appearance and length. Zhu Qing nodded and observed, its wings are pale crimson, measuring approximately 6 to 8 meters in length. Tang San was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Chingu was correct. It was a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The pale crimson wings confirmed its age, while the length of 6 to 8 meters indicated it was between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. "Oscar, this is perfectly suited for you." Zhao Wujia and Dai Mubai cast admiring glances at Tang San, who was fixated on the slowly rising Muchun. "In truth, it is Chen Gu who is remarkable. I have merely absorbed my teacher's knowledge, while Chen Gu has relied on his own abilities." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, in comparison, Muchun was indeed extraordinary. Muchun smiled and shook his head. "Zhu Qing, take another look. Is this snake injured?" Zhu Qing examined it once more and replied, "It seems to have sustained some harm." However, the others turned their gazes towards him, filled with curiosity. Muchun remarked, "Teacher Zhao, are you perplexed as well? In a place teeming with spirit masters, it is essential to ascertain whether the spirit beasts have an owner." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji promptly realized the necessity of observation. He then smiled at the assembly and said, "Let us all learn from Muchun, observe him, and then reflect upon yourselves." Ma Hongjun chuckled foolishly. "There can only be one Chingu. He is to be admired from afar, not trifled with." The group erupted in laughter, yet they swiftly returned to a serious demeanor, for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had arrived. Muchun immediately declared, "All serpents harbor a fear of avian creatures. Fatty, swiftly utilize your martial spirit." This will diminish its chances of fleeing. As he spoke, a colossal serpent, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing's description, materialized before the group. Zhu Zhuqing descended from the treetops and executed a phantom thrust aimed at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. However, the snake's reflexes were astute, despite its rapid movement. It managed to slightly divert its head, causing Zhu Zhuqing to miss its crest and strike its body instead. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake seemed to react to the provocation. Unleashing a burst of resplendent mist, its fleshly crest aglow as it prepared to escape with renewed swiftness. Yet, Ma Hongjun would not allow it to succeed. He immediately activated his martial spirit and released a torrent of phoenix flames. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai charged forward, unleashing his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Ningrong, without hesitation, bestowed a powerful enhancement upon Dai Mubai. Under the relentless assault, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was evidently on the brink of succumbing. Muchun decisively pinned the phoenix-tailed crowned snake to the ground with a swift motion. In this battle, Zhao Wujia observed the seamless cooperation of the Shrek team. Yet his primary focus remained on Muchun. At the precise moment he struck, any earlier or later action could have allowed the phoenix-tailed crowned snake to escape. Although his presence ensured its capture, the essence of the situation would have been altered. Thus, his admiration for Muchun deepened. "We've done it." The crowd erupted in cheers. Oscar rushed forward, his excitement palpable. Xiaowu turned to Muchun and inquired, "Brother, is it truly only possible to hunt soul beasts?" Muchun remarked, "This is the survival of the fittest. Soul beasts must also hunt soul masters to obtain their essence. Even apart from this, have you ever considered that soul beasts engage in fierce competition among themselves, devouring weaker beings? For instance, have you ever contemplated abstaining from consuming carrots?" Xiaowu found herself rendered speechless by his words. Muchun continued, "We cannot impede the natural order. However, we can mitigate senseless slaughter. It is essential to hunt not merely for the sake of power, but to refrain from preying upon the weak for the thrill of it. This, I can assure you." Xiaowu gently nodded, clearly having absorbed his words. Muchun's affection for Xiaowu had grown even more, for the world was not as simple as one might imagine. However, with an elder brother by her side, she would remain untainted. Zhao Wujia extracted a dagger from his pocket and handed it to Oscar, advising him to take action to avoid excessive dreams of the night. Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger. Just as he was about to plunge it into the comb of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, a voice echoed from afar, commanding him to halt. Chapter 32. Are you seeking reason, or is it a brazen robbery? With a furious shout, an elderly woman and a young girl rushed in from the opposite side. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, impeccably dressed and well-groomed, her complexion rosy and vibrant, reminiscent of youth rather than old age. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she wielded a snake-headed cane adorned with 6 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically. The younger girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, sported a chic bob haircut, clad in a sleek outfit of silver and black that accentuated her alluring figure. The arrival of the elderly woman and the girl triggered recollections of Muchun's earlier words, igniting speculation among the onlookers. Yet, upon realizing that their opponent was a soul emperor, their concerns lessened, for Zhao Wujia was a soul sage. The elderly woman, however, was inwardly startled to find that the 7 soul rings surrounding Zhao Wujia were also in constant motion. A soul sage. To encounter a soul sage at the outskirts of the Star-Do forest was indeed alarming. She sensed that they had stumbled upon a formidable challenge. "What brings you here?" Zhao Wujia inquired, deliberately adopting a stern expression. As a notorious figure in the world, he was not inclined to display a favorable demeanor in such circumstances. The answer, naturally, was negative. The elderly woman cleared her throat, attempting to soften her countenance, and spoke gently, "Greetings, esteemed soul sage. Might you consider relinquishing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to this child?" Zhao Wujia shot Oscar a glance, signaling him to hold on. He then turned to the elderly woman and asked, "Why should I?" The woman replied, "We were the first to discover and pursue this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it all the way here?" Oscar could not contain himself, exclaiming, "But how can you prove that? Do you have any evidence of your hunt?" Suddenly, he fell silent, recalling Muchun's earlier words. He cast a questioning look towards Muchun. Muchun quietly remarked, "The serpent's center of gravity and movement patterns upon landing were rather abnormal. It seems likely that it has sustained injuries to its abdomen and beneath its wings." Upon hearing Muchun's astute analysis, both the elderly man and the young boy were filled with astonishment, particularly the elder, who couldn't help but steal several glances at Muchun. Zhao Wujie and the others proceeded to conduct their own examination, confirming Muchun's observations. The old woman smiled slightly. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was injured in its abdomen by my cane, and it has also been struck beneath its wings. Our momentary lapse allowed this creature to escape. However, Zhao Wujie was not one to shy away from challenges. He knew that acquiring a soul beast based solely on a few words would be an insurmountable task. With a cold sneer, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The old woman replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. I am known as Chao Tianxiang, affectionately dubbed Snake Granny by my friends in the Spirit Master community. My husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as Dragon Lord. We have come here to select a soul ring for our beloved granddaughter. Yet, looking at the children behind you, they hardly appear capable of absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Although it is relatively gentle, I sense that it is quite extraordinary for a Spirit Master to reach the rank of Spirit Master by the age of 16. Thus, I find it hard to believe that these clearly younger children could be Spirit Masters." Upon hearing the old woman's self-introduction, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted. He quickly restrained Oscar, who was about to speak, and said, "So it is the esteemed Snake Granny from the legendary Dragon Snake duo. I am honored." Chao Tianxiang, aware of the gap in their statuses, smiled and said, "I have yet to learn your esteemed name." Zhao Wujie felt a sense of foreboding. The Dragon Snake duo had been renowned long before his own rise to fame, especially Dragon Lord, who was likely a formidable spirit Douluo by now. Furthermore, the two were known for their martial soul fusion techniques. Only a titled Douluo or a similarly skilled Spirit Master with a compatible martial soul fusion technique would stand a chance against them. Although Dragon Lord was not present at the moment, it was clear that the duo would not be far apart. Zhao Wujie, being merely a spirit saint, realized he could not confront Dragon Lord directly. Despite Snake Granny's relative weakness, he still hesitated to take action. As the saying goes, if one cannot win, it is wise to retreat. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wujie's demeanor softened as he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Wujie." Chao Tianxiang's expression grew rather peculiar. I wondered how a spirit saint could appear so casually. It turns out to be the renowned immovable king Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie chuckled awkwardly. "Renowned? More like infamous." He smiled and replied, "I am unworthy of such accolades. I was merely notorious in my earlier days. In recent years, I have been teaching at an academy, and I brought these children to seek suitable soul rings, so I did not expect to encounter you, esteemed senior." Chao Tianxiang, eager to dispense with pleasantries, stated directly, "I am somewhat older than you, so I shall address you as Brother Zhao. Dear Zhao, my spouse and I have diligently sought a suitable spirit beast for our beloved granddaughter. Alas, it has inadvertently escaped. If you would graciously return this spirit beast to us, we would be eternally grateful and ensure that you are repaid in kind in the future." Zhao Wujie scoffed inwardly. Do they truly believe they can achieve their aim so effortlessly? "Your dragon prince is not present here." Zhao Wujie feigned a troubled expression and replied, "Sister Chao, I fear that may not be feasible." The young lady, displeased, stepped forward and asserted, "We were the ones who discovered and subsequently injured it. Otherwise, could you have captured this serpent so easily?" Chao Tianxiang's countenance also darkened as she fixed Zhao Wujie with a cold gaze and stated, "Brother Zhao, are you suggesting that you have no intention of yielding?" At this moment, Muchun spoke up. "Are you engaging in reasoned discourse or merely resorting to coercion?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their gaze toward Muchun, who was seated regally upon a tree trunk, as if he had just awakened from a deep meditation. The young girl beside Xiangxiang was rendered speechless. At this juncture, Muchun was 12 years old, yet stood at an impressive height of 182 centimeters. Resembling a youth of 15 or 16, he donned a gray base layer, complemented by a flowing black long coat, and his feet were adorned with knightly boots crafted from an indeterminate material. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were impeccably defined, conforming perfectly to the principles of the golden ratio. He appeared almost celestial, akin to a divine scion, or perhaps a prince on a magnificent white steed. Muchun spoke lightly. "Your failure to capture this soul beast is merely a reflection of your inadequacy. You cannot place the blame upon us. This is an example of unjust accusations. Furthermore, on what basis do you claim that we are incapable of absorbing this soul beast soul ring? Is it not possible for a soul master to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring?" Upon hearing these words, Chao Tianxiang felt her face flush crimson and, momentarily taken aback by the final statement, inquired, "Are you implying that among you, there are also soul masters of the 30th level?" Muchun refrained from elaborating further. However, the members of Shrek's group seamlessly revealed their martial souls. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Each soul ring was of the highest caliber, all belonging to great soul masters, with one individual even reaching the rank of Soul Zone. Despite being somewhat older, he still exuded the vitality of youth. Although the young man who had remained silent earlier did not speak, one could surmise that he was not far behind. What was most alarming was the flawless synergy of their soul rings. None of them bore the color white. It was utterly astonishing. Chao Tianxiang gazed at these children. Her previous belief that her granddaughter possessed exceptional talent shattered by the scene before her. Zhao Wujie, observing Chao Tianxiang's reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction and silently praised Muchun. With a smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger, he remarked, "Tell me, do these students not captivate your attention?" Chapter 33. You are unworthy. Regaining her composure, Chao Tianxiang steadied her emotions and, with a smile that barely concealed her disdain, replied, "Of course, they are impressive. Truly deserving of being disciples of the unmoved Ming King. However, which of these children has attained the 30th level?" Zhao Wujie shook his head and gestured toward Oscar beside him, stating, "It is this little rascal." Chao Tianxiang scrutinized Oscar, her expression momentarily conflicted. No one wished to relinquish a prize that was almost in their grasp. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of excitement crossed her face as she smiled and proposed, "Since that is the case, Zhao, let us adhere to the customs of the Soul Master realm, shall we?" Zhao Wujie, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Might I ask what the customs of the Soul Master realm entail?" It was not that Zhao was feigning ignorance, rather. His lawless demeanor had left him oblivious to such traditions. Chao Tianxiang, unfazed, explained, "It is quite simple. We shall compete in soul power to determine the ownership of the soul beast. The victor shall claim it." Zhao Wujie spread his hands in resignation, saying, "I fear that may not be feasible, Chao Dajie." Upon hearing this, Chao Tianxiang's anger flared. "Zhao Wujie, I have already made concessions. Do not take advantage of my generosity." Zhao Wujie, with a forced smile, replied, "My apologies for my lack of tact. The truth is, this student is of the food system. Thus, he cannot engage in a soul power contest with combat soul masters." Chao Tianxiang was taken aback. "What? You mean he is a food system soul master? What does this entail? It is notoriously difficult to cultivate, yet immensely powerful. Yet here stands this young lad, having already attained the rank of Soul Zone at such a tender age. One cannot help but marvel. This academy is filled with prodigies. Oscar, with innate full soul power, reaching the 30th level so swiftly, is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. In the annals of food system soul masters, he might well be unparalleled." Chao Tianxiang regarded Oscar with evident satisfaction, inquiring, "Young man, your talent is remarkable. May I ask which sect you hail from?" Oscar shook his head and said, "I have no sect. The dean mentioned that my martial soul has manifested in a mutated form, a genius food system soul master with no background, yet possessing an uncanny talent and a mutated martial soul," filled Chao Tianxiang's heart with delight. If she could recruit this food system soul master into her own sect, it would be perfect to have him assist her daughter in the future. However, just as Chao Tianxiang was about to express her intentions, a voice interrupted. "Let me take Oscar's place. I am at level 29. That shouldn't be considered unfair, right?" The speaker was none other than Tang San. Having overheard the conversation between Zhao Wujie and the elderly woman, Tang San understood that they could not afford to delay, so he decided to act swiftly. With that, Tang San approached Oscar. However, the young lady was not pleased. "Who said I want to take advantage of you? I want to challenge that guy." Following the direction of her pointed finger, it turned out she was indicating Muchun. Muchun slowly opened his closed eyes and declared, "You are unworthy." The statement was crisp and forceful. "You are unworthy." Yet, none of the Shrek 7 monsters found anything amiss. After all, this individual was notoriously formidable. This declaration infuriated the young lady. "I see you're too afraid. You probably haven't even reached the 29th level, hence you speak so boldly to avoid embarrassment." Upon finishing her words, the young lady even assumed an expression of knowing, completely oblivious to the disdainful glances cast upon her by all the members of Shrek. Muchun gently shook his head. Following that, one by one, soul rings began to rise slowly. A palpable sense of oppression surged forth, contrasting starkly with the previous insignificance of Muchun, which had rendered him almost imperceptible. Yet at this moment, he resembled a formidable force of nature, exerting pressure that could rival even the full might of a soul saint. Particularly when his third soul ring, a vivid crimson, emerged. None present could escape a state of astonishment. Indeed, this was following the acquisition of his previous reward, Muchun's third soul skill, the Fallen Puppeteer. has successfully ascended to 100,000 years. The third soul ring, the 11,000-year shadow hunter leopard. The fallen puppeteer allows the summoning of a replica puppet of a soul master with a soul power difference of up to 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on your behalf. Retaining all of the original soul power and skills, yet only possessing 65% of their strength. Additionally, it can replicate two entities of the original, preserving their soul power and skills, maintaining 90% of the original strength, while enhancing its own support-type soul skills onto the original body. Puppet Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is augmented to be indistinguishable from the original, enabling it to engage in self-combat and analyze opponents, continuously adjusting its tactics. As the puppet approaches its dissolution, it transforms into a long spear aimed at the adversary. If it successfully pierces their body, it siphons 50% of their total attribute bonuses onto the original until the fallen puppeteer is employed once more. The upper limit for enhancement allows the original strength to reach double its usual capacity. Muchun currently stands at level 36, possessing spiritual power equivalent to that of a 76th level soul saint, while his total soul power rivals that of an ordinary 45th level soul master. Upon utilizing this skill, he has astonishingly reached the threshold of a soul Douluo, despite lacking 8 soul rings. This exemplifies the anomaly of the 100,000-year soul ring. The moment Muchun acquired this ability, he realized he had transcended the facade of mere brute strength. Xiao Dianxiang's expression was grave, while her granddaughter's eyes had grown vacant. Utterly astonished, Muchun, with an air of impatience, declared, "I shall not indulge in further discourse. Hasten and let your granddaughter confront the third party." This utterance seemed to possess an enchanting quality, as it coincided with the fading of his soul ring, awakening the granddaughter of Qiao Tianxiang from her stupor. At that moment, her complexion flushed, and she found herself reflecting upon the words, "You are unworthy." Indeed, she was unworthy. And it was all the more humiliating to recall her previous presumptuous remarks. The snake lady, seeking to ease the tension, suggested, "Very well, let us proceed as such. What say you, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Wujia nodded, albeit with a degree of bewilderment. Oscar and the others gradually regained their composure. Despite the multitude of inquiries they yearned to pose to Muchun, the present circumstances allowed no such opportunity. Tang San and the young lady strode forward to commence their duel. Tang San, with the blue-silver grass as his martial soul, a level 29, second-ring battle soul master. He introduced himself. The young lady replied coldly, "Myriad, wielding the serpent staff, a level 30, second-ring battle soul master." Tang San raised his hand and proclaimed, "Please." Meanwhile, Xiaowu, intrigued, approached Muchun and naturally rested her head upon his shoulder. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this gesture imparted a sense of security, akin to lying in her mother's embrace. "Shingu," Xiaowu gently inquired, "just now." Muchun smiled and said, "I possess a unique opportunity. The lifespan of my soul rings will evolve in accordance with my experiences and personal growth." Xiaowu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Muchun silently reflected. The feeling of being trusted is truly delightful. However, it wouldn't be long before Tang San emerged victorious. The snake lady, alongside Myriad, made a hasty retreat. Subsequently, Oscar commenced the absorption of his soul ring. Chapter 34. It seems Zhao Teacher cannot depart. Zhao Wujia's heart was a tumult of emotions, entangled by the harsh words left by the snake lady. Yet, considering that Oscar would soon finish, and given the advantage he believed he possessed from the earlier wager, he chose not to dwell on it too much. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The air in the Star Dove forest was invigorating, filled with the rich fragrance of flora. Had it not been for the multitude of soul beasts, this place could have been a paradise on earth. Daimubai and the others stood guard over Oscar, protecting him as he absorbed his ring. After a considerable time had elapsed, Oscar awoke. Having completed the absorption ahead of Tang San, he exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. In that instant, the soft pink glow surrounding him transformed into a radiant pink light, enveloping him in its embrace. 3 soul rings emerged beneath him. In addition to the 2 original yellow rings, a bright purple ring emerged, showcasing its formidable power. Oscar had finally transcended the Great Soul Master tier and entered the Soul Sovereign realm, level 31 Food System Soul Master Oscar. "Congratulations, little Ao," Zhao Wujia smiled at him. After acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle changes. He appeared to have grown taller, radiating a more vibrant energy. The most striking transformation was in his peach blossom eyes, now shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. reminiscent of the energy released by the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake when it had intimidated everyone. Daimubai's hearty laughter echoed, "Little Ao. You are the second among us to surpass level 30. Congratulations. Let us see what your third soul ring skill is." Oscar, clearly excited about his new third soul ring, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Daimubai mention his skill, responding awkwardly, "Let us just discuss it later when we return." Muchun, with a teasing tone, chimed in, "Little Ao, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we'll mock you? Your third soul skill surely can't be more amusing than the first two. We all put in considerable effort for you. Hurry and show us the result." Oscar helplessly nodded, but stipulated, "You must promise not to laugh when you hear my soul skill." The others nodded in agreement, though smiles were already evident on their faces. Oscar raised his right hand and finally recited his third soul skill, "I have a mushroom sausage." At this declaration, nearly everyone erupted into laughter, except for Tang San, who was still in meditation, and the usually composed Muchun. Even Zhao Wujia was unable to contain his laughter. Chapter 132. Oscar's third soul ring. Oscar stared wide-eyed at everyone, incredulous. Didn't we agree not to laugh? As soon as the words were uttered, they elicited an unintended reaction, causing the laughter to intensify. In Oscar's right palm, an unusual sausage had materialized, reminiscent of his first soul ring skill's restorative sausage, at least in its fundamental form. However, at the apex of this sausage, it bulged outward, forming a mushroom-shaped cap, somewhat akin to the fleshy crest atop the head of a phoenix-tailed chicken snake. It is likely that this mushroom sausage derived its essence from such a source. Zhao Wujin, being the teacher, was the first to cease his laughter. Observing Oscar's expression of indignation, he remarked, "Little Oscar, why not enlighten us on the utility of this mushroom sausage? After all, a soul skill born from a millennium-old soul ring should possess considerable efficacy." Oscar, with a huff of annoyance, retorted, "Laugh all you want. From now on, aside from Xiao San and Chen, no one shall partake of my mushroom sausage." Humph. Muchun smiled and remarked, "If my guess is correct, your soul skill must be quite impressive, particularly related to the movement speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Upon hearing this, Oscar nodded appreciatively, as expected of Brother Chen. "However, my ability is even more formidable. It is flight." The moment the word flight escaped his lips, the entire audience, except for Muchun, who wore a satisfied smile, gaped in astonishment. Even Ning Rongrong, who boasted the most powerful auxiliary martial soul on the continent, stared wide-eyed at Oscar. When she first arrived at the academy, she held the greatest disdain for Oscar, who possessed a sausage martial soul and a rather unseemly soul skill. Despite Oscar's decent looks among his peers, she had always deemed him the least promising, as he lacked offensive capabilities and merely wielded a sausage martial soul. However, at this very moment, upon hearing Oscar declare that his third soul ring skill was to assist in flight, Ning Rongrong felt as though her mind had exploded. Among auxiliary soul masters, it was not unheard of for someone to possess the ability to fly. Yet, such abilities were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the skill of flight had always appeared in previous auxiliary soul masters at least at the level of their sixth soul skill. And here was Oscar, revealing it as merely his third skill. What did this signify? It suggested that his potential for future development was boundless. Flight? How could it be? Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar with a whirlwind of complicated emotions. At that moment, she truly realized for the first time that she might indeed be the weakest among the Shrek Academy students. Ahem. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Oscar felt a surge of satisfaction and cleared his throat, continuing, I haven't finished yet. My third soul ring skill allows me to fly for 1 minute." The crowd quickly hushed, their earlier expressions of disdain softening, particularly Ning Rongrong's. Oscar, feeling slighted, retorted, "What do you mean by that? I haven't finished my explanation. As Brother Chen mentioned, my soul skill is indeed related to movement speed. My flight is akin to that of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Once again, the crowd was taken aback. "What?" Daimubai exclaimed, "Are you saying that by consuming your mushroom sausage, one can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a minute? Is that even possible?" Oscar replied proudly, "Why would it not be possible? My third soul ring is derived from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, so naturally, my soul skill is connected to it. My perception cannot be mistaken. If you wish to partake of my mushroom sausage in the future, you must earnestly plead with me." Ning Rongrong, who had just relaxed, was once again stunned by Oscar's subsequent words. Although it was only for 1 minute, flying at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, how far could one travel? It would likely be over 2,000 meters, at the very least. Muchun maintained a seemingly emotionless smile, as though everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Zhao Wuji chuckled heartily. You're quite impressive, my boy. Everything appears to be in order. Once Xiao-san awakens, we shall commence our journey home. Teacher Zhao. I fear we cannot depart just yet. At that moment, Tang-san, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Cannot leave? Why not? Xiao-san, the Stardow Forest is not a place for frivolity. I am your teacher, and my word is final. Our objective has been accomplished. We must return to the academy post-haste. Otherwise, if any of you encounter difficulties, how shall I explain it to Fland? Xiao Wu also stepped away from Muchun and moved closer to Tang-san. Muchun wore a smile on his face, filled with exhilaration. His joy had been unwavering since the system had issued a sudden notification. By withstanding the formidable Titan giant ape for 5 seconds, he would be rewarded with the opportunity to devise a spirit beast. When the host reached level 40, he would be able to pinpoint the location of this spirit beast and embark on a hunt for the 100,000-year-old Phantom Bat King. Chapter 35. He has arrived. Tang-san, with a hint of resignation, addressed Zhao Lao. Please allow me to finish my thought. I, too, have reached the threshold of level 30. I am in need of a spirit ring as well. Why not seek a spirit beast directly this time? It would save us a trip in the near future. No. Zhao Wujing replied without a moment's hesitation, his body suddenly stiffening, eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Tang-san. What did you just say? Tang-san earnestly reiterated. I said, I also require a spirit ring. After my battle with Meng Yiran, perhaps due to the immense pressure she exerted upon me, my spirit power has finally surpassed level 29, reaching level 30. Thus, I too need a spirit ring to advance. Zhao Lao, what do you think? Zhao Wujing stared at Tang-san in disbelief. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been boastfully gesturing with his mushroom sausage, inadvertently dropped it to the ground. Daimubai's eyes, previously with 2 distinct pupils, bizarrely merged into one. The rotund Ma Hongjun stood gaping. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. Ning Rongrong's gentle countenance brightened with 2 dimples. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, embraced Tang-san's arm. Each individual expressed their astonishment through various actions, united by a singular reason. At this moment, Tang-san was but 12 years old. For an ordinary spirit master, a 12-year-old of such caliber would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the young men and women present felt no surprise, for they were all part of this extraordinary realm. However, a 12-year-old spirit ancestor was indeed a rarity, and they seemed to recall having heard of such a phenomenon. They turned their gazes toward Muchun. Muchun said lightly, I made my breakthrough when I was 8. Damn, this is outrageous. The joy that Tang-san had just experienced from his recent breakthrough diminished significantly. Tang-san looked at Muchun with a puzzled expression, wondering why. Despite his years of relentless diligence, he still could not surpass this prodigy of the world. Is it truly the case that talent outweighs hard work? Muchun, unperturbed by the situation, remarked, Do not feel inferior. I possess an innate soul power of level 20. Oscar and the others erupted in exclamations of disbelief. As for the girls, they gazed at him with admiration. He was endowed with not only striking looks and an impressive physique, but also formidable strength and wealth, a veritable Prince Charming. Subsequently, Muchun descended and patted Tang-san on the shoulder, saying, Do not be disheartened. You are unique. Go seek your 3rd soul ring. Tang-san nodded. Recognizing Chen Ji's encouragement, he understood that he would likely never catch up to Chen Gu in this lifetime, yet he was determined to strive to follow in his footsteps. Moreover, Chen Gu had become a brother to Xiao Wu, evidently more capable of protecting her, which left Tang-san, the erstwhile elder brother, feeling somewhat uneasy. After some light-hearted banter, the group prepared to set off, mindful of the potential dangers of lingering too long. 2 days swiftly passed. Although food supplies were not an issue for the group, living amidst the ever-present threats of the vast forest heightened their tension and fatigue. Nevertheless, it was precisely this sense of danger that fostered a growing synergy among the students. Tang-san, Daimubai, Muchun, and Ma Hongjun took charge of battling soul beasts, while Zhu Zhuqing conducted reconnaissance within a certain radius. Oscar and Ning Rongrong provided support, even without Zhao Wuji's assistance. As long as they did not encounter soul beasts over a millennium old, their small team faced no significant threats. Synergy is cultivated through continuous collaboration and combat. And this perilous environment served as an optimal training ground. Gaining admission to Shrek Academy had already attested to the students' excellence. These prodigies adeptly transformed pressure into motivation. With Zhao Wuji's guidance, their soul power progression remained steady, yet their practical experience and overall strength subtly flourished. As night fell, it was time to rest. In the Stardo forest, lighting a fire was prohibited. While most soul beasts feared flames, a small fraction was drawn to them. And these were often the most lethal creatures. Without requiring Zhao Wuji's direction, the male students took on the task of erecting temporary tents, while the female students gathered provisions. Of course, Oscar was an exception, as he was categorized among the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. The tents were small, insufficient for everyone to lie down comfortably, yet sitting and cultivating was entirely feasible. For them, maintaining peak combat readiness was far more crucial than sleep. As the teacher, Zhao Wuji naturally took on the responsibility of keeping watch. After a hurried dinner, Zhao Wuji instructed the others to retire to their tents for rest. Summoning Tang San to his side, "Little San, are you feeling anxious?" Zhao Wuji asked with a smile, observing the youth before him. Tang San shook his head, replying, "Searching for soul beasts is a matter of chance. Being anxious serves no purpose. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I possess the patience required," Zhao Wuji remarked with a gentle sigh. The starry great forest has begun to fall into desolation. I vividly recall the bustling scenes from years past, when even the outskirts of the forest were teeming with soul beasts of millennial age. Yet now, their presence has significantly dwindled. I cannot ascertain whether they have retreated deeper into the forest or if other factors are at play. Tang San interjected, regardless of the cause. It is a consequence of human actions. While soul beasts may be fierce, we humans are fiercer still, are we not? Zhao Wuji paused, taken aback by this assertion. What do you mean by that? Tang San continued, you once stated that although the number of soul masters is limited, the journey from an initiate to a formidable master spans merely a few decades. During this time, a powerful soul master requires no fewer than 6 soul rings, implying the necessity to hunt at least 6 soul beasts. This includes those of centennial, millennial, and even 10,000-year lineage. The cultivation of soul beasts is far more arduous than that of humans. Otherwise, their strength would not be delineated by age, despite their numbers. If we persist in this relentless pursuit, the population of soul beasts will inevitably decline, particularly the more powerful ones. Each slain beast diminishes their kind. Years hence, encountering one over 1,000 years old may become a rarity. Zhao Wuji contemplated thoughtfully, the master speaks the truth. Yet, who among soul masters reflects on this dilemma? Who does not yearn for greater strength? Even with the martial soul hall imposing restrictions, it is unlikely to yield any meaningful impact. At that moment, Muchun's voice resonated. Then let us protect them, impose a strict prohibition, and surreptitiously nurture the endangered spirit beasts collectively in a designated sanctuary, while penalizing those soul masters who engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Such measures would undoubtedly lead to improvement. Yet, the Spirit Hall has refrained from taking such actions. Solutions exist, yet no one is willing to implement them. Tang San replied, indeed, the greatest impact stems from aimless carnage. A soul master requires a maximum of merely 9 spirit beasts throughout their lifetime. But how many spirit beasts must one hunt down during their existence? To speak of others is unnecessary. Even in our current journey, when confronted by aggressive 10-year and 100-year spirit beasts, we too cannot resist engaging. Those who survive by hunting spirit beasts experience a geometric increase in their toll of slaughter. If this continues, the profession of soul master may one day find itself devoid of resources. As Muchun listened to the conversation between the two, a sudden plan formed in his mind, one that was destined to alter the course of history. Yet, he was willing to take the risk, for he had come to regard the spirit beast as friends. At that moment, an alarm resonated within his body's system, prompting him to hastily exit the tent in search of Xiaowu. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji had already unleashed his martial spirit and bellowed in unison with Muchun. Everyone, evacuate the tent, swiftly. Zhao Wuji's deep voice reverberated within the confines of the tent. As everyone emerged, confusion adorned their faces. What is happening? Zhu Shiqing inquired, casting a glance at Muchun. Zhao Wuji, too, wore an expression of bewilderment, wondering why this young man could sense the urgency as well. Muchun spread his hands and remarked, with a perception that surpasses the ordinary, coupled with this tremor reminiscent of a great earthquake, I instinctively know that he has arrived. He? Muchun nodded, casting a significant glance at Xiaowu, and remarked, he has arrived. Xiaowu's delicate face paled instantly, for she understood that he had come. However, Chen Gu was filled with curiosity. To Chen Gu, Xiaowu realized he was akin to a treasure, continually being unearthed, yet never fully exhausted. Before the others could comprehend, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the swirling dust. Chapter 36. The battle with the Titan giant ape, what could that be? Slowly revealing itself from the haze was a creature with granite-like skin, a gorilla of mountain-like proportions. Even on all fours, it stood at an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters. Once upright, it would undoubtedly reach around 20 meters. Its physique was remarkably robust, with muscles resembling small hills. Yet, astonishingly, this creature moved without a sound, allowing Shrek's group to remain oblivious to its approach. The first to recognize it was Tang San, although it was Muchun who had foreseen its arrival. At that moment, Tang San, known for his composure, exhibited signs of panic, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "This is terrible. It's the Forest King, the Titan giant ape." The Titan giant ape was a dominant force within the Douluo forest, instilling fear in the hearts of soul masters. Even soul beasts dared not offended, as the consequence would be death. Typically, the Titan giant ape regarded the barren outskirts with disdain. Yet, this perplexed everyone except Muchun. "Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If we have inadvertently trespassed upon your territory, we are willing to retreat immediately," Zhao Wujin spoke gravely. He understood that high-ranking soul beasts like the Titan giant ape possessed intellect comparable to humans after 50,000 years. Thus, the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech. Seemingly indifferent to Zhao Wujin's words, the Titan giant ape took a step forward. Such a simple movement sent Zhao Wujin into a frenzy. He whispered to the others, "I will try to delay it. You all must escape." The faces of the group conveyed their reluctance. Zhao Wujin admonished, "You are all young. I am your teacher, and I have a duty. Listen to me." Though unwilling, they acknowledged there was no alternative and nodded in agreement. However, Muchun did not nod. Just as the Titan giant ape prepared to advance again, a figure dashed forward, not Zhao Wujin, but Muchun. Zhao Wujin was thrown into a panic. But it was too late to stop him. The Titan giant ape, noticing a mere human insect rushing towards it, reacted instinctively, swinging its massive fist. Xiao Wu cried out, "No!" The others shut their eyes in dread. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing did not. Her eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness whether this man, who had continuously defied the odds, could once again work miracles. Muchun faced the Titan giant ape with utmost caution, directly employing the puppets of the departed to conjure two doppelgangers. Utilizing these manifestations to absorb the impact of a punch, he deftly executed a double jump from one of them, soaring higher than the Titan giant ape's head. Subsequently, Muchun invoked the ethereal of the departed, adopting a golden spirit form that rendered his body akin to pure gold. With a powerful strike, he mentally counted down 3 to the Titan giant ape, casually crushing Muchun's two doppelgangers, then unleashed another punch towards him. However, it failed to perceive that the doppelgangers had transformed into two black spears, hurtling towards its yellow, bulging eyes. Muchun, utilizing the golden spirit form, withstood a punch head-on and was sent flying. Subsequently, as his spear was poised to pierce the Titan giant ape's eye, the creature reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly closing its eyes, thereby deflecting both spears. Meanwhile, Muchun found himself suspended in the air, his mind tumultuous with reflection. He realized that he had succumbed to excessive pride, convinced of his invulnerability, yet had miscalculated one crucial figure: the immense strength of the Titan giant ape. Even with the Tai Chi technique mitigating some of the force and the golden spirit form enhancing his resilience, it proved to be merely a drop in the ocean. He was utterly overwhelmed. His internal organs were completely shattered, and even his heart could not escape the fate of destruction, as the bones of his upper body crumbled into fragments. It is worth noting that this was merely a seemingly casual punch. Muchun felt a tinge of despair within his heart. Such an injury could only be survived with the use of rare celestial treasures like the Heartbreak Red. Yet now, Muchun collided with 3 towering trees, carving a trench over 100 meters long and half a meter deep into the earth before coming to a halt. At this moment, Muchun found himself unable to control even a single finger. Goodness, these 5 seconds seem rather prolonged. It would have been better to set it for just 1 second, you frustrating system. The clash between Muchun and the Titan giant ape lasted a mere 5 seconds, culminating in Muchun's near demise. Zhao Wuji, no longer daring to hesitate, immediately transformed his martial soul into a colossal 5-meter-tall great-strength diamond bear, rushing towards the Titan giant ape in hopes of halting its advance. Muchun's injury ignited a fierce resolve within the Shrek 7, who unexpectedly rebelled against their circumstances, refusing to comply. Is this what death feels like? It is so cold, Muchun pondered. Suddenly, a stream of golden light surged forth from his being. An emotionless voice from the system announced, "The first cycle commences, the 4th body tempering begins." Following this, an enigmatic figure slowly materialized above Muchun. Upon sensing this aura, the Titan Great Ape instinctively felt a surge of panic, for this presence was divine. Moreover, it was not of the ordinary kind. In a fit of urgency, the Titan Great Ape unleashed a flurry of attacks, noticeably amplifying its strength. The Titan Great Ape grew anxious. It yearned to swiftly eliminate this swarm of insignificant beings, as it sensed that the divine aura seemed to have locked onto it. On the other side, Muchun's body astonishingly healed at a visibly rapid pace. Overwhelmed by pain, he knelt upon the ground, curling into a tight ball, while periodically expelling fragments of his internal organs and tainted blood from his mouth. Behind him, a golden ethereal figure gazed intently. This entity was none other than Muchun's second martial soul, the reincarnation emperor, Chen. He possessed a visage as fair as jade, clad in golden armor, and draped in a cloak adorned with golden dragon patterns. His feet were shod in combat boots of silver and gold. His features were resolute, reminiscent of a sovereign, while his eyes, deep and ever-changing, were inscrutable. Remarkably, he did not merely embody a martial soul, he moved with autonomy. Extending his left hand toward Muchun, he exerted a slight force, causing Muchun to recoil as if struck. And he expelled another mouthful of tainted blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Chen melded into Muchun's being, manifesting the external soul bone known as the soul rope. A starry pattern emerged upon Muchun's face, with a delicate red line intricately encircling a mask that enveloped his visage. After undergoing this series of transformations, Muchun's physique seemed to have transformed entirely, as even his aura emanated an extraordinary strength. Muchun gradually ascended from the ground, his long robe cascading past his toes, giving the illusion of levitation as if he possessed no legs at all. In the blink of an eye, he shot forth like a swift arrow, arriving before the Titan Giant Ape in an instant. At that moment, the Titan Giant Ape was reaching out its massive hand towards Xiaowu. Observing this, Muchun extended his left hand and struck the air with a powerful punch. The Titan Giant Ape's arm appeared to be struck by a cannonball, crashing forcefully to the ground. The creature winced in pain, shielding its injured arm with the other, while turning its gaze towards Muchun. Chapter 37. The painful defeat of the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape's large yellow eyes were fixed upon Muchun, filled with shock and confusion. The disparity in strength was undeniable. The aura emanating from Muchun was undeniably far superior to that of an ordinary divine manifestation. Yet, the devastation he wrought was beyond what even a typical title Douluo could achieve. The Titan Giant Ape continued to stare at Muchun, while the members of Shrek looked on in stunned silence, equally mesmerized by his prowess. At this moment, Muchun was draped in a flowing white robe, adorned with a mask that concealed every inch of his skin. No one could discern what he truly was. Muchun slowly raised his left hand, and soon a layer of golden armor enveloped his fist, giving it the appearance of having been reinforced multiple times. Then, in an instant, it vanished. In less than a breath, he found himself before the face of the Titan Giant Ape, merely 100 meters away, and delivered a powerful punch. The Titan Giant Ape was struck with such force that it had no time to react and was sent flying. Yet, that was not the end of it. Before the airborne Titan Giant Ape could even descend, Muchun struck once more, sending it hurtling through the air again. It was as if a small figure was playing catch, batting the Titan Giant Ape back and forth from one end to the other. The Titan Giant Ape, filled with rage, realized that while the damage inflicted by this diminutive opponent was minimal, its astonishing speed left it no time to respond. After being struck 95 times while airborne, the Titan Giant Ape finally found a suitable position and unleashed its gravitational domain. As anticipated, the sudden shift in gravity prevented Muchun from continuing his relentless assault, and the Titan Giant Ape seized the opportunity to retaliate with a powerful punch. Muchun found himself with no avenue for escape and was compelled to meet the Titan Giant Ape in a clash of fists. His left fist collided with the right fist of the colossal beast, resulting in the shattering of his golden armor. Undoubtedly, Muchun was sent flying, suffering a catastrophic fracture to his left arm, despite being pushed back a couple of steps from the impact. The Titan Giant Ape discerned that this mysterious figure before it was merely a facade of strength, concealing a fragile essence within. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed the full force of its gravitational domain and advanced with the intent to swiftly eliminate Muchun. Muchun slowly raised his right arm, and with a gentle press in the air, a golden sacred shield materialized. The Titan gorilla struck the shield with a powerful punch. Muchun retreated another 3 steps, his right arm suffering from a comminuted fracture. The Titan Giant Ape fell back 100 paces, a dull ache radiating through its entire right arm. In a fit of rage, it let out a thunderous roar and charged forward once more. Though Muchen's left arm had healed rapidly, it had not yet fully recovered. Slowly, he raised both arms, and behind him materialized 1,009 golden spears, hurtling towards the Titan ape. Although the gravitational field prevented these spears from striking above the Titan ape's neck, they still posed a significant threat. The Titan ape was astonished to discover that, apart from its remarkably resilient forearm skin, these spears could indeed pierce its flesh. Reluctantly, it crossed its arms defensively in front of itself and crouched down, bracing for the onslaught to cease. After approximately 15 minutes, the barrage of spears came to an end. Without a moment's hesitation, the Titan ape lunged towards Muchun. Its fists clenched tightly and struck him down to the ground. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on Muchun's mask. Muchun, as if infused with a surge of vitality, abruptly rose, raising his hands high above his head, unleashing a tremendous force that sent everyone recoiling 10 steps back. While the Titan giant ape staggered a staggering 30 paces, he then pointed at the Titan giant ape, as though orchestrating some grand command. This left the onlookers perplexed. But within a heartbeat, they comprehended the nature of his directive. A magnificent golden five-clawed true dragon erupted from the earth beneath his feet, coiling around Muchun. Its fierce, dragon-like eyes glared menacingly at the Titan giant ape, and with the emergence of this golden dragon, a palpable pressure enveloped the surrounding soul beasts and beast martial soul masters within 1,000 miles. In the heart of the Douluo forest, within a mysterious forbidden zone, a gentle voice inquired, "Did you sense that, Emperor Tian?" "Indeed, the aura of the true dragon is unmistakable, rivaling that of the ancestral gods," an aged voice responded. After a brief silence, the elder voice asked, "My lord, shall I?" "No need. It is a friend, not a foe," came the reply. "As you command." The golden dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire towards the Titan giant ape, forcing it to retreat further. In a moment of desperation, the Titan giant ape resorted to abducting Xiaowu, executing a strategic withdrawal. "Xiaowu," Tang San cried out in a frenzy. Meanwhile, fractures multiplied across Mu Chen's mask, and with a swift flourish of his robe, he, along with the golden dragon, vanished from the sight of the crowd. The function of the soul robe allowed for the creation of any robe. By matching its color to the terrain, it rendered him invisible. Furthermore, his originally vast presence, once subdued, gave the illusion of complete disappearance. Subsequently, Muchun returned to his original position, resuming a half-kneeling posture with his forehead touching the ground. As the mask shattered completely, he let out a long, anguished howl. "Ah, it truly hurts." Though he was unaware of the warmth he had felt moments ago, the pain was now overwhelming. As Muchen's cry echoed, the members of Shrek finally regained their senses and rushed over to assess his condition. At this moment, Muchen's complexion was ashen, his lips chapped, and blood lingered unexpelled in his mouth, his hair disheveled. Despite this pitiful state, all the girls perceived him as even more handsome. Indeed, although his appearance underwent no significant change following yet another body refinement, his aura had ascended to a new height. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong and Oscar attended to Muchen's injuries. Muchun slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Wuji said, "You all rest for a moment. I will stand guard over there." With that, he moved to the side, not mentioning Xiaowu at all. Tang San, observing this, felt a chill run through him. With an expression of agitation, he turned to Muchun and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, Xiaowu has been captured." Though Muchun was aware that Xiaowu would remain unharmed, he felt compelled to momentarily embrace the role of an Oscar-winning actor for the sake of the main storyline. With an expression brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Why are you still here? Hurry and pursue." Tang San nodded, casting a glance at Oscar. After a heartfelt exchange of words, he succeeded in persuading Oscar. Subsequently, with the assistance of Ning Rongrong, he shot forth like an arrow. Even Zhao Wuji's attempts to halt him were in vain, as he was subsequently moved by the unwavering spirit of the Shrek 7 monsters. With a resigned expression, Zhao Wuji remarked, "You all, enough with the rest. Oscar is preparing our flying sausages. We must hasten our pursuit." "Yes." Everyone responded with smiles, utterly unconcerned about the perils that lay ahead. Observing the Shrek 7 monsters, Muchun couldn't help but reminisce about their past lives. A team must embody absolute trust and unity. With a bloodied smile gracing his lips, he joined without hesitation the ranks pursuing Tang San, soaring into the distance. Chapter 38. Tang San battles the human-faced demon spider. Xiao Wu's face was etched with worry as she frequently glanced in the opposite direction of the Titan giant ape's path. "Erming, it must be here. Please don't go any further. I must return quickly, otherwise they will be anxious." "Erming, you really shouldn't have come to find me." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, The Titan giant ape astonishingly halted, lowering its body to allow her to dismount from its shoulder. The creature shook its head, its eyes revealing an innocent expression. Xiaowu murmured to herself, "Little San is injured, and you have thrown Brother Chen away. Do you realize they are my two most important brothers? They must be extremely worried about me being taken by you. Brother Chen, Little San, please don't act impulsively. I will return shortly. Ming. Next time you sense my presence, observe from a distance before taking action. We must avoid any harm to my friends." Today's encounter with the Titan giant ape was quite unexpected for Xiaowu, yet under such circumstances, she could not explain herself. Instead, she repeatedly conveyed her wish for it to refrain from causing harm. Ultimately, she was led away by the Titan giant ape, although she understood its concern for her safety. The current situation was far from her desired outcome, especially with Tang San's injury weighing heavily on her heart. The Titan giant ape seemed to comprehend her words, its lantern-sized eyes sparkling with a gentle light. Xiaowu looked up at the Titan giant ape and asked, Ming, is Deming all right?" The Titan giant ape nodded. "That is good to hear. I worry about my companions. I must return swiftly. Since you've brought me out, I might as well complete my third spirit ring now, to avoid seeking another opportunity later. I will begin now. Please protect me. I apologize, Ming. While I cannot assist them in hunting spirit beasts, I also cannot prevent them." The Titan great ape, Ming, shook his head and emitted a deep, resonant growl that, though not loud, reverberated across a distance of 1,000 meters. All the soul beasts within this range were seized by sheer terror, swiftly abandoning their territories to flee. Worrying for Tang San's well-being, Xiaowu could not afford to delay. She promptly seated herself in front of Ming, adopting a meditative posture. Her fingers formed delicate gestures, with her right palm facing upward and resting upon her thigh, while her left hand stood upright before her chest. A series of peculiar sounds began to emanate from her lips. As these strange sounds resonated, her eyes gradually transformed into a shade of crimson, and two circles of yellow soul rings silently emerged, undulating around her form. Simultaneously, a colossal white ethereal figure began to materialize behind her, revealing her martial spirit in the form of a jade rabbit. A subtle crimson light began to radiate from Xiaowu, intensifying over time until it blossomed into a vibrant scarlet glow, reminiscent of flowing blood. The Titan great ape, Ming, lay close to Xiaowu, gazing at her amidst the crimson light, his immense eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. As time slipped away, a layer of violet light gradually permeated the intense red, transforming into twinkling starlight that coalesced into a distinct circle, a purple ring. This ring descended and encircled Xiaowu. Initially, it struggled to harmonize with the other two rings, but as the red light surged, the purple ring began to stabilize, revealing itself as a 1,000-year soul ring. Not even Tang San's esteemed teacher, the master, who possessed profound knowledge of martial spirits, could comprehend the extraordinary phenomenon occurring with Xiaowu, nor would he fathom how she could conjure a soul ring on her own. With the emergence of the third soul ring, Xiaowu's physique appeared even more harmonious, giving her an impression of increased maturity. Her curves, both at the bosom and hips, seemed more voluptuous, enhancing her feminine allure. Yet, the innocence in her visage gradually diminished. Concurrently, the jade rabbit ethereal figure behind her grew significantly clearer after the appearance of the third soul ring. Leaning against a nearby tree, Tang San gasped for breath. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage could sustain flight for only a minute, and despite the assistance of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, Tang San managed to soar less than 3,000 meters before descending. Throughout the flight, he had pushed his purple extreme magic eyes to their utmost limit, striving to locate the Titan great ape's silhouette. However, contrary to his hopes, he failed to catch even a glimpse of the Titan great ape. Tang San felt a deep sense of unwillingness. He truly could not accept this outcome. During the flight, a myriad of memories flashed through his mind. The vivacious Xiaowu, with her enchanting agility, who regarded him as an elder brother and followed him silently, her charming demeanor, all pierced Tang San's heart like a dagger. Once, he had never believed in the existence of deities, yet now he found himself praying fervently to the heavens, beseeching for a miracle that Xiaowu might survive. Though he could no longer soar through the skies, Tang San remained undeterred, pushing forward with unwavering resolve in the direction he felt compelled to go, hoping to uncover any trace of her. His soul power gradually replenished with the aid of restorative sausages, yet his physical strength had begun to wane, forcing him to halt and catch his breath. The crimson hue in his eyes had diminished somewhat, yet it did little to alleviate the weight of his sorrow. "Xiaowu, you must still be alive. You must," he repeatedly reassured himself. Tang San accelerated to his utmost, his thoughts echoing the words of Brother Chen. Then why the hell aren't you pursuing her? Although the expletive eluded his understanding, he could still sense Brother Chen's frustration and desperation. Brother Chen had rushed forward without hesitation, motivated by the same concern for their safety, yet here he found himself. It was infuriating. At that moment, Tang San's heart was uncharacteristically tumultuous, filled with memories of every moment shared with Xiaowu. Assessing his surroundings, he leaned against a grand tree, cognizant that to continue searching for Xiaowu, he first needed to regain some strength. He retrieved a water pouch from the moonlit night by the 24 bridges and gulped down the refreshing liquid, oblivious to the droplets that dampened his attire. As his breathing steadied, he refrained from practicing his skills, aware that the presence of soul beasts was unpredictable. He simply wished to wait until his strength had returned before resuming his search. Suddenly, a peculiar sound piqued his attention. The rustling noise resembled the sound of someone changing clothes, akin to the rustling of leaves. Heightened by a sense of caution, Tang San rose slowly, peering cautiously in the direction from whence the sound emanated. To his astonishment, he soon beheld the source of the noise. The sight of black filled him with revulsion. This unexpected creature, akin to the Titan great ape, was also shrouded in darkness, albeit significantly smaller in size. However, relative to its own species, it was astonishingly large. Before Tang San stood a spider, a bizarre creature with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and 8 long, spear-like legs stretching over 3 meters. Its ebony exoskeleton gleamed with a sinister shine, and its slender legs pierced silently into the ground with each movement, revealing their sharpness. Tang San noticed it before it noticed him, yet as it became aware of his presence, its 8 long legs moved rapidly, creating a series of afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. 2 of its front legs shot upward, aiming directly at Tang San's head. The elevation of its front legs inevitably caused its body to rise, granting Tang San a glimpse of its abdomen. It was at that fleeting glance that Tang San recognized the creature's nature. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the ground, evading the attack of the long-legged spider, yet gasped in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering such a being in this location. Beneath the spider's abdomen lay intricate white markings that starkly contrasted with its obsidian body, forming the grotesque semblance of a human visage. A total of 8 glimmering, violet eyes were affixed to its underbelly, though 2 of them appeared to be mangled and bloodied. Even the carapace in that area bore several cracks. It was night, and had it not been for Tang San's possession of the purple extreme magic eye, he would not have been able to perceive these details. Upon witnessing the malevolent visage, numerous titles flooded Tang San's mind, each encapsulating the essence of this dreadful spider, the nightmare of small spirit beasts, a harbinger of death, the object of universal disdain among spirit beasts, a terrifying and malignant slayer. These epithets aptly described the long-legged spider before him, known as the human-faced demon spider. Within the realm of spirit beasts, it was indeed a creature to be feared, though it was evidently not on par with the Titan giant ape. Nevertheless, even among spirit beasts, the human-faced demon spider instilled trepidation. Possessing a formidable exoskeleton, unparalleled swiftness, and 8 legs endowed with potent venom and exceptional piercing ability, its most fearsome attribute was its web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin their silken threads, this creature expelled its web with a direct spray, resulting in an adhesive, resilient mesh imbued with a terrifying neurotoxin. Spirit beasts akin to Tang San's first spirit ring, the mandala snake, would find themselves reduced to mere prey in the presence of the human-faced demon spider. Moreover, this spider was among the targets for Tang San's third spirit ring, as advised by his master, who had cautioned him that obtaining a human-faced demon spider was exceedingly difficult and that he should not force the issue. For even a powerful spirit master standing guard could easily find themselves in peril when confronted with this creature. Its web could be unleashed instantaneously, enveloping an area tenfold its own size, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even formidable spirit masters would require time to extricate themselves once ensnared, and that interval would afford the spider ample opportunity to act. Tang San had not anticipated encountering a human-faced demon spider under such circumstances. Judging by its appearance, it was clearly of a cultivation exceeding a millennium. The human-faced demon spider could expel its web 3 times in a single day. Typically, upon perceiving its prey, its first instinct was to unleash its web. However, it was currently resorting to its legs for attack, and coupled with the injuries it bore, a possibility dawned on Tang San. The spider had exhausted its web-spraying ability for the day. Faced with a fully capable human-faced demon spider, Tang San recognized he would stand no chance. Yet, if it were wounded, the outcome could be vastly different. After all, the creature's vital weakness was glaringly apparent, its 8 eyes, which were certainly not to be compared with that of the previous king of the forest. If he could vanquish the human-faced demon spider before him and subsequently absorb its essence to form a spirit ring, it would be a significant triumph. Thus, it is almost certain that his physical condition will promptly restore to its optimal state, and his strength may even increase, making the search for Xiaowu somewhat easier. These thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind in an instant as he rolled out. As he sprang to his feet, the blue-silver grass binding technique had already been activated, with countless long blades of grass suddenly entwining the body of the faceless spider. Tang San understood that, given the strength of the faceless spider, breaking free from his blue-silver grass would pose no challenge. The paralyzing toxin attached to the grass had no effect on it, as it was inherently a creature of great venom. In addition to neurotoxin, the faceless spider possessed corrosive poison, which contributed to its formidable nature. These were precisely the qualities Tang San hoped to capture within his blue-silver grass. Therefore, acquiring this soul ring was of paramount importance to him. As he rose, a black box had already appeared in his left hand, while his right hand swiftly manipulated the device, producing a series of mechanical clicking sounds. The movements of the faceless spider were even swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The bindings of the blue-silver grass evidently incited its fury, as a layer of purplish light spread from its body, causing the encasing blue-silver grass to dissolve, or rather, to corrode. Once the blue-silver grass had corroded to a certain extent, the faceless spider effortlessly broke free and lunged once more in Tang San's direction. This time, its front legs were raised, clearly intending to deliver a lethal blow. Tang San observed the faceless spider with remarkable composure, swiftly drawing a series of white beams from his waist, targeting the creature's underbelly eyes. Indeed, the faceless spider was exceedingly protective of its vital points, and having already suffered severe damage to 2 of its eyes, it could not afford to focus on attacking Tang San. Instead, it hurriedly crawled on the ground, its carapace struck by the concealed weapons, sending sparks flying. At this moment, Tang San had finally completed the mechanism within the black box. He was now entirely certain that the faceless spider before him had exhausted all its webbing for the day. A millennium-old faceless spider could expel webs 3 times daily. Unless it achieved a 10,000-year cultivation level, this number would not increase. Given its injuries, Tang San felt more confident in his assumption. Otherwise, with the faceless spider's violent temperament, it would have retaliated with webbing in response to his provocation, rather than resorting to its long legs for an attack. The faceless spider was thoroughly enraged. After deflecting the concealed weapons, the previous corrosive purple light reemerged, and before it even approached, a nauseating stench assailed Tang San's senses. Yet, at this moment, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced to meet the rapidly approaching faceless spider with its 8 long legs springing towards him. Transferring the now activated black box to his right hand, he summoned a small black hammer adorned with peculiar patterns, appearing silently in his left hand, its dark hue shimmering with energy. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Tang San finally unveiled his second martial soul. Although this second martial soul bore no accompanying soul ring skills, its weight increased gradually alongside Tang San's burgeoning soul power. The hammer itself appeared largely unchanged. Yet the weight of this small hammer had now reached a terrifying 500 pounds. Tang San understood that he had but one opportunity, given his current stamina. It would be utterly impossible for him to outpace the human-faced demon spider. Thus, fleeing was not an option. Directly attacking with hidden weapons would also yield minimal results, as the creature's vigilance made inflicting genuine harm exceedingly difficult. In the split second that the spider's 4 3-meter-long legs, resembling steel spears, descended upon him, Tang San sprang into action. It was his left hand that moved, channeling all 30 levels of his soul power into that ebony hammer. In an instant, the small hammer in his grasp doubled in size, the patterns upon it becoming vividly distinct, shimmering with a dark blue radiance. With all his might, Tang San swung his left hand, and the hammer soared through the air, aimed directly at the chest of the human-faced demon spider. The armor on its chest constituted the most formidable part of its entire body. In response to Tang San's sudden assault, the spider, accustomed to its strength, did not attempt to defend. Soul Masters can sense the strength of Soul Beasts within a certain radius, and Soul Beasts, in turn, can perceive the prowess of Soul Masters. The human-faced demon spider's power was originally far superior to Tang San's. However, due to its injuries, was not as fearsome as it once was. Nevertheless, It could still discern that Tang San's strength was inferior to its own, leading it to conclude that his attack could not possibly harm its most robust armor. Consequently, the spider paid no heed to the hammer hurtling toward its chest, allowing its 8 long legs to plunge downward, intent on swiftly dispatching Tang San and turning him into its meal. For a soul master endowed with soul power and soul rings, the soul beast would gain significant benefits, enhancing its cultivation over many years. Unfortunately, it underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous object. The human-faced demon spider was sent flying by the hammer, and without hesitation, Tang San pulled the trigger of the Zhuge God crossbow. After a barrage of shots, the spider lay defeated upon the ground, reluctant yet vanquished. A purple soul ring began to faintly materialize. Just as Tang San prepared to absorb this soul ring, 3 unexpected guests arrived. Among them were 3 soul masters, 2 of whom Tang San recognized, the snake woman, Chao Tianxiang, and the beautiful maiden, Meng Yiran, with whom he had recently parted ways. Accompanying them was a tall, slender elder, who appeared to be at least 70 years of age, sporting a head of silver hair much like Chao Tianxiang. He wielded a dragon-headed cane over 4 meters long, gleaming in bright silver. The dragon's head at the top of the cane was exquisitely crafted, radiating brilliance. Wrinkles etched upon his face revealed his advanced age, and astonishingly, he possessed 8 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Though the quality of his soul rings may be inferior to Zhao Wujia's by a millennium, he possesses 8 soul rings. This signifies a cultivation level exceeding that of an 80-level soul Douluo. Without needing to ask, Tang San recognized this individual as none other than the husband of Snake Lady and the grandfather of Meng Yiran, Long Gong Mengshu. The trio was finally gathered together, and Long Gong required no external display of soul power. The mere presence of his 8 soul rings left Tang San feeling breathless. It was evident that even if Zhao Wujie and others were present, they would find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. Upon their arrival, the illustrious Long Snake family did not notice Tang San, who was seated on the ground not far from them. Their attention was immediately drawn to the deceased creature, the faceless spider, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Meng Yiran exclaimed in shock, "No, how could this be? Why, who has slain my faceless spider?" Clad in a striking dark green attire, she appeared quite valiant. Yet, at that moment, Tang San felt no inclination to appreciate her appearance. Listening to Meng Yiran's words, he couldn't help but smile wryly at the coincidence. Some occurrences may seem unlikely to happen in a lifetime, but when fate intervenes, they can transpire in rapid succession. Tang San had no illusions that this family would overlook him. With Long Gong's soul power, he could easily discern his breathing and even heartbeat with slight concentration. There was no escape, nor did he intend to flee. A man of honor must face the consequences of his actions. Since Xiao Wu's abduction, his mindset had shifted. He was now imbued with a resolve tinged with ruthlessness. It was I who killed it. At that moment, having regained a semblance of strength, he propped himself against a nearby tree to stand. Tang San's voice immediately captured the attention of the illustrious Long Snake family. Meng Yiran, upon seeing him in such a disheveled state, momentarily froze before her eyes glistened with tears. You, it's you again." Tang San replied with a bitter smile. "I cannot fathom why fate has conspired this way, but indeed, it was I. Was this faceless spider also among your quarry?" As Meng Yiran gazed at Tang San, her cheeks flushed crimson, clearly incensed. Upon seeing Tang San, Snake Lady also furrowed her brows and whispered something into Long Gong's ear. Soon after, Tang San met Long Gong's piercing gaze. Although Long Gong appeared quite aged, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, a sight Tang San had never encountered before. The distance between them was at least 30 meters, yet Long Gong's presence felt as though it were merely an arm's length away. "You are Tang San?" Long Gong Mengshu spoke coldly. His voice was remarkably clear, not at all resembling that of an elderly man. Tang San nodded in affirmation. Mengshu continued, "Do you comprehend that we have pursued this faceless spider for an entire day? Had it not been for its particularly bothersome web, it would have already become Iran's soul ring. The existence of faceless spiders is exceedingly rare, as they are shunned by other soul beasts. Even within this vast and starry forest, such a sight is exceedingly rare, far more precious than the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake." At this moment, Tang San's complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any trace of color, yet he did not betray an ounce of fear. He spoke calmly. "I am aware of what you mean. However, I must prioritize my own safety. When a human-faced demon spider suddenly appears before me, should I allow it to wreak havoc?" Mengshu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you saying that you single-handedly vanquished this human-faced demon spider?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Long Gong and the accompanying snake matriarch exchanged glances, both reflecting their astonishment. Although the human-faced demon spider was not an exceptionally formidable soul beast, its offensive prowess was undoubtedly significant among those of the Millennium class. Despite the absence of its web, its attack and defense capabilities were still formidable enough to baffle the elderly couple, as it had been felled by a mere boy in his teens. The snake matriarch had previously held a high opinion of Tang San, but now she found herself compelled to elevate her assessment further. While she had previously dismissed Meng Yuran's defeat at Tang San's hands, she now realized that her granddaughter would likely not stand a chance against this young man. Long Gong Meng Shu lifted his dragon-headed staff, releasing a stream of white soul power that flipped the human-faced demon spider onto its back. He immediately noticed the 8 eyes of the creature, now battered and broken. He could not help but nod in approval, though he was unaware of how Tang San had accomplished this feat. The ability of the boy to strike at the spider's vitals was a testament to his composure in the face of formidable foes. When he looked up at Tang San again, admiration flickered in Meng Shu's eyes. "Grandfather, you must take my side." Meng Yuran, still a mere 16-year-old girl, felt her rage boil over as she witnessed the powerful soul ring slipping from her grasp once more, this time at the hands of the same individual. Meng Shu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm. He then turned to Tang San, stating, "Tang San, I present you with 2 choices. After years of navigating the Soul Master realm, I am not unreasonable. In the face of the human-faced demon spider, self-preservation is a natural instinct. So your act of slaying it is understandable. However, the fact that you have thwarted my granddaughter's acquisition of a soul ring on 2 occasions cannot simply be overlooked." Tang San tightened his grip on the Zhuge Divine crossbow, ready to sacrifice everything if necessary. At that moment, another figure emerged from the underbrush. The onlookers turned to see none other than Muchun. Muchun gazed upon the corporeal form of the human-faced demon spider, and with the presence of Meng Yuran and her family, he discerned the progression of the narrative. Muchun addressed the young man. "You possess quite a remarkable fate, having managed to vanquish a person and the demon orb. However, what of Xiao Wu?" The young man, feeling disheartened, ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "Brother Chen, I was unable to catch up to the Titan Great Ape." Upon hearing this, Meng Shu felt a shiver run down his spine. "What? The Titan Great Ape? Are you referring to the sovereign of the forest, the Titan Great Ape?" Tang San, upon hearing this, seemed to connect the dots and nodded urgently. "Yes. That colossal Titan Great Ape. It has taken my sister. If you, esteemed elder, are willing to lend your assistance, I, Tang San, would gladly join your esteemed sect." Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged awkward smiles, saying, "You truly overestimate us. We lack the capability to challenge the Titan Great Ape." Seemingly embarrassed by their inability to confront the Titan Great Ape, Dragon Lord Meng Shu remarked, "Young man, you are not jesting with me regarding the Titan Great Ape, are you? I have no time to waste here. If you join my family, I shall assist you in absorbing the soul ring. Otherwise, you shall have to leave behind your arm and soul ring as compensation for my granddaughter." Muchun calculated the time and felt it insufficient. Thus he made a resolute decision. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Meng Shu's face. Meng Shu had never anticipated that a mere child could inflict pain upon him. He was certain he could easily evade such an attack in an instant. However, with the fluidity of water, Muchun moved like a phantom and reached Meng Shu's side in the blink of an eye. The sting of pain radiated across Meng Shu's face, and with a furious expression, he exclaimed, "You audacious brat." Just as he was about to utter a threat, he caught sight of a token inscribed with the words Fiery Lion. The Muchun group is supported by the formidable Yin Shi Douluo, whose pilgrimage token signifies that its bearer is a representative of this illustrious figure. The expression on Meng Shu's face shifted dramatically as he conversed with Chao Tianxiang. Subsequently, he respectfully bowed to Muchun before departing. Although he suffered a loss of face, preserving one's life takes precedence, does it not? This instance diverges from the original narrative, as Meng Shu disregarded his granddaughter's plea and promptly escorted her away. Yin Shi Douluo has no intention of remaining inconspicuous. Recently, Yin Shi Douluo directly eliminated a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, which dared not utter a word in response, despite Muchun Group's justified stance. The sheer depth of its influence is unquestionable, as evidenced by the fact that even contemporary titans refrain from speaking out against it. It is well known that the Yin Shi Douluo, who safeguards the Muchun Group, is a super Douluo of the remarkable level of 96. Furthermore, the Muchun Group is governed by an organization known as the Board of Directors. It is worth noting that the vice chairman, Yin Shi Douluo, has already attained the status of a 96-level super Douluo, and the chairman's prowess is beyond compare. Muchun turned to the bewildered Tang San and smiled. What are you standing there for? You owe me a significant favor today, so hurry and absorb the soul ring. Yangsha nodded earnestly, refraining from asking further questions, and proceeded to absorb the soul ring without delay. It was precisely because of Tang San's character that Muchun took the risk of potentially revealing his identity to support him. As he anticipated, the outcome was indeed favorable. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, announcing, Tang San's affection for you has reached unprecedented heights, akin to that of a biological brother. You are rewarded with an increase in soul power by 1 level. Muchun gazed at Tang San's retreating figure, a slight twitch playing at the corners of his mouth. Truly, he was the protagonist, remarkable indeed. Previously, due to the 4th body refinement, his soul power had already reached the pinnacle of level 38. Had it not been for his forceful solidification and compression, he could have effortlessly ascended to level 40. Now, with an additional level gained, he feared that by the time he returned to the academy, he would have already broken through to level 40. However, Muchun reconsidered. It was not without merit, for he could take the opportunity to pay a visit to that old rascal. The mere thought of that red-haired old rogue caused a slight smile to grace Muchun's lips. Chapter 40. You asked for more trouble. Just as Tang San began to absorb the soul ring, the nearby grass rustled with agitation. Zhao Wujie and the others sprang forth, their expressions perplexed upon seeing Muchun halted in his tracks. Zhao Wujie directly inquired, Muchun, what is the matter? Why aren't you moving? Dai Mubai nudged Zhao Wujie, prompting him to follow Dai Mubai's gaze towards Tang San, who was engaged in the absorption of the soul ring. Muchun elucidated. This is the millennia-old human-faced demon spider, which was vanquished by Xiao San. When I arrived, the battle had just concluded. I assisted Xiao San with a brief restoration and subsequently helped him safeguard while absorbing its essence. Zhao Wujie, perplexed, inquired, what on earth? Can a plant absorb the soul rings of animals? Muchun cast a glance and remarked, is there anyone who dares to say otherwise? Zhao Wujie, rendered speechless, coughed slightly, clearly embarrassed, and inquired, where is Xiao Wu? Muchun shook his head, and the others also felt a deep sense of gloom. Zhao Wujie spoke up to offer solace. That little girl Xiao Wu is quite clever. She should be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Let us think positively. After all, there's no need to rush. Everyone, let us come together to protect Tang San. The group nodded in agreement. The purplish-black radiance seemed to have been waiting for an opportune moment to erupt, and as soon as it sensed Tang San's martial spirit, it surged towards him like a tidal wave. The dense purplish-black light enveloped Tang San's body in an instant, causing Zhao Wujie to inwardly gasp in astonishment at the formidable fluctuations of soul power. How many years of cultivation did this human-faced demonic spider possess? As the one directly involved, Tang San felt the intensity even more acutely. He sensed a tremendous surge of warmth flooding into him, and before he could react, this warmth began to sear his body like a blazing inferno. The inherent dominance of the human-faced demonic spider dictated the ferocity of the soul ring it produced. The powerful aura, upon entering Tang San's being, forcefully began to transform his physique. Although the energy contained within the soul ring lacked consciousness, it was far beyond Tang San's control. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, Tang San felt as if his body were on the verge of explosion, and the excruciating pain compelled him to spout a mouthful of fresh blood. The onlookers were equally astonished. They had all absorbed soul rings, yet they had never encountered such a situation before. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie spoke solemnly. The soul ring of this human-faced demonic spider is excessively tyrannical. Absorbing it is no simple feat. He must rely solely on himself. The absorption of a soul ring cannot be aided by any external force. Otherwise, it will yield adverse effects. We can only trust that Tang San will endure and successfully assimilate it. Muchun also spoke to provide comfort, stating, a true man knows when to act and when not to. He has responsibilities to uphold. If he fails, I would lose all respect for him. The crowd exchanged glances. Yet miraculously, their inner turmoil was somewhat alleviated. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran's dissatisfied voice echoed, Grandfather, that scoundrel struck you and even seized the soul ring of your precious granddaughter. And you intend to leave without a word? Meng Shu replied with a grave expression. Do you have any idea of the terrifying background that boy possesses? He is backed by a super Douluo, the flame line Douluo of the Muchun group. That is indeed a super Douluo. At this, Meng Shu gazed into the distance. Unable to suppress a sigh, Meng Yiran was left speechless in astonishment. After a moment, Meng Shu continued, that lad is extraordinary. He is likely the offspring of the most enigmatic chairman of the Muchun group, hence possessing the token of the flame lion Douluo. It is worth noting that only the Emperor of Tiando holds such a token, and he is the second to possess one. The implications are clear. Therefore, Iran, you have indeed been spoiled by us. You must learn from others moving forward. Do you understand? Meng Iran nodded vacantly. A 15-year-old soul master with a 100,000-year third soul ring is undeniably formidable. At that moment, Meng Shu remarked, just now, when he struck me, I sensed that his bone age is merely 12 years. Truly, the youth are formidable. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran appeared despondent, her eyes losing their luster. Staring blankly as she repeated, a 12-year-old with a 100,000-year soul ring soul master. Meng Shu sighed softly, Iran, some experiences are best encountered early on. Ah. Zhao Qianxiang grasped Meng Shu's hand, saying, all right, old man, let us not make this sound so severe. Our priority is to help Iran find a suitable third soul ring. We can address other matters later. Once we return, we must investigate the Shrek Academy. At this moment, the atmosphere among the Shrek Academy members grew increasingly tense. Within the encirclement of the crowd, Tang San sat cross-legged in the center, his figure obscured by a layer of faint crimson mist. The red haze was not the glow of soul power, but rather Tang San's blood. Moments earlier, as intense fluctuations of soul power erupted from his body, his skin began to exude tiny droplets of blood, which, upon evaporating into the air otherwise, the consequences would be far more severe. Now, it all hinges on his willpower. The energy bestowed by this soul ring should be within his capacity to absorb, yet his physical condition is not optimal. Moreover, the energy emanating from the human-faced demon spider soul ring is excessively violent, resulting in this predicament. One can only hope that Tang San can endure this trial. Otherwise, the anguish he endures is known solely to him. In the face of the energy from the human-faced demon spider soul ring, he feels as if countless blades are mercilessly slicing through his entire being. Every organ aches, and the overwhelming energy continuously tears at his body, plunging him into profound suffering. In truth, Zhao Wujia's assertion contains a flaw. Due to the rarity of the human-faced demon spider, even the master would find it challenging to accurately assess its true cultivation level. A soul master can absorb a maximum of over 700 years of soul power from their third soul ring. It is only with the fourth soul ring that one can absorb approximately 5,000 years of cultivation. The upper limit for the fifth soul ring is around 12,000 years, while the sixth soul ring can absorb up to 20,000 years. The seventh soul ring ranges between 30,000 to 50,000 years, depending on the varying attributes of different soul masters. It is only upon reaching the eighth soul ring that one may absorb soul rings from soul beasts over 50,000 years old. The ninth soul ring, however, holds the potential to absorb soul beasts of 100,000 years or more. Nevertheless, should the master encounter Muchun, it would not be surprising if he were to seize him for research, as this individual is unequivocally contradicting his long-held conclusions. In Muchun's eyes, a flicker of anxiety emerged. Although he was aware that the ultimate outcome would be favorable, the sight of Xiao San's dire predicament left him somewhat unsettled. He pondered for a considerable time on how he might assist Xiao San, only to arrive at a disheartening conclusion. He was powerless to help. Unable to wield the powers of the reincarnation emperor, he sensed that the other party held him in disdain, ignoring him entirely. As for the enigmatic shadowy angel, he had not even glimpsed their true form, let alone engage with them. Thus, Muchun lamented, Xiao San, I am truly at a loss. I can only wish you the best of luck. At that moment, as the crowd was engulfed in worry, an individual approached. Muchun's lips curled upwards, while Zhao Wujie shouted, Who? Chapter 41. Tang San successfully absorbs the soul ring teacher Zhao. A slender figure emerged from the woods. Upon seeing her, not only did Zhao Wujie freeze, but the others, with the exception of Muchun, were momentarily taken aback. The individual who had suddenly dashed out from the forest was none other than Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled. Her clothing was tattered, and her once neat scorpion braids had become disordered. Yet, her complexion was notably rosy, suggesting she had matured somewhat since their last encounter. Xiao Wu, you're alive? Oscar blurted out, only to realize how insensitive his words sounded. Xiao Wu retorted, Are you really wishing for my demise? What on earth happened? This fog. Oh my goodness, what happened to Xiao San? As she caught sight of Tang San amidst the faint crimson mist, Xiao Wu's heart tightened with concern. At that moment, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. It was Muchun, who slowly explained, Xiao San, in his pursuit of you, inadvertently collided with this human-faced demon spider. After laboriously defeating it, he began absorbing the soul ring to enhance his strength. She was delivered here by the Titan Great Ape. Although the Douluo forest is vast, the Titan Great Ape, as the king of the forest, found it effortless to locate Shrek Academy. All soul beasts serve as its eyes. After escorting Xiao Wu to the vicinity, the Titan Great Ape quietly departed. Xiao Wu glanced at the human-faced demon spider and gasped. But how could absorbing the third soul ring lead to this? This is bad. The cultivation of this human-faced demon spider exceeds 2,000 years. The master once mentioned that the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is around 1,760 years. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. How do you know that this human-faced demon spider has reached 2,000 years? Xiao Wu then realized her slip of the tongue, explaining. The cultivation level of the human-faced demon spider can be discerned by the length of its legs. Look, the legs of this human-faced demon spider exceed 3 meters in length, which signifies its cultivation surpasses 2,000 years. Surely you all understand that soul beasts exhibit noticeable changes every 1,000 years in cultivation? Just as century soul beasts transform based on their century of cultivation, so too do 10,000-year soul beasts. Muchun also spoke in a roundabout manner. Indeed, the instructors of Xiao San and Xiao Wu were individuals of profound knowledge, often referred to as masters. As expected, upon hearing Muchun's words, the crowd's doubts were dispelled. Subsequently, Muchun whispered, "Your Titan giant ape is rather ruthless. I nearly met my end. Please tell me where he is and what his name is. I shall immediately go and offer him a banana or something." Xiao Wu gazed at Muchun's flustered expression and smiled warmly, sweetly saying, "It seems that Brother Chen has heard of Erming as well. That Titan giant ape is named Erming and resides within the core area of the Douluo forest." Muchun nodded. Although he had known for a long time, hearing it from Xiao Wu's lips was beneficial for future matters. Xiao Wu then shifted her focus to the third person, her eyes filled with an indescribable concern. Muchun jested, "As your elder brother, are you truly so concerned about the third party? Speak honestly, do you harbor feelings for her rather than for me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "I do not. It's not that I like her, nor do I dislike you." "Ah, Chen Gu, you are teasing me." With that, she playfully raised her small fists and playfully struck Muchun twice. Muchun was grinning foolishly. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of remarkable. Oscar cautiously approached, whispering to Muchun, "It seems that Xiao San has feelings for Xiao Wu." Muchun approached with a teasing kick and said, "What are you thinking? Would I strike my brother? I am merely diverting Xiao Wu's attention." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shiqing turned to look over. Dai Mubai also cast a skeptical glance at Muchun. Muchun awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Don't all look at me. Pay more attention to Xiao San." After uttering these words, the attention of the crowd finally shifted. However, Xiao Wu's face was now filled with concern, which proved to be of no use. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji seemed to realize something and asked, "Hey, Xiao Wu, how did you manage to escape?" Once again, the focus of the group turned to Xiao Wu, excluding Muchun. Naturally, Xiao Wu could not reveal that it was the Titan giant ape, Ming, who had sensed her presence and had come specifically to rescue her. Before returning, Xiao Wu had already devised a plausible explanation. With a worried gaze directed at Tang San, she began to explain, "I truly have no idea what happened. The Titan giant ape grabbed me and ran towards the forest. We hadn't gone far when a roar resembling that of a bull echoed from a certain direction. The Titan giant ape appeared quite anxious, glanced at me, then tossed me aside and fled." Muchun silently awarded Xiao Wu a small golden figurine in his heart. The sound of a bull? What kind of bull could instill fear in a Titan great ape? Later on, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but furrow his brow. Fear flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she recounted her experience. The Titan great ape had cast her aside, letting out a roar before departing. And she felt the world spin around her before losing consciousness. When she awoke, it had vanished. The scene had been terrifying. At least dozens of soul beasts had been knocked unconscious, with the weaker ones bleeding from their mouths and noses, succumbing to death. It was uncertain whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate, but she suddenly realized that her soul power had also ascended to the 30th level. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. "What? You have reached the 30th level as well? Who is older, you or Tang San?" Xiao Wu replied, "I am a few months younger than him." Zhao Wujie shook his head in resignation. The talents of these two siblings were indeed monstrous. Without Muchun's extraordinary capabilities, they would have been the record breakers themselves. "Muchun," Xiao Wu spoke. "At that moment, I was engulfed in fear. Perhaps the elevation of my soul power was merely a consequence of the overwhelming external stimuli. I fortuitously stumbled upon a Millennium Soul beast that was in a state of unconsciousness, leading me to hunt it down and acquire my third soul ring. Is this truly permissible? The rotund figure gazed at Xiaowu with an expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a deceased rat. Xiaowu displayed a look of lingering trepidation, as if to say, I must be fortunate. I genuinely believed my demise was imminent. To avoid being ambushed by the surrounding soul beasts upon their awakening, I was compelled to eliminate those that had been rendered unconscious by the shock. After absorbing the third soul ring, my strength was restored, and I retraced my steps according to my memory. I had followed the sounds from this direction, and at last located you all. Muchun's heart blossomed with joy. Xiaowu, your acting skills surpass those of Mo Han and Mo Kuan by hundreds of streets. The most critical dilemma that Tang San now faced was how to integrate the energy of the absorbed soul ring with his own body and the Xiantian skill, merging it with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Although the blue-silver grass itself was weak and exhibited little resistance to external forces, the energy from the man-faced demon spider's soul ring was excessively domineering, causing the blue-silver grass martial soul to hesitate in its absorption. It was this conflicting process that inflicted the greatest anguish upon Tang San. Fortunately, prior to absorbing the soul ring, he had consumed an Oscar's recovery sausage. Otherwise, his physical strength might have faltered at this moment. The bones in Tang San's body began to emit a series of crackling sounds. A seemingly trivial noise that nevertheless instilled a sense of impending doom, as if his entire body could shatter at any moment. A faint gray hue began to seep from the beads of blood on the surface of his skin, accompanying the absorption of the soul ring. The energy contained within the man-faced demon spider was forcefully conducting a process of purging and refining within Tang San's body. The intensity of the associated pain was unimaginable. At last, in the face of Tang San's indomitable will, the energies within him began to yield. They initiated a process of mutual absorption and transformation. The fine beads of blood ceased to overflow, and Tang San's tightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. A delicate blue luminescence began to quietly emanate from within him. Zhao Wujin exclaimed with delight, It's done. The most perilous moment has passed. We are now in the process of soul power transformation. Indeed, Tang San was truly a creator of miracles. Withstanding the energy of a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider soul ring was no small feat. Gushi Longxi and others should feel fortunate. Had this soul ring been absorbed by their granddaughter, it might have already burst her apart. As the blue light was released, strands of blue-silver grass began to manifest around Tang San, growing gradually. The size of the blue-silver grass did not change drastically. Compared to when he had two soul rings, it appeared even more slender, and its original blue-black hue transformed into a bluish-purple, a color of fusion that no longer displayed in patterned forms. At this moment, the blue-silver grass was roughly the thickness of 2 fingers. And its most notable difference was the luster it now possessed, akin to being coated in a layer of glossy glaze. Zhao Wujin instructed everyone to step back slightly, aware that Tang San was struggling to control the newly amplified power, which was causing the overflow of soul energy. Given Tang San's previous physical state, it would indeed be peculiar if he could manage the enhanced energy. Just as everyone believed the situation was stable, suddenly, Tang San's previously relaxed brows knitted tightly again, and he let out a harrowing scream. Sitting cross-legged, his body convulsed violently, his chest surged upward, arching his upper body in a terrifying display. Brother! Xiaowu cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms unconsciously. Zhao Wujin was equally alarmed. Could there be another problem? As the crowd gazed in astonishment, a sudden sound reminiscent of tearing silk echoed through the air. Tang San's garments at the back were abruptly rent asunder, revealing 4 fist-sized bulges protruding from either side of his spine, clearly visible to Dai Mubai standing behind him. What was this? Upon Dai Mubai's call, everyone turned their attention to the transformation occurring on Tang San's back. At that moment, he appeared to be enduring excruciating agony, with fine droplets of blood surfacing beneath his skin, his body twitching violently. Suddenly, the 8 bulges burst open. Strangely, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. From these 8 protrusions emerged deep purple objects, each as thick as a fist, growing at an astonishing pace. As these deep purple entities sprouted, Tang San seemed to relax slightly, his facial expression softening, but the spasms of his body persisted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, these deep purple appendages rapidly extended to over a meter in length, continuing to grow with remarkable speed. When they reached approximately 1.5 meters, they paused momentarily, developing joint-like structures at their ends, which then extended in another direction. These 8 jet black, Purplish appendages grew to over 3 meters before finally coming to a halt. They shimmered with a striking sheen, appearing extraordinarily radiant. The base near Tang San's back was the thickest, tapering elegantly as they extended, culminating in razor-sharp tips. Could these be the legs of the man-faced demon spider? Observing Tang San, and then glancing at the corpse of the man-faced demon spider nearby. The onlookers were astonished to discover that the protrusions emerging from Tang San's back bore a striking resemblance to the spider's legs. Albeit slightly thinner and possessing an even more lustrous sheen, emanating a faint, sweet fragrance. Zhao Wujie, who had witnessed numerous spirit masters absorbing spirit rings, found himself utterly bewildered by this unprecedented spectacle. The extraordinary event did not cease there. As the 8 spider legs unfurled from Tang San's back, they began to sway gently. The 4 legs below gradually inserted into the ground, astonishingly lifting Tang San's seated form into the air. In that moment, he appeared as though he had grown 8 3-meter-long arms, an utterly bizarre sight. Finally, the convulsions of Tang San's body ceased, his clothes entirely torn to shreds. Gradually, the previously extended blue-silver grass began to retract, enveloping his form in a cocoon-like embrace, akin to a large chrysalis. Only the spider legs outside were gently swaying. Chapter 42. Preparing to return. At this moment, Tang San's appearance was rather disheveled, for he found himself in a state of complete nudity, which was quite distressing. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly turned their faces away, while Xiao Wu, though somewhat bashful, persisted in watching Tang San due to her concern for her brother. Tang San faintly sensed a transformation occurring within his body, though the specifics eluded him. However, he could feel the cells within him rejoicing jubilantly. It seemed as though something was sprouting from his back, allowing him to perceive the dampness of the earth and the caress of the surrounding air. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings danced around Tang San, yet the 8 formidable spider legs remained unfurled. Muchun cleared his throat and remarked, "Although Tang San may not have discerned the true extent of your capabilities, it appears that this is not the appropriate moment for you to flaunt them." Upon hearing Muchun's voice, Tang San regained his composure and glanced at himself, feeling a mysterious blush creep across his face. "Muchun, you are as flushed as a teapot." "Tang San, Brother Chen, what has happened to me? Who among you has removed my clothing?" Muchun's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Do you think we have nothing better to do than to strip you of your clothing? Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and find something to wear. There are girls present." At this, Tang San finally regained his composure. After an awkward smile, he rummaged through the items in the moonlit night by the 20 bridges and found a set of clothing to don. However, as he was putting on the garment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have acquired 8 additional legs. Initially unaware, Tang San managed to maintain his balance, but upon this revelation, he lost his footing and began to topple forward. In an instant, he completely lost his equilibrium and fell downward. Xiao Wu, who was closest, immediately leaped forward, exclaiming, "Be careful." She spread her arms wide and caught Tang San. He sensed the familiar aura emanating from her embrace and looked up, only to be met with the visage of a beloved face. "Xiao Wu, is it truly you?" Tang San exclaimed, filled with excitement as he enveloped Xiao Wu in his arms. As Muchun beheld this scene, he could not help but ponder, "I regarded you as my brother, yet you actually wish to share my bed." Xiao Wu, too, tightly embraced Tang San, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke. "Yes, brother, it is I." Sensing the familiar fragrance enveloping him, Tang San understood that Xiao Wu had returned. She had truly come back. There, do not cry. It is enough that you are home, that you are home." Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's back, marveling at the heaven's affection for him. At that moment, an utterly incongruous cough interrupted the moment. Muchun awkwardly remarked, "Mistress, I must ask, could you perhaps behave like a person engaged in human affairs?" Tang San. Muchun pointed at Tang San's back. Startled, Tang San suddenly regained his composure and employed various techniques to manage the spider legs behind him, allowing himself to stand upright. Instinctively, he glanced toward Muchun, his eyes filled with a profound inquiry. Muchun realized, "Do not be anxious. This could be something remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this object might be an external spirit bone." Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "An external spirit bone?" Muchun nodded with relief, believing that Tang San had grasped the concept. However, Tang San's subsequent remark nearly caused him to stumble. With an innocent smile, Tang San inquired, "Brother Chen, what is an external spirit bone?" "A spirit bone, you say?" Not only Tang San, but even Zhao Wujin wore a puzzled expression, questioning the nature of an external spirit bone. Thus, Muchun earnestly endeavored to elucidate the notion of an external spirit bone. Yet, as he spoke, Tang San's inquisitive nature emerged, almost exasperating Muchun. If it does not belong to the 6 primary spirit bones, can one not absorb multiple external spirit bones? Muchun was taken aback, contemplating how to respond to such a query, suggesting instead that he consult the creator deity for answers. Nevertheless, under Muchun's careful guidance, Tang San ultimately succeeded in retracting his external spirit bone. He gazed at Muchun with profound gratitude, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and reverence. Subsequently, Tang San entered a meditative state, a process that lasted a full half-hour. When he finally opened his eyes again, his expression bore an unusual quality. Muchun remarked, "Why do you look so peculiar? Once you have rested adequately, let us prepare to set forth." Tang San mumbled softly. Seemingly having uncovered the peculiar ability of this soul bone, his curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled everyone. They turned to see Ma Hongjun clutching his left hand, a visage of agony upon his face, his left arm now a ghastly shade of purple. "This is dire. He has been poisoned." "Xiao Ao, quickly, a small sausage." Zhao Wujie's voice thundered. Xiao Ao promptly crafted a tiny sausage and placed it in Ma Hongjun's mouth, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Alas, it was regrettable that the sausage proved to be of little efficacy. Muchun gently patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Little San, it is time for your performance." Tang San, regaining his focus, realized that Brother Chen had uncovered the source of the issue. He promptly activated the abilities granted by the 8 spider lances to extract the toxins from Ma Hongjun's body. The others, with the exception of Muchun, were left in awe. Xiao Ao, invigorated, exclaimed, "Little San, what is this? You can actually detoxify." The group cast curious glances at him. With a slight smile, Tang San explained, "During my recent meditation, I combined it with Brother Chen's hints and came to an understanding. It seems to be related to the spider legs on my back, which contain the potent venom of the man-faced demon spider. When I absorbed the spirit ring earlier, for reasons unknown, I inadvertently ingested all the toxins of the man-faced demon spider. The reason for this occurrence may only be clarified upon meeting my teacher. I do not know the cause, but I have managed to grasp the state of my body. I have acquired the 3rd soul skill bestowed by the man-faced demon spider, which is its specialty, the web. Furthermore, my blue-silver grass has likely undergone some mutation due to the influence of the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. As for the extent of this mutation, I shall have to experiment further upon returning. My overall attributes have seen significant enhancement, particularly in strength and speed. My soul power has also greatly increased, seemingly surpassing the 31st level. Well, let us not dwell on this. We shall discuss everything upon our return." Zhao Wujie, smiling at the children before him, felt a sense of relief. Despite the numerous troubles and dangers they had encountered, they had ultimately prevailed. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiaowu had successfully advanced to the Soul Sage realm, yielding commendable results. It was time to return to Shrek Academy, and they set off. "Xiaowu, what is the skill of your 3rd soul ring?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. Xiaowu giggled and replied, "It's a secret. I will tell you once we get back." "How did you manage to slay that man-faced demon spider alone?" She continued. "Even an injured man-faced demon spider possesses terrifying attack power, not to mention its venom." Upon hearing Xiaowu's question, Tang San suddenly recalled an important matter. "Teacher Xiao, wait a moment before we leave." At this point, they had approached the edge of the Stardow forest. Although they could see some spirit beasts, they were mostly of the 10-year and 100-year variety, posing little threat. Zhao Wujie halted and turned to Tang San, asking, "What is it?" Tang San raised his hand and brushed over the Zhuge Divine crossbow, retrieving it. It was only when Xiaowu mentioned the demise of the man-faced demon spider that he remembered that he had not fired the crossbow after setting it up for the 2nd time that day. If the mechanism remained in a ready state for too long, it could damage the crossbow body. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and he still had time to release the mechanism. Once the Zhuge Divine crossbow is readied, it must be discharged to reset it, which is one of its drawbacks. Realizing what Tang San held, Xiaowu finally understood that it was with this crossbow that he had slain the man-faced demon spider. The power of this contraption is indeed formidable. Certainly, the eyes of the faceless demon spider could not withstand it. Naturally, everyone heard Xiaowu's words. Yet due to the tension that had enveloped them, they had not noticed how the faceless demon spider met its demise. Following this, Tang San commenced the absorption of the soul ring, with the others primarily concerned for his safety. It was only upon Xiaowu's mention that they recalled the terrifying nature of the faceless demon spider. Except for Muchun, All gazes were drawn to the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's hands, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Through his actions, Tang San demonstrated the purpose of this Zhuge crossbow. After the events in the Stardow Forest, he had come to recognize these companions in his heart. Mechanisms of this kind were not the true secrets of the Tang sect, and he had nothing to conceal. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge crossbow at a nearby large tree and activated the mechanism. A series of crisp clicks resonated, and the spectators felt a brief blur before a succession of thudding sounds echoed. The explosive speed of the projectiles not only astonished the students, but even caused Zhao Wujie's expression to shift. Among them, the swiftest was undoubtedly the agile soul master Zhu Zhuqing. Yet she knew she could never evade the rapid fire of the Zhuge crossbow. The expressions of the group changed, exchanging looks of astonishment. As they approached the tree, they clearly observed 2 rows of small holes, each the thickness of a finger, appearing in the massive trunk that would require 3 people to encircle. Light filtered through these holes, allowing visibility from one side to the other. Zhao Wujie could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Tang San, what is this device? How did you accomplish this? Tang San proudly presented the Zhuge crossbow before them, declaring, I call it the Zhuge crossbow. It is an extraordinarily powerful mechanism-based weapon, usable by anyone. It contains 48 crossbow bolts, and with each activation of the mechanism, it can instantaneously launch 16 bolts, just as you witnessed moments ago. Once the mechanism is set, it must be discharged. Failing to do so while maintaining tension for an extended period can damage the bow itself. The force exerted by this repeating crossbow is considerable, and the metal is prone to strain, which constitutes a flaw of the Zhuge crossbow. Chapter 43. A private discussion. Dai Mubai, perplexed, asked, But Xiao San, where did the bolts you fired go? Muchun said calmly, I must be certain that the power of this weapon is tremendous, with formidable penetration that can directly pierce through this great tree. Let's take a look behind. Tang San nodded in admiration upon hearing this. Brother Chen's abilities truly were extraordinary. With a faint smile, Tang San pointed to another large tree behind, suggesting, Everyone, let us investigate over there. As he spoke, he approached the second tree. This tree stood 10 meters away from the first, and when the group arrived, they finally discerned the traces left by the crossbow arrows fired from the Zhuge crossbow. 16 arrows were neatly arranged in 2 rows, completely embedded within the trunk. Zhao Wujie glanced between the first tree and the one before them, asking, Little San, did your arrows pierce through the previous tree and embed themselves in this one? Tang San nodded and replied, The power of the Zhuge crossbow is indeed formidable, specifically designed to break through soul power defenses. If the defense is not exceptionally robust, it could result in an instant kill. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, everyone except Muchun could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such overwhelming penetration power meant that, aside from Zhao Wujie, none present felt they could withstand it. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, This thing is too tyrannical. Even if I were to unleash the White Tiger's diamond transformation, I would likely sustain severe injuries. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at Tang San, her eyes seemingly reflecting newfound emotions. Beside them, Oscar jested with Muchun, saying, Look, it seems Rongrong has taken an interest in Little San. Aren't you worried? Muchun gazed at Oscar, a look of pity etched upon his face as he remarked, truly lacking in emotional intelligence. Their words were unrestrained, resonating clearly for all to hear. Ning Rongrong's delicate visage flushed crimson, and in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, Oscar, what nonsense are you spouting? Following her outburst, she furtively stole a couple of glances at Muchun, as though burdened by a guilty conscience. Muchun responded with a smile, saying, I understand. Little Ao, as an auxiliary-type soul master, do you not perceive anything at all? Could this weapon not serve as a means for an auxiliary soul master in battle? I believe Rongrong must have noticed this, which is why she cast more than a fleeting glance at Tang San. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find your weapon to be of considerable value, Tang San. I wish to purchase some from you. Tang San chuckled nonchalantly, replying, Purchase? I shall simply gift you one later. However, the materials required for crafting this are rather expensive. You will need to cover the cost of those materials yourself. At that moment, Tang San retrieved the crossbow arrows from the tree, allowing everyone to finally see the appearance of the Zhuge crossbow's arrows. Each arrow measured 8 inches in length, devoid of fletching. The rear 4 inches were cylindrical, while the front 4 inches tapered to a sharp point. The foremost 3 inches featured 12 tiny blood grooves, the tip exceedingly sharp, glimmering with a faint chill. There was no sign of wear despite having penetrated the tree trunk. With a flick on the side of the Zhuge crossbow, Tang San opened the arrow chamber and carefully pressed the 16 arrows back into their compartment. At this juncture, Oscar approached with a sycophantic grin. Little San, are we not good brothers? Tang San regarded him with a subtle smile, fully aware of Oscar's intentions. Rest assured, I shall gift each of you a set of Zhuge divine crossbows. Like Rong, you will need to cover the material costs, and I will handle the crafting. However, this process is rather intricate. I can only produce one per month. So, please be patient. Moreover, do not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Crafting the arrows is no simple task. In one shot, they are difficult to reclaim. I am but one person, and I cannot provide for all of you. Furthermore, the Zhuge divine crossbow itself is exceedingly formidable, with a capacity to inflict fatal harm. Little San, this simply will not do, Muchun interjected suddenly. Tang San paused, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. A sly smile danced upon Muchun's face as he surveyed the other students, remarking, these individuals are not lacking in wealth. The crafting of your Zhuge crossbow is no simple task. It should not be undervalued. After all, some are indifferent to the cost. Just estimate a price and sell it to them. Damubai nodded in agreement, saying, I concur with Muchun. Xiao San, if you were to sell this Zhuge crossbow, what would be your asking price? Tang San smiled and shook his head, responding, we are all comrades here. Let us not speak of money. Damubai countered. While comradeship is indeed true, we cannot allow you to suffer a loss. The fact that such a small box can launch arrows of such formidable power speaks to the complexity of its craftsmanship. It would be unjust to let your efforts go unrewarded. Moreover, we will require arrows for this device in the future. Should we expect you to provide them without compensation? Please, do not be so modest with us. Here is an idea. Consider this first Zhuge crossbow as a gift to us. And we shall only cover the cost of materials. Should we need more in the future, you must sell them to us. What do you think? Oscar chuckled, adding exactly. Let it be so. After all, our monthly stipends are quite generous. In critical moments, this device could save lives, so a higher price is inconsequential. Tang San finally nodded, saying, very well then. Since everyone is interested in mechanical hidden weapons, I will strive to help you all arm yourselves. Ultimately, possessing an additional weapon is an added layer of security. The group clearly showed great interest in concealed weapons, largely influenced by the effectiveness Tang San had displayed with them. After all, on his first day at Shrek Academy, he had managed to outmaneuver Zhao Wujia, who possessed over 40 levels of soul power above him, using hidden weapons. Even Zhao Wujia himself felt a twinge of intrigue. Having finally exited the Douluo forest, the fresh air may have dissipated. But the group felt as though a burden had been lifted, their spirits remarkably lightened. Let us push on. We can rest once we reach the town, Zhao Wujia said with a smile. Dai Mubai responded, if everyone is in good condition, let us hasten our pace. Once we arrive at the town, I shall treat everyone to drinks. Teacher Zhao, you must not decline this time. Without your assistance, it is likely we would not have emerged from the Douluo alive. Zhao Wudre grinned, saying, Xiaobai, I know you are affluent. However, I possess quite the capacity for drink. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Teacher Zhao, have you not heard the saying? Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Their expedition into the Douluo forest proved to be immensely fruitful. Not only had Oscar successfully ascended to the Soul Ancestor realm, but both Tang San and Xiao Wu had also completed the fusion of their third soul rings. More importantly, the experience had strengthened the bonds and understanding among the group. Shrek Academy consisted solely of the 7 of them, and resolving conflicts would greatly benefit their future training. The group rested in the town for a full 2 days, though the recovery of their soul power and physical strength did not require such a lengthy respite. However, the mind, perpetually in a state of tension, yearned for relaxation. Daimubai, with remarkable generosity, covered the expenses of the group within 2 days, leading them to abandon their training in favor of revelry and merriment. The delight was indescribable. Even Zhu Qing, who was typically aloof, exhibited a marked softness in her demeanor. After 2 days, the group set forth once more, and after a day of travel, they successfully returned to the Shrek Academy outside Soto City. At long last, they had returned. The sensation of homecoming was truly delightful. Oscar exclaimed dramatically. Zhao Waoqi shot him a glare, admonishing, lower your voice. Can't you see it's already dark? Now, you all may return to your dormitories to rest. I shall meet with the dean to report on our journey. After a day of travel, everyone was indeed fatigued and made their way to their respective dorms. Tang San, wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to head back to the dormitory with Oscar, he was halted by Ning Rongrong. Tang San paused, asking, Rongrong, Is there something you need? With a gentle bite of her lip, Ning Rongrong replied, I wish to speak with you privately, if that is agreeable. Standing beside Tang San, Muchun wore a playful smile, saying, You two converse. I shall take my leave. Oscar also waved in a manner that suggested understanding. Tang San, observing the seamless exchange, found himself bewildered. Let us set aside Xiao Ao for now. Chenggu, what do you mean by that? Hey, Xiao Wu, curious, gazed at Ning Rongrong, inquiring, Rongrong, what do you need with Xiao San? Am I not allowed to listen? Ning Rongrong hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded. Xiao Wu pouted and made a face at Ning Rongrong before dashing off to her dormitory. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to their quarters, leaving only Tang San and Ning Rongrong at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 44. Requesting leave upon returning to his dormitory, Muchun maintained his cheerful demeanor, harboring no concerns that Rongrong would be captivated by Tang San. Even if Tang San were inclined to pursue, Xiao would be there to intervene. Moreover, the narrative had long been established, so there was no need for worry. Thus, he resolutely began to assimilate the gains of the day, and in no time, he experienced a breakthrough. Beside him, Oscar, who was munching on grilled sausages, looked astonished and exclaimed, Chenggu, you've broken through? Muchun chuckled and remarked, Fortune smiled upon me. After being thoroughly pummeled by the Titan great ape, I inadvertently achieved a breakthrough. Oscar's sausage slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Inadvertently? Oscar quickly interjected, Brother Chen, you truly have a knack for humor. In just a week, you have ascended from level 35 to level 40. This is no mere accident. You're a veritable monster. Indeed, at this rate, you shall attain the rank of Soul Emperor by the age of 15. Muchun pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile and saying, It seems so. Oscar lamented, Truly, the heavens are blind. Both are remarkably handsome. Yet why is there such a vast disparity? Muchun patted Oscar on the shoulder and said, It's all right. You belong to the support class. Oscar snapped back to reality and immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, I am a support class. How could I possibly compare to the brawny warriors of the assault class? When Xiao San returns, I shall have a good talk with him and give him a taste of reality. Muchun, brother, your mood shifts rather swiftly. I find it hard to keep pace. Shaking my head and choosing not to dwell on it, I calmly stated, Soon, I shall approach the dean to request a leave of absence. For I intend to summon the strength of my family to hunt a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. The moment those words escaped my lips, Oscar could no longer summon a smile. Just how formidable is Chenggu? The origin of his power has always been shrouded in mystery. Today, his proclamation suggests that he hails from a lineage that possesses at least one title Douluo. It is well known that any power associated with a title Douluo should be widely recognized. Yet, Muchun discerned Oscar's thoughts and comforted him, saying, There is no need to overthink. Just remember that I will always be your Chenggu. Upon hearing Muchun's words, Oscar playfully pinched himself and, with a silly grin, replied, Exactly. What more could I wish to hear? As long as I know you are Chenggu, why concern myself with anything else? Go on, Chenggu. When the time comes, I shall inform Xiao San. Muchun nodded slightly before turning to depart. Muchun approached the dean's office and gently knocked on the door. Flandra, with a displeased expression, remarked, Muchun, what time is it? Why aren't you resting? Muchun shook his head and said, Dean, I have advanced to level 40. What? Flandra exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Muchun pressed his hand down, signaling him to remain calm. Flandra adjusted his glasses and remarked, That is a matter for tomorrow. There is no need for haste. We shall assist you in hunting the soul beasts. Muchun shook his head and said, I am here to request leave. I intend to utilize my own influence to hunt the soul beasts, those that are 100,000 years old. Flandra, momentarily taken aback, was about to rise from his seat. However, upon noticing a certain token, his pupils dilated and then constricted sharply. It was even rarer than the Elder's token from the Spirit Hall, an emblem bestowed by the chairman of the Muchun Group. The Muchun Group possesses a formidable entity akin to the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, known as the Board of Directors, comprised of 9 distinguished members. Among them, only 3 have made their presence known. Yet what is most daunting is that these 3 individuals are all super Douluo. Furthermore, they assert that the other symbols on this token represent their allies, each of whom is a title Douluo. Thus, it is no wonder that the Muchun Group has achieved such remarkable stature. And what does this token signify? It is a chairman's order that can only be bestowed by the highest authority. Even the vice chairman, the flame lion Douluo, does not possess such a privilege. Muchun calmly stated, I place my trust in you, Dean Flander, which is why I have revealed my identity. There is no need for concern. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inform you of my affiliation with that particular faction, and I kindly ask that you keep this confidential. Dean Flander nodded solemnly in response. Muchun smiled faintly before turning to depart. Once he had left, Flander slumped onto his seat like a deflated balloon. The depths of the Muchun group were unfathomable, capable of nurturing such an extraordinary being. Flander felt an increasing trepidation towards the group's most enigmatic chairman, whose potential as a limit Douluo seemed ever more likely. A reclusive limit Douluo, perhaps? Flander managed a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Muchun, walking along the path, sensed the precise coordinates of the Thousand Changes Ghost Bat King. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the headquarters of the Muchun group in Soto City. Although it was somewhat late, the Muchun group, operating as a 24-hour enterprise, was unaffected in the slightest. Prior to his arrival, he had already contacted the flame lion Douluo, who indicated that he was at that very location and advised Muchun to come directly up to find him. Muchun approached the front desk and presented the token of the flame lion Douluo. The receptionist immediately adopted an air of utmost seriousness, personally guiding Muchun to his designated location before taking her leave. Muchun nodded with satisfaction, quietly acknowledging that Yuqian's training and selection skills were commendable. The female receptionist exhibited no trace of distrust or disdain throughout their interaction, truly impressive. Subsequently, Muchun gently rapped on the door of the room. Shortly after, a towering figure with crimson hair emerged. This individual possessed a rugged visage, with a beard and hair of considerable length, resembling a lion adorned in fiery red. His attire mirrored this hue from head to toe. The authority in his gaze, coupled with the formidable aura of a super Douluo and the commanding presence of a superior, unmistakably conveyed his exalted status. However, upon spotting Muchun, the rigidity on the middle-aged man's face swiftly melted away, replaced by a warm, knowing smile. Ah, you rascal. You've finally come to seek me out. Come in. Guzhan is also here. Muchun smiled helplessly and said, You still haven't changed at all. Are you playing chess? The red-haired giant chuckled awkwardly. There's nothing we can do. If the 9 of us could frequently gather, we would indulge in your murder mystery games. But alas, we seldom find ourselves together. Even playing landlord is a challenge. The red-haired giant ushered Muchun inside, and soon Muchun beheld an extraordinarily robust and astonishing figure. The red-haired giant was none other than the flame lion Douluo, Yinsha. Standing at an impressive height of 211 centimeters, he exuded an aura of immense power. However, the individual before him, though possessing a weaker presence than the flame lion Douluo, was even more remarkable, at 301 centimeters tall. He towered over Muchun even while seated on a specially designed sofa. This man was an old friend of the flame lion Douluo, the heavenly dragon Douluo, who, in the course of his life, was originally destined never to attain the rank of title Douluo. His martial spirit was formidable, yet it bore the flaw of being unable to evolve, relegating him to a mere earth dragon that could only upgrade. Nevertheless, with Muchun's assistance in the use of a heavenly-grade herb, he successfully completed his evolution, transforming into a dragon of the heavenly order, title Heavenly Dragon. Guzhan, with a simple-minded demeanor, exclaimed, Muchun, you've arrived. His voice, naturally deep and resonant, contrasted sharply with his childlike tone, creating a sense of dissonance. This was not Guzhan's fault. He was simply born with intellectual limitations. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to learn, albeit at a slower pace than others. Thanks to the strength of his martial spirit, he persevered through the most challenging times. After his evolution, the heavenly dragon martial spirit became extraordinarily formidable, capable of executing techniques akin to the fusion abilities of Juhua and Lao Gui, capable of suspending time and space. Although he was currently only a 90th level title Douluo. In combat, even the flame lion Douluo would find himself outmatched. Muchun smiled and remarked, It's good to see you well. The day is drawing to a close. Let us first engage in a couple of rounds of landlord before we discuss matters of importance. Upon hearing this, both individuals were quite pleased and promptly retrieved the deck of cards they had prepared long in advance. Muchun remarked, Impressive. You actually discerned my strategy. Now, this truly qualifies as a confidant. Chapter 45. Abundant harvest the following day at noon. The sun had shone upon Muchun's face for quite some time before he gradually rose. He had been resting upon the vast belly of Guzhan, and as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings, he couldn't help but reminisce about the wild events of the previous day. Alas, a small wager brings delight, while a large gamble brings harm. Muchun stood up and stretched languidly. Yinlian Douluo and Tianlong Douluo also awoke one after the other. After a brief wash-up and a meal, Yinlian Douluo said, "Now we can discuss serious matters." "Chen, what is troubling you?" Muchun smiled and said, "I kindly ask the two of you to assist me in vanquishing a soul beast." The flame-lion Douluo was taken aback slightly and inquired, "Could it be that?" Muchun nodded. The flame-lion Douluo laughed heartily. "You little rascal, how dare you set your sights on a 100,000-year soul beast?" At this point, the flame-lion Douluo suddenly grew exceedingly serious. "Are you confident?" Muchun had long anticipated this moment, and without indulging in unnecessary chatter, he unveiled his soul ring configuration of 2 black and 1 red. The astonished elders were nearly rendered speechless, their jaws almost dislocated. The flame-lion Douluo, after regaining composure, remarked, "Truly impressive. From the very first encounter, you have always been a peculiar prodigy. Without further inquiries, simply provide the coordinates." Muchun smiled. He cherished the genuine simplicity of their demeanor. Without pretense, he directly mentioned the affairs concerning the ever-changing Phantom Bat King. Upon hearing this, Guzhen's expression transformed into one of delight as he exclaimed, "Little bat, how impressive. I want to join in the fun." Muchun chuckled and said, "Well, play as you like. I can break his illusion technique, and then you can beat him at will, but leave the final blow for me." Guzhen nodded eagerly. In the eyes of the flame-lion Douluo, there was a hint of pity. He could almost envision the fate that awaited the little bat. Guzhen was indeed like a child at heart, lacking restraint in his actions. When he struck, it was rare for anyone to emerge unscathed. Previously, when the flame-lion Douluo was under the Soul Emperor's watch, he had caught the attention of a Soul Douluo. Without a second thought, Guzhen approached and clashed with the Soul Douluo, who was already taller than Muchun. "I hope the little bat doesn't suffer too much," he mused. On the other side, Flinder announced, "From today onward, Master will be fully in charge of your education, and we will all cooperate with him. You have only just returned yesterday, so I believe everyone is quite fatigued. Today will be a day of rest. Classes will resume tomorrow." During this expedition to the Star Do Forest, 3 individuals have reached the Soul Master Realm: Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have yet to break through to the 30th level, must also strive harder to catch up with the others. He turned to the master and inquired, "Master, do you have anything to say?" The master nodded, his stiff countenance unchanged as he regarded the 7 students before him. He spoke coolly. "There are only you 7 in this academy, and to me, you are a singular entity. I have reviewed your profiles and will devise tailored teaching methods. Beyond cooperation, I expect no dissenting opinions. I shall treat everyone equally. Since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must distinguish yourselves from ordinary soul masters. Henceforth, whenever anyone mentions you, they should immediately think of the term monsters. From this moment forward, you will no longer be divided into beginner and advanced classes. Instruction will be unified. I will rank you by age. Number 1, Daimu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. As for Muchun, I will arrange him once he arrives." The master's gaze swept across the group. "All right, you may disperse now. Assemble here tomorrow morning. Also, I do not wish to see anyone absent at breakfast. Failure to comply will result in special training." A day of rest was certainly a welcome prospect, yet the arrival of the master instilled a sense of curiosity and anxiety among the students. As they watched their teachers depart one by one, Oscar stood beside Tang San and whispered, "Xiao San, it seems your teacher is even more formidable than Dean Flinder." Tang San smiled slightly, replying, "The master is meticulous in his work. As long as we follow his instructions, there should be no issues." Daimu Bai laughed. "Aside from me and Xiao Ao, you 5 are all of the same age. Who would have thought that Xiao San would be the 3rd and Xiao Wu the 5th? What a coincidence." The chubby boy grinned broadly and said, "3 sisters, let me hear you call me 4th brother." Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance at him, extending her hand and saying, "Not a problem. Bring forth the red envelope, and I shall comply." The plump fellow was momentarily taken aback. Ning Rongrong was indeed something else. "Fatty, as long as your strength is comparable to 3rd brothers, I shall address you as such." Zhu Zhuqing's response was succinct, her cold gaze directed at Ma Hongjun. Merely uttering 3 words, "Defeat me." "Fine, I shall endure," the fatty said, somewhat dejected, waving his hand. "Has anyone ventured into the city?" "After finally getting a day off, I intend to explore Soto City." Daimu Bai, having endured some strain in recent days, had managed to ease the tension between himself and Zhu Zhuqing during their journey through the Stardow forest. Naturally, he would not jeopardize the fragile rapport he had just established. He looked skyward, adopting an air of indifference. Oscar yawned, not going. I shall return to catch up on sleep. Finally reached level 30, so I can afford to relax a bit. The three girls were glaring at Ma Hongjun, clearly aware that his foray into the city would spell trouble. It was at this moment that Tang San suddenly spoke up. I will accompany you. The fatty's eyes brightened, stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, whose expression had subtly shifted. Third brother, have you finally come to your senses? Tang San was momentarily puzzled. Come to my senses? I plan to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire a couple of blacksmiths to create some items. Otherwise, at this rate, it will take ages for me to equip each of you with gear. Ning Rongrong chuckled. I knew third brother wouldn't be as unscrupulous as you. Xiao Wu's expression also returned to normal. I will go with you. Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying, forget it. I shall go alone. You've already endured enough fright. Take some time to rest at the academy. I will return shortly. Xiao Wu did not insist and nodded in agreement. The fatty looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of annoyance. What do you mean by unscrupulous? I am merely addressing the issue of the fiery troubles. This was sanctioned by the Dean. Third brother, let us depart. Tang San sighed. You keep calling me third brother and then little third. Can we not standardize the address? The fatty chuckled. Then I shall continue to call you little third. After all, you are merely a month or two older than I. Let us go, let us go. He seemed overly eager, pulling Tang San towards the academy's exit. As they watched the two depart, Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, aren't you worried that your little third will be led astray by the fatty? If I were you, I would definitely follow. Xiao Wu smiled faintly. Men need a bit of freedom, and besides, I do not believe little third would be influenced negatively by the fatty. Ning Rongrong laughed. Look at your smug demeanor. What a pair of affectionate siblings you are. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she playfully poked Ning Rongrong under her arm. Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with little third is that of siblings. Ning Rongrong giggled, running towards the dormitory while teasing. All right, no need to flaunt it. We all know you are like siblings. Closer than even biological siblings. How annoying. Xiao Wu was never one to suffer losses. She immediately burst into laughter and hurriedly chased after him. The two girls, sharing the same dormitory, naturally ran in the same direction. Soto City. Upon entering the city, the plump fellow quickly parted ways with Tang San to address his own pressing issues. Along the way, he made several attempts to tempt Tang San, hoping to lead him astray. However, Tang San remained resolute, clearly unyielding to his enticements. Despite being the same age of 12, their differences in determination were strikingly vast. Soto City retained its vibrant allure. It was morning, and all the shops had opened for business. The bustling crowd contrasted starkly with the tranquility of Shrek Academy. Tang San's purpose for this visit was straightforward. He sought a suitable blacksmith shop. Although he had gone to bed early the previous night, he had pondered over Ning Rongrong's suggestion. If it were solely for his personal use, his own strength would suffice to craft a sufficient number of hidden weapons. Yet, if he intended to provide for others, it was evident that his solitary strength would be inadequate. Now, it was time, Chen Xiaozi, to deliver the final blow. Muchun nodded and, with a swift motion, struck at the thousand-change Ghost Bat King with his sword. The thousand-change Ghost Bat King, in a lamentable state, had only the remnants of its body left, as its other parts had been obliterated. Initially intending to self-destruct, it found itself inexplicably bound by an unseen force, leading to its demise at the hands of an extraordinarily feeble human. Nevertheless, in its final moments, it refused to relinquish its struggle, amplifying its hatred 1,000-fold in a desperate bid to vanquish this audacious wretch. Regrettably, it was swiftly subdued by the system, leaving it with no will to resist. In merely a quarter of an hour, Muchun absorbed the soul ring, a feat that left even the flame lion Douluo in utter astonishment. Muchun was immersed in the pursuit of rewards. Upon completing the breakthrough task, he received a soul power enhancement of X1 and 2 opportunities for a draw. After accomplishing the task of absorbing a spirit ring, he gained another enhancement of soul power X1, 5 chances for a draw, and the system's repair status increased to 48. After 7 draws, Muchun obtained Elixir of Celestial Quality, Gu E Grass X1, information on the second martial soul X1, detailed information on the second martial soul X1, favorability pills X10, which enhanced the task's favorability by 10 points. 200 points of favorability can establish a lifelong bond or close friendship. All Soul Master information sheet X1 upon utilizing these rewards. Muchun discovered his second martial soul, the reincarnation Emperor Chen, which possessed self-awareness and power. It was the soul of an ancient powerhouse. But it would only fully recognize its host after he reached level 60, at which point it would transform into a martial soul. Moreover, he glimpsed the appearance of the third martial soul. It was a duality. On the left was a divine angel, exuding an aura of holiness with white wings. A white elfin crown, light green hair, arched brows, squinting eyes, and a smile gracing its lips. It donned a black checkered shirt beneath a white suit adorned with a pink rose, complemented by white trousers and gleaming white shoes with golden edges. On the right stood a dark angel, with black demonic wings, claws present upon them, deep black hair, and a horn on its forehead that transitioned from red to black. Its lips curled into a grin, revealing sharp fangs, and its crimson eyes glimmered with intensity, clad in a black suit and polished black shoes. Behind them was a circular halo. The left was a smooth, radiant white yellow, while the right was a jagged, menacing dark purple. Yet, both angels had hands that were indistinguishably smooth and fair. Moreover, from the impression it left on Muchun, this martial soul seemed to surpass the reincarnation Emperor Chen in strength. However, he still found himself unable to wield it. Unable to suppress a remark, he thought. Is this truly my martial soul? He also obtained the fourth spirit ring, the 100,000-year-old chameleon bat king. Its ability, ghost transformation, allowed it to stretch and retract its bones, muscles, and skin by 5 meters, rendering its form incredibly pliable, capable of any shape transformation. The ultrasound radar enabled the emission of ultrasonic waves through the pores of its body, accurately pinpointing the location of objects with remarkable precision. Chapter 46. The marvelous uses of the fourth spirit ring. Seeing Muchun emerge from his meditation, the flame-lined Douluo immediately approached to inquire, "How did it go, lad? How much has your soul power increased? What new martial skill have you acquired?" Muchun softly spoke, "Currently at level 45, with soul skills. Please wait a moment as I demonstrate for you." With that, he stepped closer to the two, suddenly bending his body forward, causing bones and flesh to protrude through his skin. This sight startled the two immensely. As if that were not enough, the bones began to bend and contort in various directions, attaching themselves to his body and forming a skeletal armor. Straightening his posture, Muchun remarked, "These bones are not my own. They are an illusion, yet they possess the capabilities of real bones. It's quite complex, but you may simply perceive it as an extension of bone." The two Douluo nodded in understanding, yet one of them replied, "However, it seems that this alone holds little significance." Muchun shook his head, acknowledging, "From this perspective, it indeed holds no significance. However, what if I were to combine it with my first soul skill?" As he spoke, Muchun unleashed his golden spirit form. It was as though he had donned the armor of a golden knight. Moreover, this transformation did not significantly increase his burden, as it did not alter his skeletal structure. At this juncture, Muchun paused, turned to a massive tree surrounded by 100 onlookers, and with a swift strike of his palm, he cleaved the tree in two. "Young Chen, that was truly impressive. It seems our efforts were not in vain." Muchun shook his head, saying, "Uncle Yin, do you think this is the end? This is merely the beginning. There is another soul skill that you have yet to witness." Upon hearing this, Yinlin Douluo suddenly realized and smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed. How could I forget that 100,000-year soul ring grants 2 soul skills? What is the second soul skill of this young lad, Chen?" Muchun smiled and said, "Next. It is time to test this. Come, strike me." The flame-lined Douluo paused, bewildered, and replied, "Chen, are you all right? Strike you?" Muchun cleared his throat and said, "The kind that does not require soul skills." The flame-lined Douluo understood, chuckling as he responded, "I assume this is a soul skill meant for evading attacks. Very well. Prepare yourself." The frequency of the flame-lined Douluo's strikes was quite formidable, creating what resembled an impenetrable net of punches. However, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Muchun's body underwent a series of astonishing transformations, deftly evading the seemingly inescapable barrage of blows. Once the onslaught ceased, the flame-lined Douluo remarked, "Young man, are you employing automatic transformation to evade attacks?" Muchun gently shook his head and remarked, "No, in truth, this second soul skill is rather lackluster. It serves merely as a means of detection, allowing me to perceive all objects within a radius of 1,000 meters with such precision that I can discern exactly what each object is. Consequently, I need not fear being tracked or assassinated, unless the adversary can completely enter another realm." The flame-lined Douluo understood. This meant that Muchun's method of evasion relied entirely on his ability to anticipate an attack. By executing corresponding transformations, he could evade concentrated assaults, though there were limits. Exceedingly dense attacks were unavoidable. Nevertheless, even so, it was indeed formidable. Subsequently, Muchun took his leave from the two Douluos, preparing to return to the academy. At that moment within Shrek Academy, Master Wei Ling's gaze swept across the students. He could certainly discern that some had not absorbed the lesson. Yet he chose not to reiterate his points. I have come to understand your respective martial souls and abilities. From this day forth, I shall commence rigorous training with you all. Daimubai, step forward. Daimubai took a step forward, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his eyes. Perhaps his previous private life had been somewhat unrestrained, but during class, he was undoubtedly a diligent student. The teacher's words were akin to commands for him. The master regarded the tall Daimubai and declared, I assign you a task. Starting from now, without causing any serious injury, you shall defeat them one by one. Daimubai paused, gazing at the master in astonishment. The master's expression stiffened. You possess a soul power of level 37, while their highest is only 31. Is there a problem? Daimubai turned to face the others, his gaze landing first on Tang San. He could afford to disregard the others. But Tang San's remarkable skills with hidden weapons instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Tang San, step forward, the master's voice rang out once more. Tang San immediately moved forward, standing beside Daimubai. The master looked at Tang San and stated, You are not permitted to use your third soul skill or those special weapons of yours. You may begin. Wait, Daimubai interjected. Master, this is unfair. If Tang San cannot exert his full strength, what is the point of our confrontation? His level is already lower than mine, and if his soul skills are restricted, then I would gain an undue advantage. Although Tang San's third soul ring, the faceless demon spider, is indeed formidable, I have confidence in myself. The master replied nonchalantly. Should he employ his third soul ring, you would stand no chance. Control-type soul masters are the strongest in one-on-one combat until they encounter a restraining martial soul. Since you insist, let Tang San use his third soul ring. As partners, you must understand one another. The others instinctively took a step back, the master included. A soul master above level 30 possessed considerable might, and as they had yet to master their soul power fully, they could easily inflict harm on others. Daimubai's eyes gradually turned crimson. Despite facing an opponent 6 levels beneath him, he dared not let his guard down. The students of Shrek Academy are all monsters. Yet the only one he truly fears is Tang San. Be cautious, Xiao San. I shall not show mercy, he warned. Tang San merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. He could distinctly sense the tension in Daimubai's muscles, coiled and ready to strike like a descending tiger. Suddenly, a pale light erupted from Daimubai. As he extended his arms outward and puffed out his chest, his bones cracked audibly, muscles swelling instantaneously, stretching his garments. The very air around him seemed to grow turbulent. Daimubai's martial soul, the white tiger, had fully manifested. Azure light surged from Tang San, and under the transformation of the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. The blue-silver grass beneath his feet elongated, now more slender. He slowly raised his right hand towards the poised Daimubai and declared solemnly, Mubai, should you manage to break through my third soul skill, then you shall be deemed the victor. Daimubai's spirit was invigorated. It was not merely him, but all the observing students who were captivated, eager to witness the true power of Tang San's third soul skill after enduring such intense suffering. Daimubai's eyes narrowed. And without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the crystalline purple of his third spirit ring, activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger King Kong transformation. His already imposing form swelled further, muscles exaggeratedly bulging, ripping through his upper garments to reveal a terrifying physique. Dark stripes appeared on his skin, and his tiger paws expanded. Their sharp claws gleaming silver, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, as if he were gilded. His blood-red eyes exuded a ferocious light, embodying the majesty of the king of beasts. When Daimubai first clashed with Tang San, he had effortlessly shattered Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism, with the White Tiger King Kong transformation. Now, facing Tang San once more, he employed his mightiest soul skill, intent on using his formidable claws to pierce through Tang San's blue-silver grass. Be careful, Tang San cautioned. In an instant, the blue-silver grass beneath him sprang to life, countless vines emerging, some soaring into the air, others gliding along the ground, and yet others circling from the sides, converging towards Daimubai from all directions. Daimubai, a soul master of brute force, was not particularly agile. As the blue-silver grass ensnared him, he did not evade. Instead, the golden light surrounding him intensified, and he charged headlong into the oncoming vines. After taking just 3 strides, his powerful form came to a halt as the first soul skill of the blue-silver grass, entanglement, activated, binding him tightly. Instinctively, Daimubai sought to free himself from the blue-silver grass with sheer strength, just as he had done previously. However, at the moment he exerted his strength, he realized something was amiss. Although the blue-silver grass had become thinner after the infusion of the third spirit ring's attributes, its inherent resilience had increased exponentially. Despite Daimubai's full force, he found himself unable to tear the blue-silver grass apart. Instead, the slender strands dug into his muscles. Chapter 47. Await your demise. The thorns of the ghost vine emerged stealthily. Had it not been for Daimubai's skin becoming exceedingly tough under the white tiger's transformation, he would have been compromised by the toxins resulting from the fusion of the ghost vine and the man-faced demon spider. Yet, the 37th level Daimubai was not easily subdued. Realizing that raw strength could not free him from the blue-silver grass, he promptly began to move his ensnared hands. The razor-sharp claws of his tiger form suddenly sprang forth, vigorously vibrating against the blue-silver grass at a specific frequency. Slowly, the blades began to penetrate the strands. And should Daimubai manage to unleash his full spirit power, these reinforced blue-silver grasses would certainly not be able to contain him. Unfortunately, Tang San had never anticipated that these blue-silver grasses could directly restrain Daimubai, for he was a soul ancestor with 37 levels of spirit power. His objective was merely to temporarily impede Daimubai, granting himself the opportunity to activate his third spirit skill. The essence of a control-type spirit master lies in dominating their opponent from the very onset of battle until its conclusion. As the blue-green orb of light was released when Daimubai's claws began to slice through the blue-silver grass, he naturally caught sight of it. Though bound, his body was not entirely immobile. He understood that the orb emitted from Tang San's hand was likely his third spirit ring. Without concern for appearances, he tilted his body and fell to the side. What he required now was time, if only he could free himself from the blue-silver grass. Bolstered by his 37 levels of spirit power and the augmented strength from the white tiger's transformation, he was confident he could dispel Tang San's third spirit ring. To the astonishment of all present, the blue-green radiance swiftly expanded, forming a colossal net with a 5-meter diameter that descended from above. Although Daimubai rolled away, he could not escape this range. The net's expansion was alarmingly rapid, and the blue-green orb had been propelled forward by Tang San with a flick of his wrist, achieving a terrifying velocity. With a hum, the massive web enveloped him, and Daimubai felt a constriction throughout his body, ensnared tightly within the vast net. As he prepared to continue severing the inner blue-silver grass, he was suddenly struck by a fierce sensation of paralysis and burning from the web's threads, which appeared even finer than the blue-silver grass. Even with the might of the white tiger's transformation, he could not dispel the numbing sensation. The overwhelming stickiness enveloped him like a zongzi, the web tightening relentlessly. When his claws met the web, they were repelled without leaving a trace. Daimubai exerted all his spirit power, hoping to break free from the paralysis and the web, but the harder he struggled, the tighter the web coiled around him. The overwhelming sensation of powerlessness instantly plunged the sinister-eyed white tiger into profound despondency. The numbing feeling intensified, naturally diminishing the resistance of his soul force. While the shimmering blue-green web continued to constrict, causing the bones of Daimubai to emit crackling sounds. That will suffice, the master spoke with an air of calmness. Upon hearing this, Tang San stepped forward decisively, retracting the web along with the toxins it contained. "Oh, quite the lively scene here," remarked a handsome young man as he approached them. "Chen, you've returned," Tang San exclaimed with palpable excitement. Behind him, the master displayed a glimmer of fervor in his eyes, a reflection of the hope to encounter a kindred spirit with whom he could communicate. The master approached and said, "You must be Muchun. Greetings, I am Yu Xiaojing, though everyone commonly refers to me as the master." The crowd was momentarily taken aback as the master introduced himself so candidly, underscoring the significance he placed on Muchun. Muchun nodded and said, "I have long admired you, and today's encounter indeed reveals a remarkable individual. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yu Xiaojing shook his head and replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. Your theory of the food chain is truly extraordinary, and one must respect those who excel. I am not deserving of your admiration." Muchun smiled gently, "Master, you are being modest. Well, let us not engage in trivialities. You are in the midst of training, are you not?" The master nodded in affirmation. Muchun remarked, "Perfect. My fourth spirit ring requires testing. You seven shall join me. Let us see how this unfolds. The crowd was taken aback by his words. Oscar interjected, Chen, you seem a bit overconfident. Even if you are a spirit master and possess a soul ring of 100,000 years, taking on 7 opponents alone? If you succeed, I shall walk backwards to the dormitory. Daimubai nodded in agreement. Only Ning Rongrong gazed at him with unwavering admiration and trust. Even Zhu Shiqing appeared skeptical. It is worth noting that among the Shrek 7 monsters, 4 have already attained the rank of Spirit Elder. Without further ado, Muchun revealed his soul rings. Each emergence of a soul ring caused the master's expression to darken incrementally. Muchun consoled the master, saying, Master, your theories apply to most soul masters, but do not encompass a prodigy such as myself, so there is no need for excessive contemplation. Upon hearing this, the master regained his composure, acknowledging that indeed individuals differ greatly. Perhaps Muchun's extraordinary physical attributes set him apart from others. Oscar, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, No way, Brother Chen. You actually managed to acquire 100,000-year soul beast. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that while they might accept Muchun's 3rd spirit ring as a mutation of a 100,000-year beast, the 4th spirit ring was undoubtedly a testament to his identity and status. It is well known that only a select few in this world possess the capability to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Muchun smiled confidently and proclaimed, Now, no one dares to accuse you of bullying me, right? Come at me. I fear not your attempts, only that you may falter. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, Everyone, I believe Brother Chen simply deserves a good thrashing. Let us use this opportunity to express our frustrations and settle it with him. To everyone's surprise, Tang San was the first to nod in agreement, stating, Indeed, Brother Chen. There are times when I feel an overwhelming urge to strike you. I cannot explain it. It is simply a pure desire to give you a good punch. After contemplating his words seriously for a moment, Xiaowu also nodded in concurrence. Muchun, I have received an overwhelming blow of 1,000 points to my spirit. Muchun feigned anger and declared, Very well, you are quite audacious. Just wait. I had considered showing mercy, but now I find it unnecessary. Prepare to meet your demise. Daimubai let out a thunderous roar, instantly manifesting his martial spirit. Come, let this serve as practice for our team battle. Everyone, get ready. With that, Daimubai and Tang San, the pillars of their team, launched the first assault. Daimubai transformed into his white tiger form, charging directly at Muchun. Meanwhile, Tang San devised a clever trap and stealthily unleashed his blue-silver grass towards Muchun, while Xiaowu, sensing the tension, tightened her leg muscles in preparation. However, none of these actions evaded the radar's detection. Muchun smiled as he skillfully countered Daimubai's relentless strikes with Wing Chun. Is San planning to set a trap for me? Is Xiaowu preparing to teleport and strike? Zhu Zhuqing, how could you also extend your claws? You all feign a nonchalant demeanor, yet your intentions are undeniably sinister. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, and Daimubai, momentarily distracted, was sent flying. Muchun smiled mysteriously and said, I am well aware of everything about you. However, it seems you are unaware of the formidable strength of my 4th soul skill. Allow me to demonstrate. The master observed the match, forming a simple yet profound assessment of Muchun in his heart, invincible among peers. Chapter 48. The Battle Against the Shrek 7 Monsters. Muchun seemed to have anticipated the next move of Shrek and the others, causing a momentary panic among the group. Tang San was the first to regain his composure, stating, It's nothing. Even if Brother Chen has discovered our soul skills, he remains unaware of how we truly connect them. We can proceed as planned. The master nodded in satisfaction, having always held a deep affection for this disciple. Mubai's tiger claws have arrived, and Muchun speaks little. With one hand performing Tai Chi, he renders Dai Mubai's identity uncomfortable, a feeling of power rendered futile. This discomfort provokes the tiger's fury. It swiftly unleashes 2 waves of white tiger's blazing light, then draws closer, intent on breaking the stalemate. Muchun smiled faintly. After deflecting the ferocious wave of the white tiger's light, he suddenly exchanged a punch with Daimubai. Daimubai sensed an ominous foreboding. However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to retaliate. Yet, how formidable was Muchun's fist? It could easily reduce a piece of jade to dust. Daimubai bore the consequences of his rashness, stumbling backward as the fabric of his right arm tore apart. He shielded his injured arm with his left hand, his countenance pale, clearly indicating the severity of his wounds. Muchun sighed, I apologize, Mubai. You may step down and take a rest. As he spoke, his body inclined to the right, evading the ambush from Xiaowu. Muchun reached out to grasp Xiaowu's calf, which had darted out from behind him, but Tang San would not permit such an act. He swiftly cast his spider web, and Muchun smiled, aware that Tang San would sacrifice certain things for Xiao Wu, thus intentionally disrupting Tang San's original strategy. Consequently, he remained vigilant, holding back a portion of his strength. He accelerated his descent, using his hands to push off the ground and propel himself into the air, where he executed a spin and severed Tang San's web with a swift chop. The master, witnessing this scene, already understood the outcome but refrained from intervening, perhaps curious to see how the Shrek 7 devils would perform. Tang San felt a pang of anxiety as his web was so easily dismantled, and upon seeing Muchun charging towards him with an unstoppable force, he instinctively wrapped himself in blue-silver grass. Just before the grass enveloped him, Tang San caught sight of the smile curling at Muchun's lips. This is bad, Tang San thought urgently. Zhu Qing, hurry and protect Rongrong. But was it too late? Zhu Qing had initially intended for Tang San to restrain Muchun with his web, allowing her to follow up with a series of attacks. However, circumstances had shifted, prompting her to seek opportunities from the sidelines. Upon seeing Muchun's reckless assault, she decided to tail him, knowing that any attacker would pause momentarily, allowing her to launch a surprise counterattack. To her astonishment, Muchun leaped directly over Tang San. Zhu Qing, unable to halt her momentum, followed suit and jumped over Tang San as well, only to be met by the vanishing of her line of sight and the hidden Muchun behind Tang San. Indeed, Muchun's intention had never been to target Ning Rongrong, for he possessed the capability to overpower several opponents with her support. Thus, why would he focus on eliminating the supply first? He arrogantly believed that once everyone else was defeated, the support would pose no significant threat. His hand reached out to seize Zhu Qing, but suddenly, a figure collided with him. It was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai pushed Muchun aside with his body and exclaimed, Hongjun. Incinerate him. A red pillar of fire surged towards Muchun, who smirked slightly and retorted, You underestimate me. He immediately transformed into a fiery form, absorbing the malevolent flames and then unleashed a fire dragon with a wave of his hand. At that moment, Tang San's voice echoed, Brother Chen, you are being careless. The fire line is meant to obscure your vision. Muchun felt an ominous premonition. At that moment, he was channeling his soul power to unleash a fire dragon, and it was imperative that he did not interrupt the process. Consequently, he found himself restrained by Xiao San. Meanwhile, Xiao teleported directly in front of Muchun, using her legs to clamp him and forcefully hurl him backward. At this juncture, Muchun realized he could only endure the blow. After a brief moment of self-reproach, his skeletal armor began to manifest gradually. After bracing himself against Xiao's 8-section throw, Shrek 7 members let out a sigh of relief. Brother Chen was ultimately still too arrogant. However, in an instant, a figure leaped from the dust, clad in golden armor. Indeed, I have encountered some issues, but it is all over now. This individual was none other than Muchun, empowered by his 4th soul ring. Tang San's blue-silver grass extended slowly, and Ning Rongrong provided her utmost support, as everyone remained on high alert. This was Brother Chen's newly acquired 100,000-year soul ring, and vigilance was essential. Muchun stood motionless at a distance, the two sides locked in a stalemate for an extended period. Muchun inquired, Why do you still refuse to concede? The 7 members of Shrek replied in unison, We have yet to engage in battle, hence we shall not surrender. Upon hearing this, Muchun shook his head. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared behind him. Tang San, utilizing the purple extreme magic eyes, discovered that it was, in fact, a multitude of tiny needles. Muchun cautioned, Be careful, my attack is coming. Following his words, countless tiny bone needles shot forth from behind him. These needles were manifestations of his own bones, specifically those that had regrown after being severed. Enhanced by his golden spirit form, they were iron spikes capable of piercing armor. Tang San employed blue-silver grass for defense. But would it be effective? It could hardly withstand the rapid onslaught of the iron spikes. Propelled by his soul power, these already formidable and sharp spikes gained tremendous momentum, rendering them impossible to resist. Most critically, these iron spikes were inexhaustible. Waves of assaults, under Muchun's control, left the boys injured and unable to rise, lest they suffer even greater harm. The girls, too, found their garments torn, exposing their modesty, and were compelled to crouch down, unable to stand. This continued for quite some time until the master finally called for a halt. The display was overwhelmingly dominant. It was a clear indication that the era of adults had indeed transformed. You may be strong, but I maintain firepower suppression on my side. Such an attack could only be thwarted by those with sufficiently high soul power or robust defenses. However, the trio did not suffer in vain. They had at least compelled Muchun to utilize his fourth soul ring. In truth, had Muchun initially denied them any opportunity and swiftly eliminated Xiao Ao, there would have been no subsequent counterattack from the Shrek 7. Muchun retracted the soul ring. His control was commendable, as he rendered the crowd unable to resist without inflicting significant harm upon them. As Tang San and the others passed by, they underwent a brief recovery, and thus, everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. Muchun approached and patted the shoulders of the crowd, saying, "You all are formidable." Oscar chuckled, "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. I must admit, I no longer wish to compete with you. It is genuinely disheartening." At that moment, the master interjected, "No, from now on, you must engage in battle with Muchun every single day until you seven can collectively defeat him." "What?" Only Tang San nodded resolutely. The master continued, "I have been observing your recent battle closely. To speak candidly, you do possess the opportunity to emerge victorious. However, this hinges on a prerequisite." With that, the master turned his gaze towards Muchun. Muchun awkwardly scratched his head and said, "From now on, I will try my utmost to refrain from using my fourth spirit ability in attacks." The master nodded and addressed the 7 members of Shrek, saying precisely, "As long as there are no misunderstandings leading to continuous assaults, you stand a chance of overcoming Muchun. Therefore, starting today, dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, striving to achieve victory through superior numbers." Although the group was somewhat reluctant, they felt it inappropriate to refuse at this juncture, so they could only acquiesce with nods. Subsequently, the master instructed, "You shall first engage in practical team exercises against Muchun. Once this phase of training concludes, I will grant you a few days of respite. However, until then, you must adhere to my training regimen." Understood. Muchun felt a bittersweet pang in his heart as he thought, "Young souls, the nightmare is about to commence." Chapter 49. The Devil's training. The master's rigorous training has arrived as scheduled. Muchun was acutely aware that he might receive special treatment. Upon seeing the oversized basket that was twice the size of others, he instinctively knew he was in trouble. However, given his physical prowess, he felt there was little to lament, silently mourning the burden of the basket. Weighing it, he estimated it to be around 100 kilograms. "You truly hold me in high regard, master." The remaining 7 bamboo baskets, intricately woven, contained stones of varying sizes, each equipped with straps and labeled with names. Among them, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun carried the heaviest stones, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar followed with slightly lighter loads. Ning Rongrong's basket contained the smallest stone. Upon seeing the stone in her basket, Ning Rongrong mused that the master was not entirely unreasonable. The master observed the 7 individuals who had shouldered their baskets and dashed off into the distance, a subtle smile breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. Isn't this long-distance run with weight a bit excessive without using soul power? That's several hundred kilometers. They may not finish even by nightfall, he contemplated. Unexpectedly, Flinder appeared beside the master, expressing his concerns. The master replied calmly, "One must endure hardship to achieve greatness. I have meticulously assessed their physical conditions. They will not be overexerted. Besides, do you think the substantial breakfast they had was without merit? Without enduring hardships together, how can they become true partners who trust one another?" Flinder raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, conceding, "All right, I will defer to your judgment. I know you value these children even more than I do. However, I must remind you that the Academy's budget is limited." The master scoffed. "Can a living person be suffocated by the need to urinate? Do you think I am like you, a dignified soul saint, unable to secure funding for a mere academy?" Flinder retorted with irritation. "That's because I refuse to humiliate myself by relying on others. Otherwise, with my capabilities, wealth and status would not be difficult to attain. I am eager to see how you will resolve this issue. Your face is much thinner than mine." The master shot Flinder a sidelong glance, "Then just wait and see." With their bamboo baskets on their backs, Tang San and Dai Mubai surged ahead. It was only upon running that they realized the severity of this punishment. If they could utilize their soul power, covering a distance of 60 to 70 kilometers in half a day would pose no challenge, and they could complete it effortlessly. However, without the use of soul power while bearing weight, the task became exceedingly arduous. "Mubai, Xiaosan, let us take a break." Muchun suddenly halted mid-run. Having not ventured far, beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. Though both he and Dai Mubai had previously expended soul power, they were evidently the fittest among the Shrek 7, while Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had already fallen behind by several hundred meters. Zhu Zhuqing had caught up to them, and Ning Rongrong lagged at the rear. "Muchun, what is the matter?" Dai Mubai also came to a halt. gazing at Muchun with a hint of confusion. 10 laps is no small feat. One should hasten to run. Muchun remarked, Mubai, little San, do you recall? The master mentioned just before our departure that we are a collective. He insisted that we complete this punishment together. Observe. Zhuqing and Rong Rong are also enduring the same consequences alongside us. Aside from my obligation to run 12 laps, you two must accomplish your tasks concurrently. From my understanding of our teacher, this punishment serves not only as retribution but also as a means for us to strengthen our physical resilience. Just yesterday, he conveyed to me that the body is the foundation for a soul master. My ability to absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider at a higher level is intrinsically linked to my physical prowess. More importantly, this punishment may also be a test set forth by our teacher, evaluating our sense of unity. We are a singular entity, while you and I may possess the endurance. They might not. It is imperative that we devise a strategy to ensure that everyone can collectively rise to this challenge. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, without unity, this punishment appears nearly insurmountable, akin to one of us challenging Brother Chen to a duel. Muchun nodded and said, this is precisely the reasoning. Therefore, let us pause for those who follow and run together. In the meantime, I shall share with you a method for conserving energy through breath regulation during long-distance running. Shortly thereafter, the 5 individuals trailing behind caught up. Tang San reiterated his perspective on today's punishment. Oscar furrowed his brow and remarked, I believe Tang San is absolutely correct. Our master intends to test us. Our burdens differ, which suggests that the master has meticulously calculated the limits of our physical endurance. For individuals like Tang San and Dai Lauda, their loads should be manageable within their limits, perhaps even leaving them with some stamina. Conversely, the burden on Fatty seems to be at the brink of his capacity. Naturally, there are those who exceed their limits. Only through collaborative effort can we hope to succeed. It appears that the burden exceeding the threshold is borne solely by me and Rong Rong. As he concluded, a wry smile crossed his face. Having only run 2 kilometers, he already felt the bamboo basket on his back growing heavier, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and with such a long distance ahead, he mused that he certainly could not endure much longer. Fatty Ma Hongjun blurted out, why don't we cheat? Let us secretly nibble on a few of Xiao Ao's recovery sausages if we fear fatigue. Cheating? Oscar shot a disapproving glare at Fatty. He was no fool and would never act foolishly. Fatty, he said, I will ask you just one question. Can you be certain that the master hasn't assigned other teachers to monitor us? If we were to be caught cheating, the repercussions would far exceed the current punishment. Moreover, the master's rationale for imposing such a trial must hold deeper significance, ultimately intended for our benefit. We must devise a strategy to conserve our strength as best as we can. Tang San suddenly interjected, although the teacher has instructed us to run with burdens. Forbidding the use of soul power, our collective load is fixed. As long as we can complete the punishment while bearing these weights, we shall succeed. Oscar, hand me your stone. Oscar paused for a moment, then chuckled. Good brother. However, it is not yet necessary. I propose that we all run at the pace of the slowest among us from this point forward. This way, we can remain together. And a steady pace is the most energy efficient. If anyone begins to falter, we can assist one another in adjusting our loads, thus maximizing our endurance. What do you all think? Ning Rongrong chimed in with a smile. Oscar, I never realized you were quite clever. Oscar wore an expression of self-satisfaction. Did you not know I am often referred to as the wise little prince? What could be more obvious? Daimubai, the eldest among them, displayed the leadership expected of him, stating, enough chatter. Speaking also consumes energy. Let us run. We shall proceed as Xiao Ao suggested. Afterward, Muchun imparted the essential techniques of breathing during long-distance running, encouraging them to attune themselves to a rhythm that suited their individual capacities. Subsequently, they reduced their pace and joined the others in their run. Thus, the 8 of them embarked anew on their journey of endurance. Undoubtedly, among them, it was Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support-type soul masters, who possessed the least stamina, prompting the group to adjust their speed accordingly. They progressed steadily towards Soto City. The first round was completed at a consistent pace. As they truly began to run, the weight they carried became increasingly palpable. If it were merely ordinary running, even without utilizing soul power, the 6-kilometer round trip would hardly pose a burden to them. The transformation that soul power bestowed upon their bodies endowed them with capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, and even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support-type soul masters, were no exceptions. However, with the additional weight, their bodies exhibited clear signs of discomfort. After a round trip, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar were drenched in sweat. while the others also began to show signs of fatigue. Undoubtedly, Ning Rongrong was the weakest among them, although Oscar was also a support-type soul master. He had surpassed the 30th level, and his body, enhanced by a third spirit ring, fared significantly better than Ning Rongrong's. Chapter 50. The difficult journey. As they completed lap after lap, the strides of all Shrek members gradually synchronized, their breathing becoming harmonious and cohesive. This left the master in astonishment. Initially, the fatigue displayed during the first lap led him to believe that they would soon be gasping for breath, and the entire team would falter. Yet, unexpectedly, they grew more uniform in their pace, their momentum intensifying as they formed a neat line and continued to run in unison. When recalling the experience, Ning Rongrong remarked, "It felt incredibly natural, as if my legs were running on their own." Though exhausted, there was no desire to stop. After each lap, the master provided them with salt water to replenish their lost energy. However, limits inevitably exist. By the 10th lap, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's speed had noticeably diminished. Their surroundings began to blur, and their legs felt as heavy as lead. The bamboo basket on their backs felt as if it bore the weight of a mountain. While the others maintained their stamina at a steady pace, each was drenched in sweat yet remained mentally alert. "Xiaoyo, pass me your stone," Tang San said to Oscar. At the same time, Dai Mubai extended his hand towards Ning Rongrong. This time, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong did not refuse. They understood that their stamina was waning, and if they continued in this manner, it was uncertain whether they could endure the round trip. The burdens for Tang San and Dai Mubai increased directly from 15 kilograms to 20 kilograms, with the bamboo basket now containing 2 stones. 5 kilograms may seem insignificant. Yet under the strain of considerable physical exertion, this seemingly trivial weight has imposed a palpable burden on the two individuals. While they managed to maintain a steady pace, their breaths grew noticeably labored. In stark contrast, the moment Oscar and Ning Rongrong were liberated from the 5-kilogram load, they experienced an exhilarating sense of transcendence, as if their entire bodies had become weightless, ready to soar. After taking a few deep breaths, their running became infinitely easier, restoring not only their original rhythm but also endowing them with a sense of effortless grace. As they entered the 15th lap, the air grew thick with laborious breaths. Even Muchun was not spared, struggling under the oppressive weight of 100 kilograms. It felt as though their lungs were ablaze, and with each step, they left behind distinct imprints of sweat upon the ground. Since their last round trip, their replenishment of saline solution at the academy's entrance had dwindled to merely 2 cups, and they had only enjoyed a brief respite. Master did not urge them onward, continuing to prepare warm saline water for them after each round. "I can't go on. I'm done," uttered Ma Hongjun, stumbling and nearly collapsing. The stout figure halted, leaning heavily on his knees, gasping for air. His round face had turned ashen, each breath becoming a monumental challenge. One by one, the others came to a stop, and in that moment, an unspoken silence enveloped them. They exchanged glances and noticed that each companion's garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Most striking was Zhu Qing, although the youngest among them. She was the most physically developed of the 3 girls. Her drenched attire clung to her form, accentuating remarkable curves. Muchun couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Yet presently, he lacked the energy to truly appreciate the stunning scenery before him. Originally, Tang San and Dai Mubai ought not to have been so fatigued, but the additional burdens of Ning Rongrong and Oscar weighed heavily upon them, rendering their load considerably more arduous than that of their companions. Among the 7, the only one who appeared somewhat at ease was Xiaowu. Having also reached the 30th level, her burden was akin to that of Zhu Qing and Ma Hongjun. Coupled with her naturally light frame, she was the only one who retained a semblance of ease in this taxing moment. After nearly 5 minutes of labored breathing, the group gradually recovered. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his thoughts and remarked, "Since we won't be able to have lunch anyway, why not take it slow? I can't go on. If we continue running like this, I fear I shall be utterly exhausted." Muchun spoke quietly. "Fatty, you are overthinking it. Slowing down is simply not an option. Have you not noticed that the temperature of the saline solution prepared by the master remains constant each time? Yet, our pace has been steadily diminishing. It is evident that the master has calculated our physical capacity. If we return too slowly, we may face additional penalties. Although the master's training methods are somewhat severe, they are ultimately for our benefit. We must persevere. Fatty, please hand over your burden to me." Upon hearing Muchun's words, Ma Hongjun quickly came to his senses and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, Chinko. With you bearing a boulder as heavy as a mountain, coupled with my own burden, I cannot bear to impose further." Muchun chuckled as he playfully tapped the man's head. "Can I be like you? A man cannot utter no. So hurry, hand it over." and I shall carry it for a while. When you feel it's sufficient, take it back." Upon hearing Muchun's words, Ma Hongjun ceased to refuse and handed over the stones from his basket. "Allow me to assist you, Zhu Qing." Tang Sen reached for the bamboo basket behind Zhu Qing. She deftly evaded his hand, declaring, "No need, I can endure." With such considerable exertion, how could she persist until the end? Tang Sen paused, realizing that Zhu Qing did not seem as frigid as he had initially thought. The journey commenced anew. This time, the group slowed their pace once more. Although Muchun remained silent, it was evident that his steps had grown considerably heavier, with beads of sweat trailing down his brow, the most among the seven. The burden bestowed upon him by the fatty was a staggering 10 kilograms, with his stamina already stretched thin. The additional weight of 110 kilograms bore down heavily upon him. As the 18th lap concluded, the master, while providing them with warm saline water, cast a deliberate glance at the bamboo baskets behind them, but chose to say nothing. The 19th lap continued, despite the absence of weight. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were nearing the limits of their endurance. Ma Hongjun had somewhat recovered, and Xiaowu was still holding on, but Zhu Qing's pace was increasingly sluggish. In contrast, Tang Sen seemed to have gritted his teeth and surpassed his limits, displaying no signs of fatigue. As Soto City came into view, the 9th round trip was nearing its halfway point. Suddenly, Daimubai stumbled, his body pitching forward. In past instances, Daimubai's prowess would have allowed him to regain his footing effortlessly. However, his current exhaustion was profound. Tang San, who had been closely following Daimubai, quickly lunged forward to support his shoulder as he began to fall. Daimubai's eyes had lost their focus, a condition Tang San had previously witnessed during perilous moments. This indicated a state of extreme fatigue. Daimubai could not stabilize himself, leaning heavily against Tang San, his chest heaving as though it were a bellows, approaching a state of dehydration. "Dailao, how are you?" The others quickly gathered around, expressing their concern. Tang San remained silent, but he extracted the largest stone, weighing 15 kilograms, from Daimubai's basket and placed it into his own. "Xiao San, there is no need. I can still hold on." Daimubai struggled to stand upright, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. "You endured the immense pain brought forth by the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. Why should I not persevere? I am capable. Brothers, let us endure together. None shall fall behind." As he spoke, Daimubai forcibly retrieved his 15-kilogram stone from Tang San's basket and returned it to his own. Ma Hongjun said little and promptly took out his own stone, stating, "I cannot lag behind either." At this moment, Muchun was drenched in sweat, and his limits were nearly reached. Chapter 51, The Devil Master. On the final stretch of the 19th circle, at Tang San's repeated insistence, Ning Rongrong's 5-kilogram stone was transferred from Daimubai's bamboo basket to his own, increasing his burden to 25 kilograms. The journey continued, each step taken with immense difficulty. Daimubai, having shed 15 kilograms of weight, persevered with unwavering determination. The group supported one another, successfully pushing through, although they were still running. Their pace was barely faster than walking. The punishment had lasted a full 3 hours since its inception, gulping down salt water. The 7 of them appeared as though they had been pulled from the depths of a river, while the master stood silently by, offering no words. Daimubai summoned his remaining strength, urging his brothers to hold on for one final stretch. Suddenly, Oscar spoke up, "Little San, return my burden to me. We are nearing the last round, and I can endure." Tang San hesitated, noticing something new in Oscar's eyes. Yet, observing his trembling legs, Tang San shook his head, insisting, "No, I can manage." Oscar approached Tang San, sweat dripping from him, but his gaze had grown resolute. "As a brother, return it to me. I can do this." Ning Rongrong, panting heavily and pale, could not help but say as she watched Oscar retrieve the 5-kilogram stone from Tang San's bamboo basket, "Oscar, you truly are a man today." Exhausted, Oscar could only puff out his chest, adopting an air of nonchalance. At this juncture, the Shrek 7 monsters were utterly drained. Yet not a single one of them relaxed their expressions. Sometimes, the distinction between genius and mediocrity lies in the steadfastness of will. Surviving one limit signifies that everything may transform. The 10th round of punishment finally commenced. This time, apart from Muchun, everyone was unable to run, merely shuffling their feet forward, step by step. "Can't go on?" "No, we can. We all can." Bearing the stones upon their backs, they trudged heavily towards their final goal. After 1 kilometer, a near-unconscious Oscar transferred his stone to Muchun's bamboo basket. After 2 kilometers, Zhu Qing's stone was moved to Muchun's basket. After 3 kilometers, Ning Rongrong fainted, prompting Tang San to give part of his stones to Dai Mubai before lifting Ning Rongrong onto his back. Upon returning 1 kilometer, Oscar collapsed. Zhu Zhuqing reclaimed her stone, and Xiao's burden was transferred to Ma Hongjuan's bamboo basket. Ning Rongrong ascended onto Mu Chen's back, while Tang San hoisted Oscar. They traversed 2 kilometers, and when Zhu Zhuqing collapsed, Muchun carried her on his shoulder. With less than 500 meters remaining to the finish line, Tang San bore a bamboo basket on his chest, containing Zhu Zhuqing's previous burdens along with an additional 15 kilograms acquired from Dai Mubai. While also supporting Oscar on his back, Dai Mubai's load was indeterminate, and Xiao had added 10 kilograms of stones to her burden. Ma Hongjun carried 20 kilograms. They advanced painstakingly toward their destination, step by step. Oscar regained consciousness from his stupor, struggled to slide off Tang San's back, and with Tang San's assistance, moved forward. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun had also reached his limit, joining Tang San and Oscar, as the three of them supported one another, inching onward. Had they not chosen to share the burden collectively, it is likely that only Muchun would have managed to complete this training. Had it been Ning Rongrong or Oscar with their stamina, they would have faltered long ago. Yet here stood 8 individuals, united in mutual support, their shared determination ignited. The scenery around them had blurred, yet they could vaguely discern the presence of the finish line. Their bodies now relied solely on the strength of their will to persevere. Tang San, laden with heavy stones, simultaneously supported Ma Hongjun and Oscar, alleviating part of their weight. Although they could not utilize soul power, the inherent resilience of the Xiantian skill began to manifest under the strain of their physical limits. Otherwise, he would not have endured thus far. Dai Mubai's waist was bent under the pressure, a hint of crimson tinting his eyes, each step feeling as though a tremendous weight bore down upon him. 400 meters. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The Master's rigid visage materialized before them, witnessing their collective struggle to progress. Even he could not remain unmoved by their camaraderie. This final round trip had consumed a full hour. Yet, they had ultimately persevered and returned. With a thud, 7 of them collapsed in succession. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun fainted almost simultaneously. Muchun immediately cast the basket from his back to the ground with a resounding thud. He then addressed the master, saying, "You overestimate me, master." Remarkably, he too fainted shortly thereafter. Upon inspection, the master discovered that Muchun had secretly added 30 kilograms of stones to his basket, significantly alleviating the burdens of others. A faint smile graced the master's face as he thought, not abandoning, not giving up, excellent, truly excellent. Flinder, accompanied by Zhao Wuji and several other teachers, quietly approached the master. Remarking, "Master, you are quite formidable." The master chose to disregard Flinder's dissatisfaction, gesturing for them to proceed swiftly, including the master. The teachers hurriedly removed the bamboo baskets from the children, cradling them as they made their way back to the academy. When Muchun regained consciousness, he found himself in the dormitory. A warm sensation enveloped him from all sides, the comforting warmth nearly eliciting a groan of pleasure from his lips. Muchun discovered his bare body submerged in a large wooden vat filled with a brown liquid. On the opposite side, Oscar Tang San lay in a deep slumber within the same vat. The presence of these 3 large barrels had rendered the dormitory exceedingly cramped. "Oh, master, you truly are relentless," Muchun sighed while soaking in the medicinal pool. After so many years, he had once again transcended his limits. One must admit, this tactic has proven to be unfailingly effective. One may think themselves formidable, yet lacking soul power renders one a mere novice. Eventually, Tang San gradually awoke. And upon seeing Muchun's blissful expression, his face flushed with embarrassment. Muchun remarked, "Your face is flushed for no reason. Such behavior is likely to lead to misunderstandings." Beside the wooden barrel, a note was affixed, inscribed with the master's handwriting. Upon awakening, he made his way to the dining hall. Upon seeing the words "mealtime," Tang San felt a rumble in his stomach, as if it had emitted a sound, and an overwhelming sense of hunger surged within him. He then turned his gaze towards Muchun. Muchun gently remarked, "I intentionally waited for you all. I feared that if I were to go first, I would have to undergo training." Tang San's lips twitched slightly, yet he couldn't help but think that he might have acted similarly. He was simply too fatigued, reluctant to endure a second round. Chapter 52. I shall marry you. Muchun and Tang San walked together to the dining hall. Dai Mubai chuckled. "I never expected you to wake up later than I did. Stop dawdling, come and eat. The food is quite delightful." Dai Mubai's mischievous gaze had returned to normal. And upon seeing Tang San, a broad smile spread across his face. They had shared both joys and hardships more than once. The bond of mutual understanding required no words, as their shared glances conveyed their friendship. Taking a seat beside Dai Mubai, Tang San noticed 7 portions of food on the table, evidently prepared for him and the others. A note, penned in the master's handwriting, lay on the table as well. The note read, "After finishing your meal, clean the utensils. Empty the water in the bucket and wash it thoroughly. Do not sleep. Train your soul power before dawn. Assemble for class in the morning." Dinner was splendid, featuring a large bowl of aromatic stewed meat, 5 fluffy white buns, a bowl of rich soup, a platter of vegetables, and several fruits. The grumbling of his stomach left Tang San no time to converse with Dai Mubai, and he immediately began to feast, devouring the food before him with remarkable speed. It was exhilarating, truly delightful. After an intense expenditure of energy, the replenishment of food felt as though his body was rapidly absorbing the nutrients. By the time Tang San had finished his meal in a whirlwind, Dai Mubai had already completed his own. Leaning on the table, he observed Tang San and remarked, "Little San, the master is indeed tough. This is even more rigorous than the training we received under Dean Flinder. Judging by the master's note, it seems our days ahead will be challenging. Is this how the master has always instructed you?" Tang San shook his head and replied, "Most of what the teacher taught me before was theoretical knowledge. This kind of training is a first for me. However, yesterday the teacher mentioned that as a soul master, physical strength is fundamental. My ability to withstand the pressure from the humanoid spider spirit ring's soul power is closely linked to my physical condition. Only a robust body can endure greater soul power. Perhaps that is why the teacher decided we should focus on fundamental physical training." Dai Mubai smiled wryly. "This is not merely about enhancement. The master has arranged our training according to extreme limits. If it weren't for our good physical qualities, we would likely be bedridden for several days after this session. Yet, that peculiar liquid in the bucket seems to have some effect as well. I'm starving. Where's the food?" A figure rushed in energetically from outside, ignoring Tang San and Dai Mubai, and dove straight for the food on the table. It was Xiao Wu. Seeing her rosy cheeks, Tang San couldn't help but smile. Evidently, Xiao Wu has already recovered from her extreme exhaustion. As she ate, she noticed a note on the table and gestured to Tang San, indicating that they should wait until she had finished her meal before speaking. Awakening from her slumber and having consumed her food, Tang San felt a languid heaviness in his body, completely disinclined to move. Mimicking Dai Mubai's posture, he leaned against the table, observing Xiao Wu devour her food without a hint of ladylike decorum. Aside from the 2 buns designated for the girl, her meal was identical to theirs. Although Xiao Wu's mouth was not particularly large, her ability to consume food was remarkable, within a short span. She had already made significant progress in her meal. The 4th to arrive at the dining hall was not another student boasting a rank above 30, like Oscar, but rather Zhu Qing. Upon entering, her expression was serene, and she cast a glance at Muchun. When she noticed him smiling at her, her face instantly flushed crimson. Though this blush quickly faded, Dai Mubai sighed, realizing that his betrothed, whom he had yet to meet, had completely given up on him. However, upon further reflection, he mused that perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. Zhu Zhuqing's manner of eating was far more graceful than Xiao Wu's. She savored each bite, her every motion exuding elegance. Yet, behind this grace was an astonishing speed. If one did not witness the rapid decrease of the food before her, it would be hard to believe that she could consume so quickly with such a seemingly leisurely approach. How delightful. I'm full. Xiao Wu unabashedly leaned against Tang San's shoulder. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she straightened up, whispering, "Aren't you also without clothing?" Tang San paused, instinctively nodding in response. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, revealing that the note left in their dormitory stated not to panic, as the village women had assisted in removing their clothes for the meal at the dining hall. Tang San chuckled softly, remarking, "Xiao Wu, you look so adorable when you blush. Like an apple." As he spoke, he affectionately pinched her cheek. Xiao Wu shot him a discontented glare but did not deter his gesture. Muchun couldn't help but sigh, yet another ordinary day filled with mundane meals. Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, his gaze fixated intently on Zhu Qing. Sensing something amiss, Zhu Qing lowered her head, seemingly acquiescing to the unspoken tension. Muchun happily approached Zhu Qing, gently placing her upon his lap as he began to massage her. In the meantime, Dai Mubai could no longer bear the sight and turned away. Nevertheless, he harbored no resentment towards Muchun's actions. After all, could an engagement truly compare to the depth of love? Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong and Oscar arrived. Upon witnessing the intimate display between Muchun and Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Qing, you too." Unlike Daimubai, Ning Rongrong had previously expressed her thoughts on Muchun to Zhu Shiqing. However, at that moment, Zhu Shiqing felt a wave of embarrassment and shifted away from Muchun's lap, saying, Rongrong, I. Muchun smiled and said, Aren't we rivals? Why are you suddenly concerned about whether your dear friend might fall victim to me? Ning Rongrong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, You scoundrel. Yes, I am worried, but I see Zhu Qing seems quite willing, so perhaps I was merely speaking nonsense. Subsequently, she began to cry and turned to leave. At that moment, Muchun let out a helpless sigh, stood up, and grasped Ning Rongrong's arm, saying, All right, you silly girl, it's just a massage. Nothing inappropriate occurred. Look. Dinner is about to be served. Don't let yourself get sick from hunger. With that, Ning Rongrong's emotions began to settle. Is it truly just a massage? Muchun gazed at Zhu Shiqing with a mischievous smile and remarked, What's the matter? You seem rather eager for me to do something else to him. Zhu Shiqing's delicate face flushed crimson, a blush that lingered for some time. To evade the awkwardness, she turned her head away, yet remained close, seemingly quite invested in the ensuing conversation between Muchun and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, having ceased her tears, glared with her adorable little eyes and threatened, If you dare to harm Qing, what will you do? Muchun, observing the flustered Ning Rongrong, maliciously replied, I shall marry you. You'll bear my wrath day in and day out. With that, she huffed and stormed off to have her meal. Zhu Shiqing approached suddenly, chuckling as she said, It appears that you can no longer engage in mischief. Her tone was peculiar, leaving Muchun puzzled about her true meaning. Zhu Shiqing, however, offered no explanation and turned away, leaving Muchun alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 53, Training Outcomes as today's lesson commenced. The students were to face Muchun in battle. The master, having observed the events of the previous day, recognized that these youths had become an inseparable unit, a cohesive entity. He silently resolved to exert every effort in nurturing these children. From this day forth, the master endeavored to instill in the Shrek 7 a profound understanding of the term devil. What occurs when a monster encounters a devil? The master's training regimen was straightforward, daily combat sessions lasting 1 to 2 hours. Each day's battles presented varied scenarios, with opponents randomly paired. Occasionally, there would be one-on-one duels, while at other times, matches could feature 1 against 2, 2 against 2, or even 3 against 3, and 3 against 4 challenges. However, there would invariably be one match where 7 would overpower 1, a brutal display of numbers against a singular foe. Muchun is undeniably formidable. Even without employing the 4th soul ring, his various techniques and combat styles relentlessly torment the Shrek 7. However, their efforts have yielded significant results, as their coordination and synergy have markedly improved. At this juncture, Muchun must resort to his bone armor, for without it, triumph over them seems unattainable. Each day, beyond the 7 against 1 battles, the master introduces unique stipulations, dictating which soul skills may be utilized and which are forbidden, as well as imposing various constraints. Following the combat training, they embark on rigorous physical conditioning. As on the first day, the use of soul power is strictly prohibited during these exercises, which must be completed collaboratively by all 7 individuals. The master employs an array of inventive methods to enhance their physical capabilities, the simplest being weighted sprints, alongside various forms of uphill treks. Regardless of the training method employed, the objective is to push the Shrek 7 to their physical limits. After some time, they have become accustomed to awakening each night from the concoction in the wooden barrel. Though this infernal regime is arduous, the master generously provides for their dietary needs, ensuring their culinary desires are thoroughly satisfied. Due to the intensity of their training, 3 months have elapsed, and Muchun, perhaps due to the excessive consumption of his evil fire during these grueling sessions, has not once ventured to Soto City to address his overwhelming issue. Meanwhile, the forging tools that Tang San procured from the blacksmith have long since arrived, yet he finds no time to craft his hidden weapons. Even the first batch of components completed by the blacksmith remain unassembled. Tang San, Oscar, and Xiaowu have officially registered as soul masters in Soto City. To avoid drawing attention, the master instructed them to don specially crafted masks during their registration. Although this raised some suspicion, it is not uncommon for soul masters to conceal their identities, allowing them to successfully receive their subsidies. Despite 3 months of grueling training having little impact on their soul power, only Ma Hongjun experienced a single level increase. The extreme physical conditioning has profoundly transformed their physical prowess. Now, when Tang San and Dai Mubai engage in weighted long-distance running, the additional burden exceeds 50 kilograms, yet they manage it with remarkable ease. It is important to note that achieving such formidable results without the aid of soul power is indeed an extraordinary feat. Muchun has brilliantly showcased his growth and talent. Remarkably, he has become desensitized to the burden of 200 kilograms, standing tall at 180 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms. Each individual has experienced significant improvements in their physical condition. With rigorous exercise and ample nutritional support, the transformation is first evident in their physiques. Douluo has noticeably become stronger, his wicked gaze now shimmering with an aura of authority, exuding explosive power akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Oscar's transformation is even more pronounced. He has slimmed down considerably, yet his appearance belies his status as a support-type soul master. For his robust physique could rival that of many battle soul masters. Despite his physical changes, his voice remains as soft as ever, accompanied by his trademark beard and enchanting peach blossom eyes, which have remained unchanged. Tang San's external transformation is subtle. He still possesses an ordinary appearance, yet he now exudes a more reserved demeanor. His stature has increased slightly, rendering him an unremarkable youth, the kind one would overlook in a crowd. However, it is astonishing to note that Tang San's soul power has reached the 32nd level, not merely a product of 3 months of intensive training, but stemming from the human-faced demon spider soul ring. Perhaps due to surpassing his limits, the torment inflicted by the human-faced demon spider soul ring was immense. Yet the rewards were equally substantial. In addition to the soul ring and soul bone, his soul power has ascended directly to the 32nd level, evoking envy among his peers. Nevertheless, despite their envy, none would dare to absorb a soul ring beyond their capability, as Tang San did. Ma Hongjun has shed considerable weight, appearing less cumbersome than before. While still on the heavier side, he now emanates a sense of strength. His soul power has risen to the 28th level, striding confidently towards 30. The changes in his physique have rendered him significantly sharper in appearance. Xiaowu remains unchanged in her outward appearance, exhibiting the least transformation among her peers. Her skin has not even darkened from sun exposure, and she perpetually radiates a cheerful and lively demeanor. However, during daily battles, she has proven to be a formidable opponent. Her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, rendering her elusive, much to the chagrin of both Douluo and Tang San. Fortunately, her teleportation distance is currently limited to 5 meters, resulting in her receiving numerous lessons from Muchun. Nonetheless, when combined with her bow and enchantment skills, the martial prowess displayed through her 3 soul skills is enough to instill terror. Aside from Muchun, no one has managed to defeat her once she has ensnared them in her grasp. Compared to her initial arrival at the academy, Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor, while not entirely eradicated, has improved tremendously. A newfound air of heroism graced her brows, and the restraint of her temperament rendered her even more enigmatic. This transformation was undoubtedly fueled by a reduction in her fragility, empowering her to exhibit a remarkable boldness as she took the initiative to grow affectionate with Muchun. As for Zhu Qing, one must acknowledge that her resolve is no less formidable than that of any man. Throughout 3 grueling months of training, she never uttered a single complaint. Not only did she persevere with unwavering determination, but she even sought to increase the intensity of her regimen. Unlike Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing has not permitted Muchun to make any advances since that fateful day. Muchun understood in his heart. Yet he merely made a faint promise to him. When you need me, do not find it troublesome. I shall be your unwavering support. The grueling 3-month training finally concluded yesterday, and the master granted our Shrek 7 monsters a week's respite to recalibrate their states. However, for Muchun, an entirely different kind of holiday awaited him. On the very first day of vacation, he was seized by an elderly man flying on a sword and whisked away to a dense forest, initiating yet another week of relentless training. Chapter 54, Abduction. It was yet another bright and sunny day, and the mood was simply delightful. At that moment, Muchun, clad in casual attire, wandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Found you, you little rascal." Muchun was taken aback. However, in a bid for self-preservation, he chose to feign ignorance and prepared to seek refuge at the Muchun group. Yet, he underestimated the formidable presence of the voice's source. It was not merely a soul emperor, nor a soul Douluo, but someone far more powerful, a 96th rank super Douluo, Jian Douluo Chen Xin, who had come specifically to find Muchun, dressed in a striking ensemble of platinum and white, with flowing silver hair. Chen Xin swiftly approached and incapacitated Muchun with a few deft movements, vanishing from the crowd. Strangely, it seemed as if no one noticed the abduction of a living person. Meanwhile, atop the cylindrical edifice of the Muchun group. An individual watched with a smile as Muchun was taken away. Yiqian, what troubles you? Inquired the flame lion Douluo, seated comfortably on a sofa. Yiqian merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The flame lion Douluo moved to the window, gazing down at the street below. It was undeniable that a super Douluo was worthy of their title, despite Chen having gone quite a distance. The flame lion Douluo was still able to catch sight of him. Unperturbed, the flame lion Douluo laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew that rascal wouldn't behave. He has managed to offend those from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. How amusing." Yiqian, in a slow and measured tone, remarked, "Isn't that just typical of him? Regardless, he is unlikely to suffer any consequences. Let us return to our tasks." The flame lion Douluo sighed in resignation. "You truly are a workaholic. Dare you take a moment to rest?" Yiqian shot him a glance, saying, "Fine, if you insist. Then take a break and go to bed." "Ahem, that is not quite what I meant," the flame lion Douluo began, but Yiqian stifled a laugh. "You old rogue. What are you thinking? I meant I would return to rest, and you should find your own bed for a good sleep. Honestly, you're insatiable." The flame lion Douluo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I am utterly at a loss with you. Fine, I may be lecherous and unrefined, but I've always been at your mercy since we were young. Now, go away and cease your pestering." Yiqian teased. "What? Are you not going to fight for it?" The flame lion Douluo's spirits lifted at her words. "Am I allowed to fight for it?" Yiqian rolled her eyes again. "Fight for a lost cause? Off you go, you filthy man." With that, she truly departed from the flame lion Douluo's office. He watched her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness, sighing, "I am truly an old fool." After carrying Muchun for over 100 miles. Having distanced himself from the city, he roughly tossed Muchun to the ground. Then, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulders, he muttered, "You little rascal. What pretense are you putting on before me?" Upon hearing this, Muchun immediately sat up, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin, and remarked, "Senior, you are truly impressive. I must admit my naivety. However, may I inquire why you have captured me?" The sword Douluo let out a dismissive snort and replied, "Are you unaware? Do you require me to assist you in recalling the details?" Muchun gazed quietly at the title Douluo before him, devoid of any murderous intent. As he rummaged through his memories for a moment, he arrived at a conclusion. "Alas, the debt collector has arrived." Muchun feigned a look of sudden realization and inquired, "Could it be that you are the esteemed and honorable sword Douluo, known in the martial world as the gentleman's sword, Senior Chen Xian?" Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, taken by surprise that this young man would openly praise him, leaving him feeling rather bashful. After regaining his composure, Sword Douluo nodded and said, "It is good that you know. Thus, you should comprehend why I am seeking you." Muchun was momentarily taken aback, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Senior Sword Douluo, I believe we have no grievances or enmities today." The corner of Sword Douluo's mouth twitched. This young man was remarkably adept at acting. Without further ado, he drew the 7-killing sword. Alarmed, Muchun hastily waved his hand, saying, "Wait a moment, Senior. Allow me to recall if I have committed any offense against you." Sword Douluo, filled with fury, shouted, "Do you even need to ponder? You have kicked my treasured possession, and now you must pay with your life." With that, Sword Douluo brandished the 7-killing sword and advanced towards him. Muchun observed the absence of hostility from the other party, which alleviated his concerns significantly. Nevertheless, he clarified, "If the esteemed Sword Douluo harbors resentment towards me due to this matter, I can only assert that you, Senior, are one who bullies the weak and fears the strong." The Sword Douluo paused, lowering his sword, and then coldly remarked, "You, young man, possess quite the audacity." Muchun exhibited an air of unwavering courage as he declared, "Today, I may indeed perish beneath your sword, esteemed Senior, yet I refuse to submit. For I fail to comprehend why a noble and magnanimous Sword Douluo such as yourself would choose to prey upon the weak and take advantage of my youth." At this moment, the Sword Douluo appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Muchun continued unabated, "Indeed, when a child is kicked, it is the responsibility of the adult to intervene. However, if she was kicked, it must be due to her own inadequacy, otherwise, she would not have been subjected to such indignity. Would you not agree?" At this juncture, the Sword Douluo interjected with a wave of his hand, "Are you comparing Ning Rongrong to yourself? She was never meant for battle. This argument is invalid. However, since you feel aggrieved, very well, I shall employ only my 40-level soul power. Let us engage in combat. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall spare you. But if you cannot endure, well, Then you shall become a part of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing the words of the sword Douluo, Muchun couldn't help but privately muse. What an astute calculation you have made, but perhaps you are a tad too overconfident. Muchun cleared his throat and said, Senior sword Douluo. However, the sword Douluo, clearly displeased, interrupted, What is it, young one? Do you seek to take advantage further? Muchun quickly shook his head, saying, No. Esteemed elder, what I meant was, perhaps the duration of a single incense stick might be a tad brief. It is not that I underestimate you. Rather, I feel you may be slightly underestimating me. The sword Douluo chuckled softly and replied, I hold you in high regard indeed. Although my body has aged somewhat, I still possess the prowess of a super Douluo, complemented by my 40th level soul power. Defeating a soul sage is merely a trivial matter. Do you truly believe yourself to be stronger than a soul sage? Muchun smiled inwardly, yet his expression remained unchanged. He nodded and said, Very well, since you, esteemed senior, have made up your mind, I shall not speak further. Please proceed with the incense. The sword Douluo produced a stick of incense from an unknown source and promptly inserted it into the ground. Muchun, my dear friend, everything is meticulously prepared. All that remains is for me to make my leap. However, it appears you have miscalculated one matter. With this thought, a slight smile graced Muchun's lips. The sword Douluo remarked, You rascal, just moments ago. Muchun, aware of being observed, did not conceal his demeanor and smiled as he said, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. Subsequently, the incense was lit, and Muchun took the initiative to advance. Is this a strategy of retreating to advance? The lad possesses some insight, but can you withstand the might of my 7-killing sword? The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 55, The Mission. As the bone armor gradually enveloped Muchun, he unleashed a ferocious barrage of the 8 Extremes fist, compelling the sword Douluo to retreat several paces. With a steely resolve, the sword Douluo chose not to withdraw, but rather to advance, daring to exchange injury for victory. How could Muchun possibly be so audacious? He crossed his arms defiantly in front of him and assumed the golden spirit form, rendering even the 7 kills sword of the sword Douluo incapable of leaving a mark upon him. Young man, what is it that you possess? The sword Douluo inquired, gazing at Muchun with suspicion. Senior, do not overthink it. This is merely my soul skill that hardens my skin. Muchun replied with a smile playing on his lips. Upon witnessing the mischievous grin of the youth, the sword Douluo sensed potential trouble and swiftly distanced himself, unleashing a flurry of sword energy directed at Muchun. Muchun, however, did not evade nor retaliate. He merely endured the relentless onslaught. The sword Douluo, increasingly alarmed, pondered, is it possible that his sword energy cannot inflict harm upon him? Subsequently, his gaze caught sight of the incense that had almost entirely burned away, prompting a surge of determination within him. He promptly unleashed the 7-killing sword technique, brandishing 4 swords in the air, as a dark, malevolent projectile surged toward Muchun. At this moment, Muchun comprehended that his victory was assured. With a smile, he remarked, Senior sword Douluo, I believe you have underestimated me. Dark form. Abyssal hole. The long-lost specter re-emerged, standing resolutely before Muchun, absorbing the sword energy with the power of the dark form. Chen, having discerned the truth, couldn't help but sigh. I have been outmaneuvered. The terrifying combination of Muchun's soul rings struck him with realization. Every step Muchun had taken appeared to align with his rhythm, yet in reality, it was all a cunning trap laid for him. You crafty little rascal. I concede defeat, but do not expect an easy path ahead. The 1st and 7th soul rings of sword Douluo glimmered to life. Muchun, do not, senior. Your integrity is beyond reproach. Such behavior is inconceivable. Enough of this triviality. I have come solely to avenge Rong. Furthermore, based on my recent observations, you should be able to withstand this attack. Without further ado, behold my sword. Muchun inwardly chuckled at the sword Douluo's demeanor, taken aback by the audacity displayed. Nevertheless, the sword Douluo spoke the truth. He was indeed capable of enduring such an assault. His bone armor suddenly expanded, manifesting a shield before him, which then transformed into a refined golden form. With a resounding ping, the crisp sound of 2 metallic objects colliding echoed through the air. Muchun stepped back 2 paces, expelling a mouthful of vital blood. The sword Douluo had exerted his utmost strength in that strike, not only shattering his shield, but also sending a wave of sword chi through the fallen, ultimately propelling him away. At this moment, although Muchun was still alive, he bore grievous wounds. The sword Douluo approached him, tossing a vial of medicine at his feet, stating, Consider this a lesson. Do not bully my Rong in the future. This potion can instantly heal most of your injuries. I concede this match, and I admit my tactics were a bit harsh. Allow me to share with you a place for training as a means of compensation. Muchun struggled to take the medicine, and afterward, a powerful surge of healing energy instantaneously alleviated 80% of his injuries. A miraculous remedy for restoration. Muchun rose and bowed respectfully to the sword Douluo, expressing his gratitude for the teachings. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, and departed on his sword. Muchun inwardly lamented. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Simultaneously, he recognized the vast disparity between himself and his opponent. In battles where such differences were pronounced, employing soul skills like the death puppet, which required a forward and backward motion, was utterly impractical, as any flaw would inevitably lead to a swift demise. Thus, Muchun contemplated the necessity of acquiring a soul skill capable of resolving the issue of motion. For should he be ambushed and unable to utilize his soul skills, it would be quite distressing. At that very moment, the system seemed to perceive Muchun's thoughts and nonchalantly issued a quest to journey to the location of the swordsmanship legacy spoken of by Chen. With a reward of upgrading the system to level 55, unlocking comprehensive knowledge of all soul beasts and the ability to pay for precise location services. Muchun chuckled. Your system certainly knows how to choose its moments. However, that's fine, if it comes to it. I shall forego rest and head to the location mentioned by the esteemed Chen. Muchun brushed off the dust from his attire, only to discover the fabric had been torn. He promptly retrieved a new set of clothing and donned it before setting off towards the direction of the starry forest. The location mentioned by Chen was where he had acquired the 7-kill sword technique. Although the treasure was no longer present, Chen suggested that the place might hold other hidden wonders, encouraging Muchun to explore further. Muchun was aware that Chen would never jest in such a manner. Thus, he opted to take a chance, pondering what fortune might bestow upon him. After all, it seemed unlikely that he would incur any loss. Ultimately, simply by venturing forth, he would be rewarded by the system. Meanwhile, during a brief respite, Tang Sen busied himself assembling the components delivered from the blacksmith shop. He was quite pleased with the craftsmanship of the Tai brothers. Having successfully completed several types of mechanical concealed weapons, including the silent sleeve arrow and the hidden sand shot, while the more intricate Juga divine crossbow was still in the forging process. Tang Sen intended to utilize this period of rest to not only cultivate but also to assemble these completed hidden weapons and distribute them among his companions, instructing them in their usage. Engrossed in the assembly of the concealed weapons, time slipped away rapidly, and it was not until Oscar roused him from his slumber, inviting him to dine, that Tang Sen realized the sunlight outside had transformed into moonlight, marking the passage of an entire day. Muchun still had not returned. However, Tang Sen did not dwell on it, for he held unwavering confidence in Chen Ji's prowess. As Tang Sen and Oscar exited their dormitory, they strolled towards the dining hall, when suddenly they spotted an unsteady figure approaching from ahead. What on earth? Who is that? Looks like a pig's head, Oscar exclaimed dramatically. Tang Sen focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, the swaying figure was none other than Ma Hongjun, albeit in a most disheveled state. His garments were tattered and he appeared covered in dirt, with his round face swollen and bruised, dark rings under his eyes, and dried blood at the corners of his mouth. Fatty, what happened to you? Tang Sen rushed to support the wobbling Ma Hongjun. Oscar skillfully conjured his restorative sausage and handed it over. Ma Hongjun wasted no time devouring the sausage, visibly improving thereafter. Damn it, what a disgrace this time, he seethed, his eyes filled with resentment. With his round face and small eyes, the swelling made it nearly impossible to see his eyes. Who did this to you? A chill laced Tang Sen's voice. After 3 months of grueling training, their bond had deepened beyond mere camaraderie. Witnessing a brother so battered ignited a fierce anger within him. They let some lecherous old man beat me up. What a shame. Truly infuriating. Ma Hongjun replied bitterly. Oscar frowned. Fatty, you didn't get into a love rivalry and get beaten up, did you? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. What rivalry? I was the one who had my eye on that girl first. That lecherous old man has no shame. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen understood the situation clearly. As Oscar had suggested, Ma Hongjun had been dealt a blow while attempting to resolve his romantic troubles. Come on, let us head to the dining hall and get something to eat. We can talk later, he said, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. With the aid of Oscar's restorative sausage, Ma Hongjun's condition improved considerably, and the trio finally made their way into the dining hall. Inside, Dai Mubai was feasting heartily. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was conspicuously absent from his side. "What happened to you, fatty?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, startled by Ma Hongjuan's disheveled appearance. His temper was far more volatile than Tang San's, and he leapt from his seat, a fierce glare in his eyes. Ma Hongjun, with a woeful expression, implored, "Boss Dai, you must stand up for your brother. Look at what they did to me. They distorted my handsome face. How am I supposed to woo girls now?" Oscar chuckled. "Handsome, you say? You look more like a pig's head now. Now, what exactly happened? Please, enlighten us," Oscar urged. Ma Hongjun pulled up a chair and began recounting the events. "I left this morning for Soto City, intending to finally address my romantic woes. Upon arriving at the destination, I unexpectedly encountered a golden phoenix amidst the grassy nest. Just as I was about to summon the young lady to address the issue, a rather unsavory man suddenly appeared. He appeared to be in his 40s, with short hair. At first glance, he seemed quite simple-minded, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with lewdness. One of his hands was bandaged, yet he insisted on attempting to take the young lady from me. I inquired, 'Sir, with a hand like that, what are you doing here?' To my astonishment, he retorted, 'I don't need my hands for that.' I had encountered many lewd individuals, but none as brazen as him. Dai Mubai asked, 'So you fought him?' The stout fellow puffed out his chest and replied, 'Of course. He was already bullying me. Could I possibly tolerate that? I merely intended to chase him away.' Little did I know, he was also a soul master, and a formidable four-ringed soul master at that. In a matter of moments, he bested me and tossed me out of that grassy nest. What truly infuriated me was when he insulted me, claiming my manhood was lacking. As a man, how could I endure such humiliation? I rose once more to confront him, which led to my current state. You should have seen his arrogant demeanor, Dai Lauda, Ao Air. Tang San, you must stand up for your brother. Had I not been training recently, I might have been beaten to the point of not returning." Ma Hongjun had evidently sustained a significant beating, especially in terms of psychological trauma. He wept openly, his sorrow evident, prompting Tang San and the others to frown in concern. Tang San asked, "What is that man's name?" Ma Hongjun wiped his face with his sleeve and replied, "I heard the matron in the grassy nest refer to him as Douluo, though I suspect that is not his true name." "Douluo? A soul master dares to bully my brother? Let us go, fatty, you lead the way. We shall confront him now. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, will you join us?" Dai Mubai empathized with the stout fellow's feelings. He had engaged in jealousy and rivalry himself, though mostly for personal gain. It was only after Zhu Zhuqing's arrival that he had tempered his behavior. Furthermore, seeing Fatty in such a sorry state, while it appeared he had not suffered any grievous injuries, his dignity had certainly taken a significant blow. Tang San nodded. "Let us go see what is happening." Such matters are not easily categorized as right or wrong, but one must always stand by their comrades. If one witnesses a brother being bullied yet refrains from intervening, they can hardly call themselves a man. Oscar chuckled. "Of course I'm coming. I want to see who could possibly be more lewd than our fatty. Even if we can't win, with my mushroom sausage, we can always make a hasty retreat." Upon hearing that his friends were willing to stand up for him, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. "Good brothers. Let us go now. Perhaps we can catch him off guard." With that, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside, seemingly forgetting his injuries. Dai Mubai grasped Ma Hongjun, saying, "What is the rush? We should eat first to regain our strength. Also, tell us more about that fellow's martial soul. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is essential for victory in 100 battles." Though the rotund fellow appeared to be in a state of urgency, his stomach was undeniably empty, prompting him to take a seat once more. As the group partook in their evening meal, Ma Hongjun recounted the tale of his earlier beating. The individual in question was of modest stature, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, with a complexion as dark as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. His martial spirit was quite peculiar, not fitting into the categories of attack, defense, or speed. It seemed, in essence, that his gaze drifted towards Tang San, suggesting a similarity to the latter's martial spirit, albeit with a different appearance. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, and in unison, they remarked, "A control-type soul master?" The rotund man nodded, affirming that it was indeed a control type. At first glance, his martial spirit appeared as two semicircular domes, each about the size of a steamed bun and tinted pink. When summoned, he donned these peculiar orbs atop his head, creating a rather repulsive sight. During their confrontation, the rotund man employed two soul techniques. The first enlarged the two domes, effectively blocking Tang San's Phoenix Fire line, while the second technique ensnared Tang San's body with the domes positioned both in front and behind him. The orbs seemed remarkably pliable, composed of an unknown material that even Tang San's phoenix flames could not penetrate. Bound by the domes, he was rendered akin to a Zongzi, ultimately becoming the rotund man's punching bag. Pink domes? What manner of martial spirit is this? Even with years of study under the master, Tang San found himself at a loss. He mused, this suggests that he must possess 2 additional soul techniques yet to be revealed. The rotund man added, Brother San, with the 3 of you as soul sages and me as a 27th level great soul master, do you truly fear him? Moreover, you are also a control-type soul master. He misconstrued the situation, assuming Tang San would be intimidated. Tang San replied, control-type soul masters are rather unique. In one-on-one scenarios, they wield significant advantages. Rotund fellow. Should we encounter him, you will engage in long-range harassment while Dai Mu Bai and I confront him head-on. Xiao Ao will provide support. He is undoubtedly no match for us. Control types differ from assault types. If he cannot dominate us all, he is destined to lose. If I am correct, his martial spirit is likely innately resistant to flames. Otherwise, your evil fire would have had some effect. When we engage, I will initiate counter-control. Though my soul power may not match his, I can at least disrupt his ability to control us. A control type's melee capabilities cannot withstand your assaults, even if he were at level 40. Thus, Tang San and his companions prepared to seek out the troublesome lecherous uncle, though Muchun did not partake in their venture. At that moment, Muchun was struggling to ascend a nearly vertical peak. Chapter 56. The Return Journey. Ah, how infuriating. How on earth am I supposed to scale such a high mountain? Muchun lamented. At this juncture, he found himself over 700 meters above sea level, precariously hanging on a cliff with scant supports, appearing as though he could plummet at any moment. Muchun pondered the possibility of alternative methods. After a moment's reflection, he extended his bones outward, transforming them into an incredibly resilient form through his golden spirit manifestation. He thrust forcefully towards the mountain peak. However, an enigmatic force unexpectedly repelled his bony protrusions, causing a backlash that resulted in his own descent. Indeed, a dissonant peak suddenly emerged within the vast forest, steep and formidable, yet few dared to ascend it. For the treasures it once harbored had long since vanished, and the ascent proved arduous. Fortunately, having anticipated the outcome, he had not exerted excessive force. Otherwise, with a 7/10 probability of falling, he surely would have been overwhelmed by despair. Muchun took a deep breath twice before resuming his ascent. However, the higher he climbed, the steeper the angle became, rendering his efforts increasingly arduous. When he reached 99% of his journey, he was reduced to relying solely on the strength of his fingertips to inch upward. If only I could fly, would I need to exert myself so? As fate would have it, a tiny bird flitted near the peak of the mountain, only to plummet abruptly, resembling a falling pastry. Muchun swallowed hard, pondering within himself, how peculiar it is that there was no pressure while climbing, yet the objects they encountered in flight were evidently subjected to it. Could it be that this place is under some form of restriction? What does such a restriction imply? It suggests that this realm could possess an aura of divine power, akin to traversing the light of the sea god. Upon contemplating this, Muchun felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, propelling him to ascend with fervor. After a considerably longer duration than before, he harnessed his immense strength to scale the heights. Atop this peak, the scenery was indeed picturesque, adorned with a grand tree, several oddly shaped stones, and an endless slope that stretched into the horizon. Muchun approached the venerable tree, which, despite its age, was not a spirit beast. He stood quietly for a long time, unable to discern anything of significance. Turning his gaze towards the oddly shaped stones, he found little of interest there as well. However, Muchun remained unconcerned, adopting a philosophy of acceptance without forceful expectation. He settled on the ground, inhaling the pristine air, and began to cultivate while perusing the rewards bestowed by the system. The moment he ascended the mountain peak, the system granted him rewards. The current repair level of the system stood at 55, allowing him to access information regarding his third martial soul. The third martial soul was revealed to be the sacred fallen angel. Yet, there was nothing more to follow. After arduously reaching a repair level of 55, all he received was a name. This left Muchun somewhat disheartened. He randomly glanced at another piece of information, the development direction suitable for his second martial soul. It was mental-based. The stronger the mental power, the greater the combat potential. This revelation astonished Muchun, for until that day, he had believed that a spirit beast with decent defensive and offensive capabilities, akin to a terrestrial creature, should accompany this martial soul. Little did he expect that it was meant to be mental-oriented. The dissonance was striking. Following that was the crucial encyclopedia, comprising over 10,000 pages, documenting all known spirit beasts, including their post-transformation measurements and points of excitement. It was indeed comprehensive, even detailing their various experiences, albeit in a summarized form of the most significant encounters. Muchun perused the ancient texts for an extensive duration, allowing time to slip away unnoticed. Thus, he found himself fasting and thirsting in the stone formation for a day and a half. At this moment, the stone array began to glimmer with twinkling starlight. Although he had only scanned through a little over 1,000 pages, with much still ahead, he had already identified several promising soul beasts. His primary choice was the dark demon evil god tiger, followed closely by the six-winged golden-crowned griffin. The soul abilities offered by these two creatures could safeguard him from being fatally struck in combat. They either provided damage negation or enabled rapid escape, or possessed formidable, relentless offensive capabilities that would temporarily thwart any approach from adversaries. Ultimately, these two seemed to be the most advantageous options. Crucially, the coordinates for these soul beasts were exchangeable, and their populations were limited to around 3,000. The griffin boasted a 10,000-year-old specimen, while the most powerful dark demon evil god tiger was merely 5,000 years old. Nonetheless, Muchun leaned toward the dark demon evil god tiger, enticed by the gem within its being, a promising treasure. Yet, he resolved to continue his search, hopeful that even stronger options lay ahead. Clinging to this aspiration, he tirelessly persisted in his study. With each passing day, his soul power incrementally ascended, and after 5 days, he opened his eyes to newfound clarity. His soul power had reached level 46, and he had identified an appropriate coordinate for a soul beast, the 10,000-year distorted stone demon. Upon encountering this creature, Muchun was momentarily bewildered, questioning how a mere stone could manifest as a soul beast. However, upon reading its description, he discovered it was a unique spirit stone capable of absorbing various grievances and malevolent thoughts. Over time, it had taken on the form of a soul beast, its essence chaotic, driven solely by a desire for bloodshed, and thus relegated to a forbidden zone due to its lack of intelligence, trapped in a murky, toxic realm. This soul beast could enhance mental fortitude and provide illusion or powerful attack-oriented soul abilities, inherently extending the duration of soul skill activations. Consequently, without hesitation, Muchun chose it as his 5th soul ring. As he gradually awakened, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by shimmering golden specks. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that these stones were emitting the radiant golden points, filling his heart with elation. Had he stumbled upon a fortuitous legacy that eluded others? Alas, not everyone is graced with such fortune. 2 more days swiftly passed, yet Muchun failed to uncover anything further. Shaking his head, he made the decision to depart. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to leave, a faint, luminous symbol had been inscribed upon his back by the prior golden light. Muchun, soul power, level 47. System repair rate, 55, accompanied by a barely visible line of gray text. Obtain the divine abode, an eternal divine emperor's abode from another dimension. Chapter 57. Rest in peace. The 7 days of respite swiftly passed, and the time to resume classes had arrived. Ever since that day when a few of them stealthily confronted the lecherous uncle, the incident gradually faded from memory over the ensuing days. Except for Ma Hongjun. The others remained oblivious to the fate that befell the lecher. Ma Hongjun, too, had tempered his demeanor considerably following the event, refraining from venturing into Soto City during the subsequent days of rest. It seemed that his fiery temperament had also subsided with the rigorous training. As Tang San made his way to the playground, he couldn't help but murmur, "Has Brother Chen not yet returned?" The sun radiated with exceptional brilliance today, casting away all clouds. Though it was still morning, the sunlight bore a distinctly intense warmth. The master stood there, his shadow elongated by the sun, arms crossed over his chest, awaiting the arrival of the 7. Is Muchun still not back? The Shrek 7 nodded in acknowledgement. The master's expression darkened as he remarked, "In that case, we shall wait and see when he decides to return." Thus, time flew by, and before long, the sun began to descend. At last, a figure approached them. It was Muchun, who, having spent 7 days without sustenance, first sought a meal, then took a bath, and indulged in a medicinal soak before hurrying over. Upon seeing the master and the Shrek 7 with displeased expressions, Muchun understood that the fault lay with him. Muchun, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and solemnly proclaimed, "Master, I apologize for my tardiness. I was engaged in intensive training and only managed to extricate myself this morning." I am willing to accept any punishment. The master, without uttering a word, simply stated, Do you believe Muchun deserves to be punished? Tang San and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Almost in unison heading towards the bamboo basket to shoulder the burden of punishment together. The master observed this scene with a satisfied smile. Throughout the grueling 3 months of training, the other instructors had not been idle. This was a revelation that Ma Hongjun came to realize only after a moment of laziness. The teachers had concealed themselves in the shadowy corners of their training route, overseeing their efforts. The consequences of Ma Hongjun's momentary lapse resulted in an immediate 50% increase in the training load for everyone within 3 days. The master consistently adhered to the principle of collective responsibility. When one falters, all must endure the repercussions, such as the nature of unity. Thus, it was clear that they all needed to face the punishment together. Muchun expressed his apologies, saying, I am truly sorry for troubling you. Tang San replied, It's nothing. Brother Chen, however, where have you been these past few days? Why did you return so late? After Tang San spoke, Muchun instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong and then, with a smile, replied, I went to a place for training as advised by a senior. Unfortunately, I did not gain much from it. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others refrained from probing further, trusting Muchun's character and believing he must have had compelling reasons for his absence. They silently accompanied Muchun for 20 laps. Afterward, the group returned, panting heavily. The master looked at them calmly and said, Rest for 5 minutes. Tomorrow, I will take you to where you need to be. For now, listen closely. He continued, Starting tomorrow, I will commence the second phase of your training. According to Flinder, you have all been to the Soto Great Soul Arena. That will serve as your training ground for the foreseeable future. There is no time constraint for this training. Whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Badge, your training will conclude. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay at the nearest into the Soul Arena, with all meals and accommodations at your own expense. If you have the capability, the income you earn from the Soul Arena will be quite substantial. Upon hearing the master's words, the students felt a sense of relief. Participating in the Soul Arena battles would certainly be far more manageable than enduring the master's grueling training. However, you must remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge requires not only success in one-on-one battles but also in team battles. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Team battles allow each member to earn individual points while also accumulating team points, which is not the case in 2-on-2 duels. Of course, if you wish to acquire the Silver Soul Badge more swiftly, you are free to form teams for 2-on-2 battles. I will not impede you. Nevertheless, there are a few restrictions you must adhere to. First, you must not reveal your appearances or disclose your names to your opponents. All battles will be conducted under aliases. Second, no one, including Tang San himself, is permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of victory or defeat, each person must participate in at least 2 battles every day. Oscar complained, Master, Rongrong, and I are support-type soul masters. Must we also obtain the Silver Soul Badge? The master replied nonchalantly, Alternatively, you can choose to train as you did before, until the others acquire their Silver Soul Badges. Master? I suddenly realize how wise your decision to send us to the Soul Arena for combat to enhance our practical experiences. Please disregard my previous comments. Ning Rongrong had intended to raise the same question, and seeing Oscar's predicament, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The master, known for his decisiveness, instructed all the students to quickly pack their belongings before promptly leading them to Soto Academy, accompanied by their familiar figures. The Academy's original 2 deans, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flinder and the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujing. The other 3 instructors remained at the Academy. Flander could not help but secretly admire the master's decision. With the students residing in Soto City, all expenses for accommodation and meals would be self-managed, thereby relieving the Academy of financial burdens. He, along with Zhao Wujia and the master, could reside in his humble shop, allowing them to supervise the students' practical progress daily. The soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena typically occurred in the evening. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group chose a modest hotel near the Grand Soul Arena. Although the hotel was ordinary, its proximity to the arena meant that the prices were inflated, costing twice as much as elsewhere. Nonetheless, for the 7 students, each earning at least 10 gold coins a month, or even up to 100, this was hardly a burden. After all, establishments as exorbitantly priced as the Rose Hotel were quite rare. Once the students were settled, the master summoned the 7 to Tang San's room. You are now free to form your own teams and decide which type of soul battles you wish to participate in. The Grand Soul Arena typically begins with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches. While team battles are separate, they commence later and tend to attract the most spectators. This staggered schedule allows for increased ticket revenue. You are required to participate in one team battle each day, while you may freely choose the second. If you wish to engage in 3 battles, I have no objections, provided you manage your soul power wisely. As the master's words faded, Oscar immediately adopted a pitiful expression and looked towards Douluo. Brother Chen, why don't we team up for a 2-on-2 match? What do you think? Although I've only just reached level 30, my support abilities should still be helpful to you. Otherwise, I have no idea how long it will take me to accumulate enough points for a Silver Soul badge. Muchun smiled and remarked, that won't do. My soul power has already reached level 40, so I can only opt for 1-on-1 soul duels. Otherwise, taking on 2 opponents would be somewhat strenuous for me. Wait until you reach level 30, and then it would be more feasible. Oscar chuckled in agreement. That's true. He then turned his gaze towards Douluo. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice broke in. Brother Chen, would you be willing to assist me? Upon seeing her sparkling, doe-like eyes, Muchun unhesitatingly declined. Ning Rongrong, feeling displeased, retorted, Humph. I wouldn't want to follow you into battle against the Soul Sect anyway. She then pivoted to face Tang San. Tang San, taken aback for a moment, quickly replied, I have already formed a trio with Xiaowu. At that moment, Ma Hongjun hurriedly interjected, Rongrong, what do you think of me? I am willing to participate in a 2-on-2 with you. Why don't you just save yourself? Ning Rongrong shot him a glare. You can barely manage on your own, let alone help me. The master then spoke up. No, I suggest you indeed consider forming a 2-on-2 team with Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong inquired with confusion. Why is that? The master calmly explained. Because your soul power levels differ from Tang San's. In a 2-on-2 scenario, if one soul master reaches a higher level, the entire team must participate in battles at that higher tier. Tang San has already surpassed level 30, while you remain at level 20. If you join forces for a 2-on-2 duel, you will inevitably have to compete at the 30 level tier. Generally, soul masters participating in the Grand Soul Arena prefer to engage in battles within their own level tier, unless they are exceptionally confident or possess a significant advantage in their martial spirits. Typically, one would need to exceed half the level of the current tier to compete. For instance, in the 20-level tier, participants are usually soul masters above level 25, and the same applies to the 30-level tier. Although Tang San's martial spirit is unique, one-on-one battles may be manageable. However, adding you into the mix would not compensate for the gap between him and his 2 opponents, who are both above level 35. Despite your 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit being the strongest auxiliary spirit. However, if you teamed up with Ma Hongjun, the scenario would be different. He is already at level 28, with a significant advantage in his martial spirit, and combined with your support, your chances of victory would exceed 70%. Though Ning Rongrong was reluctant in her heart, she had to concede that the master was indeed correct. Nevertheless, she ultimately chose not to partner with Ma Hongjun and instead set her sights on Zhu Zhuqing. Seventh sister, shall we collaborate? All right, Zhu Zhuqing responded simply. In Ning Rongrong's view, although Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was a level lower than Ma Hongjun's, partnering with her was evidently far superior to teaming up with someone whose temperament was unpredictable. She certainly did not wish to be subjected to unwelcome advances from her companion during the 2-on-2 soul duel. Ma Hongjun, in an exaggerated tone, protested, Rongrong, that's discrimination. I object. Ning Rongrong giggled, employing her gentle charm. Fourth brother, your strength is so formidable. Wouldn't it be a pity to join me in a 2-on-2? After all, you would definitely win in a 1-on-1, right? Ma Hongjun's resistance to the allure of beautiful women was inherently feeble. Gazing upon Ning Rongrong's gentle smile, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal, reluctantly accepting the reality of the situation. As for your participation in the soul battle, that decision lies solely with you. Here, take these. No one will join you, so be sure to wear them during the battle. Moreover, speak sparingly while on stage, and strive to conceal your ages from your opponents. As he spoke, Master Wu retrieved 8 meticulously prepared masks from his soul guide bracelet. The masks were instantly recognizable, depicting the emblem of Shrek Academy, the vivid green visage of the beloved ogre. Dai Mubai took a mask and donned it upon his face. Although the craftsmanship was rather ordinary, once aligned with his features, the openings for the eyes, mouth, and nose did not pose any inconvenience. In team battles, you shall present yourselves as the Shrek 7 monsters. When participating in individual soul battles, you may choose your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For 1-on-1 encounters, I have devised a nickname for each of you. Utilize these monikers during your contests. Just ensure that you indicate your true names at the time of registration, and they shall not be revealed in the arena. The group comprehended Master Wu's intentions well, recognizing that their ages were indeed quite tender, particularly for individuals like Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had already reached the 30th level of Soul Master by the tender age of 12. Merely stepping into the spotlight within the Soul Master community would undoubtedly cause a sensation, especially in the Grand Soul Arena, should they gain notoriety. The Spirit Hall would likely be the first to come knocking. Curious, Oscar inquired, "What shall we use for our titles?" Master Wu replied, "Muchun. Why don't you come up with them? Your intellect is on par with mine, and your age is similar to theirs." Muchun nodded and said, "Very well. I shall take on this task." Muchun turned to Dai Mu Bai and said, "In truth, each individual's martial spirit possesses a commendable name, requiring only a slight modification. For you, Mu Bai, let us designate it as the malevolent Eye White Tiger. For Shu Qing, it shall be the Phantom Spirit Cat. For Rong Rong, it will be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. For the Plump One, we shall call him the Malevolent Fire Phoenix. And for Xiao Wu, the Gentle Bone Enchantress Rabbit." He paused for a moment, gazing at Oscar, and added, "How about you, little A.O.? Perhaps we could name you Uncle Sausage?" Oscar's expression darkened immediately. Muchun chuckled and said, "Let's call it a little joke. You shall be known as the Sausage Specialist." As for Xiao San, although he appears quite honest on the surface, when he truly unleashes his fury, his murderous aura surpasses that of any of us. I propose we name him Thousand-Handed Azura. Azura signifies the embodiment of slaughter, which will certainly instill a sense of dread in our adversaries. The master turned to Tang San and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Tang San replied, "I am indifferent." The master remarked, "Muchun's name is quite fitting and aligns closely with my own thoughts. However, having bestowed names upon them, what about your own?" Muchun smiled and said, "Of course, I have thought of my name. My martial soul is called the Departed. So my name shall be Rest in Peace, the Departed." Dai Mu Bai raised his arm and proclaimed, "Indeed, the name befits Muchun's imposing presence. Rest in peace. The Departed means that those who meet Muchun can finally find solace. Truly magnificent." The others nodded in agreement. Only Muchun smiled wryly, realizing that he had not intended for such profound meaning. It was merely a reminiscence of a bygone world. At that moment, the 8 members of Shrek finally had their titles. The Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Sausage Specialist, Oscar, Thousand-Hand Azura, Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, Gentle Bone Charming Rabbit, Xiao Wu, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rong Rong, and the Ghostly Spirit Cat, Zhu Qing. And, of course, Muchun's title, Rest in Peace, the Departed. Chapter 58. Return to the Soul Arena. No one expected that the humble inn where they had chosen their titles would not only accompany them throughout their lives but also resonate across the continent. From that day forth, the Shrek team was truly formed. To maintain their peak condition, everyone remained at the end to cultivate their soul power, awaiting the arrival of night. At present, all 8 were at the Iron Soul Master level. To progress from Iron to Copper Soul Master, one requires 100 points. And to advance to Silver Soul Master, one needs 1,000 points. They still had a long journey ahead to reach their target in this second stage of rigorous training. Since Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Qing were already considered high-ranking within the same tier, coupled with the excellence of their martial souls, they decided to first engage in one-on-one soul battles before proceeding to 2-on-2 matches. During such times, Oscar's contributions became abundantly clear. With his sausages as sustenance, the group's soul power and stamina could be effectively replenished, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary soul masters participating in battles. Thus, it was not impossible to partake in 3 soul battles in one night, provided they did not exhaust too much soul power in the initial encounters. Tang San and Xiao Wu possessed extraordinary third soul skills, and despite both just having broken through to the 30th level, they resolved to participate in one-on-one battles. Tang San had even previously defeated Dai Mu Bai, which gave him considerable confidence. Xiao Wu, with her unique ability to overwhelm opponents in close proximity, felt equally assured. Xiao Wu's strengths and weaknesses were both apparent. Her strength lay in her near invincibility at close range. Yet her vulnerability was her limitation to facing only one opponent at a time. Should she be confronted by multiple foes, her abilities would be severely hampered. Furthermore, if an opponent's strength surpassed her own capabilities, all her skills would become futile. As for Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, they could only await the conclusion of the one-on-one battles before joining forces for 2-on-2 combat. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena buzzed with its customary evening vibrancy. A throng of people began to converge from all directions, as this traditional form of entertainment remained the most beloved among the populace. Every day, a multitude of spectators gathers here. Wealthy individuals can indulge in the utmost pleasures, while even the modest commoners can witness the battles of spirit masters. The Great Spirit Arena offers special ticket packages designed for the common folk at remarkably affordable prices, enabling those who can afford basic sustenance to enjoy the spectacle of spirit master competitions. After all, the mere opportunity to observe spirit masters satisfies the vanity of many commoners. However, with the purchase of these low-cost tickets, they are limited to ordinary spirit battles. Truly exhilarating contests come at a premium. Soto City is never short of extravagant tycoons. And with the betting facilities organized by the Great Spirit Arena, these battles become a clandestine arena for the wealthy and noble to vie against one another. At this moment, the commencement of routine spirit battles at the Great Spirit Arena is imminent. Soon, the one-on-one and two-on-two preliminary matches will begin, and after these, the most thrilling team battles will unfold. Amidst this anticipation, a particular team captures the attention of the crowd preparing to enter the arena. Among them are 8 individuals adorned with identical masks. The green masks, somewhat amusing in appearance, are complemented by garments of varying styles, some resplendent, others plain. This group comprises 7 students from Shrek Academy, accompanied by 2 directors and a master. They have arrived at the 13th division of the Spirit Arena. As per their original plan, each member registered using their Iron Spirit badges. Under the guidance of the master, 5 participants indicated their intention to compete in both the one-on-one and two-on-two battles during their registration in 2 separate zones. The staff organized their battle schedules to prevent any overlap, ensuring a seamless experience. Simultaneously, the group altered the names on their Iron Spirit badges, concealing their true identities with titles devised earlier that day. The mere act of changing their monikers cost each of them 10 gold spirit coins. Fortunately, no further registration fees were required, so their expenses were limited to this amount. A single victory in the spirit battles would recoup their costs. Tang San and Xiao Wu opted to participate in the two-on-two battles first before transitioning to the one-on-one matches, naturally separating from the other 5. Oscar and Ning Rongrong would wait for Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing to complete their one-on-one encounters before proceeding to Zone 1. Meanwhile, Flender and Zhao Wujia joined a larger group in the one-on-one battle area, while the master accompanied Tang San and Xiao Wu to the two-on-two zone. Due to the subsequent battles, the two-on-two match for the trio was scheduled as the second contest in Zone 2 of the 13th Division. Before long, it was their turn to take the stage. The master sat in the viewing area, mingling with the audience. Today, being the weekend for the common folk, the Great Spirit Arena was particularly crowded with spectators. This division of the arena largely catered to ordinary citizens who, having been stirred by the excitement of the first battle, erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Muchun's formidable strength compels him to engage solely in individual battles, rendering him unable to participate in team competitions for the time being. Muchun donned a new attire and assumed a different title, thus remaining unnoticed by others. Very well, the upcoming match features the illustrious newcomer, the Resting Star, facing off against the formidable level 40 Soul Master, the unbeatable Rock the Mad Axe. Muchun listened to the host's promotional speech from below the stage, feeling rather indifferent. However, he was now somewhat curious about the formidable opponent he would face. The formidable Rocky, known as the Mad Axe, had participated in the Soul Duel since level 38 and had scarcely known defeat in one-on-one battles. With a record of 101 matches, he had only succumbed 3 times, establishing himself as the undisputed champion of the Soul Duel arena. Nevertheless, his opponent, the Resting Departed, was no ordinary figure either. Though he appeared quite youthful, he had already achieved the rank of level 48 Soul Master. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome both contenders to the stage. Muchun gradually ascended from the left side, and upon reaching the platform, a towering figure approached him slowly from the opposite direction. This individual had a pale complexion, bloodshot eyes, and stood approximately 198 meters tall, wielding a seemingly ancient and weathered giant axe. All right, at the sound of the bell, the battle spirit shall commence. With that, the host rang the bell. Without the slightest hesitation, Muchun activated his third soul skill. Muchun believed that the physique of his opponent could not possibly be swift enough to interrupt his soul technique. However, just as his doppelganger had split, he witnessed a colossal axe descending rapidly from above his head. Chapter 59. I shall not be defeated again. Muchun inwardly lamented his misfortune as he barely raised his arm. Although he managed to harden it in time, the impact still penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Muchun retreated 5 paces, commanding his avatar to engage in battle while he gradually summoned the skeletal armor to envelop himself. Although Locke appeared to be quite large, his speed was remarkably swift, allowing him to remain unscathed even under the assault of 2 avatars. As the skeletal armor of Muchun enveloped him halfway, he resolved to advance and partake in the battle. The departed soul materialized, brandishing a bone sword and emitting a cacophony of wailing cries that sent shivers down the spine. Piercing and unbearable. Soul resonance. At a single command, the 2 avatars also invoked the resonance of souls. Rock's speed visibly diminished, while Muchun's power surged, crimson streaks appearing upon the white robe of the departed. He successfully siphoned 15 attributes from his opponent. The avatars and Muchun swiftly adopted the golden spirit form. Charging forward, Rock, undeterred, swung his massive axe towards one of the avatars positioned at the forefront. Meanwhile, the 3rd soul ring on Rock's body materialized, and with a fierce cry, he shouted, "Damaged here." As the axe struck the avatar, a sanguine wave of slashing energy surged forth, hurtling towards Muchun. Muchun possessed unwavering confidence in the defensive capabilities of his bone armor and chose not to evade the impending attack, pressing forward instead. However, this strike appeared to disregard his defenses altogether, landing squarely upon him. With a horrifying sound, blood splattered forth as a gaping gash, a full inch deep and nearly a foot long, marred his chest. The force of the blow sent Muchun staggering 3 steps backward, and upon halting, the first thing he did was expel a mouthful of blood. Muchun's organs have also endured considerable trauma. Muchun's gaze towards Rock transformed. The seemingly simple-minded and reckless giant possessed a surprisingly intricate mind and combat instinct. After cleaving through Muchun, Rock remained engaged in a fierce struggle with his 2 avatars, unable to extricate himself due to their persistent presence. Muchun also seized this moment to consolidate his soul power, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. However, due to the injuries he had sustained, the pace of his gathering diminished significantly. As time gradually flowed by, his clone was on the verge of collapsing. Although Rock had also incurred considerable wounds, he remained undisturbed, his gaze as icy as ever. Muchun observed that the time was nearly ripe, and he commanded his avatar to explode, transforming into a long spear to unleash the 2nd form of his skill in pursuit. According to his calculations, even if he failed to strike, he could still coalesce a formidable attack, a single wood dragon, to vanquish Rock. However, Rock abruptly vanished from sight, just as he had at the beginning, disappearing without a trace. The spear, forged from the avatar, thrust into the spot where Rock had once stood, sending dust billowing into the air. Muchun's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be possible? This was the thought that raced through his mind. Typically, teleportation, such a soul technique, should not belong to a power-oriented class. Moreover, even if teleportation were to occur, why would it result in disappearance? Suddenly, a menacing aura emanated from behind him. With little time to ponder, Muchun instinctively thrust his ribs outward. An extraordinary scene unfolded before him. Rock's axe struck Muchun's bone armor, yet he was simultaneously pierced by bone spines, resulting in 5 gaping holes in his chest. After 2 seconds, Muchun, as if reacting a moment too late, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura diminished to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, Locke, seemingly unfazed, slowly withdrew his bone spur. Then, with a voice devoid of warmth, he declared, "Damage transfer." The 4th soul ring gradually illuminated, revealing itself to be a 10,000-year soul ring. "You have lost." Muchun's head lay upon the floor of the arena of souls, yearning to rise, yet his lungs had been pierced, rendering each breath a struggle, and he found himself utterly incapable of standing. "You have never truly understood me. You are far too arrogant, far too naive." With those 2 solitary remarks, the only words spoken throughout the match, Rock turned and departed. He left as he had arrived, cold and enigmatic. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Invincible Axe, Supreme Axe, Rock the Mad Axe. A thunderous ovation that only deepened the chill in Muchun's heart. It was not merely the injuries he bore. The confidence he had nurtured for years had dissipated like smoke in the wind, obliterated by that one devastating blow. Muchun's pupils gradually dulled, and the impact he suffered diminished his yearning for life. He could only vaguely hear a voice call out, "Muchun." Then, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the cold floor of the battle arena. Why? Why had he, with 200,000-year soul rings, faced defeat? Was it due to the opposing soul skills that countered his own, inflicting true damage? No, it stemmed from his own arrogance and pride. Although possessing 200,000-year soul rings placed him among the ancient elite, did that truly render him invincible in this world? No, There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. And Muchun had become one of those worthless soul masters. Upon detecting the host's life-threatening situation, the system expended 5 energy units to assist in the host's recovery. Muchun paid no heed to these distractions, his mind consumed by the memories of the previous battle. He recalled how the enigmatic berserker, Rock, had systematically bested him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Although his opponent had been weakened, he nonetheless vanished from sight with astonishing swiftness. And it was evident that the 2 latter soul rings had not bestowed such formidable soul abilities. Could it truly be that a century-old soul ring could grant such immense power? This was inconceivable. Muchun was utterly perplexed by the reason for his defeat. The most significant factor being that elusive and mysterious skill that seemed to appear and vanish without a trace. At that moment, a thought struck him: the soul bone. Indeed, the soul bone could potentially facilitate such an incredible phenomenon. Furthermore, in the instant of his disappearance, he had sensed a faint ripple of soul power. Muchun could not help but smile bitterly within. Have I truly been defeated by the soul bone? It seems I possess a soul bone as well. An external soul bone that holds little significance in the grand arena of battle. The soul beast bestowed by the system, the king of phantom bats, lacks a soul bone, possessing only a phantom bat pill. However, this elixir is suited for those with a poison attribute or a bat martial spirit. For me, its absorption would merely transform me into a second poison Douluo. Although I may not be ensnared by poison, I am indeed entangled by the malevolent aura. At this moment, the reincarnation emperor, Chen, spoke. Is this all the ability you possess? Reflect upon yourself. Although Muchun was already aware that this martial spirit possessed consciousness, he couldn't help but feel a tremor within when he suddenly heard it speak. A bitter smile crept onto his face. It was truly laughable and pitiable for a soul master to be chastised by his own martial spirit. However, Muchun was not one to be overwhelmed by failure. He understood the necessity of adjusting his mindset. Muchun took a deep breath, and a cascade of golden light enveloped his face. He instinctively squinted, and then he heard voices calling out to him. Brother Chen, Muchun. Muchun slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The Shrek 7 monsters and their teachers were all by his side. He gradually rose to his feet and said, I apologize for my defeat. It is truly embarrassing. Upon hearing his light-hearted words, Oscar and the others felt a sense of relief, for at least he was still alive. However, individuals like Tang San, who possessed a keen sensitivity, undoubtedly perceived the disappointment and unwillingness reflected in Muchun's eyes. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to offer consolation directly. They could only respond with, you gave us quite a scare, you know? The master also offered words of comfort, stating that Soul Master is exceedingly mysterious. There is no information about him in the battle spirit arena. All his soul skills are mere conjectures, and no one knows their exact effects, as those who have fought against him have either gone mad or become crippled. Muchun, you performed admirably. As he listened to the continuous expressions of comfort and concern from those around him, Muchun felt warmth in his heart and became even more resolute in his determination to overcome the shadows and grow stronger. Muchun, with the most radiant smile, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you all. I am fine now. I understand that momentary victories and defeats are inconsequential. I shall not surrender. Next time, I will not. In the future, I shall not face defeat again. Chapter 60. The Mysterious Mission. Muchun gazed at the moonlight spilling onto the bedside, his heart enveloped in tranquility. He had taken 2 days of rest, and today marked the time for the Emperor's battle. Yet, he found himself unable to witness the event, as his body had not yet fully recuperated. Rock's attacks were exceptionally peculiar, relentlessly tearing at the original wounds, as if they could never truly heal. Although the excruciating pain of the past 2 days had begun to diminish, it remained far from vanishing entirely. Muchun still had to change his bandages 5 times a day. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. The expression on Muchun's face shifted rapidly, revealing a struggle of conflicting emotions. However, when he lowered his gaze to the immense wound upon his chest, his eyes were filled solely with unwavering determination. I have vowed that I shall not be defeated again, my friends, until we meet again, he murmured softly, turning his gaze toward the window, where his eyes, no longer stagnant like a still pond, sparkled with renewed vigor and ambition. As in the original tale, Shrek triumphed over the royal doe, and Tang San extended an invitation to Yi Lingling to heal Brother Chen. Yet, when they entered the hospital room, they were met with an empty bed and a letter pressed down by a mysterious elixir. Tang San hurriedly approached and opened the letter. To my comrades at Shrek, you have likely realized my absence by now. However, There is no need for concern or panic. I am merely embarking on a transformative journey for my own sake. To fulfill my promise, it is imperative that I go to that place to undergo trials. I understand this may seem selfish, yet I find myself with no other choice. This is the only path that will free me from this nightmare and allow me to forge ahead. Xiao-san. The elixir on the table was obtained from a soul beast I hunted for 100,000 years. It did not yield a soul bone, and I am uncertain of its true capabilities, so I leave it to you and the master. Do not grieve, Muchun of Shrek. Ning Rongrong. Tears glistening in her eyes, approached Tang-san, her voice trembling. Brother San, Chen. Zhu Shuqing also displayed a hint of reluctance, and indeed, it could be said that all members of Shrek were engulfed in sorrow at this moment. Muchun, the once confident and enigmatic man, the one who tirelessly devoted himself to aiding others, has departed without even disclosing his destination. This subtly underscores a grim reality. The place he has ventured to is perilous, potentially one from which he may never return. Tang-san, with a pained expression, forced a smile and remarked, "It's all right. Brother Chen is exceptionally strong. Perhaps he has indeed gone to undergo trials. You must consider the mysterious forces backing him." At this point, Tang-san fell silent, for even he found it challenging to articulate his thoughts further. The expressions of everyone present were grave. Flander, however, bore a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, resolved to inquire with the members of the Muchun group the following day. It was evident that Muchun's recent endeavor had not been disclosed even to Yen Shi and the others. Upon receiving the news, Yen Shi and his companions donned similarly serious expressions, yet their unwavering trust in Chen quelled their desire to search extensively. They merely instructed the various branches of their group to remain vigilant for any signs of Chen's presence. When Flander heard this response, his heart trembled slightly. Nevertheless, for the sake of Xiao-san and the others, he concocted a benevolent falsehood. That rascal Muchun has gone to train within our ranks. In no more than 5 years, he shall return. You all must diligently cultivate and not fall too far behind him. By the time he returns, he may very well be a soul sage. Tang-san and the others, buoyed by Flander's words, immersed themselves in their training. As Flander's brother, the master, naturally discerned that his old companion was fabricating a tale. In the stillness of the night, he summoned Flander for a private conversation. "You are lying," the master stated bluntly. Without mincing words, Flander offered a wry smile, confessing, "This lie is one I must tell." The master sighed gently, "But if 5 years hence?" Flander, forcing a smile, replied, "Perhaps by then, they will be slightly better off. Time can wash away some wounds." At this point, Flander fell silent, for truth be told, even he struggled to believe his own words. The master sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to leave. Only Flander remained, standing quietly under the moonlight. "I will not yield," Muchun bellowed, steadfastly pushing forward through the swirling sandstorm. Muchun is indeed undergoing a trial, bestowed upon him by the great Emperor of Reincarnation, Jian Kuan. He must traverse through the 6 formidable realms of trials: wind, thunder, ice, fire, dragon, and the primordial. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Even in the initial stage of the wind trial, known as the storm body refinement, Muchun has yet to prevail. At this moment, the bone armor enveloping his form offers little protection, as the piercing winds seep through the crevices, inflicting sharp pain. Moreover, the wound on his chest continues to tear open. However, Muchun finds gratitude in this injury, for it allows him to gauge the passage of time by the frequency of its lacerations. Otherwise, in this lightless realm of trials, he would undoubtedly succumb to despair. Muchun was uncertain of how far he had to go before the end. He only knew that as long as he continued to endure the assaults, he must press on. Thus, Muchun embarked on his transformative trial moment. Meanwhile, Flander reseated himself, lifting a large mug of wheat beer to his lips and gulping it down voraciously. Qin Ming, with a wry smile, addressed the master. "Master, you have indeed presented me with a formidable challenge. To be candid, from the perspective of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, allowing the junior students to represent the academy in battle would undoubtedly bring immense honor, elevating the institution's reputation. Your conditions are not unreasonable. All the teachers are renowned figures in the world of soul masters, and the academy would certainly not refuse, offering the best rewards. However, Shrek Academy is the culmination of Flander's dedication. If we proceed in this manner, the future may not be so bright. All right, let us proceed as Xiaogang suggested." Flander stood once more, his countenance now entirely composed. Xiaogang was right. I should not be consumed by my own pride. Everything must be for the benefit of the children. The Tian-Do Royal Academy, belonging to the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. Stands as a rare sanctuary for soul masters, untouched by the spirit hall. The children will not suffer there. And the current teachers at Shrek will find a place to retire comfortably. I have long been preoccupied with my own thoughts, while everyone has followed my lead. Now that we are aging, it is time to secure a home for everyone. The name of the Tiando Royal Academy seems quite fitting. Moreover, the children will have better opportunities for growth there. This matter is settled. You may discuss it among yourselves. Xiao Gang and Wu Ji shall represent me fully. I wish to be alone for a while. With that, Flinder turned and walked outside. Zhao Wuji exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun, who immediately understood, disregarding the sumptuous dishes being served, and hurried after Flinder. At this moment, he, as a disciple, could offer Flinder more solace than the master or Zhao Wuji. The master sighed. Although Flinder was somewhat stubborn, he was not devoid of reason, and I believe he will come to understand. Zhao Wuji chuckled ruefully, after all. The academy has been our support for so many years. Flinder is not unaware of the merits of your suggestion. Even though he has resolved to close the academy after these children graduate, at this moment, it remains difficult for him to accept. This is rather sudden for us. We have lived here for 20 years. The master nodded. This matter must be resolved by Flinder himself. Zhao Wuji continued. Perhaps for us. This also represents the best possible conclusion. Master, thank you. I realize that your proposal is not merely for the children's sake, but also for Flinder and for us. The Tiando Royal Academy is one of the few places unaffected by the Spirit Hall and has sufficient prestige. You are endeavoring to preserve Flinder's dignity. Retirement there seems quite appealing. A smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's face, and his expression relaxed significantly. He was not like Flinder, possessing neither his vanity nor his inner resolve. 2 decades at Shrek Academy undoubtedly filled him with nostalgia, yet it also brought a certain weariness. A change of environment might not be such a bad thing. In this matter, the Shrek 7 had no words to offer. Aside from pursuing Flinder, Ma Hongjun, the remaining 6 exchanged glances, the sudden shift dampening their joy after victory, even diminishing their appetite. The subsequent news left them too stunned to react. Flinder stood at the hotel entrance, gazing up at the starlit sky, and said softly, "Why are you following me? Go have your meal." At that moment, Ma Hongjun no longer wore his usual lewd smile, instead standing respectfully beside Flinder. "Teacher, please don't be upset." Flinder shook his head. "I am not upset, merely a bit disheartened. Everything has come too swiftly for me." He continued, "Hongjun, I've noticed that your issue with that fiery temperament seems to have diminished considerably during your recent training with the master. What is the reason behind this?" Upon hearing his teacher mention the fiery temperament, the chubby boy's smile returned. He scratched his head and replied, "I'm not quite sure why. But I've been incredibly tired these days. It seems all my energy has been exhausted, leaving me no time to think about those matters." A faint smile flickered across Flinder's face. "This is a positive development. Your martial soul is undergoing a subtle transformation. Perhaps, before long, you will no longer be troubled by it. All right, you may return. No need to persuade me further. I just wish to be alone for a while." Ma Hongjun blinked and rubbed his chubby face. "Teacher, this is merely a case of leveraging opportunities. Frankly, I do not understand why you feel troubled." "Leveraging opportunities?" Flinder turned to his disciple, somewhat surprised by his words. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. "Yes, isn't that what it is? Utilizing the facilities of that Royal Academy to aid us in our training. And our assistance in their battles is merely a form of compensation. I can't speak for others, but I certainly don't feel like I belong to that Royal Academy. I will always be your disciple, the fiery phoenix of Shrek." Flinder stared blankly at Ma Hongjun. Though the chubby boy's metaphor was rather simplistic, it opened a door in Flinder's mind. Leveraging opportunities? What a clever turn of phrase. Perhaps I have been too fixated on this. Whether it happens sooner or later, what difference does it make? Shrek will eventually come to an end. Yet the memories we forged will remain forever unchanged. Xiao Gang, thank you for helping me bring this chapter of Shrek to a close. Early the next morning, the members of Shrek Academy settled their bills and departed from the hotel, marking the conclusion of the second phase of training that had spanned a month. Perhaps physically. This second phase of training was not as extreme as the first, but it proved to be far more taxing on the spirits of the Shrek 7. Each day, they faced different adversaries, striving for victory, confronting formidable foes, and coordinating efforts with their companions. The soul battles and their exchanges were entirely distinct. They were true combat experiences. As they amassed practical experience, the Shrek 7 clearly recognized the profound effects of the grueling training from the first phase. Their patience, resilience, and recovery during battles had significantly improved. Otherwise, how could they endure the high-intensity confrontations of the soul battles held daily? Particularly for those who participated in 3 soul battles each day, the impact of the first phase's rigorous training was fully realized. Beyond fundamental and combat training, the master imparted another crucial aspect during this second phase, the ability to sustain prolonged combat. Returning to the familiar little village, although it lacked the splendor of Soto City, it offered respite from the city's clamor. The sense of home was remarkably comforting. For the Shrek 7, Shrek Academy had long become a familial haven. Flinder's mood had returned to normal, and even Zhao Wujia's 2-decade companionship did not foresee his rapid reconciliation. Flinder decisively announced that all plans would align with the master's strategy. As for how to enter the Royal Academy and what lay ahead, that was a matter for Qin Ming to address. Children, go rest. You have worked hard during this time. Wujia, gather everyone. Flinder commanded upon his return to the academy. Shrek Academy was not solely his domain. There were 3 other instructors whose opinions he also sought. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar disregarded the dust accumulated on his bed over the past month and collapsed onto it. It feels so good to be back. Little San, don't wake me. I intend to sleep soundly until I naturally awaken. Tang San smiled and shook his head at Oscar's sprawled-out posture on the bed. This fellow, if not compelled to train, would likely have squandered his exceptional martial spirit due to his lethargic nature. According to the discussions between the master and Qin Ming, the members of Shrek Academy would travel to the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students in 2 months. Prior to that, Qin Ming would handle all matters pertaining to the Tiando Royal Academy. Shrek Academy also needed to wrap up some affairs. The master was not in a hurry to commence the 3rd phase of trials. Before leaving Soto City today, he assigned a simple task to the Shrek 7. During these 2 months, they were to first resolve their personal issues and secondly, thoroughly digest and absorb the practical experience gained from the soul battles over the past month. This 2-month period would also serve as a concentrated training phase for their soul power. The master has instructed that, aside from essential matters, everyone must concentrate on cultivating their soul power. Oscar soon drifted into slumber, while Tang San remained preoccupied with his thoughts. With only 2 months remaining, he needed to resolve several pressing issues. Particularly, he had made a promise to Ning Rongrong. As the saying goes, one must honor their commitments. With this in mind, Tang San rose from his dormitory and made his way to the quarters of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. How exhausting! At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had removed their outer garments and were reclining on their respective beds, unlike Oscar, who appeared disheveled. Their bedding, including sheets and duvet covers, had all been replaced with fresh linens. Xiao Wu remarked, "Indeed, during our daily battles in Soto, I hardly felt fatigued. Yet, upon returning, I find myself so weary. This must be what the master refers to as a period of fatigue. Rongrong, your skin is truly radiant. Even I cannot help but salivate at the sight." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were clad only in half-length bras and shorts, lying on their beds with their arms and thighs exposed. Chapter 61. The first trials boss. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, Muchun finally emerged from the tempest of sandstorms. Before him lay a verdant oasis, a striking contrast to the surrounding desolation. As he stepped closer, he beheld a cluster of palm trees swaying gently beside a freshwater lake, within which miraculously swam a dozen fish. This scene evoked a sense of a supply point, ensuring the sustenance of life. At the heart of the oasis stood a signpost, directing towards the left, presumably indicating the location of the formidable boss that awaited him in this trial. At this moment, Muchun would naturally refrain from approaching directly, as it was necessary to respond to the situation first. Muchun removed his garments and hung them on the curved coconut tree. He then used a wooden basin to draw a small amount of fresh water to cleanse his body. Muchun was reluctant to squander this precious water resource, as he remained uncertain whether such supply points would be available in the trials that lay ahead. Muchun meticulously stored fresh water in 3 large barrels, placing them within the confines of the system's space. Subsequently, he felled a coconut tree, utilizing part of it as firewood while reserving the remainder for grilling fish. Thus, Muchun savored 3 fish and consumed 2 coconuts, after which he intended to rest before embarking on his journey to his destination. Meanwhile, Shrek and his companions set forth on their way to the Tiando Royal Academy, coinciding with their confrontation against the fearsome god team. At that moment, the air was filled with the resonant roar of 7 Juga crossbows, each primed with their own unique fury. A total of 112 bolts sliced through the atmosphere, resembling a swarm of bees in flight. The members of the fearsome god team, all soul masters above level 40, naturally perceived the encroaching shadows. However, they could not fathom that the impending assault did not derive from familiar soul techniques. The Mad Dog combat strategy dictates that regardless of the enemy's might, one must unleash desperate attacks. True to form, the fearsome god team pressed on undeterred by their opponent's offensive, accelerating their charge, arms raised to shield vital areas of their heads and chests, boldly advancing. Close combat had always been their forte. A cacophony of bizarre sounds erupted, abruptly silencing the frenzied spectators as if their throats had been simultaneously severed. In that chilling stillness, a plume of blood mist burst forth like fireworks upon the main soul fighting stage. The members of the fearsome god team surged forward, propelled by their momentum, advancing several meters before they could even comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Why has it suddenly grown cold? Mangley pondered, sensing a peculiar disconnection from his own body. This was the final awareness he would hold in this world. A series of thunderous detonations erupted behind the fearsome god team, as dark bolts were densely embedded into the walls of the main soul fighting stage. At last, the footsteps of the fearsome god team came to a halt, as the sanguine mist that had coalesced into a macabre display of fireworks erupted from their very beings. Muchun was unaware of the passage of time in the outside world. He only knew that he had lingered in this realm for an extended period. Even the scar left by rock upon his chest had been erased by the passage of time. After a period of rest, Muchun rose, donning his bone armor, and summoned the puppet of the deceased, making his way towards the boss of the Trial of Wind. Naturally, he dared not approach openly. Instead, he crouched as he advanced, gradually closing in on his target. After approximately 3,000 steps, a figure came into view. It was a dragon, the kind with wings. This dragon was a dark yellow hue, its scales gleaming with an oily luster, and two enormous fangs protruded prominently. At that moment, the dragon was coiled up, evidently at rest. Muchun inwardly mused, what a fortuitous opportunity. He commanded his two avatars to stealthily approach the colossal dragon, while his main body set about digging a pit to create a trap. No need for it to be too deep, merely sufficient to trip the beast. Meanwhile, the avatars would first disable the dragon's wings, thereby gaining a significant advantage. Muchun meticulously set up the trap, with two clones poised and ready. The clones transformed their arms into long spears, preparing to deliver a powerful strike aimed at the ancient dragon's wings. Muchun observed that everything was in readiness, and with a mere wave of his hand, two avatars lunged forward. In a critical moment, the dragon's defenses proved to be formidable. The bone spear barely pierced its wing, failing to penetrate further. With a resounding roar, the ancient dragon flailed its wings, casting the two avatars aside. Alas, though the wound was small, it rendered the creature incapable of soaring to great heights, leaving it only able to hover approximately 50 meters above the ground, just enough to avoid being swept away by the tempest of this trial realm. Though the ferocious sandstorm had abated, a significant wind still persisted, making flight no easy feat. Muchun commanded his avatar to unleash the resonance of souls. The skeletal sword of the deceased trembled slightly, emitting a sound from the depths of the void. However, the ancient dragon appeared utterly unfazed, letting out a tremendous roar that caused blood to trickle from Muchun's nose and ears. His mental strength was inadequate. The mental prowess of this ancient dragon was immense, the exact measure unknown, but it was undeniably overwhelming compared to Muchun's own. This was a predicament indeed. Muchun could only manage a wry smile. Yet, this was within the realm of expectation. Dragons have always symbolized the king among beasts. How could one expect them to be ordinary, especially this pure-blood ancient dragon? Muchun and his clones launched an assault on the ancient dragon from 3 distinct directions. The ancient dragon vigorously flapped its wings, lifting itself slightly off the ground, and then let out a thunderous roar in the air, forcefully sweeping its wings outward. With this singular action, it sent Muchun and his companions hurtling through the air. Muchun understood that the most crucial reason was that his feet had left the ground. In other words, when battling this ancient dragon, one must not leave the ground. Otherwise, they would be blown away. The ancient dragon loomed above Muchun, sparks flickering from its mouth. Muchun swiftly conjured a bone shield to protect himself. In the next moment, the ancient dragon unleashed a breath of fire, and although the bone shield barely held its ground, it radiated a brilliant golden light. Having reached its limit of endurance, the dragon descended and charged toward Muchun. Muchun advanced rather than retreated, manipulating one of his 2 avatars to transform into a long spear, aimed directly at the rear of the ancient dragon. The other avatar leapt high into the air, launching a downward assault on the dragon. The 3 forces collided, unleashing a tempest accompanied by a cacophony of sound. The intensity of the clash was such that even the coconut trees were uprooted. As the storm subsided, the battle concluded with Muchun's utter defeat. Fortunately, he managed to escape, now clutching his chest and hiding in a deep pit, originally intended to prevent the dragon's escape, which had inadvertently become his sanctuary. Moments earlier, the spear formed by his avatar was severed by the dragon's tail with little resistance, leaving Muchun acutely aware of his impending doom. He quickly exerted his strength and propelled himself backward, utilizing the dragon's own force. Meanwhile, the other avatar struck the dragon as if merely tickling it, eliciting no reaction. The dragon simply turned its head and tore the avatar to shreds. Now, it prowled around the depths of Muchun's pit, continuously raising its head as if searching for Muchun's presence. Muchun, in an effort to evade detection, consciously lowered his breathing rate, scarcely daring to exhale. It was truly arduous. This creature was at least comparable to a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Muchun mused. Chapter 62. The passage of time after a considerable duration. Muchun, taking advantage of the scheduled rest periods of the ancient dragon, returned to the supply point and commenced rigorous training in martial arts. Upon arriving in this world, it was the first time Muchun earnestly embarked on the pursuit of martial prowess. In this realm, soul masters possess soul skills, which diminished the necessity of focusing on such matters. However, Muchun realized that to augment his power, he had no choice but to engage in martial training. Thus began his relentless endeavor to push the limits of his physical capabilities, a task that could not be accomplished in a single day. Fortunately, the provisions in his storage space and the water sources on the island would sustain him for an extended period. Consequently, Muchun devised an ambitious plan. A new term would emerge in this world: martial arts. In confronting adversaries like the ancient dragon, Tai Chi undoubtedly served as the most effective countermeasure. By integrating his soul skills, he refined Tai Chi into a style he termed the duality-generating fist. This adaptation utilized the characteristics of soul resonance. What remained was the day-to-day regimen of physical training. Time flew swiftly, and less than a year remained until the Youth Soul Master competition. A young man, sitting beside a spring, sighed softly, pondering how brother Chen was faring and whether all was progressing smoothly. "Little monster, I have arrived." Douluo boisterously descended from the sky. Douluo glanced toward the spot where Tang San usually rested. Typically, he would greet him each evening, yet today there was no sign of him. Had something befallen him? Alarmed, Douluo swiftly maneuvered through the air, and upon spotting Tang San seated there, he felt a slight sense of relief. Although he was somewhat reluctant to acknowledge it, Douluo found that his previous aversion towards Tang San had dissipated, and he now regarded him as a friend. Inherently reclusive and wielding a poison martial spirit, Douluo was seldom approached by other soul masters. When he was, it was often out of fear. Yet, despite calling him Old Monster daily, Tang San's consistent presence had fostered an unexpected warmth in Douluo's heart, akin to the bond between elder and junior, or the concern shared among friends. Moreover, the antidote for the poison coursing through him was in Tang San's possession. Tang San sat there, seemingly entranced as he gazed ahead, where a copper cauldron awaited him. At that moment, the cauldron was positioned above a searing hot spring, its base slightly touching the surface of the water, utilizing the spring's heat for its purpose. Were it an ordinary copper cauldron, even the slightest contact with the intense heat would have melted it into liquid copper. However, the cauldron Tang San utilized had been treated with a herbal concoction derived from the extreme coldine spring, allowing it to withstand the temperature, especially since he himself was impervious to the scorching heat. Curious, Douluo crouched beside Tang San and inquired, "Little monster, what are you concocting this time?" Tang San gradually regained his composure, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he placed his index finger to his mouth, signaling for silence. His gaze fixed intently upon the bronze cauldron. Following Tang San's line of sight, Douluo observed the cauldron, where wisps of faint purple smoke were now emanating from the crevice of the sealed lid. He was no stranger to such phenomena. Tang San frequently concocted peculiar and astonishing poisons that left him in awe. However, the formulas for some of these creations remained a closely guarded secret. Much to Douluo's vexation, the purple smoke spiraled above the cauldron, undulating gently, while Douluo's nostrils twitched slightly. As a master of poison, his resistance to toxins was formidable, and he bore no fear. Yet, he soon realized that the purple smoke bore no discernible scent, rendering him unable to ascertain its components. Strangely, as he beheld the delicate tendrils of smoke, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. As a soul master whose abilities were rooted in toxins, Douluo was acutely aware of this sensation. It was an instinct unique to him, a foreboding that arose only in the presence of lethal poisons that could threaten his life. What kind of poison was this little creature concocting that even he felt a pang of danger? It was noteworthy that while Tang San had indeed crafted numerous poisons over the past 6 months, many of which were remarkably ingenious, none had ever instilled fear in him until this moment. Reluctant to disrupt Tang San's focus, Douluo opted to sit quietly beside him, awaiting the outcome. Tang San's expression was unusually grave, his unwavering attention fixated on the cauldron and the purple smoke that curled upwards. As time elapsed, the smoke from the cauldron gradually thinned, its color shifting from purple to white, and then to black, undergoing a peculiar transformation. Throughout this process, Tang San pulled back the cauldron 3 times with his blue-silver grass, adding various substances into the mix. Even though his blue-silver grass had reached a state impervious to fire and water, each intervention caused a strand to wither away. This only intensified Douluo's curiosity. After consuming his own restorative medicine, he discreetly activated his poison mastery, endeavoring to discern the essence of the smoke. However, regardless of his efforts, he remained unable to uncover the nature of the toxic vapors. He could only vaguely sense that it was likely a potent amalgamation of various toxins, each complementing the other in lethal synergy. Was this lad attempting to poison me? Douluo mused inwardly. Otherwise, what purpose could there be in concocting such a deadly substance? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Their relationship had evolved into one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Even if Tang San harbored intentions of poisoning him, he would not conduct such an endeavor in his presence. The process of concoction was exceedingly protracted, and by the time dawn broke the following morning, Douluo felt a twinge of impatience. Finally, the black smoke began to settle, gradually retracting back into the cauldron. It was a success. Tang San leapt up from the ground with an uncontainable excitement that radiated from his voice, embodying the vivacious spirit typical of his peers. What exactly is this little monster? Douluo could not restrain his curiosity. Tang San took a deep breath, gazing at Douluo with an air of mystery. This is a treasure, a deadly one. I assure you, even if it strikes you, you shall not survive beyond 3 breaths. Of course, it poses no threat to you. Your tough skin and sturdy flesh prevent it from entering your body. Soon, I shall unveil my masterpiece for you. With that, several strands of blue-silver grass surged forth simultaneously, tugging the copper cauldron back to the shore, where he patiently awaited its gradual cooling. Having made such a declaration, Douluo could only bide his time. After a prolonged half-hour, once the cauldron had completely cooled, Tang San stepped forward and delicately removed the lid. Douluo, employing his poison techniques for protection, leaned in to peer into the cauldron. Inside, at the center, lay a diminutive metallic mold, surrounded by signs of desiccation, evidence of the remnants of a dried medicinal concoction. Nestled within the mold were 3 tiny needles, each merely an inch long, devoid of any luster. You fuss for so long just for this? Douluo scoffed, irritation evident in his tone. What purpose does this serve? Tang San chuckled softly, activating his mystic jade hand, and gingerly extracted the mold. He then retrieved a pre-prepared small jade box from the ethereal night of the 24 bridges and placed the 3 needles into the 3 grooves within. A poison potent enough to slay a tidal Douluo. What do you think? Is it of any use? Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervent intensity, a gleam that had only surfaced during his days at Tang's sect when he crafted superlative hidden weapons. This can kill a tidal Douluo? Surely, you jest. Douluo retorted skeptically. Such a trivial object could never breach a tidal Douluo's defenses. What good is poison then? Tang San cast a knowing glance at Douluo. Do you understand the concept of a hidden weapon? A hidden weapon is meant to be employed in secrecy. Just because it cannot confront directly does not imply it cannot achieve its purpose at all times. Moreover, to utilize these 3 needles, my soul power must surpass the 40th level. Their release requires a particular method. They are known as the Yama stickers. Yama stickers? What does that mean? Douluo found himself perplexed. Tang San gazed at the 3 obsidian needles within the jade box, his eyes alight with an almost obsessive reverence, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. The term Yama translates to death, a phrase from ancient divine tongues. If the Grim Reaper sends you an invitation, what might that entail? Naturally, it signifies a return to the embrace of death. Yama calls you to depart at the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you linger until the 5th watch? Chapter 63, The Flux of Time, 13,101, 13,102. At this moment, Muchun remains amidst the trials of the wind. yet it is evident that many coconut trees have vanished, and even the freshwater lake has receded by over 3 inches. This depletion is a direct result of Muchun's struggle for survival, and he has not squandered these resources. He has successfully amalgamated numerous martial arts, previously deemed mere embellishments in his past life, with soul techniques to forge new forms of martial prowess. Among his creations are the 8 extremities armor, the duality of clear wind spear technique, and the Tai Chi Bagua body technique. Undoubtedly, the role of the system is immeasurable, with its assistance. As long as he possesses spiritual points, he can deduce and experiment. Without the system, his progress might have been delayed by 4 to 5 years. Muchun is currently performing simple weighted push-ups with a burden of 500 kilograms. In a remarkably brief span of time, Muchun's height surged to an impressive 182 centimeters, his physique adorned with well-defined muscles that defied the notion of him weighing over 160 pounds. His skin, bronzed from rigorous training, only served to enhance his unparalleled beauty, imbuing him with a distinct masculine aura. Upon completing his 20,000 repetitions, he forcefully cast aside the heavy iron weight strapped to him. He leapt in place a couple of times, performing some chest expansion exercises, before commencing a series of deep breaths, meticulously adjusting his breathing rhythm. During this interval, one could observe that his breath synchronized closely with the fluttering dust particles stirred by the wind. Subsequently, Muchun harnessed the powers of his bone armor to conjure a bone spear, which he wielded with precision as he began to practice his spear techniques. Day after day of relentless training had elevated him to level 50. However, the absence of a soul beast had hindered his breakthrough. Nonetheless, Muchun had never exhibited a hint of complacency, continuously striving for self-improvement. His combat prowess had reached heights sufficient to contend with the ancient dragon of yore. He was now capable of directly confronting the ancient dragon, his physical strength soaring to an astonishing 1,000 kilograms. The enhancements in his agility and the refinement of his bone armor had rendered him virtually invincible. Thus, vanquishing the ancient dragon merely required the final touch of time to settle. After completing his spear drills, Muchun gazed in the direction of the ancient dragon, a flicker of flame igniting in his eyes. Returning to the humble abode he had constructed from felled trees, he quenched his thirst with a sip of fresh water and savored a piece of meat before turning towards the location of the ancient dragon. The master led Tang San to a thicket of bushes, nearly as tall as a person and densely packed. With a slight smile, the master called into the foliage. "Xiao Wu, hold on for a moment. See who has arrived." Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, Tang San's smile abruptly froze, and profound emotions of depth and gratitude surfaced in his gaze. He understood that the master's initiative to introduce him to Xiao Wu was a testament to the closeness of their relationship. Xiao Wu was indeed the person he yearned to see most. In a flash, a white figure darted from the thicket, her youthful, rosy visage radiating innocence, her long, taut legs and a waist that, while slender, possessed remarkable elasticity, complemented by a braid cascading to the ground, none other than Xiao Wu. "Master, you've come," Xiao Wu began. But her words faltered as her gaze fell upon the one she had longed for. Her pupils constricted in an instant, disregarding the master's presence. She leapt into Tang San's embrace, her long legs instinctively wrapping around his waist as she clung tightly to him, her delicate face nestled against his shoulder, trembling with emotion. Tang San could distinctly feel the rapid rhythm of Xiao Wu's heartbeat, and upon reuniting with her, he too was overwhelmed with excitement. With a gentle embrace around Xiao Wu's delicate waist, Tang San's eyes grew slightly moist. At that moment, Xiao Wu still towered over Tang San by a fraction. Yet her entire being clung to him, evoking a rather peculiar sensation. The master, perceptive to the atmosphere, averted his gaze towards the distance. "Xiao Wu, be good. Do not weep. Am I not back now?" Tang San softly caressed her back, offering a choked, yet tender consolation. "Why has Brother Chen not come to see me for so long? Do you no longer want Xiao Wu?" She lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. It was no wonder Xiao Wu felt such agitation. Since their acquaintance, they had never been apart for more than a month in the span of 6 or 7 years. This time, Tang San had been gone for half a year, and his whereabouts were unknown. The depth of her longing was immeasurable. She had repeatedly inquired of the master about Tang San's location, but he could not divulge the truth of Tang San's association with Douluo, fearing Xiao Wu might impulsively venture into the sunset forest. "Fear not, Xiao Wu. I, like Brother Chen, merely experienced a fortuitous encounter. How could I ever wish to abandon you? It is my fault for causing you worry," Tang San reassured. As Xiao Wu's tears had already drenched the collar of his garment, her long legs were tightly entwined around his waist, as if terrified he might vanish again. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. pouting as she declared, "From now on, you must never leave me again. Even if you need to train. You must take me with you." "All right, I promise," Tang Sen said soothingly, wiping her tears away. Xiao Wu's large eyes glistened as tears fell anew. Her arms wrapped around his neck as she whimpered, "Brother, do you know how much I missed you? Swear you will never leave me." Without hesitation, Tang Sen affirmed. "I swear, unless I am dead, I will never depart from you, Xiao Wu." At this, her tears transformed into laughter, and she nestled against his shoulder, vowing never to depart from her beloved Sange, even in death. The master, with a resigned shake of his head, reflected on the openness of today's youth. These two little ones could hardly be 14 yet, exhibiting such maturity. However, he chose not to disturb the harmony before him, waiting in quietude. Tang San, being considerably more composed than Xiao Wu, lightly patted her on the rear, saying, "Be good, let us not forget our teacher is still here." Only then did Xiao Wu recall the master as presence, her cheeks flushing crimson as she released her hold around Tang San's waist. Though she stubbornly clung to one of his arms, refusing to let go. "Teacher, let us seek out the others." The master turned to glance at the two individuals. Though they were still quite young, they could be regarded as a pair of exquisite companions. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he nodded and continued deeper into the forest. The training in simulated environments is tailored to the unique martial spirits of soul masters, selecting different locations based on their characteristics. For instance, Xiao Wu, with her rabbit martial spirit, naturally thrives in the most suitable thicket for her training, while Dai Mubai finds his place in the beast pen. Oscar, being a food-type soul master, finds the kitchen to be the most conducive environment for the advancement of his soul power. As for Ma Hongjun, he practices in a room filled with furnaces. These are merely ordinary simulated environments. Under more favorable conditions, the benefits to their training could be significantly enhanced. For example, if Ma Hongjun's training spot were to be situated at the mouth of a volcano, the advantages would be even greater, albeit with a correspondingly heightened risk. Chapter 64. The Passage of Time 3. Behold the Spear. Muchun exerted all his strength as he thrust towards the eyes of the ancient dragon. At this moment, the dragon's body was in a state of disarray. Both of its wings had been severed, and countless wounds marred its form. Its tail hung limply, evidently severed from its nerves, rendering it beyond control. Accompanying this scene was the dragon's feeble roar of fury. Muchun has triumphed over the ancient dragon in his first trial. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the trial task and receiving rewards. The golden dragon's bright silver spear, Dragon's Might Spear. A 10,000-year-old left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational domain. Capable of exerting up to 50 times the gravitational force within 100 meters in front of him. 2. Wrath of the Celestial, through continuous attacks and receiving damage. He can accumulate power and unleash the Celestial Divine Fist at its peak. During the execution of the Celestial Divine Fist, the attack power of the fist increases by 500 and the physical strength enhances by 20. Upon the conclusion of the Celestial Divine Fist, a roar will erupt, repelling any beings whose combined soul and mental strength falls below his own. Upon hearing that long-lost prompt from little AI, Muchun felt an indescribable joy. It had been ages since he last heard it. With this thought, he couldn't help but reminisce about the faces of the Shrek 7. "Are you all doing well?" Afterwards, the bone spear in Muchun's hand transformed into a golden dragon's bright silver spear, while a golden light enveloped his left arm. Boom! The ancient dragon's body suddenly shattered, forming a grand gateway. The door slowly opened, revealing a realm of thunderclouds, with bolts of lightning striking down intermittently, creating fissures across the barren earth. This world was devoid of any vitality, and Muchun knew that supplies could not possibly exist in such a place. However, he felt no panic as he had before, for he was confident in his strength. His deceased companion had also evolved. As his soul power reached level 50, the deceased began to transform. The most significant change was the regeneration of flesh and skin. The evolution of the deceased led to the enhancement of all Muchun's soul abilities. First Soul Ring. 10,000-year-old metamorphic lizard deceased. Invisibility. Allows for the seamless switching of attributes, enabling the deceased to utilize different elemental attacks. Currently, it provides the foundational 5 elemental attributes along with light, darkness, wind, and lightning. Second Soul Ring. 10,000-year-old spirit ape. Soul Resonance. Initiated with the Bone Sword. It emits a mournful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning various attributes from the opponent, reducing them by 5 for an hour. This effect can target only one individual at a time, and can only be reused once the effect has ended. The higher the difference in mental power compared to the original body, the less effective it becomes, For every 5 levels above, the effect diminishes by 1. Third Soul Ring. 110,000-year-old Shadow Hunter, puppet deceased. Capable of summoning a copy of a soul master whose soul power differs by no more than 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on his behalf. Retaining all the attributes and soul abilities of the original, but at only 65 of their power. Additionally, it can replicate 2 of the original's forms, maintaining their soul power and abilities at 90 of the original strength, with any enhancement-type soul abilities being transferred back to the original. Puppet Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is augmented to match that of the original, allowing it to engage in self-battle. As the puppet approaches dissolution, it transforms into a long spear to pierce the enemy. If it successfully penetrates the opponent's body, it will siphon 50 of all attributes back to the original until the puppet deceased is used again. The limit is to enhance the original's strength to double its usual capability. The 10,000 years of the metamorphic Ghost Bat King possesses the remarkable ability to elongate and contract its skeletal muscles and skin by 5 meters, rendering itself extraordinarily supple and capable of any transformation. Ultrasonic Radar. It can emit ultrasonic waves through the pores of its body, precisely locating objects with remarkable accuracy. External Soul Bone. The soul robe is affixed to 8 rib bones, and upon summoning, it can transform into any garment resembling a robe. When manifested, 3 unique attributes emerge. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90. Although it cannot evade locked attacks or wide area assaults. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. Soul Bone. The 10,000-year left arm bone of the vast sky giant ape possesses the following abilities. 1. Gravitational Field, enabling the manipulation of space within 100 meters ahead, with a maximum gravitational force of 50 times. 2. Wrath of the Sky, which allows for the accumulation of power through continuous attacks and receiving damage, culminating in the release of the Celestial Fist. During the execution of the Celestial Fist, the attack power of the fist increases by 500, and the physical strength is enhanced by 20. After the conclusion of the Celestial Fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings whose combined soul power and mental strength fall below that of the user. These are the formidable powers that Muchun relies upon. He is also prepared to employ the external soul bone, as it appears that this trial likely features a boss that specializes in attribute-based attacks. With unwavering resolve, Muchun grasped the long spear firmly and strode confidently toward the Trial of Thunder. Xiao San, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, Xiao Wu might have been driven to despair, remarked Dai Mu Bai. Compared to his former self, Dai Mu Bai had not changed dramatically. However, he exuded an air of greater composure. Having just celebrated his 16th birthday, he possessed an added aura of dominance, yet his overall demeanor had become more restrained. His enchanting eyes sparkled with vitality, and his every movement radiated the regal presence of a king among beasts. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not help but huff softly, offering no retort. Dai Mu Bai was the second person, after Xiao Wu, among the Shrek 7 monsters to have known Tang San, and their reunion felt particularly warm. He affectionately draped an arm over Tang San's shoulder and said, "The fatty mentioned you have brought us gifts and can aid me in breaking through my bottleneck. Do reveal them at once." Tang San chuckled softly and playfully punched Dai Mu Bai's chest. "No need to rush. Let us find a quiet place first." Under the guidance of their master, the group entered a serene wooden cabin. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting shadows of trees upon the floor, while fresh air wafted in through the crevices. The melodious chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of the wind created a tranquil atmosphere, making it hard to believe they were within the capital of the Heavendo Empire. Even the typically composed master could not help but admire Lu Erlong's excellent choice. "Begin," the master instructed Tang San. "I shall protect you." Tang San nodded and, under the curious gazes of his companions, reached into his rui bag to retrieve a peculiar plant. It was a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple hues. Strangely, each petal appeared fuzzy and remarkably endearing, forming a cohesive whole without any fragrance escaping. The central stamen rose over half a foot above the petals, gleaming with a faint golden glow. "What is this?" Dai Mu Bai inquired first, while the others were equally captivated by the plant Tang San had produced. Tang San smiled gently and replied, "Boss Dai, this is a special gift I prepared for you. It is called the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a neutral-grade celestial herb. Consuming it enhances circulation throughout the body, invigorating the blood and fortifying the 8 meridians, ultimately aiding in the cultivation of an indestructible body. Daimubai was taken aback. Is it truly that potent? An indestructible body? Tang San replied with a smile. While the term indestructible body may be somewhat exaggerated, this herb is perfectly suited to your martial soul. Your soul power is neutral, vast, and formidable. With this, your training will yield remarkable results. Since you have reached the 40th level bottleneck, I believe it will assist you in overcoming this challenge. Once you obtain your soul ring, its effects will likely enhance your abilities even further. The gifts I selected for everyone are focused on solidifying their foundations. They are not intended to hasten growth artificially. Daimubai carefully accepted the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, casting a deep glance at Tang San. As brothers, I shan't utter my thanks. How do we consume this? He inquired. Tang San instructed. First, eat the central stamen, then consume the petals one by one. And do not eat the roots. Upon finishing the meal, he immediately commenced his practice, seeking to dissolve the medicinal potency and break through his bottleneck. Daimubai refrained from further discussion and promptly retreated to a corner to consume the herbs as instructed by Tang San. For a considerable time, the level 40 barrier had plagued him, and now, presented with an opportunity to transcend it, he was fervently eager to begin. Oscar inquired softly, "What is meant by celestial great herbs?" Tang San replied with a smile, "Such treasures are meant to exist only in the heavens. How often can one encounter them in the mortal realm?" The group exchanged glances, and with the exception of Xiaowu, nearly everyone's gaze ignited with fervor. Ning Rongrong chuckled mischievously, saying, "Sengu, you mustn't show favoritism." Tang Sen reassured them, "Rest assured, there is enough for everyone. Xiao, this one is for you." His hand delved once more into the Rui Baobao bag, retrieving a jade box this time, which he handed to Oscar. Oscar marveled, without even peering inside. One glance at this box reveals its considerable worth. Tang San, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Xiao, this is merely the most ordinary white jade. It can be purchased for just 2 gold soul coins." Oscar's eyes widened in astonishment, his face turning a shade of embarrassment. Tang San chuckled and said, "However, the contents within are indeed of great value. Open it and see." Upon hearing this, Oscar opened the jade box. Unlike the peculiar mushroom obtained by Daimubai, the moment the box was opened, a captivating fragrance enveloped the room. The rich aroma of orchids invigorated the spirit, refreshing everyone and prompting them to inhale deeply. Inside the box lay a delicate 8-petaled orchid, its petals trembling gently, entirely snow-white and lustrous, exuding an ethereal and transcendent allure. Tang San explained, "This is the 8-petaled celestial orchid, another celestial great herb. It must be housed in a jade vessel, as long as it resides within such a container. It will not wither for 1,000 years, nor lose its fragrance for 100 generations. Among all the celestial herbs I brought back, this one possesses the mildest yet richest medicinal properties. It is easily absorbed, though it requires an extended period of time. Its effects will strengthen your foundation and expel impurities from your body, effectively compensating for the slower cultivation speed inherent to food-type soul masters. Its efficacy can even last until you reach level 70. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it truly that remarkable?" "San, I adore you." Chapter 65. The passage of time. For with a rumble, accompanied by the sound of distant thunder, Muchun beheld the formidable boss of this trial. A colossal ape that dwarfed even the Titan gorillas. This magnificent creature was enveloped in a coat of pristine white fur, adorned with flickering blue arcs of electricity. Its elongated arms were exposed, revealing robust black bones, while its 2 elongated, curved tusks resembled those of a mammoth. Its enormous eyes were entirely black, seemingly devoid of pupils, creating an unsettling yet awe-inspiring visage. Muchun gazed upward at the colossal figure before him, as he absorbed the formidable aura emanating from it. An unusual tranquility enveloped his heart. Muchun tightened his grip, extending his left hand and, with a sudden force, imposed a gravity 20 times heavier upon the colossal ape before charging forward to commence the fierce battle. This entity, known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is not to be chewed or swallowed. Channeling one's soul power is imperative. Regardless of the agony endured, one must persevere, lest all efforts be in vain. The effects of this substance are remarkably pronounced, poised to significantly enhance your soul power and pirate capabilities. Should one falter midway, the efficacy of the remedy would diminish considerably. Tang San handed the herb to Ma Hongjun, who eagerly accepted it. Subsequently, Tang San produced 3 varieties of celestial herbs for 3 individuals, stirring even the master's emotions. These herbs were not merely unseen, but unheard of as well. The fourth herb Tang San sought was not for Xiao Wu, arranged by age, but for Ning Rongrong. Third brother, what have you brought for me? Before Tang San could respond, Ning Rongrong rushed over, grasping his arm, prompting a frown from Xiao Wu, who remained silent. With a smile, Tang San reached into his infinite treasure bag, and with a flash of golden light, a peculiar celestial herb emerged. This herb was indeed unusual. With roots and leaves reminiscent of a wisteria drapery, intricately woven, yet crowned with a resplendent golden tulip. The rich fragrance of the tulip soon enveloped the earlier sin of Oscar's 8 treasure immortal orchid, exuding an opulent aroma. Your martial spirit, the 7 treasure glazed tower, is quite extraordinary. After much contemplation, I have chosen this herb for you. This exquisite flower, named the Qilua tulip, is regal and magnificent. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. Your 7 treasure glazed tower is already a treasure class martial spirit. With the assistance of this Qilua tulip, you will achieve a synergistic effect. This flower is not to be swallowed. Rather, you must gently inhale the pollen, gradually assimilating its essence into your being, before cultivating your soul power slowly, allowing the effects to permeate your entire body. Ning Rongrong accepted the Qilua tulip, beaming with delight. Third brother, I am tempted to kiss you. But to avoid provoking Xiao Wu's jealousy, I shall refrain. Rest assured, I shall not accept this flower without recompense. In the future, I will surely repay you. With 4 of the Shrek 7 monsters having received their celestial herbs, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing remained. Xiao Wu stood calmly, unperturbed. Given the quality of the herbs bestowed upon others, she had no doubt that she would receive something equally splendid. Zhu Zhiqing, inherently reserved, was filled with anticipation, yet hesitant to inquire, as Ning Rongrong had. Tang San approached Zhu Zhiqing. The celestial herb I have selected for you is the most easily absorbable among them. Its effects surpass those of the others, offering a comprehensive enhancement. However, to consume this herb, you must be prepared to pay a certain price. I hope you are mentally ready. Had these words come from anyone else, Zhu Zhiqing might have suspected ulterior motives. Yet, spoken by Tang San, she felt no discomfort. Having spent time together, she was well aware of his character. Despite her own reticence, at that moment, she nodded softly and said, "Thank you, third brother." This marks the first occasion on which Zhu Zhiqing affectionately addressed Tang San as third brother. A subtle smile graced Tang San's lips as he retrieved a wondrous herb from the Rui treasure bag. It was an unassuming white flower, roughly the size of a palm. Resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its roots anchored to a sizable stone. This stone was entirely obsidian, and the sheer weight of it was evident from Tang San's grip. Upon the delicate white petals, several striking crimson spots adorned, as vivid as blood, evoking an exhilarating sense of awe. Tang San spoke earnestly. This herb is known as Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. It is a supreme treasure among celestial medicinal herbs, accompanied by a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of tranquil disposition who delighted in nurturing flowers and trees, cultivating a garden brimming with green lotus and myriad blossoms. He would often compose verses for the flowers and raise his cup to the moon, yet whenever a petal fell, he would be enveloped in profound sorrow, meticulously gathering the fallen petals and burying them, weeping profusely. It is often said that love can stir the heavens, and his affection for flowers moved the flower fairy, who secretly united with him in the mortal realm. Their joy was boundless. However, such bliss was fleeting. Upon learning of this union, the celestial deities were incensed, declaring that immortals and mortals ought not to intermingle, and commanded the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. The youth, bereft of his beloved, languished in sorrow, neglecting his garden, which soon fell into desolation. One day, a venerable elder with white hair visited him, revealing that the cherished white peony in his garden was the embodiment of his wife. He was told that if he destroyed the flower fairy would lose her celestial form and descend to the mortal realm to reunite with him, but he must never forsake his care for the flowers. Upon delivering this message, the elder transformed into a gentle breeze and departed. The youth, enlightened yet filled with remorse for his previous negligence, began to tenderly nurture the flowers once more. Though his heart longed for his wife, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony, and instead cherished it even more, weeping day and night until his tears ran dry and his heart shattered from longing. In his final moments, he shed blood upon the petals, and that crimson stain is the embodiment of the youth's devotion. Listening intently to Tang San's words, both Zhu Zhiqing and the nearby Xiao Wu were entranced. Even the master was moved, unable to contain his emotions. Tang San continued solemnly. The flower is not an ordinary specimen. It serves its chosen master. When harvesting it, one must focus on their beloved with sincere intent, offering a drop of blood on the petals. Should one harbor even a shred of doubt? Even at the cost of their life, they shall not succeed in plucking the flower. Once harvested, as long as it remains near its master, it will never wither. The stone beneath is named Wu Ju, and should it be forcibly destroyed, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong shall lose all its medicinal potency. Consuming this herb grants one the power of immortality akin to that of the heavens. I conservatively estimate it could elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels and provide comprehensive enhancement to the body. Zhuqing, while I am not entirely privy to the matters between you and Daimubai, among our 7 companions, you two are the only confirmed couple. Thus, I have brought it to you, hoping you can become this destined individual. Zhu Zhuqing gazed dreamily at the enchanting blood-stained peony, Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and gently nodded, her gaze drifting toward the distant Daimubai, who was engrossed in his cultivation. I shall give it a try. Within her body, the soul power coursed, invigorating her blood. Zhu Zhuqing parted her cherry lips and expelled a mouthful of crimson onto the petals. At that very moment, her mind was flooded with images of Muchun. Yet her thoughts drifted to her connection with Daimubai. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, leading her to feel unworthy of Muchun. As the blood fell upon the petals of the heartbreak red, it quivered ever so slightly. Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the master all focused their gazes upon this flower, awaiting the outcome in silence. However, disappointment soon washed over Tang San. For the swaying of the heartbreak red gradually ceased, showing no sign of falling. Zhu Zhuqing, with a heavy heart, spoke, I apologize, San Ge. My thoughts were distracted, and I was unable to successfully pluck the flower. Tang San sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Zhuqing, there is no need for such self-reproach. I have prepared other herbs as a backup. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Tang San cradled the heartbreak red and approached the master. Master, you and Aunt Lu Erlong share a profound bond. Perhaps you should give it a try. This flower might alter the fate of your martial soul. The master sighed in response, saying, This is a divine item. What good would it do for me to consume it? I have long surpassed the age for cultivation. If I truly have a connection with it, I will keep it close to me forever. Gazing at the bloodstains on the heartbreak red, the master reminisced about his past with Lu Erlong, a bittersweet pang filling his heart. Without channeling his soul power, he raised his hand and struck his chest. As Tang San gasped in alarm, he coughed forth a mouthful of reverse blood, which landed perfectly upon the petals. Muchun wielded his spear with a vigorous momentum. Yet the colossal ape was no ordinary creature. It could achieve speeds nearing the sound barrier even under 20 times the gravitational pressure. Absent this extraordinary force of gravity, Muchun would likely only perceive a blue arc flickering before him. Muchun brandished his spear, creating ripples of air as the energy coalesced, surrounding the weapon with a swirling 5-clawed golden dragon. With a fierce shout, flames erupted from the entirety of his left side. He unleashed a powerful punch with his left hand, utilizing the effect of the celestial fist, successfully repelling the colossal ape for the first time. Once more, Muchun bellowed again. Beneath his feet, a wooden dragon materialized, lunging towards the giant ape. The ape responded by pounding its chest thrice before leaping into the air, resulting in yet another clash between dragon and beast. Chapter 66. The Flux of Time after an extended period of fierce combat. Muchun's comprehension of soul techniques advanced once more. He had achieved the ability to utilize multiple forms in unison. It was through this skill, wielding the wind and fire dragon god spear, that he pierced through the giant ape's electric arc armor and exterior. Muchun stood upon the chest of the colossal ape, his spear fully embedded in its heart. The giant, in a fit of defiance, let out a furious roar, and the arcs of electricity coursing through its body surged dramatically. With a resounding boom, the entire creature seemed to transform into a sphere of electricity. After a brief moment of electric therapy, Muchun emerged slowly from the electrified orb. Draped in a flowing white robe, Muchun was acutely aware of the significance of vigilance. Thus, at the moment the colossal ape roared, he summoned his external spirit bone to absorb most of the impact. Nevertheless, he was still severely jolted by the electric surge. His hair stood on end, and his entire arm convulsed uncontrollably. Fortunately, he remained alive, having completed the trial of thunder. The lifespan of all his spirit rings was elevated by an astounding 20,000 years. Muchun let out a soft sigh, for this reward was hardly satisfactory. The colossal ape was evidently more formidable than the ancient dragon. While their strengths might be comparable, the mental exertion required was indeed taxing. As before, The giant ape's form transformed into a grand portal. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a chilling gust of wind. This realm was a desolate expanse of ice and snow. Yet it was a solace to know that life thrived within, rather than being solely inhabited by this solitary giant ape. Muchun pondered silently, wondering if the beast within could produce soul rings. If so, he would not hesitate to acquire his 5th soul ring here. Damubai, having consumed the miraculous mushroom of heavenly essence, was now enveloped in a layer of white fur, reminiscent of the white tiger summoned during his martial spirit manifestation. Originally seated in a meditative posture, he now lay sprawled on the ground, limbs noticeably swollen to more than twice their original size. As the sound of cracking bones resonated around him, the 3 soul rings on his body sparkled with astonishing brilliance, while low growls, reminiscent of thunder, occasionally rumbled from his throat, and his entire being trembled with a unique rhythm. Among the group, Oscar remained the most composed, sitting quietly while emanating a distinctive fragrance characteristic of 8 Treasures Lawn. A delicate white mist emerged from his skin, swirling gracefully around his form. Having always been the most handsome among the Shrek 7 monsters, he appeared even more ethereal and noble in the embrace of this white fog. Conversely, Ma Hongjun displayed an explosive transformation. His upper garments had been reduced to ashes, revealing his plump, crimson flesh. The effects of the crested phoenix flower were overwhelmingly potent, as layers of fine sap oozed from beneath his skin, and his body resembled that of a boiled shrimp. Strangely, with each new layer of black sap that seeped forth, his flesh would constrict slightly. Standing nearby, Xiaowu could not help but wonder what miraculous weight loss potion Tang San had administered to him. Ning Rongrong's transformation was the most resplendent. The 7 treasures glazed tile, radiating a rainbow halo, floated serenely before her. The 3 soul rings flickered, accentuated by a rich golden light emanating from her very being, infused with the heady fragrance of tulips. As the treasure light swirled, she appeared as a celestial fairy descending to the mortal realm. With each enhancement of the golden light, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile appeared even more resplendent and radiant. The golden aura surrounding her seemed to subtly attract the white mist emanating from Oscar, creating an enchanting convergence in the air. The fragrances enveloping both individuals coalesced into an extraordinarily comforting scent. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the Chiluo Yujingxiang consumed by Ning Rongrong and the Babin Xianlan ingested by Oscar were akin to faded celestial herbs, complementing each other much like the Bajiaozun Binkoa Xingjiaoshui had previously consumed. A similar phenomenon unfolded between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, not due to the celestial herbs, but rather their martial soul fusion technique. After consuming the Shuexian Yujigu, a delicate jade hue enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, who, unlike Dai Mubai lying flat on the ground, transitioned from a meditative pose to standing upright, her hands resting gracefully upon her voluptuous chest as she absorbed the medicinal energy. A faint radiance of the white tiger emerged from Dai Mubai, harmonizing with the black spirit cat that manifested around Zhu Zhuqing, their breathing synchronized in a rhythmic dance, each inhalation and exhalation resonating together. The master sat serenely, a gentle lavender glow surrounding him. Although he was not as tempestuous as Ma Hongjun, he too exuded a dark liquid akin to his. Both the Jiguan Phoenix Sunflower and Jiopine Ziji possessed transformative properties, a detail Tang San neglected to mention. At that moment, Tang San himself exhibited minimal reaction, merely a soft, reddish golden light enveloping his head, the golden strands continuously converging towards his eyes. Xiao Wu, cradling the Xiangxi Duan Changhong, stood quietly, inhaling its rich floral fragrance, her gaze occasionally drifting to others but predominantly lingering on Tang San. As the sun transitioned from its eastern ascent to a western descent, the first to awaken from the meditative state was Oscar, who had ingested the milder Babin Xianlan. Stretching languidly, Oscar opened his eyes as if emerging from slumber, feeling utterly refreshed. Xiao shot him a disapproving glance, whispering, "Everyone is still meditating. Keep your voice down." Realizing the presence of others, Oscar quickly covered his mouth and stood up. Xiao scrutinized him closely, noting that the ethereal elegance he exuded while absorbing the Babin Xianlan had not faded with the cessation of meditation. Instead, he seemed to be enveloped in a lustrous sheen. "Is something different?" Xiao inquired quietly. Oscar paused, suddenly aware of the changes within himself. Soon, an expression of astonishment mixed with delight spread across his face, his smile widening. Had the surroundings not been so tranquil, he might have burst into laughter. "What is the matter? Stop covering your mouth." Xiao struck Oscar's hand with a swift motion. In Oscar's eyes, excitement flickered like flames, an exhilarating sensation coursing through him. What a thrill! He exclaimed. Enough of that, Xiao Wu retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Speak quickly, what is the outcome? With a mischievous grin, Oscar extended a hand and waved it before her. I've ascended 5 levels. My soul power has increased by a remarkable 5 levels. It's utterly unbelievable. I am now at level 38. My goodness, I am nearly on par with Douluo. Although Xiao Wu had anticipated that the celestial herb bestowed by Tang San would yield significant effects, hearing it directly from Oscar felt different. The 8-handled immortal orchid had indeed propelled Oscar's soul power up by 5 levels. This meant that their soul power was now comparable to that of the Royal Combat team members, who on average were 5 years their senior. What are you fussing about? It's merely 5 levels, hardly more than mine, Ning Rongrong interjected, her voice emanating from nearby. The golden radiance enveloping her had completely receded, and her right hand cradled her 7-treasure glazed tile. Beneath the tile, a faint halo of golden light resembling tulip petals shimmered. Ning Rongrong exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Wu. I've elevated 6 levels. I'm now at 37. Oscar couldn't help but exclaim, are we dreaming? If cultivation becomes this effortless, why should we toil so hard? We could simply feast on flowers every day. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Stop dreaming. Sangu has said that one must not consume too many celestial herbs, as it can be detrimental. Are you not satisfied with a 5-level increase? The master has mentioned that the younger one is, the easier it is to cultivate. You have only just turned 15. Haven to you? Ning Rongrong chimed in, her excitement palpable. I never imagined that after barely breaking through the 30-level threshold, I could elevate so much. Perhaps, before long, we may all reach 40 levels. Moreover, I feel that my 7-treasure glazed tile has undergone some changes. Although I cannot pinpoint what exactly is altered, something feels amiss. Oscar lowered his gaze toward the treasure tower in Ning Rongrong's hand and suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Ning Rongrong quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Oscar grasped her hand, attempting to moderate his exuberance. Rongrong, quickly count the layers of your 7-treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong hesitated momentarily before focusing on her tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. How could it be? How did it transform into 9 layers? A surge of exhilaration welled within her, causing her voice to tremble. The transformation of her 7-treasure glazed tile into 9 layers signified a monumental shift. It was no longer merely a 7-treasure glazed tile, but rather the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile, the lifelong ambition of her father, Ning Fingxi, the sovereign of the 7-treasure glazed sect. To think she had achieved this at such a moment, Muchun ventured into the trial of ice, and through his exploration, he discovered that the creatures within were soul beasts, all imbued with the essence of ice. However, a peculiar anomaly presented itself. These soul beasts were not documented in the system's encyclopedic knowledge. This mystery greatly intensified the challenge of locating a 100,000-year soul beast. As for the boss he needed to confront, Muchun had already laid eyes upon it, a grotesquely ugly rabbit towering 3 zhang in height, its appearance evoking a sense of nausea. Yet, curiously, this rabbit seemed to be the dominant figure in the region, wherever it roamed. The soul beast would scurry away and present the region's spiritual herbs to it. Remarkably idle, this rabbit spent its days in slumber, awakening only to feast upon the spiritual herbs before resuming its nap, and when the herbs were depleted, it would venture elsewhere to pillage. Taking advantage of its napping hours, Muchun diligently searched for a 100,000-year soul beast. At last, under the condition of remaining undetected by the rabbit, he stumbled upon a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a 100,000-year soul beast, a white crane. This crane's wings were composed of translucent, ice crystal-like structures. Its beak elongated and flat, with a wingspan of a zhang, and its legs were slender and elongated like bamboo poles, standing gracefully upon an icy surface. Undisturbed by passing fish, Muchun lay quietly behind a snowdrift, intently observing the elegant white crane. His spear was poised for an imminent strike, ready to unleash its deadly precision at the very moment the crane extended its neck. Chapter 67, The Passage of Time. After a brief interval, the crystalline white crane finally launched its attack towards the fish in the water. Muchun, adhering to the strategy of a cautious observer, emerged from the snowdrift and hurled the bone spear in his grasp towards the white crane. The crane's reaction was as swift as lightning. At the very moment Muchun broke free from the snow, it decisively abandoned the fish it had caught, shielding its vulnerable neck with its wings. Consequently, Muchun's attempt was thwarted, for those wings were composed of crystalline ice, exhibiting an extraordinary level of defense, as he had anticipated. unless struck with a bludgeon. It would be exceedingly difficult for a sharp weapon to penetrate. As the golden light flickered on Muchun's left arm, he unleashed the wrath of the heavens. Aware that a second attempt with a sharp weapon would be futile, he opted to use his fists as bludgeons to crush the white crane. The crane, unfazed by this human's provocative actions, understood its current role as prey. With a powerful flap of its wings, the ice crystals adorning its feathers shimmered slightly, revealing a narrow gap, and it ascended into the sky. In the heavens, the crane seemed to regain its confidence, letting out a resounding cry. It unleashed a barrage of ice crystals upon Muchun, who remained grounded. Though the attack inflicted no tangible harm, it rendered him temporarily immobile due to the overwhelming intensity of the assault. Muchun crossed his arms over his chest as the bones behind him slowly fractured, transforming into bone spurs comparable in size to ice crystals. Subsequently, the two inexplicably began to exchange fire, each evenly matched in their duel. The white crane suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, morphing the ice crystals into icicles that plunged toward Muchun. Seizing this opportunity, the white crane made its escape into the distance. Muchun reluctantly accepted the network of ice spikes, yet he still lost sight of the white crane target. He showed no inclination to linger in battle, unlike the dignified 10,000-year soul beasts of the Douluo world. Gazing at the azure sky devoid of the crane's silhouette, Muchun couldn't help but sigh. I must contemplate how to ascend into the heavens. I need to refine the design of my bone armor, ensuring precise control over every component. He resolved firmly within his heart. Through observation, it became evident that while the strength of each level's boss remained consistent, their areas of specialization differed. Thus, as long as one could adapt to that specific aspect, success in overcoming the challenges was assured. This, perhaps, explains why only the first level offered a supply point. Muchun's gaze gradually solidified as he softly murmured, "Friends, our return is not far off. Time indeed flies swiftly." A serene and elegant voice remarked, "Indeed, Rong, it seems that we have grown accustomed to life without Chen after such a long absence." A girl with a scorpion tail braid embraced a dreamy maiden, both perched on a massive tree branch, gazing at the starry sky. "Xiao, why can't time erase my memories of Chen? Instead, they seem to intensify," Rong expressed with a hint of melancholy. Xiao smiled gently and replied, "It is because your feelings for Chen are rooted in love." Rong was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of her emotions. Yet, Xiao continued, "I understand this sentiment. I too wish to remain with Sango. I believe that even if we part ways, I shall not forget him. Similarly, I will never forget Chen, but I won't allow myself to sink deeper." Rong chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, "I never expected to be enlightened by you, Xiao. It seems you are ahead of me." Xiao shook her head, replying, "It is merely that Sangu has always been by my side." Unbeknownst to them, a shadow clad in black was eavesdropping behind the great tree, listening intently to their conversation. "Xiao, we depart for Wuhuan City tomorrow. Are you nervous?" A sense of reluctance and helplessness filled Xiao's eyes. After a prolonged pause, she said, "Yes, I am anxious. Therefore, Rong, let us rest quickly and not waste any more time." Rong nodded in agreement. A dark, small box appeared in the possession of the Shrek 7 monsters. The 7 of them, in perfect harmony, aimed at different directions and swiftly completed the loading mechanism. The black-clad figures entangled by Tang San appeared increasingly anxious. Suddenly, one of them bellowed, and a surge of soul power emanated from his body, causing 3 soul rings to rise as he forcefully broke free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass. Witnessing this scene, an ominous suspicion crept into Tang San's mind. Yet he could not afford to linger on such thoughts. With the mechanism fully loaded, he shouted, "Fire!" Amidst the resounding metallic clang, 7 Zhuge crossbows unleashed a breath of death, each firing 16 arrows, resulting in a deluge of over 100 bolts cascading forth, weaving into a net imbued with the essence of mortality. The air was filled with anguished cries, and under the overwhelming piercing power of the Zhuge crossbows, the black-clad bandits began to suffer significant casualties. The crossbow's penetrating strength was indeed formidable, capable of piercing through multiple bodies stacked together. In just one volley, the number of enemies surrounding them was halved. With a cold smirk, Tang San commanded, "Everyone, remain still and prepare for defense." Having uttered those words, he surged forward. At that moment, other academies were embroiled in their own battles, oblivious to his actions, as Tang San's arms moved with an ethereal rhythm. Countless glimmers of light cascaded from his fingertips, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he possessed 8 arms. The hidden weapons had not been employed in a considerable time, yet this did not imply that Tang San had become unacquainted with their use. He resembled a thousand-handed Azura, born for the very purpose of wielding concealed arms, relentlessly delivering the sin of death to his foes. Once he identified an adversary, he would show no mercy. This was a fundamental principle of the Tang clan, one that Tang San would never forget, regardless of the identities of these masked intruders. It was evident that they did not come with benevolent intentions. Most of the concealed weapons utilized by Tang San were various types of flying needles, as their diminutive size rendered them more difficult for opponents to counter and easier to carry. From the most ordinary iron needles to bone-piercing needles, armor-breaking needles, and the imposing tyrant needles, an array of flying needles, each varying in size yet astonishing in power, were continuously unleashed from his hands. A purple-golden radiance erupted from his eyes, and everything around him lay within his heightened perception. With nearly every strike, an enemy would collapse in his wake. Tang San did not exclusively target the vital areas of his opponents. However, one must not forget that the Tang clan possessed not only concealed weapons, but also lethal poisons. Within Tang San's 24 bridges under the bright moonlight, there existed both paralyzing toxins and those that would seal the throat upon drawing blood. Would he show mercy to his enemies? No, certainly not. This was also the first occasion for the Shrek 7 monsters to witness Tang San unleashing his full potential. Although they were familiar with him, they could only observe the scintillating light pouring forth from him. Enemies within a 30-meter radius fell as though being harvested like wheat. Those who collapsed would not rise again. In mere moments, not only had the lowly bandits from Shrek Academy been eliminated, but even some of the surrounding black-clad marauders suffered the same fate. Tang San's hidden weapons were truly terrifying, omnipresent, and silent. By the time his adversaries reacted, they often found themselves pierced by toxic needles. His concealed arms could be described as more domineering than any soul skill. In wielding these hidden weapons, Tang San exuded an extraordinary confidence. At this moment, the soul skills associated with his blue-silver grass had entirely transformed into a supporting role. The black-clad bandits stood no chance of approaching him. As Tang San prepared to expand his victories, it seemed that the black-clad marauders had also sensed something amiss. High-ranking soul masters from various academies were entangled with the formidable black-clad bandits. Although the students began to display their lethality, there was none who could match the rapid downfall of over 100 foes as Tang San had achieved in such a short span. 3 figures leaped towards Tang San simultaneously. Upon their emergence, he immediately sensed the loss of his previous fluidity. Despite the absence of any visible soul manifestations during their approach, the pressure they exerted upon Tang San was considerable. Faced with this crisis, his sixth sense became exceptionally acute. Without a hint of hesitation, the 6 soul-devouring iron balls had already soared from his grasp. The glimmering iron spheres traced 6 exquisite, intersecting arcs in the air, creating a barrier between Tang San and the 3 suddenly appearing adversaries. Meanwhile, Tang San himself retreated with remarkable speed, rushing towards his companions. At that moment, a radiant light descended upon him, courtesy of Ning Rongrong's assistance, amplifying his speed by 40%. Consequently, his retreat became significantly swifter. The 6 soul-devouring iron balls silently collided midair, unleashing a dense cloud of toxic mist. Within this noxious shroud, countless needle-like projectiles, as fine as a hair yet forged from iron, exuded a terrifying venom, creating a formidable curtain that obscured the path of the 3 cloaked figures. As Tang San hurled the 6 soul-devouring iron balls, he did not dare to glance back. Yet, the collar of his garment was already soaked with perspiration. He acutely felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the trio, nearly pushing him to the brink of collapse. This indicated that their combined strength was no less than that of an 80-level soul Douluo, not something a mere 50-level soul king could achieve. How could such formidable soul masters exist among the enemies? The 3 cloaked figures confirmed Tang San's suspicions with the number of their soul rings, 1 soul Douluo and 2 soul saints. An immense wave of soul power erupted instantaneously. As the torrent of poisonous needles surged forth, Tang San's own soul power was still woefully inadequate had the 6 soul-devouring iron balls been unleashed by Douluo. The 3 adversaries would have faced dire consequences. However, Tang San's soul power fell short by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to momentarily thwart his opponents, granting him the opportunity to retreat rapidly towards his companions. The sudden emergence of these 3 formidable beings sent a chill down the spines of Flinder and Lu Erlong. Their adversaries, a pair of over 50-level soul masters, had displayed remarkable agility in battle, evading destruction until now. But upon witnessing the arrival of the three powerful figures, the two soul kings turned and fled. As their silhouettes hastened away, the expressions of Shrek Academy's members grew grave. A soul Douluo, two soul saints, and two soul kings. This combination's strength was all too clear to them. If only Master were present, along with Flinder and Lu Erlong, they might have unleashed their golden iron triangle's fusion technique to counter the threat. Yet, in this moment of disparity, it was evident that they could not withstand the impending assault. But at this juncture, who could afford to retreat? Relying on others for assistance was futile. Other Soul Master Academies were ensnared in their own battles, and the Royal Knights were obstructed by a band of masked marauders. For the foreseeable future, no aid would arrive. Moreover, the surrounding academies were rivals. Even if they could spare their hands, it was uncertain whether they would extend help. The masked Soul Douluo among the black-clad figures snorted coldly, raising a hand to signal, compelling all five to advance simultaneously. Two Soul Saints charged directly at Flinder and Lu Erlong, while he led two Soul Kings towards the Shrek 7 monsters and the other 11 individuals. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they beheld a resolute spark. Soul Douluos above level 80 represent the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. Could they truly contend against such formidable adversaries? Yet, even if they could not, they would never yield. The battle between Flinder and Lu Erlong had already commenced. Although Flinder was also a soul saint, his soul power was nearing 79, making him a formidable presence among his peers. His opponent was a winged tiger soul saint, and their clash unfolded directly in the air. Lu Erlong faced a turtle armor soul master, with their duel characterized by a fierce exchange of offense and defense. While Lu Erlong's attacks were indeed powerful, her opponent's defenses were equally unyielding. Chapter 68, Crisis lording over the scene. A silky voice echoed, "Lord Yara, you truly seem to regress with age. Can you not handle such a simple situation?" As he uttered Lord Yara's name, the speaker appeared to be at a distance, yet by the time he finished his last word, he had silently manifested before everyone. He was once again a masked figure, age indiscernible, and his attire was not black, but rather a striking white. Upon his arrival, Tang San and the others felt little trepidation, yet Mingshu involuntarily groaned, swiftly retreating a step, his countenance drastically altering. "Old man," Snake Lady Tianxiang rushed over, grasping her granddaughter's hand. The couple combined their energies to withstand the oppressive force bearing down upon them. The white-clad figure let out a bewitching laughter. "Ah, it seems we are old acquaintances. No wonder Lord Yara could not manage this. It has been a while, the legendary dragon snake couple. You possess quite the audacity to compel my involvement." Long Gong's expression grew exceedingly grave. "You have also come." The white-clad man spoke in a soft, sinister tone. "Seeing my presence, should you not hasten to retreat? You must comprehend the gravity of this matter." "Very well," Long Gong acquiesced surprisingly readily. Turning to leave with Snake Lady without a moment's hesitation, Myriad gazed in astonishment at her grandfather, about to voice her thoughts, only to be silenced by Meng Shu's piercing glare. When she turned her gaze back to Tang San, her eyes were filled with remorse. The dragon snake couple, accompanied by Myriad, had swiftly vanished into the distance. The white-clad man's gaze shifted towards the golden eagle soaring above, his tone laced with impatience. "Will you not swiftly dispose of them, or must I intervene?" "Yes, my lord." A tremendous pressure once again enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters. To their utter horror, an unusual aura, imbued with a faint fragrance, emanated from the white-clad figure, swiftly enveloping them. In an instant, the 7 found themselves immobilized, utterly incapable of utilizing their soul power. What did it signify to frighten the legendary dragon snake couple? What did it imply to summon a soul Douluo? Various signs indicated the true nature of the figure clad in white, just as the golden eagle was about to swoop down to claim the lives of the Shrek 7. A radiant golden-red light suddenly erupted from Xiao Wu. The 7 individuals felt a lightness wash over them, regaining their capacity for movement. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously let out fierce shouts, activating their third soul skills, White Tiger Transformation and Phoenix Wings. Tang San unleashed a web-like binding that surged toward the golden eagle, while Oscar swiftly produced his sausages. Ning Rongrong unleashed 3 beams of light from her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, simultaneously enhancing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's attack power and bolstering Tang San's soul power with her 3-Chiao heart technique. The remarkable coordination of the Shrek 7 momentarily stunned the figure in white. However, the white-clad individual waved his right hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that distorted the air violently. His 9 soul rings flickered and vanished, and under the immense force of his soul power, the descending golden eagle was unexpectedly sent soaring back into the sky. Taking a deep breath, the white figure's hand remained poised without descending, murmuring to himself, "Why? Why am I not the one to possess the heartbroken red? If I had the heartbroken red, I too could reach that realm. Little girl, may I have a look at your heartbroken red?" His voice trembled, revealing a more feminine aspect of his character. Even his gaze turned devoid of hostility. How could Xiaowu refuse? She reached into her bosom and carefully produced her heartbroken red. The flower, vibrant and dripping with color, radiated a golden red hue, instantly captivating the white figure's gaze. This was the celestial treasure he had longed for, the most beneficial item for him. If he could obtain the heartbroken red, he would have the opportunity to ascend to another level. Yet, he understood the impossibility of that. The nature of the heartbroken red dictated that it could only have one master in a lifetime, and since it had recognized Xiaowu, that bond would never change. To others, it would remain an incredibly resilient existence, impervious even to the power of a titled Douluo. The Shrek 7 were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this heartbroken red would temporarily spare them from impending doom. However, the crisis was far from averted. What could they possibly do against a titled Douluo and a soul Douluo? The white figure's hand inched toward the heartbroken red, but as he drew within half a foot, the golden red glow of the flower intensified abruptly, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. Indeed, it was a treasure among treasures. "Yes, I should not presume to offend your nobility," the white figure remarked, bowing slightly toward the magnificent bloom in Xiaowu's grasp. The obsession in his eyes was beyond words to describe. For reasons unknown, Dai Mubai felt a familiar warmth emanating from this individual. He could not comprehend why such a feeling arose, but he was certain of one thing. He was utterly unfamiliar with such a titled Douluo. The man in white sighed and turned to leave, uttering, "Lord Ealia, you may treat others as you wish, but do not lay a hand on this girl." After so many years, the legendary immortal Flower King has finally manifested and recognized a master. "I shall forever protect her." The fierce cry of Lord Ealia echoed again, and he too felt a sense of frustration. Initially thwarted by the Dragon Lord, and then repelled by this titled Douluo, he could finally take action now. How could he hesitate? Golden light enveloped the surroundings, descending in the blink of an eye. As the captain, Dai Mubai soared into the sky first, the golden light around him intensifying and merging completely with his form. His third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, was already activated, and he directly unleashed his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Ever since his last injury, Dai Mubai was astonished to discover that as his wounds healed, his entire being seemed to have become more resilient. Unbeknownst to him, after his injury, under the influence of external forces, the efficacy of the rare fungus sky-connecting chrysanthemum within him had better integrated with his body, subtly altering every aspect of his physique. At this moment, as Dai Mubai exerted all his strength in his attack, his soul power instinctively melded with the potency generated by the rare fungus sky-connecting chrysanthemum, achieving an unprecedented level of offensive and defensive prowess. The man in white, who had initially prepared to wait for the outcome, suddenly turned around. His gaze directed at Dai Mubai filled with astonishment. Wait a moment. The 9 rings reappeared, and with another slap, the soul Douluo Lord Ealia was once again sent soaring into the air. "My lord, Lord Ealia is on the verge of despair. Were it not for the fact that he was obstructed by a titled Douluo, he would have surely lunged forward to fight with all his might. After all, he is a powerful soul Douluo. Moreover, he has been maintaining his martial soul's true form, which requires a substantial amount of soul power." The clay figure still had some residual anger. Having been thwarted 3 times, he was on the brink of collapse. However, the man in white seemed oblivious to his words. With a swift motion, he dispersed Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower with a single slap, his speed astonishingly swift. Dai Mubai and the Shrek 7 monsters had no time to react, and at least 7 slaps had already landed on Dai Mubai. They struck his neck, arms, legs, chest, and back. Dai Mubai found himself incapable of resistance, feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body, the golden light emanating from him becoming even more intense, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. With the infusion of that heat, Dai Mubai distinctly sensed that some transformation was occurring within him. His soul power surged wildly, continuously ascending. And rather than discomfort, he experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his entire being. What was he doing? Dai Mubai was enveloped in a haze of confusion. The emotions of the white-clad titled Douluo surged once more as he exclaimed in disbelief, The wondrous Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum. It truly is the Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum. It was not only Dai Mubai who was astonished. Tang San's pupils involuntarily contracted, as he never imagined there could be someone in this world who recognized such a rare celestial herb. The titled Douluo spread his right palm, and a faint stream of yellow energy emanated from his hand, gradually transforming into a resplendent purple hue, which was interspersed with glimmers of gold. As the purple light spread, a magnificent chrysanthemum blossomed forth, displaying a stunning violet color. Curiously, each petal of the flower appeared soft and fuzzy, exuding an endearing charm. The entire blossom appeared seamless, devoid of any fragrance, while the central stamen rose a full half-foot above the petals, its tip shimmering with a delicate golden glow. Dai Mubai was momentarily transfixed, realizing that the plant which had manifested in the palm of the titled Douluo was none other than the very Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum that Tang San had once administered to him. "Is this what you consumed?" The titled Douluo inquired, almost impatiently. Dai Mubai nodded without hesitation. Encountering the celestial herb that had significantly augmented his strength, he could no longer afford to regard the other's hostility. The titled Douluo exhaled deeply. "That explains the radiance surrounding you. Lord Lydia, this young man cannot be harmed. He shares a profound connection with me. Young man, would you consider taking me as your mentor? With your innate talent, coupled with the consumption of the Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival my own." Lord Lydia found himself in a state of bemusement, fully aware of the peculiarities of this esteemed individual. Yet, in the current circumstances, the proposal of taking on a disciple was something he had never anticipated. For an esteemed titled Douluo to wish to accept Dai Mubai as a pupil, while affirming that he too could ascend to such heights of power, was a dream come true for any ordinary soul master. Having such a mentor not only provided an additional layer of protection, but also promised undeniable advantages in cultivation, as the guidance of a titled Douluo was an immense temptation for any soul master. Chapter 69. The return of the invincible. Accepting you as a mentor is not out of the question, but I have conditions, Dai Mubai said coolly, his gaze flickering with cunning. It was not that he was unwilling to resist. Rather, he was not one to act recklessly. In the presence of a titled Douluo, what purpose would resistance serve? As the saying goes, one must preserve the green mountains to avoid worrying about firewood. Furthermore, he was not alone in this matter. "Oh, what conditions do you propose?" The white-clad figure regarded Dai Mubai with keen interest, intrigued by his audacity to stipulate terms. Dai Mubai gestured toward his companions, stating, "They are my allies, the finest team in perfect harmony. They are my brothers, my closest comrades. You cannot harm them. Or else how could I ever accept you as my mentor?" The figure clad in white hesitated noticeably. The aerial Lord Diaz promptly reminded him, "My lord, they are indeed the targets of our mission." The man in white furrowed his brow and replied, "Yes, among them lies our objective. However, this decision is beyond my authority. Yet, I can assure you that I shall only take one life." Would that suffice? He believed that, as a titled Douluo, his willingness to acquiesce to Dai Mubai's wishes was already a considerable concession. Little did he know that Dai Mubai resolutely shook his head, stating, "No. If even one among us is harmed, you become my adversary." The white-robed man scoffed, "Are you seeking death? You ought to comprehend that killing you would be as effortless for me as crushing an ant. Had you not once ingested the wondrous mushroom, you would already be dead." Dai Mubai exchanged glances with his companions, and just as he was about to speak, Tang San interjected, "You intend to kill me, do you not? Very well. Spare the others. I shall take my own life here." Xiao San. The rest of the Shrek 7 were taken aback, unable to fathom why Tang San would utter such words at this moment. Even the white-robed titled Douluo appeared surprised, remarking, "You are quite astute, young man. However, the clever often do not enjoy long lives." He then turned his gaze back to Dai Mubai. "Since your companion is willing to exchange his life for yours, you need not persist any longer. I shall grant him a swift end." "No," Dai Mubai declared firmly, "the Shrek 7 are one. If I cannot share life and death with my brothers, what achievements could I possibly hope for in the future?" "Achievements? If you die here today, you will have no hope of any accomplishments whatsoever. Enough of this chatter, let us proceed." Dai Mubai's final glimmer of hope had been extinguished. The adversary had mobilized thousands, with the apparent target being Tang San. There was no possibility of retreat. The white-robed titled Douluo seemed to have come to a realization, letting out a series of sinister chuckles that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. "Fear not, I shall not kill you. First, I will eliminate Tang San, and then I will take you back. I refuse to believe that you will not submit to me." Yes, I will take all of you children back. Your talents are commendable. I shall cultivate you well. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the sky. You wretched fool dares to harm my brother. With that furious cry, the oppressive pressure surrounding the Shrek 7 dissipated instantly. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing that familiar voice, could not contain their tears. In unison, they exclaimed, Chen. Upon hearing their calls, the Shrek 7 turned to behold a young man draped in a black robe soaring through the air, silently observing the white-masked figure before them. The masked man, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not underestimate his opponent. Pray tell, who are you? Do you not realize that this is not your affair? The man in black replied calmly, You think you can dictate what I can or cannot involve myself in? You may attempt to find out. In an almost instantaneous moment, he split into three, darting towards the masked figure in white from three directions. Swift as lightning. The onlookers were left bewildered, only aware that this titled Douluo had been struck away, crashing into a small hill and stirring up a cloud of dust. As a result of the charge, his half-covered face was unveiled, revealing a resolute and handsome visage. Upon seeing this face once more, the members of Shrek couldn't suppress their joy. Muchun, you've returned. The young man in midair responded with a smile, saying, Allow me to deal with this wretched flower first. Just as he spoke, the masked figure emerged from the mound of dirt, covering his face, and with a sultry voice shouted in anger, You dare strike my face. You are finished, heavenly flower of wonder. With the utterance of these 4 words, a colossal flower materialized before Shrek and the others. Tang San, taken aback, remarked, I never anticipated that this celestial-grade herb was the martial soul of this titled Douluo. Muchun, however, wore an expression of tranquility as the bone armor gradually enveloped him. The intricacy of this armor surpassed that of its predecessor by remarkable margins. To draw a comparison, it resembled the disparity between a humble Iron Man and the illustrious Mark 50. The design of this bone armor was inspired by the concept of being ensnared by malevolent spirits, with modifications made accordingly. Beneath him, behind him, and along the sides of his arms, there were structures resembling exhaust pipes, which expelled high-pressure gas in the form of a wind wolf, propelling his speed to its zenith and facilitating flight. Muchun, in his true form, brandished the dragon might golden spear, while his avatar conjured a bone spear. As his feet summoned the soul rings, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving every onlooker, including those at the chrysanthemum gate, with mouths agape. The emergence of 6 crimson soul rings cast a profound stillness over the realm. Only Xiaowu appeared perplexed, questioning the presence of an aura from a never-before-seen 10,000-year soul beast. First soul ring, 10,000-year metamorphic lizard, insubstantial requiem, allows the wielder to alternate the properties of the deceased, enabling various attribute-based attacks. Currently, it provides the foundational 5 elemental attributes, in addition to light, darkness, wind, thunder, and annihilation. Mastery of the insubstantial permits simultaneous utilization of all forms. Second soul ring, 10,000-year spirit monkeys, soul resonance. Initiated with a bone sword, it emits a sorrowful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning attributes from the opponent, diminishing them by 5 for 1 hour. This ability targets only one individual at a time and can only be reused once the effect has concluded. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the less effective the ability becomes, decreasing by 1 for every 5 levels of superiority. Lamenting melody gradually erodes the opponent's mental fortitude until it matches that of the user. Third soul ring, 23,000-year shadow hunter cheetah, deceased puppet, summons a replica of a soul master whose power level is within 30 levels of the user, excluding super Douluos and limit Douluos, to engage in battle. Retaining all of the original soul power and abilities, but at a diminished capacity of 65. Additionally, it can replicate 2 forms of the user, preserving their soul power and abilities at 90 of the original strength, with enhancements to the user's support type abilities. Puppet Shadow Kill elevates the puppet's power to match that of the user, allowing it to engage in self-combat. As the puppet nears its dissolution, it transforms into a spear, targeting the enemy. If it successfully penetrates, it siphons 50 of the enemy's attributes, augmenting the user's strength until the deceased puppet is summoned again, with a cap of doubling the user's usual power. Fourth soul ring, 22,000-year shape-shifting ghost bat king, ghostly transformation, enables the extension and contraction of bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, while rendering the user extraordinarily pliable, capable of any shape alteration. Ultrasonic radar, emits ultrasonic waves through the body's pores to precisely locate objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth soul ring, 15,000-year ice crystal white crane. Ice crystal 99 conjures 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any form. Absolute ice shield can be utilized 3 times within a day to negate a single attack. Sixth soul ring, 35,000-year siren. The siren's wail targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing a lethal assault. Opponents with total soul power and mental strength lower than the user are instantly vanquished, while those exceeding it suffer severe damage. After use, the caster enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. External soul bone. The soul robe is affixed to 8 ribs, and upon summoning, it can transform into any type of robe. Once manifested, it bestows 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul aura. Enhances all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal tango. Graceful and intangible. Increases evasion rate by 90. However, it cannot evade targeted attacks or wide area assaults. 3. Hellish robe. Reduces attribute damage by 80. The Banshee crown rests upon the skull of the Banshee, and upon summoning, it forms a crown atop the head, amplifying the effects of the skills associated with the Banshee skull by 100. Soul bone. 100,000 years left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational field. Capable of manipulating the space within 100 meters ahead, can impose up to 50 times the gravitational force. 2. Wrath of the celestial. Through continuous assault and receiving damage, charges energy. At its peak, it can unleash the celestial divine fist, during which the punch's attack power increases by 500 and physical strength is enhanced by 20. Upon the conclusion of the celestial divine fist, a roar erupts, repelling any being whose combined soul power and mental strength fall below yours. 100,000 years left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane. 1. Ice surface creation generates an extremely cold aura centered beneath one's left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface glide allows free movement upon the ice surface, and if one utilizes gliding, speed is increased by 200. 100,000 years skull of the Banshee. 1. Shockwave recovery mitigates the negative effects caused by the Banshee's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, impervious to mental attacks and immune to mental backlash. Muchun gazed calmly at the figure of Douluo before him. After a moment, Douluo regained his composure, staring in shock at the young man. A monumental battle was imminent. Chapter 70. The Invincible Stance. Ha ha ha. How is this possible? Surely, you must be employing some sort of specialized disguised soul skill, correct? Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his pupils continuously contracting as he questioned in a trembling voice. Yet Muchun remained as tranquil as still water, observing Douluo without the slightest change in expression. Suddenly, Douluo erupted, shouting fervently, "Do you look down upon me? Huh?" The petals of the chrysanthemum fall, leaving wounds scattered upon the ground. As the flowers wither and hearts shatter, his ninth spirit ring illuminated, and Douluo spun through the air before forcefully pressing his hands downward. "Brother Chen," Ning Rongrong cried out in alarm. Not only she, but the members of Shrek and the entire Soul Master competition were in a state of panic. The implications of the ninth spirit ability were abundantly clear. Meanwhile, clad in bone armor, Muchun trembled violently, propelling himself into the air. The spear emerges like a dragon. Muchun wielded his spear, as a golden gas slowly manifested upon it, contorting and transforming until it gradually formed a 5-clawed golden dragon entwined around the shaft. Subsequently, Muchun thrust the spear forward, and the 5-clawed golden dragon collided with the chrysanthemum. With a resounding bang, the two forces clashed, resulting in an explosion that propelled everyone backward by several steps. As the white light dissipated, the onlookers were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. Muchun's spear pierced through the abdomen of Douluo, and with his right hand, he grasped Douluo's neck, lifting him high above his head. How is this possible? Douluo's face flushed crimson, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Release old Ju." Suddenly, a dark figure lunged fiercely toward Muchun. Muchun deftly hurled Douluo towards the shadow, seizing the opportunity to extract the long spear embedded in his opponent's abdomen. Subsequently, he expelled a white whirlwind from his trachea, transforming himself into a radiant beam of light, instantaneously appearing before the shadow. This shadow was none other than Ghost Douluo, who, initially focusing on Douluo's form, had momentarily paused his assault, extending his arms to receive Douluo. Little did he anticipate that Muchun would arrive before Douluo. Consequently, Ghost Douluo found himself utterly unprepared. With a fierce roar akin to a dragon-esque cry, the long spear was unleashed with tremendous might. In a frantic response, Ghost Douluo resorted to a rudimentary defense with ghostly mist and his arms. "Those who dare to harm me shall meet their demise," Muchun declared, turning away, his gaze cold as if surveying the dead. Still reeling from the shock, Ghost Douluo was suddenly pierced by two chilling objects. Struggling to turn around, he beheld two figures of Muchun. Following this, he coughed up blood, his vitality waning, while the other cloaked figures rushed towards Muchun. Unexpectedly, the two Muchuns transformed into two black long spears, violently piercing through Ghost Douluo, and several soul saints. "Damn it, retreat," commanded Golden Eagle Douluo, urgently ordering a withdrawal. This battle had resulted in a significant loss, all attributable to the enigmatic youth. The Shrek 7 monsters gazed upon Muchun, who was descending from the heavens, their faces alight with joy. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her excitement, dashed forward. "You rascal, have you finally decided to return?" she chided playfully. Muchun awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Rongrong, your father." Ning Rongrong shot him a glare and retorted, "What about my father? Even if he were present, I would still embrace you. Muchun, I like you. No, I love you. During the times you were absent, I attempted to forget you. Yet you, this scoundrel, consistently tormented me. Nevertheless, I found myself reminiscing about those moments you bullied me, which only deepened my longing for you. Muchun, hey, your father is right behind you, and you can't possibly be a masochist, can you?" A familiar cough reached Ning Rongrong's ears. Suddenly, she realized that the previously bustling sounds around her seemed to have ceased. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. Ning Rongrong stiffly turned around and, as expected, spotted the familiar figure. "Haha, Uncle Ning, it's a pleasure to meet you," soared Douluo. Muchun awkwardly scratched his head as he spoke. Ning Fingji observed the two with a smile, choosing to remain silent. "Ah, father." Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, delivering playful punches to the other's chest. Ning Fingji chuckled. "Weren't you quite formidable earlier? You spoke of your father with such bravado, yet now, sigh." Sword Douluo stepped forward, casting a stern gaze at Muchun. You little rascal, treat Rongrong well." Muchun gently touched his head and remarked, to speak candidly, "I am uncertain whether I truly harbor feelings for Rongrong. I merely find myself deeply concerned about him. Conversely, it appears that my sentiments towards the other 6 are rather similar." At that moment, Douluo was incensed and exclaimed, "What? You are poised to confront this lad?" Just then, Ning Rongrong intervened, pulling Douluo back and sweetly asserting, "It's all right. After all, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I can wait." Douluo was left in a state of shock, and ultimately, tears welled in his eyes. "My Rongrong is gone," he lamented, uttering a final, weary statement before departing with Ning Fengji and the others. Subsequently, the 7 from Shrek and Muchun began to reminisce about the experiences and encounters they had faced over the years of separation. Muchun certainly spoke at length, for he did not require further insight into the experiences of the Shrek 7, allowing him to elaborate on the hardships he had endured over the years. Returning to the matter at hand, it appears that the finals are imminent. He suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation and stated with utmost seriousness. Tang San and the others nodded in agreement. "I am also aware that among the Golden Four of the Spirit Hall, there exists a formidable opponent, Rock. However, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. My rigorous training was aimed at overcoming him, and now that an opportunity presents itself, I shall seize it with determination. Xiaoyao, I shall take on the match against the Spirit Hall." Muchun directed his serious gaze towards Oscar. Oscar, understanding his brother's sentiments, promptly nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Between brothers, there is no need for gratitude. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand and discuss our strategies. Indeed, I have clashed with Rock before, and I shall share with you the particulars of his first 4 soul skills. The specifics of his first 2 skills remain somewhat unclear to me, but I surmise they enhance the capabilities of his axe, which bears unique blood patterns not naturally occurring. His 3rd skill is a penetrating attack that bypasses defenses, while the 4th skill allows him to transfer damage as a percentage. Most critically, this individual possesses a unique soul bone that grants him the ability to teleport, which caught me off guard previously. Therefore, you must remain vigilant, as we cannot predict whether he will choose to confront me directly. Should he decide to target you first while I am absent, You could find yourselves in grave peril. At this juncture, Tang San inquired with curiosity. Does this mean Rock can freely infiltrate our rear lines? Perhaps it would be more advantageous to proceed without a support soul master in this battle. Muchun shook his head and said, No, Xiao San, it is precisely because of our assistance that we find ourselves in a position of advantage. After the fusion technique of Huliena and Xieyu is employed, the situation naturally becomes one of 7 against 6. As long as I can hold off Luo Ku, there will be no significant issue. Therefore, Luo Ku will undoubtedly seek a way to eliminate Rong Rong, and our objective is to protect her. To put it plainly, we will use Rong Rong as bait to lure Luo Ku into revealing a flaw, for he is immobile from the moment he disappears until he reappears. Although this duration is brief, I am certain of his immobility. I have specifically trained a unique soul skill to seize that fleeting moment. Tang San and the others nodded, then turned to Ning Rongrong. I believe in you, Chen Ge. All right, it's settled, he declared, extending a fist. The group understood and joined their fists together, raising them high. Shrek will surely prevail. Chapter 71. The calm before the storm. Upon arriving in Wuhuan City, they were greeted by the stern visage of the Pope. The reason was evident to all. As the finals approached, the master was finally ready to take action. Soon, Tang San called all the team members over, and Lu Erlong, knowing the master had returned, hurriedly followed suit. The master's gaze briefly met Lu Erlong's, and in that moment, she discerned something from his eyes. Without uttering a word, she quietly approached and linked her arm with his. Observing Lu Erlong's gentle demeanor, the expressions of the Shrek 7 became somewhat peculiar. Perhaps the tyrant dragon was only so restrained in the presence of the master. The master's eyes scanned the crowd, and when they landed on Muchun, they flickered momentarily. Yet he refrained from inquiring further, intending to ask Flinder and the others later. He then proclaimed, The finals are about to commence. I believe you may have forgotten the competition format I previously explained, so I will reiterate. A total of 33 teams will participate in the finals. Among them, 3 seed teams will be sent by the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Hall. The team sent by the Wuhuan Hall Academy undoubtedly poses the greatest threat to you. They will also be your most formidable obstacle to achieving ultimate victory. The finals will consist of 5 rounds of competition, which will take less time than the preliminary and advancement rounds. However, due to the intensity of the matches, there will be a day of rest and adjustment between each round. Before the final 5th round, there will be an additional 3 days for preparation. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams will compete for 15 advancement slots. The losers will be eliminated outright. The brutal elimination format will compel each Soul Master team to give their all. You must not harbor even the slightest sense of complacency. At this stage, all teams will unleash their hidden abilities without reservation. Even those teams you have previously triumphed over may surprise you. According to the competition regulations, the first place academy from the 2 great empires' regional advancement matches will receive a bye in the second round. In other words, after achieving victory in the first round, we will have ample time to rest before the second round. This is the very essence of the promotion matches. At that time, 16 teams will compete to secure 8 spots in the third round. Alongside our 2 teams that have a bye, this totals 10 teams. The team that will receive a bye in the third round will be the second place from the promotion matches. The remaining 8 teams will vie for 4 slots to advance to the 4th round. Notably, there will be no byes in the 4th round. Thus, only the top 2 teams from the promotion matches will benefit in the finals. The earlier a team secures a bye, the more advantageous it is, as it helps them avoid early elimination. The 5th round, which is also the final round, will feature only 3 teams. These 3 teams will first send 7 members each for a round-robin elimination, determining the team with the strongest individual prowess. The 2 losing teams will then engage in a battle, with the victor challenging the winner of the previous individual match to determine the ultimate champion. Do you all understand? Yes, we comprehend. Everyone's memory is sharp, and now that it is indeed time for the finals, their focus is unyieldingly intense. The master nodded and said, It is impossible to predict who our opponent in the first round will be. But it certainly will not be one of the 3-seeded teams with byes, thus avoiding an early encounter with them. Nonetheless, it will still be the Shrek 7 Devils taking the field. You have not coordinated in a real battlefield for quite some time. This first round will serve as your warm-up. I will not dictate specific tactics. Everything on the field will still be controlled by Xiao San. Xiao San, here. Tang San promptly stood up. The master gazed at him and said, In the first and second rounds, we can almost be certain of our advancement. Therefore, In the first round, you must endeavor to conceal our advantages from the opponent as much as possible. Do you understand my meaning? Tang San nodded and replied, You mean? Although all 7 of us will participate, we must disguise our strength in the first round as much as possible. The master smiled and nodded. But you must not be complacent. After all, in the first round, you may also encounter formidable opponents from the Douluo Empire. Yes. The master turned his gaze towards all of the Shrek 7 devils and continued, You have been learning from me for 2 years. And I have clearly observed the effort you have all invested during this time. Without a doubt, you are all geniuses among geniuses. Even when facing stronger opponents, your confidence should remain unshaken, for you are the youngest team among all the competitors. You possess infinite potential for the future. I do not hold expectations for you to win the championship in the finals. I merely hope that each of you can showcase your true capabilities during the competition and discover the best methods to unleash your potential. Yes. The Shrek 7 devils responded in unison. The master and Lu Erlong departed, and the Shrek 7 devils immediately began their training to prepare for tomorrow's first round of competition. Lu Erlong accompanied the master to her room and asked, Xiao Gang, how is it going? Gazing at the master, Lu Erlong's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty. She was well aware of the master's intentions, for he had never concealed anything from her. With a sigh, the master remarked, She has changed. After 20 years apart, one inevitably undergoes transformation. Now she is the Pope, no longer the BB Dong of yesteryears. It seems I truly should refrain from seeking her out. An unspoken ache in his heart cast a shadow upon his demeanor. Lu Erlong quietly exhaled. So, she has not shared with you the methods for cultivating dual martial souls? The master offered a self-deprecating smile. Knowing that Tang San is my disciple, she would never divulge such secrets to me. But what does it matter? I have already surmised some aspects. Given the opportunity, if I can provoke BB Dong into taking action, I shall confirm my suspicions. At this juncture, the master embraced Lu Erlong, saying, Erlong, this is Spirit City, her domain. From this moment onward, you must never stray far from my side. I fear she may harbor ill intentions towards me. Lu Erlong immediately displayed her characteristic defiance. Let her come. Why should I fear her? What of the Pope? She has already been defeated by me. As long as she cannot take you from me, I fear nothing. Hearing Lu Erlong's domineering words, a faint smile emerged on the master's face as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, reassuring her, Rest assured, she shall never take me away. We are husband and wife, even if merely in name. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression betrayed a tinge of sorrow, although the master no longer shunned their feelings. And they referred to each other as spouses, he remained reluctant to engage in any overt displays of affection. The bond of brother and sister lingered between them. Fortunately, though it was a relationship of mere formality, it provided Lu Erlong with a semblance of comfort. In preparation for the finals of the Elite Soul Master Academy competition across the continent, Spirit City had designated a special arena. This arena was situated at the heart of Spirit City, featuring a colossal arena with a diameter of over 100 meters, entirely constructed of granite. To reinforce this vast stage, a considerable number of soul-guiding devices had been employed, preventing any potential damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this arena could withstand any attack from Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without incurring damage. Only an organization as affluent as the Spirit Hall would undertake such an endeavor. At least, the 2 major empires would hesitate to expend such vast resources. Directly in front of this competition stage stood the Pope's Palace, located less than a kilometer from the hill where the palace resided. The Spirit Hall had already announced in its proclamations that the final 3 contenders would compete before the Pope's Palace. On that occasion, the Pope would make a personal appearance to crown the ultimate champion. For any Soul Master, this was an unparalleled honor. At dawn, all participating academies, guided by representatives from the Spirit Hall, arrived at the competition venue. Each academy had its own designated resting area, constructed around the competition grounds. Opposite the Pope's Palace was the VIP judging area. Representatives from the 2 great empires were present, observing the battle, along with individuals from the Spirit Hall. As soon as they arrived, before even settling in, Flander was summoned to draw lots. Muchun also temporarily departed to the Muchun group to summon reinforcements to rescue Xiaowu. Chapter 72, the eve of the final battle. Muchun has already sent a message to Yin Shi and others. They should be on their way to the group. Muchun arrived at the Martial Soul Hall branch of Muchun group ahead of others. After presenting his token, he proceeded to the Grand Conference Hall. Muchun awaited in the conference room, his eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters were assisting Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai in completing their trials. Although the two would no longer marry, such pivotal experiences for the future were essential. Davis gazed at Daimubai with surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, our dashing playboy has undergone a transformation. I must see what skills you have acquired during your years away from home. Daring to speak to your elder brother in such a manner. No wonder Zhu Qing has chosen to stand by your side. It seems you are indeed prepared to oppose us to the very end." His gaze shifted to Zhu Qing, his expression growing more serious. Locking eyes with the girl beside him, an icy glint flickered in both their depths. "Qing, if I recall correctly, you are not yet 15 years old. To participate in this competition at such a tender age and reach the top 10, one must ponder whether to commend your fortune or commend your strength. However, this is where your journey concludes. In truth, father and mother miss you dearly, but we cannot defy our ancestral customs. After the competition, return home with me." The voice of the girl beside Davis differed from Zhu Qing's. Lacking her frigid demeanor, it exuded a captivating allure, her soft tones easily ensnaring one's attention. "Zhu Qingyun, there is no need for such pretense. Had I not left home, perhaps I would have perished by your hand. Miss me? In our family, does such familial affection truly exist?" Zhu Qing's tone grew even colder. For her and Daimubai, this couple before them represented the older versions of themselves. They shared an indelible blood bond, yet under the weight of familial expectations, only one could survive. Regardless of the reasons, they were compelled to fight with all their might. After all, no one wished for their life to conclude so easily. The dialogue on stage was not deliberately hushed, and the soul masters in the audience possessed far sharper hearing than ordinary individuals. When they heard Zhu Qingyun mention that Zhu Qing was still not yet 15, even the most self-assured soul masters could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was particularly true for those who had witnessed Zhu Qing's prowess firsthand. Their eyes brimming with incredulity, Wu stood frozen, contemplating the implications of her alliance with the Shinkong Academy. If she had imagined surpassing Shrek Academy, she was now engulfed in despair. Zhu Qing, who was younger than her by more than 4 years, exhibited strength that was in no way inferior. Were these individuals truly monsters? This thought led her to another question. She had always been unaware of Tang San's age. Could he be equally youthful? The referee approached the center of both teams, signaling the competition's commencement. "You may unleash your martial souls. The rules remain unchanged. The loser will be directly eliminated, while the victor will advance to the top 6. The Shrek Academy Advanced Soul Master Team faces the Xinglua Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Prepare yourselves." Daimubai and Davis. Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhuyuan, their gazes clashed fiercely in the air. Davis' eyes suddenly took on an air of dominance, as if his entire being had unfurled majestically. His broad shoulders and equally striking visage appeared exceptionally handsome at that moment. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Let us surprise them. Who has returned?" "Our chairman has actually succeeded in his trials and returned. Ha ha." Muchun sighed resignedly and remarked, "You, my friend, remain as unserious as ever." "You are mistaken. None of the 8 of us can be considered old." Behind him, the 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women, nodded in agreement. The newcomers were none other than the remaining 8 directors of the Muchun group, and their collective presence exuded an extraordinary aura. Chairman Muchun, rest in peace. The deceased, level 67 Battle Soul Emperor. Vice Chairman Yin Sha, Hellfire Lion, level 97 Lion Douluo. Director Yi Qian, 9 Heart Begonia, level 95 Begonia Douluo. Director Mi Luo, Unmoving Golden Body, level 95 Golden Body Douluo. Director Yi Feng, Serene Blade, level 94 Great Sword Douluo. Director Zhao Tian Wang, Blazing Phoenix, level 94 Fiery Phoenix Douluo. Director Humayer, Nine-Tailed White Fox, level 93 White Fox Douluo. Director Guzhen, Spatial Divine Dragon, level 94 Heavenly Dragon Douluo. Director Mo Wuyan, Celestial Book of Words, level 91 Book Douluo. Enough of the pleasantries, he continued. I have summoned you with the authority of the board to discuss a matter of great importance. Please take your seats. Upon hearing this, the Lion Douluo immediately shifted his expression to one of utmost seriousness and instructed the directors to be seated. As Muchun observed their completion, he rolled his throat and cleared it, saying, "What I am about to share may seem utterly astonishing. I implore you to lend me your ears as I unfold the narrative." The expression of the Flame Lion Douluo shifted to one of profound astonishment as Muchun delved deeper into his discourse. "You, my esteemed colleagues, hail from various corners of the world, from the frigid north, and from Star Luo. However, now that you have joined the Muchun group, you must cast aside your origins and adopt an outsider's perspective. We must assess whether the power of the Spirit Hall has grown formidable enough to challenge the 2 empires. This is but one aspect. I urge you to oversee your respective territories diligently, at the very least maintaining a state of heightened alert for approximately a year." The assembly nodded in agreement. The first 5 board members were already well acquainted with Muchun, while the others were newcomers. Yet, as the saying goes, wisdom often sharpens with age. Through the words exchanged in this meeting, they recognized this young man as a person of remarkable talent, capable of discerning the spirit hall's insidious intentions and the potential for unrest. Furthermore, I must request the assistance of the board members from the Heaven Do side for a particular task. Upon hearing this, the flame lion Douluo promptly responded, "Chairman, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us." Muchun chuckled softly. "I was merely jesting. After all, I need to ask for assistance." Chen inquired with a gentle smile, "May I ask what troubles young Chen?" Muchun replied, "Protect me and my fellow students within the academy. It is only natural that you openly safeguard me while subtly conveying to the spirit hall that they must not harm my classmates. If the spirit hall dares to act against you, it would only affirm your previous conclusion, wouldn't it? Rest assured, on that day, I shall be a distinguished guest. When the time comes, I will notify Chen and Guzhen to be present." The flame lion Douluo assured with a confident pat on his chest. Muchun nodded, then rose first to bow to the crowd. "I kindly ask you all to take care and remain exceptionally vigilant. Our rise has been rather abrupt, and the spirit hall may perceive our foundation as unstable, thus they are likely to take aggressive action." Muchun cast a knowing glance at the crowd before turning to depart. Tianshu Douluo remarked with admiration, "What a remarkable talent our young master possesses. My friends, I must return to Stardust. The situation is exceedingly perilous. Although Xing Luo is somewhat more secure than Tian Do, we cannot afford to remain idle." Following this, the gathering exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment before dispersing. Muchun has also embarked on the path towards the decisive battle against the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 73, The 7-in-1 Fusion Technique. When Muchun returned from the meeting, he noticed that Shrek and the others were gathered in a huddle, seemingly engaged in some activity. "What are you all doing?" Muchun inquired. Tangsen turned around and replied, "The Spirit Hall has resorted to deceit, making it impossible for us to advance through the regular competition. We have chosen to forfeit and prepare for the resurrection match." Muchun nodded and remarked, "Indeed. One must always consider the aspects that favor oneself. Have you devised a good plan?" Tangsen nodded in response and said, "Preserving our strength for the resurrection match is undoubtedly the wisest course of action." Muchun nodded. Before long, afternoon arrived. Muchun lingered in the waiting area, having encountered Jingling and others. The moment Jiang Zhu laid eyes on Muchun again, her face flushed with a gentle hue, coupled with Muchun's amiable disposition. She was swiftly embraced into their midst. Tyron, having undergone significant guidance from his young master, had become considerably more subdued, shedding much of his previous arrogance. With a hint of shyness, Jiangzhu inquired, Muchun, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle?" Muchun smiled softly and said, "In short, we shall not be defeated by an academy that resorts to despicable means in pursuit of victory." Talong nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. I never anticipated that the 5-element academy could be so contemptible." Muchun merely smiled, offering no further commentary. Tangsan and Dai Mubai stood at the forefront of the Shrek 7 monsters, gazing at the familiar faces ahead, both revealing a hint of disdain. Feng Xiaotian, Wu and Wu Shuang, the core of their team, exchanged glances with Tang San and Dai Mubai. Wu stepped forward, fixing her cold gaze on Tang San, and asked, "Do you understand why we are doing this?" Tang San remained silent, the contempt in his eyes deepening. Wu suddenly realized how much she loathed Tang San's gaze upon her, and her fiery temperament surfaced. "I am doing this to challenge you once more. I would rather forfeit the chance at the championship than not defeat you at least once." Tang San smiled indifferently, stating, "If that is your only motive, then you are already at a disadvantage. You have lost the dignity of a fair fight. In this contest, you possess no opportunity." Enraged, Wu retorted, "Then let the facts speak for themselves. Do not presume that my debt of gratitude for your rescue will lead me to show you mercy. I have repaid what I owed." At her words, Tang San involuntarily recalled the day she had burst into his embrace, kissing him like a flame. He held a certain admiration for this girl who loved fiercely, yet her temper was something he was unwilling to endure, thus sealing their fate his friends denied. While many, like Feng Xiaotian, could endure the fiery women, Tang San was inherently a man of strength. The others remained silent, yet the tension in the air thickened. The referee, the cardinal in red, adeptly gauged the atmosphere and announced the commencement of the match. Feng Xiaotian swiftly positioned himself before Huowu, shielding her as the flames erupting from her seemed to form his backdrop. Meanwhile, the other team members, under Huowu Shuang's leadership, unleashed their martial spirits. However, an unexpected situation unfolded. The Shrek 7 monsters did not align in their traditional formation as anticipated. Instead, they quickly retreated into a circle the moment the referee declared the start. At the center of the circle stood two individuals, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while the outer 5 circled around them, moving with remarkable swiftness. None of the 7 released their martial spirits initially, yet a powerful surge of soul power radiated from them, fervently converging towards the center. What is this? The Pope Bibidong, Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the 3 titled Douluos seated at the papal hall could not help but express their astonishment. Even as elite soul masters, they struggled to comprehend the Shrek 7 monsters' intentions. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing moved in perfect unison, as though following a unique rhythm. Their soul power waves tracing a distinctive trajectory that continually emanated around their forms. Muchun raised the corners of his small mouth and gazed at the master, saying, "Your erudition is indeed remarkable." The master, somewhat moved, replied, "Oh, Muchun, have you truly perceived that?" Muchun nodded and remarked, "It is not that I have disowned it, but rather that I have sensed it. I possess a heightened sensitivity to soul power." The others, including Tai Long, were filled with inquiries, but Muchun simply placed his index finger to his lips, signaling with his eyes that they should focus on the match. In the center of the formation, Ning Rongrong and Oscar clasped hands, simultaneously closing their eyes. A resplendent 9-colored radiance enveloped Ning Rongrong, while a faint red glow emerged around Oscar. The 2 streams of light spiraled and ascended into the heavens. Although the Shrek 7 monsters had yet to unleash their martial souls, the innovative combat strategy they employed exerted an astonishing pressure on their opponents. Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, and with a fierce shout from Huowu, the formation of the 7 from Shifeng Academy shifted instantly. Enormous azure wings unfurled from Feng Xiaotian's back, as a silhouette of the gale double-headed wolf coalesced behind him, bathed in the grandeur of that magnificent light. Feng Xiaotian ascended skyward, propelled by a single powerful flap of his wings, utilizing the winds of the atmosphere to elevate his form. He executed the second soul technique, Dual Wolf's Possession, and the third soul technique, Gale Double Wings, which he had previously employed in his duel with Tang San. Under the influence of these 2 formidable soul techniques, Feng Xiaotian's combat prowess surged to its zenith. At that moment, Huowu Shuang had taken Feng Xiaotian's place, positioning himself before Huowu, accompanied by 2 other powerful assault-type soul masters from Shifeng Academy. The trio formed a barrier, obscuring Huowu's figure. The 2 individuals behind Huowu were not the 2 agile fire crane soul masters who had reached the 40th level, but rather the 2 fire attribute support soul masters, previously seen during the preliminary rounds, who had astonished Tang San by not exceeding the 40th level. Countless dense crimson light points converged with astonishing speed towards Huowu's body. Huowu's expression turned grave as her hands, seemingly burdened with immense weight, slowly lifted towards the sky. Fiery flames coalesced into a white light in her palms. At that moment, all 4 of her soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and the anguish on her face revealed the pressure she was currently enduring. It was evident to any discerning observer that the strategy employed by the 7 from Shifeng Academy was a 5 protect 2 approach. 2 support-type soul masters provided assistance to Huowu, while 3 assault-type soul masters offered protection. Among them, the most crucial were Feng Xiaotian, who soared in the air, and Huowu, who was consolidating all her soul power with her fusion ring skill. Tang San bellowed, and the formation of the Shrek 7 monsters transformed, shifting from a circular arrangement into a vertical line. Tang San stood at the forefront, followed closely by Dai Mubai, then Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Bringing up the rear were Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The alteration of their formation was evident, as they had just released and condensed their soul power into a singular force. Oscar unexpectedly embraced Ning Rongrong from behind. The soft red glow emanating from him suddenly transformed into a vibrant pink, surging wildly into Ning Rongrong's body. The 7 treasure glazed tile rose before her, and with a grave expression, she thrust her hands forward. Much like Huowu, the 4 soul rings adorning her body also illuminated simultaneously. The ability to fuse soul rings was not exclusive to Huowu. It was, in fact, one of the special capabilities inherent to the 7 treasure glazed sect. As the sole daughter of the sect's leader, how could Ning Rongrong possibly lack this ability? However, the immense soul power required for such a fusion was substantial, making it a technique not to be used lightly. For solid, multicolored halos erupted from the lower 4 layers of the 7 treasure glazed tower, directly penetrating into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Under the stimulation of the vast auxiliary soul power, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively raised her arms, resting them upon the petite figure of Xiaowu before her. A remarkable scene unfolded as the multicolored glow intensified, flowing from Zhu Zhuqing into Xiaowu, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in a radiant halo of vibrant colors. Xiaowu's condition mirrored that of Zhu Zhuqing, as the rich multicolored light grew ever denser throughout the transference process. When the light reached Daimu Bai, he struck fiercely against Tang San's back with both palms. In an instant, Tang San's body trembled violently, no longer surrounded by the multicolored halo, but instead overshadowed by an overwhelmingly immense pressure. The Pope, seated at the head of the table, Bei Dong, felt her eyes brighten. This was the 7-in-1 fusion technique. After uttering this, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the calm figure of the master standing outside the competition arena. Though it was not an extraordinary 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, the mere act of merging the powers of 7 individuals to unleash a skill was already an astonishing feat. It must be noted that each soul master possessed a distinct martial soul, each with its own unique characteristics. Generally speaking, such fusion techniques would only manifest among soul masters whose martial souls and soul skills were closely aligned, akin to the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy. However, the Shrek 7 devils were different. Each of them possessed entirely dissimilar martial souls, with varying focal points. The fact that these 7 individuals, each with vastly different martial souls, could execute a 7-in-1 fusion technique was nothing short of astounding. Even to the experienced Pope and titled Douluos, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, the Shrek 7 devils had indeed achieved this remarkable feat as the resplendent spectrum of colors intertwined the 7 individuals. The 7-in-1 fusion technique had reached its completion. Although Ning Fingji frowned momentarily upon witnessing Oscar embrace Ning Rongrong from behind, he could not suppress the awe that flickered in his gaze at the sight of this remarkable fusion. Both he and Pope Bibidong understood that the credit for this extraordinary technique did not belong solely to the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather to their esteemed mentor, the Master, who stood at a distance. Little did they know that what the Shrek 7 monsters were executing was a manifestation of the Master's profound expertise in the realm of martial souls, specifically the rare fusion of different martial souls. Having dedicated a lifetime to the study of martial souls, the Master's achievements were perhaps fully comprehended only by himself and his most devoted disciple, Tang San. If even someone like Shimo could nurture a disciple capable of performing the 7-in-1 fusion, how could the Master fail to do the same? Though the technique may appear similar, the intricacies and challenges of their respective fusions were worlds apart. Such was the essence of the Master, a true luminary. Feng Xiaotian, soaring above, observed the unfolding events with keen clarity and astonishment. The presence of Ning Rongrong and Oscar in the Shrek Academy's battle team was not unexpected, as they had already made their appearance in the earlier match against Xinglua Academy. Though Oscar's prowess had not been particularly formidable then, it had nonetheless captured his attention. However, the current manifestation of the 7-in-1 fusion took him completely by surprise. In previous contests, no matter how dire the circumstances, the Shrek 7 monsters had never resorted to such a technique. He realized that he had no opportunity for hesitation. With a resounding roar, Feng Xiaotian sprang into action, descending from the heavens like a shooting star. His expansive wings remained silent as he fell, the azure light enveloping him retreating into the depths. At that moment, his body and wings formed a flawless angle, initiating his self-created skill, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Just as Feng Xiaotian plummeted, a searing beam of white light surged from an angle, instantly catching up to him and enveloping him within its brilliance. This radiant beam was none other than the manifestation of Huowu's power, connecting the two like a bridge. With the aid of this white light, Feng Xiaotian appeared to be imbued with explosive strength. Chapter 74. A single strike to annihilation, an unrelenting torrent of energy erupted from his being, the intense heat radiating as if it could scorch the very earth beneath him. Even more astonishing was the gradual formation of a peculiar set of incandescent white armor around his body, enveloping him and his sharp gale-like wings. This was not a martial soul fusion technique. Rather, it was a collaborative effort between Huowu and Feng Xiaotian, developed after her joining the Kamikaze Academy. While their fusion could not unleash the immense power characteristic of a martial soul fusion, it was not solely reliant on the two of them, as it also drew upon the capabilities of Huowu's 2 auxiliary soul masters. The combined strength of 4 individuals converged upon the singular figure of Feng Xiaotian. undoubtedly elevating his offensive and defensive capabilities to their zenith. As his speed surged dramatically, Feng Xiaoyan's target was not the foremost Tang San of the Shrek Seven Devils, but rather the rearmost Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With keen observation, he discerned that the initiator of their unified technique was none other than the final Ning Rongrong. The foundation of this initiation, however, stemmed from the immense soul power bestowed upon her by Oscar. Should he eliminate these two, the Shrek Seven Devils fusion technique would collapse without further ado. The sudden acceleration of Feng Xiaoyan took the Shrek Seven Devils by surprise, even eliciting a glimmer of approval from the observing master. The alliance between the Shenfeng Academy and the Qihua Academy was undoubtedly a splendid combination, with wind aiding fire and fire harnessing wind. This synergy allowed the four individuals to concentrate their powers, and with Feng Xiaoyan's self-created skill erupting forth, the resultant offensive capability was poised to reach a truly terrifying level. However, the calm on the master's face remained unshaken. For while the fusion technique of Shenfeng Academy was executed by merely 4 individuals, the Shrek Academy boasted a collective of 7 prodigies, all under the adept control of the most powerful Tang San. As Feng Xiaoyan surged forward, Tang San, positioned at the forefront of his team and momentarily shaken, quickly raised his left hand. The Haotian hammer, which had once disrupted Feng Xiaoyan's Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive strikes, re-emerged. This time, however, the Haotian hammer floated effortlessly above Tang San's palm as torrents of dark energy surged forth from his grasp. In that instant, he lifted his gaze, and a golden-purple light erupted from his eyes, not an initiation of mental assault, but rather a means to perceive his surroundings with clarity. Under the influence of his purple extreme magic eyes, everything before Tang San seemed to slow, with countless data points converging accurately within his mind. In the next moment, his left hand moved. Guided by the dark energy, the Haotian hammer ascended, soaring upward without a hint of rotation, charging straight in one direction. As he unleashed it, a thunderous roar erupted from the hammer. What was once a modest-sized hammer swelled dramatically in the air, its head expanding to the size of a water barrel in an instant. Magnificent patterns radiated from the hammer in the sunlight, and a terrifying aura, infused with deep black light, burst forth, leaving a trail of dark flames in its wake. The ebony Haotian hammer collided violently with the incandescent Feng Xiaoyan in midair. The piercing sound of shattering echoed throughout the entire Spirit Hall city. The destruction began with Feng Xiaoyan's wings, which disintegrated almost instantaneously, along with his radiant white armor, reduced to mere specks of light in a moment of catastrophic failure. With a pained cry, Feng Xiaoyan was propelled away by the immense force of the impact. The sudden expulsion from St. Peter's Square left an air of uncertainty regarding life and death. 6 students from the Kamikaze Academy, including Huo Wu, were utterly astonished. They could scarcely fathom that their captain, Feng Xiaoyan, could be so easily defeated, even during his one-on-one battle with Tang San. It had taken a prolonged struggle to determine the victor, yet, in this instance, a mere encounter had led to his swift downfall. With Feng Xiaoyan's defeat, the outcome of this match was devoid of any suspense. They could not comprehend why such a situation had arisen. In truth, only Tang San understood the reasons behind Feng Xiaoyan's dismal defeat, which stemmed from multiple factors. It was not that Huo Wu's support for Feng Xiaoyan was insufficiently powerful, rather, it was the overwhelming strength and strategic superiority of Tang San that proved decisive. Firstly, Tang San was backed by 6 teammates working in unison, while Feng Xiaoyan had merely 3. The combined soul power was inherently determined by the number of participants in the fusion technique. Undoubtedly, Tang San held an overwhelming advantage. Secondly, Feng Xiaoyan's gravest error lay in his repeated use of the Wind Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. The first time he faced Tang San, this move had undoubtedly exerted significant pressure. However, following that match, how could Tang San not meticulously analyze his opponent's skills? Through careful study, Tang San quickly discerned that both the Wind Demon Wolf's 36 slashes and his own chaotic wind hammer technique shared a fundamental flaw. If interrupted at the initial moment of execution, their power could not be fully realized. The true terror of such techniques lay in their ability to be sustained and to accumulate strength. Tang San adeptly capitalized on this, utilizing the precise calculations afforded by his purple extreme magic to time his Haotian hammer strike at the exact moment before Feng Xiaoyan could unleash his full potential. With his mastery of Tang Sect's hidden weapons and astute judgment, every trajectory of Feng Xiaoyan's movements had been meticulously calculated and etched into Tang San's mind, leaving no room for evasion. This was, however, a result of Tang San's restraint. Had he targeted Feng Xiaoyan's chest rather than his wings, The outcome would have been an instant annihilation. Only Tang San himself was aware of the extent of his capabilities. Bolstered by the cumulative enhancements of the 9 treasures glazed tower and the soul power support from his companions, Tang San's soul power had now surpassed level 70. Even when confronting a soul saint above level 70, he would remain unscathed. The 7-in-1 fusion technique, meticulously researched by his master, was far beyond the capabilities of the Zhonghui Academy. While this fusion technique may not wield the same might as a martial soul fusion, it effectively interconnected the strength of all participants. Therefore, concentrating all their power into a singular explosive force was the optimal strategy. The greatest miscalculation of the Zhonghui Academy was their decision to employ the combined power of 7 in a technique akin to a barrier. It was then that Tang San's purple extreme magic eye was shattered. Such an error would naturally not occur among the Shrek 7 monsters, for the master would not permit such mistakes to manifest among his disciples. Hence, when the 7 of them combined their soul power, enhanced by the 9 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda, the strength Tang San wielded reached a terrifying magnitude. With a mere flick of the wrist, the Haotian hammer, which had previously sent Feng Xiaodian flying, reappeared in Tang San's left hand. The hammer had not reverted to its original size in his grasp. It was even larger than his entire being, yet it was remarkably stable within his singular left hand. The Shinkong Academy, of course, was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Wu Shuang and 2 of his teammates charged forth simultaneously, while Wu began gathering power for a second wave of attack behind them. With his eyes closed, Tang San lifted the enormous Haotian hammer slowly. The vast patterns of light upon the hammer erupted forth, radiating a dazzling dark gold brilliance. As if an incredibly powerful voice was roaring wildly in that moment, Tang San himself seemed to merge with the hammer, akin to the handle of the weapon. Witnessing this scene, even the Pope Bibi Don could no longer remain composed, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The unfolding spectacle was all too familiar to her. Weapon spirit, true body, exclaimed Ning Fingxi, seated beside Bibi Don. For soul masters with beast martial souls, upon reaching level 70, the 7th soul ring's 7th skill would inevitably manifest as the true body of their martial spirit, transforming them into their martial spirit's essence and granting immense explosive power, significantly enhancing their strength. The case of weapon soul masters differs slightly, as their 7th skill is the weapon spirit true body. By embodying their weapon as a soul, they amplify the weapon's inherent power to its zenith. If one possesses a weapon spirit of formidable nature, the eruption of the weapon spirit true body would surpass that of the beast spirit true body in ferocity. Prior to level 70, beast spirit masters are undoubtedly stronger than non-control type weapon soul masters. However, upon reaching level 70, weapon soul masters, through the weapon spirit true body, may surpass them. Who could have anticipated that amidst the semi-finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, a rare manifestation of the weapon spirit true body would emerge? Moreover, the weapon spirit invoked was none other than the Haotian hammer, renowned as the continent's foremost weapon martial spirit. In truth, even Tang San himself had not expected to unleash the might of the weapon spirit true body. As his soul power surged beyond level 70 while wielding the Haotian hammer, he acted almost instinctively. A tremendous force perpetually flowed between himself and the Haotian hammer, forming a peculiar cycle. As if those powers were on the verge of breaking free from his body, Muchun exclaimed vehemently, "Release your grip, you little vixen. This power is not to be coveted." Chapter 75. It is my turn to engage. Upon hearing this sharp admonition, Tang San felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water in the searing desert, instantly regaining his senses. At that very moment, every gaze in the competition arena was fixed upon this young man, whom they had never seen before. Bibi Dong also turned her attention towards him. Although her expression remained unfriendly, Tang San exerted himself to draw the Haotian hammer back before him. A cascade of dark golden radiance surged forth from the hammer, swiftly returning to envelop Tang San's being. The Haotian hammer itself quietly reverted to its original form, resembling a small, unassuming black hammer. Were it not for the overwhelming force it had just unleashed, no one would have imagined that such a diminutive, dark object could wield such terrifying power. The expression on Tang San's face underwent a vivid transformation, shifting from brief astonishment to profound agony. He distinctly sensed that his soul seemed to detach, only to silently reintegrate within him. In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment struck him. The true manifestation of the weapon soul, the Haotian hammer, consumed not only his soul power and strength but also his very soul. It was the fusion of his essence with the Haotian hammer that birthed the authentic weapon soul manifestation. Recollect, Tang San barely managed to utter The other 6 members of the Shrek 7 Devils promptly ceased their exertions, and the 9-colored halo gradually diminished. As the luminous aura fully retreated into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Oscar reluctantly released his embrace of the soft form within his grasp. The 7 of them collectively exhaled in relief. What appeared to be a simple conclusion to a match left them all drenched in perspiration. Tang San stumbled slightly. But Dai Mubai hastily grasped his shoulder, stabilizing his form. At that moment, Tang San resembled someone who had just emerged from the depths of water, his entire being soaked in sweat. Yet, his heart brimmed with joy. He realized that without having wielded such power, one could never comprehend its horror. However, Tang San now understood. He had felt the true terror of the Haotian hammer for the first time. His heart burned with fervor as he could not restrain the thought of what might transpire if he were to employ the chaotic cloak hammer method while manifesting the weapon soul. This was the might that the world's foremost sect, the Haotian clan, was meant to possess. The conclusion of the match arrived far sooner than anticipated, leaving many spectators still in a state of disbelief. Each member of the Shrek 7 Devils consumed an invigorating recovery sausage prepared by Oscar prior to the competition. Before they exited the arena, the cardinal in the field was compelled to announce that tomorrow's finals would feature Shrek Academy facing off against the Spirit Hall Academy. Taking a deep breath, Tang San felt significantly more at ease, thanks to the restorative effects of the recovery sausage. His body, tempered by the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, was inherently more resilient than that of an average person. The Xiantian skill also granted him a recovery rate superior to that of an ordinary soul master. He firmly believes that before the commencement of tomorrow's competition, the most exhausted version of himself today will undoubtedly rejuvenate to its prime state. Standing before the master, Tang San's eyes shimmer with a unique radiance. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Tang San is acutely aware that had it not been for that voice suddenly resonating in his ear, compelling him to cease the chaotic hammer technique, he might have been utterly drained of his soul due to his uncontrollable power. While it is likely he would not meet his demise, he would certainly be reduced to a fool. The master did not exhibit elation at the victory of the Shrek 7 monsters. Rather, his brow was furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that, with sufficient soul power alone, one could manifest the true form of the Haotian hammer. Truly, it is deserving of its title as the foremost weapon spirit of this era. I have erred in my assessment. Prior to the match, the master had merely imparted the capabilities of the 7-in-1 fusion technique to the Shrek 7 monsters, a research endeavor he had meticulously prepared. Even though Tang San, as his disciple, possessed the ability to engage in such studies, he lacked the extensive time that the master had devoted to it. After teaching the 7-in-1 fusion technique, the master instructed Tang San to lead and swiftly overcome their opponents while conserving soul power. He believed that his disciple would undoubtedly find the most effective means to accomplish this task. However, the master did not foresee that the soul power convergence of the 7-in-1 fusion technique would enable Tang San to unleash the true form of the Haotian hammer. Raising his head, the master cast his gaze towards the Pope Bibi Dong, who stood before the papal hall. Their eyes momentarily met in the air. The Pope's brow slightly furrowed, yet her eyes could not conceal a glimmer of admiration, even tinged with a hint of pride, as if to convey, "You are indeed worthy of being the man I once admired." In contrast to the Pope's subtlety, the gaze of Ning Fengxi, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was far more forthright. He regarded the master with respect at this moment, genuinely perceiving him as an equal and esteemed friend. Upon returning to their quarters, the master did not grant the Shrek 7 monsters any time for rest. He immediately summoned them to his room. He instructed everyone to sit down and continue consuming Oscar's restorative sausages, while also calling for Jiangzhu to join them, activating her recovery halo to assist everyone in regaining their soul power. Although the match had appeared to conclude effortlessly, with the Shrek 7 monsters sustaining no injuries, the soul power they had expended was certainly substantial, particularly for Tang San, who had nearly drained all his soul power by manifesting the true form of the weapon spirit. Observing the group, the master's expression turned solemn as he addressed Tang San. "For tomorrow's finals, will your soul power be able to return to its optimal state?" Muchun approached and said, "Do not worry, master. Although our plans have been revealed, it is of little consequence, for I shall take to the stage in tomorrow's finals." The master looked at Muchun with a hint of surprise, while Xiao San took the opportunity to elucidate Muchun's prowess and the reasons behind his decision to compete. The master's gaze shifted, regarding Muchun as one would a precious gem. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. All of the master's preconceived notions seemed to falter in the face of Muchun's uniqueness. Yet, did this not further signify Muchun's exceptional nature? Unexpectedly, The master refrained from elaborating and simply stated, "Muchun, I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, Muchun smiled and nodded, subsequently turning his gaze towards the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong. Bibidong, in an instant, noticed Muchun and responded without hesitation. This has become intriguing, however. It should pose no significant issue. I shall engage with Rock, while discreetly safeguarding Rongrong. Xiao San and Mu Bai will devise a strategy to distract the other three. Once I triumph over Rock, all will be settled. Yes. Thus, we shall await the final battle tomorrow. Muchun silently contemplated as he observed the now vacant Pope's throne. Chapter 76. The battle commences the following day. The Shrek team marched towards the Pope's hall with heads held high. At that moment, the Pope's hall loomed before them. And Muchun was astonished to discover that with each step he took on the stone stairs, his footing became remarkably resolute. Never before had he craved victory as fervently as he did now. He understood that should he falter in today's match, the demons of his heart would haunt him for a lifetime. Rock, we are finally destined to meet again. Muchun's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing at an impressive height of 1 meter and 93 centimeters, he resembles a youthful figure. However, his boyish yet handsome visage belies his youthfulness. The depth in his eyes, not typically found in someone of his age, adds an air of mystery to his character. This enigmatic quality has prompted the Spirit Hall to conduct a thorough investigation into his background. Yet they have discovered that his deeds prior to the age of 10 are shrouded in obscurity. The radiant sunlight bestows a golden glow upon the papal palace, and the atmosphere grows solemn as all eyes fixate on the Shrek 7 monsters ascending the stone steps. The air thickens with tension. The Pope, alongside Ning Fingji and 3 titled Douluo, has taken their seats, joined by an unfamiliar middle-aged man with striking red hair. 3 soul bones, awarded as a prize, lie quietly in a crimson brocade dish, emanating a faint luminescence. The Spirit Hall Academy's battle team stands silently, exuding a chilling aura that presses upon the Shrek 7 monsters like a sharpened blade. Under the weight of such formidable pressure, the pace of Shrek's ascent noticeably slows. Though the match has yet to commence, the clash between the two sides has already begun. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament are imminent, and both teams prepare themselves. In 15 minutes, the competition will commence. As the teams take their positions, the Shrek group encircles their master. Tang San reaches into his Rui treasure bag, retrieving 7 emerald green leaves. He consumes one and then distributes the remaining pieces to each member of the Shrek 7 monsters. These dragon grass leaves, known for their restorative properties, not only accelerate healing but also stimulate rapid recovery of soul power, while enhancing mental focus. Consuming them before the match is intended to ensure they maintain their peak condition throughout the competition. Muchun gazes at Tang San, who resolutely nods in affirmation. Turning to the group, he reassures them, "Rest assured, Brother Chen and I will handle things. The rest is in your hands." Master raises his right hand, and each member of Shrek follows suit, their 10 hands stacked together. In unison, they unleash a thunderous roar. Victory is ours. Indeed, victory is their sole conviction. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall Academy team, upon hearing Shrek's resounding declaration, is met with disdain from their captain, Xiaoyu, who scoffs with a cold smile. "Victory, you say? Today, we shall demonstrate what true strength is." The disparity in soul power is an insurmountable chasm. Even our lowest-ranked soul master stands on par with their captain. I am eager to see by what means they claim victory. With a chilling and sinister gaze sweeping over his comrades, Xiaoyu coldly declares, "The Pope is watching, as are the elders. In this match, we shall not only secure victory but achieve a complete triumph, leaving them no opportunity. I will deal with that Tang San myself." What are we? Champions. A more intense roar erupted from the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team. The fierce standoff between the two sides ignited a fervor among the soul masters watching from the mountainside. Who among them had not experienced youth? Who had not been swept away by passion? For them, the outcome of this match mattered little. What was paramount was the opportunity to witness an exhilarating team battle. A quarter of an hour is not a lengthy duration, and soon, at the referee's signal, the competitors stepped onto the plaza. Perhaps to stand in stark contrast to the Shrek Academy, the Spirit Hall Academy's team had donned striking crimson uniforms adorned with golden embroidery, clearly crafted from superior materials. In comparison, Shrek Academy's attire, an unsightly shade of green peppered with numerous logos, appeared somewhat laughable. However, no one dared to mock them, having reached this stage. Entering the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, none possessed the right to ridicule them. As the match commenced, both teams were permitted to unleash their spirits. Upon the teams taking their positions, the cardinal referee promptly announced the start. The 14 players exchanged glances, each silent. Yet the palpable tension escalated to a fever pitch. In this moment, even a revered figure such as Pope Bibi Dong focused her gaze entirely upon the contest. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy moved almost synchronously, a surge of soul power erupting from within them. The 4 warriors at the forefront, known as the Evil Moon, radiated the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, while a tall, mature youth among them sported an impressive arrangement of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black rings. The remaining 4 behind also boasted the ideal setup of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Each individual's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Among them, a male student at the back stepped back swiftly, revealing a resplendent golden staff in his hand. Undoubtedly, he wielded an auxiliary-type spirit weapon. Simultaneously, the Shrek team began to release their spirits. The 7 players positioned themselves sequentially, with Muchun and Dai Mu Bai at the forefront, followed by Tang San in the center, flanked by Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiaowu on either side. Ning Rongrong stood at the rear, forming a formation of 2-1-3-1. Unlike the previous match, Shrek Academy refrained from employing their 7-in-1 fusion technique this time, instead opting for a standard simultaneous release of their spirits. Each of the 7 possessed primarily 4 soul rings, with Tang San boasting a 1,000-year ring among them. Yet, this was not the most astonishing sight. The true marvel lay in the mysterious youth adorned with 6 vibrant red soul rings, pulsating with energy. Ha ha, roared the flame lion Douluo, unable to contain his laughter. What could possibly be so amusing? Bibi Dong, her expression darkening, queried the flame lion Douluo. Ignoring her displeasure, he continued, I cannot help but feel that your spirit hall's golden generation still falls short in some respects, and I am quite familiar with that 6-ringed soul emperor. It brings me joy to see him growing stronger. Pope Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, instinctively casting her gaze downward, her heart foreboding danger. The master, however, did not regard her. Instead, he was intently observing the unfolding situation in the arena, his expression no longer tranquil, revealing that he possessed no absolute confidence in the outcome of this match. As the announcement heralding the commencement of the final battle of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament echoed, Cardinal swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the captain, Xiaoyu, who made the first move, but rather his sister, Hulaina, with a graceful shift of her feet. Hulaina appeared to pivot effortlessly to the forefront. A faint smile blossomed on her lips, and as she unleashed her martial spirit, her beauty seemed to radiate, accompanied by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from her back. A soft pink luminescence enveloped her, and her eyes glimmered as they fixed upon Tang San. Her movements reminiscent of those she had employed against Yu Tianheng from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Her unique allure was utterly captivating, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Yet, to Hulaina's astonishment, her enchanting release elicited no reaction from Shrek, aside from Tang San and Muchun. The other 5 swiftly closed their eyes and plugged their ears with their fingers, completely severing their visual and auditory senses. Muchun gazed at Hulaina with a serene smile, devoid of any obsession, and calmly addressed Rock, I never anticipated our reunion would come so soon. It appears that fate is aiding me in vindication. Today you shall surely face defeat. Hulaina and the others were taken aback, turning to behold Rock, the unrivaled golden champion, standing at 20 years of age with soul power at level 58. Rock no longer shied away. He advanced step by step, moving slowly yet covering considerable ground. Indeed, it seems I am destined to find myself in a passive position. Rock remained as tranquil as ever, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. Muchun was not taken aback by the others' reaction, after all. This individual was the first soul master of equal rank to have triumphed over him. Surely, there must be something exceptional about him. Do you believe you can still overcome me? Muchun inquired with a smile gracing his lips. Rock replied with serene composure, I shall not deny my defeat. I indeed fall short compared to you. However, my comrades are not to be underestimated. This is the essence of team battles. One's strength alone cannot dictate the course of the fight until it reaches absolute supremacy. Muchun ceased to indulge in superfluous words and expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you for granting me the opportunity to articulate my thoughts. Rock, too, refrained from further conversation, silently revealing his magnificent great axe, which appeared even more resplendent than before. Muchun's skeletal armor gradually enveloped his body, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. Chapter 77, Victory. As always, Locke vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye. Muchun directly transformed into a puppet doppelganger, one to protect Ningrong. While he himself grasped the dragon might golden spear, unleashing the domain skill he had diligently cultivated for many years. Domain. Lawless. With a resounding roar, Muchun summoned forth ice crystals that spread from beneath his feet to envelop the entire battlefield. Lawless, as the domain Muchun had comprehended, allowed him to expend a considerable amount of soul power to momentarily become the master of the laws within a certain range. I have come to avenge my honor. Aside from the first 5 soul skills, I shall refrain from using more. Rock. This time it is truly a pinnacle confrontation. Muchun's eyes whirled frantically, surveying every corner. Upon activating his domain, his perceptive abilities had merely intensified, rendering what felt like an eternity to him as but a fleeting second in the external world. Bibidong furrowed her brow even more tightly, realizing that he possessed a domain-type skill. Suddenly, Muchun pivoted sharply, hurling the spear in his grasp, while another puppet swiftly rushed to that location. Subsequently, the space distorted, revealing Rock's presence. Yet, Rock maintained his nonchalant demeanor, allowing the spear to pierce through his left shoulder. He then softly uttered the words, "Damage transfer." With a subtle smile gracing Muchun's lips, he silently activated his absolute ice shield, rendering him immune to the damage transfer. Thus, Rock witnessed Muchun charging towards him as if nothing were amiss. For the first time, Rock felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he had become entirely reactive in this battle, unaware of Muchun's soul abilities or the extent of his growth. Although the pain was diverted, the injuries he sustained were undeniably real, diminishing his combat efficacy and preventing any exchange of vitality. Observing 2 versions of Muchun, Rock dared not underestimate the situation and promptly unleashed his 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Axe. A crimson mist enveloped the axe, transforming its appearance into that of a monstrous entity thirsting for blood. The clone advanced, opting for a martial arts approach rather than employing bone spears, skillfully evading Rock's strikes while occasionally delivering counterattacks. Rock's gaze shifted to the other side of the mist, understanding that he merely needed to stall for time. With a mighty swing, he slammed the colossal axe into the ground, creating an opening in the puppet's defense, and lunged forward with a punch. However, the clone offered no opportunity, directly countering with its 5th soul skill. Rock was perplexed, knowing that his punch could hardly inflict damage on the puppet, at most forcing it back. Retreat. The words suddenly resonated in Rock's mind, signaling potential peril. He contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. He was a beat behind. "Dear Rock." Muchun's voice echoed in his ears. To his astonishment, Rock realized he had lost his spatial awareness, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Yet it was enough to thwart his escape. Resolutely, he thought, "Bring it on, Muchun. Let's see what you are truly capable of." Brandishing his giant axe, he charged towards Muchun, believing he was prepared for a blood-soaked clash. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Muchun abandoned his spear, not to hurl it away, but rather to reclaim it into his storage space. Thus, he approached Rock empty-handed, ready to engage in close combat. After Muchun relinquished his spear, the advantage lay in his ability to strike at the vital points on Rock's body that were previously difficult to reach. However, the disadvantage was the inability to unleash a devastating blow capable of delivering a fatal strike, especially if Rock were to employ his soul bone. Rock, fully aware of this fact, exerted all his strength in a relentless assault, adopting an offensive strategy as a means of defense. Muchun was well aware of this. So when he struck a powerful punch beside Rock's cheek, he forcefully yanked the puppet towards him. Rock's expression changed dramatically, and to his astonishment, his height suddenly diminished by 10 centimeters. This was not due to his sudden shrinkage, but rather because the once impenetrable arena had transformed into a quagmire, causing him to sink. Rock realized that Muchun was up to something, and with a swift twist of his torso, he wielded an axe with one hand towards the clone while aiming a fist at Muchun with the other. He hoped to momentarily stave off their onslaught and escape this predicament. Unfortunately, such aspirations were beautifully conceived yet starkly unrealistic. The main body and the puppet offered no respite, their defenses manifesting as an absolute ice shield. This shield not only thwarted Rock's attack but remained unyielding, sending him into a state of greater panic. He knew that the usage of this defensive soul skill was certainly limited, and Muchun's audacious application of it indicated a desperate gamble. He also understood the futility of his situation. The soul bone would require a full third of an incense stick's time. All he could do was hope that Muchun would not eliminate him within this fleeting moment. Suddenly, the puppet extended 6 bony hands, ensnaring Rock's arms, his legs trapped in the mire, and his neck. The hands swiftly transformed into metal, binding Rock tightly. With great difficulty, Rock turned his gaze to see Muchun's left fist magnifying immensely. It appeared as though Muchun had channeled the power of his bone armor into his fists, enlarging them by more than fivefold. As if that were not enough, a roaring ape's head manifested on his fists, augmenting their size even further. Celestial fist, Muchun bellowed, poised to strike down. Rock quickly activated his damage transfer silently. However, there was no response. Muchun turned to face Rock and said, "I'm not afraid of this fleeting moment. How many punches do you believe you can endure?" With a radiant smile that seemed capable of melting a millennium of ice, Muchun appeared exceptionally radiant. However, the sight sent a shiver down Rock's spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The transformation of Muchun was nothing short of astounding. It was as if he had been reborn. What trials had he endured? Rock found himself pondering deeply. After a brief 5 seconds of anticipation, he sensed the mysterious aura surrounding him dissipate, and Muchun commenced a relentless barrage of strikes, seemingly venting his pent-up fury. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Thus, Rock endured a total of 648 consecutive blows. The final punch landed with tremendous force upon Rock's visage, far surpassing the power of the preceding blows. By the 300th strike, Rock had already lost consciousness, yet Muchun continued to pummel him mercilessly, akin to a vengeful specter. Ultimately, with one last powerful punch, he sent Rock flying off the arena, shattering even the indomitable metallic claws that had bound him, freeing him to soar through the air. On the elevated platform, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She understood that it was over. Yet, her yearning for victory and the dignity of the Pope prevented her from uttering the humiliating words, "We concede." Meanwhile, Muchun, seemingly fatigued, began to rest in place, rekindling a flicker of hope in Bibi Dong. Little did she realize that Muchun's actions were not a sign of weakness, but rather a gesture of trust in Tang San. On the other side, due to the presence of the puppet, Ning Rongrong had yet to be struck down. While in stark contrast, apart from Yin and a few others, the entirety of the Wuhuan Hall had already been eliminated from the competition. Tang San's thrown 8 spider lances arrived belatedly. In an instant, aside from Yin, the remaining 3, including Hu Liena and Xieyu, knelt on the ground, their faces tinged with a deep shade of purple. Muchun gazed at the high platform with a mocking smile. The flame lion Douluo also laughed heartily, showing no regard for Bibidong's dark expression. In that moment, the victory belonged to them, while the vanquished could only accept their fate. Ultimately, Bibidong uttered those 4 words, signaling the conclusion of the Youth Soul Master competition. Chapter 78, The Inevitable Arrival. However, what was destined to happen ultimately did occur. Accompanied by the healing light of the Ning sect master, Xiao Wu's flower blossomed. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her, including that of the flame lion Douluo. Xiao Wu's delicate face turned pale in an instant. Muchun feigned nonchalance as he drew closer, then swiftly shielded Xiao Wu behind him, murmuring softly, "Do not fear. I am here, and no one can harm you." The flame lion Douluo, witnessing Muchun's actions, quickly masked his gaze, for he had already deduced the true purpose of Muchun's invitation. Reflecting on this, the flame lion Douluo could not help but admire the foresight of his master. Xiao Wu trembled, lowering her head, desperately suppressing the venomous glint in her eyes. At that moment, Muchun gently caressed her head, alleviating her anxious spirit. Slowly lifting her gaze, Xiao Wu beheld Muchun's strikingly handsome visage, adorned with a smile capable of mending all wounds. Despite the sand in her eyes, she managed to endure the pressure and smiled back. The Pope, Bibi Dong, exchanged glances with the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, their eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. At this instant, Bibi Dong seemed to have completely forgotten the defeat of the Spirit Hall Academy team. On the 6th floor of the 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda, healing light enveloped Tang San, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The wounds on Tang San's body began to close at an astonishing pace, and simultaneously, the meridians within him, injured by the self-created soul skill of the evil moon, were rapidly healing as well. The 4th floor of the 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda also emitted a beam of light, the enhancement of soul power. Ning Fengxi, possessing immense strength as the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, unleashed his true form, resulting in a level of amplification far surpassing that of Ning Rongrong. Under the dual influence of the healing light and the soul power enhancement, the gaping wound from the 8 spider lances on Tang San's back gradually began to close. With the remnants of the 8 spider lances absorbed back into his body, Tang San's complexion began to take on a healthy hue. Simultaneously, another 6 beams of soul power enhancement cascaded down, this time landing upon the 6 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team, who were seated in a meditative posture. While Ningfengji could not dispel toxins, his formidable soul power amplification was sufficient to extend the resistance time of these nearly collapsing soul masters against the poison. Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong rushed into the arena, reaching Tang San's side. As the light from Ningfengji gradually receded, Flinder hurriedly assisted him. Placing a hand on his back to gently infuse his soul power into Tang San's body, Tang San emitted a low groan and slowly opened his eyes. The pain throughout his body had vanished, yet the emptiness within him remained unfilled. Notably, it felt as if half of his ribs had disappeared, leaving his entire body in a semi-weak state. The rupture of the 8 spider lances had inflicted severe damage upon him, although they would eventually heal and regrow. Such a process required considerable time. In the short term, Tang San was unable to fight, as the scene before him gradually came into focus. The other members of the Shrek 7 Devils had gathered around him. Tang San looked at his companions and asked, "Did we win?" Dai Bai nodded vigorously, the excitement in his eyes uncontainable, affirming, "Yes, we have won. We have triumphed over the Spirit Hall Academy team. We are the champions." The champion of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, Tang San bore a satisfied smile on his face. After much effort, he had finally secured this title. "Congratulations on your ultimate victory, but first, please cure them of their poison," came the voice of Pope Bibi Dong, awakening the Shrek 7 monsters, who were lost in jubilation. With the assistance of Xiao Wu and Oscar, Tang San slowly rose to his feet, his steps still somewhat unsteady. However, thanks to Ningfengji's healing light and the amplification of soul power, his body had recovered significantly. After consuming an Oscar's restorative sausage, he was barely able to move. Without further ado, Tang San casually picked up a long shard of the 8 spider lance from the ground and approached Xiaoyu. He extended his hand, plunging the shard into Xiaoyu's shoulder. A purple-black radiance emanated from the shard, and waves of light gradually flowed into Tang San's body. Xiaoyu's once agonized expression began to calm, the purple-black aura dissipating rapidly. For Tang San, the experience was different. He was not only retrieving the poison. Under the influence of the 8 spider lance shard, he was also absorbing the vitality from within Xiaoyu as the toxin was extracted. Soon, the poison had completely faded from Xiaoyu's body. He managed to open his eyes, but was too fatigued to rise. Merely casting a glance at Tang San before commencing his meditation, Tang San secretly chuckled to himself. Although the poison was dispelled, it was inevitable that Xiaoyu would soon fall gravely ill. As for whether this would affect his future cultivation, even Tang San himself could not ascertain. Following the same method, Tang San cured the other 5 individuals of their poison. With each person he relieved, a strand of Ningfengji's amplifying soul power was withdrawn. Executed with effortless control. This was not the 3-orifice heart control, but rather Ningfengji's 7-orifice heart, far superior in finesse. By the time Tang San had cured all 6 individuals, he felt invigorated. As he absorbed the toxins, he had inevitably taken in a portion of their vitality. At that moment, he sensed a resurgence in his soul power, and a tingling sensation began to emerge along his back as the 8 spider lance began to mend itself, sustained by the vitality. Meanwhile, the Pope's expression had settled into calmness as she returned to her seat. She smiled at Ningfengji, who had retracted his 7 treasure true body, saying, "Thank you, Sectmaster Ning." Ningfengji responded with a slight smile. It was but a small effort, hardly worth mentioning. Sword Douluo Chen Xian's lips moved as he exchanged a few words with Ningfengji, causing a sudden change in Ningfengji's demeanor. His gaze quickly shifted to Xiao Wu among the Shrek Academy members, his expression turning peculiar. At this moment, Tang San, having regained some of his spirits, sensed an odd atmosphere enveloping the gathering. Although the powerful individuals were masking their intentions, his keen purple extreme magic eyes discerned that the gazes of the strongest among them were fixated on Xiao Wu. What could be the reason for this? At this moment, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters were oblivious to this detail, completely absorbed in the euphoria of their victory. After a brief recovery, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team were assisted away by the personnel from the Papal Palace, leaving only Shrek Academy in the square. Each of them beamed with pride, for they were the champions. Indeed, they were the ultimate victors. The Pope, along with several titled Douluos, rose to their feet, and Bibi Dong calmly announced, "The final champion of this year's elite competition for Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is Shrek Academy. Congratulations to you, talented young soul masters." The Shrek 7 monsters stood in a row. Behind them were their mentors, Master, Flandra, Lu Erlong, and the poison Douluo, Douluo. At this moment, with the exception of Xiao Wu, all eyes among the Shrek 7 were fixated on the brocade tray containing 3 soul bones. The Pope exhibited the composure befitting her position as she accepted the brocade tray from the hands of the Spirit Hall personnel, her gaze lingering wistfully over the 3 soul bones. The Cardinal, acting as the referee, proclaimed loudly, "Please, representatives of Shrek Academy, step forward to receive your champion's reward." The Shrek 7 exchanged glances, and Tang Xin nudged Dai Mubai, signaling him to go up and accept the award. However, Dai Mubai shook his head, casting an earnest look at Tang San. "Xiao San, this honor truly belongs to you. Although I am the captain, it is evident to all that you have contributed the most for this final championship. You have always been the soul of our 7 monsters." Muchun also nodded in agreement. "Go on, third brother, do not hesitate," said Ma Hongjun approvingly. Turning to glance at Master and then at the eager eyes of his companions, Tang Xin took a deep breath and stepped forward resolutely towards Pope Bibidong. When he finally stood before her, he was struck by her astonishing beauty, noble, elegant, serene. An array of splendid adjectives seemed insufficient to encapsulate this woman, despite her advancing years. The passage of time appeared to have left no discernible mark upon her. The Pope regarded Tang San with a glimmer of unusual brilliance in her gaze. "You are remarkable, exceeding even my expectations. Truly a worthy disciple. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" As he met her eyes, Tang San recognized that this was not a mere trial. Perhaps it was her final opportunity for herself. The Spirit Hall's prior actions against him revealed that should his talents prove unutilized by them, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. But would he yield? With a calm smile, Tang San shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, your holiness, but I have my own path to follow. I do not wish to be bound by any constraints." Bibidong's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal, tinged with a hint of regret. "In that case, I wish you greater achievements in the future." With that, she extended a brocade plate towards him, feeling the immense aura emanating from the 3 soul bones. Tang San accepted the plate, an uncontrollable tremor coursing through him. 3 soul bones, especially the one that shimmered with a faint blue light. The skull of wisdom imbued with spiritual essence seemed to possess an overwhelming allure that tugged at his heart. Around him, avaricious gazes converged. Any soul master would inevitably feel a yearning upon seeing soul bones. Tang San navigated back through the sea of greedy looks towards his companions. "I give up. None of these soul bones suit me." Xiao was the first to speak, her voice merely a whisper as she bowed her head. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. "I too relinquish my claim. None are appropriate for me." Oscar added, "As a food system soul master, these soul bones evidently do not enhance my abilities." Muchun remarked, "I lack for soul bones. With 4 out of the Shrek 7 abandoning their claims, only 4 remain, yet there are merely 3 soul bones." In Chapter 79, "Give me some face," the master stated, "the wind-chasing left leg is perfectly suited for agility-type soul masters. Without a doubt, it rightfully belongs to Zhuqing. As for the explosive burning right arm, it is most appropriate for a strength-type fire soul master, which is yours, Ma Hongjun." Regarding the wisdom skull, the master paused, casting his gaze upon Tang San and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, both of their eyes were evidently fixated on the skull. The mental condensation it offered was beneficial for both Tang San and Ning Rongrong, although Tang San did not primarily focus on mental abilities. He possessed the purple extreme magic eyes, combined with his control-type abilities, rendering the wisdom skull immensely advantageous for his future. Furthermore, among the 3 soul bones, this particular one was evidently the most precious. Tang San raised his eyes to Ning Rongrong, inwardly sighing, and spoke, "I cannot accept it." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Third brother, it should belong to you. You have sacrificed so much for this final championship. Our 7 treasures glazed tile school will not lack for soul bones. You should take it. With it, your team's soul will truly be justified." Tang San hesitated. From his perspective, he undeniably yearned for the soul bone, yet as the vice-captain of the team, how could he prioritize his own desires? Among the Shrek 7, the group was distinctly divided into 4 pairs. Tang San and Xiao Wu were one. Ning Rongrong and Oscar shared a tenuous bond. Dai Mubai and Zhuqing were engaged, while Ma Hongjun stood solitary. Now that Dai Mubai and Zhuqing had obtained 1 soul bone, awarding it to Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun had also received his own. If Tang San were to claim this one, Oscar and Ning Rongrong would be left with nothing. "Little San, give the soul bone you have collected to Rongrong. That soul bone is more suited to her," the master suddenly interjected. Tang San's heart stirred. Recalling the colorful soul bone he had received from Shinian, he still remembered it vividly. It too was a skull. Raising his hand, he brushed over the 24 bridges bright moon night, and instantly, a spectrum of colors appeared in his palm. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Who could have anticipated that Tang San possessed another soul bone? What soul master would refrain from fusing with their soul bone after acquiring it, instead choosing to keep it as a collection? It was truly astonishing. Yet, Tang San had done exactly that. The master smiled slightly and addressed Ning Rong. This soul bone governs illusions. It is also a wisdom skull. It is even more suited for you than the wisdom skull of mental condensation. Ning Rong's joy was palpable. Initially, she had intended to relinquish her claim, as Tang San had contributed so much to the team. It seemed only right that he should obtain a soul bone. However, she felt a tinge of reluctance. Now, with the appearance of a more suitable skull, it was indeed a case of mutual happiness. She stepped forward without hesitation and took the mesmerizing 7-colored skull from Tang San's hand. With great excitement, Ning Rong turned her gaze towards her father. However, upon observing the serious expression on Ning Fengji's face, she was taken aback. She realized that he did not share in their joy over winning the championship or her acquisition of a soul bone. Have you already distributed the rewards? The Pope did not depart after the simple award ceremony. Several titled Douluos remained standing nearby. The crowd's attention was inevitably drawn to the Pope. The master furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Bibi Dong. The Pope, avoiding eye contact, spoke calmly. Since the rewards have been allocated, this competition has officially concluded. Elder Ghost Douluo. Elder Ju Douluo, please seize that girl. As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiao Wu. In an instant, everyone was astonished. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, while the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters rushed to her side. The master, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed angrily, "Your Holiness, what does this mean?" Muchun stepped forward, pushing through the crowd with unwavering resolve, his demeanor composed as he addressed, "Your Holiness, the Pope. Xiao Wu is my sister. I implore you to grant me this favor and release her." Upon uttering these words, chaos erupted around him. Ju Douluo advanced a step, his expression dripping with disdain, retorting, "Do not presume that your modest abilities make you formidable enough to threaten the Pope." Yet, at that very moment, a formidable presence emerged, overwhelming the pressure on the Pope's side. "What are you, old chrysanthemum, to dare threaten our chairman?" The newcomers were none other than Yin Shi Douluo, Tianlong Douluo, and Haitang Douluo. Ju Douluo and his companions were forced to retreat a step, and even Bibi Dong had to take them seriously. While the members of Shrek stood agape in astonishment, Tang San, with a bitter expression, remarked, "I never expected, Brother Chen Yu." Muchun coldly interrupted, "Your Excellency, hasten to take your people away, so that I may escort mine." Upon uttering this declaration, the once tranquil crowd erupted into chaos once more. Shortly thereafter, a figure emanating an overwhelming presence, surpassing even Bibi Dong and the others, slowly approached. Tang San, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Father." Tang Hao, contemplatively casting a glance at Muchun, refrained from further discourse and swiftly lifted Tang San away. Bibi Dong's expression darkened ominously as she coldly retorted, "What is it? Does your Muchun group intend to engage in battle with our spirit hall?" Muchun spoke with an air of calmness. "I merely hope that you will grant me this favor. I seek only to rescue my sister." He then addressed the members of Shrek behind him, saying, "Xiao Wu is, in fact, a 10,000-year transformation spirit beast. Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament today. I do not wish to impose upon you. If you choose not to rescue Xiao Wu, you are free to depart. I trust that the Pope would not arbitrarily trouble the innocent." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Xiao Wu was indeed such a being. Yet, what did it matter? Daimubai, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, was the first to step forward, declaring, "Regardless of whether Xiao Wu is a spirit beast, she is my junior, and I have an obligation to protect her." The others, upon hearing his words, hesitated not for a moment, advancing resolutely to confront the Pope. The 3 elders behind them chuckled, "We may be old, but we are still very much alive. It is not your place to dictate the terms." At that moment, Shrek resembled a formidable fortress. A group of individuals willing to risk their lives, standing in stark contrast to Bibi Dong's followers, who were driven solely by self-interest. Bibi Dong's expression shifted multiple times as she glanced around at the titled Douluos, who now appeared hesitant to continue, ultimately making her decision. Since the chairman of the Muchun group had spoken, a modicum of face must be afforded. "You may leave." The last 4 words were uttered through gritted teeth. The spirit hall suffered a significant loss, the greatest of which was its dignity. It was likely that news of this incident would spread wildly, further diminishing the spirit hall's influence over soul masters. Muchun nodded slowly, then exchanged a meaningful glance with Yin Shi and the others. After they responded affirmatively, Muchun swiftly ascended into the skies with Xiaowu, heading towards the Douluo Great Forest. Yin Shi, the Douluo, watched them depart and turned to Bibi Dong, donning a smile that resembled his usual demeanor. Your Holiness, while 10,000-year soul beasts are indeed scarce, there are still quite a number available. Your choice is astute. The Muchun group owes you a favor. When necessary, we shall act in accordance with our beliefs as soul masters to assist you. Bibi Dong offered no further comment, simply replying, "Thank you, Douluo Yin Shi. You may disperse now." With that, she turned on her heel, eager to leave the place that no longer held her interest. The other Douluos, including Ju Douluo, exchanged awkward smiles before following the Pope's lead. Once the atmosphere appeared to have returned to normal, Guzhen's naive voice broke the silence. The chairman's task entrusted to us has been accomplished. You should all return swiftly. Today has indeed caused quite a stir, and significant events are likely to unfold in the future. Yin Shi then directed his gaze toward the master and Ning Fengji, stating, "Our young master undoubtedly has some ulterior motives regarding the spirit hall. If you trust my words, please advise your sect to remain vigilant." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 8. The trials begin. Muchun soared through the skies, cradling Xiaowu in his arms, as she murmured to herself, "That little third." Muchun, unable to catch every word due to the wind of flight, nonetheless offered words of comfort. "Xiaowu, by now you should comprehend how Xiao San regards you, and equally recognize the nature of your relationship has reached a certain stage. Since you have gained clarity, do not linger in hesitation, remain true to your heart, for I believe Xiao San shall do the same." A glimmer of insight appeared in Xiaowu's eyes as she nestled within his embrace. Indeed, what was I hesitating for? What was I entangled in? A joyful smile graced Xiaowu's face as she playfully remarked, "Thank you, Chengge, but you." Muchun interjected, "We've arrived." Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed, heralding the arrival of the azure bull python, while the formidable Ming approached like a looming hill. The two soul beast kings regarded Muchun with intense scrutiny. Xiaowu hurriedly descended, stating, "Deming, Ming, this is my brother. He harbors no hostility." After a detailed explanation, Deming and Ming finally relaxed their guard and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, human." Muchun shook his head and said, "My adoptive father is also a soul beast. I would much prefer to stand with you over there. Rest assured, I am diligently seeking ways to improve our relationship. There will come a day when we shall see results." Deming nodded in agreement. Muchun then addressed Xiaowu, saying, "At this moment, we require formidable strength to contend with the spirit hall. Thus I intend to embark on a journey to the extreme north for further training." A hint of reluctance flickered across Xiaowu's face, yet she smiled and replied, "All right, Brother Chen, I promise not to venture out until Xiao San comes to fetch me." Muchun smiled as he gently ruffled her hair before turning away, setting his sights on the far northern land. Inside a cave, Tang San cast an inquisitive glance towards Tang Hao. Raising his head, Tang Hao looked at Tang San, and it seemed as though there was a unique allure in his gaze that drew Tang San's attention. In that moment, Tang Hao's eyes were no longer murky but remarkably bright, dimming even the stars in the night sky. "You must be curious as to why I did not touch that rabbit. Is it due to my relationship with Xiaowu?" Tang San asked softly. Tang Hao shook his head in response. "Her courage is indeed formidable. A 10,000-year soul beast before reaching maturity is the target of all soul masters. If it weren't for that flower, and if I hadn't been the first titled Douluo to encounter her, she would have likely become another soul ring or soul bone by now." Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "Father, you have always—" Tang Hao interrupted, shaking his head. "No, but at least I have been present for a long time. One day, when you possess the ability to protect her and can safeguard yourself as well, I will not oppose your meeting, but it is certainly not the right time now." Tang San nodded in understanding, observing his son. Tang Hao's aged countenance revealed a flicker of vitality. What does it matter, man or beast? The emotions of beasts can often be more sincere. As Tang San absorbed his father's words, memories of the promise he made to Xiaowu flooded back to him. To protect her for a lifetime, indeed, with his current strength. How could he safeguard her? In the face of truly powerful soul masters, his abilities seemed insignificant. Seeing the dazed expression on Tang San's face, Tang Hao furrowed his brow. She is safe. She is returned to where she belongs. Only there will she be free from danger. A true man must know when to grasp and when to release. When the day comes that you genuinely possess the strength to protect her, it will not be too late to seek her out. Father, do you not oppose my being with Xiaowu? Tang San asked, astonished as he gazed at Tang Hao. A glimmer of confusion sparkled in Tang Hao's eyes. 8 years have passed, Xiao San. Do you resent me for leaving you during this time? Tang San shook his head. No, I do not harbor resentment. Why is that? Tang Hao inquired. At this moment, Tang San felt a sense of relaxation. Although he could not reunite with Xiaowu, her safety was paramount. A genuine smile graced his face as he replied, because you are my father, and you gave me life. Without you, I would not exist. A child can never hold their parents accountable. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao felt as though his heart skipped a beat. Looking at his 14-year-old son, the emotions he had suppressed finally erupted, and he pulled Tang San into his embrace, his strong arms enveloping his son tightly. From birth until now, this was the first time Tang San truly felt his father's love, a sensation so vivid. Despite having lived in 2 worlds, he experienced it for the very first time. Even the master whom he has always regarded as a father could not elicit such a feeling within him. Tang Hao's grip was rough, the strength in his arms causing Tang San's bones to creak slightly. Yet, enveloped in his father's iron-like embrace, Tang San experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Is this the essence of familial affection? I am aware that you have many questions for me. Tang Hao gently pushed Tang San away, allowing him to sit once more before him. Tang San noticed that his father's eyes were somewhat reddened. He nodded in response. Tang Hao continued. The voice you heard when you unleashed your martial soul's true form that day was mine. There are many matters you do not yet need to know, for you lack the capacity to comprehend them. From this moment forth, you shall follow my guidance in your training. When the day arrives that you meet my expectations, I will unveil everything to you. He coughed twice, then discreetly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Father, are you injured? Tang San rose to his feet. But Tang Hao restrained him. It is nothing, merely an old injury stirred up by today's exertion. Tang Hao's expression returned to tranquility, as if the injured party were not he. Among the questions you ponder, I can address 2 for you. First, the others at Shrek Academy will be unharmed. Each person will make their own choices, and it is indeed time for you all to part ways. A master leads you through the door, but the path of cultivation is personal. The master is undoubtedly an exceptional teacher, however, remaining perpetually by his side hinders your progress. Second, regarding Xiaowu, are you not curious as to why, despite being a 100,000-year soul beast, her strength is not formidable? Tang San immediately nodded, as this had long been a question lingering in his mind. Even the Master's descriptions of 100,000-year soul beasts were rather simplistic, given the scarcity of that particular group, and the Master had never delved deeply into their study due to the lack of subjects for research. Tang Hao remarked, allow me to briefly elucidate this matter, and you will understand. Chapter 81. The Unyielding Sword of Iron and Bone. Muchun journeyed towards the far northern lands, while on the opposite side, Tang San commenced the specialized training bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. With a splash, Tang San found himself submerged in the water once more. The number of times he had been thrown into the pool now a blur in his memory. The force of the waterfall cascading from a height of 200 meters could only be truly comprehended by those who had experienced it firsthand. With his soul power sealed, he found it nearly impossible not only to practice with his hammer beneath the waterfall but even to ascend the massive, smooth stone. 3 days elapsed. Yet Tang San had not managed to stand firmly atop that extraordinarily slick stone. He had not executed even a single swing. Each day he reached a state of utter exhaustion before he could barely crawl ashore to rest, and once his energy was replenished, he would once again plunge back into the water's tumultuous embrace. Renowned for his tenacity, Tang San had never known the meaning of failure. If one attempt faltered, he would try again. If 2 attempts failed, a 3rd would follow. He firmly believed that his father's instructions were grounded in wisdom. Under the influence of the wisdom skull, Tang San began to assess the smoothness of the stone and the force of the water's current, seeking the optimal entry point to ascend the stone while striving to evade the water's impact. He utilized every part of his body to dissipate the force. The heavy forging hammer undoubtedly aided him. The greater his own weight, the less susceptible he was to being swept away by the torrent. Tang Hao remained in the cave he had carved, engrossed in meditation, indifferent to Tang San's struggles. Tang San had prepared an ample supply of water and food sufficient to sustain both of them for a month. Thus, during this time, he refrained from foraging for fruit. Whenever he ascended to rest, he would set aside some food to bring to his father's cave, placing it before him. After eating, he would promptly rest, and once rejuvenated, he would dive back into the water. Occasionally, Tang Hao would open his eyes, and his gaze would naturally gravitate towards Tang San. Observing his son repeatedly being swept away only to climb back up, a flicker of quiet satisfaction would appear in his eyes. Foolish boy, do you not realize? This waterfall is your forging hammer. It is your body that is being tempered. As the continent's sole divine craftsman, my purpose is to forge you into a true artifact. 5 seconds, at last, he managed to endure for 5 seconds. By the 5th day, Tang San had achieved the remarkable feat of maintaining his position atop the stone for 5 seconds. I must grow strong enough to protect Xiaowu, just like Brother Chen. He vowed, continually reminding himself to bolster his fighting spirit. Finally, he had arrived. Muchun gazed upon the pristine land, fully aware that he had reached his destination. Muchun stepped onto the soft, powdery snow, and in an instant, one foot sank into its depths. With a slight exertion of his soul force, he managed to prevent his foot from sinking too deeply. Muchun ventured into the depths of the region. Halfway through his journey, a soul beast launched an assault on him. To his astonishment, it was a 70,000-year-old ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Muchun casually summoned his puppets, which rushed forth to inflict a brutal torment upon the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. After subjecting the creature to a relentless onslaught, they dragged it over to Muchun's side, unceremoniously tossing it at his feet. The saber-toothed tiger skidded to a stop beneath him, its once mighty fangs shattered and its body marred by countless wounds. The beast's aura was so feeble that it resembled that of a soul beast worn down over a decade. Its eyes, now dull and devoid of life, reflected an eerie silence. It was a sight both horrifying and unfathomable. Such cruelty towards a creature was beyond the realm of human capability. Muchun extended his hands towards the saber-toothed tiger, stirring a surge of excitement within the creature. It thought to itself, at last, I can be liberated. And a sense of gratitude blossomed toward Muchun. Yet, the next moment, it was utterly bewildered as Muchun began to heal it, and subsequently established a master-servant contract. At this point, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer contain its fury. I am a soul beast of 70,000 years. You wish to enslave me? Impossible. The saber-toothed tiger, am forged with unyielding resolve and will perish rather than submit. In an instant, it contemplated self-destruction. However, Muchun casually gestured to 2 puppets, preventing the tiger from carrying out its desperate act. The 2 puppets then proceeded to drag the saber-toothed tiger away. What followed was an ear-splitting roar of anguish that resonated through the air. When the saber-toothed tiger returned, it found itself unable to open its eyes. Muchun remained expressionless as he healed the saber-toothed tiger, who resisted each time, believing that the healing process would deplete his soul power. After enduring 12 beatings, he finally capitulated, and the master-servant contract was established. Only then did Muchun exert himself fully in the healing process. In but a single breath, the saber-toothed tiger was restored to his former glory. The saber-toothed tiger declared, from this moment forth, you are mine. I shall impart to you the secrets of my heart, and assist in refining your body. In essence, you shall serve as my eyes in the frigid north. Moreover, you cannot remain nameless. Let us call you Jian Can, for your appearance suits it well. Jian Can immediately nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the bond formed. Excellent. Now, lead me to your adversaries. I shall aid you in vanquishing them. Upon hearing this, Jian Can became immensely excited, half crouching on the ground, seemingly imploring his newfound companion to mount him. Muchun did not refuse. He mounted the sword and, with the puppet trailing behind, they set off. On the 5th day, Tang San was able to maintain his balance on the round stone for 5 seconds. Although devoid of soul power, his body adapted to the characteristics of the ghost shadow phantom, allowing him to sway gently and mitigate the impact of the waterfall, striving to find the optimal balance to withstand the force. Despite the difficulty in breathing, he endeavored to endure for as long as possible. For Tang San, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. The initial persistence was, without a doubt, the most arduous. Not only did Tang San have to endure the overwhelming impact of the waterfall, but he also suffered from the torment of being unable to wield his soul power. It was akin to an adult suddenly transformed into a child, where strength diminishes instantaneously, necessitating a period of adjustment. The 5 days served precisely as this adaptation phase. Throughout these days, as he faced the relentless water flow, Tang San gradually overcame the anguish of not being able to utilize the Xiantian skill. With the enhancement of his intelligence from the wisdom skull, he began to master the technique. From the 6th day onward, his time spent on the round stone increased exponentially, and he finally began to wield the forging hammer. Applying force on the smooth stone was undoubtedly a painful endeavor. However, Tang San, with his remarkable intellect, refrained from hastily practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique. Instead, he focused on adapting to the combat power within the waterfall, diligently striving to maintain his balance amidst the torrent. When Tang San eventually managed to stand firm beneath the waterfall without being swept away, Tang Hao finally imparted his second instruction: to cultivate, to nurture his soul power. For Tang San, this meant practicing the Xiantian skill. Initially, he was astonished by his father's assertion that his inner strength for the Xiantian skill had been sealed, leaving him to ponder how he could cultivate. However, upon commencing his practice, he discovered that the seal his father had placed was quite peculiar. Although he could not utilize the Xiantian inner strength, his cultivation remained unaffected. Each time he began to cultivate within his ethereal form, the accumulated inner strength would naturally merge with the fervent seal after one cycle, becoming one with his original inner strength. While he could not perceive the advancement of the Xiantian skill, he noticed a significant acceleration in his body's recovery speed post-cultivation. Thus, from that day onward, Tang San dedicated 3 time periods daily to his practice, utilizing the remaining time to train beneath the waterfall. With a splash, the forging hammer struck the water, creating a modest fountain, completing a cycle and returning to Tang San's head. He succeeded. Tang San rejoiced. But his moment of elation was short-lived as his wavering resolve led him to be swept away by the waterfall into the pool below. Chapter 82. Taming the Stubborn One. The sword carried Muchun into the territory of his long-standing rival, a formidable white-haired mammoth with an impressive cultivation of 80,000 years. As a saber-toothed tiger, the sword had always found itself at odds with this opponent, yet due to the latter's superior cultivation, it had little recourse but to endure the bullying, subsequently retaliating against the rival's offspring. Muchun had also surmised a few things and did not inquire further as he approached the mammoth. The mammoth emitted a cry, seemingly attempting to drive these two individuals away. Muchun directly conveyed his thoughts through mental communication, saying, "Speak plainly." The mammoth glanced at the diminutive human with disdain and retorted, "Do you think you are worthy of conversing with me? Summon your superior instead." The mammoth instinctively regarded the sword behind the human as his source of support. Muchun approached with a smile and delivered a resounding slap to the mammoth. The mammoth, incredulous of the strength possessed by this human, and bolstered by his own confidence in his defensive capabilities, chose to absorb the blow without much precaution. Thus, he paid the price, being sent flying nearly 100 meters, his massive form carving deep furrows in the snow. After several moments of struggle, he managed to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Surprised now? It's far too early for that, my child," Muchun gently remarked to the mammoth. Startled, the mammoth turned to flee, only to find Muchun blocking his path. Frightened, he pivoted in another direction, only to encounter yet another Muchun. To his astonishment, he realized that 3 identical humans surrounded him. In a fit of rage, he roared, preparing to fight with all his might. Soon, anguished cries of the beast filled the air. After a brief bout involving the combined efforts of Muchun and his companions, the mammoth found himself gravely injured. Muchun slowly approached him and asked, "Do you wish to survive?" The mammoth, in a display of stubborn pride, retorted, "I would rather die than yield." "Why do you all have to be this way?" Muchun said, casting a pointed glance at Jian Qin. Jian Qin immediately shook his head and replied, "Perhaps it is because their cultivation surpasses mine, hence their arrogance is even greater. Let us just defeat him, boss." Muchun nodded in deep agreement. He then commenced the second round of mixed martial arts. At this moment, Muchun's combat prowess was astonishingly high. He was unperturbed by 10,000-year soul beasts, treating these millennium beasts as mere chicks to be dispatched. Thus, akin to the forging of steel, he engaged in combat for a while, taking moments to heal his wounds before continuing the fight. He kept the opponent in a state of relentless agony, yet unable to succumb to death. In this manner, after tirelessly subjecting the mammoth to 16 rounds of mixed martial arts, the creature finally exclaimed, "Boss, I was wrong, please stop. I yield, I yield." The mammoth, unable to endure such relentless strikes any longer, chose submission. After Muchun entered into a master-servant contract with him, he remarked, "Well, you are rather stubborn. So from now on, I shall call you Little Stubborn." "Little Stubborn," he continued, "who do you believe is the most formidable creature in this realm?" "I believe it must be the 10,000-year-old Kai Su Kuan residing in the Icy Sea." Muchun, "Wait, are you certain that creature is called Kai Su Kuan?" Muchun inquired with a look of astonishment. "Indeed, boss, that creature is indeed named Kai Su Kuan." "Then pray tell, what makes him the strongest?" "I am well aware of the Titan Snow Demon King who has existed for 200,000 years." Muchun pressed further. Xiao Jiang replied, "The Snow Demon King is undeniably powerful, yet he would undoubtedly hesitate to challenge Kai Shukuan, for Kaishu Kuan possesses unparalleled combat prowess, rendering him nearly invincible in the depths of the ocean. His mastery over water is extraordinary, and coupled with his colossal size and the latent potential of his lineage, most spirit beasts would refrain from provoking him. This is precisely why he has managed to survive for 100,000 years without fear. Muchun nodded, pondering to himself. The Kuan is indeed formidable, exhibiting a robust spirit. After seemingly resolving to take action, he addressed Xiao Jiang and Jian Can, stating, in that case, let us seek out the Titan Snow Demon King. Both Xiao Jiang and Jian Can were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. However, as loyal subordinates, they refrained from questioning further and accompanied Muchun towards the lair of the Titan Snow Demon King. Muchun's thoughts were quite straightforward. The ancient Kuan, which had existed for 100,000 years, could be dealt with at any moment. However, enticing the two soul beasts, aged 70 and 40,000 years, proved to be a more challenging and crucial endeavor. Thus, he resolved to address that matter first. He pondered, lost in thought upon the back of the mammoth, wondering how the third party was faring. The 81st strike. Tang San, filled with exhilaration, brandished his hammer for the final blow. At the instant the entirety of the 81 strikes culminated, the power of their cumulative force coalesced. Even in his current state, devoid of any soul power, the sheer might unleashed in that moment surpassed his previous zenith. With a resounding thud, the force dissipated, and Tang San's form was plunged heavily into the waters below the waterfall. Yet, at that moment, the elation swelling within him was indescribable. After 3 months, he had finally fulfilled his father's demand, successfully executing the 81st strike. Now, Tang San's skin radiated with a healthy bronze hue, and he had grown taller. Although his hair and beard appeared disheveled, his eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to cold stars. As the water surged back, Tang Hao, seated within the stone cave, opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing in their depths. Even as the continent's youngest titled Douluo, he could not help but admire his son's remarkable achievement. It had taken him 6 months to reach this stage, yet the resolute Tang San, with the aid of his innate talent, accomplished it in merely 3 months. Leaping from the pool to the shore, Tang San gripped the forging hammer, his gaze immediately meeting his father's. Tang Hao's eyes traversed over his son. After 3 months, Tang San's muscles had become more defined. While none were excessively large, they bore a subtle sheen, hinting at the explosive power contained within, which Tang Hao, with his discerning eye as a titled Douluo, could easily perceive. Father, I have succeeded. The 81 strikes, Tang San declared with a hint of pride. The exhilaration of those 81 resounding strikes, a harmony of spirit and body transcending limits, filled him with joy. Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement, uttering 2 words, very good. However, he added, you must strive for even greater heights. As he spoke, Tang Hao seized the casting hammer from Tang San's grasp and, with a swift motion, sent it soaring into the sky like a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ignoring the somewhat dazed Tang San, Tang Hao grasped a nearby large tree with one hand, his grip slicing through the trunk as if it were mere tofu. In an instant, splinters flew through the air, and all Tang San could perceive were the fragments of wood and the fleeting shadow of Tang Hao's hand. It is worth noting that with his 3rd-level pinnacle of the purple extreme magic eye, even Tang San struggled to discern Tang Hao's movements, a testament to his father's astounding speed. When Tang Hao finally halted, another hammer appeared in his hand, identical to the previous casting hammer but crafted from the severed tree. He placed the wooden hammer into Tang San's palm and instructed him to practice the chaotic wind hammer technique with it. If the handle breaks, you shall make your own, he remarked before retreating to his cave. This seemingly simple directive, however, bestowed upon Tang San an immensely challenging task. At first, as he clutched the wooden hammer, Tang San felt no immediate difference. After 3 months of training with a hefty casting hammer, the wooden one felt as light as a feather. As he plunged back into the water towards the waterfall, he found it much easier than before. The buoyancy of the wooden hammer allowed him to save nearly 1/5 of the time, and soon he arrived beneath the waterfall. However, as he ascended onto the circular stone at the base of the waterfall, he immediately sensed something amiss. The force of the rushing water jolted his body, nearly sending him tumbling from the stone. Given the stability he had gained from 3 months of rigorous training, standing on the stone should have felt as secure as being anchored. Thus, the sudden lightness beneath his feet left him astonished. Quickly, Tang San realized the source of the issue. The casting hammer had been replaced by the wooden one, and the disparity in weight was monumental. His center of gravity and familiarity with the water's flow had shifted dramatically. With the altered weight, maintaining his balance became considerably more challenging. Understanding this, Tang San wisely refrained from immediately swinging the wooden hammer. Instead, he stood firmly, gently controlling the hammer's movements to attune himself to its feel in the water. Surprisingly, the seemingly lightweight hammer encountered even greater resistance than the previous casting hammer. Its inherent lightness was compounded by the dual influences of buoyancy and the force of the current, making it all the more difficult for Tang San to wield effectively. Chapter 83, Provocation under the guidance of the tenacious Xiaojiang. Muchun leisurely ventured towards the territory of the Titan Snow Demon King. Along the way, they encountered numerous soul beasts, aged between 70 to 80,000 years, who inquired about the presence of these two intruders. However, without exception, they all experienced the formidable taste of mixed martial arts. As a result, they effortlessly subdued nearly one-third of the forces in the entire extreme north region. In Muchun's words, "You are like walnuts. Until you are cracked, you won't know who the true leader is." After many days and nights of travel, Muchun finally arrived at the domain of the Titan Snow Demon King. Initially, the guards, mere subordinates of the Demon King, attempted to drive away these three insignificant figures. Yet, after experiencing the power of mixed martial arts themselves, they obediently went to inform their superior. "Xiaojiang, why is it that all of you seem to seek a fight at every turn?" Muchun asked, his expression one of confusion. Xiaojiang and Jian could only force a bitter smile in response. Not long ago, Muchun had released a soul ring level 70, with 6 crimson soul rings. This was truly terrifying. They worried that if they uttered a single wrong word, they might become a soul ring themselves. Although they believed their leader did not favor black soul rings, caution was still warranted. The deceased of Muchun underwent a significant transformation upon reaching level 50, beginning to sprout flesh and skin, as if in the process of recovery. Due to this change, Muchun frequently found himself dreaming of recurring images, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. After the passage of half an hour, the Titan Snow Demon King finally approached Muchun. "How astonishingly large you are, even slightly surpassing the Titan giant ape," Muchun remarked, captivated by the immense figure before him. "Human, what purpose brings you here?" the Titan Snow Demon King inquired, clearly displeased with Muchun's presence. Muchun shook his head and remarked, "If you do not comprehend this, you are truly foolish and naive. I have come to confront you." The Titan Snow Demon King, enraged, swung his arm and launched an attack towards Muchun. Muchun ascended without hesitation and instructed the two young ones, "You two, step aside for now." They departed without a moment's doubt, not out of cowardice, but rather recognizing their presence would serve little purpose. In their initial clash, Muchun managed to push back the Titan Snow Demon King using solely his physical prowess, retreating only 5 steps himself. The Titan Snow Demon King was compelled to regard this airborne human with newfound seriousness. "Do not presume that being a titled Douluo grants you." The Titan Snow Demon King's words faltered as he was taken aback. Muchun, without uttering a single word, unveiled his martial soul accompanied by 6 crimson soul rings and 2 external soul bones. Furthermore, spurred by the siren-s wail, Muchun bellowed, unleashing a soul-stirring cry. In an instant, the Titan Snow Demon King's aura diminished to a state where even a 10,000-year-old soul beast could easily vanquish him. In contrast, Muchun, while somewhat weakened, still retained a formidable strength of 20. Defeating the current Titan Snow Demon King would be an effortless endeavor. "Oh, my lord, how magnificent!" Jian could not help but exclaim. Xiaojiang added, "This soul skill is extraordinarily formidable, although the Titan Snow Demon King withstood most of the damage. His kin surrounding him still perished in droves." Muchun retracted his external soul bone and gradually descended onto the snow-covered ground. He slowly approached the Titan Snow Demon King, who was struggling to support himself with his arms. "What do you think? I have not exaggerated, have I? It seems that I could eliminate you effortlessly. However, I have no desire to do so," Muchun remarked. The Titan Snow Demon King shot a reluctant glare at Muchun, fully aware that the latter required a soul ring, thus resigning himself to the certainty of his demise. The assertion that Muchun did not wish to kill him only fueled his animosity further. Muchun, however, paid no heed to such matters. He produced the extraordinary and invincible restorative elixir bestowed upon him by the system, instantly restoring himself to peak condition. Indeed, this was the source of Muchun's confidence. With this miraculous potion in hand, he felt emboldened to confront Emperor Tian. The Titan Snow Demon King gazed at him in sheer astonishment. Muchun relished the intensity of the gaze upon him, yet he was acutely aware that this was not a moment for indulgence. The cries of the siren he had unleashed were resounding, instigating an avalanche. While it would not pose a threat to the ancient soul beasts, Many thousand-year soul beasts found themselves buried alive. Surely, the two figures emblematic of the far north would not remain concealed any longer. Muchun gazed into the distance with a smile, patiently awaiting the emergence of another. If one were to inquire what would happen if the other did not appear, the answer would be simple. One might as well vanquish the Titan Frost Demon King. After all, there is no loss in that endeavor. Furthermore, how could those two possibly refrain from coming? Muchun has already perceived two distant points swiftly approaching, one blue, the other green. Tang San wished to call out to his mother, yet no sound escaped his lips, regardless of his efforts. At that moment, the true Tang San stood there, tears streaming down his face. His skin had transformed entirely into a radiant blue, and countless strands of blue-silver grass emerged from his body, intertwining around him. These strands of blue-silver grass shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Blue liquid cascaded from the eyes of the blue-silver king. While one might mistake someone for another, he would never be deceived. The boy before him was indeed the royal descendant, the son of the blue-silver emperor from days of yore. Great king, may you rest in peace in the realm beyond. A tremendous wave of blue light surged forth, enveloping Tang San's body in a gentle oceanic embrace, allowing him to drift effortlessly without any pain. What he felt was merely a tender caress upon his soul. One by one, soul rings manifested. The first was the manta ray, the second the ghost vine, the third the human-faced demon spider, and the fourth the earth abyss demon spider. Yellow, purple, and black. These four soul rings emerged silently, aligning themselves systematically upon Tang San. Countless massive blue light points swiftly infiltrated these four soul rings, bestowing upon each a layer of blue radiance. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San began to undergo transformation. This was not a result of the external blue ocean, but rather emanated from within Tang San himself. The previously crystalline blue-silver grass became even more translucent, gradually transforming into a resplendent sapphire-like brilliance. Within that shimmering blue core, a golden vein stretched from the roots of each blue-silver grass to the tips of the leaves. The true blue-silver emperor had finally awakened. In an instant, under the influence of the blue-golden light radiating from Tang San, the blue luminescence in the air noticeably intensified. On the ground, each strand of blue-silver grass began to gleam with clarity, growing wildly. Even the blue-silver king before Tang San became translucent, wearing an expression of satisfaction under the blue-golden aura he exuded. The four soul rings on Tang San emitted a blue-golden sheen. Soon, that blue-golden light seeped back into the soul rings, appearing, at first glance, unchanged. However, in truth, they were no longer the original soul rings of blue-silver grass. They had transformed into the soul rings of the blue-silver king. The bulging muscles on Tang San's body contracted slightly, rendering him more harmonious in appearance. His physique remained unchanged, yet his once black hair gradually morphed into a deep blue, interspersed with hints of golden radiance, mirroring the blue-silver grass beside him. His long hair, crystal-like in its brilliance, was mesmerizing. At that moment, Tang San felt an intangible enhancement of all his attributes, not pertaining to soul power, but rather a profound metamorphosis following the awakening of his martial spirit. The essence of blue-silver grass embodies resilience and tenacity, and as the blue-silver emperor, this quality was epitomized in Tang San. At this moment, the vibrant vitality emanating from him reached a terrifying degree reminiscent of a machine. Even Tang San himself was unaware that, at this juncture, an extraordinary and unfathomable attribute, one that belonged solely to the blue-silver emperor, had manifested within him. This attribute was not overtly perceptible, yet it would wield a profound influence over Tang San's future. The azure radiance gradually receded, and Tang San's consciousness slowly began to awaken. However, he was reluctant to return to awareness, for the gentle warmth accompanying his awakening was gradually fading away. The original four soul rings began to vanish one by one into Tang San's being, while countless strands of blue light commenced to rapidly coalesce around him. A vast expanse of blue converged into a colossal halo encircling his form. As the halo continued to compress, it diminished in size, its hue deepening with each moment. Tang San could not quite fathom this sensation. He merely felt a torrent of warmth surging within him, accompanied by an increase in the tears streaming from his eyes. Ultimately, all the blue coalesced into a halo of the same magnitude as his soul rings, with the multitude of overlapping blues transforming into an obsidian shade. Gradually, this pristine black halo began to rhythmically orbit around Tang San's being, while the surrounding environment fell into a profound silence. On the ground, the blue-silver grass, which had previously grown wildly, now stood at least 3 times its former height. The crystalline sheen upon them faded as the blue light diminished. Yet the life force they exuded became markedly more potent. This was the influence of the blue-silver emperor's aura under its effect. All blue-silver grass experienced a qualitative leap. Tang Xin had received much from this place, yet his blue-silver emperor aura had also bestowed countless blessings. Do not weep, great sovereign. The past is already past. We seek your protection, softly called the blue-silver king. As everything settled into tranquility, Tang Xin slowly opened his tear-filled eyes. Thank you. His voice quavered, not in gratitude for the blue-silver king awakening his true blue-silver emperor martial soul, but rather for allowing him to experience the essence of maternal love. In his lifetime, across 2 worlds, it was the first time he felt this irresistible tenderness. We should be the ones expressing our gratitude. It is your presence that has awakened our greater vitality. The soul ring you have acquired is a culmination of what your body can endure at its limits. In human terms, this soul ring is roughly equivalent to one that could emerge from a soul beast of 25,000 years. It does not originate from the external world, but rather from within yourself. It will evolve alongside the enhancement of your own capabilities. Whenever you are within the realm of your people, it will adapt to your physical form autonomously. At this moment, Tang Xin could only vaguely recall the words of the blue-silver king. However, he lacked the inclination to perceive the transformations occurring within his own body. He remained oblivious to the subtle yet significant changes that had rendered his once ordinary visage remarkably more handsome. His original appearance had merely been an imprint of his father's bloodline, but now he had finally embraced the essence of both his parents' heritage. It was at this juncture that he could truly be called himself. A soft luminescence flickered as a distinct emotional fluctuation crossed Tang Xin's face. Instead of hastily departing, he chose to summon his martial soul, the blue-silver grass. A small cluster of blue-silver grass sprouted from the palm of his right hand. Its crystalline leaves free from the barbs bestowed by the ghost vine, appearing only slightly thicker than the ordinary variety. Yet, the leaves, glimmering like sapphires, exuded an exquisite beauty. Particularly striking was the hint of golden veins interwoven within, imparting an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. This was not merely blue-silver grass. It was the true blue-silver emperor. While the blue-silver grass was deemed a useless martial soul, the blue-silver emperor was unequivocally a supreme martial soul, an unparalleled and singular essence, embodying the bloodline of a sovereign. Chapter 84. The Alliance. You, a mere human, have actually defeated the Snow Demon King? A vibrant green figure perched atop the body of the Titan Snow Demon King. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress, clad in a white down coat, floated above. Muchun was certainly aware of the identities of these 2 individuals, yet to feign ignorance, he inquired with a subtle expression, "Might I ask who you are? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" The Snow Emperor, known for his frigid demeanor, preferred action over words and immediately raised his hands. A chilling voice resonated. "Ice Extreme Emperor Sword." Startled by the sudden escalation, Muchun quickly grasped the dragon might golden spear and clashed it against the Emperor's sword. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying. Was this the power of a soul beast that had existed for 600,000 years? Alarm filled Muchun's eyes. Meanwhile, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, a soul beast of 400,000 years, charged from another direction. Resorting to violence upon our first encounter? Do they truly think I fear them? Muchun scoffed coldly, turning to collide with the scorpion's tail of the Ice Emperor. Sister, his fists are remarkably hard. My scorpion tail cannot pierce through. The Ice Emperor exclaimed, astonished, as he relayed his experience to the Snow Emperor. Indeed, we must not be careless. The Snow Emperor nodded in agreement. Muchun emerged from a mound of snow, undeterred by the biting wind and remarkably unscathed. Cursed by malevolent spirits, clad in molten armor, the once platinum-hued armor suddenly ignited, its intense heat melting the snow within a radius of 10 meters and plunging to a depth of 5. The Emperor of Ice unleashed a swift strike, appearing before Muchun in an instant, delivering a powerful blow, a technique that one could never hope to withstand. The puppet of the departed, Muchun exclaimed inwardly. Just as the Emperor of Ice's hand was about to connect with Muchun, another Muchun emerged, executing a kick to intercept the attack. In that fleeting moment, this doppelganger disintegrated into shards of ice, scattering through the air. The Emperor of Ice staggered back slightly due to the recoil. The scene reverted to the moment when the 3 first encountered one another, with only a minor shift in position. Aren't you too curious as to why I attacked the Ice Demon King? Muchun inquired, noticing their reluctance to initiate further aggression. TCH, what other reason could there be? Other than the soul rings, do you humans think of anything else? The Ice Emperor retorted disdainfully. You have harmed our kin, and you shall pay the price," echoed the Snow Emperor. Meanwhile, the Titan Ice Demon King lay on the ground, exhilarated by the declaration that he was considered one of theirs, filled with joy. Muchun's lips twitched as he remarked, "You speak of ordinary soul masters, but I am not one of them." "Humph, what makes you so special?" "Enough with the trivialities. Prepare to face my wrath." Upon finishing his words, the Ice Emperor swiftly advanced, wielding his scorpion tail to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Beside him, the Snow Emperor unleashed his domain, causing even Muchun, engulfed in flames, to feel the biting chill as snowflakes began to swirl around them. "You have forced my hand," Muchun declared, noting that he had created sufficient distance from the Titan Snow Demon King and could no longer afford to delay. Resolutely, he summoned 2 external spirit bones and directed a powerful scream towards the Ice and Snow Emperors. The clear and resonant sound echoed through the air, violently propelling the falling snow towards them. The Ice and Snow Emperors were unable to withstand such an assault, crouching low, hands pressed against their ears in a futile attempt to muffle the sound. But was such a thing even possible? Certainly not. In an instant, the Ice and Snow Emperors felt their vitality diminish, one to 10,000 years and the other to 70,000 years. The Snow Emperor could no longer maintain his levitating state and gradually descended to the ground. The Ice Emperor collapsed into the snow, his body bent, struggling to lift his head. The Snow Emperor, with great difficulty, managed to prop himself up, akin to an adult suddenly rendered as weak as an infant. Unable to support his own robust form, Muchun cast a mischievous grin at the Snow Emperor. "Do not misunderstand. I employ this method solely to ensure you both can hear me clearly. I have always preferred to win others over with virtue." Muchun spoke calmly. Aware of the potential for confrontation, the Snow Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "You may proceed as you wish." Muchun did not obstruct the Snow Emperor's intention to assist the Ice Emperor. "Very well, I have never been fond of meaningless chatter. So let us get straight to the point." After the Snow Emperor had aided the Ice Emperor to his feet, Muchun continued, "I have come to propose an alliance." "An alliance? A soul master and soul beasts?" The Ice Emperor, having regained some composure, immediately donned a mocking expression. Muchun, unfazed, replied, "No, it is you and I." The Snow Emperor, with a displeased expression, retorted, "Submit?" Muchun shook his head and said, "No. I need to establish a wondrous system that requires you to manage the soul beast while I devise ways to manage the soul masters, thereby enhancing the relationship between soul beasts and soul masters." The Snow Emperor inquired, puzzled, "What brings you to such a notion?" Muchun quietly utilized his domain, subsequently engaging in a conversation with the Ice and Snow Emperors. As their dialogue progressed, the expressions of the Ice and Snow Emperors transformed into something truly captivating. Gradually, the domain began to dissipate, and the Snow Emperor regained some composure, sitting up straight and stating, "Since you have already formulated a plan, I shall grant you my consent. The high-level soul beasts of the extreme north will remain tranquil for the time being, but that is all. Once your organization is fully established, I shall provide you with the seeds." Muchun smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze towards the Ice Emperor. Upon seeing Muchun's playful smile, the Ice Emperor turned his head away, haughtily declaring, "Since my sister has said so, I shall reluctantly agree, but it is indeed a reluctant concession, you know?" Muchun smiled, subsequently removing the armor that adorned his body. He extended his hands and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, let us engage in sincere honesty. I hope for a delightful collaboration." The Snow Empress stepped forward to grasp his hand, responding, "Indeed, may our partnership be pleasant. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a conflict. Everything begins here. The Starry Forest, the far north, and the Sunset Forest must unite to forge an unyielding new order." Muchun had already formulated a rough plan in his heart. When Tang San reluctantly lifted his gaze to meet his father's, Tang Hao raised his hand, pointing toward those who were mocking him, and commanded, "Eliminate them." The derisive laughter came to an abrupt halt, and the glances directed at Tang Hao transformed into something peculiar. Tang San did not anticipate such a demand from his father, and a wave of hesitation washed over him. Tang Hao spoke solemnly. "Did you not vow to fulfill the unfinished tasks on my behalf? Then follow my command." Taking a deep breath to suppress the nauseating feelings within, Tang San rose slowly. Tang Hao's voice resonated from behind. "To show mercy toward an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Those who have arrived here have all embraced the path of death, including you and me. Eliminate them. Leave no one alive." Before Tang San could act, a burly man closest to him lunged forward, exclaiming, "I will strike you down first." A sharp dagger was thrust at an acute angle, aiming directly for Tang San's heart. This man was evidently experienced, as his attack was perfectly positioned to penetrate the gaps between Tang San's ribs. The aura of slaughter. Was this what his father was cultivating within him? Tang San sprang into action. He was not inherently a merciful person. To show mercy to an enemy is indeed to be cruel to oneself. With lightning speed, his left hand shot out, and with a clang, he grasped the incoming dagger. The burly man felt as though his blade had struck an impenetrable rock. Unable to advance or retreat, Tang San stepped forward with his right foot, his gaze chilling, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. A frigid aura emanating from his pupils. With a crash, Tang San's shoulder collided with the man's chest, a burst of white light erupting from within him. This was not an offensive maneuver, but rather a shield against the torrent of blood spewing from the man's mouth. The towering figure was sent flying, his chest crumpling upon impact, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoing throughout the tavern. Tang San moved with simplicity and power. The crystalline blue-silver grass erupted, spreading wildly around him. At this moment, he discerned that apart from himself, his father, and the server, there were 23 patrons in the tavern. One had been killed by him, leaving 22 remaining. Among these, 5 individuals were rapidly channeling their soul energy, while the remaining 17 unfalteringly drew their weapons. Not a single person attempted to flee. This was a trial, a test imposed by the City of Slaughter. If we eliminate them, we shall gain entry into the City of Slaughter. A voice rang out, spurring the others into a frenzy. Their eyes turned crimson as they charged at Tang San. Among the 22 attackers, only 5 were soul masters, and the mightiest among them possessed merely 4 soul rings. The blue aura surged upward, intertwining with the rapidly spreading blue-silver grass. And 5 soul rings quietly materialized around Tang San. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The terrifying manifestation of the 5 soul rings. Chapter 85, The Soul Beast That Devours Life. I inquired of the Snow Empress. Are you aware of any malevolent entities nearby that all soul beasts detest? As Muchun followed the Snow Empress to her residence, he posed the question. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress appeared to recall something, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied, Indeed, there exists such a creature, originating from overseas. Overseas? Muchun was taken aback. Precisely. It hails from overseas, possessing a cultivation age of 100,000 years, yet I find myself unable to contend with it. The Snow Empress sighed softly at this recollection. Its strength is formidable, which should be a positive aspect, but as a being outside of our kin, it relentlessly consumes both spiritual energy and life itself. The area it inhabits is nearly devoid of vegetation. Only through the combined efforts of the Ice Emperor and myself were we able to confine it to a specific region. Such overwhelming power? Muchun exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Seemingly reluctant to continue discussing that creature, the Snow Empress gently stated, Let us not dwell on it. Within my residence, there are numerous spiritual herbs. At the appropriate time, you may absorb one to gain the ability to withstand freezing temperatures. Muchun did not refuse, murmuring. Indeed, there is no rush. What? The Snow Emperor asked, perplexed. Haha, it's nothing. Let us first take a look at the spirit herbs. Muchun explained. Subsequently, Muchun absorbed an extreme ice profound grass, acquiring the ability to withstand the cold. After bidding farewell to the Snow Emperor, Muchun did not immediately depart from the extreme north. Instead, he made his way towards a particular location. Utilizing the unique perception bestowed by the Reincarnation Emperor, Muchun effortlessly arrived at the outer area of a region sealed off by the Ice Emperor. Gazing at the barrier formed by the white mist before him, Muchun could not help but exclaim, It seems that even without my intervention, you are about to emerge. Devouring life? I shall name you the soul-devouring beast. Indeed, Muchun intended to make the sinister soul beast his 7th spirit ring, a plan he did not disclose to the Snow and Ice Twin Emperors. As he believed that in this battle, all his trump cards might be needed, the impending clash was palpable. Muchun mused, then suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light, entering the barrier without triggering any restrictions. You should not insult my mother. Tang San's blue eyes suddenly intensified. As he turned around and sat back down before his father, his spirit rings and the external blue-silver grass vanished simultaneously. Thud, 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 bodies fell to the ground, blood staining the tavern floor. Yet at that moment, Tang San's expression remained eerily calm, a tranquility that astonished Tang Hao. Nodding slightly, Tang Hao remarked, It appears I have underestimated you. Remember, upon entering the City of Slaughter, you can rely solely on yourself. I will not be by your side, nor will I protect you. There are no friends or allies there, only enemies. Eliminate every threat to you. Achieve the title of annual champion in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and I shall come for you. The tavern staff did not panic despite the deaths of dozens. He remained as composed as Tang San, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Naturally, he had heard Tang Hao's words to Tang San but wore an expression of disdain. You think you can enter the city of slaughter after killing a few people? You are not worthy. The staff coldly remarked, you cannot even withstand a Bloody Mary. What gives you the right to enter? Suddenly, sharp blue silver grass erupted from his chest. Without turning to look, Tang San merely stated, am I worthy now? The staff, clearly unable to respond further, could not fathom that Tang San would turn against him. His pupils gradually dilated as the blue silver grass swayed. His body was flung away, blood gushing forth, merging with the other corpses. You adapt quickly, Tang Hao observed, watching Tang San. Tang San met his father's gaze, replying, because I want to survive. Because you once said that every person here, including you and I, has a path to death. I believe in you. The city of slaughter, is it? This is the place where I will hone my skills. Father, I will succeed. What he did not articulate was his determination to protect his loved ones, his beloved, and his companions, and to persist in living for the sake of hope. He would not falter. Tang San, inherently astute, became even more intelligent after acquiring the wisdom skull. During his moment of nausea, he comprehended that his father had brought him into this world rife with slaughter, where his only option was to kill. Otherwise, he would be killed. That moment of vomiting represented his singular episode of weakness, one he would not allow himself to experience again. Upon uttering this sentiment, Tang San rose to his feet and strode purposefully to the tavern's bar, disregarding the astonished expressions of the two servers behind it. He raised his hand and struck the bar with tremendous force. In a thunderous crash, the bar shattered into fragments, revealing the ground beneath. The two servers stood in stunned silence, while the blue light enveloping Tang San receded, and a dark hammer appeared in his left hand, seemingly out of nowhere. The entrance to the city of slaughter must lie here. With a twist of his body and a surge of power from his legs, the black hammer transformed into a streak of shadow and struck the ground with great impact. Earlier, Tang San's spiritual sense had already detected the anomaly in this place. Beneath the bar was hollow. Undoubtedly, this small town could not be the city of slaughter, and an entrance was the most logical explanation. He would not seek out any mechanisms. Different locales necessitate distinct methods. With a resounding boom, the ground yielded a vast gaping hole, and a chilling wind surged upward from the cavern below. Tang San glanced back at the spot where his father had been seated, only to find that Tang Hao had vanished. Without hesitation, he leapt into the abyss of darkness below. His body was instantly enveloped by the shadows, immersing him completely. Descending into the darkness, after only a few meters, Tang San's feet found solid ground. He did not require light. For his purple extreme magic, I allowed him to perceive everything clearly in the dark. Before him lay an extended passage, sloping downward, a frigid atmosphere continuously brushing against his form. Yet he pressed forward with resolute strides. After taking 1,462 steps, a cold voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may obtain all that you desire, at the cost of your very life. Releasing his spiritual power, Tang San immediately sensed that the material of this passage was exceptionally unique. He could not penetrate it with his own spiritual force. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his face. Nonetheless, his steps did not waver. In the darkness, his blue-silver grass ventured forth first, followed closely by himself. Tang Hao had once remarked that killing intent, in a certain sense, equates to courage. However, courage does not imply recklessness. Tang San's entry, seemingly bold, was underpinned by a profound caution. Turning a corner, he discerned a faint light ahead. Squinting his eyes, he concentrated his purple extreme magic eye, amplifying the illumination before him. It revealed an open doorway. On the other side of the portal, a breath of life lingered. With purposeful strides, Tang San faintly discerned a cacophony of sounds. As he emerged from the passageway, he was met by 101 figures, all clad in black armor, their faces entirely concealed by helmets. Among them, 100 wielded heavy swords, while one sat majestically atop a towering warhorse, which was also adorned in thick black armor. You have violated the rules, intoned a deep voice that resonated with an icy chill, seemingly not emanating from a mere mortal. The speaker was the black-armored knight astride the horse. Tang San did not meet his gaze. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the scene behind him. Before him lay a black city, its robust walls impressively wide. Undeniably a city, and above it hung a violet moon. The moon loomed low, appearing to be less than 500 meters from the ground, and as he looked higher, everything faded into a profound darkness, akin to the depths of night. And what if I have violated the rules? Tang Xin inquired calmly. The black-armored knight's voice remained frigid, devoid of any human warmth. Then you must accept the punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. Isn't the goal to kill you? Tang Xin asked with a hint of nonchalance. The knight slowly raised his elongated lance, and the black-armored warriors flanking Tang Xin retreated, clearing a space for the confrontation. I am the fearsome knight, Scott. With a sudden acceleration, the knight charged towards Tang Xin, exuding an aura of dread. The chill of his presence was palpable, and while the murderous intent he radiated was significantly less than that of Tang Hao, it possessed a sharpness that was undeniable. Focusing his internal energy, Tang Xin was startled to discover that his soul rings had not manifested alongside the appearance of the blue-silver grass. It seemed that all soul abilities had become ineffective in that moment. Without a trace of panic, Tang Xin moved. He retracted the blue-silver grass and summoned the Haotian hammer into his left hand. In that instant, he comprehended why his father had urged him to train while sealing his soul power. The city of slaughter harbored unique regulations. Here, all soul abilities were nullified. Even soul masters could only rely on their most fundamental strength, the primal form of their martial souls. Though soul abilities had vanished, his soul power remained. As the Xiantian skill was still intact, pivoting, Tang Xin unleashed the Haotian hammer with great force. The first strike of the chaotic cloak hammer method met the formidable charge of the heavily armored knight. With a resounding crash, the warhorse let out a mournful cry as its momentum came to an abrupt halt. A 4-meter-long heavy knight's lance soared through the air, flying far away. The fearsome knight, Scott, was no longer upon his steed. Like his lance, he was sent soaring through the air. The warhorse, however, came to rest at Tang Xin's right hand, its tremendous force dissipating, causing it to topple sideways, quivering violently. Its neck had been completely shattered in the collision of two tremendous forces. The 500-pound Haotian hammer, unleashed with a potent strike by Tang Xin, held a ferocity that only Tang Hao truly comprehended. After 2 years of rigorous training beneath the waterfall, Tang Xin's body had transformed into a formidable weapon. Despite the immense force, it could not affect him in the slightest. The fearsome knight, Scott, slowly rose from the ground. The armor on his right hand, which had once gripped the knight's lance, lay in tatters, scattered about. Even the armor encasing his entire right arm had met the same fate. Simultaneously, the muscles and bones of his right arm had also been obliterated. Tang Xin furrowed his brow. According to his calculations regarding his opponent, that blow should have claimed the knight's life. Yet, the strength of this terrifying knight exceeded his estimations, leaving him alive. With measured steps, Tang Xin advanced, casting his gaze skyward towards the violet moon. In his heart, he silently affirmed, the city of slaughter, where soul abilities cannot be employed, I have arrived. Chapter 86. The terror of the soul-eating beast who Muchun took a gentle breath. Entering the Snow Emperor's domain proved to be rather troublesome. At that moment, Muchun was not in the best condition. His hair was disheveled, and his body bore numerous cuts. After Muchun donned a set of garments and tidied his hairstyle, he surveyed his surroundings and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How merciless! This was Muchun's initial impression. The withered trees around him, devoid of any trace of vibrant spiritual energy, and the stark contrast between the lifeless, purplish-black earth and the pristine white ground outside, all served to convey a singular truth to Muchun. Everything here had been utterly consumed. Muchun, wielding a golden spear, slowly ventured deeper into the abyss. With each deliberate step, he pressed forward, leaving a distinct imprint upon the earth beneath him. Was the very ground itself so easily consumed? How astonishingly fragile it appeared. Observing the pronounced footprints formed by his gentle tread, Muchun could not help but express his wonder. Yet, the more he encountered such fragility, the more his curiosity intensified. With an expression of exhilaration, Muchun gazed into the boundless darkness ahead. Muchun continued to walk forward without pause. However, as he ventured deeper, the items upon him multiplied. It was not that Muchun was truly cautious, but rather that the deeper he went, the scarcer everything became. At the present location of Muchun, there exists not a trace of soul energy. Muchun felt a sudden rush of anxiety. For the last time he battled the Snow Emperor, it was a formidable soul beast from 100,000 years ago. Now, having absorbed such immense soul power, he was struck by an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, his heart raced as a chill swept across his back. This was an instinct honed through years of combat, a premonition of impending danger. Muchun trusted this sensation completely and executed a forward somersault. Once he stabilized his body, he swiftly turned to survey what lay behind him. Nothing was there. However, Muchun did not allow himself a moment of relaxation. Instead, he became even more taut with tension. His confidence in his sixth sense was unwavering. Unless his adversary had some hidden trick. With this thought, Muchun silently cursed and suddenly found himself airborne. As the mask of the malevolent spirit that had ensnared him shattered. Such formidable strength. Struggling in midair, Muchun cast his gaze downward at the entity cloaked in darkness, whose piercing blue-white eyes were fixed upon him. It was astonishing that a single blow had shattered my protective barrier. Muchun, utilizing the wind wolf form, stabilized his posture and floated gracefully in the air. However, when he cast his gaze downward once more, the creature had vanished. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. This was indeed a significant predicament. A bitter expression crossed Muchun's face, quickly replaced by a resolve of determination. TCH, even so, I will still eliminate you. Yuchio spat out a mouthful of foul blood, as he prepared to wield his golden spear and unleash his martial prowess. Muchun's pupils suddenly dilated in alarm. Muchun abruptly fired a shot backward. It was this very shot that allowed him to discern the appearance of his adversary, a lion of deep purple-black hue, adorned with dragon scales, and possessing a single horn protruding sharply from its forehead. After effortlessly evading the attack, the lion vanished into a black vortex, as if it had transcended into another realm. Muchun retreated in a frenzy, the armor on his face gradually mending. Yet, beneath the mask, his countenance betrayed an expression of incredulity. Not even a hint of fluctuation remained. Could it be that he had consumed everything, including the very laws of space? Muchun's eyes widened in fury. Those were the laws. If a soul beast could devour the laws themselves, then it would be boundless, without the constraints of the laws. This soul beast could potentially exist for millennia, even eons. Although it might not attain divinity, it would undoubtedly become the mightiest of beings, perhaps even surpassing the gods. At this moment, a shift occurred within Muchun. If previously his motivations were solely for himself and his seventh soul ring, now his perspective had transformed. He resolved to act for the greater good, for the people, for the world, and to vanquish this soul beast that threatened to rise. Muchun descended to the ground, for the peril in the air had become increasingly treacherous. Muchun thrust his gun forcefully into the ground, and a long robe materialized, cloaking most of his form. Muchun parted his long robe down the center, extending his hands as a taiji diagram materialized beneath his feet. Muchun continuously adjusted his breathing to enhance his perception, emanating his aura, albeit in a limited range, prioritizing quality over quantity. "Come forth, you beast that devours all," he proclaimed with a magnetic voice. "Halt. Stop," Scott shouted, his bravado failing him. Tang San cast a cold glance in his direction. By now, Scott's helmet had fallen away, revealing a fierce, middle-aged visage. The fear in his eyes reflected his bewilderment at the sheer power of this young man. Was he not merely a soul master? "Should you impede me further, I shan't hesitate to eliminate you all," Tang San declared icily. "No, it is not obstruction you face. You have passed my trial and are thus qualified to enter the city of slaughter," spoke the terrifying knight with some difficulty. He was perplexed, typically. Soul masters arriving here were astounded by their inability to wield their soul skills. Yet this youth appeared wholly unaffected. A black token was presented to Tang San, who accepted it without hesitation. The token bore an intricately carved skull and a number, 9528. "This is your proof of entry into the city of slaughter. Please proceed. Someone will be there to guide you at the city gate." Firmly grasping the token, Tang San strode forward without casting another glance at the terrifying knight. As he watched Tang San's receding figure, Scott drew his sword from his waist and, in a fit of desperation, severed his already shattered right arm. Crimson blood splattered against the dark earth, the metallic scent filling the air. The imposing black gates exuded an oppressive atmosphere, with the words City of Slaughter prominently displayed above. 2 rows of armored warriors stood silently at the entrance. Before Tang San could present his identification token, a woman, her face obscured by a black veil, emerged from within. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," she intoned melodiously, stepping aside to gesture him in. Although the underground city astonished Tang San, particularly due to the restrictions on soul skills, he embraced a mindset of acceptance in this new realm, following the woman through the gates. Perhaps due to the identification token in his possession, no one impeded his passage. Upon entering the city, Tang San beheld a realm bathed in shades of blue and violet. The streetlights emitted only these 2 hues. To his surprise, The streets were bustling with people, none paying heed to his presence as an outsider. Aside from the pervasive darkness, at first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary city. Chapter 87. Another complete defeat. Muchun endeavored to soothe his racing heart, striving for tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, his actions caused a golden radiance to gradually emerge upon his skin. Meanwhile, in the distance, a stone formation emanated a golden glow, resonating in harmony with him. Muchun positioned his fists before his chest, assuming a defensive stance. Within a radius of 5 meters, his perception heightened to its zenith, as he hoped to sense the emergence of the soul-devouring beast at the earliest moment. Time passed, second by second. Muchun was drenched in cold sweat as he grasped a fatal realization. He was in a state of utter passivity, absolute passivity. What purpose did it serve to assume a defensive posture? It was glaringly obvious that such a strategy was merely an invitation for a counterattack. The soul-devouring beast could simply wait for him to exhaust himself. He had forgotten how astute its intelligence was. Muchun's lips curled in a grimace. Without further hesitation, he abruptly fled backward. Indeed, it was a retreat. Muchun aimed to reveal a flaw to entice the soul-devouring beast, while also seeking to escape this perilous situation. The adversary was beyond his current capabilities to confront. At the very least, he could not contend with it in its own domain. His thoughts were once again interrupted by a resounding blow to his psyche. Not again. Muchun's initial failure stemmed from his mastery of spatial techniques, which has nearly transformed into a haunting shadow over him. Muchun sustained severe injuries this time, despite his considerable strength propelling him forward. He was still sent flying by a single slap, rolling on the ground for several hundred revolutions before finally coming to a halt. Muchun struggled to prop himself up with his hands, sensing the emergence of a malevolent aura on the ground before him. This is bad. Muchun's face was struck once more, this time by the sharp horn of his adversary, which pierced through his mask and blinded his right eye. Blood gushed forth copiously. He instinctively brushed his left hand over the injury to his left eye. Despite Muchun's usual composure, a surge of anger welled within him at that moment. This negative emotion disrupted his breathing, causing the Tai Chi diagram beneath his feet to dissipate. A sense of foreboding gripped him, suddenly chilled. Muchun turned without a moment's hesitation, but alas, it was too late. His opponent, concealed within his blind spot, effortlessly evaded his attack and then delivered a powerful punch to the armor encasing his chest. Muchun was once again propelled backward, ultimately skidding several hundred meters across the ground before he could finally come to a halt. I can't afford to waste any more time, Muchun roared within his heart. In the territory of the soul-devouring beast, he felt a paralyzing fear of being dominated. He abruptly summoned a wooden dragon to continuously encircle him for protection while he retreated further. Just 100 meters to go. Muchun mentally calculated the distance to the barrier. 30 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, phew, are they not going to pursue me any longer? As Muchun stood at a mere hand's length from departure, he instinctively exhaled a breath. However, his opponent did not relinquish this fleeting moment. A shadowy giant hand successfully seized the instant when the wooden dragon momentarily halted its rotation, firmly grasping Muchun. Muchun was in a state of utter despair. He anxiously summoned the deceased to strike at the hand of darkness. However, his efforts bore no fruit, as the opponent's hand seemed to possess an ethereal quality, akin to a gas, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Alas, Muchun cried out in anguish, for the hand began to tighten its grip on him, applying an overwhelming force that far exceeded his physical limits, initially a staggering 10,000 pounds. The pressure continued to escalate, soaring to 50,000, then 250,000, reaching an unimaginable 1 million. Muchun was thus brutally crushed, his bones and organs shattered completely, even though there was not a glimmer of light left in his eyes. The devouring beast remained relentless. After 9 hours of tormenting the corpse, it finally approached Muchun's lifeless body, took a glance, and then turned away. Ding. The system is currently administering a supreme invincible restoration pill to the host. The devouring beast was oblivious to the existence of a miraculous system capable of mending the host's body at any moment. It had underestimated the situation. Had it chosen to devour that grotesque form, one that could extinguish any appetite, perhaps Muchun would have been denied any chance of revival. Triggered. Divine body protection. Adapting to divine position inheritance. Divine power adjustment complete. The host shall inherit the title of the crownless emperor and embark on the path of the crownless trials. The first trial, resurrection. Reward, 45 units of divine power conversion. I am your guide. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me. Within 12 hours. I shall elucidate all your questions. After 12 hours, this will become your new abode, and you shall officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. Tang Xin nodded and inquired, what manner of place is the City of Slaughter? The girl in the black veil replied, a paradise, a fallen paradise. Tang Xin furrowed his brow. Is it truly that simple? The girl nodded in affirmation. Then how did the City of Slaughter come to be? Tang Xin pressed further. This time, the girl provided an answer that satisfied him. The City of Slaughter has existed for a millennium. Said to be the realm left behind by a powerful soul master who broke through the 100th level. Within its confines, no soul master skills can be wielded. Survival relies solely on instinct and one's innate strength. Soul power serves as the source of that strength. Tang San turned to the girl. What are the rules here? The girl calmly replied, the rule here is that there are no rules. As a member of the City of Slaughter, you may act as you please. Even titled Douluos from the outside world would find themselves weakened here due to the absence of their soul skills. Under the dominion of the King of Slaughter, we need not fear them. In the City of Slaughter, provided you possess sufficient strength, you can achieve whatever you desire. However, I must caution you, because there are no rules, you may face lethal danger at any moment. In a certain sense, this place is a paradise of sin. A paradise of sin? Tang Xin echoed. Indeed, many come here precisely because they cannot survive in the outside world and are compelled to enter. Once here, they need not fear being hunted. Each member of the City of Slaughter receives its protection. Regarding the notion of protection, Tang San remained indifferent. Having arrived by violent means indicated that any strong individual could do the same. Without soul skills, yet still possessing soul power, titled Douluos would remain formidable here. Are the sinners truly safe in this realm? Mr. 9528, I comprehend your thoughts, the girl in the black veil suddenly remarked. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. You know what I am thinking? You must be contemplating how the City of Slaughter protects its citizens, am I correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's mind. How did you know? The girl in the black veil replied, because every newcomer to the City of Slaughter harbors such thoughts. Yet, they soon abandoned this notion. Entering the City of Slaughter necessitates enduring trials and the brutal scrutiny of slaughter. Although you entered by extraordinary means, the aura of slaughter that envelopes you is considerable. And your defeat of Lord Terranite has granted you permission to join. However, I must caution you, while entry into the City of Slaughter is relatively straightforward, the prospect of exiting is nearly impossible. Only entry, no exit? Tang San gazed at the girl in astonishment, not believing he could not find a way out. The girl in the black veil nodded, saying, within the City of Slaughter, there exists a specialized enforcement team. The Terranite Scott you encountered is merely a member of this team. The great King of Slaughter governs all here. And the true powerhouses of the enforcement team consist of soul masters endowed with the ability to utilize soul skills by the King of Slaughter. The captain is a titled Douluo. Many have attempted to escape, but without exception, they have failed. Tang San was taken aback. If a titled Douluo could remain formidable without soul skills, then it was almost certain that a titled Douluo incapable of using soul skills would not be able to triumph over a soul master who could. Moreover, as the girl in the black veil indicated, the captain of the enforcement team was indeed a titled Douluo capable of utilizing soul skills. No wonder she claimed that one could only enter and not exit. Is there truly no way to leave? The girl in the black veil replied calmly. That is not entirely accurate. There exists but one method to depart the City of Slaughter. One must become the champion of the Hell Slaughter Arena. Only by obtaining the qualifications to challenge the Hell Road can one escape the City of Slaughter. Such formidable individuals are bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter has been established for over a millennium, and throughout its history, there have been 8 gods of slaughter. Chapter 88. Setting off to meet the Silver Dragon King Golden Light enveloped Muchun, revitalizing him. After an hour of tranquility, he pushed himself up from the ground. With a composed demeanor, he retrieved a garment from the surrounding space and donned it. At this moment, Muchun underwent a profound transformation in appearance for the first time. His already flawless visage became even more three-dimensional. From any angle, he appeared harmonious and strikingly handsome. His long hair turned a brilliant golden hue, and his eyes sparkled with flecks of golden light. Muchun summoned a puppet, adorned with a newly revised and evolved bone armor. This armor, no longer the cumbersome metal of old, was crafted from a material of remarkable hardness, complemented by a layer of foam-like wood for additional cushioning. It did not envelop his entire form. Notably, his face and back were left unprotected. Nevertheless, his doppelganger retained the menacing visage of a malevolent spirit. Yiqiu produced the Dragonmite Golden Spear, his gaze imbued with profound significance as he observed the weapon from tip to tail. Suddenly, he grasped both ends of the spear and forcefully clapped them together, transforming the spear into a radiant sphere of golden energy within the palm of his hand. Subsequently, Muchun exerted considerable effort to stretch this golden energy mass, coaxing it into a novel shape. At that moment, the golden spear metamorphosed. It was no longer merely a spear but had transformed into a bone sword adorned with the majestic pattern of a golden dragon. Synthesized from the bone sword and the golden energy sphere, the formerly hollow center of the sword was filled with the golden dragon, while the edges became exceedingly sharp. The blade extended to 5 feet in length, radiating a golden luminescence as if imbued with extraordinary effects. At this moment, the soul force within Muchun was dissipating. Or more accurately, transforming into a power that surpassed mere soul force, divine power. Such a significant event naturally startled the nearby soul-devouring beast, which approached Muchun, intending to observe this phenomenon. Suddenly, Muchun's physical form vanished. This time, the soul-devouring beast experienced a surge of panic. More critically, the two puppets seemed to have perceived its presence, gazing intently in its direction. A sudden sense of impending danger enveloped it. Although the soul-devouring beast attempted to resist, it found itself at a disadvantage. Its highly resilient skin, imbued with corrosive purple energy, was as fragile as tofu when Muchun's hand pierced through it. Without a hint of emotion, Muchun swiftly crushed the beast's internal organs, the entire process taking no more than 2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the soul-devouring beast realized it could no longer breathe, nor did it possess a heartbeat. With a final, unwilling glance at its vanquisher, it succumbed to oblivion. With a swift motion, Muchun cast the soul-eating beast aside. He then drew upon his soul ring, the immense malevolence of his martial spirit crushed beneath his divine might. In just a few breaths, Muchun absorbed the soul ring. Unlike the traditional crimson hue, this particular soul ring was a deep, purplish black, resembling one that had not existed for millennia. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice 10 protrusions adorning its circumference, resembling the tips of spears. The 7th soul ring belonged to the soul-eating beast, aged 100,000 years. Muchun couldn't help but exclaim, after devouring so much energy and life, "Are you still merely 100,000 years old?" Initially, Muchun harbored doubts about having lived for 200,000 years, yet reality struck him with harsh clarity. The truth was that Muchun had never confronted this 100,000-year soul beast. Nonetheless, this indirectly illuminated the formidable prowess of the creature. As long as he remained within this spatial realm, he stood as the foremost being beneath the divine. Only Bibidong, Douluo, Chen, and Poseidon could contend with him. However, the divine power conversion of these individuals barely reached 15, while Muchun boasted an impressive 45, enabling him to obliterate the soul-devouring beast effortlessly. Cleansing his mind of any negative thoughts, Muchun devoted his attention to the soul bone atop the corpse of the soul-devouring beast. It was a torso bone. Yet he could not ascertain whether it housed any lingering spirits, prompting him to refrain from direct absorption and instead store it within the confines of the system's space. 100,000-year soul ring was expected to bestow 2 soul skills, yet this particular ring granted 2-1. What does 2-1 signify? 2 standard skills, accompanied by an additional domain. The true form of the soul-devouring deceased. The deceased manifests in corporeal form, with weapons and body enveloped in the toxic mist of the soul-devouring. Upon the appearance of the true form, all abilities of the deceased are heightened by 15, while the core attributes are augmented by 50. Greed Devour, capable of absorbing another's soul power and life force. This skill activates upon contact between the corporeal parts of the user and the target's flesh, allowing for the absorption of 1 of the opponent's soul power and 1 month's worth of life force in a single instance. Domain. Within a radius of 100 meters, the deceased finds eternal rest, becoming the ultimate perceiver of all things, akin to a time stasis effect, rendering others' movements exceptionally sluggish in his perception. Additionally, upon activation of the domain, it continuously siphons the attributes and soul power of others, absorbing 1 of their attributes and soul power every second. Muchun took a deep breath, then extended his hands, grasping the air as if to seize something intangible. In response, the barrier of the Snow Emperor shattered, as he inhaled the fresh soul energy from the outside world for the first time. The system's prompt echoed, the second trial of the uncrowned 9 trials. Proceed to the Sea God Island to challenge the Sea God and absorb his mortal divine power. Upon hearing this, Muchun could not help but furrow his brow. However, after some contemplation, He wondered if he might be able to request a portion of the sea god's power from the third prince as he ascended to the throne of the sea god to complete his mission. With this thought in mind, Muchun deemed it a viable plan, albeit it might take a tad longer. He resolutely refused to engage in any actions that would harm the interests of his brother. Subsequently, his puppet instantly transported itself to the ice and snow emperors, who were en route to convey the situation. Meanwhile, Muchun's true self made his way towards the outer regions of the far north. Feeling it was time to meet the Silver Dragon King. Third Prince, are you faring well? Muchun pondered on his journey. Tang San pulled forward with great force. His shoulders sank as he charged directly towards his opponent's chest. With his feet treading the ghostly shadows, Tang San's speed was akin to lightning. Furthermore, as he grasped his adversary's weapon with bare hands, it prompted a momentary lapse in his opponent's defense, allowing his fluid movements to gain the upper hand. However, the burly bald man responded with remarkable swiftness, immediately relinquishing his cleaver and hurling the cup he held at Tang San's face, while retreating with his hands raised defensively. As Tang San's body turned partially, he managed to abruptly halt his forward momentum. With a deft flick of his left wrist, he caught the cup without a single drop of blood spilling from it. Thank you. Having acquired the Bloody Mary, Tang San spoke little more and turned to enter. Although the burly man had not been struck, the force Tang San unleashed in that brief moment had startled him. His face contorted in a fierce scowl, yet, curiously, he showed no intent to reclaim his Bloody Mary. He turned and walked away without hesitation. To show mercy to one's foes is to be cruel to oneself. Tang San murmured as he continued onward. As he grasped the serrated cleaver, his wrist twisted and his fingertips deftly danced, causing the hefty weapon to silently soar through the air. At that moment, the burly man had turned onto another street, rendering him invisible from Tang San's vantage point. Nevertheless, the cleaver, as if endowed with its own sight, carved a graceful arc through the shadows. A chilling scream echoed in the darkness, followed by an eerie silence. Let us depart, Tang San calmly addressed the somewhat dazed girl in the black veil. This marked the second time the girl had witnessed Tang San's prowess. And compared to the first, the shock this time was far greater. She recognized the burly man. In the Hell's arena, he had endured 7 bouts, making him the sole survivor among 70 combatants. Although the youth before her seemed not much stronger than his opponent, the ease with which he dispatched him was akin to crushing an ant. The interior of the Hell's arena was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside. There were no barriers. The outer perimeter was lined with tiers of seating that rose upwards. Below lay a vast expanse of over 100 square meters. At this moment, the audience was scant, with less than 20% of the seats occupied in the vast arena. Within the arena, anguished screams echoed incessantly of the 10 individuals. 7 lay lifeless. Only 3 remained, battling for their very existence. Upon entering, Tang San had poured his Bloody Mary into a vast vessel. Please, register me. I wish to participate in the next competition, he implored the girl in black gauze. In that moment, the girl no longer perceived the youth before her as a fool. Tang San's prowess instilled within her a flicker of trepidation. Nodding resolutely, she took the identification tag he offered and departed. Tang San's sole sentiment towards the city of slaughter was one of revulsion. He had no desire to linger here for even a day longer. Victory in 100 battles would grant him the title of champion, enabling him to challenge the path to hell and ultimately escape this wretched place. He had resolved that the fighting would commence today, at this very instant. From a distance, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning, he found Hulaina observing him intently. Thus began his journey of slaughter, in this murky realm steeped in bloodshed and degradation. Not only must he secure victory after victory, but he also had to ensure his survival. 3 days after entering the city of slaughter, Tang San had already slain over 100 fallen foes, despite having participated in merely 2 contests. During this brief span, he came to realize that the true horror of this place did not reside within the enemies of the hellish arena, but rather in the incessant ambushes faced after the battles when one is at their most vulnerable. It was no wonder that Hulaina had only engaged in 16 competitions over the course of a year. From that point onward, Tang San learned the virtues of caution, prudence, and greater forbearance. Chapter 89, The Inheritance of the Extreme North. A year later, a chilling atmosphere suffocated the air within the hellish arena. 10 individuals entered slowly, with Tang San positioned third among them, yet he became the focal point of the other 9. With 67 participations, he boasted an equal number of victories. In the entire city of slaughter, only 2 surpassed his record, one being Hulaina with 72 wins. Each contestant, aside from the right to survive within the city of slaughter, eagerly anticipated the milestone of 100 victories. Achieving the title of champion after 100 battles would grant them permanent residency in the City of Slaughter, bestowing upon them unparalleled authority, albeit with the caveat of never being able to leave. They could even rise to the status of a guest king of slaughter. With 67 battles fought, the number of subordinates under Tang San's command had already surpassed 1,000. However, for the past 2 months, even after matches concluded, no one dared to ambush him. It was not that Tang San wished to prolong the 100 battles, but rather that as his victories accumulated, fewer dared to challenge him in the arena. Often, several days were required to gather 10 participants, especially given that the hellish arena did not disclose the specific times of his participation in advance. Over the year, Tang San and Hulaina had emerged as star figures within the hellish arena, especially Tang San, who, within a mere year, has achieved such remarkable feats that he now ranks among the top 10 since the establishment of the City of Slaughter. Compared to his initial arrival, a chilling aura now envelopes him, and even his presence exudes a faint scent of blood. Cold, bloodthirsty, and ruthless have long since become his synonymous characteristics. It is not merely the strength of one's soul power that determines victory. Under Tang San's hand, several opponents boasting soul power exceeding level 80 have already met their demise. A soul master without allies resembles a tiger stripped of its claws. Moreover, Tang San himself is terrifying, akin to a relentless killing machine. In his most perilous encounter, after obliterating 2 adversaries with soul power over level 80 in a match, Tang San emerged weakly from the hellish arena, only to be besieged by 100 assailants. Countless blades struck him, yet the final outcome saw all those attackers perish, their remains obliterated. Tang San emerged from the heap of corpses, enveloped in dark energy, muscles rippling as he clawed his way out. 3 days later, as if nothing had transpired, he re-entered the hellish arena. On that day, none dared to confront him. For a full 24 hours, the arena witnessed no battles. Possessing the unique Tang sect techniques that ordinary soul masters lack, hidden weapons, deadly poisons, the art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, the mysterious jade hand, and the phantom shadows, he wields the formidable Haotian hammer as his weapon. Tang San refrained from utilizing his blue-silver grass or the 8 spider lances, and he had only consumed the purple divine light in the most perilous of moments. This was not an attempt to conceal anything from Hulaina. Rather, he preserved these methods as a means of self-preservation. That fateful battle brought him fame, and he is now known in the City of Slaughter as the Azura King. At this moment, the 9 individuals entering the arena alongside Tang San cannot possibly have victory counts merely 5 matches behind him, for he leads by an overwhelming margin. Whether it is Hulaina intentionally evading him or simply the arrangements of the hellish arena, they have yet to cross paths, thus both remain alive. Here, Hulaina also bears a nickname, the Hell Messenger. Among the 9 accompanying Tang San into the arena, 3 tremble uncontrollably, while the remaining 6 display a facade of bravado masking their inner trepidation. Once confined within the arena, they swiftly encircled Tang San, for they understood that if they did not eliminate him, their own survival was in jeopardy. In the depths of his dark blue pupils, a trace of crimson emerged. The chilling, bloodthirsty killing intent emanated from Tang San almost instantaneously. Closing his eyes, he seemed to savor the tremors of the fallen around him. This year, Tang San's soul power has seen minimal advancement, merely rising by 1 level. Yet he is confident that he is now capable of defeating 3 versions of himself from a year ago simultaneously. He increasingly comprehends the coldness in his father's words. Only by continually grappling on the edge of life and death can one grasp the true essence of combat. Roars and howls erupted almost simultaneously from the 9 directions surrounding him. The 9 adversaries surged toward Tang San in unison. With a sudden, fierce opening of his eyes, he found himself not gazing at his present foes. In the shadowy recesses of the spectators' area within the hellish arena of slaughter stood Hulaina. For an entire year, she had observed every match involving Tang San, yet she found herself unable to decipher this man. From him, she sensed an unprecedented dread, not due to his myriad methods of killing, but rather because of his unwavering resolve. Over the course of a year, Muchun had cultivated himself profoundly, and today he was finally poised to select the first soul ring for his reincarnation as the great emperor of the universe, a soul ring bestowed by the system. Although it was but a single ring, Muchun did not perceive it as wasteful. Silently, he released all his soul bones and soul power, placing the system-bestowed soul ring above his head. As the shimmering light merged into Muchun's being, the weight upon him continued to escalate. With the duration of the halo beneath his feet progressively increasing, A flicker of pain emerged on Muchun's face, intensifying with each moment. However, as a pseudo-demigod, he successfully elevated the quality of the soul ring to an astounding 99,999 years. Yet, it was this final year that posed the greatest challenge. A tormenting threshold that held him in a precarious balance. If he faltered and failed to achieve the million-year divine soul ring, he would be consumed by regret. Yet, if he pressed on without pause, he risked enduring the excruciating pull of potential death, ultimately jeopardizing his chance to make that monumental leap. Muchun found himself in a predicament. As Muchun wavered in uncertainty, memories from his past life surged forth, intertwined with fragments of his dreams. A youth who prided himself on his carefree and unrestrained nature, possessed unparalleled strength, yet he never coveted power, driven solely by a singular purpose, a promise. Whether the life of a wild crane was right or wrong, Muchun found himself at a loss for judgment. However, he recognized that this individual's actions were steeped in loyalty and righteousness, unwavering in adherence to his original intent. The original intent. Upon contemplating these two characters, Muchun experienced a moment of enlightenment. As if a veil had been lifted, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body and a sense of comfort in his heart. Was not my original intention merely to return to that place and gaze upon them once more? If I lacked the corresponding strength, would I not be delayed by a millennium or more? With such thoughts in mind, Muchun resolved with unwavering determination to break through the bottleneck, relentlessly charging forward. Undeterred even by the pain of breaking and bleeding, at long last, after the 999,999th attempt, the bottleneck shattered with a resounding crash. Muchun exchanged the entirety of his shattered meridians for this million-year soul ring. While such an injury might instill fear in an ordinary person, Muchun, as a pseudo-demigod endowed with vast divine consciousness and supplemented by the existence of a potent restorative elixir, found it to be far from a grave wound. Moreover, the soul power from the million-year soul ring quickly replenished him, and soon, the blood ceased to flow from his body. At this moment, Muchun found himself beneath the statue of the ice god in the core forbidden area of the extreme north. This place had once served as a sanctuary of a divine king's legacy, though regrettably, that divine king faded into obscurity amidst the great conflicts of the world. Nonetheless, a fragment of that legacy survived and was discovered by Muchun. Thus, he spent a year here, delving into the profound techniques of the divine king. The three supreme arts of the extreme north are as follows. First art, cold domain. When perfected, it can freeze even time itself. Second art, guardian of ice. At its zenith, it can automatically defend, renowned as the ultimate ice shield. Third art, creation of ice, utilizing the terrain to conjure ice attributes. At its peak, it can summon an expanse of glaciers spanning thousands of miles. It was due to these three supreme arts that Muchun refrained from visiting the Silver Dragon King and the Douluo forest. However, he now understood that the time had come to bid farewell to the ice and snow emperors and set forth towards the Douluo. Chapter 90. A Call for Justice for the Soul Beasts. Upon leaving the Forbidden Realm, Muchun's first action was to access the system and examine his physical condition, as well as his current level. He then soared towards the direction of the ice and snow emperors. Yi Qiu, a demigod, stood at level 76 as a soul saint. First soul ring, a 100,000-year-old shapeshifting lizard, the invisible departed. This ability allows the user to switch between the attributes of the departed, enabling varied elemental attacks. Currently, the Age of the Ring provides access to the 5 fundamental elements, in addition to light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and creation. Second soul ring, a 100,000-year-old spirit ape. Soul resonance. Beginning with a bone sword, it emits a mournful melody akin to a soul cry, capable of siphoning attributes from a single target, reducing each by 5 for an hour. The effect diminishes with increasing mental prowess relative to the user, lessening by 1 for every 5-level advantage. Melody of Mourning. This continuously depletes the opponent's mental strength until it matches that of the user. Third soul ring, a 230,000-year-old shadow-hunting leopard. Puppet of the Departed. This allows for the summoning of a copy of a soul master within a 30-level difference, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to battle on the user's behalf, retaining all of the original soul power and techniques, but at only 65% strength. Additionally, it can replicate 2 forms of the original, preserving 90% of their power and amplifying the user's enhancement techniques. Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is augmented to match that of the original, allowing it to engage in combat independently. As the puppet nears dissolution, it transforms into a spear to pierce the enemy, if successful. It siphons 50% of the opponent's attributes to the user until the puppet of the departed is employed again, with a cap at doubling the user's typical strength. Fourth Soul Ring, a 220,000-year-old shape-shifting ghost bat, ghost transformation. The user can extend and contract bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, becoming exceptionally pliable to achieve any form. Ultrasonic radar. By emitting ultrasonic waves through the pores of the body, it can precisely locate objects. Fifth Soul Ring, a 150,000-year-old ice crystal white crane, Ice Crystal 99. This summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be combined into any shape. Absolute Ice Shield. Usable 3 times within a day, it grants immunity to 1 attack. Sixth Soul Ring, a 350,000-year-old banshee, possessing a singular ability. Banshee's Wail. This targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, instantly annihilating those with lower soul power and mental strength, while severely wounding those who exceed the user. After use, the user enters a state of weakness, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. Seventh Soul Ring, a 100,000-year-old soul-devouring beast. True form of the devouring departed. The departed manifests fully, enveloped in soul-devouring miasma, enhancing all abilities by 15 and increasing the user's attributes by 50. Greed Devour. This allows for the consumption of another's soul power and life force by mere contact, absorbing 0. 1 of their soul power and 1 month's life energy per interaction. In the realm of fusion, where chaos has seamlessly integrated, the departed find solace within a radius of 100 meters, becoming omniscient observers. Time appears to stand still, rendering the actions of others as if they were unfolding in slow motion. Upon activating this domain, one continuously siphons the attributes and soul power of their opponent, absorbing 0.01 of each per second. The external soul bone, the robe of souls, is affixed to 8 rib bones. Upon summoning, it can transform into any type of robe. Manifesting 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90. Yet locking onto attacks makes it impossible to evade large area assaults. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Wraith Crown attaches itself to the skull of the Wraith, summoning a crown that amplifies the skill effects of the Wraith's skull by 100. The Soul Bone. The 10,000-year left arm bone of the celestial giant ape offers 2 powers. 1. Gravitational Field, allowing manipulation of space within 100 meters, applying up to 50 times the gravity. 2. Celestial Fury, through relentless assault and taking damage, builds energy to unleash the Celestial Fist, which increases punch attack power by 500 and enhances physical strength by 20. Upon conclusion of the Celestial Fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings with a combined soul and mental power lower than yours. The 10,000-year left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane provides 1. Ice Creation, generating extreme cold centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create varying sizes of icy surfaces. 2. Ice Glide, allowing unhindered movement across the icy surface, with a speed increase of 200 when sliding forward. The 10,000-year skull bone of the Wraith offers 1. Shock Recovery, mitigating the negative effects of the Wraith's wail by 102. 2. Absolute Mental Fortitude, rendering one impervious to mental attacks, thereby preventing any backlash from such assaults. Upon arriving at the palace of the Snow and Ice Emperors, the Snow Emperor emerged with a smile, addressing Muchun. It seems your strength has indeed grown. You have brought back the inheritance from the Forbidden Land, haven't you? Muchun nodded slightly. The Ice Emperor, with an expression devoid of jest, remarked, Humph. Who was it that relied solely on a clone to make us disregard your presence? Just look, had it not been for us, what opportunities would you have missed? Indeed. The fault lies with me, Muchun admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. At that time, I truly believed that only within the Star Core Forbidden Land could I find what I sought. I never anticipated that it would exist here as well. Well, do you look down upon us from the extreme north? The Ice Emperor's words were abruptly interrupted by the Snow Emperor. With a calm demeanor, the Snow Emperor stated, Muchun, you have already received the inheritance. You have come here to bid farewell to us, haven't you? Muchun nodded. The Snow Emperor nodded as well. The Ice Emperor, perplexed, gazed at the two and inquired, Are you two hiding something from me? What is going on that warrants such nods? However, the Snow Emperor paid no heed to the Ice Emperor and merely waved farewell to Muchun. Muchun also smiled faintly before vanishing into the ether. The Ice Emperor stepped forward, eager to engage in a debate with the Snow Empress. At that moment, the Snow Empress suddenly uttered an array of thoughts. exceeding the power of the divine king, Muchun. Perhaps you could truly become the foremost figure of all time, raising a voice of dissent for our spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Tang Sen found himself confronted with a troublesome situation. A series of loud knocks echoed from outside, and the suppressed killing intent emanating from him surged almost instantaneously. The small room was instantly enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, heavy with a palpable tension. A metallic scent of blood inexplicably radiated from Tang Sen. "Who is it?" Tang Sen inquired in a hushed tone. "It is I," a melodious voice resonated from beyond the door. Though Tang Sen had heard this voice only a few times, he immediately recognized its owner as Hulaina. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, "What brings her here?" With a casual wave, he released a gust of air to unbar the door. "Please, come in." Uncertain of Hulaina's intentions, Tang Sen subdued his inner fury. Yet his vigilance heightened to its utmost level. As the door swung open, Hulaina, clad in black, stepped inside. Her complexion appeared strikingly pale, and she slowly sipped from a glass of Bloody Mary. This seemed to have become a peculiar habit among the powerful within the city of slaughter, with the exception of Tang Sen. Noticing the glass in her hand, Tang Sen's brow furrowed slightly. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hulaina did not approach him, but stood by the door. She was acutely aware of the heightened wariness that pervaded this brutal world, and she aimed to avoid any misunderstandings arising from her inadvertent actions. "I wish to join forces with you," Hulaina stated directly, revealing her intent. Chapter 91. Entering the Forbidden Land. Join forces? Tang Sen regarded her with a hint of confusion. "You are aware of the rules of the Hell's Killing Field, are you not? In each match, only one victor may emerge. If we were to encounter one another, how could we possibly collaborate?" Hulaina smiled calmly, the crimson light in her eyes dimming slightly. As Tang Sen had anticipated, she had been grappling with her own torment in recent days. Though the aid of a head spirit bone had prevented her from succumbing to madness, coupled with her resilient character, she still fell short compared to Tang Sen. Today, she had managed to temper her killing intent just enough to seek him out. "We will not encounter each other in the matches, as long as we surpass 50 victories. According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, we shall not cross paths. Otherwise, who would still have the chance to enter the 100 matches? My purpose in finding you is not for this reason, but rather to propose that we join forces when we challenge the Hell Road." Hell Road? Though Tang Sen had heard the term upon his arrival to the City of Slaughter, he was entirely unfamiliar with the specifics surrounding it. At that time, he had also inquired of the girl in the black veil, yet she had refrained from providing an answer, stating that the path to hell was the greatest secret of the City of Slaughter, known only to the 100 victors. Hulaina nodded earnestly. "Indeed. It was the path to hell. Although we are on the verge of achieving 100 victories in the arena of slaughter, our prowess may not necessarily surpass that of our former adversaries. It is merely our innate ability to triumph without the aid of soul skills that has brought us thus far. To be more precise, neither of us is a true fallen. You need not contest my assertion. If my conjecture is correct, you, like me, have come here to undergo trials, have you not?" Tang Sen was secretly astonished. Hulaina's words carried a high degree of credibility, as he could discern no flaws in her reasoning. Moreover, despite the aura of menace that surrounded her, her gaze towards him was imbued with sincerity. "What does this have to do with the path to hell?" Tang Sen inquired nonchalantly. A cold glimmer flashed in Hulaina's eyes. "It is indeed relevant. If you are not a fallen one, your trials should be nearing their conclusion. Naturally, one must traverse the path to hell to depart from this place. Furthermore, within the path to hell lies a monumental secret. Neither you nor I can succeed solely through our individual strengths. Only by uniting can we have a chance to escape." Tang Sen smiled lightly. "Then what reason do I have to trust you? Who knows if you might stab me in the back? Remember, this is the City of Slaughter. One cannot trust anyone indiscriminately." Biting her lip, Hulaina felt a twinge of discomfort, fully aware that Tang Sen's skepticism was entirely reasonable in this place. Deep down, she had indeed developed feelings for this handsome youth, yet her visit today was unrelated to emotions. "If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Haotian clan. Although you lack soul skills, your Haotian hammer cannot be concealed from discerning eyes," Hulaina remarked, her gaze fixed on Tang Sen. Tang Sen glanced at her. "And so what?" Hulaina replied, "To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall reveal my origins as well. My name is Hulaina, and I hail from the Spirit Hall. My master is none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen's heart stirred. So Hulaina was the direct disciple of the Pope. No wonder his father had indicated that she was the most noteworthy among the golden generation. "And does that signify your sincerity? What relevance does your lineage hold for me?" Hulaina had not anticipated Tang San's demeanor, which radiated an air of aloofness. How could she know that the handsome youth before her was the very Tang San she despised? Tang San had already formed a preconceived notion of her. Collaboration would yield mutual benefits. The path to hell does not impose restrictions on the number of entrants. Should either of us venture in alone, certain death awaits. Allow me to share another secret. Should we emerge from the path to hell, not only can we return here at will, but we would also gain a substantial advantage. Oh? Tang San said, please recount the circumstances of the road to hell. Perhaps I may contemplate a collaboration with you. Muchun soared into the life-restricted zone of the Stardo forest. Upon landing, he beheld Xiao Wu reclining on the shoulder of a Titan giant ape, her small hand propping up her head, exuding an air of utter boredom. Xiao Wu, Muchun softly called out. At the sound of his voice, Xiao Wu abruptly turned her head. Upon recognizing him, her face lit up with joy as she beckoned for Erming to come closer. Erming offered no resistance and bounded over to Muchun with a few leaps. Xiao Wu then jumped down and enveloped Muchun in a warm embrace. After parting, she curiously inquired, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Muchun habitually ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and remarked, I came to handle some matters and happened to see you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's demeanor soured. Chen Ge, can't you say that you came to see me and just happened to take care of some business? She retorted, pouting her lips and turning her head away, wearing an expression that clearly demanded some coaxing. Muchun smiled helplessly and said, this matter is quite significant. Once I finish my tasks, I shall accompany you to the little third to seek you out. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu initially smiled, but then, as if reminded of her earlier anger, immediately adopted a serious expression and somewhat reluctantly stated, all right, but you must promise not to deceive me. Muchun nodded resolutely. He then turned to the Titan giant ape and said, take me to the Lake of Life. The Titan giant ape, confident in his own strength and believing in Muchun's character, did not hesitate. He led Muchun to the Lake of Life, while Xiao Wu silently followed behind. Suddenly, Deming leaped out from beneath the water's surface. However, Muchun remained unfazed, wearing a tranquil expression. He looked up at Deming and stated, I wish to enter the lake. This declaration struck like thunder on a clear day, causing both Xiao Wu and Erming to shudder. Deming, with a profound gaze, spoke in a deep voice, Human, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Muchun shook his head and said, I have no desire to engage in combat with you, for you would not prevail. I merely wish to descend and pose a question to the individual below. Deming, with a fierce bellow, retorted such audacity. Thus, a confrontation became inevitable. Muchun understands the Ming dynasty as a guardian beast. There are certain matters that must be attended to, even if merely for appearances. Muchun conjured a doppelganger, for the first time wielding the elusive power of annihilation. Presently, he exists as a pseudo-demigod, sufficiently capable of regulating the magnitude of annihilation, ensuring that no destructive force is unleashed. Deming unleashed a field of deceleration. Yet it was effortlessly suppressed by Muchun's rest of the departed, reducing it to a size smaller than his own corporeal form. It is evident that he remains unaffected by the rest of the departed. Observing this spectacle, Deming came to a realization. His attacks swiftly became perfunctory, merely launching water arrows, almost as if teasing him. In any case, it was apparent to both of them that this was mere performance. Without a doubt, Muchun triumphed over the Ming dynasty and prepared to descend into the lake. The Ming dynasty cautioned Muchun, saying, exercise utmost caution, for the depths below conceal an unfathomable presence. Muchun nodded in acknowledgement, then plunged into the water, disregarding the restrictions, and directly entered the forbidden zone. Chapter 92, Negotiation in Terms Beneath the Lake of Life. The surroundings were entirely different from above. Instead of the anticipated gloom, it was resplendent with shimmering gold and brilliance. Before Muchun lay a corridor adorned with white marble flooring, leading directly to the throne. Muchun could faintly discern a massive silver dragon coiled upon the throne ahead. Suddenly, the torches affixed to the golden walls around him ignited, illuminating the already spacious corridor with an even more brilliant radiance. Muchun realized that the other party had discovered his presence, considering that the Lake of Life was, after all, a rather confined space. Muchun faced the immense pressure of a soul beast that had existed for over 400,000 years and boldly advanced forward. What brings you here, human? The dark golden terror claw bear occupied the farthest point beneath the throne. Thus, as Muchun traversed the passage, he was directly confronted by the Bear King. The most crucial question was how this human had discovered this place. Could it be that we have been exposed? Tion, should we take our master and leave? In an instant, a multitude of formidable soul beasts erupted into chaos. Tion's brow furrowed deeper with each utterance. Even the tip of his elongated nose displayed signs of tension. Reaching his limit, he bellowed, and only then did the throng of soul beasts quiet down. Look at your pitiful ambitions. A mere human stands before you, yet you are less impressive, the Black Dragon King Tion remarked with impatience. After reprimanding the soul beasts, he turned to Muchun and inquired, Human, do enlighten us about your purpose for coming here. Muchun wore a faint smile and with surprising words. He declared, I require soul beast seeds. I must safeguard the bloodline of the soul beasts. What? The previously quiet soul beasts began to stir once more. After calming the tumultuous emotions and restoring some semblance of order, Tion turned to Muchun and asked, Are you certain? A human, seeking to protect soul beasts? Do you not find this to be an immense joke? Muchun calmly remarked, I believe you harbor a bias against soul masters. Bias? Humph. That is precisely how you are. Soul beasts and soul masters can never be equal. One party will always dominate the other. Tion retorted with indignation. Oh. And how would you know the thoughts of a soul master? You are not a fish. How can you understand the joy of a fish? Tion scoffed. And what of it? Humanity, your specious reasoning cannot sway my perspective on soul masters, nor can it alter my convictions. So I kindly ask you to take your leave. With a disdainful glance, Muchun remarked, Who do you think you are? I am not here to seek your favor. Tion, incensed, stood tall in his dragon form and retorted, You audacious wretch. Let me see just how much you are worth. Eager for a confrontation, Muchun also adopted a combative stance, his soul rings gradually manifesting. Tion, incensed further, expressed his fury, stating, To speak of protection after having hunted so many soul beasts, how brazen. With that, he swung his dragon claws toward Muchun. Enough, Tion, withdraw for the moment. The calm voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Both Tion and Muchun recoiled as if struck by a bomb, although neither sustained injuries. The palpable disparity in their absolute strengths was unmistakable. Muchun had long anticipated this outcome, thus he felt no bitterness, only an indomitable spirit. A million-year-old soul beast could rival a second-tier divine abode, undoubtedly possessing formidable combat prowess. Even though Muchun was a demigod, specifically a demigod of the divine emperor's realm, he could not confront such a soul beast in direct combat. At the very least, one would need to attain a quasi-divine status, akin to Tang San after passing the 7 trials, to stand a chance. Muchun clasped his hands in reverence to the illustrious Silver Dragon King above. Greetings. O half of the Dragon God, Silver Dragon King, he proclaimed once more with astonishing audacity. This time, even the Silver Dragon King was compelled to open his eyes, contemplating the young man before him. You are quite remarkable yourself. Your divine power is astonishingly profound, surpassing even the amalgamation of my essence with that of the Golden Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King reciprocated with a gesture of respect. This exchange of mutual admiration left the surrounding spirit beasts in a state of astonishment. Emperor Tion, filled with anxiety, inquired, My lord, you, the Silver Dragon King interrupted, closing his dragon eyes once more. Have I ever deceived you? Even if the two of you were to engage in combat, it would undoubtedly be you who suffers. He has already attained a semblance of divinity. His divine power is both dense and formidable. Even with your divine techniques, should you not reach 700,000 years, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Emperor Tion, feeling a wave of embarrassment, fell silent, casting a contemplative glance towards Muchun. Muchun understood that it was time to activate his persuasion mode. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I must rectify your prejudices against soul masters. The type of soul masters you speak of is indeed a minority. The vast majority merely hunt for the soul rings they require, which is a fair pursuit, as the consequence of failure is to become sustenance for your soul beasts. Thus, it is a just confrontation. As for the faction of soul masters who engage in indiscriminate slaughter, that is the very reason for my presence here. I am to preserve a seed of every soul beast, safeguarding them as they approach extinction, awaiting the moment when you, the Silver Dragon King, recover from your injuries, to lead the soul beasts in a direct confrontation with humanity. Tion interrupted, saying, If that is the case, then this task is one we can undertake as well. Muchun shook his head and replied, It is not as you perceive. I can establish an organization to restrain humanity's massacre of soul beasts. Furthermore, I can cultivate a portion of these soul beasts, guiding them to hunt where needed, allowing you a moment's respite. Tion laughed, a derisive grin spreading across his face. Oh, how naïve you are. Human greed knows no bounds. Who will you appoint to oversee this endeavor? Who will safeguard the Douluo forest from the encroachment of soul masters? Must you personally intervene in every matter? Muchun shook his head and said, "One must recognize that the strongest force governing the human world is the rule of law. In contrast, your soul beasts have fallen into such disarray precisely because of the absence of rules and discipline. Observe the 9 prominent families within the core circle as they vie for talent, constantly embroiled in internal strife, while self-interest plays a significant role. We also possess a system known as law that can penalize those who defy directives. I assure you, within my organization, the abuse of power will not be tolerated." Dition fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "And what will happen after you depart?" Muchun smiled faintly before tossing a book onto the ground. Dition inquired, "What do you mean by this?" At that moment, the Silver Dragon King opened his eyes and regarded Muchun with a look of admiration, saying, "What a splendid idea you have. To alter the mindset of soul masters and breathe life into their rigid thoughts through the power of words, is it not? Very well. I can grant you a seat." Upon hearing this, Dition attempted to rise and protest, but the Silver Dragon King restrained him. "However, we must first test your resolve. Are you willing to accept the faith trial left by our dragon god?" Dition, upon hearing this, felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to Muchun and remarked, "This is a trial of our dragon clan, where opportunity and peril coexist. Without unwavering faith and a clear objective, one will be ensnared by inner demons throughout their life, unable to advance even a single step." Upon hearing this, Muchun responded without the slightest hesitation, "Very well, we can commence immediately." Dition, disdainfully curling his lips, was about to mock him when the Silver Dragon King interjected, "Indeed, your confidence is commendable. Now, Dition, please proceed." Upon hearing this, Dition's expression transformed entirely, and with a look of utmost reverence, he nodded to the Silver Dragon King. He then clawed at his own chest, releasing a mouthful of essence blood that dripped onto a diamond-shaped vessel. Suddenly, the vessel split apart, revealing a violet-black portal. Dition turned to Muchun and said, "Beyond this lies the realm of trials. I wish you the best of luck." Muchun said nothing further and entered without the slightest hesitation. After a few breaths, the portal shut. Everything returned to tranquility. Chapter 93, The Trial. As Muchun turned and stepped through the portal, he found himself in a scorching and desolate world. The surroundings were barren, devoid of any vegetation. Some patches of land had been scorched by flames, rendering them an ashen black. With each step, the sound reminiscent of crumbling chips echoed beneath his feet. Uncertain of his direction in this place, Muchun even questioned whether he had succumbed to an illusion. This was one of the trials he faced. Thus, he had no choice but to wander aimlessly forward. The landscape remained a monotonous expanse of desolation. He walked for an eternity, long enough that even he lost track of time. He was acutely aware, however, that as a soul sage, he was becoming increasingly dehydrated and exhausted. The heat was unbearable, with sweat cascading down his body like a relentless stream. Muchun found himself utterly unable to continue and had no choice but to seek a patch of ground where he could rest. However, due to the excessive heat of the surface, he ended up suffering burns that proved to be more detrimental than beneficial. Muchun retrieved a vial of medicine and, after consuming its contents, meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He was certain that he had not returned to his previous location, for although the scenery bore a general resemblance, numerous details were conspicuously distinct. Muchun believed he had entered a trial, a test of human endurance and conviction. Those who aspire to succeed harbor no doubts and do not retrace their steps. With this thought in mind, Muchun once again embarked on the path toward his destination. The monotonous and tedious journey incessantly tormented his mind. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Muchun arrived at a place that seemed utterly out of place. A structure resembling a church appeared before him, as if it had materialized in an instant. Muchun expended the last vestiges of his strength as he sprinted towards the building, his apprehension of it being an illusion compelling him to forego the option of gently pushing the door. Instead, he chose to collide with it. As the sharp pain radiated through him upon impact, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. The moment he entered the edifice, the first thing he did was to collapse onto the frigid floor, lying there like a lifeless corpse, to the point where he was reluctant to rise. Yet, was this not a test in itself? Muchun understood that resting for a brief moment was sufficient. He must not become enamored with this sensation. Thus, after 5 minutes, he rose to survey his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a marble floor, while above him hung a grand chandelier adorned with golden candles. Surrounding him were wooden pews reminiscent of those found in a church, supported by 8 imposing columns, each crowned with candelabras. It appeared no different from an ordinary church, save for its size, which did not even compare to that of a subtemple of the Spirit Hall. Muchun strode towards the elevated platform ahead. As he passed the first row of seats, a sudden flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. A magnificent golden dragon's ethereal form materialized before him. The dragon gazed down upon Muchun, its eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and, predominantly, disdain. It slowly parted its jaws and spoke in a tongue that Muchun could not comprehend. However, observing the dragon's demeanor, it was evident that the creature was likely intentional. Testing whether Muchun could grasp the meaning of its words, Muchun did not feign ignorance. Instead, he calmly gazed at the colossal dragon, patiently awaiting its subsequent words. As expected, after a brief pause, the dragon spoke to Muchun once more. How can such a diminutive human, who has yet to master the language of dragons, possibly earn the recognition of our dragonkin? Muchun scoffed. Oh, so you believe you can embody the entire dragon clan? The colossal dragon bared its yellowed, formidable fangs, straightened its imposing form once more, and with an air of pride declared, Indeed, I can, for I am the mother of all and the dragon god. Muchun's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that the majestic five-clawed golden dragon before him was indeed the dragon god. However, this revelation did not alter his perception of the colossal creature, as he responded with an air of indifference that is quite peculiar. You brought me here, yet you claim ignorance? The dragon god let out a disdainful snort, retorting, Did I summon a human to this place? Huh. It must have been my other half that brought you here. If it were I would not deign to notice such a trivial being. Before he could finish his words, the ethereal form of the dragon god suddenly paused as if struck by an epiphany. He lowered his immense head, fixating his unwavering gaze upon Muchun, scrutinizing the human before him with intense curiosity. Muchun stood his ground, devoid of any trepidation, and gazed unwaveringly at the dragon god. After a moment of scrutiny, the dragon god averted his gaze, straightening his majestic form to once again cast a formidable glance upon Muchun. Very well. I concede that you possess certain qualities, yet it remains insufficient. It is time to proceed to the next trial, one that will test the essence of your heart. Before Muchun could respond, the ethereal visage of the dragon god shattered with lightning speed, transforming into a lance that pierced directly through Muchun's heart. Muchun was thrust backward, crashing to the ground, instantaneously losing all sensation of pain, his vision fading to darkness. There he lay upon the floor of the church, his breath faint, as if he had truly met his demise. When his sight gradually refocused, Muchun was astonished to find himself transported back to the world of his first life, precisely 1 month after his explosive death. In that moment, he appeared as a living being within the confines of his own room. Muchun, astonished, gently caressed his own face, realizing that this sensation was remarkably familiar. He hurriedly dashed to a mirror, only to discover that it was indeed his own body, albeit adorned with numerous wounds. At that moment, a knock at the door resonated, followed by a voice he had longed to hear. It was his student, Sakura, inquiring, Teacher, are you awake? May I come in? Muchun felt a sense of disorientation, doubting whether he had merely lost consciousness and subsequently entered a dream, one of traversing realms. As this thought emerged, a shock coursed through his heart. He instinctively attempted to switch the system, yet it was as if it had vanished, or perhaps had never existed at all, leaving no trace of response. Everything was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the voice of Xiaoying echoed from outside the door. Is the teacher all right? Teacher? Teacher? Muchun's pupils contracted momentarily, as he felt something elusive vanish from his mind, yet he could not recall what it was. After a brief struggle, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed slightly, and he subsequently opened the door. Before him stood a woman adorned with delicate willow-shaped brows, phoenix-like eyes, and an oval face framed by cascading, waist-length crimson locks. Her figure was exquisite, standing at a height of 1.78 meters, nearly half a head shorter than him. She wore a cropped shirt that revealed her waist, layered with a striking red leather jacket, complemented by knee-high boots and fitted shorts that accentuated her legs. Muchun smiled and said, Xiaoying, what brings you here so early? Xiaoying replied playfully, I came to flirt with you. Huh? Do you really believe that? You must be overthinking it. You have been unconscious for quite some time, and I was just informed of your awakening. Why ask so many questions? Come, have something to eat. You've lost weight relying solely on nutrient solutions. Xiaoying then delicately extended her slender hand to gently caress the well-defined muscles of his chest, which were barely concealed by a single layer of bandaging. Muchun furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought, but soon relinquished it with a smile, saying, All right. Chapter 94. The trial too, by the way, Xiaoying, were those culprits apprehended in the end? Muchun mumbled while enjoying his meal. Xiaoying smiled softly and replied, "You, as soon as you wake up, you start worrying about work. There is no need to fret. The criminal's body has already been found." Muchun gazed at Xiaoying's smile, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him, yet this feeling was swiftly suppressed. Thus, the two sat facing each other. Muchun consumed his meal while Xiaoying rested her hands on her cheeks, beaming at him as he devoured his food voraciously. Upon finishing the meal before him, Muchun instinctively looked up, only to find Xiaoying's eyes fixed upon him. His cheeks flushed inexplicably. However, Xiaoying remained unfazed, promptly seizing the lunchbox and stating, "Now that we have finished, let us tidy up and prepare to return. Zhang Bin and the others are quite anxious." Muchun waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Is it just them? Those little rascals would be delighted if something were to happen to me, haha." Muchun was undoubtedly jesting, a habit he likely indulged in frequently. However, the young Sakura, clearly dissatisfied, complained, "Coach, this is where you are mistaken. Zhang Bin and the others were truly anxious. They stood vigil by your bedside for 3 long nights. It was only after your condition stabilized that I forcibly pulled them away. Even so, he fell gravely ill afterward. It is worth noting that he is a master of inner strength, yet he succumbed to illness." Upon hearing this, Muchen's expression shifted dramatically, and his brows knitted slightly. However, when he learned about the presence of a master of inner strength, a searing pain exploded in his head, rendering him unable to stand, and he collapsed without any resistance. His consciousness became hazy, and he could only hear a few shouts from the coach. When Muchun awoke once more, the scene around him had transformed again. Surrounding him were numerous women, and standing directly opposite him was none other than Zhu Qing. Muchun suddenly rose to his feet, forcefully striking his forehead with his palm, only to realize that he had forgotten something essential. What was he doing? Why was he here? At that moment, countless questions surged through his mind, yet he understood that this was not the time to dwell on them. He strode purposefully towards Yishuang. But before he could reach Zhu Qing, he caught sight of crystalline tears frozen in place, cascading to the ground and shattering into a fine dust. Muchen's heart ached as acutely as those crystalline tears, a poignant pain that he could not comprehend. Perhaps it was because this ice-cold beauty had never shed tears over any matter, or perhaps it was for some other reason entirely. As Muchun was about to speak and clarify, Zhu Qing vanished before his eyes. In her place stood Xiaowu, her lips pressed together, fists clenched tightly. She glared at Muchun and demanded, "Chen Ge, why did you deceive me?" Muchun, filled with dread at the thought that Xiaowu might vanish before him, took the initiative to grasp her hand and said, "No, Xiaowu, what have I deceived you about?" Tears of blood streamed down Xiaowu's face as she replied. Filled with indignation, "Muchun, you promised to protect me, to safeguard the spirit beasts. But why? Why didn't you come to save me before the spirit hall? Why?" Her words pierced Muchen's heart like daggers, awakening him abruptly from a deep slumber, as if he had been doused with cold water. "Soul, awaken!" Muchun bellowed to the heavens, his skin fracturing, blood gushing forth. Yet, he persisted, relentlessly assaulting his own body in a desperate bid to escape this place, even if it meant shattering himself in the process. He recalled why he was here. "I am Muchun, I am Muchun." Accompanied by this roar, his consciousness began to disintegrate and then coalesce once more. Remarkable, indeed, to break through my illusions and remember what you must do. Impressive, yet if it remains merely this, "You shall not return," echoed the deep voice of the dragon god from Muchen's brow. Despite enduring countless cycles of disintegration and reconstitution, Muchun remained trapped within the illusion. He cast a remorseful glance at Xiao Wu before collapsing onto the ground. As darkness enveloped him once more, an unsettling fear began to grip his heart, for upon awakening again, he might forget yet another thing, thereby betraying yet another promise. Muchen's heart wavered. Muchun felt an overwhelming impulse to retreat, yearning to pause and immerse himself in the darkness. Perhaps in such a state, he could still remember what he was meant to do and who he truly was. This was the thought that lingered in Muchen's mind. A scornful and ethereal voice suddenly echoed within his heart, dismissing him as insignificant. At the sound of this call, Muchun instinctively opened his eyes and shouted, "Who?" Muchun awoke once more, as if he had returned to the very beginning. He found himself standing before a mirror, having just vacated his hospital bed. Upon turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Xiaoying, the young woman who brought him meals. She possessed the same delicate willow leaf eyebrows, captivating phoenix eyes, and an oval face. Her long, crimson hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a figure that was nothing short of perfect. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, she was a mere half a head shorter than him. adorned in a cropped shirt that accentuated her waist and a striking red leather jacket. She completed her ensemble with knee-high boots and form-fitting shorts, embodying the essence of beauty. Muchun seemed to recall something, but in an instant, he instinctively smiled and said, "Xiaoying, is there something on your mind so early?" Xiaoying playfully replied, "I came to flirt with you." "Huh? You actually believe that?" He responded, "You're overthinking it. You've been unconscious for quite a while, and now that I've just discovered you're awake, I've been sent by the higher-ups. Why ask so many questions? Come, let us have something to eat first. I've noticed you've lost weight relying solely on nutrient solutions." Xiaoying then delicately extended her slender hand to caress his muscular chest, which was only covered by a single layer of bandage. Muchun furrowed his brows, seemingly lost in thought, but soon the phrase "the mind of an ant" echoed in his consciousness, abruptly rousing him from his reverie. He cast a vigilant glance at the woman before him, a figure once so familiar to him. She was indeed identical, yet an inexplicable sense of dissonance lingered. He knew he must delve into his memories, reflect on his past, and ascertain his purpose. It was imperative to recollect. Muchun pressed his fingers to his temples, striving to summon something from his mind. Meanwhile, Xiaoying approached with a hint of curiosity, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Coach, what troubles you?" Muchun abruptly raised his head to gaze at Sakura before him, an inexplicable sense of unease stirring within him. Thus, he inquired of her, "Sakura, do you consider yourself akin to the Sakura from the Naruto series?" Sakura instinctively paused for a moment, and after a brief flicker of hesitation, she responded, "Of course. There are distinctions. I am truly my own person." Muchun fixed his gaze upon Sakura and proclaimed, "You have lost. You merely manifested what I envisioned in my mind. The question I posed earlier had no answer until now, and your response was precisely what I had just conceived. This realm is a fantasy, yet not entirely so. Dragon God, your trial should come to an end." As he spoke, Muchun forcefully struck Sakura in the abdomen, causing her to glance at him in bewilderment before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The mocking voice of the dragon god echoed, "Have you discerned the truth? Indeed. This is an illusion, but it is not entirely so. For the Sakura you have harmed in this moment is truly real, a Sakura imbued with genuine memories of life shared with you." Muchun, with an air of someone who has long seen through the facade, remarked, "This trial is indeed a test of my true nature, is it not?" The dragon god fell silent. Muchun continued, "My true aspiration is to ascend to divinity here, to become an immensely powerful deity, and subsequently find a way to return and behold them once more. You have discerned that I possess the essence of 2 lifetimes, have you not? How could I fail to recognize that the little Sakura before me is indeed real? However, what you have manifested is ultimately but a mere imitation. Yet I stand unrepentant in my heart." Following this, the illusion shattered, and Muchun awoke. Chapter 95, The Battle with Taotai Indeed. As long as you remain steadfast in your conscience, it suffices. After all, one cannot truly claim to belong to that world. They are merely a clone. Yet, such matters have grown trivial. The outcome is that you have passed the trial. Are you prepared for the forthcoming challenges? The spectral form of the dragon god once again coalesced, gazing down upon Muchun from the heavens. Remarkably, Muchun appeared unscathed, his garments untouched. He perceived that the preceding attack was but an illusion. Perhaps from the moment he stepped into the cathedral, he had already fallen victim to the enchantment. Contemplating this, Muchun's gaze towards the dragon god was imbued with a newfound admiration. Muchun smiled faintly and remarked, "I stand ready at any moment." The dragon god nodded slightly, then abruptly lifted his head and roared. The environment surrounding Muchun began to transform under the influence of this dragon's roar. After a dizzying shift and a sensation of weightlessness, Muchun found himself in an arena, a grand coliseum reminiscent of ancient Rome. Positioned at the entrance of the arena, he faced a massive fire altar that was devoid of flames. The voice of the dragon god echoed from an unknown source. "The third trial, your combat prowess. Brace yourself. For this is the trial with the highest mortality rate." Upon hearing this, Muchun summoned his martial soul without the slightest hint of hesitation, as 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him. Simultaneously, the fire altar before him ignited, its flames reaching an astonishing height of 3 zhong, defying the laws of nature. Muchun gazed intently at the fire altar. Suddenly, a colossal creature, towering over 3 meters, burst forth from the altar before him, charging directly towards Muchun. Muchun skillfully executed a sideways roll to evade the strike, while the soul beast collided forcefully with the arena's wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled. Dust enveloped the creature's form, yet Muchun swallowed hard, for through his perception, he discerned the astonishing defensive strength of the wall, at the very least. He believed he could not penetrate it without revealing his true self. Yet, this colossal beast, with a mere casual impact, shattered the wall that was stronger than iron. Truly, it was a sight to behold, filled with terror. After a brief pause, the giant beast shook its head and turned around, emerging from the dust with heavy footsteps. In that instant, Muchun beheld the visage of the colossal beast. Its form resembled that of a goat, yet it possessed the body of a centaur, featuring a human torso and animalistic limbs. Its eyes were positioned beneath its armpits, and atop its neck rested a faceless head that bore a human countenance, adorned with spiraled horns akin to those of a ram. The creature's maw was lined with tiger-like fangs, while its arms were humanoid, yet its hands were talon-like claws. Its abdomen was dominated by a gaping maw. As it emerged, the faceless head inclined slightly, as if catching sight of Yichio, raising two of its four limbs. It emitted a thunderous roar. However, rather than exuding the anticipated majesty and might, the sound was not even a deep growl, but rather a somewhat comical, high-pitched wail reminiscent of an infant's cry. Muchun finally recognized the creature before him. It was none other than one of the 9 dragon gods, Tao Tai. How infuriating this sight is, Yichio thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. He then abruptly rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the impact as Tao Tai's powerful legs descended. With a thunderous crash, the earth around him shattered and fractured, the cracks extending outward for 100 meters before they began to subside. Muchun was truly taken aback, his scalp tingling, ears ringing, and vision blurring. He rolled backwards several times before finally managing to steady himself. The gluttonous head gradually lifted, as if it had once more caught sight of Muchun, and suddenly lunged towards him with fierce intent. Muchun silently cursed the beast, summoning the bone sword and thrusting it forward. However, the creature, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, proved impervious to the attack, and Muchun was instead sent flying by a powerful strike. Its claw-like hand left faint marks upon Yichio's chest. Muchun realized that he could no longer afford to hold back. He summoned the external soul bone and unleashed a powerful shout directed at the Tao Tai. However, this attack, which should have been lethal, seemed to have no effect on the Tao Tai whatsoever. The creature continued its relentless charge, colliding with Muchun's body and sending him crashing to the opposite side of the arena. It was only after his body had been forcefully embedded into the wall that the onslaught finally ceased. Muchun struggled to free himself from the wall, then half-kneeled on the ground, laboriously raising his head to gaze at the Tao Tai, seemingly assessing something. However, the Tao Tai did not resume its assault. Instead, it began to search for various items to toss into its gaping maw, as if replenishing its energy. Muchun suddenly slapped his thigh, coughed lightly, and murmured, "I see now, as long as my attack is not physical, he can devour it and turn it to his advantage. This is quite troublesome." Muchun expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, then straightened his posture and summoned forth his puppets. Although the formidable power of the Tao Tai was astonishing, it was still insufficient to obliterate Muchun, a demigod. Upon uncovering the secret of the Tao Tai, Muchun resolved to employ his bone sword to flay it alive. 3 manifestations of Muchun surged towards the Tao Tai from different angles. Sensing the murderous intent, the Tao Tai abruptly ceased its feeding and lifted its foreleg, preparing to stomp down violently. Muchun, having learned from his past experiences, anticipated the moment his front foot would land, prompting 3 incarnations of himself to leap simultaneously and successfully evade the impending stomp. As he had surmised, the Tao Tai found itself temporarily incapacitated, relegated to a position of passive defense. Consequently, the 3 Muchuns brandished their swords in unison, launching a fierce assault upon the beast. The Tao Tai managed to intercept 2 of the bone swords with its arms. However, one strike found its mark, piercing deeply into its flesh. With a pained roar, the creature hurled one of the Muchuns aside. Yet, this very movement exposed a vulnerability, allowing another Muchun to summon his bone sword back, ascend to the air, and deliver a downward slash that cleaved through the Tao Tai's left front limb, causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. Enraged, the Tao Tai opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying draw that sought to swallow this Muchun whole. However, the original Muchun would not allow such an outcome. He transformed his doppelganger into a dark spear that pierced through the monstrous jaw, propelled by the creature's own suction. Rather than absorbing soul power, the Tao Tai sustained even greater injury, instilling within it not only rage but a flicker of trepidation. Thus, when it suddenly perceived the presence of yet another Muchun, it instinctively recoiled 2 steps backward. Muchun seized the opportunity, summoning the true form of the departed. He launched a fierce assault upon the forepart of the Taotai, while simultaneously sliding downward, delivering a precise strike to its right hind leg. The pain inflicted caused the Taotai to lose its balance, its immense body crashing to the ground. The sheer weight of its own mass resulted in a grievous internal injury, more severe than any it had previously endured. The Taotai attempted to prop itself up with its arm in a bid to rise once more, but would Muchun grant it such a chance? Muchun merged seamlessly with the deceased, thrusting his bone sword downward with a fierce determination. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, he successfully pierced through the head of the gluttonous beast. Amid the infantile cries that echoed, the glutton was vanquished, dissipating into specks of golden light. Chapter 96. The Radiant Battle of the Holy Dragon. After the feast of gluttony dissipated, Muchun took a deep breath. Opportunities to confront this individual were scarce, and should he fail to seize this chance, he would inevitably face a beating. Although it might not be fatal, it would surely be excruciating. Just as Muchun was on the verge of leaving this place, the fiery altar ignited once more. Muchun inwardly cursed, "Damn it." He then once again donned his armor, drawing the bone sword embedded in the floor and holding it before his chest. Before long, another creature emerged from the fire altar. Its body was adorned with resplendent golden dragon scales that shimmered in the light, exuding a faint aura of sanctity. The creature bore horns akin to those of a deer, a head resembling that of a camel, eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, a neck like that of a serpent, a belly akin to that of a mythical beast, scales resembling those of a fish, claws like those of an eagle, paws reminiscent of a tiger, and ears akin to those of an ox. Muchun's lips twitched in annoyance, cursing inwardly. Great, another formidable opponent. Despite his grievances, he understood that he must confront this reality, whether he desired to or not. He had no choice. The golden dragon would not hesitate to attack him. In the blink of an eye, the creature unleashed a radiant sphere from its mouth, hurtling toward Muchun with alarming speed. Muchun chose not to evade this time. For what use is evasion when faced with a luminous sphere exceeding 200 meters in diameter? Muchun had no choice but to forcefully block the attack with the absolute ice shield. However, the impact caused him to carve a trench over 7 meters long into the ground with his feet. When Muchun finally lowered his arms from his chest, he discovered that the radiant holy dragon had vanished from sight. Muchun expressed, "You have come again? My patience is utterly frayed." Indeed, the sole reason for such a sudden disappearance at this moment can only be attributed to the manipulation of temporal and spatial powers. Muchun unleashed the domain of rest for the departed, swiftly detecting the whereabouts of the radiant holy dragon. With a decisive movement, he executed a dimensional slash, cleaving through the fabric of space and catching the radiant holy dragon off guard. Consequently, a wound appeared upon the dragon's body. Though shallow, blood nonetheless flowed unabated. The radiant holy dragon raised its head and roared, not with the feeble cries of an infant, but with a true dragon's roar, exuding an air of majestic power. In an instant, the dragon's body radiated a brilliant golden light, and it suddenly materialized before Muchun. "Do you truly believe I cannot overcome you? Such arrogance is intolerable." Upon witnessing such a scene, Muchun could not help but recall the recent encounter with the gluttonous beast. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he resolutely decided to confront the radiant holy dragon head-on. However, could he truly withstand such a collision? It must be said that the true strength of the dragon's physique extends far beyond mere appearances. In this clash, the radiant holy dragon not only harnessed speed to amplify its power, but also leveraged its enhanced physical constitution, augmented by the essence of light, all while being inherently more formidable than the beast he faced. Consequently, Muchun suffered greatly. After the impact, he was hurled backward without a moment's pause, ultimately crashing headfirst into an exceptionally solid wall, rendering him unconscious. The radiant holy dragon, indifferent to Muchun's combat prowess, approached and effortlessly extracted him from the wall as if uprooting a radish. It then proceeded to toss him skyward repeatedly before soaring into the heavens and delivering a devastating blow as it brought him crashing down. Muchun had awakened the moment the other party first struck him. However, the excruciating pain from plummeting from 10,000 meters above rendered him unable to harness his soul power to unleash his soul technique. It was only after enduring 3 blows from the radiant holy dragon that he finally managed to gather his soul power and conjure an absolute ice shield, allowing him to escape. Muchun nearly stumbled his way to the far corner of the arena, while the radiant holy dragon soared high into the sky, circling above as if to mock him. Yet, it seemed impossible. The golden radiance emanating from his draconic form intensified, evident to any mortal that he was harboring something monumental. Muchun seized this opportunity to swiftly recuperate from his injuries. He resolved that once the opponent descended, he must evade harm to the best of his abilities. Should evasion prove impossible, he would have no choice but to steadfastly endure with the absolute ice shield, as long as he could muster the strength to resist. Employing the Banshee's Wail would surely lead him to victory. As Muchun contemplated this, he fervently consumed the elixirs provided by the system, rapidly restoring his condition within a short span. He was on the verge of regaining 70% of his vitality. The ultimate move of the Radiant Holy Dragon was prepared. The Radiant Holy Dragon let out a thunderous roar, and suddenly the entire sky darkened. Accompanying this ominous change were bursts of golden lightning striking the ground, while behind it emerged hundreds and thousands of golden phantom dragons. They collectively inhaled deeply and then unleashed a torrent of dazzling golden dragon breath downward. Recognizing the intensity of this assault, Muchun understood that only an absolute ice shield could withstand it. However, as the opponent's attack was continuous, Muchun opted to summon puppets to deploy 3 absolute ice shields for added security. His avatars aligned in a straight line, ready to face the impending dragon breath. Yet, as the first avatar completed its 3 shields, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dragon breath that had initially struck nearby began to converge from all directions towards him. What could he use to defend against this? The shield was not encircling his body. Muchun gritted his teeth and forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself towards the luminous body of the holy dragon soaring in the sky. However, the holy dragon clearly had no intention of confronting Muchun directly. It chose to evade, allowing the spectral image of the golden dragon to unleash a relentless barrage against him. In but 3 breaths, Muchun was engulfed by the draconic breath of the golden dragon's phantom, struggling desperately upon the ground. The searing heat of the dragon's breath reached a staggering 2,000 degrees Celsius, causing even the armor he wore to melt away incessantly. Witnessing the imminent failure of his defense, Muchun once again summoned his absolute ice shield to withstand the onslaught. His clone had perished, and he could not invoke it anew in the immediate future. What had originally appeared to be a fleeting 20 seconds now felt to Muchun as sluggish as a snail. Muchun bellowed defiantly, "I shall not yield." A black hole materialized before him, voraciously devouring the dragon's breath. While he regained control over his body, he summoned a mound of earth to encase himself, transforming it into reinforced steel. Moreover, Muchun exerted every ounce of his strength to thwart this unfathomable assault, to preempt any surprise attack from the radiant sacred dragon. He skillfully arranged wooden spears into a barricade, shielding himself from harm. Naturally, the toll on his energy was immense, and it became a battle of endurance. After half an hour of fierce confrontation, Muchun, bolstered by medicinal sustenance, narrowly triumphed over the radiant sacred dragon. As anticipated, the peculiar soul technique had left him with a brief period of vulnerability after its execution. The radiant sacred dragon, now deprived of its ability to soar and teleport, lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless mass of mud. Muchun advanced at a pace even slower than that of a tortoise, taking the entirety of a fragrant stick of incense to traverse a mere 300 steps until he reached his side. Realizing the futility of piercing through him, Muchun summoned his doppelgangers, transforming them into dark spears to impale the radiant holy dragon. In doing so, not only did he vanquish the radiant holy dragon, but he also replenished his own strength. Should this happen again, I shall forego the examination and return to inquire with Guyuna whether she too faced such a bizarre trial at that time. Muchun pondered thus. Chapter 97. The trial concludes after the radiant holy dragon was vanquished by Muchun. Merely a few breaths elapsed. At last, the arena transformed once more. Returning to the familiar church, gazing at this well-known sanctuary, Muchun could not help but exhale in relief. Phew. Thankfully, the dragon god did not intend to push me to my limits. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The dragon god materialized before Muchun once more in a manner akin to instantaneous movement. The dragon god spoke languidly. Very well, human, as you are the first, I indeed focused my attention upon you. This, I do not deny. Muchun, nevertheless, I act in your best interest. This trial serves to allow you a tranquil moment of introspection, prompting you to contemplate whether you have indeed reached a point where you can stand proud above this world. It is essential to remember that I chose not to mention my past, yet it is clear you harbor no desire for the deceitful gods, hence my reminder. The words of the dragon god ignited a spark of reflection within Muchun. Indeed, how could a soul sage claim invincibility in this vast realm? It appears you have come to this realization, so I shall declare once more that your trial has concluded, and you are now worthy of engaging with our spirit beasts. With the dragon god's proclamation, the aura surrounding Muchun shifted. Should he return to the Stardo forest at this moment? he would find that soul beasts below the age of 100,000 years would bow in reverence before him. "Thank you," Muchun replied, inclining his body in a gesture of respect. This trial has granted him certain benefits, and the formidable power of the dragon god has been indirectly manifested, earning him profound respect. Soon after, all sights transformed into mere ashes, gradually fading from Muchun's view. After a brief interlude, he found himself back within the forbidden grounds of the Lake of Life. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King was the first to open his eyes, gazing at the human before him with astonishment. "You are indeed intriguing, having managed to pass that trial." The hesitant Emperor Tian then spoke, and the other beast kings also opened their eyes. Upon witnessing Muchun's survival, their expressions were filled with disbelief. "Muchun, do you not? I harbor suspicions that you have wronged me, yet I possess no evidence." The Silver Dragon King did not react as emphatically as Emperor Tian and the others. In fact, he did not even open his eyes. He merely stated lazily, "Since you have successfully emerged, it signifies that you have obtained proof of your identity. When the day comes for you to initiate your plan, we shall do our utmost to assist you." Upon finishing his words, a golden orb flew before Muchun. "This is the seed you seek. Simply place the soul beast you wish to protect inside. For now, let us depart. We require time to recuperate." After Muchun received the bead, he nodded slightly before turning to walk outside. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned his back to the Silver Dragon King, the latter opened his dragon eyes for the first time, filled with an expression of anticipation. A sudden splash echoed, rousing Ming, Deming, and Xiaowu from their slumber. In contrast to Deming's incredulity, Ming and Xiaowu were filled with excitement. "Brother Chen, have you completed your task?" Xiaowu exclaimed, bouncing over to Muchun, clearly anxious that he might not keep his promise to play with her. Muchun, with a hint of affection, gently ruffled Xiaowu's hair and smiled, saying, "Yes, once we finish, we shall wait here for Xiao San to come and pick you up." Xiaowu joyfully leaped up and exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Chen Ge. You have no idea how tedious it is to be cooped up here all day. There are so many places I wish to visit. Chen Ge, would you accompany me, please?" Muchun cast his gaze towards Deming and Ming. After Deming nodded, he descended directly beneath the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Ming raised his fist, signaling his intent to safeguard Xiaowu. Muchun smiled in agreement, and was then pulled away by Xiaowu in a particular direction. "Congratulations, young Shrek King." A deep and sharp voice suddenly resonated from all directions. The murderous aura radiating from Tang San was abruptly drawn back into himself the moment the voice echoed, causing his complexion to turn pale. The atmosphere in the Hell's killing field surged to an extreme as a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. The chants of King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter rendered the fallen one's hoarse, yet they showed no sign of ceasing. Tang San's heart grew solemn as he gazed at the sanguine figure above. It was a towering man, entirely enveloped in a massive crimson cloak. His pallid visage bore a pair of completely blood-red eyes as he descended slowly from the sky, seemingly unconstrained by the force of gravity. Tang San had witnessed a similar sight with his father. He was certain that this descending King of Slaughter was undoubtedly a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. Suspended 5 meters above the ground, the King of Slaughter halted his descent, gazing down at Tang San. That deep yet piercing voice resounded once more. "I invite the Hell's emissary." At that moment, the grand gate on the opposite side of the Hell's killing field swung open, revealing Hulaina, her eyes nearly half crimson, her breath noticeably uneven due to her own murderous aura, slowly approaching. As her gaze fell upon Tang San, her aura stabilized somewhat. The King of Slaughter's attention shifted to the viewing platform in the Hell's killing field. "I am delighted to witness the emergence of 2 formidable warriors in the killing field today. The rare 100 victories, which have not been seen in decades, have manifested in these 2 young individuals. With their formidable strength and terrifying murderous intent, they instill tremors within you, do they not, my subjects?" Yes. There seemed to be a unique charm about the King of Slaughter, inciting a near-manic reverence among all the fallen upon his arrival. From him, Tang San could discern a faintly sweet and bloody scent, a somewhat intoxicating aura. Unfortunately, for him and Hulaina, this influence was not particularly significant. The King of Slaughter lowered his head, looking at Tang San and Hulaina. "Shura King, Hell's emissary. Thank you for allowing me to once again feel the presence of passion. 100 victories, splendid. In recognition of your achievements, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter, and you shall be appointed as guest officials under my command. No need to traverse the path of hell." Tang San gazed at Hulaina in astonishment and found her looking back at him, both their expressions reflecting confusion. What was the king of slaughter up to? Without traversing the path of hell, one cannot be bestowed with the title of the god of slaughter. Both Tang San and Hu Laina are undoubtedly astute individuals, each possessing a head-soul bone. A mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to comprehend the intentions of the king of slaughter. The road to hell is fraught with peril. However, behind this danger looms the immense temptation of the domain of the god of slaughter. It is evident that the king of slaughter does not wish for them to attain this domain. Hu Laina was the first to speak, stating, "No need. Great king of slaughter, we cannot disrupt the rules of the city of slaughter for our sake. I am willing to endure the trials of the path of hell to earn your favor. I wish to rely on my own strength to emerge from here and become a true god of slaughter." The king of slaughter's gaze sharpened. "For the terrors of the path of hell are perhaps beyond your comprehension. Hell's envoy, I implore you to understand that a human life is singular." Hu Laina let out a cold laugh, replying, "Great king of slaughter, is it not somewhat absurd for you to discuss life with me? This is the world of slaughter." A stronger crimson light flickered in the king of slaughter's eyes as he shifted his gaze towards Tang San. "And you? Are you willing to accept my favor and become a distinguished guest of the city of slaughter?" Chapter 98. The calm before the storm as time elapsed. A month had swiftly passed in the Stardo forest. Typically, Muchun would accompany Xiao Wu to various places, gathering flowers, strolling, and engaging in conversation. Xiao Wu was undeniably restless, managing to express her boredom daily and ponder her thoughts, a sentiment she maintained until now. Nevertheless, Muchun relished the moments in which Xiao Wu confided her innermost feelings, as it evoked a true sense of brotherhood within him, further deepening his affection for her. However, as he gazed at the sky, a silhouette inevitably crossed his mind, prompting a sigh. Am I perhaps overthinking things? Alas, I hope I am merely being overly contemplative. Recently, Muchun has been increasingly troubled, grappling with inner turmoil and an unsettling feeling within his heart. Shaking his head, he pondered, the soul-hunting operation is likely imminent. I must send a message, urging the old monster and his companions to remain vigilant. As he gazed upon the delicate figure of Xiao Wu, a gentle smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Who could have foreseen that this picturesque existence would soon shatter abruptly, akin to awakening from a profound dream? Yet, since he finds himself here, he must not allow such a calamity to unfold. With a steadfast determination, Muchun began to compose his letter. Seated quietly upon the grass, with the missive resting on a makeshift stone table. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu danced gracefully nearby, chasing butterflies, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Tang San had also spent a month at Moon Pavilion, realizing how profoundly correct his father's guidance had been. Training in the city of slaughter was intended to temper the heart, and the same applied to his time at Moon Pavilion. As he gradually found tranquility and reflected on the events of the past 4 years and his entire growth journey, he recognized the weariness of his spirit. This past year had afforded him the finest rest for both body and mind, although he had not deliberately pursued cultivation. The knowledge accumulated over the years began to coalesce in this serenity. Even the last bastion of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the governing vessel, began to loosen gradually. At level 57, this is the current soul power rank of Tang San. In 5 years, he has ascended from level 42 to 57. Averaging 3 levels per year, an impressive feat that pales in comparison to his prior training pace at Shrek Academy over 2 years. However, after surpassing level 40, the soul power required for each subsequent level was no longer comparable to previous stages. At 20 years of age, with a rank of 57, Tang San has undoubtedly surpassed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall significantly. Most importantly, he is no longer merely a Tang San who possesses various skills needing control. He has amalgamated all his abilities, taking the crucial step towards becoming a formidable force. From the unmasked admiration in his aunt's eyes over the past few months, Tang San realized that his time here was drawing to a close. The mere thought of meeting his father stirred ripples in his previously calm heart. He had waited far too long for the unknown truth. Though he harbored some suspicions, how could he be certain without hearing it directly from his father? Tang San understood that the road ahead would be long and arduous, yet this year at Moon Pavilion was undoubtedly a pivotal juncture in his life. He had transcended his youth, with his 20th birthday approaching, marking his transition into adulthood. The graduation ceremony concluded smoothly, with each student receiving their diploma from the pavilion master, Tang Weihua joyously embracing their families. After completing her tasks, Tang Weihua approached Tang San, commending him on his commendable performance today, both in demeanor and essence. Tang San smiled gently, caressing the strings of his instrument. As the last trace of resonance dissipated, a melodious voice echoed, Anyway, may I have the pleasure of an introduction? Tang Yuehua turned to see the elegantly attired Prince Shueqinghe accompanied by the poised and graceful graduate Shueku. She had long been aware of Shueke's esteemed identity, as had most of the other students, and she noted Shueke's unique regard for Tang San. Even when Tang San had claimed the performance rights that were originally hers, the princess exhibited no signs of discontent. Your Highness, Tang Yuehua inclined her head slightly in greeting. Shueqinghe hastily returned the gesture. Annie Yuehua, what is this? I cannot accept such honors from my junior. Tang Yuehua chuckled softly. Please, refrain from calling me Annie so often. Do I seem so old to you? Beside them, Shueku playfully interjected, Of course, my teacher is not old at all. You are like an elder sister to me. Tang Yuehua smiled. You certainly know how to flatter, my dear girl. As she spoke, she subtly shifted to the side, allowing the siblings Shueqinghe and Shueku to see Tang San clearly. Allow me to introduce you. This is my nephew, Tang Yin. Upon hearing the word nephew, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Shueqinghe's eyes. Tang San quietly observed the prince, who had left a favorable impression on him in the past. After 5 years, the prince had become even more composed. His features had not changed much, but his restrained, scholarly demeanor was genuinely appealing. His gestures bore a resemblance to Ning Fingji, though it was uncertain whether it was intentional mimicry. Yet, from the subtle shift in Shueqinghe's expression upon hearing his aunt's introduction, Tang San surmised that the prince was aware of her true identity. Furthermore, it seemed that his aunt had not taken extra measures to conceal it, suggesting a degree of trust in the prince. Though outwardly calm, Tang San was engaged in a mental analysis. He contemplated whether to disclose his identity to the prince. This thought flickered briefly in his mind before being swiftly suppressed. He understood that, despite Shueqinghe's trustworthiness, the moment was not yet right. He needed to seek confirmation of his suspicions from his father first. If the time ever came when he required the prince's support, he could reveal his true self then. After all, his current appearance would not arouse recognition. Shueqinghe too was studying Tang San closely. As he drew nearer, he found himself increasingly captivated by the serene elegance emanating from Tang San, particularly when he learned from Tang Yuehua that he was her nephew, which took him by surprise. As the prince, he was among the few aware of Tang Yuehua's true identity. The rumors circulating about her connection to the Emperor of the Night were merely farcical. Tang Yin, this is His Highness, Prince Shueqinghe of the Tiando Empire, Tang Yuehua introduced. Tang San smiled and offered a slight bow. Greetings, Your Highness. He also nodded in acknowledgement to Shueku, signaling a mutual greeting. The two individuals, after all, were classmates, thus there was no need for excessive formality. Had it been the former Tang San, he would undoubtedly have welcomed the persistent advances of the young lady, Shueku, without reservation. However, after a year of guidance from his aunt, he had learned to bury his true emotions deep within. Shueqinghe smiled and remarked, I have long heard from my younger sister that Yuxian has produced another talented youth. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed a reputation well-deserved. Brother Tang Yin, let us find some time to converse. The prince, despite his esteemed status, spoke to Tang San in a tone reminiscent of a commoner, demonstrating his humility and respect for talent. Beside them, Shueku could not restrain herself, exclaiming, Elder brother, you must remember to include me in that meeting. I wish to seek more knowledge about the harp from Brother Tang Yin. Shueqinghe chuckled, If Brother Tang Yin has no objections, then I have none either. This simple statement conveyed his profound respect for Tang San, undoubtedly endearing him to others. Tang San maintained his smile, likely to disappoint the esteemed prince. I have just graduated and must embark on a journey. If fate allows, I shall certainly pay you a visit upon my return. Shueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a resolute rejection from Tang San in this circumstance. Yet, upon meeting Tang San's earnest gaze, he immediately understood that the young man was not making excuses, but rather had genuine commitments. With a faint smile, Shueqinghe replied, Then I shall await your return. He continued, I shall not impose any further. Sister, it is time for us to depart. As he spoke, Shueqinghe extended his hand towards Tang San in a gesture of handshake, the simplest yet most casual of noble courtesies. Tang San reciprocated the gesture, and in that moment, a gentle wave of soul power flowed from Shueqinghe's palm. Tang San's heart stirred. From the essence of the soul power, he discerned that the prince's strength was formidable. In his prior experiences, he had never witnessed Shueqinghe in action. If Tang San felt slightly astonished, Shueqinghe was utterly shocked. The soul power he transmitted to Tang San was indeed gentle. Even if Tang San were not a soul master, it could not have harmed him. Yet, he was aghast to discover that the soul power he had infused into Tang San had vanished without a trace. There was no resistance or any other sensation. Once it entered Tang San's being, it seemed to have severed all ties with him. How had he accomplished this? This young man appeared to be a direct descendant of the Houghton sect, and undoubtedly an exceptional elite. This was Xueqing's first thought. He, of course, would not dare to probe further into Tang San's abilities and naturally withdrew his hand, smiling as he led his sister away. As Shrek departed, her large eyes glimmered with reluctance. Had she not already known of Tang San's humble origins, she might have boldly confessed her affections. What young girl of her age could resist the charm of a dashing youth endowed with such impeccable grace? As their guests left, Tang Yuehua observed Tang San, who was packing away his harp, and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. It seemed that the young lady, Shrek, had indeed developed feelings for him. Just the other day, she had inquired about the noble rank a commoner must possess to be worthy of marrying a princess, a clear reference to him. Looking up at her aunt's teasing smile, Tang San responded with a hint of helplessness. "Aunt, you know I am not considering such matters at all." Tang Yuehua smiled and inquired, "Is it possible that you have a confidant?" After a moment's hesitation, Tang San nodded. Tang Yuehua looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "My goodness! You truly are quite mature for your age. I recall you mentioning that you began training with your father at the age of 14. Could it be that this confidant is someone you knew before?" Chapter 99. What is meant to happen will ultimately come at the headquarters of the Tiando Muchun group. A strong and composed voice declared, "Everyone, I trust you have received the letter from young Master Chen." "Indeed, we have. Then it is time to initiate our plans. We must intentionally refrain from alerting the 7 great sects and allow them to confront the Spirit Hall head-on, ultimately unifying the 2 nations in one decisive blow. However, by doing so, it seems we, regardless of the means employed, even if it is merely an alliance, we must bind the 2 nations together. This is a grand undertaking that cannot be neglected." "Well, very well. After all, it is the Spirit Hall that has brought this upon themselves. We cannot be blamed. All right. Then, everyone, return and act according to the plan." "Understood. Brother Chen, when do you think Xiao San will come to fetch me?" A somewhat melancholic feminine voice inquired. Muchun smiled, glanced at the sky, and remarked, "You have asked no less than 100 times. You should be aware that I do not know either." Xiao lowered her head, gazing at the ground as she absent-mindedly traced the blades of grass with her fingers. After a sigh, she said, "But, Chen Ge, I truly miss Xiao San." Muchun sighed. "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. It is not a matter of timing. Xiao Wu, you should comprehend this. The third party will undoubtedly come." He reflected inwardly, "Perhaps, one day, I and all of you." Xiao Wu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Muchun also comprehended the feeling of being separated by vast distances, accompanied by a lingering sense of yearning. However, at this moment, such thoughts were futile. All that remained was to wait and to pray, hoping fervently for Tang San's swift return. Muchun truly did not wish to see Xiao Wu in such a state. 5 years have passed. "Xiao Wu, how have you been?" Observing the profound melancholy in Tang San's eyes, Tang Yuehua refrained from further inquiries. She gently tousled Tang San's hair, gazing at her nephew, who towered over her, with tender affection. "Silly boy, what are you pondering? It is evident that you possess a certain sensitivity, much like your father." Tang San regarded Tang Yuehua with earnestness. "Aunt, may I graduate from your tutelage?" Tang Yuehua paused, a hint of wistfulness in her voice as she replied, "Are you so eager to part ways with me? Although we have only spent a year together, I have genuinely come to cherish my exceptionally bright nephew. Among their generation, the most outstanding and accomplished were undoubtedly her elder brother, the sect leader Tang Hao, and herself, though she was not a formidable soul master. The power she wielded was enough to instill fear in anyone. However, within the direct lineage of the Tang clan, those less remarkable had already branched out, giving rise to descendants, and even the next generation had begun to emerge. Yet, as the once proud members of the Tang clan, the sect leader remained unmarried, and she too had not wed, while Tang Hao had met a tragic fate. It could be said that Tang San was the sole descendant of their direct lineage. To her, he was akin to a son. Tang San held profound respect for Tang Yuehua as well. From this elegant and beautiful aunt, he received maternal care that he had yearned for. Although Tang Yuehua could be somewhat talkative, he found himself enjoying her concerned chatter, a warmth that both Tang Hao and the master could not provide. Thus, he felt an extraordinary respect and closeness towards her. He chose not to disclose his feelings for Xiao Wu to Tang Yuehua, wishing to spare her from worry. "Aunt, you know that is not the case. However, I must leave," he stated. Tang Yuehua sighed softly. "I understand. After meeting your father, he will insist that you return to the sect and acknowledge your heritage." Child, you surpass your father in excellence. Though I am unaware of your past experiences, I believe you will undoubtedly exceed him. Remember, never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. And do not joke with your life. Your father was too emotional. The reason he entrusted you to me for your training was primarily to cultivate your character, to prevent you from repeating his mistakes. Theoretically, I should trust you completely, as you have performed admirably. Yet, you carry the same blood as your father. Promise me. Prioritize your safety above all else, all right? Tang San nodded silently. Gazing into his aunt's kind eyes, he felt a gentle warmth rising within him. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, All right, go back and prepare. I know you are eager to see him. You shall depart tomorrow. In a few days. I too shall return to the sect for a visit. It has been a long time. If I do not go back soon, I fear my brother will scold me. Let us meet there. Tang San felt a surge of emotion. He understood that Tang Yuehua's decision to return to Haoyan sect was made for his sake. He was not well acquainted with the circumstances of the sect, nor had Tang Yuehua ever divulged anything to him. Yet, the prolonged silence of the Haoyan sect over the years clearly indicated that his family's esteemed sect was not faring well. Tang San had little to tidy up. Even the daily necessities could simply be placed within the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. That evening, Tang Yuehua personally prepared a few exquisite dishes for a meal shared with Tang San. Before Tang San retired for the night, Tang Yuehua informed him that there was no need to bid her farewell before his departure the following day. In that moment, Tang San distinctly noticed a glimmer of tears in his aunt's eyes. Little did he know that Tang Yuehua had once fallen in love with someone, an individual she ought never to have cherished. Having come to clarity, her heart was no longer capable of embracing any semblance of love. Thus, she remained unmarried for life. She had once fantasized about having a child of her own. The arrival of Tang San, brought by Tang Hao, felt like the fulfillment of that wish. Hence, Tang Yuehua regarded Tang San as her own. A year is not an extensive span of time, yet Tang Yuehua felt as though she had been rejuvenated through Tang San. She glimpsed hope for the future of the Haoyan sect. How could she not devote her utmost efforts to assist her nephew? At dawn, after completing his habitual training with the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San quietly left the moonlit pavilion, ensuring he did not disturb anyone. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The window at the top floor was ajar, and Tang Yuehua stood there quietly, watching the white figure gradually recede. A faint smile gracing her lips. Little San, I await you at the sect. Upon exiting the city of Tiando, Tang San no longer restrained his speed. He unfurled his form and soared forth with all his might. He had memorized every detail of the parchment map given by Tang Hao and needed no further reference to effortlessly discern the correct direction. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. 5 years prior, Tang San had been eager to uncover the truth. Today, he finally possessed the right to seek answers. Just as his father had said, he had shed his former self. As he raced into the mountains, every rugged path seemed smooth beneath his feet. The 8 spider lances propelled his body skyward like lightning, returning him to the very mountains where he once trained, leaving little room for elegance in his thoughts. His sole desire was to reunite with his father and hear the tales of the past. The mountains remained as they always had, cloaked in lush greenery, with a sapphire lake shimmering before him and a majestic waterfall cascading down to meet the horizon. Despite having resided here for 2 years, his return brought an unchanged sense of tranquility and exhilaration. In the valley, the only sound was the thunderous roar of the waterfall, while everything else was enveloped in serene silence. Gazing at the waterfall that had accompanied his growth, Tang San's eyes searched for the silhouette of his father. You've returned. The deep voice seemed to resonate in his ears. Tang San turned abruptly, and in that instant, he felt as though time itself had frozen. The excitement that once animated his gaze had now dulled into a state of shock. By the poolside stood the familiar figure, and upon seeing him once more, Tang San's heart quaked uncontrollably. The temperament that had evolved over the past year seemed to shatter in this moment. His heart ached to the point of breathlessness. Tang Hao stood quietly by the water's edge, yet he was supported by nothing more than a single leg. His entire left leg had been severed at the root. Equally vanished was his right arm. At this instant, the figure standing there was nothing less than a one-armed elder. His disheveled hair was starkly contrasted by the pallor of white. Father! Tang San nearly trembled as he called out, his form flashing forward, his chin quivering as he collapsed before Tang Hao. Despite the loss of an arm and a leg, Tang Hao appeared surprisingly calm. His expression no longer the stern and rigid demeanor it once had been. Instead, a faint smile graced his features as he gazed at his son, whom he held in such high regard. He raised his hand and gently patted Tang San's head, saying, You've come. I have been waiting for you. Such an affectionate gesture was unprecedented. Yet, at that moment, Tang San's heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles. An unparalleled surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Who did this to you, father? Who has caused you such harm? Overwhelmed by intense fury, Tang San's domain of slaughter was forcibly awakened, and in an instant, the air around them grew frigid. Tang Hao's smile remained undiminished. Silly boy, what are you doing? Has your aunt trained you so well this past year? Father. As Tang San beheld his father's severed limbs, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The youngest, titled Douluo, had now transformed into an elderly figure, reminiscent of a flickering candle nearing its end. This was his father. The potent desire to kill surged forth as if it would burst from his chest. At that moment, Tang San's eyes began to gradually redden. Tang Hao's expression sobered, fixing his gaze upon Tang San. Wake up. No one can reduce me to this state. It is I who has done this to myself. A year ago, upon my return, I severed my own right arm and left leg. What? Tang San was momentarily stunned. Unable to believe that everything unfolding before him had been orchestrated by his father. Tang Hao smiled calmly. Surprised, are you? Have you not always wanted to know about my past? Come with me. I shall take you to a place. Chapter 100. Perhaps you may call me Raging Wave. Xiao Wu, I must leave today. Chen Ge, did you not promise to accompany me back to Xiaosan? Xiao Wu pouted, expressing her displeasure. Muchun gently patted Xiao Wu's head, reassuring her, it's not like that, Xiao Wu. I will return, for there are indeed matters I must attend to. Do you understand? Xiao Wu gazed into Mu Chen's eyes and discerned the hidden depths within. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she asked, Chen Ge, you won't be engaging in any wrongdoing, will you? Mu Chen smiled gently and replied, not at all. I merely wish to meet those who need to be met. Xiao Wu gazed into his eyes, seemingly reassured, and nodded with an endearing innocence. Muchun turned away with satisfaction, striding towards the expanse beyond the stars. The system had successfully completed its initialization and debugging, ready to awaken the communication interface. The long-awaited voice of the system resonated within his mind. With a charming smirk, Muchun donned a mask resembling a mythical beast, obscuring his entire face. Subsequently, a long hooded robe adorned with black and crimson edges enveloped him as he soared towards the Douluo Empire. Simultaneously, through the so-called communication system, the Ice and Snow Emperors, the board of the Muchun group, and Guyana were informed to initiate the first phase of their plan. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he sped towards the Douluo Empire, akin to a shooting star, leaving only a fleeting trace behind. Father, take this, and you need not worry about the environmental impacts here. You will be able to remain by Mother's side forever. Tang Hao nodded slightly, gazing at his son's somewhat pallid countenance. He uttered no words, but swallowed the medicinal pill in one swift motion. Tang San lingered for an additional 3 days, ensuring that his mother could acclimate to this new environment. The situation was promising. The Blue-Silver Emperor thrived as Tang San had anticipated. What thrilled him even more was that after consuming the pill he had refined, Tang Hao's physical condition showed remarkable improvement. The lingering effects of his severed limb had entirely vanished, and the dual elemental influences of ice and fire no longer posed a threat to him. Little San, come here. In the early morning, Tang Hao summoned Tang San, who had just completed his training with the purple extreme demon eye. You shall set forth shortly. I will be here with your mother. There is no need for concern. Looking at his son, who exuded an elegant demeanor and stood tall and handsome, Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with pride. Tang San understood that it was indeed time for him to depart. He had many tasks awaiting his attention. Though his parents were now settled, the weight of responsibility had shifted onto his shoulders. Father, when can I go find Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired tentatively. Tang Hao smiled gently. You may go when you reach level 60 and require a soul ring. By then, she should also be nearing her maturity. Once she enters that phase, a slight alteration in appearance will suffice to avoid recognition. However, before you seek her out, make sure to visit the sect and fulfill the tasks I entrusted to you. I have imparted all necessary advice, and I trust you will handle everything splendidly. Yet, one thing must remain in your heart. Although my expectations for you are high, you are my only son. Tang San comprehended the depth of his father's words and nodded earnestly. Father, you need not worry. I understand my limits. Go now. There's no need to rush back. With your mother by my side, this place is my ideal sanctuary. As Tang San departed, an overwhelming multitude of duties awaited him. He turned back multiple times, glancing at his father and then at his mother. The image of his father's solitary, impaired figure and his mother's transformation into a plant was a bitter testament to the tribulations wrought by the spirit hall. Once Tang Xin slipped from his father's sight, his eyes turned icy. From Tang Hao, he inherited not only responsibility, but also a profound hatred. The vendetta for his mother's death was one that could not be overlooked. The tragedy of parents must be repaid with blood. At this moment, Tang San has determined his singular life goal, to utterly annihilate the spirit hall. Acquiring the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone did not enhance Tang San's soul power. Rather, it further refined it. However, the unblocking of the governor's meridian bestowed upon him immense benefits. With the channels of the 8 extraordinary meridians now linked, Tang San's soul power has ascended directly to level 59. Given some time to cultivate his soul power fully, he would soon challenge the bottleneck of level 60. By then, he would be able to seek out the long-lost Xiaowu, whom he had not seen for 5 years. 5 years prior, at not yet 15. He had already made a name for himself among the young generation of soul masters. Now, at 20, equipped with 3 formidable soul bones, dual martial spirits, and 2 significant domains, what kind of shock would he bring to the world of soul masters? As Tang Xin stepped out of the Sunset Mountains, the entire realm of soul masters began to transform. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, a conference was underway. Pope Bibi Dong sat alone in the highest seat, with the elite generation of Spirit Hall, Xieyu, Hulaina, and Yin, standing silently behind her. 5 years ago, the elite generation was led by Xieyu, yet now, Hulaina had surpassed her elder brother in accomplishments. The grand oval conference table accommodated nearly 20 individuals, each adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of solemnity. Their garments revealed their significance within the Spirit Hall, each being a pivotal figure, at least the chief authority of a regional spirit master hall. The 2 esteemed masters of the spirit temples across the continent were also present. Should an outsider witness this gathering, they would undoubtedly comprehend that a momentous event was unfolding within the spirit hall. All eyes were riveted on Pope Bibi Dong, anticipating her address. She surveyed her subordinates and spoke in a grave tone. After deliberation with the esteemed elders, I am here to announce 3 significant decisions. The attendees promptly straightened their postures, listening intently to the words of this formidable pope. While all previous popes of the Spirit Hall held great power, Bibi Dong's authority was particularly pronounced. Despite being a woman, she was renowned for her iron-fisted approach to the administration of Spirit Hall affairs. Even now, the Elder Council dared not question her decisions lightly. It had been a decade since a dissenting voice had emerged within Spirit Hall. This was undoubtedly linked to Bibi Dong's diligent efforts, which had propelled Spirit Hall's influence to unprecedented heights, surpassing even that of the 2 great empires. The first matter, she continued, as Pope, I have determined my successor, who has been approved by the Elder Council. As of today, Hulaina is hereby appointed as the Saintess of Spirit Hall and the first heir to the papacy. Why? Who are you? Why cough, cough, a voice questioned. Why do you ask? It has been far too long. The time for uniting the 2 nations has stretched on excessively, and I can no longer wait. Thus, this is an imperative action. If you wish to assign blame, let it be directed at the absence of a false god in your nation. As for my name, perhaps you may refer to me as the Wrathful Wave. On this day, while the common folk enjoyed their peaceful afternoon repose, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending tempest that loomed over the stars. Even if they were cognizant of it, what could they do? The weak are destined to comply, enshrouded by barriers and the relentless rain. No one noticed the annihilation of the 2 most powerful clans in the realm, Wyoming and BIH. Despite the Emperor and Duke Wyoming's combined efforts utilizing the fusion technique of their martial souls, they could not triumph against the scythe wielded by the sinister figure adorned in a demonic mask. The price of their failure was a stark pallor, stained with blood. They would never forget that terrifying man cloaked in black robes, forever masked by the visage of a demon. As the Emperor of the Star Realm breathed his last, a multitude of figures surged forth, ambitious individuals and the heads of minor clans. From this day forth, the Star Realm belongs to us, the MCHN. However, you must maintain the facade as usual. I shall arrange for individuals to impersonate the 2 surviving members of the Star Royalty to deceive them, while you ascend as the true rulers. Thank you, my lord. The barons and earls knelt in tribute, acknowledging who the genuine sovereign was. Meanwhile, the masked man gazed upward, his eyes narrowing as he observed the torrential rain obscured by the barriers. I have returned, he mused. This task must be accomplished, for it is the soul means my father imparted to me to alter the divine realm, to strip you hypocritical deities of your power derived from faith. Chapter 101. Deceiving Mbi after completing his tasks, Muchun returned as if nothing had transpired, continuing to frolic with Xiaowu. She resembled an eternal child, her heart remaining as innocent and unblemished as a blank sheet of paper, despite her age. As Muchun sighed, her protective instincts intensified. However, to Xiaowu, Muchun appeared to be unchanged, save for the fact that he had to step outside for a fixed duration each day. For her, as long as Muchun honored their agreement and was willing to accompany her, everything felt perfectly fine. Muchun found himself in a predicament, not only having to regularly bestow a layer of deceptive skin upon his disguised members, but also assisting them in rehearsing how to navigate the impending return of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. These two individuals could not be said to be enamored with one another. Rather, they had simply ceased to harbor mutual disdain. However, at present, it seemed their aspirations did not align with the royal lifestyle or arranged marriages. Thus, as long as they could be deceived, Luo would be entirely usurped by Muchun's faction, firmly under his control. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, as anticipated, returned a month after their kin had been utterly annihilated. The Emperor of Luo and the royal impersonators prepared to enact the script, facilitating their early departure from this place, announcing the presence of Dai Mubai, Davis, Zhu Qing, and Zhu Zhuyun. A sole Douluo proclaimed to all members within the imperial city. This preemptive action was taken to prevent Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing from discovering the ambitions of the minor families, whose influence had suddenly swelled to overshadow even the nobility within the court. Consequently, upon their return, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing had no time to rest before being summoned to the emperor's palace. However, this was not entirely incomprehensible, especially considering the matter of the heir apparent. Dai Mubai made a resolute decision in his heart, one akin to the aspirations of Yuchio, to safeguard Davis while he himself would wander freely. Upon entering the grand hall, Dai Mubai observed the noticeably altered Davis, sensing a peculiar absence of the princely aura and nobility he once exuded. Similarly, Zhu Qing was taken aback by Zhu Zhuyun, whose once ferocious demeanor had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, both naturally attributed these changes to their previous defeats. Before long, the White Tiger Douluo, the current emperor of Luo, made his entrance. It must be said that this false emperor performed commendably, exhibiting a striking resemblance to the true sovereign. After all, the impersonator was also a titled Douluo. He gestured slightly, indicating that the four of them could rise, and then, without further ado, he regarded Zhu Zhuyun and Davis with an air of judgment. Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, was the first to speak. Father, regarding this soul battle, before he could finish, the emperor of Luo abruptly raised his hand, harshly interjecting, Davis has been defeated, Zhu Zhuyun has been defeated. According to the rules, their power shall be abolished. They shall be relegated to commoners. As the emperor's voice echoed, the surrounding guards gradually advanced, and the two individuals collapsed to the ground, as though stripped of all hope. In that moment, Dai Mubai fiercely positioned himself before Davis, while Zhu Qing stood protectively in front of Zhu Zhuyun. With a resonant voice, Dai Mubai echoed sentiments similar to those of Muchun. Father, you must understand. I am indifferent to the throne, and I am not adept at governance. Thus, I believe my brother is far more suited to be emperor. The emperor of Luo smiled slightly, seemingly indulging Dai Mubai's insolence. Dai Mubai, you must understand, these are the rules. Rules that have persisted since time immemorial. Dai Mubai remarked, rules are established by humans. Should we not alter the unjust laws? The Star Luo emperor chuckled softly and replied, however, change comes at a cost. Dai Mubai understood that his father was inquiring what he deemed worthy of alteration. With determination, he declared, Father, what if I voluntarily relinquish my claim to the throne in favor of my brother? The Star Luo emperor's expression shifted, a flicker of anger crossing his features as he retorted, am I not yet alive? Dai Mubai smiled and explained, my intention is to directly pass the throne to my brother upon ascending, knowing that he lacks the power to govern and thus would be rendered ineffective. I am willing to bear the blame, for I shall not allow anyone to confine my freedom. Although the Star Luo emperor appeared furious, inwardly he was elated. With a serious tone, he asked, are you certain? Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Henceforth, you, Dai Mubai, are no longer my son, and you shall sever ties with the Star Luo royal family. Zhu Qing shares the same fate, and your engagement is hereby annulled. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing were taken aback by the emperor's unexpected acquiescence. Nonetheless, it was the outcome they desired, so they merely bowed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. The Star Luo Emperor, with a heavy heart, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you may leave now. He then turned and departed, prompting the royal guards who had approached Dai Mubai to follow suit. Subsequently, Dai Mubai, filled with gratitude, exchanged pleasantries with Dai Wei before they exited the imperial city. Although they sensed something amiss, the result aligned with their expectations, and their arduous training made them long for their companions, so they chose to hasten toward Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, Muchun had already sensed the presence of the Spirit Hall's forces and informed Deming and Air Ming of the countermeasures. Muchun intended to deliver a crushing blow to the Spirit Hall there, preparing for their eventual annihilation. On Tang San's side, he had successfully infiltrated and was contemplating how to approach Xiao Wu and the others. After a night of contemplation, Yin had regained his composure. Realizing that he could not act against Tang San in Hulaina's presence without jeopardizing his relationship with her. Although outwardly Tang San and Hulaina seemed unaffected, Yin was all too familiar with the tenderness in Hulaina's gaze directed at another man. It is often said that women are sensitive. Men possess a similar sensitivity. Particularly Yin, whose heart had always been tethered to Hulaina, making his feelings acutely perceptive. Yin had devised a plan. The Stardow Forest was fraught with danger, and direct confrontation was unwise. Surely, he could utilize the environment to his advantage. Tang San and Hulaina walked side by side, silently observing the progression of their team and the surroundings. He was somewhat surprised to notice that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were synchronously responding to each other, one leading and the other following. Within the confines of this elliptical formation, the outside world appeared to be shrouded in silence, as if isolated by the presence of two tidal Douluos. Tang San refrained from employing the blue-silver domain, being amidst it. Any fluctuation of energy that might arise from his domain could inadvertently alert the two tidal Douluos, whose defensive aura resembled a formidable barrier. The foremost figure, Ghost Douluo, began to accelerate, causing the entire team to weave through the woods with the swiftness of a gale. To Tang San's surprise, even when encountering powerful spirit beasts along the way, these creatures refrained from launching an attack, merely observing the team from a distance. It soon became evident to him why such a phenomenon occurred. The awe-inspiring presence and aura of the two tidal Douluos served as a deterrent to the surrounding spirit beasts. With both tidal Douluos walking in tandem, how many spirit beasts would dare to provoke them? Consequently, this team from the Spirit Hall was able to save a considerable amount of time. However, as they pressed onward, a sense of urgency began to well up within Tang San, for he found himself unable to leave any markers for Xiao Wu. Even if he did, should she truly be at the heart of the forest, she would be unable to perceive them. No one can have their wishes fulfilled at all times. Following the initial success of his integration into the team, Tang San encountered his own challenges. After hastening for 2 full hours, the leading Ghost Douluo finally signaled for a rest. Chapter 102. The beginning of annihilation. Muchun and Xiao Wu were taken aback, swiftly preparing for battle. Suddenly, Deming let out a cold snort and remarked, "It appears they are already quite close to us, having employed a domain-type soul skill for reconnaissance." Xiao Wu hurriedly inquired, "What does that mean? Have we been discovered?" Deming nodded, "Indeed, we have been detected. But I have ensured that the one who sought to spy on us has also incurred a certain cost." Muchun said little about it, merely gazing solemnly outwards, stating, "Our singular objective this time is to swiftly eliminate that ostentatious tidal Douluo. Remember, it must be a swift kill." Deming nodded dismissively, for he could hardly believe that a tidal Douluo could evade his prowess. Muchun smirked, well aware of the underlying cause of Xiao Wu's demise, the arrogance of those two soul beasts. Indeed, they stood atop a lofty peak, perpetually looking down upon those below and those striving to ascend. Tang San, with a forced glance at the two tidal Douluos before him, managed a wry smile and said, "I initially intended to survey the surroundings for a suitable soul beast. However, I unexpectedly encountered an exceptionally formidable presence. It was capable of perceiving my spiritual energy and even launched a mental assault against me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have lost my life just now." Juju Douluo's eyes brightened, and with his characteristic soft voice, he inquired, "An exceptionally formidable presence? How powerful? In which direction?" Tang San replied with certainty, "It is at least at the level of a soul Douluo. My spiritual energy is quite commendable among soul masters of the same rank, and to inflict long-distance harm upon me would require at least a soul Douluo." He gestured towards the direction detected by his blue-silver domain, revealing this information without reservation. Upon hearing the term soul Douluo, Juju Douluo frowned slightly, pondering, "Only at the level of a soul Douluo? That does not seem to be the target we seek. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Tang San, aware that he was fabricating a tale, two presences disguised as one, strength downplayed as weakness, smiled wryly and replied, I cannot clarify specifics, as my spiritual energy was already rebounded in that fleeting moment. Though he spoke thus, he inwardly scoffed, knowing full well that if they truly pursued, they would not fare well. Were Tang San compelled to describe the magnitude of those two auras, he could only liken it to the terrifying pressure once exerted by his father before he had rendered himself powerless. Clearly, the two titled Douluos before him could not replicate such an effect. More critically, Tang San's prior spiritual probe had effectively alerted those two formidable entities. Would they not be prepared? Exchanging glances, Juju Douluo and Gue Douluo reached a silent agreement. Gue Douluo declared, regardless, we must investigate. The target should be nearby. Better to err on the side of caution than to let an opportunity slip away. Let us proceed. The 20 elite members of the Spirit Hall sprang into action. Hu Laina, poised to assist Tang San by lifting his arm to help him rise, was preempted by Xiaoyu, who had already taken hold of Tang San, resting his arm upon his shoulder. At the same time, he shot a glance that halted Yen, who intended to do the same. Yen harbored hostility towards Tang San, a fact that Hu Laina would never permit. The situation was markedly different for Xiaoyu, as he was, after all, her biological brother. Xiaoyu nodded reassuringly at Hu Laina, signaling her to remain calm. Yet, Hu Laina remained anxious, closely following her elder brother's side, her gaze fixed upon Tang San, whose pallid visage bore testament to his condition, seemingly resting all his weight upon Xiaoyu's shoulder. A glint of cold light flashed in Hu Laina's eyes. Tang San's plight stirred profound compassion within her, and a murderous intent began to surface in her heart. Unbeknownst to Tang San, his deliberate probing had inadvertently become a declaration of allegiance in the eyes of the Spirit Hall. The vigilance of both the titled Douluo and Xiaoyu towards him had notably diminished. Naturally, Yen's attitude toward him remained unchanged. The Spirit Hall's team advanced swiftly in the direction indicated by Tang San, to the surprise of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, as they ventured deeper. The surrounding spirit beasts became increasingly scarce. The once curious formidable spirit beasts had vanished entirely as they proceeded further into the forest. Only the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, and the excessive tranquility heightened the vigilance of these two formidable warriors. Seasoned by the tempest of battle, they would not allow the surrounding silence to lull them into complacency. Although Xiaoyu bore Tang San upon his shoulder, his own strength, being a soul master above level 60, remained formidable, and he did not reduce his pace. Meanwhile, Tang San leaned against him, rapidly recuperating his mental energy. Surrounded by the ubiquitous blue-silver grass, despite having suffered severe mental damage earlier, his recovery rate was astonishing. Within the confines of the blue-silver domain, the nearly imperceptible energy of the blue-silver grass surged into his body, replenishing his depleted reserves. Yet, to the casual observer, he still appeared quite frail. As they drew closer to the location previously identified by his mental probe, Tang San's heart began to race with anxiety once more. Despite the overwhelming strength of the two presences he had sensed earlier, the individuals dispatched by the Spirit Hall were no weaklings either. Would those powerful auras truly be able to safeguard Xiaowu? Welcome to the Stardow Forest. Suddenly, a gentle voice emanated from ahead, prompting Ghost Douluo, who was leading the way, to halt abruptly. At the sound of that voice, even as he had endeavored to mask his emotions, Tang San's body involuntarily trembled. 5 years had passed, 5 long years, and he had finally heard that enchanting voice once again. Who else could it be if not Xiaowu? Chrysanthemum Douluo swiftly appeared beside Ghost Douluo, their eyes meeting in understanding. Chrysanthemum Douluo signaled to the elite members of the Spirit Hall behind them, prompting the formation of 20 soul saints to swiftly rearrange into a tighter circular formation, encircling the 3 from the Golden Generation and Tang San at the center. In tandem, they unleashed their martial spirits. The spectacle of 20 soul saints simultaneously releasing their martial spirits was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, the air within 100 meters of their center distorted violently, and vibrant soul rings emerged around them. At that precise moment, the Spirit Hall beheld a figure, one they certainly did not wish to encounter. Muchun. Damn it, how did this fellow end up here? Yin exclaimed in frustration. Hu Laina, with a wicked smile, seemed to revert to her previous demeanor and coldly declared, it is perfect timing to eliminate him here, thus eradicating any future threats. Tang San furrowed his brow as he regarded Muchun. Though he could not pinpoint the reason behind his unease, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from Muchun, an air of invincibility. Unlike the ignorance of the Soul Saints, Douluo and Douluo were markedly different. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and in terror, they shouted, "Run! That lad is a demigod." What? Upon hearing Douluo's words, Hulaina and her companions exclaimed in disbelief, just as two colossal figures unleashed a frenzied assault, targeting solely one individual, Douluo. Douluo, perplexed, suddenly caught sight of the mocking grin at the corner of Muchun's lips. It was over. This was the final thought that crossed Douluo's mind. Even a tidal Douluo could not withstand an attack from a Titan Great Ape, let alone the combined might of Daming and Ming. Consequently, Douluo merely twisted his body before exploding into a mist of blood. Following this was Tang Yin's assault, which further compounded the already grievously wounded Spirit Hall's miseries. Chapter 103, The Hunting Game. At the instant Douluo issued his command, Tang San sprang into action. His arm rested upon Xiaoyu's shoulder, and as Douluo's order echoed, Tang San's grip on Xiaoyu tightened abruptly. His index finger transformed into a jade hue and directly pressed against Xiaoyu's chest. This precise point was intentional, striking directly at Xiaoyu's Danzhong acupoint. As a master of hidden weapons, Tang San's accuracy in locating acupoints was beyond question. The Danzhong acupoint, associated with the Ren meridian, is linked to the foot's Taiyin, Shaoyin, the hands Yang and Shaoyang. It is the convergence of the Ren meridian. Once struck, the internal energy disperses, causing confusion and disorientation. This sudden action was utterly unforeseen for Xiaoyu. He had no time to react, and as he prepared to unleash his martial spirit, his gathered soul power was abruptly disrupted. With a constricted sensation in his chest, he found himself slumping into Tang San's embrace. Given Hulaina's favorable regard for Tang San, and Xiaoyu being her brother, Tang San refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Of course, this was also related to his necessity to fully exert his strength, aiming to impact as many adversaries as possible, with his left hand incapacitating Xiaoyu. His right hand swiftly released two pre-prepared mother and son pursuing soul-claiming pills. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up between him and Xiaoyu, as countless minute poison needles shot forth, enveloping the 6 soul saints directly in front of them. Hidden weapons are inherently designed for ambushes. Only under such circumstances can their power be maximally unleashed. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, as the fine needles of the mother and son pursuing soul-claiming pills were specifically designed to penetrate internal energy barriers, targeting the protective soul power. Although these soul saints had released their martial spirits, they had not employed any soul skills for defense. Amidst a series of muffled groans, the 6 soul saints collapsed before Tang San. At such a close range, being struck by the poison needle of the soul-devouring mother was a fate beyond salvation. "What are you doing?" Hulaina exclaimed in shock. The body of Xiaoyu was hurled by Tang San towards Hulaina. Simultaneously, his form flickered ethereally, unleashing a multitude of hidden weapons from his hands, as the back of his garment tore open, revealing the resplendent blue-golden 8 spider lances. A radiant azure light shot forth from his eyes, striking one of the soul saints. Though he reacted swiftly, no soul skill could rival the speed of the purple extreme divine light. With a tremendous crash, yet another fell, incapacitated but not dead. The 8 spider lances thrust into the ground, igniting the simultaneous eruption of the blue, silver, and death god domains. Instantly, the blue-silver grass surged forth, as Tang San's 5 soul rings appeared, with the 4th glowing brilliantly, initiating the mutated blue-silver prison technique, blue-silver stabbing array. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Tang San unleashed nearly all of his power. 7 soul saints lay defeated by his ambush, alongside Xiaoyu, who had been struck in a vital point, reducing the ranks of the Spirit Hall experts to 15. Although the blue-silver stabbing array could not harm the other prepared adversaries, its delaying effect granted Tang San the precious time to escape. With the 8 spider lances supporting him, he propelled himself into the air. The blue-silver Emperor's flight skill activated, sending him soaring like a meteor towards Xiaowu. "Xiaowu!" Tang San cried out, as a tendril of blue-silver grass was cast in her direction. His actions unfolded with such rapidity that by the time Xiaowu turned her attention, countless poison needles had already surged forth, claiming the lives of 6 soul saints. Despite the changes in his appearance and demeanor, many elements of his essence remained unaltered. The 4th soul skill, the 10,000-year soul ring, the formidable hidden weapons, the transformed 8 spider lances, and blue-silver grass all signified his identity. More importantly, at the moment he propelled himself with the 8 spider lances, His gaze intertwined with Xiao Wu's in the air. While their appearances had changed, their essence remained constant, particularly the look in Tang San's eyes directed at Xiao Wu. Her gaze was no longer tranquil, having shed its previous serenity. Even as numerous recovering Spirit Hall experts pursued from behind Tang San, it could not diminish the overwhelming joy swelling within her heart. With no resistance, she allowed the blue-silver emperor to entwine around her slender waist. Xiao Wu's long legs propelled her forward, racing towards Tang San. "Brother," she called, a term that had been absent for 5 years. Although both had transformed, the genuine emotion encapsulated within that call remained unchanged. Tang San was still Tang San, and Xiao Wu was still Xiao Wu. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Tang San felt as though something had lodged in his throat. I must protect her, even at the cost of my life. This was the singular thought that occupied Tang San's heart at that moment. In the next moment, under the guidance of the blue-silver emperor, the two bodies merged in midair. With an elegant stretch, Tang San embraced the delicate figure he had yearned for over the past 5 years. The right leg of the blue-silver emperor, propelled by his utmost effort, sent them soaring like lightning towards the depths of the forest. "Damn it! Kill him!" Yin roared furiously, racing alongside the remaining 13 soul saints towards Tang San's direction. Among these 13, 3 were flight-capable soul masters, who immediately ascended into the sky, forming a cohesive aerial unit with the other soul masters below as they pursued rapidly. Clinging tightly to Tang San's neck, Xiao Wu's heart raced intensely. She had longed for this moment, yet she had not anticipated its swift arrival. The familiar 8 spider lances, the well-known hidden weapons, and that unmistakable gaze were now vividly before her. At this moment, enveloped in his warm embrace, Xiao Wu's heart overflowed with sheer joy. After parting from Tang San, she had pondered countless scenarios, even facing despair at the thought of never seeing him again. Yet, no matter how slim the chance, she refused to relinquish hope. Finally reunited with her beloved, Xiao Wu felt that even if she were to perish at this very moment, it would all be worth it. Her arms wrapped tightly around Tang San's neck, she savored his changed yet familiar essence in the warmth of his embrace. Xiao Wu found herself utterly entranced. Muchun leapt down from a nearby stone and, step by step, approached the gathered members of the Spirit Hall. In a fit of rage, Yin, accompanied by 13 powerful soul saints from the Spirit Hall, pursued him fervently. Meanwhile, Hulaina remained rooted in place, after taking over for her brother. She noticed that Xiaoyu's complexion had turned pale, and he had already fainted. This, however, was not her reason for refraining from chasing after Tang San and Xiao Wu. She found it hard to believe that everything unfolding before her was indeed reality. As Tang San unveiled his 8 spider lances, with blue-silver grass and hidden weapons erupting simultaneously, how could her astute mind fail to connect the man etched in her heart with the one who had once brought immense humiliation to the Spirit Hall? Reflecting on the past illuminated the enigma within her heart, yet the more she grasped the truth, the more intense her inner turmoil became. She felt lost and tormented, uncertain of what actions to take next. At that moment, Yin was engulfed in extreme fury, his sole desire being to rend Tang San into a million pieces. 7 soul saints, the fruits of the Spirit Hall's arduous training, were now in peril. Yin glared at the composed Muchun and bellowed, "Do you think I fear you? No, do not presume that your faade of strength intimidates me." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Yan's voice abruptly ceased, for his head no longer belonged to him. No one witnessed how Muchun struck, and his demeanor was indifferent. In that fleeting moment, both the soul saints and the likes of Ghost Douluo, Tang San, and Xiao were seized by an unfamiliar dread. Muchun continued to walk forward, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, brushing against the wild grasses and blooming flowers, relishing the tingling sensation they imparted. Suddenly, he looked up and inquired, "What is the matter? Is Rocky not here?" He continued, "It makes sense. If he were present, he would never allow a foolish woman to ascend as the saintess. Has she been executed? Or has your Spirit Hall forsaken her?" Hulaina, suppressing her fury, retorted, "Rocky has not departed. He is merely transcending to the Soul Sage realm, which is why he has not accompanied us. Do not perceive the Spirit Hall in such a disreputable light." Muchen's face broke into a knowing smile as he remarked, "Wow, that is truly remarkable, for I too can make him experience a wave of helpless suffering. Locke is indeed a genius. Alas, he ultimately chose the wrong side. I once believed that we could become good friends, but at this moment, that is no longer the case." Muchun suddenly swung his arm towards Hulaina with a fierce strike, unleashing a blade of energy. Fortunately, the ghost Douluo remained vigilant and, at the cost of his severed arm, managed to temporarily shield Hulaina. However, this scene did not evoke a sense of hope. Instead, it was steeped in despair. For Muchun had effortlessly severed the arm of a tidal Douluo with a mere flick of his wrist. Muchun chuckled and remarked, "At times, certain matters compel me to take action, and regrettably, your spirit hall stands as an obstacle in my path that I must eliminate. Hence, I urge you all to flee with utmost determination, as if it were a game, escape the Stardo forest. Those who succeed shall live, while those who do not shall meet their demise." His voice sent a chill down the spines of all present, and the soul saints of the spirit hall, disregarding the ghost Douluo's attempts to steady their spirits, immediately began to scatter in search of a glimmer of hope for survival. Muchun remained motionless, eyes closed, seemingly awaiting the emergence of hope within his opponent's heart, only to mercilessly extinguish it thereafter. Ghost Douluo dared not meet the gaze of this formidable being for long. Instead, he swiftly enveloped Guyuna and her companion, retreating hastily. At that moment, Muchun's soul rings ascended one by one. The surge of his 80-level soul power, alongside the rise of 7 vivid crimson rings, sent shivers through Deming and Erming. They trembled in fear. None of the soul rings bore a weaker aura than their own, especially the final ring, which radiated an ominous and brutal energy. Adorning his form was a resplendent robe of white and platinum, complemented by a regal crown atop his head. In this moment, Muchun resembled a king, rather than a close companion. First soul ring, the 20,000-year metamorphic lizard of the departed. Invisibility, switch between the attributes of the departed, allowing for diverse attribute-based attacks. Currently, it provides the fundamental 5 elemental attributes alongside light, darkness, wind, thunder, obliteration, and the mastery of creation. Invisibility can utilize all forms simultaneously. Second soul ring, the 20,000-year spirit ape, soul resonance. Initiating with the bone sword, it emits mournful melodies akin to a soul cry, siphoning away various attributes from the target, reducing them by 5 for an hour, applicable to a single target only. The effect can be reapplied only after it concludes. The greater the disparity in spiritual power, the less effective it becomes, diminishing by 1 for every 5 levels of advantage. Mourning melody continuously weakens the opponent's spiritual power until it matches one's own. Third soul ring, the 333,000-year shadow hunting leopard, departed puppet, summons a replica puppet of a soul master with a maximum 30-level disparity in soul power, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on one's behalf, retaining all the soul power and skills of the original, albeit at 65 capacity. It can also replicate 2 forms of the original, maintaining 90 of their strength, with enhancements from one's own soul skills being transferred to the original. Puppet Shadow Strike. The puppet's strength is amplified to match the original's, allowing it to engage in combat autonomously. As the puppet nears its dissolution, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces the adversary, it siphons 50 of their attributes, enhancing the original until the departed puppet is summoned again, with a cap that doubles the original's strength. Fourth soul ring, the 320,000-year shape-shifting ghost bat, Phantom Shift, allows for the elongation and contraction of bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, rendering the body incredibly supple, capable of any transformation. Ultrasonic radar emits ultrasonic waves through bodily pores to precisely locate objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth soul ring, the 250,000-year ice crystal white crane, Ice Crystal 99, summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes that can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute ice shield, usable only 3 times within a day, granting immunity to a single attack. Sixth soul ring, the 450,000-year siren, possessing but a single soul skill, Siren S-Whale, targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing a ruthless onslaught. Any opponent with total soul power and spiritual energy below his own is instantly vanquished, while those exceeding his will suffer grievous harm. Upon completion of its use, the individual finds themselves in a state of weakness, with all attributes reverting to their initial level 1 state for a duration of 1 hour. The seventh spirit ring, a 200,000-year soul-devouring beast, the true form of the soul devourer manifests, enveloping its weapon and body in a miasma of soul-devouring poison. Once the true form appears, all capabilities of the deceased are fully materialized, enhancing the main body's attributes by 50. Greed Devour. This ability allows the consumption of another's soul power and vitality. By merely making contact with a part of the body, one can trigger this effect, absorbing 1 of the opponent's soul power and a month's worth of vitality in one instance. Fusion Domain. which is already integrated into the lawless realm within a radius of 100 meters. The deceased rests in peace, becoming the perceiver of all. Akin to the effect of time suspension, where the actions of others appear extraordinarily slow to your eyes. Upon activation of the domain, it continuously siphons attributes and soul power from opponents, absorbing 0.01 attributes and soul power per second. External soul bone. The robe of souls is affixed to 8 rib bones, allowing transformation into any robe-like garment upon summoning. Once manifested, it possesses 3 special attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing all soul skill effects by 10-2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90, though unable to evade locked-on attacks and large-scale assaults. 3. Hell's Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Siren's crown rests upon the skull of the Siren, and upon summoning, it forms a crown atop the head, enhancing the skill effects of the Siren's skull by 100. Soul Bone, 100,000-year left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational field, capable of manipulating the space within 100 meters ahead, imposing a maximum gravity of 50 times. 2. Celestial Fury, through continuous attacks and receiving damage. One can accumulate energy to unleash the Celestial Divine Fist at its peak, which enhances the attack power of the fist technique by 500 and boosts physical strength by 20. Upon the conclusion of the Celestial Divine Fist, a roar erupts, repelling beings whose combined soul and mental power falls below your own. 100,000-year left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane. 1. Ice surface creation, generating an ultra-cold atmosphere centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface gliding, allowing for fluid movement on the ice surface, with a speed increase of 200 when utilizing gliding. 100,000-year skull of the Siren. 1. Shock recovery, mitigating the negative effects brought about by the Siren's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, rendering one immune to mental attacks and preventing mental backlash. Muchun slowly ascended, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he declared, "It seems you are ready." Thus, I announce, the game begins. Chapter 104. Merciless Annihilation. Muchun waited for the soul saints to flee for 7 or 8 seconds. While this may seem brief, they had already sprinted over 1,000 meters. Yet, considering that Muchun could cover 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, it appears rather fleeting. Just then, one of the soul saints, in the midst of his escape, caught sight of his own headless corpse, leading to a complete loss of will. This occurrence was not unique to him alone. Muchun had no intention of leaving any survivors, not even Hulaina would be spared. He simply sought to make them experience the profound despair of helplessness, a form of retribution for the tedious days he had endured while waiting for them. Muchun effortlessly eradicated over 20 soul sages, along with a host of minor minions, as if he were merely mowing grass. The entire process took no more than a minute, to Hulaina and the others. It appeared as though he was merely engaging in a casual sprint when he descended from the heavens, holding aloft the severed head of a soul sage. The expression on Ghost Douluo's face shifted dramatically, as he realized that today, he was likely facing an inescapable doom. However, if there was any possibility, he would choose to self-detonate in a desperate bid to afford Hulaina and the others even the slightest chance of survival. Just as he resolved to carry out his plan, Muchun smiled and remarked, "Is it of any use? I have never been alone. From the moment you chose to flee, your fate was sealed. Do you not comprehend the futility of your struggles?" Muchun wore a mocking smile, completely disregarding the presence of Ghost Douluo. Upon hearing Muchun's words, Ghost Douluo deflated like a punctured balloon, his once indomitable spirit vanishing in an instant. Indeed, even if he managed to stall Muchun here, what would be the benefit? Would the Muchun group ever allow a tiger to return to the mountain? His thoughts were steeped in despair as he contemplated Muchun's ambition to dominate the continent. Muchun observed the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui as he realized that a single utterance from his lips had utterly drained him of his combat prowess. He shook his head, transitioning from a state of levitation back to normal walking, approaching Guyu Na and her companion step by step. At that moment, Tang Xin sprang forth from a thicket, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, spare their lives. You, the title Douluo, possess the power to slay, but this Hulaina has saved me." Muchun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that both De Ming and Air Ming would align themselves with Tang San. Moreover, Air Ming even assisted Tang San in his journey. Hastening to catch up, Muchun expressed his displeasure, stating, "This is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. My ambitions are vast. Tang San, feeling a weight in his heart, replied, Brother Chen, this is merely a request. Hulaina is currently just a sole emperor, posing no threat to you. By eliminating the title Douluo, you would indeed weaken the Spirit Hall's influence, and given your position within the Muchun group. The Spirit Hall lacks sufficient evidence to initiate a direct conflict. Muchun smiled and said, I am well aware that the martial Soul Empire would not choose to initiate a war, for they have long since embarked on the path of conflict. What? Tang San replied, puzzled. Muchun gazed at Tang San and remarked, Bibi Dong is no ordinary pope, perhaps from the very moment she ascended to that position. The specter of war became inevitable. What do you think, Hulaina, Ghost Douluo? Hulaina looked at Muchun with a hint of astonishment, while Ghost Douluo, taken aback, trembled and inquired, How do you know? Muchun gazed at Ghost Douluo with a look of disdain, retorting contemptuously, What gives you the right to presume my knowledge? Why should I divulge anything to an insignificant insect? Perhaps I would entertain a query from Chen Douluo, but even the current Bibi Dong fails to command my respect. Let alone you. Hulaina, undaunted by the threat of death, shouted furiously, You speak nonsense. You reckless fool shall inevitably pay the price for your arrogance. Tang San, feeling a sense of urgency, thought to himself, Isn't this courting death? Muchun smiled as he stepped forward, utilizing the power of his domain to render both Ghost Douluo and Hulaina immobile. He gently lifted Hulaina's chin, gazing at her with a piercing intensity. In her current predicament, Hulaina appeared to have liberated herself, fiercely glaring at Muchun without concern for anything else. Muchun casually struck Hulaina down onto the grass with a single slap, then spoke in a tone of indifference, Very well, since you possess such conviction and spirit. I shall spare your life, for you truly warrant my attention. After uttering these words, Muchun effortlessly grasped the Ghost Douluo and the evil moon from a distance. Tightening his grip as he continued, What harm is there in releasing a tiger back into the mountains? However, before you depart, I want you to witness the slow torment and demise of the two individuals who care for you. Hulaina, unable to maintain her composure, tearfully implored, Please, no. Yet, was her plea of any consequence? Would mankind ever communicate with apes? Before Hulaina's very eyes, the Ghost Douluo was gruesomely dismembered. His head, limbs, and entrails were laid bare, each detail vividly etched in her memory. The evil moon, on the other hand, was crushed into dust under immense pressure, rendering the scene utterly grotesque. Once this gruesome task was completed, the domain dissipated, and Hulaina regained control of her body. However, she refrained from recklessly confronting Muchun, fully aware of her current weakness. Instead, she cast a resentful glance at him before turning to leave. At this moment, Muchun remarked, You are too weak, and your innate talent is lacking. Even a super Douluo can hardly contend with me. Only a candidate for divinity could capture my attention. However, you have less than a year to achieve this level. I hope that when we meet again, you will have ascended to this realm. Hulaina paused her steps, yet refrained from uttering any harsh words. Instead, she quickened her pace and sprinted towards the edge of the forest, unbeknownst to Tang San, who had his back turned. Hulaina's beguiling eyes were now a vivid crimson, resembling blood. Muchun gently patted his immaculate white suit, turning to Tang San with a smile. Hatred can profoundly unleash a person's potential. Tang San, I have given you ample face. Observing Chun Ji's return to his usual demeanor, for reasons unknown, Tang San felt an unexpected sense of relief. He chuckled lightly and then nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed, I owe you a tremendous favor. Whenever Chun Gu requires my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Muchun smiled nonchalantly before turning and walking towards the depths of the starry forest. In any case, he had ensured the safety of Xiao Wu. Muchun wandered through the vast starry forest, his heart far from tranquil, for he understood that the most critical moment was approaching. He intended to annihilate the Tian-Do royal family, utilizing the hands of Chen Renxue. But how would he accomplish this? By restraining Tang San, preventing him from timely rescuing the palace, while he and the Muchun group would assume the role of the rescuers. However, their delayed arrival would only result in the demise of the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Hall, completely excluding the Wuhuan Hall in exchange. Simultaneously, he would use the merit of the rescue to usurp the Emperor's authority, acquiring the nation's treasured possessions to transfer to Tang San, thus also gaining a favor in return. Contemplating this, Muchun, leading the way, revealed a reassuring smile. The prologue to the imperial city had commenced. Chapter 105, The Ambitions of the Muchun Group due to Muchun's timely rescue of Xiao Wu. Tang San was deprived of obtaining his sixth spirit ring, prompting Muchun to spontaneously organize a quest for a sixth spirit ring for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San's objective was to find a human-faced magic spider over 50,000 years old, which would enhance the toxicity of his blue-silver emperor and further fortify its resilience. Xiao Wu inquired of Muchun whether they should not seek the eighth spirit ring. Muchun replied that there was no hurry, opportunities would abound. Furthermore, with Muchun's extraordinary combat prowess surpassing their levels, Tang San and the others refrained from further discussion. The hunt was straightforward. Upon locating their target, Muchun effortlessly subdued the opponent, and the human-faced spider emperor was defeated without resistance. Tang San smoothly absorbed the 6,000-year-old human-faced spider emperor and, after spending some time in the forest with Xiao Wu, went to greet Deming and Erming. Holding Xiao Wu close, he kissed her forehead and solemnly declared, "Brother Yuan, I must take my leave." A flicker of yellow light glimmered in Erming's eyes. "Are you taking Xiao Wu with you?" Tang San nodded. "I will never part from her again, not unless I meet my end." A trace of doubt flickered in Erming's eyes. He had initially thought to leave Xiao Wu here for himself and Deming to protect until this man was strong enough to contend with them. Yet, the conviction in his heart assured him that this man would protect Xiao Wu with his very life. Reflecting on the past 5 years, witnessing Xiao Wu lost in contemplation each day, Erming knew she would willingly remain with Tang San. Unable to resist glancing toward the lake, he was met with a deep voice from beneath the water, urging him to let Xiao Wu go with Tang San. "Tang San, remember this. If one day you feel incapable of protecting Xiao Wu, return here. Both Erming and I are her best brothers, as well as yours." Taking a deep breath, Tang San nodded solemnly, bowing toward the lake, and then to Erming. "Thank you. I will certainly protect Xiao Wu with my life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she playfully remarked, "Then it's settled. You mustn't bully me." Her words, though seemingly nonsensical, did not faze Tang San, who replied with a seriousness that conveyed, "That is, of course, a given." Muchun could no longer bear it and hurriedly said, "All right. This is quite touching. I'm full. No need to feed me, so let us return quickly. The others are likely back as well." Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded, bidding farewell to Deming and Erming before following Muchun out. Erming's gaze lingered until Tang San's silhouette vanished into the forest. With a splash, a colossal bull's head emerged from the center of the lake. Perhaps this was divine providence. The young man, Tang San, exuded a tremor that resonated within me. His feelings for Xiao Wu, I may not fully comprehend, yet I am confident he will protect her well. Furthermore, with the chosen one at his side, there should be no cause for concern. Erming sat down, yawning broadly. "Indeed, I too wish to believe they will succeed, without a doubt." Flanders sighed wryly, "Ere long, I am at a loss. You know Xiao Gang's temperament well. If you cannot sway him, what can I do? You are aware that Xiao Gang's greatest aspiration has always been to gain the acknowledgement of the sect. This is the very reason he has devoted himself to the research of martial souls for so many years. The massacre of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has dealt him an immense blow. His current actions are merely a form of venting. If you truly manage to calm him, he may suffer even more internally." With reddened eyes, Lu ere long lamented, "However, at this rate, his body may not withstand it much longer. He trains those soul masters day and night without rest, or immerses himself in martial soul research without a moment's pause. Even I can only occasionally persuade him to eat something and take a brief respite." Flander pondered, if all else fails, perhaps a feigned hardship might prove effective. "By the way, how is the gathering of your scattered clan members from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family coming along?" Lu Erlong replied with a bitter smile. "There are barely 100 left, mostly the younger generation. The strongest among them barely exceeds level 50. Now, I have become the mightiest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." Flander sighed heavily. "The Spirit Hall is truly ruthless. When they strike, it is with thunderous force. Most terrifying is the fact that your sect received no prior warnings. If I am not mistaken, before their operation, the Spirit Hall must have gathered all participating soul masters for unified oversight, completely sealing off information. This is how they achieved such a surprise with the assistance of Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, coupled with the shared interests of the two great empires. Their alliance does not pose a significant challenge. However, the power wielded by the Spirit Hall is formidable, although they currently refrain from openly confronting the two empires. The number of spirit masters they command, along with the military forces of various duchies and kingdoms, is sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with the empires. If war were to commence, it would spell disaster for the entire continent." Lu Erlong nodded, acknowledging their disadvantage, particularly in terms of spirit masters, rendering them incapable of contending with the might controlled by the spirit hall. Xiao Gang's relentless dedication stems from this very predicament. Regrettably, had the Haotian sect still existed, their leadership might have alleviated their passive stance. A hint of sorrow flickered in Flandra's eyes. He sincerely wished to avert the outbreak of war. Bibi Dong, that woman, is indeed a madman. What does she truly seek? Indeed, the soul-hunting operation of the Spirit Hall has commenced. Yet the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has only suffered a loss of 50%, while other sects face far graver consequences. In stark contrast to the Spirit Hall's volatility, the Haotian sect and the Muchun group, both first-tier powers, exude a disquieting tranquility. In the Hall of the Pope, a loud crash resounded as Hulaina was hurled against the wall of the conference room, slowly sliding down, a crimson handprint marring her exquisite visage. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The Pope, Bibi Dong, gradually withdrew her right hand, her gaze glinting with coldness. Unable to distinguish between friend and foe. "You are still my chosen saintess," she remarked. "Face the wall in the back hall. Do not emerge without my command." "Yes, Your Holiness." Hulaina's voice, slightly muffled due to her injuries, struggled to rise. Her eyes brimmed with a seething hatred akin to Bibi Dong's, which did not go unnoticed by Bibi Dong, who intended to provoke her further, albeit only slightly. Bibi Dong commanded her subordinates to escort Hulaina away while she slumped helplessly on the Pope's throne. Reflecting on Hulaina's instructions and pondering, what grand ambitions lie behind this? Is it akin to my own? To weaken my power? To mock my semi-divine strength? For the first time, Bibi Dong's thoughts were disrupted. She had just launched an assault, only to have her formidable titled Douluo forces, with their martial soul fusion technique, vanish in an instant. If this continues, those old geezers. Bibi Dong shook her head vigorously, her voice laced with resentment. "Very well, Muchun Group. I never anticipated you to be the true power behind the scenes. Merely a pawn in the grand scheme. Yet, I have not been entirely defeated." With these words, Bibi Dong cast her gaze thoughtfully upon the wall behind the Pope's throne. Chapter 106. Return. After assisting Tang San in acquiring the sixth spirit ring, Muchun, accompanied by Xiaowu, made their way towards the heavenly Dou imperial city. The timing was fortuitous, as the trio strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent hoofbeats resonated ahead. Passers-by hastily scattered to evade the impending commotion, transforming the once spacious thoroughfare into a scene of chaos. Xiaowu's countenance reflected her displeasure. For the knights galloping forth displayed an alarming speed and showed no regard for pedestrians, exuding an air of arrogance. Just as Tang San prepared to intervene and halt their advance, Muchun unexpectedly grasped their hands, urging them to flee. This unexpected maneuver left Xiao Wu and Tang San bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Had he faltered? This was not akin to Chen Gu's usual demeanor. Muchun pondered to himself. How could it be possible for you to meet Du Gubo? If such a meeting were to occur, it would only be after the emperor had breathed his last. Muchun refrained from uttering any words to elucidate his actions, forcefully pulling Tang San and Xiao Wu back outside the Shrek Academy. Upon entering the academy, the first sight that greeted them was the worn visage of the master and the anxious expression of Lu Erlong. The master's countenance appeared even more rigid than before. His cold gaze fixated on the students desperately sprinting before him, the frostiness in his demeanor seemingly capable of solidifying the very air around him. These individuals were no ordinary students. They were promising young soul masters dispatched by the royal family of the Heaven Dou Empire. The absence of soul masters among the royal guards during the avalanche was due to the majority having already arrived here for unified training under the master's guidance. While the Heaven Dou Empire possessed a considerable number of soul masters, only a select few were truly under royal command, including those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The total number of soul masters barely exceeded 5,000, with the truly powerful being exceedingly rare. From the perspective of soul masters, the royal family of the Heaven Dou Empire could not hold a candle to the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, should conflict arise, the Heaven Dou Empire could still mobilize some soul masters from local regions, albeit mostly those of lower strength. The disparity in soul master power was precisely why the two great empires had to endure and bide their time against the Spirit Hall. Once on the battlefield, the notion that one soul master could contend with 100 was not mere rhetoric. The Spirit Hall commanded an army of tens of thousands of soul masters, teeming with formidable talent, bolstered by support from various principalities and kingdoms. Even if the two empires united, Claiming absolute victory would be a bold assertion. Moreover, as tensions had yet to fully ignite, they could only remain patient, gathering strength. Over 4,000 soul masters were divided by the master into 20 groups for training. Although Shrek Academy was slightly limited in space, it was undoubtedly the most suitable location within the Heaven City, equipped with comprehensive facilities. It also offered numerous simulated environments conducive to soul master training. The 20 groups were categorized based on martial souls and training directions, with the strongest attack and agility soul masters comprising approximately 60% of the total. At that moment, the master was conducting training with a group of strong attack soul masters. Prior to the rigorous special training, the harrowing hellish physical conditioning was inescapable. Zhao Wujing stood nearby, his gravity manipulation fully engaged, evenly distributing the burden upon the 200 soul masters in motion. Under Lu Erlong's watchful gaze, the soul masters could only comply and train diligently. Not long ago, due to the master's relentless dedication, Lu Erlong had suddenly fallen ill, prompting the master to take a brief respite to care for her. However, Lu Erlong could not maintain this facade indefinitely. Reluctantly, she joined the master in conducting special training for the students, alleviating some of his burdens and allowing him a moment of ease. She understood that the master's fatigue was primarily rooted in his heart, a pain she too bore, though they were not bound by the ties of marriage. Their hearts were undeniably intertwined. Enduring this torment together, she felt on the brink of collapse. She harbored a desire for vengeance. Yet her fiery temperament gradually cooled as she received more intelligence regarding the martial soul hall's strength from the Heaven Empire. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice rang out. I can't take this anymore. This is beyond human endurance. A soul master in training abruptly halted, swiftly stepping out of Zhao Wujie's gravitational influence, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. The rigorous training imposed by the master was indeed arduous, especially considering the trainees were predominantly in their 20s and 30s, which meant their training load exceeded that of the Shrek 7 Devils by 30%. The soul masters were suffering greatly. With a leader emerging, many among the 200 soul masters paused, completely drenched in sweat, and upon stopping, they began to breathe heavily. They cast glances of uncertainty toward the master. The master regarded the first student who had stepped forward and coldly remarked, "Who says this is beyond human endurance?" This soul master appeared to be around 30, robust in stature and belonging to the assault type category, with a soul power of level 48, quite commendable among his peers. As a soul master, he had always lived a life of comfort, the center of attention wherever he went. Never had he endured such hardship. Casting a sidelong glance at the master, he panted, "If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourself?" Others chimed in, "Indeed. This training volume is simply unattainable for humans. At this rate, we will collapse." With a leader voicing discontent, an atmosphere of dissatisfaction spread among the halted soul masters, who began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward the master filled with resentment and bitterness. Lu Erlong snorted angrily, striding toward the defiant soul master, and yanked him off the ground. "Get in line and continue training, or I'll subject you to individual training." The robust soul master felt a tinge of fear at Lu Erlong's imposing presence, yet he retorted, "We are not your cattle or horses. I can simply withdraw if it comes to that. I refuse to perish here. The master is merely a theoretical figure. If he cannot endure this himself, why should we?" Even a titled Douluo would struggle to withstand such torment without utilizing their soul power. Lu Erlong's temperament was already fraught with irritation, and upon hearing these words, she erupted in anger, raising her right hand, the powerful wave of soul power fully suppressing the soul master before her. "Cease this," the master bellowed, halting Lu Erlong's actions. He approached the defiant soul master and nodded, "Very well, I shall train alongside you. As long as I remain standing, you are not permitted to stop." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong became anxious. "Xiao Gang, don't act recklessly. You're not a young man anymore. Moreover, you have been sleepless for days. How can you endure such torment?" The defiant soul master smirked slightly, murmuring, "I knew he wouldn't be up to the task. He only seeks to torment us." The master cast a stern gaze toward Lu Erlong. "Erlong, you continue to supervise from the side while I train with them." Although his tone was calm, it brimmed with undeniable authority. Even the formidable Lu Erlong dared not contradict him at that moment. "Let me accompany them in their practice, master. I am also eager to witness the extent of this so-called unattainable training." Upon hearing this voice, the master's cold demeanor shifted slightly. As he turned in surprise towards the direction from whence it came, there stood Tang San, striding forward with Xiao Wu by his side, swiftly approaching them. You have finally returned. The master felt a rush of emotions upon seeing his disciple. Tang San nodded to the master and then turned to face the robust soul master, stating, I represent the master and shall practice alongside you. Whatever you accomplish, I will double it. The limits of humanity have never truly been explored. As the master's disciple, I will demonstrate that his theory is undeniably valid. The middle-aged soul master scoffed. You have no idea what we are training for, yet you come here to boast. I am curious to see how you intend to achieve double. Tang San stepped forward, locking eyes with the soul master, and said, if I succeed, you must apologize to the master. As he spoke, he strode confidently to the center of the arena before turning to the master. Master, please guide me. As Tang San began his run, Muchun emerged from behind the wall, his face adorned with his characteristic smile, yet his eyes held an added depth. The master, however, remained oblivious, his attention too consumed to notice the subtle changes in those around him. Muchun approached Xiao Wu and said, Master, it is unnecessary. I believe Xiao San would not wish for you to exert yourself so. The master, however, shook his head. The actions of the spirit hall have revealed their ambition. Time is of the essence. With a sigh, he seemed to carry a heavy burden, leaving Xiao Wu in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Muchun continued. I had been frequently venturing out recently due to the spirit hall's assaults on senior factions. I wanted to ensure my organization was secure, and it appears they are on guard quite well. Upon hearing Muchun's words, Xiao Wu began to comprehend the situation. She cast a questioning glance at Lu Erlong, who merely offered a stiff smile and said, let us wait for Xiao San. Perhaps you can learn together. With that, he fell silent, redirecting his focus to the arena. The arrival of Tang San finally softened the master's gaze, and he nodded, stating, you will run laps under the gravitational pressure of Wuji. The gravity will be 3 times normal. Complete 20 laps without utilizing your soul power or skills. Zhao Wuji stood at the center of the training ground. His rank as a soul Douluo, allowing him to extend his gravitational influence to encompass the entire field. Tang San nodded to Zhao Wuji, Teacher Zhao. I would appreciate it if you could increase the gravity to 6 times. Zhao Wuji smiled slightly and nodded in response. Although his gravity enhancement ability was not true gravity control and could not diminish gravity, at his current strength, he could amplify it up to 10 times. The third soul ring glowed brightly, and 6-fold gravity descended upon Tang San. He felt a sudden heaviness envelop him. Turning to the students who had paused, he requested, please supervise my counting. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed forward. Tang San's speed was not particularly swift, yet each stride was remarkably consistent. Maintaining a steady pace, he quickly reached the outer circle and began to run. Chapter 107. Utilization. Muchun chose not to linger at Shrek Academy, as it was deemed unnecessary. Instead, it was more prudent to proceed directly to Muchun Group for a meeting with the old-timers. The distance between Shrek Academy and Muchun Group was not great. A brief walk brought him to the headquarters grand conference room. Calmly, Muchun took his seat at the head of the table, awaiting the arrival of the board members. Muchun rested his hand against his face, his eyes occasionally glinting with a chilling light. After approximately the span of an incense stick, the board members gathered, their expressions embodying an unparalleled gravity. For they understood that they were about to embark on a venture fraught with immense challenges and the likelihood of failure. Muchun glanced at the board members and then spoke with a measured tone. Esteemed colleagues, you are undoubtedly aware of our precarious situation. We find ourselves in considerable peril. The Spirit Hall is certainly poised to launch a targeted assault against us, and it is uncertain whether we can emerge victorious. Although they too are currently under significant scrutiny. At this juncture, the Flame Lion Douluo interjected with a question. Chairman, while the current circumstances are indeed as you describe, I believe the Spirit Hall would be unlikely to engage in a reckless confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. Muchun waved his hand, signaling the Flame Lion Douluo not to be anxious, and then spoke slowly. Indeed, it appears so at this moment, for Bibi Dong is unable to command the Elder Hall. However, once the situation is set, the Elder Hall will inevitably have to take action. Are you aware of who the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was originally meant to be? The directors looked on with curiosity. And the Haiteng Douluo inquired, was it not Hulaina? Muchun smiled mysteriously, then shook his head. When he turned back to the board members, his expression had transformed into one of utmost seriousness. He spoke slowly. I have once encountered the original Saintess, the biological daughter of Bibi Dong, and the granddaughter of Chen Douluo. However, you must be wondering why this individual has vanished from our sight. At this juncture, Muchun let out a deep sigh. and the eager gazes of the board members prompted him to continue. This saintess is not an ordinary person. She willingly sacrificed her youth for the Spirit Hall. For the Spirit Hall to become the Spirit Empire. She has given everything. After such a long discourse, he had yet to reveal the whereabouts of Chen Rinxue, which left the board members in a state of anxiousness. Observing their eager expressions, Muchun finally uttered, she voluntarily became a pawn, becoming the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Qinghe. What? As soon as the words left his lips, the board members rose in unison, as if they had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Muchun nonchalantly waved his hand, stating, there is no need for astonishment. She is merely a pawn, not to be feared. What I wish to convey to you today is my intention to utilize Chen Rinxue, to leverage her as a benefactor of the Tiando royal family, positioning myself as a figure just below the emperor. Moreover, my ultimate goal is to undermine the new emperor, rendering him a mere puppet, and subsequently, to wield his authority to command the lords. Once stability is achieved, we shall realize a grand unification. Finally, we shall embark on our true endeavor. The board members inhaled sharply, contemplating the audacity of such a scheme, which had evidently been conceived the moment he laid eyes on Chen Rinxue, or rather, the moment he recognized that Shui Qinghe was indeed Chen Rinxue, a true hero of the tumultuous times. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Muchun group, exclamations of astonishment echoed intermittently, the duration stretching on for quite some time. The 20 laps concluded swiftly. Tang San returned to the center of the arena and bowed to his master, inquiring, Master, is there more to follow? The master gestured for Tang San to approach. He hastily made his way to the master's side, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The master turned to the previously boastful middle-aged soul master. Now tell me, is completing 20 laps under triple gravity an impossible task for a human? The middle-aged soul master stared blankly at Tang San. Are you truly human? Upon uttering these words, even the master and Lu Erlong couldn't suppress their smiles. Lu Erlong kicked the middle-aged soul master, toppling him over. Enough chatter. Return to the ranks. All who paused, recalculate your laps. Begin. If anyone dares to utter another word, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The middle-aged soul master scrambled to rejoin the group, unable to resist glancing back at Tang San. Brother, what level of soul power do you possess this year? Is your stamina a result of the master's training? Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. I have been training under the master's guidance since childhood. I am now at level 66. The middle-aged soul master's legs buckled, causing him to fall to the ground. What? His voice trembled. Tang San replied calmly, 63. I am nearly 21. Is that satisfactory? You have yet to apologize to the master. As he spoke, a formidable pressure suddenly emanated from him, sweeping through the arena and leaving every soul master in training gasping for breath. Most of these soul masters possess soul power levels in the 40s and 50s. Only those above level 60 could exert such pressure. Hence, despite Tang San not revealing his soul rings, the soul masters had already come to believe his words. All soul masters associated with the Tiando Empire were left in a state of shock. The middle-aged soul master, upon glancing at the master, underwent a drastic transformation in expression. Bowing respectfully, I apologize, master. I was disrespectful earlier. I accept my punishment. The master responded calmly. Run an additional 10 laps. The middle-aged soul master trembled slightly. Yet he hastened back to join his comrades, running alongside them under Zhao Wujia's gravitational control. The master let out a soft sigh and patted Tang San on the shoulder, remarking that if each of them were as obedient as he had once been, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly one day stand against the Spirit Hall. Tang San, taken aback, inquired, Teacher, what has transpired? The master quickly realized that little San was unaware of the developments. Thus, with a voice that quivered slightly, he recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San clenched his fists resolutely, declaring, Rest assured, teacher, I shall seek vengeance for you. However, we must not act hastily. You too must prioritize your rest. The master replied, I am untroubled. The deep-seated enmity with the Spirit Hall requires our careful deliberation. Just as he spoke, the master's body swayed unexpectedly. Lu Erlong, who was cradled in his arms, instinctively tightened her embrace, only to discover that his face had turned ashen. He had fainted. Teacher, what ails you? Tang San exclaimed, startled, as he rushed forward to assist Lu Erlong in laying the master down on the ground. Lu Erlong, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, Ever since our family was destroyed, he has kept himself in a constant state of tension, denying himself even a moment's respite. And now, with the bad news of Xiao Wu's return, coupled with the sight of you seeming a bit relaxed, his body could no longer endure. Little San, had you arrived even a few days later, I shudder to think what might have befallen him. Tang San retrieved a roll of dragon grass leaves from his wishful 100 treasure pouch and placed it into the master's mouth. Pressing his hands gently on the master's chest and abdomen, beginning to massage slowly. His soul power was derived from the Xintian skill, the most authentic inner power of the Taoist tradition. Under his deliberate control, this balanced and harmonious energy coursed through the master's chest and abdomen, facilitating the medicinal effects of the dragon grass leaves as they entered the master's bloodstream, fortifying his essence. The master's physical condition was relatively stable, having previously consumed the purple fungus provided by Tang San. Now, thanks to the dragon grass leaves and the Xintian skill, it wasn't long before he exhaled deeply and gradually regained consciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he met the anxious gazes of Tang San and Lu Erlong. Summoning his strength, he reassured them, "I am fine." Tang San replied earnestly, "Teacher, you cannot continue like this. If your health deteriorates, who will lead us in the fight against the spirit hall? Your mental exhaustion is significant. You must rest more. Do not say another word. Even if I have to bind you, I will ensure you take time to recuperate. Leave the training of those soul masters to Teacher Zhao and Teacher Erlong." Observing the determined expressions on Tang San and Lu Erlong's faces, the master finally relented, suppressing his painful tears, closing his eyes, and silently nodding in agreement. Chapter 108. The next step. Muchun believed that his primary objective at present was to keep a watchful eye on Tang San, ensuring that he did not meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Thus, his task was to remain close to Tang San, and when necessary, feign an accidental encounter to divert Tang San's path. At this moment, Tang San, accompanied by Oscar, was making his way towards Ning Rongrong and the others. Having been absent for a considerable period and possessing little interest in romantic matters, Ning Rongrong had come to accept Oscar, albeit their relationship was not deeply entrenched. They were nonetheless regarded as lovers. "Third brother, I am back," exclaimed Ning Rongrong, her swift movements evident as she linked arms with Ning Fingji, both heading towards the academy. The Bon Douluo quietly followed in their wake, for even in the bustling Heavendo city, the 7-treasure glazed tile school dared not relax its vigilance in protecting its leader. After 5 years apart, Tang San observed that Ning Fengji appeared aged, his hair graying at the temples and his once vibrant demeanor subdued, perhaps a reflection of the decline of their sect. Yet, his poise had grown more composed, his aura more restrained. The perennial smile that graced his face had faded into indifference. Upon seeing Tang San, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Although Ning Rongrong had informed him of Tang San's significant changes in appearance, he had not anticipated such a transformation in both visage and temperament. Just as Ning Rongrong had previously stated, had they encountered each other unexpectedly, he would have surely failed to recognize Tang San. Before long, the two parties converged, and Ning Fengji appraised Tang San from head to toe, smiling as he remarked, "It is truly hard to believe. The evolution of one's martial soul can completely transform an individual. Little San, I see a miracle in you once again." Tang San bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Ning. It has been a long time." Oscar, standing beside him, also performed a bow but refrained from speaking. Ning Fengji's gaze shifted to Oscar, inquiring, "And who might this be?" With an outsider present, he naturally refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Tang San. Tang San raised his hand and patted Oscar's shoulder, yet said nothing. Certain matters were ones that Oscar must confront on his own. Tang San could feel Oscar's body tense beneath his palm, a silent lament echoing in his heart. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose not to intervene, patiently awaiting Oscar's response. Amid his inner turmoil, Oscar finally mustered the courage to lift his hand and slowly lower his hat. At the moment Tang San patted Oscar's shoulder, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of unease. For reasons unknown, her heartbeat quickened as she fixed her gaze upon the gradually descending hat. When the hat could no longer conceal his features, Ning Rongrong's countenance changed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Oscar's eyes too were misty, and with a voice that had grown hoarse, he struggled to utter, "Leader Ning Rongrong, I have returned." With that, Ning Rongrong burst into tears, rushing forward to embrace Oscar, her hands pounding against his chest with fervor, yet unable to articulate a single word. Witnessing Oscar remove his hat, Ning Fengji stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, especially when he noticed the long scar on Oscar's face. A flicker of sentiment welled up in his eyes. Like Tang San, he remained silent, simply standing there, observing the couple separated for 5 years. Oscar allowed Ning Rongrong to pound on his chest, remaining unresponsive, while tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking his full beard. Ning Rongrong's cries showed no sign of abating. Yet she seemed to tire from her assault, suddenly opening her arms to tightly embrace Oscar's waist, pressing her delicate form against him as if seeking to merge into his very being. The warmth within surged to a peak at that moment. Oscar, disregarding the presence of others, enveloped Ning Rongrong in his embrace, trembling as he held his beloved, as though he were embracing the very heavens and earth. At that instant, neither his eyes nor his heart could accommodate any other presence. After a tender moment, Oscar turned to speak to Tang San. From the rooftop, Muchun gazed down, unaware of the specifics of their exchange. Tang San flicked his thumb against his middle finger, sending a droplet of blood gently flying toward Oscar. Ning Fingji and Gu Rong exchanged knowing nods. Oscar smiled faintly, his soul power surging forth, and in an instant, 6 perfectly matched soul rings materialized around him. Amidst the intense fluctuations of soul energy, a slender silver sausage gradually took shape in his hand. Oscar then nodded, gesturing to Ma Hongjun to proceed. Ma Hongjun looked to Tang San, who returned an affirmative glance, while Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's expressions became increasingly intrigued. A food-type soul master was about to challenge a powerful assault-type soul master. Although their martial souls differed in rank, Ma Hongjun, still a soul king, was not to be underestimated, for his martial soul was the fire phoenix. Had he trained with the same diligence as Tang San or Ning Rongrong, he would likely be at around level 60 by now. In terms of explosive power, he undoubtedly ranked among the top of the Shrek 7 devils. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, halting 10 meters in front of Oscar, flexing his fingers. After a brief exchange of blows, Ning Fingji, as the sect leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, gleaned much from the duel between Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was no ordinary soul king. With his strength, even a typical soul emperor would likely be no match for him. Oscar, although clearly inexperienced with the replicated soul abilities and having expended a significant amount of soul power, managed to hold his ground against Ma Hongjun for a time. This feat was truly remarkable for a food-type soul master. Muchun gazed up at the sky, contemplating that there remained a considerable amount of time before the impending event. He had successfully thwarted the meeting between the old poison master and Tang San, who was still unaware of the king's grave illness. Thus, it was evident to him that he had charted a course. At this juncture, it was unnecessary for Muchun to fixate on Tang San. His primary objective was to ascend to Sea God Island and acquire the divine power of the sea god. Time was of the essence, and even if Muchun wished to delay, the sands of time would not permit it. With this thought in mind, he vanished in an instant from the rooftop. Simultaneously, Tang San abruptly lifted his gaze towards the previous location, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if pondering something profound. Chapter 109. Arrival at Sea God Island. At this moment, Muchun stood on a deserted island, where he could glimpse the enigmatic barrier of the Sea God Island. His emotions were rather intricate. One might ponder, as a descendant of the deities, would it truly be perilous to request a modicum of divine power from a rather insignificant god? Muchun pondered this, yet a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Although he believed he could best Poseidon, he considered it a grave miscalculation to incur the wrath of the sea god. Contemplating the future of the continent and his need for strength, he ultimately resolved to soar into the sky. After taking a deep breath, he charged forth with a singular focus towards the island of the sea god. His speed accelerated rapidly, rendering the 1,000 nautical miles a mere trifle. Seemingly accomplished in just a few breaths, soon, Muchun found his feet firmly planted on the sandy shores of the island of the sea god. Muchun wandered aimlessly in a particular direction, moving slowly. As anticipated, before long, a person accompanied by a group, resembling a gang, approached Muchun with a fierce demeanor. In response, Muchun bestowed upon them an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Tang San sensed that someone was observing him, yet he could not discern their identity. So he chose to set it aside and embarked on the path of establishing the Tang sect. Muchun was escorted back to the sacred land by the seahorse Douluo, who then addressed him. "Foreigner, do you know what this place is?" Before he could finish his sentence, a melodious voice, as if descending from the celestial realm, yet imbued with warmth and earthly essence, resonated through the air. There is no need to put him under duress. "Foreigner, you are quite remarkable, having already attained a semi-divine status. What brings you to our domain?" As the voice grew closer, a crimson light in the distance gradually expanded. The onlookers sensed a subtle distortion in the space, and in the next moment, another figure appeared before the seahorse sacred pillar. She stood at a height comparable to Xiao Wu, enveloped in a flowing scarlet robe, her azure hair cascading down her back. Though not as long as Xiao Wu's, her locks nearly grazed the ground when unfurled. Her delicate features suggested she was no more than 30 years of age, yet her beauty stemmed from an aura of nobility, elegance, and gentle warmth. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long staff, resplendent in gold, reminiscent of the celestial light seen earlier. The staff was intricately carved with magical runes, and the top bore a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear. Embedded 5 inches below the tip was a brilliant diamond-shaped golden gem. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty, yet her grace was unparalleled. Even Tang San, who had encountered the Pope Bibi Dong, found her poised to eclipse all others. Most astonishing were her eyes. The clear blue depths were more profound than the vast ocean, imbued with a kindness that seemed to carry the weight of ancient ages. Such eyes could hardly belong to a woman of merely 30 years. "Greetings, great offering," the seahorse Douluo said, bowing slightly in reverence to the woman in red. "My subordinates have failed to fulfill the Lord Sea God's directives. I humbly request your punishment." The woman in red smiled gently, her presence seemingly causing the sea itself to ripple in response. "Do not blame yourself. This is my first encounter with such a situation as well." Her gaze swept across the gathering, and each individual felt as if she were looking directly at them. Yet, her attention ultimately settled on Muchun, or rather, the faint golden aura emanating from him. "Youth, why do you find yourself here? Are you aware that there are certain taboos between deities?" With a smile gracing his lips, Muchun began to recite the words he had meticulously prepared. Tang San offered a slight smile in return. Addressing the Titan elder, "You remain as robust as ever. I am Tang San." He had no intention of dwelling excessively on his identity, raising both hands simultaneously, revealing the blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer in his palms. "You are Tang San?" The appearance of the two martial souls left the 3 generations momentarily stunned. Tang San chuckled wryly. "It is indeed unfortunate that my appearance has changed, causing many old friends to fail to recognize me. Yet, the martial souls cannot lie. To possess twin martial souls is a rarity across the continent, and to have the Haotian hammer among them is even more exceptional. To be brief, my blue-silver grass underwent a second awakening, which altered my appearance." Titan elder, Tainua elder, Talon, "It has been a long time." Tang San spoke truthfully. While other aspects may be fabricated, the existence of twin martial souls is undeniable. Titan's emotions surged with excitement. "Young master, it truly is you. You have changed so much that I scarcely recognized you." Talon rubbed his eyes, staring intently at Tang San. "Young master, is it really you?" Tang San smiled. "If you wish, you may accompany me in the future." Titan strode eagerly to Tang San, expressing, "Young master, I heard from Talon that after the finals of the elite competition at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, you were taken away by the master. How is he? Is he well?" At the mention of his father, Tang San's gaze dimmed slightly. His father had chosen to retreat from the world. Retreat? The master is still in his prime. Why would he choose to do so? Talon mentioned that the master displayed great prowess in front of the Pope's palace, which I regret missing. Is it that the spirit hall forced him to retreat? Or perhaps the sect? Tang San shook his head. "Neither. This is my father's own decision." He then succinctly recounted the intense training his father had subjected him to over the past 5 years, as well as his father's instructions to the sect. Upon hearing Tang San mention Tang Hao's self-mutilation to return the soul bones, Titan was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Master, why must you do this? Even if you did not return them, what of it? The fault was not yours. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at the spirit hall. All these years, I have awaited your return, yet you." Tang San empathized deeply with the elderly man's feelings. "Titan elder, please do not grieve. For my father. Perhaps this is a form of liberation. He now resides beside my mother, free from the disturbances of the outside world, able to live a tranquil life. Which is quite good. I have come to seek your counsel on a matter." Titan, struggling to contain his emotions, replied, "Please, young master, speak. I shall not refuse anything within my capability." Having watched Tang Hao grow up, Titan had pledged allegiance to him at the onset of his adulthood. Now, while Tang Hao had retreated, Tang San remained. In him, Titan saw echoes of the young Tang Hao from years gone by. Tang San spoke earnestly. "I plan to establish a sect, to be named Tang Men. I hope to gain your support, as well as that of the Strength Clan." Upon hearing these words, Titan couldn't help but pause momentarily. "Young master, are you truly intending to establish a sect? What does this mean for the Haotian sect? Will it be completely?" Tang San, of course, understood the implications of Titan's words. "I have already returned to the Haotian sect and formally acknowledged my ancestry. I have promised the elders to fulfill 3 tasks. Should I accomplish these, there exists a glimmer of hope for the revival of the sect. Furthermore, it will permit my father and me to pay homage to my deceased grandfather." Upon hearing this, Titan's emotions surged with excitement. "Young master, are you implying that those obstinate old fellows have permitted your return to the sect? The Haotian sect will be unsealed?" Tang San gave a slight nod. "I have made a 10-year pact with the elders. Within this decade, if I can attain a soul ring of 100,000 years and elevate my soul power to above level 80, while personally slaying a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall, they will unseal the sect and restore the Haotian sect to its former glory." Titan's eyes gleamed with fury. "I knew those old geezers wouldn't be so accommodating. Are these conditions even achievable by a mere mortal? Had I not already distanced myself from the sect, I would have returned to reason with them." A cough interrupted from behind, prompting Titan to turn around in displeasure. There stood his grandson, Talon. "You little rascal. Why are you coughing?" Talon spoke softly. "Grandfather, these conditions may seem impossible for others, but the young master is exceptionally gifted. It may not be beyond his reach." Titan was momentarily taken aback, then turned back to Tang San, recalling how 5 years prior, Tang San had led the Shrek 7 monsters to triumph, securing the championship of the elite competition for advanced soul master academies at the tender age of 15. "Young master, may I inquire as to your current level of soul power?" Titan, being a straightforward individual, spoke his mind without hesitation. Tang San did not conceal the truth. "After the second evolution of my blue-silver grass, I have now reached level 66. "Oh, level 66. Quite impressive," Titan murmured, while behind him, Tino and Talon stared in astonishment. Wait, what did you say, young master? What level are you at?" Despite his age, Titan's spirit was vigorous, and he now gazed at Tang San with incredulity. Tang San repeated, "I have reached level 66 in soul power." Titan gasped in awe. "Heavens! Even my master did not possess such strength at your age. Young master, it appears that our lineage finally has a chance to rise. This is truly remarkable." Chapter 111. The pinnacle of 9 trials. The sea god Douluo, Poseidon, began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Poseidon himself. "There is no need for formality. Although I am indeed your elder, my strength may not necessarily match yours in combat, so there is no need for such humility. Simply call me by my name." Poseidon spoke gently to Muchun. However, the seahorse Douluo reacted differently, utterly astonished. What did the sea god Douluo signify? Yet, it is the supreme grand offering, the invincible limit Douluo Poseidon upon the ocean, who humbles himself before a mere youth. From this moment, the seahorse Douluo found himself in disarray, scarcely registering the exchange between the two. Muchun offered an awkward smile and said, "Then I shall not be coy any longer. Poseidon, the reason I am here is indeed to complete my trial." Intrigued, Poseidon inquired, "Oh, how fascinating. It is quite remarkable that a divine assessment is intertwined with another deity. Pray, do elaborate." Muchun continued, "The truth is, I require a modicum of divine power to stimulate my own. Otherwise, I shall never ascend to godhood in this lifetime. Thankfully, it need not be the power of a true god. Even that which is possessed by their heirs will suffice. As long as I am subjected to an attack that employs divine energy, I can absorb it and thus fulfill my trial." Poseidon, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "I see. I had assumed it would be far more arduous. Your evident anxiety suggests a certain reverence for the divine, does it not?" Muchun nodded, a bit embarrassed. Not easily swayed, Poseidon waved a hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for flattery. I am merely a messenger. Here is my proposition. Should your trial beneath the sacred pillar be of black grade or higher, I might consider granting you a slight measure of divine power. How does that sound?" Muchun expressed his helplessness, remarking, "Senior Poseidon, it seems a bit unreasonable for me, as a successor of another deity, to endure the trials of yet another god." Poseidon chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing charmingly. After a brief moment, he replied, "Ah, you are still but a child, with a limited understanding. You must comprehend that divine assessments come in 2 forms, bestowal and inheritance. The loss of your right to inherit does not preclude you from receiving the gifts bestowed upon you. As long as you are not the arch-nemesis of the sea god, there is no reason for concern." Upon hearing this, Muchun was struck with sudden clarity, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Poseidon, for illuminating my path." Poseidon waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You remain as polite as ever. Enough of the pleasantries. Step forward and accept the radiance of the sea god." Muchun nodded and took 2 steps forward, embarking on the trial set by the sea god. Sea god Douluo. Poseidon slowly raised his hands, a look of devoutness adorning his face. He brought his hands to his chest, palms facing each other a mere half-foot apart, as a gentle blue light began to manifest at the center of his palms. As the blue luminescence intensified, it filled Poseidon's palms, culminating in an explosive brilliance that enveloped the entire seahorse sacred pillar platform in a serene azure glow. Soon after, a flash of light emanated from beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, a blue beam coursing along the intricate patterns of the pillar, swiftly ascending to its apex in the blink of an eye. Poseidon turned to face Muchun, extending his right hand towards him. A blue beam descended from above, enveloping Muchun's figure. Bathed in this radiant column, Muchun felt the divine power of the sea god, yet he restrained himself from consuming it, understanding that it was not his to claim. The hue of the beam began to transform, shifting from blue to white, and then rapidly transitioning to yellow, before seamlessly morphing into purple. This deepening purple took slightly longer to evolve, yet the transformation persisted. Observing the changes in the light surrounding Muchun, Poseidon felt no confusion. The self-restraint exhibited by Muchun signified the conclusion of his preliminary assessment. What remained to be tested was his strength and potential, both of which were beyond question. As Muchun, at merely 21, had already attained the rank of Sol Douluo, distinguishing him from the ordinary. In a brief span, the purple light had entirely morphed into black, nearly shrouding Muchun's form beneath the beam. Concurrently, the lowest patterns on the seahorse Douluo's pillar began to darken, gradually ascending. Following this, a total of 9 red beams shot forth, materializing before Muchun as 9 hexagram light screens, each adorned with shimmering golden inscriptions. The words on each screen glimmered with an identical brilliance. The sea god Douluo, momentarily taken aback by the radiant spectacle, stood in awe. The 9 red hexagrams converged, transforming into 9 points of red light that simultaneously penetrated Muchun's forehead, leaving an emblem of a red hexagram alongside a holy sword etched upon it. Muchun sensed something emerging in his mind, yet he felt no other sensations. He turned his gaze directly to Poseidon. Poseidon regarded Muchun with an appreciative nod. The trials set forth by the sea god were tiered. With varying levels came differing degrees of difficulty, mirroring the colors of soul rings. The assessments ranged from the lowest white level to the highest red level, encompassing yellow, purple, and black in between. The sea god would tailor each trial to the individual, with the content of the examination revealed solely to the examinee and the examiner through the luminous screen that had just appeared. "I am your examiner," she declared. Through these varying levels of assessment, one would acquire corresponding authority on Sea God Island. The trials would not only consider the strength of the examinee, but also their potential, as decreed by the sea god. The white and yellow level assessments consisted of a singular trial. Passing it signified success. Upon reaching the purple level, differentiation began, with 1 to 3 trials presented. Thus, if a single beam of light emanated from the holy pillar before you, you would undergo 1 purple level trial, whereas 3 beams indicated the necessity of 3 trials for passage. Naturally, the more trials one faced, the greater the difficulty, and consequently, the higher the authority attained upon completion. At the black level, the minimum would entail 4 trials, with a maximum of 6. The red level, however, would likely comprise 7 or 8. For 9 trials indicated the status of the optimal heir. Yet, your case is somewhat unique, as you have been granted the prime assessment of 9 trials as a non-heir. Generally, the pinnacle trials are achievable at 100%. I myself was once an examiner of the 8th tier. Poseidon's explanation was thorough, and the more she observed this youth, the more she found him agreeable, sensing an air of familiarity and confidence about him that suggested he was capable of great deeds. Chapter 111. The top-level trial. Poseidon murmured, "In truth, you are quite suited for the sea goddess domain. However, it may be a case of overqualification. Your assessment, aside from lacking the sea god's affinity, mirrors that of the 9 trials, encompassing rewards and privileges. Thus, I shall now escort you to assessment point 1. Without waiting for Muchun's consent, Poseidon waved her sleeve, lifting him from the ground and guiding him towards a staircase. A rich blue light surged from the earth, and with a subtle gesture from Poseidon, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The sea on one side surged upward, solidifying in midair. In mere moments, it transformed into a bridge, not leading back to their previous location, but deeper into the forests of Sea God Island. Behind them, the seahorse Douluo displayed a demeanor of utmost respect, evidently influenced by Poseidon's earlier words. It was remarkable for a being of such formidable strength to address him with such reverence. Subsequently, Poseidon gently set Muchun down. He looked up at the towering staircase, feeling a wave of emotion for the first time. As he stepped onto the bridge formed from the crystallized seawater, he was astonished to discover it felt as solid as the ground beneath his feet, with the shimmering sea water beneath him. This peculiar sensation fills everyone's heart with a sense of novelty and curiosity. Upon reaching the shore, 10 sea soul masters clad in yellow immediately approached, standing respectfully on either side. As the group progressed, the sea god Douluo addressed Muchun, stating that he would face trials, but before that, he needed a place to stay. He urged him to proceed to the lodgings, assuring him that there would be ample time for discussions later. Leading the way was Poseidon. The seahorse Douluo emerged from among the sea soul masters, walking behind Muchun and Poseidon, smiling as he introduced, "Esteemed guest, I once again extend my warmest welcome to you on Sea God Island. You will likely be residing here for an extended period. The island imposes few regulations. Once you settle in Seahorse City, you may decide when to commence your trials. You are free to immerse yourself in the tasks as delineated by the sea god. The trials are to be undertaken in sequence. I shall say no more. You are already somewhat acquainted with the matters at hand." Muchun nodded and expressed his gratitude. The seahorse Douluo, Oya, smiled and replied, "There's no need for such formality. You are a distinguished guest appointed by the high priest. Should you require anything, merely give a command." After approximately a quarter of an hour of walking, they emerged from the woods, and before them lay a city. This was a modest town, with walls standing only 5 meters high. As they exited the forest, their elevated position afforded them a clear view of the town's layout. In comparison to the cities of the Heavendo Empire, this one was significantly smaller. Most striking was a tall structure located at the center of the town. This edifice bore a resemblance to the seahorse sacred pillar, albeit much broader, and atop it stood an enormous statue of a seahorse. Muchun suddenly furrowed his brows and addressed Poseidon, stating that his first assessment had commenced. "Ascend to the pinnacle of the divine sea. A notification appears. Proceed to the core forbidden grounds of Sea God Island. Ascending the 1001st step of the forbidden area will be deemed as passing the trial. You may withdraw at any point, with a time limit of 1 year." The seahorse Douluo, upon hearing this, appeared quite disheartened, yet Poseidon seemed to have anticipated this outcome, smiling lightly and nonchalantly remarking, "It seems that the sea god truly holds you in high regard. The divine sea awaits your ascent, and upon reaching the summit, divine power shall be bestowed upon you, which aligns perfectly with your aspirations." Muchun smiled wryly and said, "Are you joking? This assessment is far too difficult. I assent it. Level 1001. May I inquire what levels you all are?" The seahorse Douluo, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "Level 108. Poseidon, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "Level 300. Muchun silently cursed the sea god for being astutely discerning, recognizing him as a true dragon and a formidable figure. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, sighing as he remarked, "Well, I am not afraid. After all, it's just 1001, right? I shall show him." Poseidon, shaking his head mysteriously, spoke with earnest gravity, "Muchun, it is reassuring to see your confidence. By the way, now that you have reached level 80, you are entitled to receive a divine spirit ring from the sea god. I shall provide it to you shortly. Also, I must inform you that during the trial period, I will generally be absent. Should you require assistance, you may seek the seahorse Douluo." With that, he turned to face the seahorse Douluo, who nodded in understanding and replied, "I am at your service." Afterward, they proceeded to their lodgings, following a refreshing bath and a change of attire. Muchun strode purposefully towards the previously mentioned azure staircase, as Poseidon had indicated that she would await him there to bestow the divine spirit ring. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Muchun hurried along without pause. Upon arrival, no one hindered this individual marked by a red insignia on his forehead, allowing him to easily enter the core forbidden area. There, he encountered Poseidon, who greeted him with a subtle smile before tossing him a golden yellow luminous orb and departing with a graceful wave of her sleeve. Muchun smiled as he watched Posey leave, silently expressing his gratitude. Posey was aware of Muchun's secret, which is why she decisively made space for him. She had no worries about Muchun being unable to endure, as he was, after all, a demigod. Muchun took a deep breath, reflecting on his current status. Yichio, a demigod, level 80 soul sage. First soul ring, 200,000 years, the metamorphic lizard of the departed. Insubstantiality, allows for the seamless transition between the attributes of the departed, enabling the user to employ various elemental attacks. Currently, The age grants access to the 5 fundamental elements, along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and mastery of formlessness, the ability to utilize all forms simultaneously. Second soul ring, 200,000 years, the spirit ape of the soul resonance. Soul resonance. Commencing with the bone sword, it emits a melody of lament. Akin to a soul cry, stealing 5 points from the opponent's attributes for 1 hour, applicable to a single target at a time. The effect can be reused only after it concludes. The higher the mental power exceeds that of the original body, the less effective it becomes, for every 5 levels above. The effect diminishes by 1. Lamenting melody continuously diminishes the opponent's mental power until it equilibrates with the user's. Third soul ring, 330,000 years. The Shadow Hunter Cheetah. Departed puppet. Capable of summoning a replica puppet of a soul master with a soul power difference within 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on the user's behalf, preserving all the original's soul power and skills, albeit at only 65 of their strength. Additionally, it can replicate up to 2 bodies, retaining soul power and skills at 90 of the original strength, and any enhancement-type soul skills will benefit the original. Puppet Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is augmented to match that of the original body, allowing it to engage in self-combat. When the puppet is about to vanish, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces the opponent's body, it absorbs 50 of all attribute enhancements, transferring them to the original until the departed puppet is summoned again. The upper limit of enhancement can double the original strength. Fourth soul ring, 320,000 years. The ever-changing Ghost Bat King. Ghost transformation. The user can elongate and contract bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, becoming exceptionally supple and capable of any form transformation. Ultrasound radar. Emitting ultrasonic waves through every pore of the body, it can precisely locate objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth soul ring, 250,000 years. The Ice Crystal White Crane. Ice Crystal 99. Summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute Ice Shield, usable only 3 times within a day, providing immunity to a single attack. Sixth soul ring, 450,000 years, the Banshee. The Banshee's wail targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, causing instant death to those with total soul power and mental strength below the users, while severely injuring those who exceed it. After use, the user enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. Seventh soul ring, 200,000 years, the Spirit Devouring Beast. True form of the devoured. The departed manifests entirely, with weapons and body enveloped in a soul-devouring toxic mist. Upon manifestation, all abilities are enhanced by 15, and the original's attributes increase by 50. Greed Devour can absorb another's soul power and life force by mere contact of the user's body with the opponent's flesh, allowing for the absorption of 0, 1 of their soul power and 1 month of life force in a single instance. In the realm of fusion, where chaos has already permeated, the departed find their eternal rest within a radius of 100 meters, becoming the perceivers of all, akin to the sensation of time suspended, where the actions of others appear to unfold in an extraordinarily languid manner. Upon the activation of this domain, one continually siphons attributes and soul power from opponents, absorbing 0, 1 of their attributes and soul power every second. The external soul bone, the robe of souls, affixed to 8 rib bones, can morph into any robe-like garment upon summoning. Once manifested, it bestows 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, gracefully intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90, yet locking onto attacks, rendering one unable to evade widespread assaults. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Wailing Banshee Crown. Affixed to the cranium of the Banshee, upon summoning, forms a crown above the head, amplifying the effects of the skills borne by the Banshee's skull by 100. Soul Bone, the left arm bone of the celestial giant ape, aged 100,000 years, possesses the following abilities. 1. Gravitational Field, allowing manipulation of the space within 100 meters ahead, with a maximum gravity exertion of 50 times. 2. Wrath of the Celestial, through relentless attacks and receiving damage. One can accumulate energy to unleash the Celestial Divine Fist, during which the fist's attack power surges by 500 and physical strength augments by 20. Upon the conclusion of the Celestial Divine Fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings whose combined soul and mental power falls below one's own. The left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane, aged 100,000 years, is endowed with 1. Ice surface creation, generating an intensely frigid aura centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface glide, facilitating effortless movement upon the icy terrain, with a speed enhancement of 200 when utilizing the glide technique. The skull of the banshee, aged 100,000 years, grants 1. Shock recovery, mitigating the adverse effects caused by the banshee's wail. 2. Absolute mental power, rendering one impervious to mental attacks and immune to mental backlash. Without any million-year soul rings, Muchun contemplated that his strength could undoubtedly achieve the condensation of a million-year soul ring. However, the divine bestowed soul ring has its limits, allowing for the formation of a safety soul ring of approximately 95,000 years, which could subsequently be enhanced to reach the divine level through the passage of time. With these thoughts in mind, Muchun seated himself cross-legged and immediately commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Chapter 112, Ascension to Title Douluo. The golden orb of light above Muchun's head was rapidly absorbed and assimilated by him at a visibly remarkable pace, transforming into concentric rings of patterns that formed the 8th soul ring. The color gradually deepened, ultimately reaching its zenith at 97,000 years, where progress became exceedingly arduous. Muchun was aware that this was the limit of the divine bestowed soul rings. No longer insisting, he ceased the immediate flow of soul power and, at that moment, Muchun had ascended to the rank of a 90-level soul Douluo. Just as Posey was about to offer her congratulations, she received another task. With a wry smile, she remarked, "I intended to commend you on your elevation to soul Douluo, yet I never anticipated you would linger in this realm for so long." Before she could finish her sentence, Posey fell silent, for the 8 soul rings on her body manifested, particularly the formidable fluctuations emanating from the 8th soul ring, leaving her momentarily astounded. However, being a person accustomed to tumultuous experiences, she quickly regained her composure. After a mysterious smile, she handed Muchun a new luminous orb and then turned to depart. Muchun gazed at the retreating figure of Poseidon, a wry smile escaping his lips. For what could he do but accept the reality of his own exceptional prowess? He then proceeded to harness the power of his 9th spirit ring. This time, it proved to be more manageable. Reaching the pinnacle at an astonishing 98,000 years, Muchun ceased his exertions to assess his current strength. Yichio, a demigod and a super Douluo of level 96, possessed the following abilities. 1st spirit ring, 200,000 years. The metamorphic lizard, ethereal transmutation. This ability enables the user to alternate the attributes of the deceased, allowing for diverse elemental attacks. Presently, it provides the foundational 5 elemental attributes along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, and annihilation. Mastery of the ethereal. The user can simultaneously wield all forms. 2nd spirit ring, 200,000 years, the spirit beast of the ape, soul resonance, initiated by the bone sword. It emits a mournful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning attributes from the opponent, reducing them by 5 for an hour, applicable to a single target, with the ability to reuse it only upon the previous effect's expiration. The greater the disparity in spiritual strength, the less effective it becomes, diminishing by 1 for every 5 levels of difference. Melody of Mourning continuously saps the opponent's spiritual strength until it matches that of the user. 3rd spirit ring, 330,000 years. The Shadow Hunter's Phantom Leopard, deceased puppet, summons a replica of a soul master with a soul power difference of no more than 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on the user's behalf, retaining all the original soul power and skills, albeit at a mere 65% efficacy. It can replicate 2 entities from the original, preserving their soul power and skills at 90% of the original strength, with enhancements from the original supportive abilities applying to the user. Puppet Shadow Strike elevates the puppet's strength to match that of the original, permitting autonomous combat. As the puppet nears its end, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces the foe, it siphons 50% of the opponent's total attributes to the user until the next use of deceased puppet. The upper limit allows for a doubling of the user's usual strength. 4th spirit ring, 320,000 years. The shape-shifting Ghost Bat King, Ghost Morph. The user can extend and retract their skeletal muscles and skin up to 6 meters, becoming extraordinarily pliable, capable of any form transformation. Ultrasonic radar emits ultrasonic waves through every pore, precisely locating objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth spirit ring, 250,000 years. The ice crystal white crane. Ice crystal 99. Summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be arranged into any desired shape. Absolute ice shield. Usable thrice within a day, granting immunity to a single attack. Sixth spirit ring. For 150,000 years. The siren, possessing solely one soul skill. Siren's wail. Targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing a lethal onslaught. Any opponent with a total soul power and spiritual strength lower than the user will be vanquished instantly, while those exceeding will suffer severe injury. Following this ability's use, the user enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. Seventh soul ring, 200,000-year spirit devouring beast, true form of the departed. The departed manifests in complete corporeality, with their weapons and body enveloped in a miasma of spirit-devouring poison. Upon the appearance of the true form, all of the departed's abilities are augmented by 15. And all attributes of the original body are enhanced by 50. Greed Devour. This ability allows the consumption of another's soul power and life force. By simply making contact with any part of the original body, one can trigger this effect, absorbing 0. One of the opponent's soul power and a month's worth of life force in a single instance. Fusion Domain. Lawless has been integrated within a radius of 100 meters. The departed becomes the perceiver of all, akin to the effect of time solidifying. The movements of others will appear remarkably sluggish in your eyes. Moreover, upon activating the domain, one continuously siphons attributes and soul power from others, absorbing 0. 1 of their attributes and soul power every second. 8th Soul Ring. 970,000-year Divine Gift Soul Ring. Time Space 9 Swords. Summons divine swords that can freely traverse space and slice through time. Time Space. An independent spatial vessel that can later be expanded in size through divine power and plunder, currently encompassing 1 million square kilometers. 9th Soul Skill. 980,000-year Divine Gift Soul Ring. King of Souls. By attacking an opponent, one can disturb their soul, potentially causing it to leave the body under certain conditions. Rest of the departed. This skill forcibly annihilates all souls within a radius of 100 meters, allowing them to return to the cycle of reincarnation. External Soul Bone. Soul Robe, affixed to 8 rib bones, can transform into any robe-like attire upon summoning. Once manifested, it possesses 3 special attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhances the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90. Yet locking onto attacks, making it impossible to evade large-scale attacks. 3. Hell's Robe, reduces attribute damage by 80. Witch Crown, affixed to the skull of the witch upon summoning. It forms a crown above the head, enhancing the effects of the skills bestowed by the witch's skull by 100. Soul Bone, 100,000-year left arm bone. Vast Sky Giant Ape's left arm bone. 1. Gravitational field, capable of manipulating space within a 100-meter radius, applying up to 50 times the gravity. 2. Wrath of the Sky, through continuous attacks and receiving damage to build energy, at its peak can unleash the Sky God Fist, wherein the attack power of the fist technique increases by 500 and physical strength is enhanced by 20. Upon completion of the Sky God Fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings whose combined soul power and mental strength is lower than yours. 100,000-year left leg bone. Ice Crystal White Crane's left leg bone. 1. Ice surface creation generates an extremely cold atmosphere centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface glide. Allows for effortless movement upon the ice, with a speed increase of 200 when advancing through gliding. 100,000-year skull bone. Witch's skull. 1. Shockwave recovery. Mitigates the negative effects brought about by the witch's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, impervious to mental attacks and immune to mental backlash. Although the evolution of strength has indeed accelerated remarkably, there remains an unfavorable aspect, the scarcity of soul bones. The mere thought of possessing 2 soul bones nearing 1,000,000 years in age brings a thrill to Muchun. However, he believes that his inheritance rewards may include soul bones, prompting him to hasten down the staircase illuminated by the light of the sea god. His speed is such that Tang San and the others would likely be taken aback. As a demigod, Muchun possesses a certain resistance to the oppressive aura of the sea god, making the ascent of the staircase relatively effortless. Upon reaching the 1000th level, He feels that time is still ample, allowing him to engage in aimless cultivation. He settles into his practice on the 1000th level, simultaneously pondering his formidable and majestic title. Chapter 113, Soul Crown Douluo. Muchun held his breath, concentrating intently while grappling with the subtle pressure surrounding him. As he practiced, he pondered the majestic title befitting his prowess. His martial soul was that of the departed. It is essential to mention that the departed martial soul had undergone a complete evolution. It was no longer a mere skeleton wielding a bone sword, but had transformed into a strikingly handsome figure reminiscent of a sword celestial, brandishing the azure lotus sword. This transformation heralded a remarkable qualitative leap in Yichio's overall attributes. While Muchun himself became more profound, his aura more subdued, exuding an air of mystery. Materially, the departed bestowed upon Muchun a set of sword techniques known as the 3 styles of Falling Swan, undeniably a divine skill. With the first style, the Falling Swan's first cry, the world erupted in fervor. With the second, the Falling Swan's second descent, the 8 realms trembled. With the third, the Falling Swan's third smile, life and death danced on a delicate thread of thought. Returning to the matter at hand, Muchun contemplated numerous titles, such as Resting Douluo, Departed Douluo, and Reincarnation Douluo. Yet none could fully encapsulate his capabilities, for Muchun was, in truth, a wielder of 3 martial souls. Simply referencing one martial soul would not do justice to his true strength. This dilemma left Muchun in a state of vexation, pondering what title would truly reflect his essence. Thus, time slipped away, second by second. After sitting cross-legged for a fortnight atop 1,000 layers, Muchun abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, since I possess the 3 lives martial soul, why not name it based on their commonalities?" The attribute of annihilation associated with the deceased relates to the reincarnation emperor's mastery over souls, resembling the dark powers of the holy fallen angel. Hence, if one regards the soul as the essence, it shall be called the soul crown Douluo. The term crown signifies the diadem of a sovereign, representing both the angel king and the emperor's crown, further complemented by the shared capacity to assault the soul. This epitomizes my aspirations most profoundly. Yes, from this day forth, I shall be known as the Soul Crown Douluo. Muchun nodded with satisfaction. In a buoyant mood, he casually stepped forward, successfully completing his first trial. In an instant, the radiance of the sea god enveloped him, and sensing the divine gift, Muchun commenced his absorption without hesitation, accompanying the influx of divine power. A long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. The second trial of the crowning 9 tests has been passed. Rewards granted. Divine Power Conversion 5. Soul Power elevated by 1 level. Soul Ring lifespan increased by 50,000 years. Soul Bone Evolution X1. Following the disbursement of rewards, the Sea God's trial rewards continued to flow. By successfully completing the pinnacle of the 9 tests, he received an additional reward of a 10,000-year extension to the lifespan of all soul rings. Indeed, without comparison, there can be no pain. The crownless monarch far surpasses the divine king, being the singular divine emperor of all realms, and thus, the magnitude of rewards naturally eclipses that of this primary deity. Muchun took a deep breath and began to assess his current state. Yichio, a demigod. Ranked as a level 97 Super Douluo. First soul ring, 200,000 years. The ever-changing lizard invisibility of the departed allows for the seamless switching of attributes, enabling the user to launch attacks with varying elemental properties. Currently, the Age of the Ring grants mastery over the 5 fundamental elements, along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and creation. Mastery of the unseen. The user can simultaneously utilize all forms. Second Soul Ring, 200,000 years, Spirit Beast of the Primordial Ape Soul Resonance, initiated by the Bone Sword. It emits a mournful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning the target's attributes and diminishing them by 5 for an hour, applicable to only one target at a time. The effect can only be reused after it concludes. The greater the disparity in mental strength compared to the original body, the less potent the effect becomes, decreasing by 1 for every 5 levels of difference. Melody of Mourning continuously weakens the opponent's mental strength until it matches that of the user. Third Soul Ring, for 100,000 years, Shadow Hunter. The shadow leopard puppet of the departed summons a replica of a soul master whose soul power is within 30 levels of the user, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on the user's behalf. The replica retains all the original soul power and abilities, but operates at only 65 of their strength. Furthermore, it can replicate up to 2 of the original body, maintaining their soul power and abilities at 90 of the original strength, with enhancement-type soul skills benefiting the original. Shadow Strike of the Puppet. The puppet's strength is amplified to match that of the original body, allowing it to engage in autonomous combat. As the puppet nears expiration, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If successfully piercing their body, it absorbs 50 of all attributes, transferring them to the original until the puppet is summoned again. The upper limit of enhancement can double the original strength. Fourth Soul Ring. 400,000 years. The Thousand-Change Ghost Bat King Ghost Transformation allows for the arbitrary elongation and contraction of bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters while becoming exceptionally pliable, enabling any form of transformation. Ultrasonic Radar emits ultrasonic waves through the pores of the body to accurately locate objects with remarkable precision. Fifth Soul Ring. 300,000 years. Ice Crystal White Crane Ice Crystal 99 summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute Ice Shield. Usable only 3 times a day, it grants immunity to a single attack. Sixth Soul Ring. 500,000 years. The Siren possesses a singular soul skill, Siren's Wail, targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing a lethal assault. All entities with total soul power and mental strength below the users are instantly slain, while those exceeding it suffer severe injuries. Upon completion, the user enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. Seventh Soul Ring. 200,000 years. Soul-devouring beast. True form of the departed fully materializes, with weapons and body enveloped in soul-devouring miasma. Upon manifestation, all abilities of the departed are enhanced by 15, while the original's attributes increase by 50. Greed Devour allows the user to consume another's soul power and vitality. Contact with the original body part triggers the effect, absorbing 0. One of the target's soul power and a month's worth of life force in a single instance. In the realm of fusion, where chaos is already intertwined, the departed find solace within a radius of 100 meters, becoming omniscient observers. It evokes a sensation akin to the suspension of time, rendering the actions of others excruciatingly slow in your perception. Upon entering this domain, one continuously siphons attributes and soul power from adversaries, absorbing 0. 1 of their attributes and soul power each second. Eighth Soul Ring. The Million-Year Divine Bestowed Soul Ring, Time-Space 9 Swords, summons divine blades capable of traversing dimensions and slicing through time. Time-Space. An independent spatial vessel, which can later be expanded in size through divine power and plunder. Currently encompassing an area of 1 million square kilometers. Ninth Soul Skill. The Million-Year Divine Bestowed Soul Ring, King of Souls, allows one to assail an opponent, shaking their very essence and, under certain conditions, causing their soul to depart from their body. Rest in peace. This skill forcibly obliterates all souls within a radius of 100 meters, facilitating their return to the cycle of reincarnation. External Soul Bone. The crownless sacred robe, situated at the ribs and along the spine, when released, manifests as a cloak of platinum interspersed with white and a full set of platinum paladin armor, bestowing immunity to all attributes and debuffs. Additionally, as one of the divine garments, gathering all divine attire grants the power of dominion. The Wailing Banshee Crown, affixed atop the skull of the Banshee, upon summoning, materializes as a crown that enhances the effects of the skills associated with the Banshee's skull by 100. Soul Bone. The Million-Year Left Arm Bone of the Crownless Divine Armor. 1. Crownless Sacred Shield. The regal aura coalesces into a shield that automatically deflects all attacks, boasting a defensive power equivalent to 100 crystallization points. 1 crystallization point equals the full force of a Soul Saint's ultimate strike in their true martial form. It regenerates 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. Sword of Judgment. The regal aura erupts from the fingertips, forming a holy sword capable of delivering a singular, unparalleled assault that inflicts true damage with a power level of 7 crystallization points. 100,000-Year Left Leg Bone. Ice Crystal White Crane Left Leg Bone. 1. Ice Surface Creation. Generates an intensely cold atmosphere centered beneath one's left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice Surface Glide. Allows for fluid movement across the ice surface, with a speed increase of 200 when gliding forward. 100,000-Year Skull. The Banshee's Skull. 1. Shockwave Recovery. Mitigates the adverse effects brought on by the Banshee's wail. 2. Absolute mental fortitude. Rendered impervious to mental attacks. And immune to mental backlash. Upon returning to reality, Muchun could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the enhancement of the soul ring's duration merely amplifies the benefits it confers, without affecting the soul skills. In contrast, the evolution of the soul bone resembles that of the sea god, assimilating the various soul bones within the body to form a uniquely divine armor." Muchun shook his head and then addressed the distant Poseidon, asking, "May I take my leave first?" The second trial poses no challenge. Poseidon's languid voice echoed back, "Of course, you are free to come and go as you please." With this affirmation, Muchun did not linger unnecessarily. His purpose was solely to complete the assessment task, making it imperative to return to Tiendo, where his true priorities lay. He transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring toward Tiendo, while simultaneously, a plethora of information and rewards surged through his mind. Chapter 114, Spectacle Ding. In the second trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, 200,000-year soul rings were awarded. Ding. Assessment completed. Rewards include an increase of 50,000 years to all soul ring durations, 1 soul bone evolution, and 1 soul bone. Ding. In the third trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he reached level 80. Ding. Assessment completed. Rewards include an increase of 50,000 years to all soul ring durations, 1 soul bone evolution, and 1 soul bone. Ding. In the fourth trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he passed the forbidden test of the extreme north. Ding. Assessment completed. Rewards include an increase of 50,000 years to all soul ring durations, 1 soul bone evolution, and 1 soul bone. Ding. In the fifth trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he obtained an external soul bone. Ding. Assessment completed. Rewards include an increase of 100,000 years to all soul ring durations, 1 soul bone evolution, and 1 external soul bone. Ding. In the sixth trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Ding. Assessment completed. Divine power conversion reached 80. Ding. In the seventh trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he was directed to the imperial capital of Tiendo to extract the divine artifact, the Uncrowned Blade of Desolation. Ding. In the supreme second trial of the 9 trials, he traversed the circular blockade, successfully crossing the circular sea without slaying any sea spirit beasts, reaching the opposite shore. The use of any soul ring or soul bone skills was prohibited. A continuous barrage of notifications echoed, bordering on chaotic. Nevertheless, Muchun felt a surge of joy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had suddenly attained the status of a quasi-deity. With true gods absent, Muchun now stood invincible in Douluo. Furthermore, his soul bones had undergone a qualitative upgrade. External soul bone, the uncrowned holy robe attaches to the ribcage and lower spine. Upon release, forming a cloak of platinum interspersed with white and a suit of platinum holy knight armor, granting immunity to all attributes and debuffs. One of the divine armaments. Gathering all divine armaments bestows the power of mastery. The uncrowned phantom crown hovers above the emperor's crown, summoning a translucent crystal crown phantom that can unleash mental power piercing and enhances the benefits bestowed by the emperor's crown, increasing effectiveness by 33%. Also one of the divine armaments. The uncrowned heavenly eye attaches to the eyeball. Upon release, it manifests as a futuristic floating pair of glasses that can assess the extent of bodily damage, basic data, and the status of enhancements and detriments. Another of the divine armaments. Soul bones. The million-year left arm bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The uncrowned holy shield, an embodiment of regal aura coalescing into a shield. It automatically deflects all attacks directed at the body. With a defensive capacity of 100 crystallization points, 1 crystallization point equates to the full force strike of a soul sage in their true martial form. It regenerates 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. The Sword of Judgment. The regal aura erupts from the fingertips, manifesting as a holy sword capable of delivering a singular, unparalleled strike, inflicting true damage with a potency of 7 crystallization points. The million-year left leg bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The Holy Grail of Spirits. Summons the Holy Grail to awaken the spirits, invoking the 19 Great Yama. 2. The Uncrowned Balance. Upon releasing this skill, an attack with this leg will proportionally equilibrate the states of both combatants. If the opponent's state is lower than yours by more than 5, it can trigger an instant kill ability. The million-year head bone of the Emperor's Crown. 1. Reduces the impact of all negative buffs by 50. 2. Royal Mental Energy. All forms of mental energy, except divine thought, cannot actively penetrate. The million-year torso bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The royal inner armor. A regal aura continually nourishes the body from within, healing injuries and providing defense when necessary. 2. The uncrowned rebound armor. Absorbs attacks and returns triple the explosive force after charging. The million-year right leg bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. Control over gravity at 100-fold. 2. Heaven-splitting strike. A powerful stomp that embodies the might to rend the heavens and shatter the earth, an unstoppable force. The million-year right arm bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. Rising dragon 9 fists. Each punch unleashes a dragon, blending regal aura and soul power to form a golden dragon that strikes the opponent, capable of summoning 9 colossal dragons to battle on your behalf. 2. Celestial roar cannon. Gathers immense power, reaching the threshold of a divine king's full-force strike. The greater the power, the longer the required charging time, culminating in a formidable shockwave accompanied by the roar of tigers and dragons that can devastate the body. However, the uncrowned divine armor remains incomplete, as 3 additional external soul bones are still needed. Why? According to the pattern, 3 trials remain, and it is presumed that these rewards will be among them. Not wanting to dwell on this, Muchun is en route to the Heaven-Do Imperial City, only to discover that the next trial task coincidentally takes place there as well. He can't help but suspect that the system has intentionally selected this location for the task at hand. After approximately 15 minutes, Muchun returns to the Heaven-Do Imperial City. As anticipated, Tang San and Xiao Wu have departed to gather materials, making this the opportune moment for Muchun to engage in mischief within the city. Muchun notified Yan Shi and the others before making his way to the Imperial Palace. Employing his agility and domain, he deftly evaded all the guards, encountering no difficulty as he arrived at the chamber of the Snowy Night Emperor. At that moment, the Emperor's condition was dire, his complexion was ashen, and without the attention of his consort, his demise was imminent. Suddenly, Muchun heard familiar footsteps approaching, causing him to frown slightly. Could it be the poisoned Douluo? With this thought, he quickly concealed himself behind a curtain. Is there truly no way for the elder brother to endure a few more days? The poisoned Douluo lamented. This poison is exceedingly peculiar. Today, I shall counteract it with poison and express my views on Shuqinghe. If there is no change, then, alas, my elder brother is being foolish. Muchun concealed all perception behind the curtain, listening intently to the words being exchanged. A faint smile graced his lips as a cunning plan took shape. Imitating the voice of the poisoned Douluo, he sent a message to the distant Shuqinghe. Your identity has been revealed. Depart swiftly, or I shall surely capture you. Having delivered his message, Muchun swiftly emerged, his presence undetectable. The poisoned Douluo was caught off guard, and Muchun struck him down from behind. With a precise blow, he severed the prince's head and administered a potent herb to the Emperor of Snowy Night, enhancing the spread of the toxin. He then placed the severed head upon the Emperor's bed. After accomplishing these deeds, Muchun stealthily retreated to the shadows behind the curtain. Meanwhile, upon receiving this enigmatic message, would Shuqinghe simply abandon his pursuit? Certainly not. Instead, he chose to delve deeper and ascertain the truth. However, upon stepping into the grand hall, realization dawned upon him. Someone had plotted against him, having anticipated his identity in advance. Though hesitation crept into his heart, could he truly retreat? Muchun dispatched 2 of his subordinates with ease, rendering Shuqinghe unconscious and maneuvering their body to place their hand upon the head of Prince Shuqing. With a fierce expression directed at the Emperor Shuiyi, he secured the position with sand. Muchun then meticulously arranged the 2 titled Douluo, ensuring that one was aimed with a spear at the poisoned Douluo. Having completed these actions, Muchun retreated into the shadows once more, pressing a switch to awaken the puppets below, while he prepared to witness an unfolding spectacle. Chapter 115. A self-directed performance. Muchun was the first to strike Douluo with gravel, and subsequently awakened Shuqinghe and his 2 companions in order. Douluo was the first to rise, recalling only that he had been ambushed and rendered unconscious. Utterly oblivious to the identity of the assailant bold enough to attack him within the imperial city without being detected. Yet, as he focused intently on his surroundings, he found himself in a state of shock. Not only he, but even the just-awakened Shuqinghe was bewildered, for he discovered that his hand was inexplicably pressed against the head of Prince Shuqing, which was disconcertingly not resting upon his shoulders, but rather upon the belly of the Snow Night Emperor. As if that were not enough, his 2 companions, both titled Douluo, had awakened at this very moment, clearly positioned behind Douluo, rendering the situation painfully obvious. Cursed be this misstep. However, Qian Rinshue's mind raced with thoughts of how to extricate herself from this predicament. It was evident that the only course of action was to eliminate the sole witness, Douluo. Therefore, Qian Rinshue resolved to bring this farce to a swift conclusion and later devise a plan to uncover the instigator of this chaos. With that, she turned. Her expression fierce as she regarded Douluo unbeknownst to him. Douluo instinctively assumed that the prince before him was indeed responsible for this treachery, exclaiming in horror, You dare to conspire against the emperor. That is your own father. His words jolted Qian Rinshue back to reality, and upon glancing at the Snow Knight Emperor, she was struck with disbelief. He had succumbed to his poison, lifeless. Yet, this was not in accordance with her narrative. He was not meant to die so swiftly. But now, retreat was no longer an option. The identity of the one who had plotted against her remained shrouded in mystery, yet her companions should be unharmed, she thought. Thus, she chose to disregard the two Douluo, who bore expressions of peculiar urgency and anxiety, and boldly declared to Douluo, I am not Shuqinghe. Thus, what kinship could there be? Both of you, assist me in vanquishing this old poisoner. The snake spear Douluo and the pufferfish Douluo exchanged helpless glances. But given the gravity of the situation, retreat was not an option. Consequently, the three engaged in a fierce struggle. As for Muchun, he refrained from intervening immediately. Such a scenario felt excessively coincidental, and it was imperative to observe the old poisoner's fate. Deep down, Muchun hoped for Douluo's survival, yet the circumstances dictated otherwise. And he could not allow his sentiments to cloud his judgment. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, the old poison was undeniably defeated, continuously retreating. However, his venomous abilities could momentarily restrain the serpent spear Douluo. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Despite this, he was still battered and bruised, his breath shallow. Qian Rinshue refrained from joining the fray, fearing that Douluo might sacrifice himself in order to take her down. Now, having confirmed that Douluo possessed little resistance left, she swiftly exited the palace, unleashing her martial spirit and preparing to deploy her soul skill to conclude the battle. At the same moment, Muchun descended like a hero, radiating a golden aura. With a single strike, he obliterated the pufferfish Douluo and incapacitated the serpent spear Douluo with a sweeping kick to his legs. Everything unfolded with startling suddenness. Douluo felt an unexpected surge of relief, harboring no doubts regarding Muchun's timely intervention, for he was utterly depleted. Without Muchun's assistance, he would likely have met a grim fate. Muchun performed the act in its entirety, letting out a cold snort, disregarding Qian Rinshue's astonished expression. He delivered a punch precisely at her navel, causing her to double over in pain, though he exerted hardly any force, barely a fraction of his strength. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured, Our encounter years ago was both fortuitous and fated. It was during that brief meeting that I first recognized you. And it is this very fate that has led to your defeat today. I apologize, but this is the harsh reality. Qian Rinshue, filled with resentment, turned her head away. However, the excruciating pain left her only capable of gasping for breath and convulsing, rendering her mute. Furthermore, with a merciless kick from Muchun, she lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Muchun then coldly addressed the serpent spear Douluo, stating, You now have a chance for survival. Crawl back and inform Bibi Dong that her daughter is in my possession. Let her come to negotiate for a hostage exchange, or else, in 1 week, I shall execute my threat. The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback, yet fully aware of life's preciousness. He cast aside all sense of shame and began to crawl away with his hands. After everything settled, Douluo could no longer endure and fell to the ground. Of course, Muchun caught him before he hit the ground, but Douluo was indeed in a pitiable state. With 8 broken ribs and 3 significant wounds on his body, his hair disheveled, a truly sorrowful sight. Muchun hoisted Douluo onto his shoulder, securing Qian Rinshue with his arm. As he made his way towards a secluded chamber, the treatment for Douluo was straightforward. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he refrained from using the immediately restorative elixir. Instead, he opted for a potion that would allow for a gradual recovery of consciousness over 3 days, sufficient to heal his grievous wounds. After gently placing both individuals down, Muchun first attended to Douluo's injuries before sending a message to Shuepeng. Shortly thereafter, Shuepeng arrived, her face awash with tears as Muchun, with an impassive demeanor, recounted the entire ordeal. Overcome with emotion, Shuepeng was momentarily consumed by a desire to exact vengeance upon Shuqinghe. Muchun effortlessly intercepted the situation, speaking in a calm manner. You are the sole heir to the throne. Do not sacrifice the greater good for trifles. As a newly ascended emperor, your influence is already limited. Do you truly wish to position yourself against the spirit hall? Is it your intention to burden yourself further? Yet. Shui Lang replied with composure, did you not just claim to have eliminated members of the Spirit Hall? The enmity is already profound. Why must we endure any longer? Muchun gazed with a hint of admiration at the puppet he was about to establish before him. After a hearty laugh, he remarked, however, that was my doing. And it bears no relation to you. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Shui Webbing was taken aback for a moment, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stammered. I wouldn't dare. Muchun gazed at the injured Douluo on the bed and sighed, expressing, I share a certain bond with the old poison master. Now that he is gravely wounded, it is plausible that the Spirit Hall may return to assassinate him and you. In a hurried response, Shui Webbing declared, if the esteemed elder is willing to assist me in overcoming this national calamity that threatens Tiando, I shall gladly grant you the status of an equal to the throne. Furthermore, feel free to select any treasures or beauties within the palace at your leisure. Muchun smiled and nodded, remarking that it seemed the years of feigned ignorance had not dulled your original intent. Indeed, a sovereign must possess both dignity and magnanimity. This is what you pledged to me, rather than merely beseeching me. Excellent. Now that the matter is addressed, I shall remain within the palace for the next few days. There is no need for concern. As long as you do not leave the palace, any subtle shifts in the atmosphere shall not escape my keen perception. Shui Webbing smiled with satisfaction. But just as he was about to utter words of apprenticeship, Muchun, with an insight that seemed to pierce through him, interjected, before you hasten to crown me as your master, remember that I am the leader of a powerful faction and cannot accumulate excessive merits. However, rest assured, someone equally exceptional will emerge. Now, enough of idle chatter. Keep an eye on Douluo while I summon our group members. Do not worry, it will be swift. The Spirit Hall cannot act upon receiving news in an instant, for it is not solely in the hands of Bibi Dong. After soothing these words, Muchun turned and departed the palace, preparing to appoint Guzhen and Yin Shi Douluo as the Emperor's trusted confidants within the imperial city, serving as guardians in life. In summary, all appears to be proceeding smoothly. Chen Rinxue has been effectively restrained, and even Shui Webbing poses no threat. Thus, Muchun confidently made his way to the headquarters of the Muchun Group. Chapter 116. Unearthing Treasures. Muchun spent 2 hours in a meeting at the Muchun Group, after which he decided on a course of action and dispatched Yin Shi and Tianlong Douluo to the imperial city, appointing them as commanders of the National Guard. Although their numbers were only 60,000, each was a sole sovereign, entrusted with the protection of the emperor. Once he had resolved a few trivial matters, Muchun began his search for treasures within the palace. First, the crownless Zhanhuang Great Saber, and second, the Hanhai Qianquan Shield. To his dismay, the snow avalanche was unaware of the location of the national treasures. Alas, Muchun had no choice but to search for them himself. The palace, neither too large nor too small, necessitated a meticulous and thorough search. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San journeyed to Gangxin City. Located within the territory of the Douluo Empire, it lay in the opposite direction of Longxing City, which is situated in the southeast of the Heaven Do Empire, while Gangxin City resided in the southwest, closer to the inland regions of the Douluo Empire. This journey was far from short, traveling at full speed. They reached Gangxin City after nearly a month. Gangxin City is one of the principal cities of the Douluo Empire but does not qualify as a renowned metropolis. In the realm of major cities, it is merely considered average. Douluo continent is the realm of soul masters, and as a city of metal, it is quite normal for it to be overlooked. The status of blacksmiths is akin to that of commoners. The influence of the Blacksmith Association is limited to this city. In contrast, the Spirit Hall, serving as the Soul Master Association, wields considerable influence over the entire continent. This starkly illustrates the vast chasm that exists between blacksmiths and soul masters. Titan informed Tang San that the more skilled a blacksmith is, the greater the likelihood that they are also a soul master, as only those with extraordinary abilities can create exquisite works. However, this is not an absolute truth. Some exceptional blacksmithing prodigies have achieved remarkable successes without the aid of a martial soul. In the distance, Gangxin City came into view. The group dismounted from their carriage, and as they gazed ahead, the towering city walls became visible. The walls of Gangxin City were entirely iron gray, resembling a structure forged from metal. Though they had yet to enter the city, they could already faintly perceive the metallic aura emanating from Gangxin City. Ning Rongrong, feeling a surge of excitement, grasped Xiaolu's hand, exclaiming, "At last, we've arrived. After sitting in that carriage for so long, I feel as though my bones have turned to jelly. Even the most comfortable carriage of the Li Ji clan would become tiresome after a month's journey." Nevertheless, it could not be said that the journey was devoid of gains. Ma Hongjun had indeed begun to make an effort, perhaps spurred by Tang San's words. He diligently practiced along the way, increasing his soul power from 57 to 58, taking another step closer to the significant threshold of 60. Flender had once told Ma Hongjun that once his soul power reached 70, allowing him to manifest his martial soul's true form, he would enter an entirely new realm. Only then could the true power of his phoenix martial soul be realized. Now, Ma Hongjun was steadfastly striving towards that goal, for aside from Xiaowu, he was the only member of the Shrek 7 monsters yet to achieve the milestone of 60. Oscar chuckled, turning to Ning Rongrong, and asked, "Would you like me to give you a massage tonight?" Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed as she playfully stuck out her tongue, resolutely rejecting him. It was evident to all that his intentions were far from noble. Ma Hongjun, reveling in the moment, chimed in. "The intentions of Uncle Sausage are known to all." Oscar huffed, deliberately lifting his chin and retorting, "Fatty, you are just envious." Ma Hongjun scoffed, "Jealous of you? Please. I have a girlfriend too. When I return this time, I shall show you just how beautiful she is." Oscar, taken aback, exclaimed, "You have a girlfriend? Which girl is foolish enough to choose you?" Infuriated, Ma Hongjun declared, "Xiaoao, I challenge you to a duel." Oscar chuckled, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you. I have quite a few mirror sausages at my disposal. Don't forget, I possess Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tower. Can you really expect to defeat both of us? Who said we are a couple? Did I marry you?" Ning Rongrong replied, exasperated. Oscar, with a triumphant grin, said, "Isn't it just a matter of time? My father-in-law has no objections. Can you really escape from my grasp? My dear, it would be too late for regrets." Tang San laughed softly, "Xiaoao, your flirtatious demeanor seems to have returned." Observing their playful banter, Tang San felt warmth within, reminiscent of the carefree days of training together 5 or 6 years ago. Oscar laughed, "I cannot believe anyone would associate with this lecherous fatty. Xiao San, you've been with him. Is he lying?" Before Tang San could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected. "What lies? When I return, you will see my girlfriend. Her name is Bai Qinxiang. Isn't that a lovely name? You'll be envious." Oscar displayed a proud expression. "Jealous? Not a chance. I have Rongrong. Why would I look at anyone else? Other women are mere fleeting shadows to me." This time, Ning Rongrong did not counter him. Instead, watching with a smile as Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged jests, satisfaction evident in her gaze. Titan remarked, "Being with you young folks makes me feel rejuvenated. Youth is truly wonderful. When I was your age, I was far more reckless." Ning Rongrong giggled, "Do you think our esteemed elder feels old? You are certainly not old at all. A mature man like you possesses even greater charm." Titan chuckled, "Little girl, you certainly know how to flatter. If I were 50 years younger, perhaps I would compete with Xiaoao. It's no wonder even Bone Douluo dotes on you so much. You truly are a little sprite." Ning Rongrong replied, "That is the power of beauty, appealing to all ages." "Xiaoao, what are you staring at? Are you dissatisfied?" Oscar huffed. "What good is discontent? I'm disfigured now. No one would want me except you." Upon hearing the word disfigured, Ning Rongrong's gaze softened. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to provoke you. Xiaoao, you wouldn't be angry with me, would you?" Oscar smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. With a soft sigh, he embraced Ning Rongrong's shoulders and gently reassured her, "Of course not. I have loved only you my entire life." As he spoke, he cast a triumphant glance towards Ma Hongjun and Tang San, a maneuver he had employed before, yet it remained unfailingly effective. The scar that once filled him with insecurity now served as the most potent catalyst for stirring Ning Rongrong's tender emotions. Certainly, Oscar's gentleness was not feigned. He cherished Ning Rongrong's delicate, dependent demeanor. The group smoothly entered Gingxin City. As they passed through the city gates, the metallic aura that enveloped them imparted an extraordinary sensation. Once inside, everyone disembarked from their carriages, intrigued by the unique architectural landscape of this remarkable city. Titan's demeanor visibly shifted to one of excitement as he pointed out the surrounding buildings, introducing them to the group. Gingxin City is renowned for housing the highest number of blacksmith shops, where the craft of blacksmithing is held in high esteem. It is said that within the confines of Gingxin City alone, there are over 1,000 blacksmith shops, with the number of blacksmiths reaching into the tens of thousands. Many artisans from other cities travel here specifically to undergo blacksmith assessments. Those who successfully pass the advanced blacksmith examination are permitted to remain in the city. In essence, it is a veritable paradise for blacksmiths. At this moment, Muchun turned the imperial palace upside down and finally discovered a concealed mechanism disguised as a book within the study of the Snow Knight Emperor's chamber. He deciphered the code, retrieved the volumes from the bookshelf in sequence, and opened the secret chamber, where he found the crownless blade and the vast sea universe shield. Chapter 117, The Transformation of the Martial Soul. Muchun brandished the crownless blade of desolation, and his first impression was its considerable weight. Despite possessing a strength of at least 300,000 pounds, he still found the blade cumbersome. Thus, Muchun concluded that this weapon was not meant to be wielded in haste, but rather dragged along the ground. Its sharpness was such that it could effortlessly pierce the reinforced steel flooring of the chamber to a depth exceeding 3 feet. The crownless blade of desolation measured an impressive 12 feet in length. Even when Muchun grasped its hilt at the center, the blade still trailed behind him. The weapon was entirely black, save for its gleaming edge, which radiated a brilliant white. When Muchun channeled his divine power into the blade, it blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Beautiful engravings and vines appeared on the hilt, while a sanguine aura emanated from the blade. The edge showcased a magnificent totem depicting the clash between the crownless emperor and the origin emperor. Each swing accompanied by the vision of a colossal red dragon, truly a spectacle of effects. In comparison to the vast expanse of the sea and sky barrier, the visual grandeur of this weapon was unparalleled. Upon completing the quest for the divine artifact, rewards were inevitable. For the 7th trial of the Crownless 9 trials, he successfully acquired the Crownless Blade of Desolation, along with rewards including a soul bone, a divine power conversion of 100, and an enhancement of 50,000 years to the lifespan of all soul rings, elevating his soul power by 1 level. The 8th trial required him to bestow 8 soul rings upon his other martial soul. Ichio, a 2nd-level deity and a super Douluo of level 98, possessed the ability to transcend and transform the souls of the departed. His first soul ring, a million-year crownless soul ring, granted him access to 9 supreme laws: fate, life, annihilation, time, space, truth, thunder, void, and light. The Void Walker ability allowed him to disregard the laws of nature, employing normally unattainable powers, albeit at the risk of creating unstable rifts in time and space. The 2nd soul ring, also a million-year crownless soul ring, bestowed upon him the supreme law of defense negation, enabling him to strip any non-divine entity of 100 years of life to augment his own. The 3rd soul ring summoned 3 incarnations named Heaven, Tao, and Righteousness, each wielding unique capabilities associated with time, annihilation, and life. With the 4th soul ring, he could temporarily transcend his divine form, becoming impervious to physical attacks while embodying the golden light of the departed. He possessed 8 heavenly hands, capable of relentless assaults on his adversaries. Within the realm of the Crownless, spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, every movement was perceptible, and any non-ally within this domain would be struck by lightning and scorched by fire, relentlessly pursued by light swords, all without depleting soul power. The 5th soul ring enabled him to absorb the souls of the deceased, altering their memories and implanting them into new corporeal forms, while purifying all souls and erasing grievances. The 6th spirit ring, the crownless god ring of a million years, possesses but a singular ability, the Howl of Destruction. It summons the 9 deathly ghost toad, which incessantly emits a wail that inflicts mental assaults upon all non-allied beings within a radius of 100 meters. Should their mental prowess differ from Muchun's by more than 10%, they shall be obliterated instantaneously. Muchun's current mental strength, divine origin realm. The 7th spirit ring, the crownless god ring of a million years, the formless essence of the departed. The formless essence manifests as a corporeal entity, able to utilize all spirit ring abilities except for those of the void and light. The ferryman of the departed. It calls forth all souls, those who perished within the realm in the past 10 millennia, at the cost of life force, which can be relinquished, allowing the acquisition of one ability from among them. The domain of destiny. It can overlap with the crownless domain, suppressing everything within 1,000 miles, declaring all who enter. Each day within the domain of destiny allows for one judgment of contempt against the celestial, stripping an individual of everything, including fate, life force, soul power, and more. The 8th spirit ring, the god-bestowed spirit ring of a million years. The 9 swords of time and space. It conjures divine blades capable of traversing dimensions and slicing through time. The space-time vessel, an independent spatial entity, which can later be expanded in size through divine power and plunder, currently measuring 1 million square kilometers. The 9th spirit ability, the god-bestowed spirit ring of a million years. The King of Souls. Through attacking an adversary, it can shake their soul, potentially dislodging it from their corporeal form under certain conditions. Rest for the departed. It forcibly annihilates all souls within a 100-meter radius, allowing them to return to the cycle of reincarnation. External spirit bone. The crownless holy robe affixes to the ribs and lower spine, upon release forming a cloak of alternating platinum hues and a suit of platinum paladin armor, granting immunity to all attributes and debuffs. It is one of the divine garments. When all divine garments are gathered, one may attain the power of mastery. The crownless ethereal diadem hovers above the Emperor's crown, forming a semi-transparent crystalline crown illusion upon summoning. It can unleash mental piercing attacks and enhances the benefits provided by the Emperor's crown, increasing them by 33. It is one of the divine garments. The crownless celestial eye attaches to the eyeball, releasing a futuristic pair of floating glasses that can read the extent of bodily injuries, basic data, and both enhancements and detriments. It is one of the divine garments. The crownless cloak affixes to the shoulder blades, producing a cape made of white tiger fur adorned with a golden dragon motif upon release, capable of withstanding all projectile assaults, including mental piercings, etc. Spirit bone. The million-year left arm bone. The crownless divine armament left arm bone. 1. The crownless holy shield. An aura of royalty converges into a shield, automatically blocking all attacks, with a defensive power of 100 crystal points. 1 crystal point equates to a full force strike from a soul sage under true martial form. It regenerates 1 crystal point every 5 seconds. 2. The sword of judgment. The aura of royalty erupts from the fingertips to form a holy sword, capable of 1 attack, delivering the soul true damage in this world, with a potency of 7 crystal points. Million-year left leg bone. The crownless divine armament left leg bone. 1. The Holy Grail of Spirits summons the Holy Grail to awaken the spirits, the 19 great Yama Lords. 2. The crownless balance. Upon releasing the skill and striking the opponent with this leg, it will proportionally balance both party states. If the opponent's condition is lower than 1's own by more than 5, it may trigger an instant kill ability. The crown of the Emperor's skull from a million years. 1. Mitigates all negative debuffs by 502. The spirit of the king, with the exception of divine consciousness, prevents all other forms of mental energy from being actively engaged. The bodiless divine armor of the million-year torso. 1. The Emperor's inner armor continually nourishes the body with imperial energy, repairing injuries and providing defensive capabilities when necessary. 2. The bodiless rebound armor absorbs attacks, returning threefold explosive force upon charging. The bodiless divine armor of the million-year right leg. 1. Controls gravity with 100-fold intensity. 2. The heaven-splitting stomp, when forcefully brought down, embodies the might to shatter both heaven and earth, an unstoppable force. The bodiless divine armor of the million-year right arm. 1. The ascending dragon 9 fists. Each punch unleashing a dragon, melds imperial energy and soul power to form a colossal golden dragon that strikes the adversary, capable of summoning 9 great dragons to fight on your behalf. 2. The roaring cannon of the sky gathers immense power, reaching the upper limits of a deity's full force. The greater the power, the longer the charging time, followed by a thunderous roar, releasing a formidable shockwave capable of annihilating the body. In a fleeting moment, the deceased underwent complete evolution, and Muchun reveled in the golden light, thriving under the divine energy of the bodiless emperor for an extended period. When he regained his senses, he discovered his martial soul floating behind him. Muchun turned to gaze, astonished to find that this martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to his own visage. Adorned in a western robe, it cradled a sacred scripture in its hands, while atop its head rested a regal crown, its attire lavishly embellished with gold and silver. Muchun took a deep breath to calm his emotions, turned away from the secret chamber, and prepared to inform Schwebing. Subsequently, he would set off in search of Tang San, intending to send Tang San away for training, while he himself would depart first to execute his own plans. Chapter 118. Informing Tang San. Muchun briefly handed over his duties, entrusting Chen Rinxue to the 98th level heavenly dragon Douluo. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the metallic city of Gingxing. With his frenzied pace of 300 miles per hour, he swiftly spotted the carriage of Tang San and his companions, who had evidently subdued the 4 major single attribute families and were preparing for their return journey. Muchun smiled faintly, suddenly plunging down from the sky like a golden meteor. The unsuspecting titans were taken aback, hastily shielding Tang San, urging him, "Xiao San, hide behind me. The newcomer is formidable. If they intend to harm you, we shall do our utmost to delay them, allowing you to escape swiftly." Tang San had initially thought that only Titan would act in such a manner, but to his surprise, the other clan leaders, including the old goat, stood their ground resolutely, forming a protective barrier against the raging winds for Tang San. In that moment, Tang San felt a surge of admiration and respect for these four elderly men with hearts of gold. Yet, would he flee? No. He could not betray those by his side, nor abandon them so easily. His grip on Xiao Wu's hand tightened further. At that instant, as the golden light and dust settled, a strikingly handsome young man emerged, standing at an impressive height of 199 meters, his long legs drawing attention. Upon seeing this individual, Tang San let out a breath of relief. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by the clan leaders, who instinctively exhaled as well, though they remained on high alert. Xiao San, what a grand spectacle this is. I hurried over to inform you of the situation, Muchun said, a relaxed smile illuminating his face. In the presence of Xiao San, Muchun often found himself subconsciously forgetting many worries, relishing a carefree existence. It was uncertain how long this tranquility would endure. Upon hearing Muchun's words, the clan leaders temporarily lowered their guard, and Tang San, taking Xiao Wu by the hand, stepped forward, asking, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Muchun curled his lips and remarked, after traveling such a great distance, how can I be denied the right to sit and converse in the carriage? Tang San, feeling somewhat embarrassed, invited Muchun aboard the carriage, and the several sect leaders followed suit, making the interior rather cramped. Once seated and after savoring a sip of tea, Muchun adopted a solemn demeanor and stated, the Spirit Hall harbors insidious ambitions, attempting to manipulate the situation by plotting against the Emperor of Heaven-Do to seize control. With a sigh, Muchun continued, it is evident to all what has transpired with Emperor Shuiyi. Titan furiously exclaimed, the Spirit Hall has truly exceeded all bounds, believing that no one in the world can rival them. Humph. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Chen, what is the situation on the side of Heaven-Do? Muchun gestured to reassure Anqin, saying, I have come to inform you all. So is there still room for doubt? However, the losses endured by Tiando were indeed substantial. Therefore, it was imperative that I convey to you, Tang San, that a conflict with the Spirit Hall is inevitable. The pressing matter at hand is to engage in cultivation and grow stronger. As Tang San listened, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, what was needed now was strength. Muchun's lips curled into a faint smile as he cheerfully remarked, I know of a splendid place, one I have visited before. It is undoubtedly essential for cultivation, albeit somewhat challenging. Tang San, intrigued, replied, Brother Chen, why keep me in suspense? Pray, do share. The location is known as Sea God Island, a site once graced by deities, and recognized as one of the acknowledged points for divine inheritance. There, assessments are conducted, allowing for the ranking of an individual's potential, with generous rewards for those who succeed. The journey is arduous, making it particularly suitable for you. Muchun exclaimed with palpable excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San responded, if it is indeed as remarkable as you say, we should certainly consider it. However, Brother Chen, you mentioned you have already been. Could it be true? Muchun proudly raised his chin and declared, indeed, I have successfully completed several trials. Therefore, I must advise you, Tang San, to refrain from making an appearance in Heaven-Do City. Instead, return discreetly and proceed directly to Sea God Island with the Shrek 7 monsters. I fear that the Pope may retaliate due to my detention of her daughter, and you might be used as a bargaining chip. Tang San, taken aback, inquired, her daughter? The Pope's? Subsequently, Muchun began to elucidate the power struggle within the imperial palace and the matter of Shuiqing being an impostor. Thus, with fervor and passion, he delivered his speech until they returned to Heaven-Do City. This is for you. It is a treasure I procured from the current emperor to aid your journey to Sea God Island. Muchun pressed the vast sea cover into Tang San's hands. Before Tang San could express his gratitude or decline, Muchun insisted, you must accept it, for you are not me, not even a soul sage. Without external assistance, reaching Sea God Island will prove impossible. If I were to help, it would not count as a trial, and your assessment levels would diminish. So take it. Upon finishing, Muchun met Tang San's gaze and nodded firmly. Tang San reciprocated with a heavy nod. Seeing this, Muchun smiled in relief and said, then do proceed swiftly. I shall return to the palace to check if the Pope has arrived. Understood, Brother Chen, take care. Tang San nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Muchun took flight and departed. Bai Qinxiang, filled with admiration, remarked, what a heroic figure. One should marry such a magnificent hero who sees through schemes and saves dynasties. And at just 20 years of age, a title Douluo. Truly, he embodies all virtues. Ma Hongjun, noticing by Qinxiang's infatuated expression, wore a bitter smile, yet he understood that, were he a woman, he too would be captivated by Muchun, for there exists no one quite like him in the world. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Muchun waited for 2 days, yet Bibi Dong did not arrive. The bound Qianrenxue, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "Give up. She has never cared for me and will never come." However, Muchun surprisingly shook his head and uttered a cryptic statement. "Indeed, when you and I first met, she was present." As Qianrenxue furrowed her brow, poised to inquire further, Muchun erupted into laughter for a moment. He then rose, shaking his head, and said, "Indeed, you are quite the gambler. I too have a fondness for those who dare to wager. This time, you have triumphed." With that, he released the pressure on Qianrenxue's acupoints and, with a casual strike of his palm, rendered her unconscious. He then carelessly tossed her toward the door, the force propelling her out of the grand hall, which stood a staggering 15 meters above ground. At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared. Catching Qianrenxue, it was none other than the current pope, Bibi Dong. Clad in a flowing black gown devoid of any adornment, she regarded Muchun. This youth of tender years yet as unfathomable as that old man. Without uttering a word, she vanished in an instant. Muchun stood on a platform 15 meters above the ground, letting out a sigh. Everything has commenced and cannot be halted. Perhaps seeing hope is your true despair. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 119, The Battle of Soul Beasts. 10 days later, Tang San and his companions arrived at Sea God Island, while Muchun utilized this period to complete the first 8 trials. The final trial of the top-tier 9th examination was particularly unique. It entailed safeguarding Tang San until he successfully ascended to the status of Sea God. Muchun found the task somewhat perplexing, as it seemed rather straightforward. Without much contemplation, he bid farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters and returned to the Douluo forest to meet Gyuna. Traversing the familiar path, he arrived at the end, where Gyuna had transformed into her human form, albeit merely in a spiritual sense. She turned to him and inquired, "Is everything in place?" After Muchun nodded, he remarked, "It is nearly time, yet I must reiterate, there must be no slaughter of innocents." Gyuna smiled and nodded, perhaps in satisfaction, or perhaps for another reason. "Very well, I wish to offer myself as a sacrifice to you." As soon as these words escaped her lips, before Muchun could respond, Tian erupted in protest. "My lord, you mustn't do this. Once the soul beasts acquire new territory, they cannot be without a leader, especially you." Tian spoke with fervor. Yet Gyuna abruptly interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "Cannot you be a capable leader?" Tian was taken aback, a twinge of anxiety creeping into his heart. Gyuna continued, "I am the dragon god, and I cannot attain the divine status of the beast race in the future, for the curse of the 5 great divine kings remains potent. I may not live to see the day when the divine realm is restored. Thus, the only viable strategy is to possess the sole ruler of both the beast and human realms in the future. Not only can I ascend to the divine realm ahead of time, but I will not perish in the process. What do you think, Muchun?" Suddenly, Gyuna turned her head, her eyes shimmering like autumn waves as she gazed into Muchun's, seemingly pleading with him. Muchun's mind raced as he pondered various matters. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and turned to Tian, speaking with an almost solemn promise, "Rest assured. Once we reach the divine realm, I will resurrect the Silver Dragon King. I vow it." Tian gazed intently at Muchun's face for what felt like an eternity, before finally letting out a deep sigh and turning to lie down to rest. Though they had survived, their injuries were severe, necessitating a period of recuperation. Muchun turned his gaze toward Gyuna, offering a faint smile as he extended his right hand. Gyuna reciprocated, clasping his hand, and in that moment, golden and silver light intertwined, marking the successful acquisition of his second soul ring, still an unchanged million-year soul ring. Observing the absence of the colossal silver dragon atop the grand white jade platform, Muchun inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness within. Shaking off such unwarranted thoughts, he embarked on a momentous journey destined to be chronicled in history, a large-scale soul beast uprising. During the reigns of Emperor Xuebing of the Tiando Empire and Emperor Dai Hao of the Xinglua Empire, a tumultuous rebellion erupted, shaking the very foundations of the Soul Master world. The 3 great kings of the far north, along with the soul beasts of the Douluo Great Forest and the Sunset Forest, some 10,000 to 50,000 years old, launched a concerted assault on the Imperial City and the Spirit Hall. According to the Ice and Snow Emperors, this battle was merely a means to restore the balance of power between soul masters and soul beasts, while simultaneously conveying to humanity that, from that day forth. Soul beasts would unite, no longer allowing themselves to be slaughtered at the whim of soul masters. The grand conflict was monumental, with the number of participating soul masters not falling below 3 digits. It was a nightmare for soul masters and a day that awakened all of humanity to the terrifying resentment that had long been harbored by soul beasts. The duration of the war was relatively brief, lasting merely 3 years, yet the ground was strewn with the carcasses of soul beasts, and a myriad of soul rings lay abandoned, for none dared to absorb them, as soul masters had become nearly an endangered resource. Moreover, the fall of the Xingluo imperial city and the obliteration of all higher powers had reached Tiando. The imperial city on this side also faced fierce assaults. Had it not been for the fearless defense mounted by Muchun's group to protect the current emperor, the Tiando Empire might have slipped into the annals of history. In the aftermath of these events, the imperial court saw a significant shift in power, with 3 of the 4 great generals belonging to Muchun's faction. Among the civil and military officials, Muchun's group dominated with a staggering 90% representation, wielding immense power. However, Muchun's faction displayed a refreshing modesty, relinquishing half of their positions in the court at the moment the soul beast conflict subsided. This act further enhanced the trust and favor of Emperor Shui Bing towards Muchun's faction, effectively sidelining the Spirit Hall and establishing Muchun's group as the essential venue for soul masters. The national treasury was also utilized to support the development of Muchun's faction. Speaking of the Spirit Hall, one cannot overlook the clandestine battle that transpired in a remote empire, known only to the dead. That day, under a heavy rain, the Spirit Hall faced a fierce onslaught and was compelled to retreat from the main hall, with Bai Bai Dong and Qian Daolu tasked with its defense, escorting the flickering flame of the Spirit Hall toward a more defensible empire. On the journey, the number of soul beasts was evidently diminished, as many had ventured deep into the Tiando and Xingluo empires, leaving only a handful of weaker soul beasts lingering in the forests. Thus, the Spirit Hall's convoy, escorted by 4 title Douluo and 2 limit Douluo, appeared to be quite secure. But was it truly so? As the Spirit Hall approached the city walls of the empire, still 300 miles away, Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu discerned a youthful figure. This young man, standing outside the city and drenched by the relentless rain, remained untouched by moisture. The youth was none other than Muchun, clad in simple garments and a straw hat, with a large blade trailing behind him, standing resolutely at the city gate. Behind him lay the desolate interior of the city, littered with numerous corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong experienced a moment of enlightenment, gazing at Muchun with sudden clarity. "You. It is you. But why have you done this? Are you perhaps a transformed spirit beast?" Qian Daolu, though silent, was equally struck by this revelation, astonished that such an extraordinary powerhouse had emerged in this world, appearing as if out of nowhere to become the unrivaled champion. Qian Daolu communicated urgently, "You must retreat. The Pope and I can only hold them off for a short while. Scatter and flee. Your survival now depends on your fortune." Qian Rinxue attempted to resist, but was forcibly pulled away by a tidal Douluo. In an instant, the forces of the Spirit Hall fragmented into several groups. Yet 2 figures remained unmoved, Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. Both had come to understand the reason behind the reckless assault of the spirit beasts, the 3 kings from the extreme north, 2 sovereigns from the Stardo Forest, and a 10,000-year spirit beast from the Sunset Forest's hidden realm were all converging upon their headquarters. Qian Daolu sustained considerable injury, barely managing to deter their pursuers, even forsaking his faith in the angelic statue. Yet, the youth before them showed no intention of sparing them. After a brief stalemate of 3 seconds, Muchun lifted his gaze to the 2 before him, declaring, "This is destiny. None of you shall ascend to divinity. You will be slaughtered by my hand. Just as I returned Qian Rinxue to you. It may seem devoid of confidence, yet it offers you a glimmer of hope, only to plunge you into despair." With that, Muchun charged forward, blade in hand, while Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu instantaneously revealed their true martial spirits, one soaring above, the other grounded, both rushing towards the young man. The initial clash resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, creating a 10-meter-deep crater that swiftly manifested on the map. Chapter 120, Subjugation of the Spirit Hall. Muchun offered no opportunity for the 2, immediately unleashing a modified divine blade technique, the 3 slices of ruin, bestowed upon him by the departed. This technique emphasizes the aesthetics of strength and the fluidity of skill. The weapon itself is unwieldy, and combined with Muchun's prodigious strength of 300,000 pounds, the resulting force is indescribable. In the first slice, heaven-splitting slash, he cleaves from the lower left to the upper right. The sheer power is such that anyone attempting to withstand it would inevitably be forced back or suffer injury. The second slice, executed as the blade rises above his shoulder following the success of the first, is delivered with lightning swiftness, utilizing gravitational amplification in conjunction with divine power. He strikes downward with the might of a true dragon, incorporating leaps and teleportation to enhance both force and unpredictability. For the third slice, he twists his body, causing the blade to rotate continuously, gathering the essence of the golden dragon's energy. Harnessing this power, he rends the surrounding foes as he delivers a final strike from the upper right to the lower left, or from various angles above, unleashing a golden dragon in a linear burst, tearing through the enemies before him. Muchun, wielding a massive blade, appeared before Bibi Dong, launching a swift and decisive strike. Bibi Dong, in response, employed the ninth spirit skill of the Death Spider Emperor, along with her third spirit skill, raising her arm in a desperate attempt to block the divine weapon's assault, for it was her only recourse. Muchun's attack was both strange and rapid, leaving no room for evasion. As the blade descended, Bibi Dong miraculously remained intact, though a gaping wound, the size of a forearm, marred her right arm. Yet, due to the presence of the ninth spirit skill, the injury seemed trivial, as the strike had not been imbued with divine power. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong comprehended the lethal potential of her adversary and swiftly distanced herself, retreating frantically while spitting out a web towards Muchun. Just as the web was a mere 0.01 centimeters from him, it inexplicably vanished, causing even Bibi Dong's domain perception to temporarily lose track of Muchun's whereabouts. Muchun instantaneously materialized in midair, 30 meters higher than Chen Douluo, executing a fluid rotation of his formidable blade before delivering a ferocious downward strike. He had also augmented his weight by several dozen times, so when Chen Douluo finally perceived Muchun looming above him, the blade had already sliced through the clouds, descending upon him with alarming speed. Fortunately, Chen Douluo had preemptively summoned the angelic holy sword, positioning it defensively before his chest to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, the impact from such a height, plummeting at 1,000 meters per second, would have resulted in far more than mere collision with the earth, likely cleaving him in two. As for Muchun, the recoil from the strike prevented him from descending immediately. Seizing the fleeting moment of pause, he teleported above Bibi Dong, striking downward with great force. However, due to the distance, Bibi Dong managed to react in time, leaping backward just in time to evade the lethal arc of the blade. Yet, she could not escape the aftershock. Debris and earth surged forth at high velocity, piercing through her body, leaving 3 or 4 gaping wounds. Her martial spirit was also shattered. Though lacking divine power, Bibi Dong's injuries remained within the realm of recovery, provided time was still on her side. Chen Douluo, tattered and battered, clawed his way out of a pit several meters deep, struggling to rise to his feet. Bibi Dong, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, mirrored his plight. In the span of mere breaths, their fierce exchange had rendered them both incapable of mounting any further resistance. Muchun did not rush to confront the two individuals. Instead, he slowly wielded his great sword while contemplating their approach. He remarked, "Look, how long have you managed to withstand me? I dare say you have scarcely managed to flee 1,000 miles. Is there any meaning in this? Your grand momentum has already dissipated. If you two are willing to surrender and acknowledge the spirit hall submission to me, I can spare many of your comrades." Chen Douluo instinctively opened his mouth to refuse. But Bibi Dong interjected first, asking, "Is this statement true?" Muchun gazed at Bibi Dong, his expression grave as he spoke. "Do you truly believe that after your submission to me, you can still rebel? Such a notion is inconceivable. I possess this confidence, which is precisely why I extend this proposal." Chen Douluo promptly reacted, inquiring, "If you surrender, who among you will remain?" Muchun smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I shall retain only those who prove useful to me. Anyone above level 50 shall remain alive." Upon hearing this, Chen Douluo and Bibi Dong exchanged glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and spoke in unison. "If that is the case, could you grant us independence rather than subjecting us to your control? Of course, we seek nothing more than autonomy." Muchun gazed at the two with astonishment, jesting, "I never anticipated that you two would be remarkably aligned on this viewpoint." After his playful remark, Muchun adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Our Muchun group has always upheld the principles of human rights, rest assured." With that, he refrained from further banter with Bibi Dong and swiftly utilized various teleportation techniques to apprehend all the soul masters above level 50 who had not managed to escape. This included 11 soul kings, 4 soul emperors, 2 soul saints, and 2 titled Douluos, among them Chen. Initially, they had felt utterly hopeless, believing they would not evade capture. Yet upon arriving at this location, they were astonished to find that Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo were still alive. Muchun fixed his gaze upon the last titled Douluo, addressing Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo, Chen, and the 4 other titled Douluo as he cast forth a crimson pill, proclaiming, "This is the Vermilion Crane 7 poison pill. Every 7 days, it will inflict upon you unbearable agony and incessant itching, necessitating the consumption of an antidote. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to self-destruction. It serves as the perfect means of control, for only I possess the antidote to counteract the poison of this pill." Muchun's words jolted the bewildered soul masters back to reality. Their initial response not one of lamentation over their enslavement, but rather an overwhelming joy. For this signified their chance at survival. They had all witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the young man before them in mere moments. The heads of their erstwhile companions who had fled alongside them had soared into the sky. Such overwhelming power was simply irresistible. Bibi Dong gazed at Muchun, then at Chen, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. Muchun elucidated, "Do not overthink this matter. This potion, even if you ascend to divinity, cannot be dispelled by divine power. Thus, I have bestowed upon you both this toxic elixir. Were it not for the certainty of your ascension to godhood, I would not deign to waste my time on you, a mere band of refugees." Muchun's explanation not only failed to evoke any feelings of aversion in Bibi Dong and Chen, but instead brought a sense of relief. Subsequently, without a trace of hesitation, he consumed the elixir without delay. Muchun observed as they consumed the elixirs, nodding in approval before releasing their meridians. He stepped forward and declared, "Let us depart. Night approaches. We shall find respite at my Muchun group, where you may consider your next course of action." Chapter 121. The return of the Shrek 7 monsters. After a period of time, tranquility was restored to the human realm. The 2 great empires commenced the restructuring of their cities, erecting fortifications and officially designating the territories of the soul beasts on their maps. The various soul hunting forests were liberated, and the martial soul hall vanished, merging with the Muchun group to form the Mu Soul group. Initially, the Avalanche faction intended to invade the Stardo, but due to the unanimous opposition from Muchun's side and the soldiers' need for rest, they abandoned their campaign. Years later, after completing their postgraduate examinations, the Shrek group returned to this once familiar yet now alien land. Why do I describe it as such? Because the territories ceded by the Tiando and Xingdo have now become the sanctuary of soul beasts. The area relinquished to the soul beasts amounted to 20% of the combined territories of the Stardo and Tiando. Furthermore, the entirety of the soul hunting forest, previously under the influence of the martial soul hall, now belonged solely to the soul beasts, resulting in their territory rivaling the total expanse of the 2 great empires. Muchun anticipated the imminent return of Tang San and his companions, dispatching individuals to the border to await their arrival, subsequently escorting them to the carriage. Those who received them were the patriarchs of single attribute clans. What? Damn it, I must confront Daimubai. Upon hearing of the demise of his clan members, he was consumed by rage, his words becoming a chaotic torrent. Yet, his intent was unmistakable. He sought vengeance against the spirit beasts for 3 consecutive days and nights. However, Xiao Wu, her expression displeased, rebuked Daimubai. "How is it that you soul masters are permitted to indiscriminately slay spirit beasts? Have you ever considered the countless families of spirit beasts torn apart over the years, far more than your kind? Humph, truly selfish." Enraged, Daimubai raised his hand as if to strike Xiao Wu, but he ultimately refrained. With a heavy sigh, he seated himself, while Xiao San grasped Xiao Wu's hand, reassuring her. He then addressed Mubai, "Mubai, even if you desire vengeance, it is currently unattainable. The power of the spirit beasts is immense, potent enough to obliterate the realm of soul masters, yet they refrain from doing so, primarily because they still harbor a semblance of thought for us. The outbreak of this war was, to some extent, a consequence of the soul masters' rampant slaughter." Mubai nodded. He was not an unreasonable individual. Yet the recent news required time for him to process. Zhu Zhuqing turned to Xiao Wu, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Daimubai is merely a bit agitated." Xiao Wu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Thus, the group traversed a vast expanse of plant-covered urban ruins and returned to the new Heavenly Do Imperial City. Before them loomed the towering walls, reaching heights akin to 100 zhang, accompanied by the iron gates that signaled their entry with the necessary permits. The imperial city had undergone a significant transformation. Due to extensive damage to its structures, Muchun had undertaken its complete reconstruction, modeled after the layout of the Forbidden City from a previous era. Although the buildings were different, the overall design remained consistent, with all essential facilities centralized in one location, rendering it quite distinctive. The number of pedestrians had not diminished significantly, as spirit beasts engaged primarily with soul masters, causing minimal collateral damage and avoiding widespread slaughter. This observation did not escape the notice of the Shrek 7 monsters, prompting them to ponder the dilemma regarding spirit beasts. Should they seek vengeance or choose to start anew? Before long, they arrived at the Mu Soul group, flanked by Bibi Dong and Chen Renshua, with Muchun standing at the forefront, supported by the master and others who had come to welcome Tang San and his companions back. Upon seeing Tang San alight from the vehicle, the master rushed forward, enveloping Tang San in a fervent embrace, visibly overwhelmed with emotion. It was remarkable that two individuals, who once stood as adversaries, the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, were now united in their commitment to contribute to the human realm. More critically, Lu Erlong had fallen into a deep slumber due to the attack of the spirit beasts, and her awakening was uncertain. Moreover, the elite combat forces of the Soul Master world had been entirely subsumed by the Mu Soul group and Haoyan sect. After releasing Tang San, the master took a step back, gazing at him with a mix of joy and concern. Muchun approached, placing a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder, and solemnly stated, "I'm afraid the Haoyan sect has been annihilated." This revelation pierced Tang San's heart, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Even with his steadfast mental resolve, he found himself gripping Muchun's collar, frantically demanding, "Brother Chen, what did you just say? How is this possible? What about my father? It cannot be true." In Muchun's eyes lingered a trace of guilt, for the calamity that befell the Haoyan sect was exacerbated by his own ambitions. Originally, the assault by merely 200,000-year soul beasts would not have resulted in such dire consequences. Yet, in his quest for dominion over the world, Muchun dispatched a formidable 98th-level dragon Douluo, alongside a 97th-level Haitang Douluo, to launch a surprise attack on the Haoyan sect. The Nine Hearts Haitang, with its astounding healing capabilities, combined with the time-warping powers of the dragon Douluo, plunged the Haoyan sect into a desperate predicament. In the end, one by one, they perished atop the mountain, leaving no survivors to descend. Total annihilation. Furthermore, Muchun orchestrated the fabrication of the scene, presenting it as a tragic demise born from an unyielding bond. Nevertheless, Tang Hao is well acquainted with the dragon Douluo, and at that time, he was a cripple, compelled to return to his sect-seeking refuge amidst the chaos unleashed by the soul beasts. With the aid of his elder brother, he managed to return to the sect. Yet scarcely had he enjoyed a couple of days of peace before he met his untimely end. Muchun broke free from Tang San's grasp and cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who instantly comprehended the magnitude of the calamity at hand. Yet could she voice it? With a bitter smile, she shook her head and embraced Tang San, moving away. The Shrek 7 devils, too, appeared disinterested and were about to depart. At this juncture, Muchun addressed Ning Rongrong, stating, "The leader of your sect is rendered entirely incapacitated, and one of your twin Douluo is gravely injured while the other has perished." This was not a consequence of Muchun's actions. Rather, the Ice Emperor was thwarted by the Sword Douluo in a fierce combat, narrowly escaping death. Enraged, the Snow Emperor retaliated, resulting in the demise of Gu Rong. The Sword Douluo, Jianxin, suffered immense injuries, his soul power plummeting to the 79th rank, with both arms incapacitated. Ning Fingji, too, faced dire straits as his intellect was stripped away and his limbs severed. This revelation left Ning Rongrong distressed, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed toward the memories of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, with Oscar trailing behind. In summary, the deluge of unfortunate news was overwhelming. The once mighty 10 great sects appeared feeble and helpless in the face of this beast tide. Even the Spirit Hall was compelled to concede defeat in a war that cost these titans dearly. Muchun exchanged a few words with Titan and the others. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Muchun for his life-saving assistance, Titan and his companions departed, causing the welcoming ceremony to conclude before it even truly commenced. Muchun gazed into the empty expanse ahead, letting out a sigh before turning to leave. In that fleeting moment of turning, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. The true plan was about to unfold. Soul beasts would not dominate soul masters, yet they must convey that their standing is not inferior to that of the latter. This endeavor was aptly named the Soul Beast Empire Project. Chapter 122. The coup of Douluo. The return of the Shrek 7 monsters significantly elevated the strength of the Heaven-Do Empire. However, upon Muchun's counsel, Shrek opted to first propose an alliance to Dai Mubai. My brother Mubai. Previously, I had to feign the demeanor of a second-generation heir for self-preservation. I hope for your understanding. As the meeting commenced, Shrek performed a 45-degree bow to Dai Mubai, seemingly pleading for forgiveness. Dai Mubai promptly assisted him to his feet, saying, "You are correct. Perhaps this is indeed the strategy befitting a royal descendant. I shall not take offense, rest assured." Shrek nodded, and then gestured to present some documents to Dai Mubai, stating, "Now that the strength of the soul beasts is laid bare before us, it is evident that if they seek to dominate us soul masters, it would not pose a challenge. Yet, they have merely requested the survival space they deserve. Their intent is clear. They wish to coexist with soul masters in mutual benefit. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Therefore, I have prepared materials outlining the advantages of a union between our two great nations." Dai Mubai perused a few pages before inquiring, "Might I ask, Prince Shrek, are you advocating for a merger?" Or Shrek interjected, "Not at all. We are evidently the weaker party at present. If we do not unite, significant issues and dangers will surely arise. Thus, I propose that both sides share resources, military technology, and fortify our defenses to present a united front and cease internal strife. Moreover, with the Douluo Empire currently lacking leadership, your ascendance to the throne would certainly require our support." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhu Qing, who remained lost in thought, still unable to accept the tragic truth of her kin's demise over the past 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai turned to meet Shrek's earnest gaze, nodding gravely as he signed the agreement. In that instant, the Douluo Soul Master Alliance was established. Abbreviated as the Do Alliance, Heaven-Do pledged its support for Dai Mubai's ascension, preparing 100,000 troops to escort him back to his homeland for his coronation. The timeline would be swift. Within no more than 7 days, they would return him to the throne. At this moment, Muchun stood quietly on the rooftop of the corporate headquarters, gazing contemplatively at the city below. His mind was engaged in processing information. Shaoxin had returned to the Haotian sect, and he intended to see his father. Undoubtedly, this pivotal moment was influenced by Muchun's guidance, who suggested that once Shaoxin's strength reached sufficient levels, he might be able to resurrect the Haotian Douluo. This notion held true, yet the journey would undeniably be lengthy, alleviating Muchun's concerns about any potential rebellion from Tangsan. Even if the Haotian Douluo were to accuse Muchun as the architect of the Haotian sect's demise, Muchun possessed strategies to counter such claims, ensuring that a confrontation with Tangsan would be avoided. Ning Rongrong had remained within the dilapidated confines of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect for 3 days, not stepping outside, even once. The mental fortitude of the Shrek 7 had been severely tested. While Muchun felt a tinge of melancholy, he also harbored a sense of secret satisfaction. Suddenly, he turned to Bibi Dong and instructed, "Journey to the extreme north and deliver this message to the Ice Emperor. Inform her that all preparations have been made, and in a year's time, we shall convene in the Spirit Master realm for negotiations." Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement before promptly departing. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Qian Renxue had commenced the assessment for the Angel God's inheritance. At this juncture, she had reached the pinnacle of Soul Sage, demonstrating an impressive rate of growth. Notable changes had begun to manifest in her appearance, including a more youthful visage. Turning to Muchun, she remarked, "I never anticipated you orchestrating such a grand scheme. Pray tell, what advantages do you foresee for yourself with the rise of the soul beasts?" Muchun smiled silently. Qian Renxue did not indulge in self-deprecation and turned to leave. Regarding Qian Renxue's rebellious and defiant temperament, Muchun remained remarkably tolerant, for he still cherished the bond they forged when they first met at the tender age of 9. Muchun gazed upon the desolate room, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him as he returned to the rooftop to admire the sprawling city and its bustling populace below. 5 days later, Dai Mubai, escorted by a formidable army of 100,000, advanced toward the Douluo region, while the troubled Zhu Qing remained in Heaven-Do, unable to accompany them. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar chose to follow, for Muchun had declared, "This mission is fraught with peril. Witnesses are imperative, lest an attack leads to accusations against the Heaven-Do." The imposing presence of an army of 100,000 indeed wielded significant deterrence. especially given the waning power of the Douluo Empire, where the great clans could no longer suppress the smaller ones, resulting in a destabilized power dynamic. The once mighty clans were too preoccupied with their own survival to intercept the advancing army. The journey to the Douluo Empire proceeded relatively peacefully. As they beheld the surrounding ruins, a profound sadness flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Yet, just as he was about to enter the imperial city, certain events became unavoidable. Under Muchun's orders, the members of the smaller families set about purging the remnants of the great clans, rendering them a thing of the past. The smaller families opted for Muchun's second proposal to obliterate the royal family and govern autonomously, with each of the 12 families rotating their representative every 3 years. The smaller families had amassed considerable strength, boasting a team of 3,000 soul respect and led by 12 soul Douluo, alongside several soul saints and soul emperors, who stood in defiance of the 100,000-strong army. Dai Mubai recognized these ministers and bellowed, "What is this? Is the world to be renamed?" One soul Douluo, nearly a title Douluo, stepped forth from the 12 and declared, "When has the world ever remained unchanged? Your Dai family has occupied the throne long enough. It is time for a change. Kill." The blatant murderous intent of these smaller families both puzzled and troubled Dai Mubai. However, upon witnessing the army's unwavering resolve to resist, he realized this was no mere charade. Dai Mubai contemplated a path of no return. While the 100,000-strong army might not be able to vanquish them, it could certainly retreat. He turned to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Years of camaraderie had fostered an understanding that they had no choice but to fight. Alas, what a pity. Why did Muchun permit Avalanche to provide them with only 100,000 soldiers? Could it be due to the current scarcity of troops? No. It is because the grand formation he left behind in Xingluo requires the sacrificial offering of 60,000 lives. Ma Hongjun, transformed into a phoenix, ignited in flames, unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire upon the surrounding lower-ranked soul masters, relentlessly sweeping outward. However, such a soul skill inevitably risked inflicting collateral damage upon the 100,000 soldiers. The intentions of the 12 families were glaringly apparent. Should you confront us directly, we shall retreat, yet if you decide to withdraw, we shall cling to you. Thus, they engaged in a tactical dance of advance and retreat, battling their way from the imperial city to the borders of Xingluo. When the 100,000 troops had dwindled to a mere 40,000, the 12 families abruptly fell back. To Dai Mubai and his companions, it seemed that the enemy feared an ambush within the Tiando Empire, prompting an instinctive sigh of relief as they kicked their horses into a gallop, hastily making their escape. The 12 families, too, chose not to pursue, allowing Dai Mubai and his companions to retract their martial spirits and focus on recovering their soul power. However, just then, the ground at the border erupted violently, spewing forth molten lava that reduced the advancing troops to mere ashes beneath the searing flames, a mere prelude to the chaos that was to follow. Chapter 123. The Tomb of Dai Mubai. The sudden eruption of lava compounded the already grievous state of Dai Mubai and his party, with many soldiers perishing in the inferno. Dai Mubai himself was thrown from his horse by the shockwave, as were Oscar and the others. The tremors dulled their senses, impairing their hearing and significantly reducing their perceptual acuity. They shook their heads vigorously, striving to escape this disorienting state and flee the Xingluo Empire. Despite the onslaught, over 20,000 still survived, many of whom had wives and children awaiting their return that could not allow their predicament to endanger their loved ones. With this thought, Dai Mubai roared in defiance, forcefully summoning his martial spirit to dispel the disorientation, awakening those nearby. Yet, as he called out to 4 or 5 individuals, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the fissures in the ground, its size nearly matching that of Dai Mubai himself, striking terror into the hearts of all. As the creature fully revealed itself, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also regained their composure, but among the soldiers, only those who had been relatively far from the explosion, approximately 8,000, had awakened, and of those, merely a few hundred were fit for combat. The monstrous giant towered over them, standing at more than 2 zhang in height, with arms measuring an impressive 1 zhang and 8. Though hunched, its arms could reach the ground, while its legs were disproportionately short, constituting only 20% of its entire stature. However, it was indeed quite crude. The creature's visage was obscured by a white cloth, its entire form a deep shade of purple-black, rendering it distinctly non-human, as it possessed no reproductive organs. Aside from the head covered in white fabric, its body lay bare. And although it startled away from the fissure, it exhibited no inclination to move or attack thus far. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai refrained from taking the initiative. for the immense pressure exuded by this behemoth was overwhelmingly unnatural. It emanated a sense of despair, suggesting that any movement could lead to certain death. Yet, precisely because of this oppressive force, the average person found it nearly intolerable. One soldier, unable to withstand it any longer, took to his heels and fled. "Do not move." In a moment of desperation, Daimubai shouted, but it was already too late. Unbeknownst to him, the giant had positioned itself in a spot hundreds of meters away from where he initially stood, crushing the fleeing individual into a pulp. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, struck by the creature's method of movement. As he faced the monstrous being, he witnessed everything unfold. The creature's lower legs resembled a hydraulic pump, bending before launching itself with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the man had vanished. Oscar concentrated his soul power and tossed a sausage to a different location. Before it even touched the ground, the beast seized it. Though it didn't crush the small morsel, it seemed to lack proper eyesight, or perhaps it had none at all. Realizing it couldn't obliterate the sausage, it tossed it aside and began to kick it frantically. Oscar offered a moment of silence for his sausage, then looked to Daimubai, who nodded in response. The creature, while not inclined to attack proactively, was highly sensitive to assaults. As long as Oscar could produce enough sausages and scatter them in all directions, and everyone ran outward together, the giant might be unable to intercept them all. Daimubai shared this strategy with the surrounding soldiers, who readily agreed and communicated the plan among themselves. Thus, time ticked away gradually. Finally, after a lengthy incense stick had burned, Oscar successfully crafted 100 sausages and hurled them into the surroundings. The group, inspired by the appearance of the sausages, dashed in unison towards a single direction. Indeed, the giant followed their expectations, pursuing the sausages. However, an unexpected twist occurred. It began to employ its unique abilities, striking the ground with its massive arms, causing the earth to rise 3 meters and form a dirt wall that obstructed the group. One by one, with a roar, Daimubai unleashed 2 blasts of White Tiger's light wave, creating a hole in the earthen barrier. However, this act drew the giant's attention to him. In an instant, the giant loomed before Daimubai, its enormous fist, matching his height, plummeting downwards. Daimubai summoned his martial spirit, employing all his strength to withstand the impending blow, yet it proved futile. Though Ma Hongjun and Oscar attempted to rush to his aid, they could only watch helplessly as Daimubai was pummeled into the ground, blood erupting upward. The giant's strike caused the earth to sink by a foot, then 2, and 3, with the depth increasing the closer it got to Daimubai's position. The immense force exerted by the creature was truly staggering. After the giant delivered a powerful punch, he turned his gaze and instantaneously appeared before Ma Hongjun, landing a blow directly to his face. Ma Hongjun was sent flying, as the giant's strike was not a downward blow, making it even swifter. Ma Hongjun was unable to unleash his martial soul and was propelled away. Yet the silver lining was that he successfully broke through the earthen wall, escaping that dreadful place. Oscar was momentarily stunned, but quickly conjured various sausages to consume. However, the giant swept his hand towards him. Oscar attempted to dodge, but 2 fingers caught his right arm. With a slight pressure, Oscar's arm was severed, or rather, crushed with brutal cruelty. The pain was so excruciating that even Oscar could not restrain his tears, crying out in agony. The exposed bone of his right arm was flattened, a testament to the overwhelming force that had crushed it, rendering him unable to move. He could only kneel on the ground, clutching his arm and shouting, attempting to vent his suffering. The giant prepared to strike down at Oscar's head. At that moment, Daimubai miraculously crawled out of the pit. Though he lacked the strength to use his soul skill and was too stunned to speak due to his damaged trachea, he still proudly roared with his martial soul and defiantly raised his middle finger. Bloodied and battered, he exchanged a glance with Oscar, who understood the message: survive. Live on for me. The giant appeared genuinely provoked, leaping high into the air to stomp down upon Daimubai. The impact sent Oscar soaring over 9 feet, successfully propelling him out of the earthen wall. However, would Daimubai survive this assault? The ground sank a full yard, creating a crater-like depression centered around Daimubai. How could he possibly endure? Even Oscar, shaken by the tremor, collapsed and lost consciousness. What chance did Daimubai have to survive? Thus, the journey of Xingluo returned to the earth, with a journey of 100,003 and a return of over 300. Chapter 124. The need for unity due to Daimubai's prolonged silence and lack of communication with the Tiando side. Ning Rongrong and Bai Qinxiang from the Shrek 7 Devils grew anxious and sought news from Xu Weiping. Xu Weiping cast a bitter glance at Muchun, who, aware of the outcome, did not hold back and instructed by Qinxiang to lead 1,000 light cavalry towards the border to investigate any issues. Bai Qinxiang understood, as she was a pure agility-type soul master, allowing her to relay messages with greater swiftness. In the following days, the atmosphere within the palace grew oppressive. No one wore a facial expression that was not tinged with worry. Though their concerns differed, the overall demeanor was grim, creating a heavy atmosphere. It is profoundly oppressive. The passage of time in waiting feels interminable, each second stretching out painfully. Approximately a day later, Bai Qinxiang returned bearing news that brought anguish to all. The coup in Xingluo resulted in Dai Mubai's demise upon his native soil, while Ma Hongjun suffered a catastrophic shattering of his bones. Though the power of the sea god sustained his breath, the severity of his injuries suggests that full recovery will require no less than a decade. Oscar fared somewhat better, enduring only partial fractures and the loss of an arm, which may allow for a swifter recovery, albeit with a permanent scar. Of the 100,000 troops, merely over 300 shield-bearers managed to return alive, with the remainder entombed in Xingluo. Upon receiving this harrowing news, the Shrek's 7 devils and the Avalanche Emperor were initially engulfed in sorrow for several moments, only to be swiftly consumed by rage, vowing to exact vengeance upon Xingluo. Upon witnessing the scene, Muchun directly chastised these individuals for their foolishness. After a vigorous reprimand, he commanded everyone to take their seats. He then stated, "This matter is merely a simple coup within the Douluo Empire. From the moment they were born into the royal family, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing should have prepared for this eventuality. No one can remain on the throne indefinitely. It is an inevitability. Thus, Dai Mubai's demise is both coincidental and fated. The reality has transpired, and if you wish to challenge me regarding the survival of the soul masters and the human realm, I assure you, I will show no mercy and eliminate you all." Upon hearing these words, Tang San and the others fell into a profound silence. It was Zhu Qing, previously in a state of confusion, who first broke the stalemate. Forcing a smile, she remarked, "What Brother Chen says is absolutely correct. Indeed, being born into such a family. This is a nightmare we often faced in our youth. It has simply manifested into reality. We cannot continue to wage war against one another, otherwise humanity will undoubtedly be obliterated by the soul beasts. While Brother Chen is formidable, he cannot protect everyone. You may recklessly contend with Douluo, yet countless ordinary lives will be lost as a consequence of your choices. Look at these soldiers accompanying Dai Mubai to Douluo. Do they not have families? Do they not have children? Are their deaths insignificant? Wake up." After delivering these words, Zhu Zhiqing did not weep, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Beside her, Bai Qinxiang stifled her own tears, offering a smile that was more painful than crying to comfort Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's words struck like a clarion call, leaving Tang San and Xuebing with nothing but deep sighs, subsequently enveloped in a prolonged silence. After a period of silence, Muchun cleared his throat to break the impasse and then spoke. "The common enemy of humanity is the soul beast, and indeed, the most formidable foe we face is the soul beast. Thus, it is inevitable that we unite. Those rebels merely seek to usurp power. They certainly do not wish to see themselves and humanity become mere relics of history. Therefore, we shall convey our message to them in the form of a letter, and they will undoubtedly acquiesce to our proposal. I will personally undertake this journey. Xiao San, ensure the protection of Tiando." Tang San emerged from his reverie and nodded solemnly in agreement with Muchun. Muchun smiled and said, "All right, for those who have passed, we cannot remain in despair. Let us think of joyful matters, everyone." After speaking, Muchun soared away from the imperial city, heading towards Xingluo. Su Bing also emerged from his sorrowful state, rising to organize various affairs, erecting a holy monument for the fallen soldiers, and distributing compensation for their sacrifices. In short, everything returned to its rightful course, or rather, it had to, for this period marked one of the most arduous times for humanity. At this moment, Muchun hastened his journey back to Xingluo, and along the way, the giant spotted him but refrained from attacking, as it was formed from blood energy and did not engage non-target members. Upon arriving at the imperial city, the smaller families all came forth to welcome him, kneeling on the ground in reverence to honor Muchun's arrival. Muchun said little more, leading them to the throne after they rose. Without hesitation, he ascended the throne and addressed those below. "Since you have succeeded, I shall refrain from further discourse. From this day forth, our Muchun group shall serve as the overseer and judge of your Xingluo, in accordance with the regulations I previously established. The 12 families shall take turns in governance, each serving a term of 3 years. However, there is an additional stipulation. Should any ruler garner substantial acclaim among the populace and possess unrivaled strength among you, they may extend their reign by an additional 3 years. Nonetheless, they must relinquish the throne after this period. Is that agreeable? The assembly responded in unison, no objections. Very well. Should we uncover any violations in your operations, the offending family shall be barred from the throne for a century. Remember, do not challenge my authority. Muchun's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. Without exception, all present broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. Now, I declare that the golden leopard shall ascend the throne first, for he is the strongest among you. Subsequently, governance shall proceed in accordance with the ranking of strength every 3 years, and this order shall be adhered to indefinitely. Do you understand? Muchun continued. There are no issues, they replied. Muchun nodded in satisfaction and added, should there be any inquiries, feel free to consult the group. If you remain unconvinced, you may contact me through the group, and I shall assist you with your questions. The individuals below exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Muchun inquired, did you hear me clearly? Those below quickly responded, we shall comply with the imperial decree. Muchun nodded and subsequently handed them the meticulously composed letter, stating, please inscribe your names upon it, thus forging an alliance with Tiando. By leveraging Tiando's resources, we shall unite to fend off the soul beasts until the situation stabilizes. However, I must caution you, you cannot breach the agreement prematurely. It is imperative that you wait for Tiando to reveal their true intentions before we strike with swiftness and decisiveness. Do you comprehend? Understood, they replied. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You may govern in peace, Muchun declared as he rose to depart. The patriarch of the Jin Xian Bao family hastily interjected, we wish to erect a statue of you outside the imperial city to honor you as a peace ambassador. What say you? Muchun did not turn back but waved his hand, saying, I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit. I shall say no more. It's time to return. Muchun swiftly departed, leaving the 12 prominent families kneeling on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Chapter 125, The Path Ahead. In less than half a day's time, Muchun returned from Douluo, bringing with him auspicious tidings. The faction of Douluo had united to resist external threats and express their willingness to share military strength with Tiando. However, in exchange, Tiando was required to provide resources to aid Douluo in constructing fortifications. Ultimately, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and Tiando would not relinquish this hard-won opportunity for a peaceful alliance over trivial gains. Moreover, the terms stipulated that Douluo could not unilaterally breach the treaty, ensuring the impartiality of the Muchun group. Without the involvement of the Muchun group, such an option might have seemed ludicrous, but with their participation, the situation was markedly different. The Muchun group, originally comprised of 9 directors, has now seen all of them ascend to levels exceeding 95. New talents, emerging through a rigorous process of survival of the fittest, have risen to prominence, such as the likes of the greedy wolf Douluo and the golden staff Douluo, all of whom have benefited from the recent conflict, breaking through to become titled Douluos. In summary, after the Muchun group's annexation of the Spirit Hall, it has become the undisputed strongest organization on the continent. With their oversight, there is no need to fear that the Douluo Empire would dare to confront them. For the repercussions of such an act would be dire. Who could escape the wrath of the Muchun group after striking a blow to their reputation? Upon hearing this news, Zhu Zhuqin could only manage a bitter smile, for it signified the complete demise of the Dai clan and the utter obliteration of the Yuming clan. The current Douluo might as well change its name entirely. Yet, Zhu Zhuqin could only passively accept this reality. A series of blows had left her battered. Yet she had grown stronger and colder, for the harshness of reality had extinguished her beautiful aspirations, leaving her edges severely dulled. She transformed her grievances into motivation, training relentlessly. For in doing so, she could avoid overthinking, focusing solely on her desire to grow stronger. As for Ning Rongrong and her companions, Oscar has lost an arm, which undoubtedly impacts his potential significantly. Ning Fengji, meanwhile, has become somewhat dazed, and with the sword Douluo's lifespan waning, he begins to contemplate the future. Engaging in a profound conversation with Ning Rongrong, the current little Oscar is no longer capable of protecting her. She is the hope of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the bearer of the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. She cannot marry someone who cannot ensure her safety. Though the sword Douluo's soul power has fallen to 79, and he has at most 3 years left to live, His eyes are filled with intensity as he asserts Ning Rongrong's fate in an unyielding tone. Ning Rongrong appears fragile, tears streaming down her face as she stammers. But little Oscar needs care too, doesn't he? Am I really to abandon the one I love? Grandfather Jian. Her gaze toward the sword Douluo is filled with desperation. In the past, he would have undoubtedly soothed her and sought compromise. Yet now, the sword Douluo, even in the ethereal state of the seven treasures glazed tile, retorts. But Rongrong, you are not alone. You have hundreds of thousands of clansmen behind you. Your father has brought the seven treasures glazed tile to its zenith. Do you wish to see it decline? You were never meant to be free. I indulged you, believing I could withstand the burdens, that I could secure your happiness. Even if you lacked ambition. But now, things have changed. Heed your grandfather's advice. You no longer have the luxury of choice. After speaking, the sword Douluo's gaze dims, and he begins to cough violently. Ning Rongrong can only approach him in tears, patting his back while nodding in agreement through her sobs. Such is life. Perhaps a girl is merely an object. Although Ning Rongrong does not blame anyone, her heart is heavy with sorrow, and she is consumed by a burgeoning resentment towards the spirit beasts. Muchun returned to the headquarters of the group, where numerous experts had gathered, their expressions grave. Bibi Dong, in particular, shook her head in disbelief and exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this? It is utterly impossible. What do you mean by a divine war? Are you seriously proposing to wager the future of soul beasts with the entirety of a plane?" Muchun shook his head and said, "No. I am wagering on your futures, as well as that of the soul beasts. There is no need for you to elaborate, this time. The primary forces are myself and the soul beasts, and you shall remain uninvolved. Furthermore, once a deity has met their demise in the battle of gods, they are unable to continue intervening in the mortal realm. This endeavor is fraught with benefits and devoid of harm. For the divine conflict will result in the depletion of divine power, naturally aiding the cultivation of future generations within the material plane. This course of action is imperative, and I merely wish to inform you of it." Qian Renshue gazed at Muchun and inquired, "What will happen if you emerge victorious?" Muchun smiled and said, "If I emerge victorious, then all the divine abodes of the past shall be abolished by my hand. I shall become the sole deity, or rather, the emperor of the divine, possessing the power to expend divine energy to create new abodes." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Indeed, it appeared there were no objections to his assertion, and they found themselves at a loss for words, rendering them mute in contemplation. Muchun gazed at the assembly and declared, "Let it be assumed that you all acquiesce. The meeting is adjourned. Await the impending war with the soul beasts." With that, he dispersed the gathering, remaining solitary in the conference room, ensconced in darkness, contemplating the battle strategy before him. Days later, Tang San prepared to undertake the trials for inheriting the sea god's legacy, while Muchun embarked on a quest to seek out soul beasts. He needed to augment his second martial spirit with complete soul rings, fulfilling the requirements of his trial, in anticipation of the imminent great conflict. Muchun embarked on a quest to seek the soul rings. His second martial spirit, Qian Kuan, had yet to undergo divine ascension. Nevertheless, the quality of this martial spirit was undeniably high, especially when paired with 2 million-year soul rings. When this martial spirit manifested before the world, it would become evident what absolute power truly meant. The first million-year soul ring, bestowed with the essence of all things, enhanced all attributes by 1,000 and granted a shield that reduced damage taken by 5 and reflected 1,000 damage for 3 seconds. Furthermore, all damage received during this interval was transformed into healing energy to restore oneself. Qian Kuan's 2 realms emerged, the Yang realm, where Muchun, while present, received a buff that doubled his attack power by 1,000, and the Yin realm, which conferred infinite recovery and an 85 damage reduction. The second million-year soul ring, Silver Dragon King's elemental return, nullified all beneficial effects of the opponent's soul skills while inflicting debuffs of burning, slowing, freezing, obliteration, and temporal acceleration upon them. The soul power lost by the adversary was replenished to Muchun. The 8 Desolations dominance, a passive ability, ensured immunity to all negative effects, converting any adverse effects inflicted by the opponent into their opposites, amplified 5-fold. Chapter 126, the final assessment approximately a month later. Muchun gathered his soul rings and completed the 8th trial. Having successfully passed the 8th trial of the Crownless 9 tests, he was rewarded with the divine transformation of his second martial spirit soul rings, resulting in the evolution of his martial spirit, the acquisition of an external soul bone, and an increase in soul power by 1 level. For the ninth trial of the Crownless 9 tests, he faced the Divine Monarch challenge, overcoming the avatar of the Crownless Emperor, thereby attaining the true divine power of the monarch and ascending to godhood as Yiqiu, a level 99 first-tier deity. His second martial spirit, Judgment, was a facet of Chen Kuan, the divine transformation of the first soul ring, the essence of all things. Augmented all attributes by 1,000 and granted the same protective and restorative abilities as before. The two realms of Chen Kuan continued to bestow their formidable effects, ensuring Muchun's dominance in battle. The divine transformation of the second soul ring retained its formidable capacity to nullify and inflict debilitating effects upon adversaries while enhancing Muchun's own strength. The third soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year one-eyed giant, manifests a mental storm, a psychic attack that strangles the opponent's mental strength. Due to the unique properties of Chen Kuan, this assault releases a golden mental energy dragon that targets the foe, transitioning from mental corrosion to mental annihilation, with a potency equivalent to 500 times the difference in mental strength between the two combatants. The Void Storm unleashes a turbulent distortion of space forward, its size correlating with the wielder's mental power, achieving a maximum diameter of 300 meters. Thanks to Chen Kuan's characteristics, the storm transforms into 9 golden dragons spiraling and tearing apart, expanding the diameter to 500 meters, with its power also linked to mental strength. The fourth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year swamp lizard, creates a withered marsh beneath the opponent's feet, devouring their soul power and reducing their movement speed while sealing teleportation abilities. The battle spirit enhances the user's attack power when striking the enemy, with a maximum increase of 199. The fifth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year earth fire dragon, ignites the entire body, soaring into the sky and transforming into a fire dragon that strikes the ground, causing an explosive effect within a kilometer radius, which also ignites the area. The endless Chen Kuan. Upon embodying the Chen Kuan martial spirit, it grants a damage reduction aura, with the potency increasing as the number of enemies rises, reaching a maximum damage reduction of 90. The sixth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year sky giant ape, Chaos Derivation, summons an army for battle, capable of conjuring a force of up to 10,000 six-star Soul Emperor troops. The mysterious Six Harmonies attracts enemies and devours their life force and soul power, refining them into death warriors, thereby providing additional attribute enhancements to oneself. The seventh soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year dark demon evil god tiger, Judgment Thunder, unleashes black lightning from the palm, penetrating defenses and directly assaulting the opponent's internal organs, leaving behind a lingering malevolent energy that continuously erodes them. Chen Kuan Judgment True Body enhances all attributes by 500 and grants damage immunity of 2. The eighth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year Ice Fong White Tiger, Supreme Ice Freeze, encases a target in ice, with the duration increasing in correlation to the disparity in overall strength between the two, with no upper limit. The Supreme Ice Storm inflicts frostbite on those within the affected area, delivering a lethal effect to the frozen individuals. The ninth soul skill, the divine transformation of the million-year brutal dragon beast, Orc Transformation, boosts attack power by 1,000, while decreasing defense by 50 and speed by 90. With a 5 increase in damage immunity, Brutal Slaughter seizes and tears apart the enemy, with higher attack power leading to greater defensive breaches and increased lethality rate. In its orc form, it possesses a base lethality rate of 20. External Soul Bone, the crownless sacred robe is affixed to the ribs and spinal column. When released, it forms a platinum and white cloak and a set of platinum Holy Knight armor, granting full attributes and immunity to debuffs. One of the divine armors. Collecting all divine armors bestows the power of dominion. The crownless phantom crown hovers above the emperor's crown, summoning a translucent crystal crown apparition that can release piercing mental energy, enhancing the benefits conferred by the emperor's crown, increasing it by 33, also one of the divine armors. The crownless heavenly eye is affixed to the eyeball, and upon release, it manifests a futuristic floating pair of glasses that can read the damage levels, basic statistics, and enhancements or debuffs of the opponent's body. Another of the divine armors. The crownless cloak is attached to the shoulder blades. Upon release, it reveals a cloak made of white tiger fur adorned with a golden dragon pattern, capable of withstanding all projectiles. The crownless golden visage, affixed to the facial skeleton, elevates one's aura by 100-fold upon its manifestation, bestowing additional soul power equivalent to 1,000 soul bones. Million-year left arm bone, crownless divine armor, 1. Crownless holy shield, a shield formed from the aggregation of royal energy. Automatically deflecting all attacks with a defensive strength equivalent to 100 crystallization points. 1 crystallization point is equal to the full force strike of a soul saint in their true martial form. It regenerates 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. Sword of Judgment. Royal energy erupts from the fingertips, manifesting as a holy sword that can launch a single attack, delivering the unparalleled true damage of 7 crystallization points. Million-year left leg bone, crownless divine armor. 1. Heroic Spirit Chalice. Summons a chalice to awaken heroic spirits, invoking the 19 Great Yama. 2. Crownless Balance. Upon releasing the skill, an attack with this leg will equilibrate both party states by percentage. If the opponent's state falls below one's own by more than 5, it can trigger an instant kill ability. Million-year head bone, Emperor's Crown. 1. Reduction of all negative buff influences by 50. 2. Royal Mental Power. All mental powers, excluding divine consciousness, cannot actively intrude. Million-year torso bone, crownless divine armor. 1. Royal Inner Armor. A royal aura continuously nourishes the body, mending injuries and providing defense when necessary. 2. Crownless rebound armor. Absorbs attacks and, after charging, returns threefold explosive damage to the attacker. Million-year right leg bone. Crownless divine armor. 1. Gravity control. A 100-fold manipulation of gravity. 2. Sky-splitting stomp. A powerful stomp that unleashes an earth-shattering force, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. Million-year right arm bone, crownless divine armor. 1. Ascending dragon 9 fists. Each punch releases dragons, melding royal energy and soul power to form a golden dragon that assails the opponent, capable of conjuring 9 colossal dragons to fight on one's behalf. 2. Celestial roar cannon. Accumulates immense power, reaching the upper limits of a divine king's full force strike. The greater the power, the longer the required time. It unleashes a devastating shockwave, accompanied by the sounds of tiger roars and dragon chants. After rigorous trials, Muchun has successfully reached the final step, with only a mere footstep remaining. Chapter 127. The battle begins. Muchun followed the guidance of his heart and arrived at a small island that did not exist on the Douluo continent. This desolate isle was devoid of any flora or fauna, offering only boundless sands and an ornate altar. Slowly, he approached the altar, feeling a sense of trepidation due to his past experiences with such structures, moving cautiously inch by inch towards its edge. As Muchun drew within 5 steps of the altar, the ground beneath him abruptly began to collapse, or rather, something emerged from the earth, causing the ground to tremble. Frowning, he prepared to ascend into the air. However, an unusual force of celestial order pressed him back to the ground. Simultaneously, objects began to surface from beneath the earth, gleaming long spears that, should they fall, would undoubtedly pierce through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Muchun swiftly unleashed his soul bone to counter the piercing assault of the spear formation, subsequently descending to the ground. At that instant, nearly 10,000 spear-wielding soldiers emerged around the altar. Although the hands gripping the spears belonged to corpses, it did not hinder them from exuding an overwhelming aura of battle-hardened ferocity. As Muchun traversed among the lifeless forms, he found himself pondering their identities. Who were they? Did they hail from Douluo? Why did they stand so resolutely even in death, their skeletal remains unyielding against the weight of decay? Having retreated 5 paces from the altar due to the onslaught of the spearmen, he now returned to discover an additional scroll upon the altar. The scroll depicted a man, handsome and dashing. Even Muchun could not help but concede that this gentleman possessed an admirable countenance. Yet, this striking figure, clad in iron armor and wielding a golden spear, exuded an air of authority, devoid of any incongruity. His presence was imbued with vigor, suggesting he was a general, a young and accomplished general. The expression between his brows conveyed a certain gravitas, a pride, and an exuberance that was often absent in the elderly. Perhaps this essence could be described as an aspiration for the future, a longing that Muchun lamented he was beginning to lack. It was not due to age, but rather a consequence of maturity, an understanding that one must deliberate and strategize before acting. He felt diminished in youthful fervor, stripped of that impetuous spirit that once proclaimed, "Who could surpass me in the world?" Just as Muchun was immersed in his reflections, the figure in the painting blinked. Startled, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. In the next moment, the scroll radiated with golden light, and to his astonishment, the man depicted within emerged from the canvas. When the flat image transformed into a 3-dimensional figure, Muchun was once again captivated. Only by viewing a person in 3 dimensions could one truly grasp the extent of their handsomeness. The man turned his gaze upon Muchun, his eyes briefly assessing before softening. He began to speak in a tone that was surprisingly affable, devoid of any domineering presence. In a manner that felt entirely ordinary. He said, "Since you are my successor, and you have arrived here, it proves your strength is sufficient to inherit my divine power. Thus, we shall commence the final trial now. Unleash your martial spirit, and I shall initiate my assault." Upon hearing this, Muchun felt a slight tremor. Could it be that this individual also hailed from the Douluo continent? Was he aware of the matters concerning martial souls? Yet, how could someone with such exceptional talent remain obscure? Could it be that he was a possessor of a martial soul from another continent? Muchun pondered deeply. Yet it did not hinder him from unleashing his martial spirit. During this process, he took a moment to reflect upon the manifestation of the deceased's martial spirit. Muchun was taken aback to find disdain flickering in the opponent's eyes. With a tone as steady as if stating an undeniable fact, he inquired, "Do you look down upon me? You dare to confront me with such a mediocre martial spirit? After all, I am a fragment of a divine emperor." Having spoken these words, he refrained from further discourse and directly released his own martial spirit. Muchun was taken aback, astonished by the formidable appearance of this martial soul. Towering and majestic, it wielded a long axe and bore a square shield, crowned with a golden horned steel helmet, resembling a 10-foot-tall ironclad giant. Although it seemed to possess a cumbersome nature, the aura it exuded evoked a sense of familiarity within Muchun, reminiscent of the 6-winged angel lineage. My martial soul is known as the wingless battle angel, a variant of the angelic martial soul. However, due to my inherent qualities, it has evolved into something even more extraordinary. As for the specifics, you shall discover for yourself. Upon finishing this declaration, the entity launched a direct assault on Muchun. Muchun let out a cold snort, opting not to wield his greatsword. Instead, he brandished his long sword, striking at the air, which, in a mere moment, transformed into the young man. The young man remained unfazed, summoning a soul technique that forcefully propelled Muchun backward. Almost simultaneously, a flaming and thunderous axe descended upon him, while the ground beneath Muchun's feet turned viscous, ensnaring him as if he were caught in a swamp, rendering his advance arduous. "Do you expect me to endure this head-on? I shall not," Muchun thought defiantly. The embodiment of heaven surged forth from the side, teleporting behind the young man. His hands cloaked in darkness, clashing with the massive axe and thereby liberating Muchun from the peculiar terrain. The young man's expression remained impassive, resembling that of a stoic mask. Had he not initially offered Muchun a friendly smile, Muchun would have been led to believe he was devoid of emotion. Heaven had already thrust his sword toward the young man, yet the latter made no move to evade it, allowing the blade to pierce him. Initially, Muchun suspected the young man was merely a phantom, but moments later, crimson liquid began to flow. Stunned, Muchun realized that heaven had indeed struck the young man with his sword, the blade fully embedded within him, a formidable 5-foot azure edge. Even at this juncture, the young man's countenance remained unchanged. He then let out a long howl, the sound waves akin to a shockwave that sent Muchun and his companions reeling. Meanwhile, the opponent's martial soul assumed a stance, with his legs positioned in a horse-riding stance, the giant axe poised before the shield. The gap in his helmet perfectly aligned with the top of the shield. Muchun, hesitant to overestimate his abilities, donned an external soul bone that transformed him into a paladin. He summoned all 3 incarnations of celestial law to his side, bracing for the impending assault from the young adversary. After a brief moment, an enormous shockwave erupted from the battle angel's shield, spanning a diameter of 100 meters and traveling at a speed comparable to that of sound. Before they could even initiate their soul techniques, Muchun and his companions were compelled to withstand the force of the shockwave. Fortunately, its impact was less formidable than anticipated, causing only minor injuries as they absorbed the blow. At that pivotal moment, the battle angel materialized behind the celestial incarnation, mirroring a previous maneuver, and plunged a colossal axe into its form. Consequently, the incarnation dissipated, and the celestial being would require an hour to be summoned anew, signifying that one of the 3 incarnations had been effectively neutralized. Muchun swallowed hard, then confronted the battle angel. He perceived that the young man and the battle angel were not of the same essence. For the young man, wait a moment. Muchun suddenly realized why the young man could not evade the onslaught of the heavens, while the assault seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Muchun executed a sweeping kick, toppling the battle angel. Rather than feeling elated, he was beset by a growing sense of anxiety. A menacing aura surged from behind him. The young man, clad in battle armor, thrust a sword into Muchun's abdomen. The blade utterly disregarded all of Muchun's defensive measures, penetrating with an almost unnatural precision. It was only due to Muchun's timely response that he managed to evade a fatal strike aimed at his heart. Chapter 128, Completion of the Assessment. Muchun endured the excruciating pain and kicked the young man away, subsequently collapsing onto the ground and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. He then resolutely declared, at least for the moment, to impede the advance of these two individuals. As Muchun seized the moment, he swiftly unleashed his martial soul's true form, allowing the departed to join the fray, while he began to contemplate the abilities of his adversary. It appeared that, like himself, the opponent possessed a martial soul of a unique beastly nature, yet there was something amiss. The adversary's martial soul seemed to possess a certain autonomy. This realization prompted Muchun to reflect upon the myriad experiences he had encountered from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the young man had been struck by a blade, and blood continued to drip from his waist. However, the speed of healing was astonishing, as the initial gushing flow had transformed into a mere trickle. Muchun contemplated a possibility. The opponent might no longer be a youth but had relinquished control of both his physical form and martial spirit to the martial spirit itself. In other words, they might be sharing vision and body, capable of launching attacks from one another's blind spots, leaving the adversary unable to react. With this thought in mind, Muchun resolved to test his hypothesis. Without further ado, he donned all his external spirit bones, bestowing various enhancements upon himself, transforming into a regal figure clad in a yellow robe. Subsequently, he unleashed his fourth and sixth spirit abilities, accompanied by the croaking of toads. Muchun morphed into a colossal golden figure, with 8 golden iron fists poised menacingly behind him, descending mercilessly upon his target below. However, the youth remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering and teleporting to evade the assaults. Clearly, Muchun's mental attacks had no effect on him. While the 8 golden fists delivered broad and considerable power, they failed to inflict any substantial damage. In a remarkable display of skill, the youth not only dodged Muchun's spirit abilities, but also countered by attacking Dao and Yi's avatars, ultimately annihilating these two embodiments of celestial justice with ease. Showcasing an overwhelming strength that defied reason, Muchun had no choice but to retreat while counterattacking. However, the two opponents, working in perfect harmony, created an overwhelming presence with their synchronized movements, leaving him utterly bewildered by their relentless assault. Muchun unleashed the Crownless Domain and the Destiny Domain, intending to directly judge the youth through the bug-like abilities of the Destiny Domain. However, this proved futile, as the individual before him was not a living entity but merely a trial, a manifestation of energy left by the true self. The true self was too powerful, surpassing the heavenly Tao, rendering it untouchable. When Muchun received this information, he was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the fact that it surpassed even the heavenly Tao. Who could this individual possibly be, and what extraordinary strength did he possess that allowed him to remain so inconspicuous? However, this was not the moment for such reflections. For Muchun recognized the undeniable power of his opponent. The soul techniques were both enigmatic and practical. At that instant, Muchun felt a burgeoning inclination to rely on his second martial soul. Yet, upon reconsideration, he chastised himself for contemplating such dependence. Shaking his head vigorously, he focused intently on the youth's assault and began to mount a counterattack. Initially, it took the youth 4 sword strikes and 2 axe swings before Muchun could retaliate. But within the span of nearly an hour, he had reached a point where he could engage the youth in an even exchange of blows. Both combatants seemed to possess an abundance of soul power, enabling them to persist in their fierce clash for such an extended duration. They had unleashed their 9th soul abilities multiple times yet remained vigorous in their combat. After a brief entanglement, the youth suddenly sheathed his sword and directed a palm strike towards Muchun's chest. However, Muchun did not evade. Instead, he summoned the temporal divine sword and thrust it towards the youth's torso. Just as he was about to make contact, the youth's martial soul manifested once more, executing a sweeping kick followed by a powerful body slam, sending Muchun hurtling through the air. Muchun rolled 3 times before using his hands to grip the ground, gliding 4 meters before coming to a halt. Although this injury was considerable, it bore fruit. The earlier strike had successfully pierced the young man's abdomen. According to its nature, the opponent's stomach had been torn and transported to another dimension. In other words, he had exchanged a single wound for the loss of his adversary's stomach. The young man touched his abdomen, and although his expression remained impassive, the glimmer of appreciation in his eyes did not escape Muchun's notice. Muchun couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this individual still possessed consciousness, yet lacked the sensation of pain due to being a mere avatar? The young man did not grant Muchun much time for contemplation. With a swift motion, his martial spirit surged forward once more. However, Muchun chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, instead allowing the deceased spirit to clash with the opponent. Although the deceased spirit lacked substantial power, its agility kept the two martial spirits in a fierce and evenly matched duel. Both the young man and Muchun turned to face each other simultaneously. Muchun flashed a smile at the young man, wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and charged forward. The young man, too, refrained from unleashing his soul skills, and the two engaged in a physical struggle, alternating between offense and defense, each inflicting comparable damage upon the other. In this exchange, if one did not reveal a weakness, the other would not falter. This was the legendary blood exchange. As time passed, Muchun's advantage became apparent. With elixirs continually restoring his vitality, coupled with the young man's prior injuries, the latter's strength waned unexpectedly. Seizing the opportunity, Muchun intercepted the young man's punch, pulling back before delivering a knee strike followed by an elbow to the temple and a powerful headbutt. The young man was knocked to the ground, his martial spirit dissipating into golden light simultaneously. As the young man lay on the ground, a smile appeared on his face for the first time. He chuckled. "You strike with such ferocity, it pains me greatly. After so many years, I once again experience the sensation of pain. Congratulations, young one. You have successfully passed my final test. You shall inherit my divine power, while I prepare for reincarnation as my time has come. Without further ado, I wish you great fortune in your martial endeavors." Before Muchun could respond, the young man's body transformed into golden light, surging toward Muchun. At first, Muchun felt a warm and pleasant sensation, but the energy seemed boundless, continuously flooding into his body. Eventually, it became overwhelming, giving him the sensation of being on the verge of bursting, which was quite distressing. Soon, Muchun found himself half kneeling on the ground, feeling utterly drained. As if heavy gravity were pressing down on him, he could no longer support his own weight. After a while, he collapsed completely, losing consciousness. Yet, the golden light continued to pour into his body, no longer merely supplying energy, but simultaneously healing his wounds and enhancing his physique, while also inflicting new injuries. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Muchun group, Chen Rinxiwei underwent her final trial, embracing her grandfather beneath the statue of the angel, shedding tears without sobbing. In her eyes, there was a newfound depth, though it quickly turned to despair as she gazed vacantly at the angelic statue, remaining in that state until her grandfather's form completely dissipated. Chapter 129. Tang San ascends to divinity, Muchun becomes a true god. The first 8 soul rings were identical to the previous blue-silver emperor soul ring. Yet they lacked the layer of blue-gold, as if the sea god's divine power had not fused with the Haotian hammer. However, when the inheritance of the sea god was completed, the additional 50,000 years of cultivation also bestowed its influence upon the Haotian hammer. This singular fact alone was enough to elate Tang San. What astonished him even more was that, alongside the emergence of the first 8 soul rings, the 9th soul ring also manifested simultaneously. It was a dark crimson golden soul ring, identical to that of the Haotian hammer. Surrounded by the brilliance of the previous 8 soul rings, it was exceptionally striking, while its hue might not have drawn much attention from Tang San. The critical matter was that when this dark crimson golden 9th soul ring appeared, Tang San's consciousness distinctly sensed that it was indeed a divine-level soul ring, equal in caliber to the 10th soul ring that emerged after the fusion of his blue-silver emperor with the power of the sea god. How could this be? After the initial shock, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He possessed 2 divine-level soul rings, although they manifested on different martial souls. The mere addition of this divine-level soul ring to his being surely elevated his fundamental attributes beyond those of other gods. Soon, he comprehended that the 9th soul ring of his Haotian hammer originated from the deep-sea demon whale king, a formidable sovereign of the ocean, boasting a cultivation level of 1,000,000 years, just a step away from ascension to divinity. The 50,000 years of cultivation added to its soul ring after completing the sea goddess inheritance undoubtedly provided it with tremendous benefits, allowing this 1,000,000-year soul ring to finally take its last step and attain divine status. However, why was the divine-level soul ring affixed to his Haotian hammer dark crimson golden, akin to the realm of Shura, rather than the blue-golden hue associated with the sea god? This was indeed perplexing. Nonetheless, in any case, it was sufficient that the power of the Shura god had not interfered with his inheritance of the sea god. Without dwelling further on his thoughts, Tang San subtly moved his consciousness, and the Haotian hammer, along with the 9 soul rings, was swiftly retracted into his body. as all surrounding radiance instantaneously converged and merged within him. A flash of divine light flickered in his eyes as he gently thrust the sea god trident forward. The main blade, shimmering with blue-golden brilliance, sliced through the air, creating a fissure in the now expansive space, with the 8 wings of the sea god retracting behind him. A flash of light allowed him to traverse directly through the rift. The scenery around him transformed, and as his feet met solid ground, Tang Xin found himself back in the sea goddess hall, where he had previously encountered the sea god. However, the hall was now empty, devoid of the sea goddess presence. The sea god was not there? Reflecting on the earlier guidance he had received, a faint smile graced Tang Xin's face. He slowly knelt on one knee towards the massive chair at the innermost part of the hall and bowed deeply. This act was a genuine expression of gratitude. Without the sea goddess' repeated assistance, he might have perished long ago, let alone gain such formidable power. Having inherited the sea goddess' strength, he was indeed qualified to occupy that chair, yet he refrained from doing so, out of respect for the sea god. Even though he was more than capable of becoming the master of this hall, he would never ascend to that throne that belonged to the former sea god, and it forever shall. Without lingering, Tang Xin seemed to hear the calls of his companions, even though, at the moment he ascended to divinity, the luminous portal no longer required the strength of his allies to sustain it, as his powers as the sea god were now fully intertwined with it. He still harbored no desire to remain. The cerulean and golden light transformed into a fleeting shimmer, and in the next instant, Tang Xin found himself outside the sea god temple. Turning back, he gazed deeply at the magnificent palace, and a broader smile graced his face. He floated effortlessly into the air. With a flicker of light, he traversed the barrier that had once obstructed him, plunging into the tranquil waters below. Immersed once more, the sensation was entirely different. Tang Xin felt as though the sea was an extension of his own being. There was no need to summon divine energy. Merely a thought would compel the water to carry him to his desired destination. He could perceive every ounce of energy contained within the sea, fully capable of harnessing it for his own use. Indeed, he had now become the sovereign of the ocean, regardless of the waters or seas. They were all manifestations of his power. The sea goddess trident stirred once more, and a blue light flickered within the heart of the reforged sea god. The portal that had seemingly vanished from the waters quietly reappeared before Tang Xin, transforming into a blue and golden gateway, still alight with flickering flames. As he beheld this doorway, now ablaze with blue-golden flames, Tang Xin silently prayed, "Predecessor Poseidon, I hope you shall reunite with your ancestor in the divine realm. There, you shall surely be together." With these thoughts, Tang Xin took a step forward, trident in hand, finally departing from the liminal space between the divine realm and the mortal world, a place rich with the legacy of the gods. Suddenly, as he stepped through the portal, the entire sea god temple radiated in blue and gold, as if rejoicing in the return of its sovereign. Uncrowned and tested, his trials complete, he received his rewards. Divine armor fused, soul rings transformed into the Emperor's rings, acquiring divine artifacts and skills. His body flawlessly upgraded to the status of a divine emperor, his divine power elevated, no longer merely human. The soul bones fused and evolved into components of divine armor. A voice resonated in Muchun's mind, instantly rousing him from his faint. Muchun suddenly pushed against the ground, intending to rise as he usually did. However, due to an overwhelming surge of power, he lost control and inadvertently pressed the earth down by an inch, only to soar upwards over 10 meters, executing several flips before managing a somewhat clumsy landing. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense strength of the divine emperor, which had enabled him to become the sole ruler of this realm within mere days. Shaking his head, Muchun chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. He set his course towards the heavenly, flying at an astonishing speed of 250,000 meters per second, akin to a bolt of lightning. His divine armor had been forged, and its unique attributes had manifested, bestowing numerous enhancements upon him. Without taking the time to fully absorb these changes, Muchun focused solely on hastening his return to the heavenly, eager to fulfill the divine war he had long envisioned. Chapter 130. The Divine War 1. Muchun, having undergone divine power refinement, now boasts hair that transitions from a brilliant gold at the tips to a more subtle hue of gold as it approaches the roots. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and clad in a form-fitting attire, he resembles a celestial angel straight out of an epic fantasy. His entire being is a harmonious fusion of soul bones and external soul bones, uniting all the attributes and attack effects one might typically possess. While perhaps slightly diminished in diversity, the potency of his abilities has undoubtedly increased manifold. His physique is enhanced across 9 distinct segments: the face, left arm, right leg, scapula, torso, head, and eyes. These segments are referred to as Rakshasa face, universe left arm, truth right arm, overcast left leg, earth-shaking right leg. Ultimate flight propulsor, crowning God Emperor torso, supreme truth, and soul-capturing eye. Through the amalgamation of Muchun's soul bones and external soul bones, 9 derivative soul skills have emerged, each categorized into passive, active, and hidden abilities. Rakshasa face passive, immune to the constraints of the 9 great truths, life as creation, destruction or annihilation, morality, fate, time, space, reincarnation, soul, and heavenly law. Active, wailing abyss, a mental piercing attack that encompasses effects of annihilation and thunder. Impervious to all but divine beings. Hidden, the Rakshasa face remains invisible beneath its surface, never revealing itself. Universe left arm passive, the entire arm is immune to non-divine soul skills. Active, universe shattering strike, a powerful straight punch that inflicts tremendous damage. Quantified as 1/3 of the sum of all your attributes. Hidden, the universe left arm only becomes visible when in use, accompanied by a golden light effect. Truth right arm passive, instantly repairs all non-lethal damage at a speed 100 times faster than a spring breeze, attacks imbued with the 9 great laws. From divine kings or higher, or diminished by 80. Active, truth celestial strike, restricts laws beneath the 9 great truths, rendering both control and damage ineffective against deities and mortals who lack access to these laws. Hidden, the truth right arm is perpetually visible, appearing as a futuristic mechanical exoskeleton inscribed with ancient runes. Overcast left leg passive, ignores gravitational pressure below 100 times normal gravity, rendering the body immune to negative effects. Active, heaven-splitting tread, stomps down from above with the left leg, unleashing a straight beam of light capable of cleaving the azure sky. Hidden, the overcast left leg is always partially visible, featuring an iron block at the knee, which manifests golden light blades during use. Earth-shaking right leg passive, can manipulate all inanimate objects. The larger and more complex the object, the greater the energy cost per minute. Active, ruthless tread, a powerful stomp that can render the surrounding area barren for miles. Hidden, the earth-shaking right leg typically remains concealed within the body, transforming into a golden light spell that can absorb damage. Ultimate flight propulsor passive, increases flight speed by a factor of 1,000. Active, supersonic, further enhances flight speed by an additional 1,000. Hidden, the ultimate flight propulsor is generally not invisible, located at the scapula, featuring 6 pairs of jet ports that provide energy for flight. The bodily passive of the uncrowned Divine Emperor, the physique disregards all attribute-based damage. Active, Divine Emperor's Golden Shield, summons a radiant golden shield before oneself, capable of withstanding a single attack from any being, no matter how formidable, across all known dimensions. The weaker the opponent, the more times the shield can absorb attacks, with a cooldown of 3 days. Hidden, typically concealed upon the skeletal structure, akin to a minuscule insect resting upon it, periodically releasing divine energy to nourish the organs and bones. Supreme Truth passive, grants the ability to dominate all beings or souls within a kilometer radius whose mental prowess is inferior to Muchun's. The greater the mental strength of the opponent, the more energy Muchun expends to maintain control per minute. Active, Thunder of Truth, manipulates the laws to summon heavenly lightning, striking a target 9 times, with power comparable to a soul beast enduring a 900,000-year tribulation. Hidden, the supreme principle seldom manifests, but when an active soul skill is employed, it reveals itself as a spectral crown intertwined with blue and gold. Soul-devouring Divine Eye passive, enchants all beings within a 10-meter radius whose mental strength is less than Muchun's, compelling them to yield to his allure. Akin to an illusion, similar to the celestial god. Should the opponent recognize their predicament or possess greater mental strength than Muchun, they will break free from his control. Active, soul-devouring Purple Eye, transforms the eyes into swirling purple vortices, ensnaring the target in a phantasm. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the longer the target remains entrapped. With no upper limit. Hidden, typically remains concealed, enhancing Muchun's resistance to illusions by 90. Furthermore, Muchun's 3 martial souls have evolved into the guardian martial souls of the Divine Emperor. They can operate independently to assist Muchun in battle and utilize all soul skills, albeit without the ability to employ soulbone skills. The facets of justice, the deceased, judgment, the universe, catastrophe, twin angels. In but a fleeting moment, Muchun soared back to the Tiando imperial city, where at that very instant, Chen Shui had just completed her divine succession, gazing somewhat despondently at the statue of the angelic deity. Upon witnessing this, Muchun approached the individual and remarked, "What is the matter? Has becoming a deity cost you dearly?" Naturally, Qian Rinxua sensed the aura of the person beside her and recognized their identity. Thus, she refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Muchun smiled and said, "Human effort ultimately has its limits, but what lies beyond the realm of humanity? I shall say no more and refrain from disturbing you further. I will attend to my own affairs." Muchun departed without hesitation, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue gazed at the deity's statue, murmuring, "Is it truly so? If I am no longer human, would you still stand by me, grandfather?" The second destination Muchun visited was the courtyard of Bibi Dong, situated beside the Temple of Angels. "I have returned. How have you been? Are you settling in well here?" At that moment, Bibi Dong's countenance bore an alluring charm, her eyes shrouded in darkness, likely a consequence of her divine connection to the Rakshasa. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured attention was her attire, a lace nightgown. Though the lamps were unlit, a sliver of sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her graceful form. Bibi Dong lifted a delicate goblet, the contents unknown, and after taking a sip, remarked, "Everything seems quite splendid. So, are you ready to defy the heavens?" Muchun did not approach any closer. Instead, he gazed at Bibi Dong from a distance and remarked, "Indeed, I am prepared, and I am also ready to eliminate those who obstruct my path. I have come merely to exchange a few words with you, lest you forget me in the future." With that, Muchun turned and departed. However, in Bibi Dong's eyes, there was not confusion, but rather determination. "It seems I must win this gamble, then," she declared, her face radiating a mix of triumph, mockery, and a hint of malevolence. After conversing with the two potential combatants, Muchun made his way to the previously constructed terrace, ready to activate the grand formation and ignite the divine battle. Chapter 131. The Divine Battle 2. The grand formation was crafted from tempered iron, taking the shape of a hexagram surrounded by 50 concentric circles. Each prominent point of this formation required a human head, while each recessed point demanded 50 milliliters of fresh blood. This necessity was precisely why a battle between soul beasts and soul masters was orchestrated. The most effective way to provoke the divine was to challenge them with one's very existence, bound by ethical considerations that could not turn a blind eye. Although this might seem somewhat cruel, the majority involved were not commoners. The lives of the ordinary populace, at least for now, were largely untroubled, as most were either beneficiaries or farmers. Thus, Muchun ensured that the soul beasts refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering civilians. The majority of these offerings were soul masters who had perished in this conflict. Muchun's actions quickly captured the attention of Yanshi and others. However, even upon witnessing his endeavors, they refrained from intervening. For those who spent extended periods in his company understood that all he did was for the greater good and the future. Perhaps the journey would be marred by some bloodshed, yet the intentions and outcomes were noble. At the very least, they would not hinder him. Subsequently, after Muchun arranged the necessary offerings for the grand formation, Tang San had just departed from Sea God Island and returned to Tiando. What greeted him was a soaring crimson light accompanied by a thunderous proclamation. "I, here, in the name of countless souls, declare war upon you." The red light surged towards the heavens, seemingly colliding with an unseen barrier, spreading outward and halting its advance. As a first-level deity, Tang San felt the very fabric of space being torn asunder. It appeared that some form of order had been disrupted. Ignorant mortals of the mundane realm. Are you aware of the significance of your actions? This voice, deep and solemn, resonated within the minds of all present. A transmission of psychic energy that left the common folk utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Muchun, upon hearing this, could not help but sneer, saying, "You have contributed nothing to the people of the lower realm, yet you arrogantly proclaim yourselves as deities, monopolizing nearly half of the cultivation resources. More critically, you have the audacity to manipulate the minds of the masses, rendering them ignorant. Today, I shall restore you to your former existence." The celestial beings fell silent, their actions speaking volumes of their intent. A throng of nearly 1,000 divine officials, alongside hundreds of secondary and primary deities and 3 supreme divine kings, surged forth towards Muchun. In stark contrast to the overwhelming pressure they exerted, the common folk felt as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze. The divine power that flowed down to the lower realm rejuvenated the soul masters, enhancing their vitality and longevity, facilitating breakthroughs. For the commoners, it meant extended lifespans and a significant increase in strength. The longer this reciprocal flow persisted, the more benefits it bestowed. Notably, the benevolent and malevolent divine kings from the divine realm were absent, as were deities like the sea god, who had relinquished their divine positions. Nevertheless, amidst this formidable force, Muchun appeared akin to a fragile leaf boat, perilously poised to be engulfed by the surging tide of adversaries. Muchun did not falter. He drew forth the uncrowned blade of desolation, and a radiant golden light flickered around him. The departed souls, Chen and the twin angels, materialized behind him, their soul rings pulsating in unison. Each was adorned with a million-year-grade divine ring, a staggering feat considering that even the Shura god possessed but 8.5. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the divine realm, leading to an extraordinary sight. An army of thousands came to an abrupt halt, their faces etched with genuine fear. Although many could not comprehend the source of their trepidation, they understood that it was this young man who had commanded their pause. The Shura god was the first to regain his composure. He scoffed disdainfully. "No wonder you dare to challenge us. Someone must be shielding you. Allow me to test your mettle." With that, he charged toward Muchun, transforming into a blood-red sword. Meanwhile, Muchun instructed Chen and the others to disregard the Shura god and ascend, while he himself engaged in a brief clash with the Shura god. The divine technique he unleashed was the dragon's roar and phoenix's glow, a skill that embodied form without speech, an echo of the legendary emperors wielding their blades in battle. Devoid of any verbal description, its uniqueness lay in the fact that each individual could interpret this technique with their own style of swordplay. Yet its essence remained unchanged, a harmonious blend of softness and unyielding strength. The strategy of retreating when the opponent advances and advancing when the opponent retreats had remained steadfast. Yet, the specific application of this method varied from person to person. Thus, a clash occurred between the blood-red sword and the dragon-shaped blade, while simultaneously, the three departed souls infiltrated the ranks of the divine army, akin to a tiger among sheep. Given the relatively modest combat prowess of the goddess of life, the god of destruction was compelled to guard her, resulting in Chen and the twin angels engaging him in combat. The twin angels, endowed with the healing abilities of the holy angels, rendered the situation rather unfair, 2 against 1, especially considering the formidable demonic prowess of the evil spirit angel. With the ability to both heal and fight, the god of destruction found himself momentarily ensnared. In this manner, the departed souls reveled in their advantage. A divine priest? One strike would suffice. A secondary deity? Nearly the same. A primary deity? To delay the departed for even a quarter of an hour would be a mark of honor. The Shura god, fully aware of the formidable strength of his adversaries, found himself perplexed by their timely arrival, coinciding perfectly with the moment the god of good and evil had slipped away. Had the god of good and evil been present, employing their ultimate techniques would surely have subdued this young man. Yet, at present, shaking his head, the Shura god pondered the futility of dwelling on what had transpired. Resolving to move forward, he once again clashed with Muchun. However, Muchun's swordplay proved to be a source of great discomfort for him. Although the Shura god's raw power should have been unmatched, he found himself unable to subdue Muchun, who remained steadfast and exhibited no vulnerabilities. Even when he did appear to falter, it was merely a ruse. The Shura god felt as though he were a blade thrust into a quagmire. Once immersed, escape was rendered impossible. After countless rounds had transpired, the god of Azura could no longer endure the relentless pressure and erupted in fury, forcing Muchun to retreat before soaring upward to provide assistance. Meanwhile, the god of destruction was in a state of utter desolation, his neck ensnared by the malevolent grip of the demon angel, whose hand, possessing a grip strength of 1,000,000 pounds, rendered the god of destruction incapable of breathing. As for the goddess of life, she found herself trapped within the dual realms formation, helplessly witnessing her beloved being besieged by 2 adversaries. Despite her formidable prowess, which had managed to injure one of them, the opponent's inexplicable regenerative abilities thwarted her efforts. In the moment when she turned to engage the other foe, she was struck at her very core. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, leaving her utterly defenseless and ensnared, on the verge of being choked to death. However, her attacks were futile against the barrier of the 2 realms. Constructed with powers surpassing that of even the god kings, not even the god of Azura could escape within 3 strikes. At this critical juncture, the god of Azura descended from below and severed the adversary's colossal hand with a single strike, rescuing the god of destruction. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Muchun seized the opportunity to follow up with a devastating blow, inflicting a grievous wound upon the opponent's back, deep enough to expose the spine, causing the god of Azura to be hurled forward. At this point, it was evident that Muchun alone was single-handedly decimating the forces of the Divine Realm. Chapter 132, Divine War 3. Damn it, do you truly wish to engage in a futile struggle against my Divine Realm? The god of Azura steadied himself. Glaring at Muchun with gritted teeth, Muchun, undaunted, retorted directly, would you regurgitate food that is almost within your grasp? Clearly, you would not. Do you still possess any capacity for resistance? Observe your surroundings. Upon hearing this, the god of Shura and the goddess of life, alongside the god of destruction, cast their gazes around them. As deities dissipate into pure energy upon death, they were unaware of the precise number of souls lost. However, they could feel that the Douluo continent was presently undergoing a transformation, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the Divine Realm. This phenomenon was entirely due to the energy released from the fallen gods, which the Douluo continent had assimilated. The god of Shura, filled with anguish, wore a bitter expression as he turned his gaze towards Muchun, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. He glanced at the god of destruction, who nodded in affirmation. The goddess of life, trapped in the shadowy realm, also nodded in agreement, although Muchun was oblivious to the specifics of their exchange. He understood that the adversaries still held cards close to their chests. He issued commands to his martial souls, adopting a stance indicative of an impending battle. The deceased recited a sword incantation, golden light illuminating the cosmos, while the twin angels charged their attack, with Muchun brandishing his sword before him. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The god of Shura could not help but admire the young man before him, endowed with astonishing abilities and an unflappable demeanor. Though he appeared indifferent, within him lay a different landscape. He was adept at misleading the enemy while revealing his own intentions, a rather intriguing strategy. The life force of the god of Shura was waning, and he recognized that he could not afford to linger, unlike Muchun, who had the luxury of time. Without waiting for an opening, he unleashed a powerful shout, dark energy coiling around him, or rather, a murderous aura. Suddenly, wings sprouted from the back of the god of destruction, and a colossal scythe manifested in his grasp. Was this the price of life force? It appeared to be the final offensive. Muchun narrowed his eyes, seemingly anticipating that his opponent would opt for a desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. As for the first-tier gods and others, they had long been deterred by the slaughter of the deceased and dared not descend, lingering above instead. They understood that whether they ventured down or faced defeat, death awaited them, yet they still yearned for a longer existence. After all, not everyone adored the Divine Realm. Otherwise, so many gods would not have escaped. Likewise, those who cherished the Divine Realm were not foolish. Without a glimmer of hope for victory, descending would merely mean death. They needed to bide their time for an opportunity. The Divine Realm had endured for countless years. How could it be obliterated by a mere challenge? Prepare yourself, roared the god of Shura. As Muchun had predicted, the opponent's skills unleashed a considerable shockwave, causing those even at a distance to stagger back several steps. Had they been closer, they might have exposed vulnerabilities. The god of Shura transformed into a massive, dark brown sword, hurtling downward with ferocity, while the god of destruction hurled his scythe and morphed into a formidable dragon, coiling around the sword's body, with the scythe orbiting the gigantic blade, exuding an overwhelming aura that surpassed even that of the god kings. Muchun furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to employ the holy shield. After much deliberation, he opted for a more stable approach, choosing not to use the holy shield but instead relying on the embodiment of celestial principles and his martial spirit to withstand the impending onslaught. Subsequently, he intended to unleash the mighty dragon's roar and phoenix's glow, severing the landscape and thwarting this attack. With this resolution, he immediately summoned the embodiment of celestial principles. The three figures surged forward, colliding with the colossal dragon-winged greatsword. Yet their efforts were evidently futile, resulting in their swift obliteration. Nevertheless, it served as a reconnaissance mission. The adversary's assault emanated a devastating aura and a blade of murderous intent. Chen, understanding the situation, bestowed a protective halo upon his companions to fortify them against negative attributes, and the trio charged ahead. The deceased utilized the exclusion of the Qinglian sword song to counter the tempest of blade strikes, creating an opening that could strike directly at the great sword itself. Chen, employing his mastery, maximized the repulsion of the scythe and the destructive aura. The primary assault came from the twin angels, who, fully charged, unleashed a devastating impact with the strength of the demon arm, a force equating to 500,000 tons upon collision, creating a blinding white tempest. The confrontation between blade and fist unfolded as Muchun had anticipated. The right arm of the twin angels, specifically the demon arm, was utterly destroyed. Though it could eventually be restored, such recovery was not imminent. Both the deceased and Chen Kuan were sent reeling, sustaining minor internal injuries. At that moment, Muchun sensed the powers of the Shura gods had waned to their utmost limits. The once palpable aura of destruction and murderous intent dissipated as if stripped of its effects. Muchun unleashed a powerful strike, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. As he directed his golden blade of energy towards the opposing black dragon, with a resounding boom, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. As the echoes of destruction faded, the shattered forms of the god of Azura and the god of destruction emerged. The god of Azura was left with only the left half of his upper body, while the god of destruction was rendered armless, his lower half completely obliterated. Nevertheless, as deities of their stature, they clung to life, their spirits unyielding. Muchun's countenance, however, did not brighten, for he had just comprehended the underlying purpose behind the opponent's extraordinary technique. With the delicate sound of an eggshell shattering, the goddess of life blossomed like a flower bud, radiating an unparalleled vitality as she emerged onto the battlefield. In an instant, the once feeble god of Shura and the god of destruction experienced a remarkable elevation in their essence, their injuries visibly mending before one's eyes. Muchun surveyed the situation before him, feeling disorganized as he found himself unable to strategize. With a sigh, he murmured, "The second round, is it? Let us see if you can take advantage of my weakness." At this moment, Muchun stood utterly alone, his martial spirit injured and unable to engage in combat. However, the silver lining was that his condition remained impeccable, with no signs of wear. After all, the Dragon Roar's activation had not exacted a significant toll. The tide of battle had merely shifted. The god of Shura and the god of destruction ascended once more from below, positioning themselves across from Muchun. The three divine kings stood in a row, their imposing presence overshadowing him. "It seemed, dear brother, that you still require a bit more time," the god of destruction proclaimed with an intentionally raised voice. Muchun gazed at the other party's expression of schadenfreude, remaining unperturbed and responding with remarkable magnanimity. "Indeed, you shall need to exert yourselves a bit more to engage with me." Upon uttering these words, both factions once again fell into an unusually profound silence, devoid of even the slightest movement, merely locking eyes with each other. After approximately 15 minutes, Muchun's index finger quivered slightly, prompting the Shura to unsheath his sword. Thus, the second round of battle officially commenced. Chapter 133, Divine Warfare. For at this moment, Muchun was under immense pressure. With the god of Azura and the god of destruction standing before him, even if he were to injure them, they would recover instantaneously, thanks to the abundant healing provided by the goddess of life. Consequently, Muchun opted for a strategy of cautious retreat rather than aggression. However, combat is relentless, and his adversaries relentlessly sought opportunities, continuously wearing down Muchun's stamina. At this juncture, the first and second-tier deities above sensed the opportune moment and swiftly descended, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse. Those in Muchun's group watched with bated breath. Yet, Muchun remained unfazed, gazing at the multitude of deities above. Seizing the moment, the god of Azura charged forward with a blade aimed at him. But Muchun effortlessly neutralized the attack with merely 2 fingers, catching the razor-sharp weapon barehanded. The god of Azura's eyes widened in shock, prompting him to abandon his sword and flee, as he had just sensed the imminent presence of death. However, the god of destruction, who had been absent moments ago, remained oblivious and launched an attack with his scythe. Muchun suddenly bent down to sweep his leg, followed by a swift elbow strike and a powerful chop with his blade, momentarily bewildering the god of destruction. Although he did not inflict any harm, the speed of his reaction was astonishingly extraordinary. After Muchun repelled the 2 adversaries, he unleashed a resounding dragon roar, subsequently remarking with an air of calm, "Can you feel it? I have grown stronger. The reason is simple. I have been harmonizing with my body, continuously integrating and comprehending. Once my divine power thoroughly circulates through my extraordinary meridians, I shall officially ascend to the status of divine emperor, standing above you all." Glancing at the time, he added, "You have at most 1 hour left." The countenance of the god of Shura darkened. Indeed, 1 hour felt rather brief. However, the god of destruction nonchalantly retorted, "So what? The energy required for divine warfare will not allow you to endure for an hour. If you do not triumph over us in this divine conflict, there will not merely be 3 divine kings next time." After hearing this, Muchun remained unfazed and gazed at the god of destruction, saying, "What do you believe compels me to initiate the divine war?" The god of Shura replied, "It is merely your desire to monopolize this realm. Moreover, do true powerhouses require justification? When they wish to act, they simply do so, even if they suffer losses. they will not be truly affected. Muchun shook his head and replied, I have never considered myself superior to others, nor do I perceive beings as belonging to different hierarchies. Thus, I have my reasons for undertaking this endeavor. At this point, Muchun paused, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he mockingly remarked, it seems we are nearing the conclusion. That fellow has noticed your diminished power. Such an enigmatic statement left the Shurigod and his companions momentarily bewildered. But the next moment, realization dawned upon them. A thunderous roar emanating from the divine realm compelled them to tread cautiously. Let us commence the third round, 2 against 2. Fair and just. With that, Muchun brandished his great sword and charged forward. Damn it, how could he be so well informed about the circumstances in the divine realm? The Shurigod sighed heavily, only to find himself once again clashing with Muchun. However, this time, the sword was in Muchun's grasp, his battle prowess significantly enhanced. While the Shurigod was forced into a defensive stance, adopting a retreating strategy. At that moment, a colossal entity descended from the heavens of the divine realm. Its scales shimmered with resplendent hues, each scale was diamond-shaped, with the intersecting lines at their centers forming 4 prominent ridges, heavy, sturdy, and imbued with a sharp aura. Even a single scale measured over a square meter, and the sheer number of scales on its massive body was incalculable. Its enormous wings unfurled behind, seemingly obscuring the chaotic temporal currents beyond the divine shield. The creature's massive head bore sharp spikes protruding from both the top and the jawline. The spikes extending along the spine all the way to the tail. The tail, long and thickened at the end, was adorned with spikes, resembling a colossal version of a wolf's fang mace. It was difficult to fathom the terrifying spectacle that would ensue if that mountain-like mace struck directly. This was a dragon, a terrifying beast nearly 1,000 feet long. Its eyes gleamed like rubies, filled with a savage and frenzied light. At last, I have awaited this day. A voice, brutal and mad, echoed, causing all first-tier gods to tremble. You wretches dare to obstruct my path? Prepare to perish. With that proclamation, its claws and tail began to sweep through the ranks of the first and second-tier gods. The first-tier gods fared better, but the second-tier gods were swiftly dispatched after enduring just 2 or 3 strikes, as their lives were threatened. The first-tier gods desperately shouted at the second-tier divine officers and hurled their skills at the Golden Dragon King, igniting a flurry of sparks in the air. Although the Golden Dragon King was tough-skinned and resilient, such attacks were a mere annoyance to him. In response, he exhaled a breath of dragon fire at the first-tier gods. The commotion was significant, and the Shurigod and his allies certainly took notice, intent on turning back to provide support. However, Muchun clung to them tenaciously, rendering 3 divine kings helpless against a mere youth. A truly absurd jest. The god of destruction, embodying the essence of annihilation, transformed into a meteor, intent on striking Muchun. With a swift rotation of his greatsword, Muchun unleashed a blade of wind, gently dissipating his opponent's force. Subsequently, with a delicate yet decisive stroke, he thwarted the impending collision, sending the adversary hurtling away instead, propelled by Muchun's own might. In a sudden surge of power, he also forced the Azura god to retreat, setting his sights squarely on the goddess of life. The Azura god, cursing under his breath, summoned his primordial energy to forge a formidable Azura blade, resolutely blocking Muchun's advance. However, this act rendered any further intervention from their allies utterly impossible. The god of destruction attempted to surge forward 3 or 4 times, yet each time, Muchun grasped him firmly, preventing any escape. Even if he could not pull him down, Muchun ascended alongside him for a brief distance, and thus, the 3 figures expanded upwards. As the surrounding cries of agony and the deafening echoes of explosions crescendoed into a cacophony, half an hour had elapsed. Muchun unleashed a dragon's roar, cleaving through the Azura god's right arm, and with a sweeping motion of his sword, he left a deep gash on the waist of the god of destruction. In a sudden ascent, he reached the apex of the Golden Dragon King's head, who, indifferent to Muchun, immediately retaliated with a downward strike of its mighty claws. Muchun remained undeterred, maintaining an intimate proximity to his formidable blade. He then spun like a power drill, colliding with the hand of the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King, clearly confident in the strength of his own flesh, underestimated the sharpness of the Divine Emperor's weapon. While it was improbable that the blade would pierce his palm, it nonetheless reduced his flesh to a bloody pulp. Grimacing in pain, the Golden Dragon King was compelled to withdraw, allowing Muchun to ascend to the divine realm unimpeded. However, the 3 divine kings in hot pursuit of Muchun were met with a far less merciful fate. Fueled by wrath over the recent affront from the human, they sought a means to vent their fury, and the divine kings presented themselves as suitable targets. Despite the presence of the aged Shura god, who was evidently gravely injured, having even lost an arm, the healing efforts of the goddess of life seemed less effective than before. Thus, the Golden Dragon King decisively positioned himself before the three divine kings, declaring, "Old man, it is time to settle the scores of yesteryears." Chapter 134. The conclusion of the divine war. The Golden Dragon King obstructed the Shura god, who, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Do you have any idea how powerful this youth is? If you stand in my way, once he fully merges with divine power to govern the divine realm, do you think you will survive?" The Golden Dragon King, looking at the Shura god with disdain, replied, "Do you truly believe I lack intelligence? You cannot possibly be oblivious to the presence of my other half-s aura emanating from that youth. What does that signify? He is allied with me and will not harm me, but you, on the other hand. Enough with the idle chatter, prepare yourself." With that, the Golden Dragon King struck with his palm, and the Shura god, resigned, engaged in a struggle with him. While the remaining first-tier gods and several surviving second-tier gods surged forward to assist. After all, confronting the Golden Dragon King appeared considerably easier than dealing with that young man. The god of destruction and the goddess of life pursued him together, unimpeded by the Golden Dragon King, who understood that he could not contend with these three formidable beings and could only choose one to engage. With 30 seconds remaining before the divine war passage closed, Muchun soared into the divine realm, preparing to shatter the fragile barriers of the divine realm, thereby exposing it to the Douluo plane. At that moment, the Douluo plane was still immensely powerful, capable of devouring the divine realm and achieving evolution. Soon, Douluo star would transform into a divine star, a celestial body where gods could exist, its rank surpassing that of other divine realms by several levels. Moreover, years later, should Muchun ascend as the divine emperor and establish the divine emperor domain, Douluo Star's might would indeed rank among the elite across myriad worlds. Despite their considerable efforts, the god of destruction and the goddess of life ultimately lagged behind Muchun. With a resounding dragon roar, he shattered the already frail barriers of the divine realm, unleashing its power like a relentless torrent, surging outward. The Douluo plane began its process of absorption and enhancement. The first notable transformation was the revival of Poseidon and Tang Chen, the healing of Tang Hao and the sword Douluo's hidden ailments, the resurrection of Ayin, and the revival of Douluo. In summary, many powerful beings, comparable to the heirs of the gods, returned to Douluo continent, each surpassing the 100th level. Those who were absent also felt their lifespans extend and injuries heal, while Soul Beast reaped even greater benefits. Without the divine realm, there were no heavenly tribulations. As long as their strength reached a certain threshold, they would advance further. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor reached 51,000 and 89,000 years, respectively, while Emperor Tian directly broke through the million-year mark with divine power, gaining the ability to wield the divine skill, Dragon Godclaw. At that moment, all ordinary people in the Douluo plane inexplicably felt warmth, sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of power within themselves. However, the shattering of the divine realm signified far more than just these changes. With a splutter, the god of Azura and all the gods who once belonged to the divine realm spat out blood, including Tang San and Chen Renshue. The reason? The fragmentation of divine status rendered former gods relics of the past. The current Douluo plane now possessed the power to suppress these deities. The will of the Douluo plane had begun to take form, and the god of the plane was preparing to emerge, signifying that the Douluo plane was beginning to generate its own divine status, rendering the former divine abodes unnecessary. Faith is malleable. Thus, the current god of Azura and his ilk were merely ordinary soul masters of over 100 levels. Confronted by the Golden Dragon King, who absorbed divine power to breach boundaries, the god of Azura was swiftly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, his soul obliterated. It appears that you have lost, thoroughly and irrevocably. It is over. Now, everyone is their own master. The dominion of the continent no longer belongs to you gods. Having spoken, Muchun abruptly turned and struck down with his blade upon the god of destruction. The Shura god, having lost his divine status, found his weapon. Once infused with divine power, now rendered ordinary, his scythe was reduced to the semblance of a mere oversized vegetable cutter. In an instant, it was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, he was also bifurcated, his very soul expelled. With a deft motion, Muchun transcended him, ensuring that the goddess of life could not mend his shattered existence. At this juncture, the goddess of life realized her inability to resist. She became despondent, collapsing upon the fading ground of the divine realm. Muchun squinted slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Instead of slaying the goddess of life, he extracted her soul, and began to manipulate her memories. Past recollections were systematically obliterated. Notions of beloved ones in the divine realm were altered. Muchun believed that the god of dimensions required a successor. Yet this individual must be unwaveringly loyal and pose no threat to him. Muchun's original candidate was Xiaowu, as she had no reason to betray him after he aided the entire spirit beast realm. However, at this juncture, a more suitable candidate emerged. Although she had lost her divine power, this woman still possessed profound understanding of the path of life. While clandestinely acquiring a fragment of this knowledge, she would become his most loyal plaything. When the soul of the goddess of life returned to her body, her form began to reshape in accordance with her spirit's transformation. 2 trails of tears appeared on her face, extending from the corners of her eyes to the corners of her mouth, marked by long, deep purple streaks. Her hair turned black, and her garments transformed into shades of purple. She exuded an alluring malevolence, for Muchun had altered her comprehension of the path of life, twisting it into a sinister essence capable of annihilating playthings. Of course, her original understanding remained, but the blending of white and black naturally revealed the darker aspects. Her divine status ascended to a level 1 deity, the god of dimensions. Within her memories, Muchun had saved her countless times from peril, bestowing upon her both life and nurturing. Her lifelong ambition became to assist Muchun in achieving all that he desired. And now she found herself at the threshold of realizing this purpose. The goddess of life lifted her gaze to Muchun, who noticed the unmistakable excitement gleaming in her eyes, signifying that she had been thoroughly indoctrinated. He quickly grasped her and whispered softly in her ear, "You are now capable of aiding me. Go forth, heed the calling of your heart, and fulfill it." Flushed with shyness from his closeness, the goddess of life responded with an affirmative, before turning and departing towards the realm of the god of dimensions. As for her success in inheriting that power, it was assured, for the will of the Douluo star was well aware of who was responsible for this turn of events. With millennia of memories, it had undoubtedly witnessed the previous great battle. Thus, since it was Muchun's directive, even out of respect, it would grant her some leeway. At this moment, the divine realm completely dissolved into golden light, fading from existence, its former glory obliterated in the annals of history, destined to be forgotten by the Soul Masters. For in this moment, Muchun emerged as the new legend. Chapter 135, the grand finale. The divine realm has vanished, and Douluo star has ascended to take its place, evolving into a celestial body of superior caliber. On this planet, the emergence of 5 deities and several demigods is permitted. All previous divine positions have shattered, yet the rewards earned through trials remain intact. Thus, Tang San has attained the status of a level 100 Soul Master, alongside Chen Renxue and Bai Bidong. However, with the cessation of war, a significant dilemma arises. Muchun is universally acknowledged as unparalleled, should he desire. He could effortlessly unify the continent through sheer force. Even soul beasts would find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. For the Golden Dragon King in the heavens would not dare confront a soul master capable of piercing through flesh. As Muchun descends from the sky, a collective breath is held by all present. Regardless of their familiarity with him, at that moment, everyone feels the profound disparity in status. An involuntary reverence ensues, creating an emotional distance among the crowd. The one most apprehensive is undoubtedly Shueping, acutely aware of his own insignificance. He realizes that all he possesses is a gift from Muchun. Without him, he would never have ascended to the throne. Now that Muchun has triumphed in the divine battle, his position is unprecedented and unassailable. To dethrone him would likely meet no opposition. Though Shueping believes he could accept this reality, he is far from content. Despite having missed his cultivation time and feeling quite ordinary, he harbors aspirations of being a wise ruler, adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Consequently, his heart races, and beads of sweat form on his brow. As Muchun approaches, he steps forward with a smile to extend his congratulations, which Muchun graciously reciprocates with a smile of his own. This simple exchange brings a measure of calm to Shueping's heart. After stepping aside, Muchun walks ahead, with Shuepu following closely behind. With a smile that was as warm and familiar as ever, Muchun effortlessly eased the atmosphere. He began to speak. "Esteemed guests, the purpose of my endeavors is rather simple. I aspire to restore Douluo star to its original state, allowing soul beasts and soul masters to once again coexist in a realm of equality and healthy competition." Bibi Dong interjected with curiosity. "I have long wished to inquire. Why extend assistance to the soul beasts? Is it not preferable for soul masters to hold superiority over them?" Muchun shook his head and said, "You have misunderstood my intention. I did not assert that spirit masters should surpass spirit beasts. Rather, I merely hope for a balance, where neither side dominates the other. Spirit masters rely on spirit beasts and vice versa, while spirit masters hunt for spirit rings. Spirit beasts depend on spirit masters for their advancement and the elimination of the weak. Were it not for the divine punishment from the realm of gods, spirit masters would not have been able to gradually surpass the world of spirit beasts in just a few thousand years. I simply wish to return everything to its starting point, allowing for a fair race once more. Of course, I harbor selfish motives, without purpose. Where would the drive come from? In any case, the larger picture remains unchanged, so do not dwell on these trifles. You aspiring deities should focus on your cultivation and strive for divinity, especially since spirit beasts can already ascend to godhood. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon king above let out a thunderous roar, causing the mountains to tremble. Today, I shall transcend and ascend, becoming the new guardian deity of spirit beasts. Behold me, mortals. With that, several bolts of lightning struck him simultaneously. However, his physical form remained unaffected by the thunder. Successfully transcending to become the second of the godless realms, the Golden Dragon King. The site of the divine inheritance naturally lay at the heart of the Douluo forest. Now it was the spirit master's turn to worry. Muchun smiled and remarked, currently, there exists no stable space for him to unleash his power. So he will not take action. However, his subjects can. So, what are you still doing here? Hurry back and resume your training. Muchun smiled bitterly. Tang San and others also chuckled, for everyone understood that as long as Muchun remained, war would not ensue. His earlier words were merely to lighten the atmosphere. However, some were aware that despite the Sword Douluo's successful restoration to a level 92 soul power, he could not compare to the Houghton sect, led by Tang Chen, or the Spirit Hall, which possessed the formidable Chen Douluo. When the master inquired why he could not resurrect his family, Muchun simply replied that it was not a miracle, only souls preserved within the last 5 years could be reborn. And only those who had suffered non-fatal injuries could partially recover. True manipulation of the cycle of reincarnation transcended humanity and belonged to the divine. Thus, at this moment, everything in the world had transformed, and the diminutive humans could only adapt to these changes. The once mighty 10 sects had mostly ceased to exist. The Houghton sect, with Tang Chen disinterested in reconstruction, chose instead to become the supreme elder of the Tang clan, a name immortalized through the ages. Posey married Tang Chen. Though it was regrettable that the sea goddess position was shattered, the sea god departed only after the transition was complete, allowing her to fulfill her mission and become the supreme elder of Shrek Academy, similarly etching her legacy into eternity. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan saw Lu Erlong and the Master as the sole survivors. The Master became a renowned author for the Muchun group, and centuries later, his ideologies continued to be celebrated. Lu Erlong ascended to the presidency of Shrek Academy, collaborating with the Master and Flanders, while Zhao Wujin was immortalized as a distinguished teacher. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School faced tragedy when Ning Fingji succumbed to illness 3 years post-Divine War. Ning Rongrong then married the grandson of the Flame Lion Douluo, forging an alliance with the Muchun group, and merged the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into the Nine Heart Sea Tang sect, ensuring its legacy. Oscar, having lost an arm, faced limitations and, shortly after the establishment of the Douluo United Nations through Muchun's mediation, passed away. Ma Hongjun, not marrying by Qinxiang, vanished without a trace, known only to have chosen to leave the land for the vast seas, seeking uncharted realms. Zhu Zhuqing ultimately chose to wed Muchun, becoming the wife of the savior god. Through her own abilities, she accomplished the qualifications of a secondary deity, attaining prolonged life, and after Muchun's millennia, she opened the divine emperor realm, ascending to the divine realm alongside him. Tang San, as a child of the plains, successfully became a primary deity, a guardian god, while Xiao Wu bridged the gap for the soul beasts, inheriting the divine position established by Deming, becoming the god of soul beasts. Muchun, universally acknowledged as a hero, has his exploits immortalized through the ages. The political and legal systems he established remain remarkably advanced even after millennia, enabling the Heavenly Do Empire to maintain its supremacy over the Douluo Empire for over 9 million years. In the year 6344 of the United Nations calendar, Muchun opened the Divine Emperor realm and ascended alongside several soul beast soul masters, personally declaring the end of the United Nations era and the dawn of a new epoch. This year is commemorated as Year 1 of the New Era, a time when the realm of soul masters reached its zenith, showcasing formidable beings such as the 120th level Qian Douluo, rivaling the likes of Qian Renqiwei, Yan Shi, Tianlong, and Haitang. It is regarded as the most prosperous era in over 10,000 years since Muchun's departure, famously referred to as the Era of Legends. On that day, the Soul Beasts officially proclaimed the establishment of the empire and expressed their desire to maintain amicable relations with the Soul Master world. The realm of Soul Beasts, encompassing 3 divine entities that ascended to the Divine Emperor realm, including the Ice and Snow Emperors and Tian, along with several other quasi-divine Soul Beasts from various regions, was 20 times larger than the Soul Master realm. This new domain was known as the Soul Beast Empire. While the Soul Master world once again fragmented into the Do Empire and the Douluo Empire. However, due to the presence of the Soul Beasts, internal conflict remained absent. This situation persisted until the year 88 of the New Era, when another continent collided with the Douluo continent. Synopsis: in a defensive mission, Muchun met his demise due to a bomb while rescuing a student. Having devoted his life to defending his homeland, fate intervened, granting him rebirth in another world. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had been transported to the Douluo world. With a mastery of myriad skills, what tales will unfold in this new realm?